In a world where the mundane existence of a corporate slave named Lu Yun intersects with the enchanting realm of Pokémon, he finds himself thrust into the life of a ranch owner bearing the same name. Just as he begins to revel in this newfound existence, he is abruptly confronted by an exorbitant breach of contract that compels him to return to a life of toil, initially hoping to leverage the abilities of a mysterious system to repay his debts. Lu Yun unexpectedly befriends Banmu, the newly appointed curator. He capitalizes on Banmu's influence to thrive. He remains blissfully unaware of the treacherous whirlpool into which he has silently been drawn. Chapter 1. Lu Yun. The room shrouded in darkness was eerily silent, save for the rhythmic ticking of clock. Suddenly, the boy lying quietly on the bed opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. Wasn't I electrocuted to death? He pondered. Only moments ago, he had been diligently negotiating the price of a legitimate Pokémon with a client at home. After painstakingly settling on a price, Lu Yun inadvertently knocked over a cup of water onto the power supply, leading to a blinding flash and an abrupt loss of consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in this strange place. A throbbing headache surged through him as he bolted upright, clutching his head. A torrent of fragmented memories flooded his mind. Gradually, as the pain subsided, he began to assimilate these disjointed recollections, ultimately realizing the nature of his predicament. This was no longer the familiar water blue star, but rather the Pokémon world he had once yearned for. In moments of reverie spent modifying Pokémon for others, he had often fantasized about being born into such a realm, and now, astonishingly, that dream had materialized. The individual he had inhabited, also named Lu Yun, was starkly different from the orphan who had scraped by on the water blue star by modifying Pokémon skills for online clients. This Lu Yun enjoyed the comfort of both parents, a modest but secure family fortune, and a well-regarded ranch on the outskirts of Constantine City. In stark contrast to his former life of relentless grind, where he toiled tirelessly just to make ends meet, this Lu Yun was afforded a life of relative ease, free from financial worries while studying in Hualan City. However, this idyllic existence was abruptly shattered by a sudden Pokémon riot, which left the once happy family in ruins. The ranch, located near the Constantine Forest, bore the brunt of the Pokémon onslaught. A multitude of wild Pokémon surged onto the property, wreaking havoc on the orchards and livestock. In an instant, the ranch was transformed into a desolate wasteland, with his parents vanishing amidst the chaos. Upon returning from Hualan City to the ruins of the ranch and the tragic loss of his parents, Lu Yun was unable to bear the weight of his grief and chose to end his own life, inadvertently creating an opportunity for the Lu Yun from Water Blue Star to traverse into this world. After perusing the memories that flooded his mind, Lu Yun could not help but sigh. Such is fate, such is life. A soft nudge against his leg drew his attention downward at a small dog, cloaked in black fur with two bony protrusions on its back, an orange belly and muzzle, and bone-like adornments on its ankles, was persistently bumping against Lu Yun's leg. Bending down, Lu Yun gently scooped the little creature into his arms and turned on the bedside lamp, revealing a Dairubi. Gazing at the earth dog from Johto nestled in his embrace, Lu Yun let out a sigh, feeling a pang of empathy as he stroked its head. "Little one, from this day forth, I shall be your trainer." Upon hearing these words, the Dairubi emitted a bright bark, tilting its head in confusion at Lu Yun's declaration. This Dairubi had been purchased from a merchant while Lu Yun was studying in Hualan City. The merchant had claimed it to be a rare Pokémon transported across great distances and a symbol of wealth among the local nobility, boasting immense potential. Having grown weary of a cushy life, the former Lu Yun had foolishly believed the merchant's tale and had squandered a fortune on this Dairubi. It was no wonder he was taken in by the merchant's deception. The Pokémon world was far less secure than the one depicted in the animated series. The former Lu Yun had ventured no further than the neighboring Hualan City. Moreover, Lu Yun understood from the memories of his predecessor that the gym challenges he was familiar with had yet to be established, and the communication between regions was not as seamless as portrayed in the anime. Thus, a Pokémon commonly found in the Johto region was a rarity in Kanto, explaining the former Lu Yun's gullibility. Yet, this was no concern of Lu Yun's. After spending 5 or 6 years as a corporate drone, he had fortuitously inherited a ranch in this life. All he desired now was to savor the experience and live the life of an ordinary person as depicted on short video platforms. Reflecting on his past hardships brought tears to Lu Yun's eyes. As an orphan, he had navigated the treacherous waters of life with the support of government policies and his own determination, eventually gaining admission to a respectable university. He had hoped for a better life post-graduation, only to confront the harsh reality of working long hours in tattered clothes, accompanied by flickering streetlights. The ideals and aspirations he had cultivated during his academic years were reduced to mere survival. Food, clothing, and shelter. The pressures of daily life forced Lu Yun to take on a side job, modifying Pokémon for others to alleviate some financial burdens. As fate would have it, the trials he endured ultimately paved the way for his current fortune. As the saying goes, in adversity lies opportunity. Perhaps it was true. After suffering enough, Lu Yun's fortunes had finally begun to turn. As for the lofty aspirations of becoming a Pokémon trainer and embarking on grand adventures, he dismissed them. With the knowledge gleaned from his predecessor's memories, he understood that this world was far from the idyllic fantasy portrayed in animations. Today's trainers faced not only the perils of the wild, but also hostile Pokémon and unscrupulous humans. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Now, Lu Yun's sole ambition was to restore the dilapidated ranch and reclaim the life of ease that his memories promised. Just as he contemplated his next steps while cradling Darubi, a soft gurgle emanated from the Pokémon's belly. He glanced out the window at the overcast sky before checking the wall clock. It was noon. As a mere month-old pup, Darubi, having missed breakfast, was undoubtedly famished. Its attempts to rouse the slumbering Lu Yun had gone unanswered, leaving it to endure the hunger alone. Had Lu Yun not arrived, Darubi's fate would have likely been grim. Chiding the former Lu Yun's irresponsibility, Lu Yun gently tugged at Darubi's upright ears, feeling a twinge of sympathy. He disregards you. I shall take charge. With this thought, Lu Yun began to navigate the kitchen, relying on the memories etched in his mind to locate the provisions. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Yun fumbled around and eventually retrieved a jar from the cupboard, emblazoned prominently with the words Moo Moo Milk Powder. This particular jar of milk powder had been a complimentary gift from a merchant during the purchase of Dai Lubi, a gesture that revealed a sliver of conscience on the merchant's part, acknowledging that Dai Lubi was not worth such a price, and thus offering the Moo Moo milk powder as a form of compensation. Lu Yun scooped several spoonfuls of milk powder into a bowl, and then, taking a thermos filled with hot water, poured it gently into the bowl. The white powder transformed instantaneously into a creamy liquid, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma that wafted throughout the kitchen. Enticed by the sweet scent of the milk, Lu Yun could not resist lifting the bowl to savor a sip. It was delightful, imbued with a subtle hint of fresh grass. After another sip, he found it to be pure and smooth, the rich flavor lingering on his palate, leaving a delightful aftertaste that was refreshing. Finally, he took another taste, and the milk flowed down his throat like silk, its texture exquisitely smooth. Returning to reality, he glanced at the empty bowl, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he absent-mindedly scratched his toes against the floor, pondering. Have I just snatched food from a dog? Forgive me, Dai Lubi. I shall prepare you another bowl immediately. With a heart full of remorse, he quickly mixed another bowl for the awaiting Dai Lubi and set it down on the floor. Observing the bowl of milk, the famished Dai Lubi did not rush to indulge, but instead gazed at Lu Yun, awaiting his permission. Gently patting the dog's head, Lu Yun spoke tenderly. Go ahead, Dai Lubi. This is prepared just for you. With his approval granted, Dai Lubi eagerly devoured the milk, creating a delightful mess of frothy splashes. Outside, the overcast sky gradually cleared, and a beam of golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lu Yun, who was wiping Dai Lubi's mouth. The golden rays cascaded over Lu Yun's shoulders, harmonizing with the enchanting creature in his arms and melodious chirping of birds outside, creating a serene tableau that seemed to be painted by the hand of nature itself. Chapter 2. The Alliance. Quartz Plateau. The Assembly Hall of the Alliance. The tiered Assembly Hall was brimming with a diverse array of individuals, some sitting with rigid formality, others fidgeting restlessly, and still others slamming their palms against the tables, producing a cacophony of sound. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit and exuding the aura of a societal elite, had lost all semblance of his former eloquence and composure. Rising from his seat, he pounded the table vehemently while bellowing at the man presiding over the meeting at the podium. Are the personnel of the Alliance's Ecological Management Division nothing but a bunch of incompetents? How could such a large-scale Pokémon uprising occur without a single warning? If an outsider were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this irate individual as Masao Sasaki, the patriarch of the illustrious Sasaki family and a prominent business magnate in the Kanto region. The individual at the helm of the meeting was none other than Damaranchi, the joint president of the Kanto Alliance and the Chengdu Alliance. Following the quelling of the Pokémon uprising, the alliance hastily convened a general assembly, with numerous members of parliament and departmental leaders in attendance. Yet, days had passed without arriving at a resolution satisfactory to all parties involved. The hall was awash with disorganized shouts as attendees clamored for the alliance to compensate their losses and demand accountability from negligent officials. Damaranchi must resign. A voice rang out from somewhere in the crowd, abruptly silencing the hall, only for it to erupt once more as countless voices echoed the sentiment. Damaranchi must resign. It seemed as if the mere act of him stepping down from his presidential duties would resolve all issues at hand. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a cane striking the floor reverberated through the assembly, and the previously boiling atmosphere settled into an unexpected stillness. At some point, a silver-haired elderly woman, clad in a long robe and leaning on a cane, had taken her place at the podium. Cease your incessant bickering and address the pressing matters at hand. How shall we rectify the aftermath of this widespread Pokémon uprising? Though her speech was deliberate and slow, it carried an undeniable weight, imbued with a compelling authority that rendered her words seemingly imperative rather than mere suggestions. Following her statement, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, with not a single person daring to voice an opinion. The old woman scanned the sea of seated individuals around her, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of her lips. Let me make it unequivocally clear. The Alliance possesses no funds, and it is impossible for US to compensate you for all your losses during the Pokémon uprising. At most, we will compensate you for 1/3 of your losses. That is our bottom line. Upon hearing her decree, the Assembly's numerous parliamentarians remained unresponsive, as if they were not the same individuals who had just vociferously protested regarding compensation. Just as the elderly woman prepared to depart, a deep and resonant voice interjected. Elder Kikuko, please wait. Since we have addressed the aftermath, who shall bear the responsibility for this matter? Hearing this remark, the departing orange halted, her gaze sharp as a blade directed towards the man who had spoken. What do you mean? The man chuckled lightly, nothing more than that someone must be held accountable for this incident. Kikuko scrutinized the speaker, who stood at a modest height of around 1.7 meters, his impeccably groomed black hair framing a countenance that, despite his youthful 20s, bore an air of maturity and depth. His eyes, bright and penetrating, seemed capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. Banmu, how do you propose we handle this situation? Orange inquired slowly, maintaining direct eye contact with him. Banmu calmly replied, the 4 heavenly kings failed to suppress the crisis in a timely manner, which has led to the escalation of disaster. They ought to be dismissed and replaced. At this pronouncement, the previously tranquil hall experienced a ripple of unrest. Just as Kikuko prepared to interject with a reprimand, another voice rose. I support Councillor Banmu's proposal. Those who have been idly occupying positions of power ought to be cleared out. Orange turned to see none other than Masao Sasaki, who had previously demanded Damaranchi's resignation. The sight of Sasaki rallying behind Banmu sent a jolt of apprehension through Kikuko. Unlike Banmu, who had recently entered the alliance without any notable connections, Sasaki was not only a business titan of Kanto, but also a spokesperson for the financial and commercial families of both Kanto and Chengdu within the alliance. While Kikuko could have easily suppressed Banmu's comments due to his lack of backing, she found herself compelled to entertain the discussion given Sasaki's formidable influence. Is this your opinion? Or is it a collective sentiment? At this moment, Kikuko's earlier composure had evaporated, her words tumbling out at an accelerated pace. In response to Kikuko's inquiry, Sasaki hesitated momentarily before slowly rising and articulating 2 words, we are. At the utterance of those words, a multitude of figures rose behind Sasaki, some tall, some short, some elderly, and others bursting with youthful vigor. Yet, in Kikuko's eyes, they were indistinguishable. They all shared a singular identity, the new faction. The new faction, a movement that had surged into prominence 2 decades prior, was characterized by its members' reliance on technological advancements. They lacked control over powerful Pokémon or significant landholdings. Yet they wielded dominion over the Alliance's economic lifeblood, from the production of Pokeballs and healing items to the operation of transportation vehicles such as airplanes and cars. By the time the Alliance took notice of this group, they had already seized nearly 70% of the economic control and had formed intricate alliances through intermarriage among themselves. They deemed themselves the new faction, heralding themselves as the architects of a new era. While denouncing the families that had established the Alliance as relics of a bygone age, mere parasites feeding off the Alliance's vitality. Through their economic leverage, they swiftly compelled the Alliance to recognize them, securing their positions as counselors. Upon hearing Sasaki's affirmation, Kikuko tightened her grip on her cane, her body trembling slightly. Is it truly necessary? In response to Kikuko's inquiry, Sasaki did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he offered a measured nod. You know what we desire. After receiving Sasaki's confirming response, Kikuko closed her eyes, taking a considerable moment before slowly reopening them, as if she had resolved to make a momentous decision. As you wish. It was unclear why, but Kikuko placed particular emphasis on the words you too. As Kikuko's statement echoed, the tumult within the assembly gradually subsided. Observing Kikuko's concession, Sasaki's complexion flushed with exhilaration. They had succeeded in wresting the position of the four heavenly kings from the clutches of the decaying remnants of the old order. From this day forth, their influence would extend from the political realm into the military sphere, steadily supplanting the old guard's dominion over the alliance. The proceedings had unfolded with extraordinary ease, so effortlessly that Sasaki found it almost unbelievable. He was acutely aware of the obstinacy of the old aristocracy and the vast power they wielded, which underscored the necessity of his collaboration with Banmu and others. They possessed wealth, while Banmu's cohort were formidable fighters, a synergistic alliance that rendered them virtually invincible. Unlike the four heavenly kings depicted in the animation, the true four heavenly kings are not merely the most formidable individuals in their respective regions, but represent the upper echelons of military command. The alliance spanning two regions does not rely solely on individual might or the policing system of the Junsha family to maintain social stability. Rather, they possess a unique apparatus of violence, the Pokémon legions. The Kanto and Johto alliances collectively boast 6 Pokémon legions, and it is these legions that ensure the stability of the alliance's rule. These 6 legions are affiliated with the 4 heavenly kings, the champion, and the directly governed council. Due to the complexities within the alliance, a champion has yet to emerge, resulting in the council managing the legions that belong to the champion, thereby allowing the council to wield direct control over 2 of the armies. We also demand the re-establishment of gyms across various locations. Upon hearing this proclamation, the atmosphere erupted. Sasaki Masao, who was previously lost in excitement, was momentarily stunned, for this contradicted their agreed-upon plan. The issue of gyms has always been a sensitive topic, and raising it now, after Kikuko has already made concessions, was decidedly imprudent. Gyms, an institution steeped in history, can trace their origins back to the ancient empire, during which the vast territories were governed by powerful trainers tasked with forming gyms to repel Pokémon intrusions and ensure public safety. However, as time progressed, the empire's authority waned, leading to a feudal-like situation where gyms engaged in constant warfare, ultimately extinguishing the last breath of that ancient realm. The collapse of the empire ignited a conflagration across its territories, and families like Kikuko's thrived amidst the chaos. When the alliance established by Kikuko's ancestors initially quelled the turmoil, they swiftly abolished the gyms, declaring them illegal organizations to stabilize the situation. Now, Banmu's suggestion to revisit the gym issue was akin to touching a raw nerve for Kikuko. As anticipated, those who had been seated calmly moments before reacted as if their tails had been stepped on, unleashing a torrent of unrefined invectives. It became evident that no matter how dignified or gentlemanly an individual might appear when their interests are threatened, they can transform into the most unscrupulous rogue to defend their stakes. Listening to the cacophony of shouts and insults, Banmu refrained from retorting and simply gestured behind him. Let's discuss this later. As his voice faded, a middle-aged man behind him suddenly emitted a blue glow from his eyes, and a document resting on the table levitated effortlessly to Kikuko's presence. Upon seeing the floating document, Kikuko scoffed, her large eyes narrowing as a chilling laughter echoed from behind. The psychic energy enveloping the document shattered instantaneously, allowing it to land securely in Kikuko's grasp. Casting a disdainful glance at Banmu, she opened the document. However, upon reading its contents, her expression shifted dramatically, her body trembling uncontrollably. A blue flame erupted spontaneously, consuming the document in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Slamming her cane heavily upon the ground, she surveyed the raucous assembly before fixing her icy gaze upon Banmu, coldly uttering, "You have won. The meeting is adjourned." The 3 words "you have won" silenced the previously boisterous gathering. Yet mere seconds later, an aristocratic member of the council shouted at Kikuko, "Have you lost your mind? How can you agree to such a thing?" Before he could finish, Kikuko's frigid stare turned upon him, and it was as if an invisible force clutched his throat, lifting him off the ground, his face turning crimson. "I said the meeting is adjourned." Each word escaped Kikuko's lips devoid of any emotion. Faced with her murderous glare, the assembly dared not provoke her further, hastily vacating their seats and heading towards the exits. Observing the panicked exodus of the crowd and the heavy panting of Kikuko at the podium, Banmu smiled, genuinely pleased. His objective had been achieved. Chapter 3. Grandpa Kaji. The ranch. The afternoon sun scorched the ravaged land, and Lu Yun stood before the wooden cabin, gazing at the devastated ranch, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Despite having prepared mentally for the worst, witnessing the ranch's tragic condition brought him to the brink of emotional collapse. The once pristine grasslands and pathways were now a chaotic mess. From the entrance, he could faintly discern a grove of fallen trees in the distance. A memory reminding him that this had once been a vital source of income, the fruit orchard. The ranch's former glory had faded, leaving only tears and heartache in its wake. Staring at the ranch before him, Lu Yun understood that the immediate priority was to repair the broken walls surrounding the property and transfer ownership of the ranch to himself. Indeed, upon returning, he had failed to transfer the ranch into his name, hastily handling his parents' affairs before opting to end his own life. Perhaps it was the overwhelming grief from his parents' death or the ranch's desolation that extinguished any glimmer of hope. These reasons remained a mystery to him. Without the protection of walls, the ranch, bordering the everlasting forest, would be vulnerable to nocturnal Pokémon seeking food. And while battling a Caterpie might be manageable with his newly hatched Dratini, encountering a Nidoking or Nidoqueen would leave Lu Yun praying for a second chance at life. Cradling Dratini at his side, Lu Yun traversed the disordered path, determined to visit the town and find someone to repair the walls, while also seeking to finalize the ranch's transfer. Life must continue after all. Greengrass Town. At the entrance of Greengrass Town stood a handsome young man, his trousers caked in mud, presenting an unmistakable image of a refugee. What a trek, so arduous, Lu Yun muttered as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Previously, the ranch had a pickup truck for easy communication with the town, but it had vanished without a trace due to the Pokémon surge, leaving not even a single screw behind. He couldn't fathom why a swarm of Pokémon would have any use for a vehicle. With no means of transportation, Lu Yun trudged through nearly 10 miles of muck, taking over an hour to reach the town. After clearing the mud from his shoes, he followed his recollection to the police station, intent on transferring the ranch into his name. The town was bustling with activity, as nearly every household was engaged in repairs, with various Pokémon replacing the machinery of his previous life, acting as laborers to assist in carrying materials, and using vines to hoist supplies to rooftops, while others burrowed into the ground to help excavate foundations. Witnessing this harmonious coexistence of humans and Pokémon left Lu Yun deeply moved. Was this the world of Pokémon? Catch that one. A middle-aged woman shouted, causing chaos to erupt among the busy crowd. A wild Meowth had taken advantage of the moment to steal fish, only to be discovered. Just as Lu Yun was engrossed in the commotion, an elderly voice called out from behind him, "Little one, I was just about to look for you, and here you are?" Lu Yun turned to glance behind him, where an elderly gentleman with white hair and a snowy beard, whose nose was tinged with red, was engaging him in conversation. Through the recesses of his memory, Lu Yun recognized the speaker as none other than Grandpa Kaji, a close friend of his parents and the town mayor. "I am truly pleased to witness you emerging from your sorrow. I express my condolences regarding your parents' passing. Yet life must inevitably continue," Kaji said, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder before continuing. "I was intending to visit the ranch to seek you out. Since you have arrived, it saves me an extra trip. Let us proceed to handle the transfer of the farm, for your parents' greatest wish was to see the ranch flourish." Upon hearing Mayor Kaji's words, Lu Yun nodded earnestly in response. "Certainly, Grandpa Kaji. I came precisely for that purpose." Kaji, gratified by Lu Yun's reply, turned and led him to the police station without any hint of delay. Grateful for Mayor Kaji's assistance, Lu Yun willingly accepted the offer. Having the mayor accompany him to complete the transfer was decidedly preferable to undertaking the task alone. As they walked side by side, the elder and the youth arrived at the police station in swift order. Before long, with Kaji's help, the transfer procedures were completed. Due to the inheritance issues stemming from the recent Pokémon upheaval, the League generously waived the estate taxes that would otherwise have been owed, thereby saving Lu Yun a significant sum. Standing at the entrance of the police station, Lu Yun gazed at the deed and documents in his hands, taking a deep breath. From this day forth, he was indeed a man of modest means. The Cloud Ranch, encompassing 500 acres, primarily dealt in Pokémon materials, berries, and Pokémon byproducts, with ownership now resting in Lu Yun's hands. As he surveyed the brief lines on the document, waves of emotion surged within Lu Yun. 500 acres. He had truly become a landowner. Although in the realm of Pokémon such an expanse might be deemed trivial, for Lu Yun, it was a source of great satisfaction. After all, in his previous life, he had possessed not even a square inch of land. He had never envisioned owning a parcel of 500 acres. As Lu Yun perused the layout of the ranch within the documents, he noted that, among small farms, this one could be considered quite superior. The ranch was roughly square-shaped, with its northern edge bordering the verdant forest, lush with vegetation and abundant wild fruits. Due to the dangers posed by the nearby forest, which often saw Pokémon breach the walls, no development had occurred there. However, the naturally growing herbs and wild berries still provided a source of income each year. To the east lay the cultivation zone, where the rich loamy soil boasted excellent fertility. Lu Yun's parents had once thrived there, cultivating numerous berries that consistently yielded profit for the ranch. At the center of the ranch was a small lake, occupying an area of approximately a dozen acres. 3 springs continuously flowed into the lake, their waters crystal clear and imbued with considerable water-type energy. Lu Yun's parents had even captured a batch of Phoeba from the city region to raise within it, and this lake served as a vital water source for the ranch. On the western side was the Pokémon breeding area, characterized by gently undulating terrain, in stark contrast to the flatness of the east. This small hillside was particularly suitable for Pokémon husbandry, and it had once housed a multitude of Pokémon. The southern side comprised the residential and storage zones, which also marked the location of the ranch's entrance. Having reviewed the layout and matched it with his mental recollections, Lu Yun gained a preliminary understanding of the ranch. Presently, aside from the undamaged residential area in the south, due to timely rescue efforts, the remaining sections were ready for reconstruction from the ground up. Folding the documents away, Lu Yun stretched and gazed toward the distant sun as he walked toward the construction company. The ranching saga begins anew. Chapter 4, Pokémon Construction Team, Howley Construction Company. Howley Construction Company, the sole building firm in Green Town, was presently inundated with work. In the aftermath of the Pokémon surge, repairs were needed throughout the town, with numerous individuals flocking to the construction company to either purchase materials or hire workers for their home repairs. Observing the throng in front of the construction company, Lu Yun felt a twinge of astonishment. As Lu Yun pondered how to navigate through the crowd, a burly man, marked by a prominent scar across his face, approached from the parking lot, exuding an air of formidable strength. "You must be Lu Yun. I am the owner of the construction company, Zhu Jing. You may call me Uncle Zhu Jing. Mayor Kaji has just informed me of your situation. Please tell me what needs repair, and we shall set off immediately." Taken aback by the attentiveness shown by Mayor Kaji, who not only facilitated the transfer, but also preemptively contacted the construction company on his behalf, Lu Yun felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. "Uncle Zhu Jing, I would like to repair the ranch's perimeter wall to ensure the safety of the property," Lu Yun replied candidly. Upon hearing Lu Yun's request, Zhu Jing broke into hearty laughter. "This is a task I am well acquainted with. I constructed the ranch's perimeter wall myself. Follow me, we shall depart right away." Under Zhu Jing's guidance, Lu Yun approached a van awaiting them. "Let me take you back to the ranch," Zhu Jing said, opening the door of the vehicle and motioning for Lu Yun to sit beside him. Although it was a bit cramped with 2 humans and a Pokémon, Lu Yun did not decline the offer. Riding was far more comfortable than walking back. After thanking Zhu Jing, he climbed into the vehicle. As the engine roared to life and the vehicle began to move, the 2 men and their Pokémon traversed the town's thoroughfares until they soon found themselves on a muddy road leading towards the ranch. Ugh! Upon disembarking from the vehicle at the ranch's residential area, Lu Yun doubled over, retching. "I shall never ride in Uncle Zhu Jing's vehicle again," he mused. The combination of the muddy road and Zhu Jing's expert driving had left Lu Yun feeling quite ill. While Lu Yun was in the throes of nausea, a large, light blue hand gently patted his back, providing some comfort. Turning his head, he recognized it was Zhu Jing's Macamp. All right. Once you've finished, come over here. It's getting late. We must prioritize repairing the wall," Zhu Jing called over, a hint of jealousy in his tone. With Machamp's assistance, Lu Yun approached the van. Zhu Jing opened the cargo hold, revealing it brimming with construction materials and tools. Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Would a half-elf, and a recently hatched Darumaka, no less, really be able to help move all this? Why not just drive the materials directly to the site? Seemingly sensing Lu Yun's confusion, Zhu Jing explained, "We need to repair the northern wall first. But the ground there is too soft and overgrown with vegetation. The vehicle would easily get stuck. Therefore, we must carry the materials over. Of course, we can't manage this with just the 3 of us." Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Jing pulled several Pokeballs from the driver's cabin and tossed them into the air. "Come forth, my old friends." Amidst flashes of brilliant red light, a variety of Pokémon emerged from the Pokeballs: a Rhyhorn, 3 Rhydon, a Donphan, 2 Diglett, 3 Machoke, and a Masquerain. As Lu Yun beheld the array of Pokémon before him, he couldn't help but drool at the sight of such a diverse collection. He silently raised his estimation of the dangers of the Pokémon world, despite the supposed limit of 6 Pokémon per trainer. Why was it that Zhu Jing could command such a multitude? Let us commence, my old comrades. At the command of the foreman, a group of orderly sprites gathered around the cargo truck, each taking turns to extract materials and bear them upon their backs. Observing the industrious construction team, Lu Yun felt a surge of inspiration. Dalubai, let us lend a hand. Calling out to Dalubai, who sat nearby, Lu Yun strode purposefully towards the bustling sprites. Before long, the entire load of construction materials had been hoisted onto the backs of the sprites, with even Dalubai struggling under a burden nearly his own size. What sent chills down Lu Yun's spine was the foreman, glancing at the mountain of materials and tools piled upon his back. He swallowed hard. Had he truly encountered a veritable prodigy after only a few hours? Together, the sprites and the 2 companions trudged northward under the blazing sun. Thanks to the searing heat, the once muddy path had transformed into a dry track. To the north of the ranch, the devastation wrought by the sprite uprising had vanished under the downpour, replaced by lush greenery that radiated with resilient vitality, proclaiming the sovereignty of this land beneath the relentless sun. Gasping for breath, Lu Yun collapsed onto the grass, disregarding the dampness. I'm utterly exhausted, he lamented, watching as Dalubai, despite carrying a veritable mountain on his back, wiped his brow with an air of ease. This prodigious newcomer is insufferable. How can such a scientifically improbable being exist? Weary, Dalubai lay beside Lu Yun, emitting soft sounds as though in response to Lu Yun's inner thoughts. In truth, Dalubai had been unable to continue halfway through their journey. He had initially hoped to ride on the back of a rhinoceros beetle for part of the way, but the stubborn Dalubai had insisted on walking the entire distance, prompting Lu Yun to marvel at his tenacity. As Lu Yun absent-mindedly stroked Dalubai, a plump, blue fruit resembling a chrysanthemum was offered to him. Looking up, he saw it was Uncle Zhu Jing. Feed this orange fruit to the little one. The orange fruit, known in the game for restoring stamina, might only replenish 10 HP, yet in reality, it was a commonly consumed restorative, affordable and palatable for the average household. The orange fruit was easy to cultivate, requiring little energy from the soil, and boasted high yields and resistance to pests. It had once been grown on the ranch as a source of income. Thank you, Uncle Zhu Jing. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Yun accepted the fruit. To prevent Dalubai from choking, he carefully broke the orange fruit into small pieces, feeding them to him bit by bit. Witnessing this tender scene, Zhu Jing smiled warmly. At that moment, however, a nearby sprite with immense strength nudged Zhu Jing and pointed towards the resting sprites, inquiring, "What about ours?" Chapter 5, The Sprite's Speed. Rejuvenated after their meal, Lu Yun and the sprites languidly reclined beneath the shade of the cleared trees, a gentle breeze caressing their faces, exuding an indescribable sense of contentment. From the lofty treetops, a green caterpillar expertly spun a silk thread, which fortuitously landed on Lu Yun's face, startling him awake with a sharp scream that roused the slumbering sprites. There it lay, a caterpillar as thick as an arm, clinging to Lu Yun's visage. He and Dalubai struggled to pry it off. From afar, Zhu Jing burst into hearty laughter, striding over to yank the caterpillar from Lu Yun's face and toss it deep into the forest. "Look at it fly. You're such a coward. A mere caterpillar could frighten you so," Lu Yun protested, though he was well aware that the sight of a caterpillar of such size could terrify anyone, especially as he had just been dreaming sweetly beside his beloved Eevee. In an instant, the comforting image of his Eevee transformed into a monstrous caterpillar, kissing him instead. What should have been a delightful dream turned into a nightmare. Uncle Zhu Jing, having such a large bug on my face was genuinely terrifying. Lu Yun attempted to salvage his dignity. But wasn't he you who adored caterpillars? I recall you playing with the ranch's caterpillars as a child, claiming you wanted to be a caterpillar knight when you grew up. Zhu Jing teased, and Lu Yun wished he could erase that embarrassing memory, realizing how absurd it was to aspire to be a knight of a creature that could be crushed underfoot. Ahem, it's getting late. Shouldn't we get to work? Lu Yun suggested, eager to divert the conversation, for reminiscing about embarrassing history was best avoided. As a side note, a passing Pidgey gazed in astonishment at the flying caterpillar, pondering how it had gained such aerial prowess. Today it soared, tomorrow it might feast upon birds, to protect the future of the Pidgey clan. It deemed it necessary to eliminate this potential threat. With a sharp cry, the plump caterpillar was swiftly swallowed whole by the Pidgey. Thank you, nature, for your bounty. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhu Jing produced a blueprint from his pocket, which clearly indicated the areas of the northern wall in need of repair, numbering around 20. While you rested, I took the opportunity to survey the site with the help of a Pidgeot, marking the necessary locations on the blueprint. Take a look. Lu Yun examined the blueprint, now cluttered with various markings, and felt overwhelmed. Gazing at the sun, he inquired, Uncle Zhu Jing, is it truly possible to complete such an extensive project before sunset? In response, Zhu Jing raised his right hand and slowly shook his finger. You know nothing of the sprite's strength. Today, I shall show you what sprite speed truly means. With a grand gesture, he summoned the sprites who had been spectating from a distance, gathering them around Lu Yun like a menacing mob. Zhu Jing placed the blueprint on the ground and began to assign tasks to the sprites. Lu Yun stood in astonishment, wondering if these sprites could truly comprehend such a complex blueprint. However, the ensuing actions of the sprites left him utterly flabbergasted. A Diglett emerged from the throng, leading two others towards the damaged wall to clear debris. Several rhinoceros beetles, under the guidance of a sturdy creature, began to flatten the ground where the wall would be rebuilt, while the Mac Hops, led by a powerful sprite, tore open bags of powdery substance, pouring them onto the cleared grass, mixing them into a thick paste with the assistance of a water gun wielded by a Spritzy. In the distance, the Diglett scurried underground, and before long, the shaky wall collapsed. The waiting Diglett, hands glowing with a yellow-white light, swiftly pulverized the fallen stones. Meanwhile, the rhinoceros beetles stomped vigorously on the soft ground, causing Lu Yun to feel the earth tremble beneath him. In no time, the once pliable soil had solidified into a firm foundation. At this moment, the diligent elves, who had been waiting for quite some time, deftly affixed the pre-prepared mold to the area requiring repair. After inserting several metal rods, they poured the already mixed white paste into the mold, compacting it firmly. Moments later, the elves collaboratively pried open the mold, revealing a pristine white wall that now stood resolutely in place. Observing the elves' seamless coordination and their remarkably swift construction speed, Lu Yun profoundly grasped the essence of the so-called elf speed. He also understood why those who had witnessed the elven realm through animation in his previous life lived such leisurely lives, with such extraordinary productivity at their disposal. Leisure was indeed a given. As he gazed at the astonished Lu Yun, Zhu Jing remarked that this was merely the beginning and gestured for Lu Yun to come forward and inspect the quality of the wall. Upon examining the wall before him, Lu Yun felt its hardness. The sandpaper-like texture was somewhat abrasive, yet tantalizingly numbing to the touch. He was utterly bewildered by the materials used in its construction. This wall was no ordinary barrier. It not only incorporated hard stones, but also the shed skins of great steel serpents. More importantly, the addition of thunderstone powder endowed the wall with excellent conductivity. Hearing Zhu Jing's words, Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. Such an abundance of precious materials must have cost a fortune. Under the elves' tireless efforts, one damaged section after another was repaired, and towering walls rose to block the passage between the ranch and the forest. 2 hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the last mold was disassembled, marking the completion of 90% of the project. Now, the most crucial step remained, electrifying the wall. Certainly, the ranch's defenses could not solely rely on a mere wall. How many elves could it truly repel? Once electrified, the wall infused with thunderstone powder would transform into an electric barrier, capable of fending off the majority of elven intrusions. Lu Yun and Zhu Jing made their way to the center of the wall, the hub that would supply power to the entire structure. With a resounding thud, Lu Yun opened the long-sealed underground power room, sending clouds of dust swirling and causing both men to cough violently. Zhu Jing retrieved a fist-sized orange stone from his backpack, and Lu Yun's keen eyes quickly discerned the lightning-shaped emblem upon it. It was a thunderstone. Zhu Jing approached a massive contraption resembling a generator in the middle of the room, fiddling with it until it emitted a low hum, with yellow currents coursing through the machinery. All right, you can sleep soundly tonight, Zhu Jing remarked with a clap of his hands. Fortunately, it's merely a matter of replacing the thunderstone once the energy is depleted. If the generator were to malfunction, it could cost you a pretty penny. Thank you, Uncle Zhu Jing, Lu Yun replied gratefully, and together they exited the basement. As the setting sun cast an orange-red hue over them, a flock of birds soared above the distant forest in search of food. Suddenly, Zhu Jing turned to Lu Yun with a faint smile. Nephew, let us settle today's accounts. Chapter 6, What is Surprise? The moonlight bathed the rooftops in a silvery glow, while the crisp chirping of insects resonated from afar. Inside the wooden house, Lu Yun lay on his bed, a mask of agony etched across his face. The pain was unbearable, excruciatingly painful. Have you ever experienced the anguish of watching lovely little coins slip through your fingers, only to belong to someone else? Lu Yun had just experienced that firsthand. A full 50,000 yuan had vanished, leaving him with only over 300,000 in assets, which he had hoped would revitalize the ranch. With this expenditure, he had already lost 50,000 for just one wall. If the remaining 3 walls were to be built to the same specifications, he would need to shell out an additional 150,000. The thought of the bill Zhu Jing had provided him ignited a spark of indignation within Lu Yun. The materials had cost 30,000 yuan, 2 thunderstones 5,000. And to his astonishment, the remaining 15,000 was entirely attributed to the elves' labor costs, euphemistically termed as they were not mere tools and deserved wages. No wonder he had only seen people in town either doing the repairs themselves or relying on the help of neighbors. The construction companies merely sold materials, as few could afford such exorbitant labor fees. It was no surprise they were so eager to greet him, referring to him as dear nephew while deftly extracting every last coin from him. Lost in thought, Lu Yun, filled with frustration, slammed his hand down on the bedside table, causing a piece of paper wedged between the wall and the table to flutter to the floor. Picking it up, he saw clearly printed upon it, "Today, the Walking Grass Trading Company and Yunshang Ranch have signed a contract to purchase 100 large beedrill stingers at the price of 500 yuan each, to procure 1,000 kilograms of green caterpillar silk at 55 yuan per kilogram, and to acquire 5,000 of each of the following fruits: orange, sweet, leftover, and berry, at 5 yuan per pound. Yunshang Ranch must deliver the goods to the Walking Grass Trading Company by October 31st of this year. While the Walking Grass Trading Company is obligated to pay 1/3 of the deposit in advance, the party in breach of contract must compensate the other party 500,000 yuan, 500,000 in total. Party A, Walking Grass Trading Company. Party B, Yunshang Ranch. After reading the contract, Lu Yun glanced up at the calendar on his bedside, noting the date, June 8th, 1598 in the Alliance calendar. He then turned to survey the ranch, which was now only a stretch of grass, and recalled the balance in his account. Should I die once more? In a simply decorated yet elegant office, a man sat engrossed in a television program on a sofa wrapped in fine leather. This was the Kandu television station, where they were about to announce recent appointments and new regulations within the alliance. Following a parliamentary vote, it was decided to shuffle the Elite Four positions, and the names of the new members were to be revealed. Dragon-type Elite, Yulong-Du. Ice-type Elite, Kuna. Ghost-type Elite, Juzi. Fighting-type Elite, Shiba. Simultaneously, it was decided to establish gyms anew across various regions, with the first batch of locations and their respective gym leaders listed as follows: Manjin City and Jingpe, Yuanju City, Matsushita Ikaru, Yamagu City, Yulongchun, Hualan City, Hiyuan Li, Kai City, Dianlu, Jinhua City, Xiao, Tokiwa City, Banmu. A series of knocks echoed through the air. "Come in," Banmu said coolly. A woman with blue-purple hair, clad in a black suit and wearing glasses, entered the room. "Boss, everything is ready. We can depart at any time." "Understood," Banmu replied, casting a glance at the woman, who seemed poised to speak yet hesitated, before turning off the television. "If you have something to say, just say it. Did we really gain anything after all our efforts? Only to let the merchants take the lion's share?" Upon hearing the woman's question, Banmu tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling. "My possessions cannot be taken away." In Tokiwa Forest, green caterpillars traversed the lush treetops, feasting on the leaves, while pidgeys and spearows soared through the sky, occasionally diving down to snatch a green caterpillar that failed to evade them. Yet sometimes, they too would be ensnared by the silk threads spun by the caterpillars, plummeting to the ground, or be ambushed by lurking arbok, becoming breakfast instead. In the distance, a group of nightoking were fiercely battling against a horde of mankeys over a recently discovered orange fruit tree, their skirmish echoing through the forest. At this moment, life thrived in the forest, a vibrant tableau of nature's flourishing splendor. Before the ranch's wooden house, Lu Yun, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was brushing his teeth, his weary face marred by exhaustion. As he brushed, he recalled the nightmare from the previous night, where he found himself in a karaoke bar, waving wads of cash while reclining on the lap of the beautiful Shinado sister, only to be abruptly interrupted by a group of men in black, who dragged him out demanding repayment. If he couldn't pay, they threatened to force him into the underworld to collaborate with the powerful beasts in filming movies. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he resolutely declared, "No, such a thing must never happen." Lu Yun silently steeled himself. After hastily brushing his teeth, he left the toothbrush and cup outside, picking up the drowsy Darabi beside him as he made his way toward the door. Plans had changed. He needed to inform the well digger in town about the cancellation of today's construction and hire someone to tidy up the farm to facilitate a swift return to production. After all, it was only June, and there were still a few months until the delivery deadline. With a bit of effort, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After all, the world of Pokémon is not governed by the laws of science. The morning air was refreshingly cool, and the temperature at the edge of the forest was even lower, causing Lu Yun, dressed in short sleeves, to feel a slight chill. The muddy ground from yesterday had since hardened. As he walked along the country path, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the grass on either side and watching the Pidgeys chase each other, Lu Yun, who had spent much of his previous life in the city, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is life." However, upon recalling the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract, his previously joyful expression fell, leaving Derby, who was following closely behind, perplexed. Derby thought, "Oh dear, could my master be a fool?" In front of Green Meadow Town, the once bustling main road was now devoid of yesterday's clamor. The damage witnessed the previous day had been restored to pristine condition. Sparse figures meandered down the street, and the doors and windows of the shops remained tightly shut, indicating that Lu Yun had arrived too early. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he decided to seek out a breakfast shop to indulge in the culinary delights of this otherworldly realm. Strolling down the deserted street, he observed only a handful of individuals engaged in morning exercises. This scene once again reminded Lu Yun of the leisurely pace of life in the Pokémon world. Eventually, he found a breakfast establishment that was open and stepped inside. Though modest in size, the shop was remarkably tidy, with wooden tables and chairs that had merely been coated with a layer of varnish, allowing the natural grain of the wood to shine through. Behind the counter, a girl clad in a pink dress with long brown hair tied into a ponytail sat board, resting her head on one hand, nearly dozing off. Upon noticing Lu Yun's entrance, she quickly rose to greet him. "Hello, welcome to Bone Cafe. Here is the menu. Please have a look at what you would like." Feeling somewhat flustered by the enthusiastic young woman, Lu Yun was not embarrassed for the usual reasons, but rather because her ample bosom was pressing against his arm. Leaving the single man, who had been alone for decades, quite taken aback. Discreetly freeing himself from her embrace, he accepted the menu from her hands. Glancing over the limited selection and the reasonable prices, he adhered to his principle of saving where possible while indulging when warranted, opting to let the girl take his order. Seeing that he was a significant customer, the girl became even more attentive, promptly inviting him to sit down while she went to the kitchen to prepare his meal. Chapter 7. Let me explain. In a short while, 6 dishes were served at the table by the girl from the kitchen. Thoughtful as she was, she also brought a small bowl for Derby, clearly labeled for Pokémon use, indicating the owner of this quaint establishment had a fondness for Pokémon. Gazing at the 6 portions before him, Lu Yun, already feeling a bit hungry, could no longer contain himself. He brought the nearest bowl of soup closer, stirring it with a spoon. Floating within the thick, white broth were several slices of mushrooms, reminiscent of the button mushrooms from his previous life. The slices were thinly cut, and as he scooped one up and tasted it, it melted in his mouth, retaining a hint of sweetness due to not being sautéed. The creamy white soup was a mystery in its preparation, but it emanated a delightful essence of milk. While it couldn't compare to Moo Moo milk in flavor, it was still a far cry from the plain water he had experienced in his former life. After serving a few spoonfuls to Derby, Lu Yun picked up a piece of blue bread to enjoy with the creamy mushroom soup. This blue bread, made from a mixture of orangeberry juice and wheat flour, yielded an indescribably exquisite taste upon careful savoring. The second bowl of soup was a pink, viscous concoction, with bits of yellow and white egg flowers floating atop, its appearance less than appetizing. After taking a sip, Lu Yun discovered it was a sweet soup, imbued with a refreshing peach flavor, likely derived from pecha berries. The egg flowers bore no trace of fishiness and were delightfully soft and springy on the palate. Accompanying this second bowl was a steamer basket of green dumplings. Their exterior green and slightly sticky, with a hint of bitterness upon biting into them. Yet the filling, resembling apple chunks, provided a medley of flavors that beautifully counterbalanced the bitterness of the skin. After feeding Derby a few dumplings, Lu Yun turned to sample his third breakfast dish. The third serving was a meat soup, glistening with a golden hue and garnished with green onions, its aroma enticing. The broth was crystal clear, with a few slices of vibrant red beef resting at the bottom of the bowl. Paired with it was a deep-fried, crispy flatbread. Lu Yun broke the crunchy flatbread into small pieces and submerged them into the soup, allowing the bread to absorb the flavorful broth. Each bite released an explosion of fragrance. Picking up a piece of beef, he savored its tender, springy texture, hard to imagine from what cow it had originated. Mixing the remaining meat soup with half of the leftover flatbread, he offered it to Derby, adhering to his belief that what he consumed, his dog should also enjoy equally. Observing the two of them, one man and one dog, happily feasting, the girl approached from a distance, smiling as she gently inquired, "Sir, Could you please settle the bill? The total for 3 breakfasts comes to 85 yuan. Feeling somewhat stuffed, Lu Yun rubbed his stomach before reaching into his pants pocket for cash. Suddenly, his expression stiffened as he awkwardly replied to the girl, "Do you believe me if I say I didn't bring any cash?" The girl's radiant smile faded upon hearing this, and she dramatically slammed the bill onto the table. Bon café. Someone's attempting to dine and dash. With her exclamation, the curtain separating the kitchen from the dining area was drawn back, revealing a Pokémon over a meter tall, its body a brownish yellow, adorned with an unidentifiable skull atop its head, wielding a massive bone club as it slowly approached Lu Yun. Galala, Galala. Gulp. Lu Yun swallowed hard, his legs feeling somewhat weak. Though Derby was frightened, it bravely emerged from beneath the table, assuming a wary stance. Gazing at the towering Galala, which stood nearly 1.5 meters tall and far exceeded its kind in stature, Lu Yun understood that unless he could provide a satisfactory explanation, the bone club in Galala's grasp might soon be finding a new purpose. Let me explain. Accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of a distressed pig, the streets of the small town began to bustle with activity. Was there a future for Derby, following such a master? Life was indeed challenging, and the dog could only sigh. At the entrance of the town police station, Lu Yun limped behind the mayor of Kaji Town, continually rubbing his waist. How brutal, he lamented. He had barely had the chance to explain before Galala had pummeled him and brought him to the police station. Having arrived in this world merely 2 days ago, he found himself here for the second time, prompting a wry smile from him. Observing his master's dismal state, Derby felt a bit downcast. During their time at the cafe, it had attempted to protect Lu Yun, only to be seized by Galala with a firm grip on the nape of its neck, rendering it utterly incapacitated. At your age, you really forgot to bring your wallet? Mayor Kaji shook his head, addressing Lu Yun. Just as Lu Yun was about to retort that he had a bank card but no cash, the mayor interjected. Is there something urgent for you to be here so early? Prompted by the mayor's inquiry, Lu Yun quickly responded. I have come to inform Uncle Juejing about the cancellation of today's project. Upon hearing Lu Yun's response, Mayor Kaji jestingly remarked, is it due to insufficient funds? Ah, how did you know? Lu Yun asked, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. If it weren't for a lack of funds, would you resort to dining and dashing? After recognizing the playful tone in Mayor Kaji's words, Lu Yun's face flushed slightly as he replied, I wasn't dining and dashing. I simply forgot to bring cash. Mayor Kaji paid no heed to Lu Yun's protest and chuckled softly as he crouched down to comfort the dejected Lu Bai. Little one, do not be disheartened. You have performed admirably. When you grow up, you will surely triumph over him. At that moment, Lu Yun also noticed the Lu Bai's expression and quickly crouched beside him. You have done exceptionally well, standing bravely before such a formidable Pokémon to protect me. When you mature, you will undoubtedly defeat him. Hearing the encouragement from both, the Lu Bai lifted his head, his large, watery eyes seemingly asking, is that true? Observing the Lu Bai's demeanor, Lu Yun affirmed, indeed, and you will be particularly handsome when you grow up. With this assurance, the Lu Bai shook off his earlier gloom and regained his usual exuberance. After addressing the Lu Bai's emotional turmoil, Lu Yun and Mayor Kaji engaged in casual conversation as they made their way to the Howley Construction Company. The entrance to Howley Construction Company had reverted to its former tranquility, with only a single receptionist present in the once bustling lobby. After explaining their purpose to the receptionist, Juejing soon descended from the upper floor in response to the notification. It is indeed our honor to have you visit Howley Construction Company, Mayor Kaji, he greeted. Mayor Kaji remained silent in response, merely indicating that he was accompanying Lu Yun. Noticing Lu Yun, who was rubbing his back, Juejing was somewhat taken aback, pondering what the young man had experienced the previous night. Has he been indulging in frivolities? Is he not single? Could it be? Ignoring Juejing's peculiar gaze, Lu Yun spoke up. Uncle Juejing, I wish to cancel today's project due to some issues. We shall postpone the repairs on the western and eastern walls for now. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Mayor Kaji appeared contemplative, while Juejing expressed a hint of disappointment, but replied, very well then. However, Mayor Kaji interjected, for safety's sake, we should proceed with the repairs. There are economical methods available, right, Juejing? In response to Mayor Kaji's inquiry, Juejing chuckled awkwardly and replied, yes. There are cost-effective ways to fix it, and it won't cost much. After considering Juejing's suggestion, Lu Yun decided it would be prudent to proceed with the repairs for the sake of safety. He then asked Mayor Kaji, Grandpa Kaji, do you know where I might hire someone? I need to clear out some debris and refuse from the farm. Before Mayor Kaji could respond, Juejing jumped in. For waste removal, it's only 9,998. I assure you, your ranch will be spick and span. After saying this, Juejing shot a guilty glance at Mayor Kaji. Lu Yun, astonished by Juejing's statement, remarked, "Your construction company seems to have a vast array of services." Chapter 8. The orchard on the eastern side of the ranch. Both Juejing and Lu Yun surveyed the scattered immature fruits and the fallen fruit trees, feeling a pang of regret. These trees had once been the pride of the ranch, providing substantial economic returns each year. Alas, the fate of these trees was now lamentable. Juejing gazed at the toppled trees with a sense of melancholy, lamenting. They were so close to bearing fruit. It's tragic to see them lying on the ground at this moment. Fruits, as one of the most vital food sources in the Pokémon world, had an exceptionally high yield. Most berries could yield 2 harvests a year and under ample energy supply. Even a third harvest was feasible. Lu Yun's berry orchard was modest, with just over 400 trees of various types, producing nearly 50,000 berries each year. After accounting for the daily consumption of the ranch, over 20,000 could be sold externally each year. Remarkably, in this world, berries were sold by the individual piece rather than by weight. The eastern wall of the ranch was not as severely damaged as the northern one, with only a few gaps, likely due to its distance from the forest, which lessened its exposure during the Pokémon onslaught. Similar to the northern wall, the eastern wall was also an electric barrier. However, repairing it using the northern wall's method would incur substantial costs. Thus, after deliberation between Juejing and Lu Yun, they resolved to use ordinary materials internally while applying a layer of conductive material externally to maintain conductivity. The terrain on the eastern side was quite flat, and due to the planting, there was minimal weed growth. The roads were also relatively well maintained, allowing for direct vehicle access without the need for transporting items as they had done the previous day. After exchanging greetings with Lu Yun, Juejing called forth a Fiero and mounted it. Although he knew the damage to the eastern wall was not severe, he deemed it necessary to conduct an on-site inspection. The Fiero took off effortlessly, soaring into the sky. That Fiero must have undergone excellent training. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to carry such a large load. Lu Yun mused quietly. It certainly played a crucial role in swiftly drafting the blueprint for the northern wall yesterday. Before long, a small dot appeared in the sky, and amidst a cloud of dust, Juejing landed gracefully from the Fiero in a superhero-like fashion. So impressive. Lu Yun's eyes sparkled. What boy had not dreamed of being a superhero in his youth? "Help me up. I've twisted my back," Juejing groaned in pain. "Oh, coming right away," Lu Yun responded. "One cannot escape the toll of age. If I were 3 meters taller in my youth, it wouldn't have been an issue." Lu Yun merely rolled his eyes in silence, while the nearby Fiero rolled its eyes and flew off to rest on a distant perch. Juejing pulled out a piece of paper and, with a swift flourish of his pen, sketched out the structural blueprint for the eastern wall. There were 5 points of damage, all minor, and could be repaired swiftly. As he had done the previous day, Juejing released his old comrades from their pokeballs and began assigning tasks based on the blueprint. Boxes of bricks and construction materials were unloaded from the vehicle and carried by the muscular Howley towards the damaged sections on the back of a Rhyhorn. The once strong Pokémon transformed into a bricklayer, skillfully using all 4 arms, barely able to keep up with the demand for bricks from its companions. A scoop of cement, a brick placed, a dab and a cover, and a wall emerged. In less than 10 minutes, the gaps were mended. The same white construction materials were employed, but today they were not extravagantly poured in. Instead, they were used as a coating. A sticky white slurry was evenly sprayed onto the newly constructed wall with the help of machinery, resulting in a pristine, gleaming white wall. The 5 gaps had taken little time to mend, and due to the efficient division of labor, the task was completed in under an hour. Locate the distribution room on the eastern side, and proceed to replace the thunderstone within. Before long, the eastern wall began to shimmer with electric light. Though not as prominently as the northern side, it would be easy to overlook without careful observation. With the completion of the work on the eastern side, the two gathered the debris and tools scattered on the ground and loaded them into the vehicle before driving westward. "What do you plan to do with those fruit trees?" Juejing inquired while driving, glancing at Lu Yun. Sitting silently beside him, Lu Yun found himself at a loss, despite possessing memories from his previous life. They were mostly filled with indulgent days in Hualan City, leaving him with scant knowledge about ranch management. What a spoiled scion, he cursed inwardly. Noticing Lu Yun's silence, Juejing pondered for a moment and said, "If it were a small number of fruit trees, I would suggest selling them to the roast duck shop. However, with 300 to 400 trees, especially since they are still wet, I recommend selling them to the charcoal factory. They would be quite eager to acquire them. They would even want such damp wood," he patiently explained in response to Lu Yun's inquiry. "They prefer it this way, as these woods are not used for the typical charcoal but for crafting props. Freshly felled fruit trees are their favorite because the moisture allows them to contain more energy. making it easier to produce high-quality charcoal. Upon hearing Juejing's explanation, Lu Yun began to grasp the situation. In simpler terms, the fresher the wood, the more energy it harbors, thus increasing the likelihood of charcoal production. The fruit trees themselves possess considerable energy, making fresh fruit trees particularly desirable to them. With that, Juejing shifted the topic. Let me assist you in making the arrangements. You can simply wait at home, and I shall negotiate a favorable price for you. After a lengthy discussion, Lu Yun internally scoffed at how the conversation had unexpectedly turned to fruit trees, yet he consented nonetheless. With Lu Yun's affirmation, Juejing felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as I suspected, another small profit for me. At the central lake of the ranch, a body of water spanning several acres may sound modest, yet its true expanse is quite impressive. On the deep blue surface, a dozen workers clad in life jackets maneuvered small boats, diligently collecting debris floating atop the water. Occasionally, water spirits would rise from the depths, depositing the trash they had gathered into the boats. These individuals were Juejing's subordinates, workers from Howley Construction Company. Observing the two standing by the shore, the workers engaged in the cleanup waved to them, and the pair reciprocated the gesture politely. Juejing grinned broadly, revealing his prominent front teeth. How does it feel? Our company's service level is among the finest in all of Changpan City. We will undoubtedly ensure your ranch is impeccably clean. In response to Juejing's self-promotion, Lu Yun added a few words of agreement before shifting his gaze to the lake. A flock of wubo resided here, and he recalled his past self sailing on the lake as a child. Yet now, with the passage of time, only remnants of trash floated upon the surface, a far cry from its former splendor. Chapter 9. The Breeding Area. The sound of tires crunching on the grass filled the air as the verdant grass juice stained the wheels. Enormous beehives were positioned atop small mounds, surrounded by a myriad of blooming flowers. Lu Yun and Juejing leaped from the parked truck and stood firmly on the soft grass, a gentle breeze swaying the flowers around them. The western side of the ranch served as the breeding area for spirits, with rolling mounds forming a unique topography. Within the beehives situated atop the slopes thrived a multitude of large needle bees, which collected nectar from nearby flowers to produce honey. Lu Yun climbed one of the mounds and opened a dilapidated beehive, only to find it empty. No more blind boxes, or else we might be fleeing for our lives. Juejing joked as he approached. Breeding large needle bees is no simple task. Due to their strong territorial instincts, artificial cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Lu Yun's parents succeeded in their endeavors only because they possessed a powerful large needle bee, which allowed them to command the entire colony for breeding purposes. Gazing at the battered beehive, Lu Yun cursed inwardly, lamenting that had he arrived in this world earlier, he could have been the one ingratiating himself with Shenado and Hualan City rather than cleaning up this mess. Like the Eastern Wall, Juejing dispatched a bee drill to conduct a survey here, so further elaboration is unnecessary. The Western Wall differed significantly from the Eastern one. It was a simple concrete barrier, as no fool would dare trespass into the territory of the large needle bees. Soon enough, Juejing returned, a frown creasing his brow. This wall presents quite a challenge, he remarked. Noting the troubled expression on Juejing's face, Lu Yun inquired, what is the issue? Are there too many damaged areas? Juejing shook his head. There are only a couple of minor damages, but due to the terrain and the previous battle with the spirits, those areas have become depressions that have accumulated a significant amount of rainwater. We cannot proceed with the repairs until the water is cleared out, and unfortunately, I did not bring a pump. Of course, it's not insurmountable, he added. Under Lu Yun's watchful gaze, Juejing retrieved several buckets from the vehicle, handing them to Lu Yun as he spoke. If there were less water, we could have used the frost beam of the Mosquito King to freeze it all, and we would simply need to move the ice blocks out. However, as it stands, we must remove the water manually. After speaking, he released several Howley, who took the buckets from him. Guided by Juejing, the group arrived at the waterlogged area, surveying the nearly 3-meter diameter pit, which was a meter deep at its lowest point. Lu Yun felt a twinge of anxiety. How long would this take? Rolling up his pant legs and removing his shoes at Juejing's urging, Lu Yun stepped into the water. Buckets of water were passed out of the pit and poured over the wall's edge, with the immense strength of the 4 hands proving advantageous for this task. Muscles flexing slightly, Lu Yun easily lifted 4 buckets at a time. A hard sensation emanated from the edge of a bucket, leading him to believe he had encountered a stone while scooping. Leaning down into the muck, he felt around and unearthed a battered corpse of a large needle bee. Seeing the lifeless body, Juejing, working nearby, cast a glance but chose to remain silent. The cold remains in Lu Yun's hands left him feeling disoriented. Even a creature endowed with such mystical powers had met a mysterious end in this puddle, leaving him to ponder his own helplessness. At that moment, Dai Lu, who had been playing in the water, bounded over to nudge Lu Yun, urging him to join in the fun. Observing the carefree black dog, Lu Yun felt a measure of comfort. While he might be powerless, at least he had his dog. After indulging in a bit of playtime with Dai Lu, Lu Yun returned to the arduous task at hand. An hour later, the refreshing coolness had vanished, replaced by oppressive heat. Gazing into the now muddy pit, littered with the remains of large needle bees, Lu Yun encountered the harsh reality of the spirit world for the first time. Unlike the anime and games where defeated foes were merely taken to Pokémon centers for healing, the reality of combat was far grimmer. Opponents seldom granted such mercy, often opting to deliver a final blow that would render one incapable of fighting ever again. The life of a trainer is not as liberating as one might imagine, nor is battling spirits as idyllic as it appears in fantasies. Juejing's gaze was somewhat frigid, as though he were reminded of an unpleasant memory. Flames erupted, scorching the ground. Following Juejing's command, the drill-horned rhinoceros, standing behind him, unleashed a wave of searing fire. Under the creature's control, the intense flames transformed into a delicate film of fire, enveloping the sludge below. Instantly, the high-temperature steam mingled with the acrid scent of charred earth permeated the vast pit. Even from a distance, Lu Yun could feel the oppressive heat washing over him. Pidgeot dispersed the thick fog. With that, Pidgeot began to flap its wings, conjuring an invisible force that repelled the scalding steam drifting towards Lu Yun. As a result of this power, the oppressive vapor that filled the pit was blown away into the distant forest. As the steam dissipated, the once muddy sludge had hardened into firm earth. Now, it was merely a matter of fetching some soil from the woods to fill the pit. After replenishing Pidgeot and the drill-horned rhinoceros with some oran berries to restore their energy, Juejing turned to Lu Yun and said, "I will go clear out the waterhole over there. You take the 2 diglets and the rhinoceros to gather some soil." Still lost in the previous scene, Lu Yun quickly replied, all right." Observing Lu Yun's distracted demeanor, Juejing felt a hint of exasperation. His youth and lack of experience were evident. This was merely the beginning. After giving the rhinoceros a few instructions, he proceeded towards another waterhole. In truth, the soil extraction site was not far from the ranch. Less than 200 meters from the breach lay a small slope, making the task of carrying it back quite manageable. The challenge lay in loading the soil, but soon Lu Yun would have no reason to worry about that. At the base of the slope, the 2 diminutive diglets found a relatively steep area and expertly loosened the earth with their burrowing. The rhinoceros, leisurely standing at the bottom of the incline with its soil basket, soon witnessed a sizable clump of earth being pushed down by the diglets, landing perfectly in the basket. After filling both sides of the basket with soil, the rhinoceros ambled back, seemingly unburdened by the heavy load. Watching their seamless cooperation and division of labor, Lu Yun, having nothing else to do, began collecting the remnants of the wall, placing the pieces into the pit to serve as a foundation for solidifying the base. As time passed, the massive pit gradually transformed into a flat expanse. Just as Lu Yun was about to seek a shaded spot to rest, Juejing emerged. "You've done well, young man. We'll handle the next phase." After praising Lu Yun, Juejing began to summon the sprites to construct walls. Noticing that the rhinoceros was to transport materials once again without a moment's respite, Lu Yun muttered under his breath, "What a capitalist, like a streetlight ornament." Chapter 10. Lunch in the living room of the wooden house. The 2 individuals returned from the west side of the ranch, collapsing onto the sofa in utter exhaustion. Lu Yun glanced up at the clock on the wall. It was already 12:30, time for a meal. "Uncle Juejing, you should take a shower to cool off. I'll start cooking now." As Lu Yun picked up a thermos to pour water for Juejing, he continued speaking. Juejing accepted the water without a second thought, gulping it down without feeling the heat. "No need. I have things to attend to this afternoon. Let us settle the bill." With that, he retrieved a machine from his backpack. "Swipe your card. After the discount, it totals 12,590 yuan." Lu Yun sighed internally but still took out his union-issued bank card to process the transaction. Funds deducted, 12,590 yuan. After completing the transfer, Juejing did not linger and departed, informing Lu Yun that he would return tomorrow to purchase the fruit trees, urging him to be prepared. Once Juejing had left, Lu Yun turned his attention to the quaint wooden house he called home. The structure was not particularly large, but to call it small would be a misnomer. The house consisted of 3 levels. The first floor served as a spacious living area for receiving guests, while the second floor housed the living quarters, complete with a kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and a bathroom. The third floor functioned as a storage space for miscellaneous items. After thoroughly inspecting his living quarters, Lu Yun decided to prepare a meal to reward himself for the hard work of the morning. He made his way to the kitchen on the second floor, skillfully turned the ignition on the gas stove, but nothing happened. Shaking the gas canister, he realized with embarrassment that it was empty. What was he to do? Eat it raw? Reflecting on his predicament, Lu Yun took Dailubi with him to the third floor. With a puff, the long-sealed storage room opened once more. Rather than the anticipated cloud of dust and stale air, a fresh aroma of wood wafted out. After rummaging through the boxes, Lu Yun retrieved a stove. Whether we can enjoy a warm meal now depends on you, he said with delight, patting the stove. Outside the wooden house, beneath the shade of a massive oak tree, Lu Yun placed the stove in a cool area, adding the dry twigs he had gathered beneath the tree into the stove, beckoning Dailubi, who was nearby chasing butterflies. Now it's your turn, Dailubi. Use spark on these twigs. Can you believe we still use ordinary lighters in this day and age? Isn't the Sprite brand supposed to be better? Dailubi stood tall before the stove, muscles slightly tensed, clearing its throat before tilting its head back. Now, with Lu Yun's cue, a cascade of sparks erupted from Dailubi's mouth, landing directly on the dry twigs. In an instant, the dry branches ignited into a roaring flame. Well done, Dailubi, you succeeded on the first try. Patting the creature's head, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement, surprised by Dailubi's innate talent. It had mastered spark in just one attempt. He placed a pot filled with water on the stove, then took out the ingredients he had brought from the kitchen, chopping them into small pieces. Given the limited conditions and his culinary skills, Lu Yun decided to make a stew. He cut a piece of tail-like meat into large chunks and blanched them in boiling water, and once the blood foam had dissipated, he switched pots, adding the prepared seasonings and vegetables to the new pot, covering it to simmer. After the water boiled for a while, Lu Yun pulled out a few twigs from the stove, reducing the fire to a gentle simmer to slowly cook the food. Meanwhile, Dailubi gazed eagerly at the pot, then looked back at Lu Yun. Don't worry, it will be ready soon. Cradling Dailubi in his arms and leaning against the oak tree, Lu Yun gazed into the distance, feeling that living like this for a lifetime wouldn't be so bad after all. Reflecting on the sights and experiences of the past few days, Lu Yun found it all rather surreal. First, he had inexplicably crossed over to inherit a ranch, and then, for reasons unknown, he was burdened with a considerable debt. Here, he had no friends from his previous life, feeling like a wanderer in a foreign land. Everything seemed so strange, yet oddly familiar. He had often wished to arrive in this utopian world, but upon truly stepping into it, a profound sense of solitude and helplessness enveloped him, as if something essential was missing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Yun's eyelids began to grow heavy. Unbeknownst to him, after some time, Dailubi, nestled in Lu Yun's embrace, began to stir and struggle. As Dailubi wriggled, the drowsing Lu Yun gradually awakened. Stretching lazily, Lu Yun felt invigorated. Having traversed into this world for 2 days, he finally enjoyed a restful slumber. Glancing at the nearby stove, he noted that the fire had long since extinguished. He ambled over and lifted the pot lid, releasing a plume of steam that mingled with the enticing aroma of the stew. After sampling the broth with a spoon, he picked up chopsticks to poke at the ingredients, ensuring they were thoroughly cooked. Seated on the ground with his dog, they forewent bowls, sharing the meal directly from the pot, taking turns to savor each bite. The vegetables, having soaked up the broth, were exceptionally tender, contrasting starkly with the tail, which remained delightfully chewy despite the long cooking time. Remarkably, the stew was devoid of any seasoning, yet possessed an exquisite flavor, leading Lu Yun to entertain the fanciful notion that he was a culinary master. After their satisfying meal, both he and his dog reclined on the grass, gazing up at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky. An idea struck Lu Yun, and he began to narrate a tale to Dailubi about the sun. Once upon a time, there were 10 suns in the sky. They took turns to rise. But one fateful day, all 10 appeared simultaneously, scorching the earth, drying up lakes, wilting plants, and leaving the people in despair. At that moment, a black Lugia stepped forward. Thus, he spun a whimsical yarn that blended elements of the myths of Kwa, Fu chasing the sun, the descendants shooting at the sun, and the celestial dog devouring the sun. After hearing the story, Dailubi glanced thoughtfully at the sun above. Having concluded his tale, Lu Yun did not notice that Dailubi was still lost in thought. Instead, he found a fallen leaf, placed it over his face, and succumbed to sleep. After all, spring brings drowsiness, autumn induces fatigue, summer is for napping, and winter is for hibernation. Since it was summer, a nap was in order. However, this slumber was destined to be short-lived. Outside the pasture, Mayor Kaji was riding atop a unicorn rhinoceros, approaching the wooden cabin, its sides laden with various boxes. The rhythmic thud of its footsteps reverberated through the ground, sending smaller stones flying. Is there an earthquake? Lu Yun quickly sat up and squinted into the distance, where he discerned an elderly man atop a colossal rhinoceros charging toward him. With his 50 vision, he recognized the figure on the rhinoceros's back as Mayor Kaji. Chapter 11. The Green Caterpillar. Mayor Kaji, what brings you here? After assisting Mayor Kaji down from the unicorn rhinoceros, Lu Yun inquired with curiosity. Kaji brushed off the dust from his clothes and replied, I came to see how the pasture is faring and thought to bring you a little something. He gestured toward the boxes, asking, Do you like what I've brought? As he untied the rope securing the left box, he gently placed it on the ground. Opening it revealed 10 plump green caterpillars sound asleep. Surprised, Lu Yun exclaimed, What are you doing with these, Grandpa Kaji? Kaji smiled warmly. I happened upon these green caterpillars on my way here and thought they would be just what your pasture needs to restore productivity, so I gathered them for you. Lu Yun recognized this as a convenient excuse. After all, wild sprites couldn't possibly be so healthy and docile. Yet he refrained from calling out the ruse. Feeling he had no reason to refuse the kindness of an elder, gently cradling one of the caterpillars in his hand, he noted its chubby body and small, dark eyes, which made it surprisingly endearing at first glance. Mimicking Ash from the anime, Lu Yun addressed the caterpillar, From now on, I shall be your caretaker. I look forward to your guidance. To his astonishment, the caterpillar nodded in response. Truly remarkable, such intelligence. Lu Yun marveled inwardly. Next, he and Kaji worked together to unload the right box, which was noticeably heavier. They struggled to lift it, and with a thud, the box landed heavily on the ground. Kaji fumbled to open it, revealing several bags adorned with green caterpillar designs. This is food I bought for the caterpillars. It will provide them with more energy, allowing them to produce a greater quantity and quality of silk than mere leaves could offer. The silk from these caterpillars resembled that of silkworms from Lu Yun's previous life. Yet the green caterpillars produced more silk of superior quality, continuously generating it as long as they received timely nourishment until their evolution. Lu Yun weighed the caterpillar food, estimating each bag to weigh around 20 pounds, with a total of 5 bags in the box, ample sustenance for the caterpillars for some time. Beneath the feed lay a stack of wooden planks, tightly piled and seemingly without purpose. Come, lend me a hand with this. My old bones can barely manage it. Kaji urged. Lu Yun promptly set down the feed and assisted Kaji in lifting the wooden planks from the box. Though thin, the planks were dense and heavy. Eyeing the stack on the ground, Lu Yun wondered why so much effort was expended to bring them here. You wouldn't want these caterpillars crawling all over your bed, would you? Kaji teased, seeing the confusion on Lu Yun's face. The thought of a multitude of caterpillars scuttling across his bed sent a shiver down Lu Yun's spine. Absolutely not. If I recall correctly, there's an abandoned chicken coop nearby. A little repair work, and it could serve as a temporary home for the caterpillars. Speaking of the chicken coop reminded Lu Yun of his predecessor's legendary rise to success. His father had come from an ordinary background, with no means to acquire a high-potential sprite. However, fortune smiled upon him, and with determination, he gained notoriety through a bee drill. He later joined the Alliance's Sprite Legion, battling valiantly for half his life. Yet, as with all wars, there were casualties. His father was gravely injured during a suppression mission against a Sprite faction, losing his main Sprite in the process. Fate intervened when he met his mother, a nurse at the hospital where he was treated. 2 young souls, an ambitious trainer and a gentle nurse, fell into the depths of love. Once his father had healed, they swiftly married, using his savings and military accolades to purchase a vast expanse of land back home, where he exchanged it for numerous sprites, establishing a pasture to raise relatively rare ordinary animals. Indeed, these ordinary animals were considered quite precious. In a world dominated by sprites, they lacked strength and cunning, relying solely on their non-energy containing bodies to survive in the wild, as wild sprites had little interest in consuming them. However, human curiosity led to the capture and breeding of these animals for profit. Perhaps due to the abundant energy in the sprite world, these domesticated ordinary animals thrived in a stable environment, rapidly reproducing after consuming energy-rich fruits. A Sprite researcher's findings indicated a dramatic increase in their reproductive capabilities, transforming these once-rare delicacies from the tables of the affluent to staple meat dishes for the poor. Thus, the chicken coop fell into disuse. The chicken coop is a structure constructed from sturdy wooden planks, providing effective shelter for these defenseless creatures. In the interest of security, even the ground of the coop has been fortified to deter any burrowing sprites from pilfering the chickens. Behind the coop lies an enclosed area, fenced off for the flock to roam and bask in the sun on pleasant days. The roof is covered in lush green moss, while the walls and fence bear several damages. Although somewhat dilapidated, with repairs, it remains habitable. As Lu Yun began to gather the planks in front of the coop, he suddenly recalled that he lacked tools at home. This thought stirred a sense of bewilderment within him. How could such a large household be devoid of tools? He pondered how his predecessors managed to mend their belongings. However, the swift actions of Kaji soon revealed the finest tools of the Pokémon world. A green mantis had silently taken its place behind Kaji, its gleaming sides glimmering with a cold light. Approaching the damaged hole, The mantis scrutinized it before deftly swinging its sides, transforming a plank into a perfect patch in an instant. It placed the cut piece over the breach and firmly hammered it in, effectively sealing the gap. At this moment, Kaji stepped forward, retrieving a bottle of tree sap from the bottom of a box, and began to apply it to the newly repaired area. The sap, translucent and jelly-like, adhered tightly to the wood, forming a protective layer. Regarding the damaged fence, the mantis employed a more straightforward and forceful approach. The planks were cut into roughly 20-centimeter wide pieces, and after measuring the distance between two boards, it forcefully drove them into the ground, embedding them 3 inches deep. Utilizing a mortise and tenon joint structure, multiple planks interlocked, resulting in a brand new semicircular fence. Chapter 12, Subsidy. Once the mantis completed its task, Kaji promptly produced a red and white pokeball, releasing a Pidgey. The Pidgey summoned a gust of wind, gathering the scattered wood shavings and sending them into the forest. With a chirp, its wings began to flap, creating an invisible breeze that lifted the debris into the air before blowing it toward the woods beyond the fence. Upon completing this task, the Pidgey appeared weary, panting heavily. After returning it to its pokeball, Kaji turned to Lu Yun and asked, "Are you envious?" Lu Yun instinctively nodded. Kaji glanced at the nearby Darumaka and added, "One day, you too shall wield such power." Then, almost forgetting, he continued, "I came primarily to inform you that you should visit the city in the coming days. The League's compensation for the ranch's losses has arrived, and you need to collect it." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun snapped back to attention, surprised at the prospect of receiving compensation. "Come here," Kaji urged, prompting Lu Yun to hurry over. Kaji patted his ride-on and explained, "Originally, there was a direct line to the city, but due to the recent Pokémon riots, that route is currently suspended. This ride-on is also my old companion. Tomorrow, you shall ride it. It will ensure your safety. Old friend, I entrust this little one to you," Kaji said to the ride-on, which nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing the ride-on's agreement, Kaji handed Lu Yun its Pokeball. "This is its Pokeball. Keep it handy in case you need it." Lu Yun accepted the Pokeball and inquired, "But how will you return? Will you walk back?" In response to Lu Yun's question, Kaji waved his hand and glanced skyward. "It shall arrive shortly." As soon as he spoke, a colossal Beedrill obscured the sun as it descended towards Lu Yun and Kaji, stirring up a cloud of dust that made it difficult to see. When the Beedrill landed, the dust settled, allowing Lu Yun a moment to observe this impressive creature. Its body, considerably larger than that of its kind, bore numerous scars, with many feathers missing due to severe injuries, exposing its pale pink skin. Its muscular chest, combined with a piercing gaze, sent a shiver down Lu Yun's spine. That gaze reminded Lu Yun of a battle-hardened veteran he had encountered during a community service project at university, a gaze that had seen too much of life and death, one that displayed a chilling indifference to existence. "Enough scaring him. Let us go," Kaji said, prompting the Beedrill to retract its gaze and lower itself, allowing Kaji to mount its back as it ascended gently into the sky. "Remember not to forget." Kaji's voice faded as he disappeared from Lu Yun's sight. Watching Kaji depart, Lu Yun turned and carried a basin of water from the house, taking a mop to clean the coop's interior floors and walls. Although the Pidgey had done a preliminary cleaning with its wind, there were still areas that required attention. Fortunately, the interior was not too filthy, merely dusty. After several trips, carrying fresh water in and dirty water out, the coop was revitalized. He found a smooth stick to place in an appropriate spot for collecting silk, and then he transported the green caterpillars from the box into the coop. As they emerged, the caterpillars began to look around, some timidly curling up in the corners with their heads tucked in and tails exposed. Observing this, Lu Yun chose not to intervene, chuckling softly. It was only natural for them to need time to acclimate to their new environment. Taking out a bag of food for the caterpillars and glancing at the instructions on the back, Lu Yun felt reassured. Each caterpillar required 250 grams of food per day, meaning 5 bags would suffice for 20 days. After measuring out a quarter of the bag as contents into the feeding dish, he instructed the caterpillars and turned to leave. In the shade, the ride-on lay lazily as Lu Yun departed, while the Darumaka stood nearby, curiously observing the massive creature. The ride-on seemed to sense someone approaching and stood up. At this moment, Lu Yun had the chance to carefully examine the ride-on. Its uneven gray skin was marked with numerous small scars, indicating it had seen its share of battles. The small horn on its head gleamed, suggesting it had undergone specialized training and care. Lu Yun remembered that ride-ons were known for their notoriously bad temper and rather simple-minded nature. However, this particular ride-on exhibited a glimmer of cleverness in its eyes, appearing quite astute. As it approached, the ride-on nudged Lu Yun's pant leg in a gesture of friendliness. In response, Lu Yun gently patted its head. "I'll be counting on you tomorrow." The ride-on nodded at Lu Yun's words before turning away to lie down again. Seeing this, Lu Yun said nothing. After all, it was not his Pokémon, and it was perfectly normal for it to not be particularly close to him. Turning to call upon the nearby Darubi, Lu Yun turned back to the house to fetch some food, for he was about to commence the preparation of a dinner for himself and his 2 Pokémon. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon had slipped away, and although he felt quite weary, a profound joy swelled within him. As he washed the vegetables in his hands, he glanced out the window at the distant chicken coop, aware that the days ahead would not be significantly easier than those of his previous life. In fact, they might be even tougher and more exhausting. Yet, he embraced this challenge with open arms, for within his heart now resided 2 seeds, one named Hope and the other named Anticipation. After neatly arranging the prepared vegetables into a bowl, Lu Yun, accompanied by the ever-faithful Darubi, stepped outside to expertly kindle a fire and set the pot. Unlike the midday meal, this time the stew lacked the exquisite ingredient of a dummkopf's tail, compelling Lu Yun to rely solely on a chicken to enhance the flavor. In a short while, a pot of stew was thoroughly cooked. Upon catching the tantalizing aroma of the food, a distant rhinoceros beetle approached uninvited, its gaze fixated intently on the bubbling stew. Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the rhinoceros beetle before ladling out half of the stew into a bowl he had prepared earlier, placing it before the creature. "Feast away, there's more to come," he encouraged. The rhinoceros beetle wasted no time and began devouring the meal voraciously, splattering stew across the surroundings, and soon finished the food, retreating to a nearby spot to rest without a backward glance. Unperturbed by the spectacle, Lu Yun and Darubi remained engrossed in their own battle against the remnants of stew in the pot. After finishing his meal, Lu Yun reclined on the grass, gazing up at the stars above. The summer sky was particularly luminous, occasionally adorned by shooting stars. As one streaked across the heavens, Lu Yun found himself filled with a sense of yearning. "O shooting star, if you truly grant wishes, may you bestow upon me a golden finger," he mused, then chuckled at his own self-deprecation. If a golden finger were to appear, it should have manifested on the very first day of his arrival, rather than leaving him in such suspense until now, unless, of course, his system was utterly foolish. In the brief span of 3 days, Lu Yun felt he had experienced more than he had in over 20 years of his previous life. Remarkably, he had encountered living, sentient Pokémon, and astonishingly, he had raised 11 of them. After a while of stargazing, fatigue began to settle in, prompting him to call to Darubi and rise to return indoors for rest. Chapter 13. What a grand door I have. On the following morning, the dew glistened under the sun, gradually evaporating. The wooden door creaked open. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lu Yun emerged from the cabin, clad in his star-patterned pajamas, carrying a bag of food for the green caterpillars. Having just awoken, Lu Yun did not prioritize washing up. Instead, he was eager to check on the caterpillar's condition. Those familiar with breeding know that one must don yellow rubber boots and overalls, for a servant must remember that the master has yet to eat, and the servant dares not partake first. As he strolled across the grass, the morning breeze sent a shiver through the somewhat dazed Lu Yun. Passing by a great tree, he noticed that the rhinoceros beetle, which had slept there last night, was now nowhere to be found, leaving only a trail of footprints in the grass. Before the chicken coop, no, it ought to be called the caterpillar house, Lu Yun gazed at the wooden structure with a sense of delight. Yesterday, he had but a single dog. Today, he boasted a young Latios, truly, a remarkable advantage. After indulging in a moment of daydreaming, he pushed open the wooden door. In an instant, 10 pairs of eyes from the green caterpillars turned in unison to regard him. Observing their vibrant spirits, Lu Yun felt relieved. And after adding the food to their feeding bowl, he seized a broom to tidy up the caterpillar droppings while they feasted. Surely, no one would presume that Pokémon do not relieve themselves. A clean environment is essential for their healthy growth. After clearing the droppings, Lu Yun inspected the wooden stick used for winding the silk. Not a single strand adorned it. It was to be expected, he mused. Having only arrived a few days prior, it would be rather unethical to expect them to produce silk before acclimating. He decided to wait a few more days, confident that they would soon be ready to work. After interacting with the caterpillars, establishing a rapport as boss and employees, Lu Yun rose to depart. For the boss too must partake in breakfast. Under the watchful eyes of the caterpillars, Lu Yun gently closed the wooden door, casually discarding the droppings from his dustpan into a nearby bush. This was what one might call organic ecology. Setting the dustpan at the door of the caterpillar house, Lu Yun turned to return to the kitchen. As he passed by the great tree, Lu Yun was surprised to see the rhinoceros beetle had returned, now munching on some fruits it had procured from somewhere. Not wishing to disturb its meal, Lu Yun shifted his focus to his own breakfast. Upon reaching the kitchen on the second floor, Lu Yun rummaged through the fridge. Empty bags, still empty. After a prolonged search, he finally unearthed a lone cucumber. He slapped his forehead in exasperation, realizing he had forgotten to buy groceries the previous day. Without washing it, he hastily consumed the cucumber, thus resolving his breakfast dilemma. He then offered the last remnants of milk powder from a can to Darubi, insisting that while he might endure hunger, his dog must not. In the foyer, now dressed, Lu Yun sought to comfort a dejected Darubi. After much coaxing, he finally managed to persuade Darubi to accept that he could not accompany Lu Yun outside, closing the door amidst the dog's mournful gaze. It was not that Lu Yun wished to exclude him, rather, Darubi was still too young and had not yet been captured. Should an unbound Darubi be taken by someone, Lu Yun would be heartbroken, so he had no choice but to let him feel slighted for the time being. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Lu Yun glanced at his wristwatch, 8:21 a.m. Realizing time was of the essence, he began to approach the rhinoceros beetle. Upon noticing Lu Yun's presence, the rhinoceros beetle rose from the ground, stretching its limbs slightly and signaling for Lu Yun to mount its back. With a gentle leap, Lu Yun found himself securely seated atop the rhinoceros beetle. The coarse and rugged skin, even beneath his trousers, felt somewhat abrasive, and the absence of a saddle made sitting awkward. Yet, it was a far better alternative than traversing on foot. Feeling Lu Yun settle comfortably, the rhinoceros beetle stood upright and began to amble towards the pasture's entrance. Sitting atop the rhinoceros beetle, Lu Yun experienced a profound sense of happiness. After so many days, he had not anticipated that his first encounter would not be in battle with Pokémon, but rather riding one. Perhaps due to its training, the rhinoceros beetle moved with remarkable steadiness, allowing even an untrained Lu Yun to communicate effectively with it. After a leisurely stroll, the rhinoceros beetle gradually picked up speed. The cool breeze brushed against Lu Yun's face as he watched the scenery rush by, filling him with an indescribable exhilaration. Faster, go faster, he urged, extending his arms wide. Eyes closed, feeling akin to a bird soaring through the sky, utterly oblivious to the rhinoceros beetle's bemused expression. However, his joy was short-lived, as the rhinoceros beetle suddenly halted, sending Lu Yun soaring into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, face down. At the entrance gathered a throng of onlookers, led by Zhu Jing. Upon witnessing Lu Yun sprawled on the ground, Zhu Jing rushed over to assist him. What happened? Did we have a grand celebration? He quipped, ever the embodiment of humor. Lu Yun, rising from the ground, brushed off the dust clinging to his clothes, his expression one of bemusement. If it weren't for your obstruction, would I have fallen so clumsily? He mused. Gradually, a realization dawned upon him. Something was amiss. Where are the doors? That substantial entrance I had, where has it vanished? He distinctly recalled locking the gates after Mayor Kaji had departed the previous day. How could they have disappeared now? Hearing this, Zhu Jing's expression shifted, and he awkwardly gestured behind him. There, he pointed, following the direction of Zhu Jing's finger. Lu Yun beheld a large gate quietly toppled amidst the grass beside Zhu Jing's delivery truck. The windshield of the truck was riddled with cracks, and the front paint bore the marks of scrapes. Dear uncle, I require a reasonable explanation. Lu Yun's fury reached its zenith. In the face of Lu Yun's ire, Zhu Jing hastily began his defense. I was negotiating with the owner of the carbon plant late into the night. I was too fatigued this morning, so I had the strongman drive for me. Who could have known that he would? He would smash my door to pieces, correct? Lu Yun interjected. Zhu Jing nodded vigorously, affirming the truth of Lu Yun's statement. As Lu Yun absorbed Zhu Jing's explanation, his anger began to wane. After all, this incident bore some connection to him. Yet he pressed on, what about the door? To which Zhu Jing promptly replied, this is no concern. I'll arrange for a better one to be installed this afternoon. Once the door dilemma was settled, Lu Yun's attention was drawn to the convoy behind Zhu Jing. A procession of dozens of trucks lined the road, evoking a sense of nostalgia that transported Lu Yun back to the highways of his past life. This is the carbon plant's convoy. They have come to collect timber, Zhu Jing explained. Nodding in comprehension, Lu Yun inquired, shall we proceed inside? Is your vehicle still operational? To which Zhu Jing responded, there are no significant issues, merely a minor scrape. Under Lu Yun's guidance, the group made their way to the orchard. Several trucks were securely parked near the orchard, and from the lead truck emerged a middle-aged man clad in a suit and tie, engaging in conversation with Zhu Jing before approaching Lu Yun. This is Mr. Xingu, the purchasing manager of the Duckbull Charcoal Factory, Zhu Jing introduced. Greetings, Mr. Lu Yun. I am Kenro Xingu, and it is my pleasure to collaborate with you. After exchanging pleasantries with the purchasing manager, Lu Yun swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. May I inquire what price you are offering for the acquisition of this fruitwood? Taken aback by Lu Yun's directness, Kenro Xingu nevertheless maintained his composure and responded politely. We are prepared to offer 5 yuan per pound for the fruitwood. What are your thoughts on this? After calculating the price in his mind, Lu Yun deemed it acceptable and nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Lu Yun's affirmation, Kinro Shingu turned to signal the workers to commence the cutting and transportation of the fruit wood. Notably, although only a handful of workers had arrived, they were accompanied by nearly 30 spirits. With the assistance of these spirits, the progress was swift. Numerous fallen fruit trees were swiftly cut, weighed, and loaded into the trucks. Even the roots buried underground were unearthed by the spirits. It is worth mentioning that despite the large number of spirits present, the majority were rather commonplace, such as monkey-like creatures, while only a few were rarer types like Howley and Long Longshi. Time passed quickly, though Luyan felt no sense of urgency. After borrowing a pen and notebook from Kinro Shingu, he began meticulously recording the weights during each weighing session to ensure transparency. In no time, the trucks were filled to capacity, while the orchard-esque ground was left pockmarked with numerous tree pits. Luyan was unbothered by this. It would save him the trouble of hiring laborers to clear the roots when planting trees again. In total, we have harvested 23,852 pounds of fruit wood. I should remit to you 111,960 yuan, Luyan stated. After cross-referencing his calculations, how do you wish to receive payment? In response to Lu Yun's inquiry, Kinro Shingu replied, please provide an account number, and I shall instruct our finance department to transfer the funds. Handing over his prepared bank card, Lu Yun observed as Kinro Shingu retrieved a black box from his coat, pressed a few buttons, and spoke into it. Turning back to Lu Yun, he stated, the funds have been transferred, please verify. However, Lu Yun suddenly interjected, there is no need, I trust your integrity. Kinro Shingu was taken aback, having never encountered such a level of trust in his decades of business. But he still courteously responded, a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Lu Yun echoed as they shook hands, wishing each other well. Afterward, Kinro Shingu began to call the workers back to their vehicles to depart from the ranch. While Zhu Jing assured Lu Yun that he would return with the door in the afternoon before following Kinro Shingu away. Watching the convoy slowly retreat, Lu Yun hastily mounted his unicorn rhinoceros and rushed toward the wooden cabin. He needed to ascertain certain matters that pertain to his future. Chapter 14. A late love is worth less than grass. In the bedroom, Lu Yun gazed vacantly into space, his voice trembling with excitement. System, is that you? His words echoed in the empty room, laden with an inexplicable sense of urgency. It is I. A cold, emotionless voice resounded in Lu Yun's mind, yet to him, it was a melodious revelation. He had indeed acquired a system. Just as Kinro Shingu mentioned that the money had been transferred, a voice suddenly resonated in Lu Yun's mind. Host has earned their first income. The system is now activated. It was this very voice that prompted Lu Yun to resolutely decline verification, for he trusted his senses were not deceiving him. What type of system are you? Lu Yun promptly inquired. Aware from his extensive reading of various system novels that they come in diverse classifications, he sought to discern the nature of his own system. I am a spirit modification and enhancement system. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Was this not invincibility? Farming? What a trivial endeavor. Modify every aspect of the external Dilubi's base stats to 120, he commanded the system. Yet the response he received was, modification cannot be completed. Lu Yun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him and rephrased, then modify the external Dilubi's ability to tension. Surely you can accomplish this. Again, he was met with the same cold retort, modification cannot be completed. Then change the external Dilubi spark ability to flame burst. This is a simple request. You must be able to fulfill it. After a prolonged silence, the system's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of sorrow, modification cannot be completed. Frustrated, Lu Yun slammed his palm against the bedside table. Why are you so inept? Wasn't this supposed to be a modification system? Why can't you modify anything now? The system fell silent for a moment before finally responding. Originally, it was possible, but it is no longer so. Originally? Lu Yun seized upon this crucial detail. What do you mean by originally possible, but now unfeasible? Once again, silence enveloped the space, and then the system began to slowly narrate the circumstances surrounding its predicament. As the system spoke, Lu Yun gradually comprehended why such a modification system had fallen to such a dire state. It turned out that this system was created by the Supreme Creator, and after selecting Lu Yun, it took him on a journey through time and space. However, it was intercepted midway by Arceus, who, citing the alarming increase in recent time travelers as a serious threat to the balance of the Pokémon world, demanded that the system pay a hefty sum of energy as a guarantee. To Lu Yun's astonishment, his foolish system complied, and not just in part, but in double, even contributing its own share, which was notably referred to as the otherworldly household registration fee, or more simply, the rebirth fee. After listening to the system's account, Lu Yun felt a sense of helplessness. How could he have encountered such a system? Truly a misfortune. So, this is the reason you have only just awakened after such a long slumber, he mused. Indeed, came a lilting voice in response. What can you do now? Lu Yun inquired. In response to his question, the system did not speak but instead displayed a transparent screen before Lu Yun's eyes. On this screen, 10 squares of different colors showcased various items, with their names and prices labeled below. In the upper left corner of the screen, a small line of text read, 13 hours until the next item refresh. Lu Yun glanced down at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. Do these items refresh daily? He asked. Not quite. These items refresh once every 7 days, with 10 new items each time, the system explained timidly. The white squares contained 4 items, available for unlimited purchase. The blue squares held 3 items, limited to 10 purchases per week. The purple squares featured 2 items, restricted to 3 purchases per week. The golden square had 1 item, available for a single purchase. Lu Yun slapped his forehead in realization. He hadn't even noticed it was Sunday. Thank goodness he hadn't gone to the market, or he would likely have made a fruitless trip. Why does purchasing items consume alliance coins? Lu Yun queried further. That was decreed by the supreme deities. I have no knowledge of the reasoning, the system replied. Lu Yun continued to probe. Why does a modification system have a shopping interface? This was given to me by Arceus, the system answered. He said I performed well and paid my dues. So he granted me a module for a shopping system. He also mentioned he has a stake in it, and will periodically sell some local items to help cover expenses. And he even gives me a 20% cut. Hearing this, Lu Yun felt a surge of despair. Sold out, and still praising the benefactor? There was truly no one like this. So among these 10 items, only the silk healing is yours. The rest belong to Arceus, correct? He didn't need to explain how he knew this. Aside from the silk healing, which seemed to be a creation of the system, what else could there be? An orange fruit priced at 200 coins, socks at 500 coins, and a large root stem at 10,000 coins? Who besides Arceus, the major shareholder, would stuff such rubbish into this system? The system fell silent, tacitly acknowledging Lu Yun's assertion. Does buying this silk healing allow me to modify a Pokemon skills? Lu Yun asked, and the system responded quickly this time. Not at all. Even if you buy it, I lack the energy to assist you in modifications. You must find the materials yourself to cultivate Pokemon skills. Finding materials to cultivate? Then what do you even call yourself a modification system? You might as well be a cultivation system, Lu Yun retorted, and the system fell silent once more. After gaining a rough understanding of the system's functions, Lu Yun felt despondent. It was utterly useless. While other systems were extracting the essence of Pangu, his was being robbed in reverse. Noticing the time on the clock, only 10:30, an idle Lu Yun decided to further interrogate this foolish system. How old are you this year? 1 month, the system replied. Lu Yun nearly spat blood in shock. It had only just turned 1 month old. No wonder it was so easily deceived. Are you male or female? I'm a girl. The system answered. Lu Yun was taken aback. A girl? Aren't systems usually genderless? How do you have a gender? We can all change, the system explained. I scanned that lesson from your computer while I was transporting you. Shut up. I get it. No need to elaborate, Lu Yun interrupted brusquely, indicating that some things were better left unsaid. Other systems can manifest or project themselves. Can't you do that? The system hesitated. I don't have enough energy. That would consume too much. Just once, please, Lu Yun urged, resembling a child in his persistence. After a moment of silence, a projection about 20 centimeters tall materialized before him, with golden hair cascading freely and a porcelain doll-like face that grew increasingly exquisite. She donned a pink Lolita dress that accentuated her slender waist and ample figure, her feet adorned in white knee-high socks and black low-heeled boots. Upon seeing this image, Lu Yun could confirm that the system had indeed viewed the contents of that folder. Otherwise, how could it have managed to conjure such an appearance? The projection lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before vanishing. Just as Lu Yun pondered how to eliminate the system, a faint voice called out, Master, could you perhaps buy something? Taken aback by the system's sudden plea, Lu Yun asked, why do I need to buy something now? If you don't buy anything, I will. I will starve, the system whimpered, sounding as if Lu Yun were truly on the brink of starving it. Lu Yun was at a loss for words. It turned out this system was a money eater. To prevent the system from actually starving, he resolved to purchase something, considering his own kitchen was devoid of vegetables. He prompted the system to open the shopping interface and located the orange fruit, worth 200 coins, in a white square. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yun, holding back tears, bought 3 of them. Is that enough? A bit more would be good, the system replied. With a grimace, Lu Yun reluctantly spent 5,000 coins to purchase a large scallion duck from the blue square. Is this sufficient now? Lu Yun asked with a fierce tone. Yes. Thank you, master. You are truly kind, the system exclaimed, ignoring the kind person card it had just issued. Lu Yun retorted, where are my items? Why haven't you given them to me? I forgot. I'll get them to you right away, the system stammered. With a series of thuds, 3 fruits appeared, landing atop Lu Yun's head, followed by a splat as a bear duck landed on his face. Rubbing his sore head, Lu Yun removed the duck from his face and sighed in exasperation. Next time, please don't drop them on my head, just place them beside me. As if in response, another scallion fell down. All right. Picking up the scallion from the ground, Lu Yun carried the duck and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He truly had nothing more to say about his foolish system. The only solace was that he could finally taste the legendary large scallion duck and discover just how delicious it truly was. Chapter 15, The Assault. Beneath the great tree, Lu Yun stacked a pile of oak branches, determined to challenge his culinary skills by roasting a duck for dinner. After Darubi ignited the flames, Lu Yun retrieved the pre-prepared scallion duck and placed it over the fire to roast. The searing flames caused the fat from the duck meat to drip into the fire, producing a crackling sound. The once tender duck meat began to firm up under the influence of the flames. Lu Yun diligently flipped the duck back and forth, ensuring it received the full embrace of the fire's heat. As time passed, the duck transformed into a golden hue. After confirming its doneness, Lu Yun extinguished the flames. On the table, the golden roast duck emitted an enticing aroma. Grasping the knife and fork that had been prepared earlier, Lu Yun began to carve the roast duck before him. The duck was divided into 3 portions, each accompanied by an orange to balance the richness, resulting in a simple yet exquisite lunch that was modest in quantity but rich in flavor. As he lifted a piece of duck meat with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth, a wave of fragrance enveloped him. The crispy duck skin carried a hint of oak, and the tender yet moist duck meat was infused with a subtle onion flavor. As his teeth sank into the meat, these 2 flavors melded together in his mouth, creating a delightful harmony, perfectly complemented by a bite of scallion that alleviated any lingering greasiness. It was no wonder that such a dish was nearly consumed to extinction. Swallowing the morsel, Lu Yun mused to himself, wishing for a thin pancake and dipping sauce to accompany the meal. Though he felt a tinge of regret, he showed no signs of restraint as he continued to savor the succulent duck. Piece after piece found its way into his mouth, and his stomach gradually swelled. With a satisfied burp, Lu Yun acknowledged the exceptional flavor and satisfying fullness of the scallion duck. Observing Darubi engaged in a struggle with the duck leg bones on the ground, as well as the rhinoceros beetle eyeing the remnants of the meal with lingering desire, Lu Yun could not help but conclude that no creature could resist the allure of delectable cuisine. If they did, it could only be due to the dish's inadequacy in flavor. Feeling that the sunlight was pleasantly warm rather than oppressive, Lu Yun decided to take the green caterpillars from the insect house out for some fresh air, as prolonged confinement could lead to a sense of despondency. Upon entering the insect house, he found the green caterpillars gathered in small groups, playfully interacting with one another, perhaps due to Lu Yun having fed them twice before. The caterpillars paused their frolicking and crawled towards him as he opened the door. Picking up one of the caterpillars that had ventured closest, he stroked its smooth skin, feeling its refreshing coolness, which was quite comforting. After some contemplation, Lu Yun chose not to release the caterpillars into the enclosure behind the insect house, opting instead to carry them to the tree below. The enclosure was not conveniently located for him to supervise, and in case of an unexpected elven attack, he would be unable to provide assistance in time. Therefore, he decided it was best to keep them close. The young caterpillars were still relatively small. Lu Yun only had to make 3 trips to transport them all to the shade of the large tree. Under the tree's canopy, Lu Yun, along with the rhinoceros beetle and Darubi, formed a triangular formation to surround the 10 caterpillars, preventing them from wandering off. After all, these caterpillars had only just arrived and were not yet familiar with Lu Yun, making this precaution quite necessary. Watching the caterpillars wriggling aimlessly on the grass, Lu Yun felt a tinge of boredom. The entertainment options in this world were exceedingly limited and mostly revolved around elves, which made Lu Yun yearn for the rich array of recreational activities from his previous life. Perhaps the heavens heard Lu Yun's unspoken wishes, for he soon spotted several dark figures circling in the sky above the pasture. However, he paid little attention, as the area was close to the forest, and many birds were present. Moreover, these wild elves would not recklessly attack a human without provocation. Yet, events often unfold in unpredictable ways. In Lu Yun's line of sight, those 3 dark shapes gradually grew larger. A blazing sparrow and a beak sparrow. Watching as a beak sparrow and 2 blazing sparrows dove from the sky, Lu Yun realized, even in his stupor, that they had set their sights on the green caterpillars below. Run. This was Lu Yun's first instinct. Although he had participated in elf battles in his previous life, that had merely been a game, just a matter of tapping fingers. Now, facing the fierce beak sparrow and blazing sparrows, he found it hard to muster his courage. It must be said that the beak sparrow, standing at 12 meters tall and weighing 76 pounds, exuded a significant sense of intimidation. However, as Lu Yun turned to grab 2 caterpillars from the ground, ready to flee indoors, he noticed that Darubi was fixated on the diving foes, his body tense and leaning forward, displaying an unwavering resolve to fight. Even the previously lethargic rhinoceros beetle now bore a determined gaze. Seeing Lu Yun attempt to retreat, Darubi's expression was one of disbelief, as if asking, "Why does His Majesty flee when we are prepared to fight?" Upon meeting Darubi's gaze, Lu Yun halted in his tracks. "I weigh over 100 pounds. I can't let him down." Gritting his teeth, he tossed the caterpillars behind him, grabbed the folding stool where he had been seated during the meal, and turned to Darubi. "Let's take down these pesky birds." Then he addressed the rhinoceros beetle, entrusting it with the beak sparrow. Upon hearing Lu Yun's command, the rhinoceros beetle nodded in acknowledgement. In the blink of an eye, the beak sparrow, positioned in the center, suddenly accelerated, its wings unfurling and radiating a brilliant white light as it charged toward Lu Yun and his companions. In response to this aggressive assault, the rhinoceros beetle stepped forward, shielding Lu Yun. In an instant, several large stones materialized from thin air, obstructing the beak sparrow's path. With a mournful cry, the beak sparrow, caught off guard by the stone barrier, crashed to the ground, the impact reverberating through the air. The pain interrupted its wing attack, but the danger was not yet averted. The 2 blazing sparrows, having followed closely behind, swooped in from either side, one of them targeting Lu Yun directly. Despite his legs trembling with fear, Lu Yun gripped the folding stool tightly. As the distance closed, he could clearly see the blazing sparrow's sharp beak glinting in the sunlight. If that struck him, he would surely suffer a grievous wound. Although anxiety coursed through him, he instinctively leaned back and shifted to the right as the oncoming beak aimed for him. To maximize its attack, the blazing sparrow, in its high-speed flight, had no time to change course, its wings grazing Lu Yun's chest. "A crippling blow," Lu Yun shouted, lifting the stool high above his head and bringing it crashing down. With a resounding smack, luck seemed to favor him as he managed to strike the blazing sparrow mid-flight, sending it crashing to the ground. He quickly seized the opportunity to deliver several more strikes until the sparrow's vision blurred with stars, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, Darubi was not as fortunate. Due to its height and weight, while it had evaded the initial assault, it struggled to mount an effective counterattack, relying solely on sparks to engage in a battle of attrition. "Hold on, I'll be right there." Hearing Lu Yun's words, Darubi, fully engrossed in its battle, became momentarily distracted. In this moment of carelessness, the blazing sparrow, having seized control of the aerial battlefield, attacked, sending Darubi crashing to the ground with a swift maneuver. Witnessing this, Lu Yun's fury ignited. "Who gave you the audacity to strike my dog? Get out of here." Seizing the opportunity presented by the soaring fletchling, Lu Yun executed a powerful strike with his paddle, delivering a resounding thwack to the bird. Nevertheless, the fletchling still ascended into the air. Meanwhile, the fallen Darubi had risen. And at this moment, both the man and his dog stood back to back, ever vigilant against the aerial assault of the fletchling that held dominion over the skies. The scene shifted back to the Rhydon. As the Bouncewheat landed, the Rhydon swiftly advanced, leveraging its massive physique to pin down the Bouncewheat's wings, preventing its ascent. In response to the Rhydon's weight upon it, the Bouncewheat utilized its sharp and elongated beak to peck relentlessly at the Rhydon's eyes. Seizing the moment when the Rhydon recoiled from the onslaught, the Bouncewheat managed to break free from beneath the Rhydon's feet, leaving a flurry of feathers in its wake. Now liberated, the Bouncewheat wasted no time in taking to the sky, launching a spiteful pursuit that forced the Rhydon to retreat. Subsequently, it flapped its wings and grasped the incapacitated fletchling, ascending into the heavens and darting towards the forest, weaving through the treetops. Observing this spectacle from the fray were the fletchling and Darubi, who promptly followed their leader into the distant forest. Chapter 16, Silk Healing. Watching the 3 Pokémon take flight, Lu Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, discarding the folding stool and collapsing onto the grass, utterly devoid of his earlier fierce demeanor. Time slipped by unnoticed before Lu Yun slowly rose from the ground. By now, the massive rock that the Rhydon had summoned to obstruct the Bouncewheat had vanished without a trace, leaving only a scattering of feathers upon the ground. Upon inspecting the 2 Pokémon, Lu Yun noted that Darubi bore only minor abrasions, not severe enough to warrant concern. A bit of ointment would suffice. Conversely, the Rhydon exhibited not a single injury, which surprised Lu Yun. Although he was aware of the Rhydon's capabilities from the words of the town mayor, he had not anticipated such formidable resilience, emerging from the perilous melee unscathed. In the distance, the green caterpillars, hidden behind a great tree, began to venture forth, eager to express their admiration and cheer for Lu Yun and his Pokémon now that the battle had subsided. Paying no heed to the caterpillars, Lu Yun's sole desire was to escort them back, as the presence of another flock of fletchlings or Pidgeys could jeopardize their safety. After successfully returning the caterpillars to their shelter, Lu Yun finally felt a weight lift from his chest. In his second-floor bedroom, he was tending to Darubi's wounds, meticulously cleansing them with saline solution, applying healing spray, and bandaging them for recovery. Once Darubi's injuries were addressed, Lu Yun descended to the ground floor to find the Rhydon sprawled comfortably at the entrance, sound asleep, oblivious to the fierce battle that had just transpired. He gently placed 5 orange berries, obtained from the system, beside the Rhydon as a reward, quietly closing the door to allow it uninterrupted rest. In his bed, Lu Yun reflected on the day's events, realizing that his actions might have been somewhat reckless. Knowing he lacked powerful Pokémon, he had nonetheless dared to release the caterpillars for fresh air, a clear underestimation of the dangers. Had it not been for the Rhydon's assistance, he likely would have suffered significant losses today. With a wry smile, Lu Yun shook his head and sighed. It truly felt as if a tiger had fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. When his parents were alive, the pasture teemed with Pokémon, and there was no fear of ambush. Now, merely allowing 10 caterpillars to bask in the sun could attract unwanted attention. The frailty of his current situation was a bitter reality. Glancing at the slumbering Darubii beside him, Lu Yun felt a profound yearning for strength. This encounter had merely involved wild Pokémon. What if the next time he faced bandits? Given the remoteness of his farm, with the nearest town a considerable drive away, any incident would render timely assistance nearly impossible. His deceased parents were a stark reminder of this grim truth. How could he swiftly enhance his strength? This question lingered in Lu Yun's mind. Host, the shop is about to refresh. Would you like to consider purchasing the silk healing upgrade? The system suddenly interjected as Lu Yun pondered. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, Lu Yun's eyes brightened. Indeed, he was a system user, albeit a rather underwhelming one. Nevertheless, he possessed a system, and it just so happened that he had the green caterpillars capable of producing silk. However, when he opened the shop and saw the 200,000 price tag for the silk healing skill upgrade, he felt a pang of discomfort. This upgrade, in essence, would enhance the caterpillar's silk ability to include a healing effect, providing negligible improvement in combat capability. Yet, viewed from another perspective, it was an impressive proposition, as it would grant him a rare healing skill that could be utilized by others. In the Pokémon world, Pokémon with healing abilities were perpetually coveted by various factions, rarely circulating in the market. It was the Johto family's monopoly over the breeding and production of Chansey and similar Pokémon that afforded them significant influence within the league. The prospect of transforming a ubiquitous green caterpillar into a rare Pokémon with healing abilities for a mere 200,000 seemed like an incredible bargain. However, Lu Yun felt somewhat dissatisfied. It was rather expensive. His current assets totaled only around 300,000, and spending 200,000 solely on the breeding method, not to mention the potential costs of subsequent materials, felt daunting. Most importantly, the skill would not quickly translate into combat strength, which deviated from Lu Yun's initial intentions. After contemplating for a while, Lu Yun resolved that purchasing it was the wiser choice. After all, if it refreshed, he might never encounter it again. System. I wish to purchase the silk healing skill upgrade. As soon as Lu Yun voiced his intention, he felt a surge of new memories flooding his mind. As he perused this newfound knowledge, he realized it contained the method to enhance the ordinary silk skill into one with healing effects. However, the more he delved into these memories, the wider his smile became. This skill had remarkable potential. This skill is quite promising, Lu Yun murmured softly, suddenly struck by a lucrative idea. Upon reviewing the enhancement plan, Lu Yun discovered that the required materials were not particularly rare, with the most expensive being the leaf stone. However, the breeding process was somewhat perplexing to him. It required no forging or training. He simply needed to feed these materials to the caterpillars, allowing them to consume them, and the ordinary silk skill would evolve into one with healing properties. At first glance, it seemed implausible, and the more he examined it, the more mystical it appeared. Is this really reliable? Lu Yun inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. Absolutely reliable, the system responded with a belch. The materials serve merely to provide energy to the learner. The true evolution of the skill is facilitated by me. Without my involvement, no amount of materials would be effective. Reassured by the system's words, Lu Yun felt a sense of relief. This meant that even if others attempted to breed caterpillars using the same materials, they would not yield results comparable to his own. With this thought, Lu Yun's spirits lifted. From now on, you'll be called Tun Tun, he declared to the system. Why that name? The system inquired, perplexed. Because since you activated this morning, you've consumed 2/3 of my wealth. Not even a gold-eating beast could match your appetite, Lu Yun replied with a somber expression. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lu Yun's words, the system acquiesced to the name he had chosen. Good host, the system responded in a gentle, lowly-like voice, and fell silent thereafter. At that moment, the sound of a car horn pierced the air outside. Lu Yun drew back the curtains and discovered that it was none other than Zhu Jing, who had come to deliver his new door. Chapter 17. The new door and shopping. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Zhu Jing leaped out with his remarkable strength and called out loudly to the window, Lu Yun, come down quickly. I've brought your door. Hearing Zhu Jing's call, Lu Yun opened the window and replied, I'm coming down now. After informing the startled Lu Bai, Lu Yun quickly donned his shoes and hurried downstairs. At the entrance, Zhu Jing furrowed his brow, observing the disheveled grass nearby. Upon seeing Lu Yun approach, he inquired with concern, have you been attacked by a toucan? Lu Yun nodded in response, saying, yes, around noon, a toucan passed by the ranch and attacked us, but we managed to fend it off. What about you? Zhu Jing appeared incredulous upon hearing Lu Yun's words. Is the Lu Bai truly that formidable at just a month old? In response to Zhu Jing's skepticism, Lu Yun helplessly gestured towards the awakened unicorn rhinoceros that was munching on orange fruit. It was primarily thanks to him, the Lu Bai and I merely provided support. After glancing at the unicorn rhinoceros, Zhu Jing remarked, no wonder. If it were him, he could repel 10 more without breaking a sweat. Lu Yun was taken aback by Zhu Jing's comment. Having spent the last few days with him, Lu Yun had learned quite a bit. In earlier years, Zhu Jing frequently ventured into the wilderness, dancing on the edge of danger. Had it not been for the trouble caused by an unwelcome sprite that left his main force incapacitated, he might not have opened this construction company at all. While Lu Yun was aware of the unicorn rhinoceros's prowess, Zhu Jing's high praise genuinely surprised him. What kind of person must Grandpa Kaji be to possess such a spirit? Lu Yun pondered. As Lu Yun was about to inquire further about the unicorn rhinoceros, Zhu Jing preemptively interrupted him. All right, let us not dwell on that. Come with me and see the new door I've got for you. Relinquishing his questions, Lu Yun followed Zhu Jing to the truck's cargo area to inspect his new door. Upon opening the cargo, a brilliant red greeted his eyes. Inside lay 2 iron doors, painted a vibrant red, adorned in the center with a depiction of the Lu Bai. What do you think? Isn't it festive? I selected this after much deliberation. Do you like it? Zhu Jing asked eagerly. Forcing a smile, Lu Yun replied, I like it very much. I appreciate anything that comes free. Internally, he thought to himself. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhu Jing smugly closed the cargo, ushering Lu Yun into the vehicle as they drove toward the entrance. With the assistance of Zhu Jing and the unicorn rhinoceros, a new grand door was swiftly installed. Gazing at the pristine door, Lu Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. He was now once again a person with a door. True to his word, the new door featured a doorbell connected to a circular intercom the size of a teacup. By pressing the doorbell, Lu Yun could know when someone arrived while inside the wooden cabin, and could even engage in brief exchanges, which was quite convenient. After helping Zhu Jing load the old door onto the truck and bidding him farewell, Lu Yun returned to the cabin. He needed to prepare for a trip to town to procure some supplies, as his home was now out of provisions. The reason he did not accompany Zhu Jing was simply that the vehicle was too cramped, and he felt Zhu Jing's gaze was somewhat peculiar. With a bag slung over his shoulder, along with his bank card and the unicorn rhinoceros's pokeball, Lu Yun descended the stairs and approached the unicorn rhinoceros, who seemed to be lost in thought. Would you be able to take me to town? He asked. The unicorn rhinoceros nodded affirmatively. Due to the extensive shopping list, Lu Yun resecured the box he had used for transporting items yesterday to either side of the unicorn rhinoceros, then awkwardly climbed onto its back. Let us set off, he instructed. Upon receiving Lu Yun's command, the unicorn rhinoceros began to move slowly forward. This time, Lu Yun did not urge it to run too fast, maintaining a gentle pace of around 20 to 30 miles per hour, all while remembering to lock the door as they passed through it. Although Green Meadow Town was merely a town, it boasted all the necessary amenities. Green Meadow Supermarket, the largest in the town, offered nearly every essential item for daily living. At that moment, a unicorn rhinoceros stood at the entrance. Thank you for your hard work. Please rest here for a bit. I will go buy some things and return shortly. After ensuring that the unicorn rhinoceros was parked in a spot that wouldn't obstruct pedestrians, Lu Yun hurried into the supermarket. Inside, a dazzling array of products greeted Lu Yun's eyes. Rows of shelves were filled with a variety of items, creating a maze-like atmosphere. How will I ever find the food section? Just as Lu Yun was contemplating how to navigate the aisles efficiently, a voice chimed in. Welcome. How may I assist you? Suddenly, a young woman in her 20s, clad in a sky-blue dress and high-heeled boots, appeared beside Lu Yun, accompanied by a suction cup puppet. Regaining his composure, Lu Yun glanced at her name tag, which indicated she was a staff member and responded, "I would like to purchase some food and household items." Upon hearing Lu Yun's request, the woman cheerfully instructed him to follow her. As they navigated through the labyrinth of shelves, Lu Yun finally reached the food section. Surveying the abundant array of ingredients, Lu Yun wasted no time in selecting a variety of reasonably priced vegetables and meats. However, as his purchases piled up, he found himself struggling to carry them all. "Could you help me with this, suction cup puppet?" As soon as he spoke, the bags of food seemed to lighten, floating in the air. Turning around, he saw the woman smiling and nodding, encouraging him to continue shopping. With the assistance of the suction cup puppet, Lu Yun felt liberated to select an assortment of fruits, vegetables, and various ingredients derived from spirits, before moving on to the adjacent household goods section. He only stopped once the puppet could hold no more. At the checkout, the cashier, aided by the suction cup puppet, began tallying Lu Yun's items. "That will be 355 yuan. After handing over his bank card for payment, Lu Yun prepared to find a cart to transport his items outside. "No need for that hassle. We can help you carry it out," the woman standing nearby said. Seeing her insistence, Lu Yun did not argue further. After thanking her, he led the suction cup puppet and the woman to where the unicorn rhinoceros stood. At that moment, the unicorn rhinoceros was peacefully resting, and upon hearing footsteps, it opened its eyes. Recognizing Lu Yun, it affectionately approached him. After giving the unicorn rhinoceros a gentle pat on the head and apologizing, Lu Yun remained blissfully unaware of the glimmer of surprise that flashed across the woman's eyes upon seeing the unicorn rhinoceros. "Please place the items here. That will be sufficient," he requested. Upon hearing these words, the suction cup puppet turned to look at the woman. After she nodded, the puppet gently placed the items it had controlled with its psychic abilities beside the unicorn rhinoceros. After expressing gratitude to the woman, Lu Yun turned and began to fill the basket next to the unicorn rhinoceros with items. However, when he turned back to thank the woman, he found that she had mysteriously departed, having left quite swiftly. Lu Yun murmured to himself. He then climbed onto the back of the unicorn rhinoceros and instructed. "To the Pokémon Center, AI." The unicorn rhinoceros acknowledged and leisurely made its way toward the Pokémon Center. Chapter 18. Unexpected news. The Pokémon Center is an essential establishment in every human gathering area, tasked with the healing of both Pokémon and trainers. Some larger Pokémon centers even provide accommodations and training facilities for trainers. Given these functions, the shops adjacent to the Pokémon Center primarily engage in businesses related to Pokémon. Lu Yun intended to explore whether there were materials available to enhance the silk spinning skill. In the plaza of the Pokémon Center, trainers returning from adventures in the verdant forest congregated, exchanging their acquired spoils, be it Pokémon, materials, or berries and news. Lu Yun chose not to venture into the center of the plaza. As the quality of the items there varied considerably, it was entirely possible to be deceived if one lacked keen eyesight. Instead, he opted to visit a nearby store specializing in Pokémon items. Sally's shop, a well-established store specializing in Pokémon paraphernalia, had been operating in this location for several years. But at that moment, it welcomed a peculiar customer. "Hello, welcome. How may I assist you?" greeted the enthusiastic attendant. Lu Yun politely responded and expressed, "I am in need of some materials. What kind of materials do you require? I can help you find them, as long as they are not too rare. We should have them in stock." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun promptly listed a series of material names. The attendant's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he recited the names. And once he finished, the attendant awkwardly replied, "Sir, among the materials you mentioned, we only have leaf stones in stock. The others are unavailable." Lu Yun was somewhat taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to sell Pokémon items and materials? How could you not have even these common materials?" The terms items and materials were concepts Lu Yun had only come to understand since his arrival in this world. Unlike the mystical growth methods depicted in his previous life's animations and games, where victory in battles granted experience for leveling up and evolving, enhancing a Pokémon's strength in reality was far more challenging. In summary, it boiled down to two words: nourishment and training. The food must be rich in energy and nutrients, while the training methods must be scientific and effective, often requiring the use of medications as supplements. The difficulty of this enhancement method lay in the investment of resources for the Pokémon. Trainers without the funds to purchase nutritious items would scarcely dare to subject their Pokémon to intense training, opting instead for gradual accumulation. These materials were meant for consumption. The items dropped by Pokémon contain natural energy, which could be rapidly absorbed by Pokémon of the same type to enhance their internal energy attributes. On the other hand, items referred to those goods crafted from higher quality materials, which had undergone processing to lock in energy retention and possess special properties, each with unique effects and methods of creation. Finding amusement in Lu Yun's misunderstanding, the attendant chuckled lightly. However, the things you mentioned are not materials. They fall under the category of medicinal herbs. Lu Yun felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, as he truly lacked knowledge about the classifications of these items, but he boldly inquired, "Do you know where I might find these medicinal herbs?" The attendant pointed towards the plaza outside. Trainers occasionally gather these while adventuring in the wild, though the quality varies. If you want good quality, you would need to visit a medicinal herb shop in the city. Nodding in understanding, Lu Yun asked the attendant for a few leaf stones. After inspecting their quality, he paid without hesitation. Total, 3,000. He placed 3 leaf stones, roughly the size of a baby's fist and weighing about half a pound, into his satchel and remarked, "Evolution stones are quite expensive. Each leaf stone cost 1,000, and the quality was merely mediocre." Indeed, those who could afford to play with evolution stones were the wealthy elite. Lu Yun felt regret. To enhance a skill, each caterpie required 250 grams of leaf stone, and these 3 stones were only sufficient for 3 caterpies. It was not that he was unwilling to buy more. The store had only prepared 3, and evolution stones were difficult to sell in smaller towns. Not wishing to browse other shops, Lu Yun decided to heed the attendant's advice and check the plaza, hoping to gather the remaining materials. Without further ado, he left the unicorn rhinoceros at the shop's entrance, exchanged greetings with the attendant, and plunged into the throngs of the plaza. What followed was an essential lesson in the protagonist's growth, prospecting. After perusing various stalls, Lu Yun found no peculiar treasures. Only a few items like berries, and he scarcely discovered the materials he sought, aside from a single walking grass leaf. The leaf was purchased from a trainer who had a butterfree and a walking grass. However, it was not an item for sale. Lu Yun had paid a hefty sum for it, having witnessed the trainer lament as he sheared his walking grass ball for the exorbitant price of 400 for 200 grams. Having completed his rounds of the stalls, Lu Yun had acquired only the 200 grams of walking grass leaf, but from the crowd. He also gleaned an additional piece of information. The number of wild Pokémon around the outskirts of the verdant forest had increased, and they harbored a deep animosity toward humans. This revelation helped Lu Yun understand why many stalls had only ordinary materials like berries. Indeed, the dense and hostile wild Pokémon made it challenging for trainers to venture deep into the forest for resource gathering, forcing them to scavenge the forest's edges instead. Clutching the leaf in hand, Lu Yun returned to the shop's entrance. After conversing with the attendant, he mounted the unicorn rhinoceros and departed, noting that it was getting late, and he had many mouths to feed back home. As he passed a shop, Lu Yun observed several men in police uniforms conversing with a bald middle-aged man. A pool of blood visible on the ground. Upon approaching, he realized it was an incident involving a wild Pokémon attacking a human, and from their dialogue, he learned that this was already the 3rd such incident today. "This is chaotic," Lu Yun muttered, urging the unicorn rhinoceros to hasten its pace. Once he returned to the farm, the large iron gate, fortified with an expensive electric fence, would ensure his safety. Under the setting sun, the silhouette of one person and one beast gradually elongated along the rural path before slowly receding into the distance. Meanwhile, outside the airport on the outskirts of Constant City, a convoy of black unicorn rhinoceros vehicles awaited the arrival of someone. Amidst the flickering of the runway lights, escorted by dozens of Fiero and 2 Dragonite riders, a plane descended from the sky with a low hum, coming to rest on the runway. Once the plane had stabilized, the escorting riders did not linger and swiftly directed their Pokémon toward their destination. The cabin door gradually swung open, revealing a man clad in a brown suit, his black hair meticulously styled, stepping out with an air of authority. Following closely behind him were 8 security personnel, dressed in black Alliance uniforms, their expressions vigilant and alert. Not far away, an elderly man dressed as a butler immediately approached the man upon his exit. "Good day, Mr. Banmu. I am Tanaka Jairu, and I have been awaiting your arrival on the mayor's orders. The mayor and his associates have prepared a banquet for you at Changlin Pavilion, and we hope you will grace us with your presence." Upon hearing this, Banmu halted his steps and inquired, "Are they all present?" "Indeed, they are," Tanaka replied. Acknowledging this, Banmu nodded and commanded, "Lead the way." Under Tanaka Jairu's guidance, the group boarded a convoy of vehicles from the exclusive Rhinoceros brand. Once everyone was settled, the convoy began its slow departure from the airport, heading towards the city. Chapter 19, Night Raid. At this juncture, the sky had gradually darkened, with the moon reigning over the realm in place of the sun. The bumpy road, even beneath the well-cushioned exclusive Rhinoceros vehicles, felt rather jarring. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Banmu. Due to the recent uproar caused by wild spirits, the road has suffered considerable damage. Although the mayor has organized repair efforts, the results are far from satisfactory, and wild spirits continue to wreak havoc here," Tanaka Jairu explained apologetically, glancing back at Banmu, who sat in the rear with his eyes closed, offering no response. Just as Tanaka Jairu settled back in his seat, the vehicle abruptly came to a halt, followed by a thunderous explosion from the front of the convoy, plunging the scene into chaos. Tanaka Jairu exchanged a glance with the driver, hastily exiting the vehicle to assess the situation. The moment he heard shouting from outside, Banmu slowly opened his eyes. Upon returning from his inspection, Tanaka Jairu bent slightly towards Banmu and said, "I deeply regret the inconvenience, Mr. Banmu." A few wild spirits suddenly charged out and engaged in battle with the vehicle ahead, rendering the road impassable for the time being. "What do you think about taking a detour?" Banmu, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied flatly, "That is acceptable." After receiving Banmu's consent, Tanaka Jairu exchanged a knowing glance with the driver, and they maneuvered the convoy onto a winding side path through the woods. The secluded trail, shrouded in night, was eerily silent, save for a few bats that flitted about, startled by the glow of the vehicle's headlights. Suddenly, the vehicles came to a stop. "We should proceed, Mr. Banmu," Tanaka Jairu said unexpectedly from the front seat. "Who dares to attempt an assassination on an appointed guild master of the Alliance?" Ignoring Tanaka's words, Banmu rhythmically tapped his leg and posed a counter-question. Tanaka Jairu chuckled at this, exuding confidence as he replied, "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. You might as well accept your fate. A clash of spirits leading to the master's demise. Is that justification satisfactory?" Banmu nodded appreciatively. That rationale is indeed commendable. Surprised by Banmu's calmness, even with a blade at his throat, Tanaka Jairu signaled the driver. As Tanaka Jairu and the driver leaped from the vehicle, 3 blinding beams of light surged from the nearby underbrush towards the automobile, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions and rustling sounds. Emerging from the foliage were 10 youths clad in samurai attire, led by one who was flanked by 3 Nidoking. The young leader approached the driver and spat phlegm onto the ground, declaring, "What good is strength if you can't back it up with connections? The era of solitary combat has long since passed." "Indeed, I share your sentiment," came Banmu's voice from the center of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, he stood unscathed, surrounded by a translucent shield, while behind him loomed a 2-meter-tall, deep brown-skinned Pokémon, one of his companions, the Bagua. The shield had withstood the destructive beams from the 3 Nidoking. Tanaka Jairu gazed in disbelief. "An eye for an eye. Allow me to present my return gift." As Banmu spoke, the last man in the crowd suddenly clutched his throat tightly, unable to utter a sound, his gaze growing vacant. "Look out! An ambush!" A nearby companion shouted. "Butterfree, use flash." A samurai who had taught his Pokémon the move swiftly commanded, as Butterfree emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the area and revealing a Beedrill that had stealthily infiltrated their ranks. Just as the flash was executed, Beedrill swiftly dispatched one of the assailants, extracting its poison stinger from the now lifeless neck before vanishing into the shadows. "Face them head-on. We outnumber them, so what is there to fear?" With the leader's command, the previously panicked crowd regained its composure, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon Banmu. Observing the onslaught, Banmu remained unfazed, his stance unwavering. As the skills neared their target, a pink barrier materialized, intercepting the assault. "You remain as arrogant as ever," remarked a man in short sleeves and shorts, his disheveled hair adorned with a scar, accompanied by a Gyarados. "Have you arranged everything I tasked you with?" Banmu inquired. The man nodded, replying, "The Viper has been dispatched. I feared for your safety alone, so I came to assist." Banmu acknowledged him with a nod, stating, "Since you are here, let us see who is swifter." No sooner had he finished speaking than Beedrill, lurking in the darkness, launched another attack, its rapid movements and barrage of strikes leaving another black-clad warrior pierced and lifeless. Facing the relentless assaults, the lead samurai gritted his teeth and ordered the 3 Nidoking beside him, "Use Hyper Beam. Charge through and crush them." As the command was issued, the 3 Nidoking barreled towards Banmu like heavy tanks. "Wave of water, intercept them." 3 orbs of water materialized from thin air, hurtling towards the Nidoking trio at astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the short-haired man executed a swift movement, appearing beside Butterfree, the light source. There's a psychic. The trainer of Butterfree barely managed to warn his allies before the short-haired man struck him down mercilessly. Butterfree fared no better, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Under the psychic blades of Gyarados, the notion of type advantage became a mere jest in the face of raw power. The Nidoking trio, confronted by the wave of water, met a similar fate, collapsing under the force of the explosion. As the battlefield plunged into darkness, the samurai attempted to huddle together for defense. But under the combined psychic assault from the man and Gyarados, several were swiftly eliminated, throwing their formation into disarray. The moment their ranks were broken, the arena transformed into Beedrill's domain, filled with the echoes of screams and wails that permeated the desolate landscape. The mournful cries echoed through the night, intertwining with the dying wails to create a symphony that was both cruel and magnificent. As the song ceased and the performance concluded, the stage lights illuminated only a pool of crimson. Banmu approached the gravely injured Tianzhonger, crouching down with a gentle demeanor. A fairy attack. The convoy fought valiantly to protect the Lord until their demise. How do you find this rationale? Yet, in Tianzhonger's eyes, Banmu's amiable smile appeared eerily unsettling, almost terrifying. Observing Tianzhonger, who could scarcely utter a word, Banmu shook his head in disappointment and rose, proclaiming, "Deja, it is now your task." Deja nodded, his eyes glowing with a cerulean light as he began to forcibly extract memories. Meanwhile, Banmu retrieved a fruit ball from his waist and summoned a mook to commence the cleanup, erasing all traces of the conflict. Within the private room of Chonglin Pavilion, a heated argument erupted. Mayor Yiming slammed his hand on the table, angrily berating the middle-aged man across from him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are courting death. The middle-aged man, unfazed by Yiming's fury, waved his hand dismissively. I am fully aware of Banmu's prowess. He took a deep drag from his cigar and continued, rest assured, I have dispatched over 50 skilled operatives, accompanied by 3 Nidoking. He stands alone against the 8 security personnel assigned by the Alliance. There's no way this can go awry. Listening to the man's words, Yiming, wearied, retorted, how can you be certain he arrived alone, without any subordinates or followers? What benefit do you gain from surrounding and eliminating him? The man straightened in his seat, extinguishing his cigar before replying, my men have been monitoring him since he boarded the plane. I station operatives at every checkpoint. His entourage could only approach quietly through Chongping Forest. But do you believe that to be feasible? After a brief pause, he smiled, adding, as for my motives for wanting him dead, it is simply due to an irresistible offer made by certain parties. Before Yiming could voice further objections, the middle-aged man interjected, do not forget the compensation from the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Yiming's expression shifted through various shades before he ultimately chose silence. Sinking into his seat, his thoughts consumed. Tianzhonger, you'd better truly eliminate that harbinger of death, otherwise, neither of us will escape unscathed, Yiming silently prayed. Chapter 20. The night banquet. At this moment, Banmu remained blissfully unaware of the tumult within the private chamber, patiently awaiting Deja, who was extracting memories. After a while, the light in Deja's eyes began to fade, his complexion turning pale and his spirit waning. What do you have for us? Banmu inquired. Deja nodded and replied. It was orchestrated by Tianzhonger. Just as Banmu was about to converse further, the distant sound of headlights pierced the night. A vehicle came to a halt, and a shadowy figure emerged. How goes the cleanup, Viper? Banmu asked. The man, with a gravelly voice, responded, all is handled. Except for a few troublesome individuals sent by the Alliance, the rest were mere trifles. Nodding in acknowledgement, Banmu stated, I understand the fatigue of traversing Chongping Forest. But now is not the time for rest. We need to deliver a gift to Tianzhonger. A gift? Deja queried, perplexed, as they had not prepared any. Without explanation, Banmu drew Deja's dagger from his waist and approached the recently cleared battlefield, smiling at the fallen Tianzhonger. I shall borrow something of yours. You are generous. So surely you will consent. With a swift motion, he severed the offering, placing it into a bag before declaring. We shall divide into 3 groups. One masquerading as Alliance personnel will accompany me to the banquet, while the other 2 shall visit their residence for a surprise. Deja relayed the specific locations, and after assigning the subsequent tasks, Banmu promptly entered a vehicle, while Deja and several men donned the pre-prepared masks, transforming into the security personnel who had disembarked with Banmu. 6 vehicles split into 3 formations, rumbling towards different directions amidst the thunderous sky, heralding a night in Chongping City where some would inevitably find their sleep disturbed. On the ranch, Lu Yun remained oblivious to the turmoil outside, experimenting with his newly acquired induction cooker. Indeed, it was an induction cooker. While perusing the supermarket, Lu Yun had stumbled upon this appliance, reminiscent of the one from his previous life. Considering the impracticality of daily cooking over an open flame and the inconvenience of gas refills, he purchased it for a mere $420, knowing it could be powered by the generator beneath his home. After successfully testing the induction cooker, Lu Yun heard the distant rumble of thunder, halting his preparations for dinner. He decided to check on the bug shed, ensuring it would withstand the impending deluge. In the first-floor living room, he observed the engrossed Rhydon and Darumaka, captivated by a performance by Shinedo. Lu Yun felt the wisdom of his parents. The spacious living room served not only for entertaining guests, but also as a resting place for the Pokémon. Upon returning in the afternoon, Lu Yun had whimsically stored Rhydon in a Pokeball and released him indoors, marveling at how even the large Pokémon did not appear cramped in the expansive living room, albeit somewhat restricted in movement. After greeting the 2 Pokémon, Lu Yun changed his shoes, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped outside. Outside, The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. The only source of light, the moon, completely obscured. The thunderous roars and the howling winds reigned supreme. Using the flashlight's faint glow, Lu Yun navigated to the bug shed. The pitch-black interior welcomed a glimmer of light, courtesy of Lu Yun's flashlight. Due to the absence of installed lighting, he could only inspect the premises, ensuring doors and windows were secured and that the roof bore no significant cracks. After reassuring the green caterpillars huddled in the corner, frightened by the thunder, he departed. By this time, heavy rain had begun to pour outside, with large droplets splattering against the grass, creating a muddy scene. Amidst the downpour, Lu Yun dashed back to the house. On the second floor, after changing into clean clothes and setting the wet garments in the washing machine, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As the torrential rain pounded outside, the tension from the midday ambush began to dissipate. He carried the finished meal to the living room, where he and his two Pokémon sat on the floor, enjoying the graceful dance of Shinado on television, relishing the moment. In stark contrast to Lu Yun's peaceful dinner at home, the two individuals in Chonglin Pavilion found themselves unable to eat. Accompanied by the roaring thunder, mere hours ago, Tian Zhonger had boldly assured he would meet his end. Now, he stood before them, bag in hand, an air of nonchalance about him. What is the matter? Are you two not welcoming me? In response to Banmu's inquiry, Tian Zhonger and Yi Ming, though startled, exchanged knowing glances, having weathered many storms before, and replied, "Welcome, welcome. How could we not? I have long heard of Mr. Banmu's renown. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest." Disregarding the pleasantries exchanged between the two, Banmu proceeded to walk into the room, absorbed in his own thoughts. "Since you have welcomed me so warmly, I trust you will appreciate the gift I have brought for you." He spoke gently, yet his words carried an inexplicable discomfort. Placing the bag before the two men, he raised his left hand slightly in an inviting gesture towards Tanaka Kiryu, saying, "Now, Mr. Tanaka, why don't you open it and see if this gift meets your approval?" After casting a glance at Banmu, Tanaka slowly rose and began to open the bag. With Yi Ming's exclamation, Tanaka was startled enough to fall to the ground as a spherical object rolled out of the bag. "Banmu, what are you trying to do? What does this mean?" Tanaka shouted angrily, rising from the floor and pointing a finger at him. "Are you threatening us? Don't you fear retribution from the Alliance?" In the face of Tanaka's fury, Banmu placed his right index finger over his lips, signaling for silence. "It seems Mr. Tanaka is quite fond of this gift," he remarked. "But do not fret, I have another surprise for you. Why not call home and see? There might be a delightful surprise awaiting you." Upon hearing Banmu's words, both men turned pale and hurriedly beckoned for their guards outside to bring in their phones. After several calls with no response, Banmu derisively commented, "It appears your people are rather inept. Let me handle it." With a casual clap of his hands, two mobile phones were brought in by the waiting guards. "Here." Banmu gestured towards the phones on the table. At this moment, even the most naive could discern that their associates outside had succumbed to an eternal slumber. Trembling, the two men picked up the phones and began to operate them, soon filled with a cacophony of noise from the other end. Listening intently, their faces drained of color, with the more volatile Tanaka angrily throwing his phone to the ground, cursing at Banmu. "You beast! How dare you? What has my family done to you? You call this power?" Beside him, Yi Ming softened his tone, saying, "Mr. Banmu, this matter has nothing to do with them. We will give you whatever you desire. We only ask that you show mercy and spare them." Observing the contrasting reactions of the two men, Banmu erupted in laughter. "Mayor Yi, do not flatter me. I have never claimed to be a good person, nor do I aspire to be one. Please do not mistake my intentions." He then turned to Tanaka, stating, "What do you mean by retribution upon family? They are mere robbers. I do not know them. Please do not tarnish my reputation." Tanaka, in a fit of rage, trembled and roared, "What do you truly want?" As he appeared on the brink of losing his composure, Banmu straightened himself and calmly replied, "If you follow my instructions, I assure you those robbers will have a change of heart. However, should you choose not to comply, I cannot guarantee what those robbers might do." As Tanaka prepared to retort to Banmu's blatant threat, Yi Ming discreetly kicked him and, with a hint of submission, remarked, "Let us proceed, as Mr. Banmu suggests." Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Banmu smiled slightly and shook his head at Tanaka, saying, "Those who recognize the situation are wise. In this regard, you, President Tanaka, fall short of Mayor Yi. It is no wonder you remain merely a chamber president while Mr. Yi has ascended to the mayoralty." Tanaka, stifled by Banmu's scorn, merely snorted in response and fell silent. It was a night destined for both joy and sorrow. Chapter 21, Tokiwa City. In the early morning, after a night of torrential rain, the battle-damaged grassland had been rejuvenated. Lu Yun walked along the somewhat damp dirt path, intending to check on the green caterpillars in their enclosure. Inside, 10 green caterpillars were huddled in a corner, fast asleep, seemingly traumatized by the thunder from the previous night. Having gone without sleep, he filled their food bowl and gently exited the room, careful not to disturb the little creatures. Outside the wooden cabin, the rhinoceros beetle ambled with Darubi across the slightly moist grass. After the battle, these two spirits had begun to grow accustomed to one another, shedding their initial awkwardness. In contrast to the rhinoceros beetle, which occasionally lowered its head to nibble on the dewy grass, Darubi's behavior was somewhat unsightly. He would sniff the ground, and upon detecting a lack of his scent, he would raise his leg to mark his territory, much to the disgust of the rhinoceros beetle, who quickly distanced itself from the unsanitary spirit, wary of consuming grass laced with his urine. Having retrieved the soaked soybeans from the kitchen, Lu Yun settled on the porch, intending to make some soybean milk. Lacking a soybean milk maker, he placed the soybeans in a manual juicer. With his left hand, he fed the plump, soaked beans into the machine, while his right hand turned the crank. The softened beans gradually transformed into a thick paste, flowing into the prepared basin. Due to the manual nature of the process, the grinding efficiency was rather low, and he had to periodically clear the juicer of residue to prevent clogging. After considerable effort, he completed the grinding. Once tidied up, Lu Yun took the precious soybean paste upstairs, fetched some cheesecloth from the cupboard, and filtered the mixture several times until the resulting liquid was clear and devoid of any residue. He placed the filtered soy milk over a flame, bringing it to a boil before lowering the heat to simmer for a while, ultimately yielding a basin of soybean milk. After adding oil to the fryer, he prepared the fermented dough from the previous night, resulting in a fragrant, crispy youtiao emerging from the pot. Opening the window, Lu Yun called out to the two playful spirits in the distance, "Stop fooling around. It's time to eat." Upon hearing the word food, the two spirits darted downstairs in an instant. At the entrance, Lu Yun squatted there with soybean milk in one hand and youtiao in the other. Watching as Darubi devoured his meal, a sense of pride swelling within him. The allure of Chinese cuisine is irresistible, even to spirits. He mused to himself before swiftly finishing his breakfast. He had plans to visit the city today, and time was of the essence. He could not afford any further delays. After washing the dishes and returning them to their rightful place, Lu Yun changed into appropriate attire, gathered the necessary documents, and packed the trash before heading downstairs to ride his rhinoceros beetle towards Tokiwa City. As he passed the entrance, he sorted the trash according to category and disposed of it in the designated bins. A glance at his watch revealed it was already 8:35. He had spent nearly an hour on breakfast, a luxury he had never before contemplated. Though he had only traversed into this realm a few days prior, Lu Yun had quickly acclimated to the leisurely pace of life here. This slow rhythm was not a waste of time. On the contrary, it reflected a responsible attitude toward life. Compared to the outcome-driven mindset prevalent in his previous life, the inhabitants of the spirit world seemed to place greater value on the journey itself. They sought not merely favorable results, but rather a rich and colorful experience throughout the process. Perhaps this is the true essence of life. After securing the gate of the ranch, Lu Yun did not linger and promptly resumed his journey to Shizhou City. To reach Shizhou City, he first needed to traverse through Green Meadow Town to access the main road, and considering the stamina of his ride-on, it would take no less than an hour to arrive at the Shizhou gym. Meanwhile, Banmu was seated in his office on the second floor, perusing a stack of documents before him. It is truly astonishing how appearances can be deceiving. Our Mayor Yi, who seems so refined, is capable of such audacious acts. 2/3 of this sum, indeed, he has quite the appetite. Tossing the documents onto the desk, Banmu leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as he spoke. A secretary, clad in formal attire and engaged in organizing materials nearby, lifted her head in response to Banmu's remarks. "Shall we return this money to fill that gap?" Upon hearing her question, Banmu sat upright and replied, "Return it? Why on earth would we do that? The funds will be deposited tomorrow, and I will apprehend those responsible. It will be an excellent opportunity to bolster our reputation." The secretary sighed at Banmu's words and handed him a sheet of paper, saying, "This is the recently delivered share transfer contract. Just sign it, boss, and I will take care of the rest." Banmu glanced over the contract, quickly scrawled his name, and passed it back. The secretary, without pausing, turned on her heels and made her way to the door. "Wait, Zhen Yao, once the money arrives tomorrow, take 1/3 for gifts that I find useful. Distribute another 1/3 to the brothers who participated, and the final 1/3 will be deposited into our account for operational funds." Zhen Yao, slightly surprised by Banmu's instructions, nodded in agreement. "Understood, boss. Are there any specific requirements for the gifts?" Banmu rubbed his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "Purchase items related to agriculture and livestock. I intend to inspect the farms surrounding Shizhou City." "All right," Zhen Yao replied before departing the office. Watching her leave, Banmu glanced at the time and rose from his chair. calling out toward the door, "Prepare the vehicle, we are heading to the central square." Outside Shizhou City, Lu Yun, with a pained expression, struggled to dismount from his ride-on-s back, collapsing onto the ground. Riding without a saddle is truly uncomfortable, he complained while massaging his inner thighs, wondering how Grandpa Kaji managed it. Just as Lu Yun voiced his grievances, Mayor Kaji, who was tidying up the courtyard, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this lad is in for a rough time." Due to the city regulations prohibiting large Pokémon from accompanying trainers, Lu Yun withdrew his ride-on into its Pokeball for a rest and began striding toward the city with a distinctive gait. As one of the largest cities in the Kanto region, Shizhou City was undoubtedly warm and welcoming. Within minutes of entering the urban area, Lu Yun had already received several flyers, advertising beauty services, hair salons, real estate, and restaurant openings. However, the one that piqued his interest was a pharmacy named Senra, which was offering a 30% discount for its grand opening. Lu Yun decided to check it out later. After disposing of the remaining flyers in a trash bin, he kept only the one for Senra and declined an offer from a dot-on-night. He then hailed a taxi to head to the city hall to collect his subsidies, feeling that if he were to ride the dot-on-night in his current state, he might jeopardize his future happiness. Chapter 22, Banmu. In the taxi, Lu Yun gazed curiously at the jubilant crowd waving flags outside and asked the driver, "Is there a festival or something? Why are there so many people gathered here?" The driver, somewhat surprised by the inquiry, replied, "You don't know? Today is the day Mr. Banmu officially assumes the role of the Shizhou gym leader. These people are here to witness the inauguration ceremony at the central square." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's mind buzzed. Did he hear correctly? Banmu was becoming the gym leader today? With such a dangerous figure so close by, could he expect to lead a peaceful life? The driver, noticing Lu Yun's bewilderment in the rearview mirror, asked incredulously, "You haven't heard of Mr. Banmu's exploits?" Regaining his composure, Lu Yun realized he was unfamiliar with Banmu's history, having only encountered him through the narratives of anime and games, primarily the former. As he had skipped through the game's storyline, "Could you tell me about Mr. Banmu's achievements?" "I'm a bit out of the loop," Lu Yun prompted. This question opened the floodgates for the taxi driver, who animatedly recounted Banmu's accomplishments, nearly colliding with other vehicles several times, which left Lu Yun in a cold sweat. As the driver spoke, Lu Yun gradually learned about Banmu's undertakings, which were far more substantial than the villainous caricature portrayed in games and anime. Just 7 years Lu Yun's senior, Banmu had already made a name for himself as a renowned philanthropist and politician in the Kanto region. Piecing together the driver's narrative, Lu Yun gathered the essence of Banmu's journey. He debuted at 16, securing second place in the Shizhou region's singles tournament with his B-drill. At 17, he triumphed in the Alliance's doubles competition, showcasing a formidable Nidoking and winning the championship. At 18, he gained fame at the Quartz Conference, where his Nidoking triumphed over 5 opponents, earning him second place. At 19, he conquered the Silver Conference, defeating the Dragon Family's seeded contender with a recently captured Nidoking, earning the moniker Banmu of the Earth. The following year, he ventured far and wide for training and did not re-emerge until the age of 23. Upon his return, he boldly entered the military, rising from squad leader to platoon leader in just a year. At 24, he unexpectedly abandoned a promising career to lead speeches advocating for direct elections, garnering widespread support from the grassroots. By the age of 26, after 2 years of tireless efforts, he became the first elected representative in the Alliance's history. Now at 27, Banmu had transformed into a gym leader, a local dignitary. Upon learning of Banmu's accomplishments, Lu Yun found it challenging to reconcile this version of Banmu with the one he had known. Licking his parched lips, Lu Yun remarked, "So, it seems the people are quite eager for Banmu to take on the role of gym leader." The driver did not respond immediately but glanced at a photograph hanging on the windshield, speaking with a tinge of melancholy. If only Mr. Banmu had become gym leader sooner. Perhaps she wouldn't have had to leave. Observing the photograph of a chubby little girl, Lu Yun began to grasp the undercurrents of the conversation and felt an urge to comfort the driver, yet was at a loss for words. With the topic trailing off, silence enveloped the taxi as they watched the jubilant crowd outside. A thought suddenly crossed Lu Yun's mind. Perhaps Banmu was not as malevolent as he had presumed. As the scenery outside gradually settled, a towering skyscraper came into view. "It's time to disembark," the driver announced as he brought the vehicle to a halt. "What is the fare?" Lu Yun inquired. The driver merely shook his head in response. "Your fare is waived. You must be here to collect subsidies. Save some money for yourself." There was no doubt as to why the driver recognized him as a subsidy recipient. A long line had already formed outside the building, with most individuals wearing expressions of sorrow, hinting at some unfortunate circumstances at home. Although the driver did not request it, Lu Yun still left 100 yuan on the back seat, for in these trying times, life is not easy for anyone. Arriving at the end of the queue, Lu Yun glanced at the number of people ahead and checked his watch, estimating that he would reach the front around 10 o'clock, provided the staff worked efficiently enough to complete the paperwork by morning. At that moment, the central square was abuzz with a large crowd gathered to witness the inauguration ceremony of the first master of the Shijian dojo. On stage, Banmu passionately recounted his vision for life after taking office. Pokémon are companions of humanity, not our adversaries. Yet, some individuals, driven by selfish desires, disregard the welfare of their compatriots and the friendship between our two species. Here, I vow that as long as I serve as the master of the Shijian dojo, I will dedicate my life to protecting the citizens of Shijian City from calamities and foster a familial bond between the city and the Pokémon of the Shijian forest. As Banmu concluded his speech, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, with countless voices calling out his name. Some even attempted to climb onto the stage for a photograph with him. After handing the microphone to the host, Banmu made his way behind the stage, where a sleek black sedan awaited him. As he settled into the vehicle, Banmu instructed the driver, to the city government. I intend to reclaim the powers that belong to me as the dojo master. Inside the city government, Lu Yun, having finally reached the front of the line, bent over to fill out form after form. Why is the bureaucracy so sluggish in every world? He muttered under his breath. After submitting a stack of completed forms to the staff, who verified their accuracy, he received a new form stamped with an official seal. Take this to the finance office on the 18th floor to collect your money, the staff member directed, pointing down the corridor towards the elevator. Why is it so little? Murmured some individuals descending from the upper floors after collecting their subsidies. Indeed, others echoed in quiet complaints. Listening to their grievances, Lu Yun felt little sympathy. After all, he was well aware of the intricacies of disaster relief subsidies from his past life. Just as he arrived at the elevator doors, two security guards in uniforms called out to him. Stop! Don't get on. Turning towards the source of the voice, Lu Yun saw a stout and a slender security guard approaching, accompanied by two Psyduck. A prominent figure will be using the elevator shortly. If you have business, take the stairs, the lean guard said, waving his hand dismissively. The stout guard positioned himself at the elevator entrance, his ample frame blocking Lu Yun's view entirely. Irritated by their brazen behavior, Lu Yun retorted to the lean guard with a mocking tone. Oh, look, it's a frail one who must have escaped from a welfare institution. You're so skinny, you could be mistaken for a twig. With that build, you should be hiding somewhere. A gust of wind might snap you in two. Yet here you are, wandering about. After delivering his barbed remarks, Lu Yun turned to mock the stout guard. And you, my friend, are truly impressive. From a distance, you resemble a pig. Up close, you appear to be a wall. It's hard to believe you're human. I shudder to think how much road maintenance fees you must accrue to keep you in good standing. The guards were furious at Lu Yun's sarcastic jibes, their faces turning red with rage. You, the lean guard stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yun, but before he could utter a threat, a commanding voice interrupted. Enough. Who gave you permission to engage in such disgraceful conduct that tarnishes the government's reputation? Lu Yun turned to see Banmu, who had rushed over from the central square. The two guards, clearly familiar with Banmu, appeared flustered under his reprimand. I, stuttered the lean guard, but Banmu cut him off. What do you mean, I? Hurry up and get over there. Do you enjoy making a fool of yourselves? Upon Banmu's command, two security personnel clad in black swiftly approached and escorted the two guards away. Banmu then turned to the onlookers, raising his voice to address the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of these individuals, I apologize for today's incident. In a vast forest, all sorts of creatures can be found. The presence of such rogue elements is a failure of our oversight. I assure you that my first action as your new master will be to root out these incompetent individuals. He bowed deeply to the crowd, his demeanor impeccable, eliciting cheers from the audience. Turning to Lu Yun, Banmu said, I apologize for the earlier incident. He then produced a brooch adorned with a purple gemstone from his pocket and presented it to Lu Yun with both hands. This is a token of my goodwill. The previous misunderstanding was merely a miscommunication. Seeing the brooch offered by Banmu, Lu Yun thought to himself, why not seize the opportunity? He graciously accepted it. Beaming at Banmu, you truly are an exemplary official. If only all officials in the alliance were like you. Banmu appreciated Lu Yun's words and, after instructing someone to assist Lu Yun with the remaining paperwork, he stood by the wall, saying, I am but a servant of the people. Your matters take precedence. Please, go ahead. With a gesture of invitation, he welcomed Lu Yun and others needing to collect subsidies into the elevator. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun genuinely felt that Oscar owed him a little golden statuette. Banmu's performance was nothing short of spectacular. It must be said, some individuals are simply effective. With the assistance of the person Banmu had assigned, Lu Yun managed to receive a hefty subsidy of 35,000 yuan in just a matter of minutes. When he received the funds, Lu Yun was taken aback. The receipt clearly stated it was supposed to be 1/3 of the total compensation. Yet he felt lucky to have even received 1/10 of that amount. This is outrageous. After cursing the corruption within the alliance's bureaucracy, Lu Yun resolved to find a place to indulge in a hearty meal to vent his frustrations. After all, he had no power to reclaim the embezzled subsidies and could only express his discontent through food. Perhaps this was the lament of the common man. After finishing his lunch, Lu Yun hurriedly made his way to the Sunluo pharmacy, following the address listed on the flyer. Upon entering the pharmacy, he found it remarkably quiet, likely due to it being mealtime. A young man, who had been engrossed in his meal at the counter, quickly swallowed his food, wiped his mouth, and greeted Lu Yun enthusiastically. "Hello, I am the owner, Nason. How may I assist you today?" Curious that the owner himself was attending to business, Lu Yun inquired. "Are you the only one here?" It is no wonder that Lu Yun posed such a question, for it was only upon stepping into the pharmacy that he realized the vastness of the establishment, spanning 2 levels and encompassing roughly 100 square meters on each floor. The shelves were brimming with an array of medicinal herbs, creating a rich tapestry of scents that, even with a mere whiff, could evoke a sense of tranquility. The young man scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "I've spent all my money on opening the shop, with no funds left to hire anyone. I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands." "Hey, you truly are a genius." Lu Yun couldn't help but admire the proprietor's remarkable business acumen. He retrieved the list he had prepared the previous night from his satchel and presented it to the young man. "Could you check if you have these herbs in stock? If so, please gather them according to the quantities on the list." Taking the list from Lu Yun, the proprietor began to read it with utmost seriousness. 300 g of grasswalker's leaves, 300 g of Venusstrangler's vines, powdered, 200 g of stenchflower's pollen, and 200 g of Venus flytrap saliva. As he read, his excitement visibly grew, and upon finishing the list, he unexpectedly seized Lu Yun's arm, exclaiming, "It turns out you are also an apothecary." This bewildering scene left Lu Yun somewhat perplexed. Yet out of courtesy, he did not withdraw but rather inquired with curiosity, "What is an apothecary?" Realizing something, the man appeared somewhat disappointed. Releasing Lu Yun's arm with a sigh and turning to the medicine cabinet to begin preparing the herbs. One by one, the herbs were extracted from drawers crafted from redwood and placed on a small scale. To Lu Yun's astonishment, the man skillfully measured out the exact quantities required without needing to rely on the scale, which seemed to serve merely to reassure customers. Once all the necessary herbs were bagged, the man turned to Lu Yun and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Venus flytrap saliva is the key ingredient in this prescription." After a brief pause, he continued, "This key ingredient is best used fresh. If it sits too long, it will lose its potency. We don't have any in stock here, so you might want to look around for a trainer with Venus flytraps and ask them for some." Though a tinge of disappointment washed over him, Lu Yun nodded in agreement, harboring a newfound respect for the man. It was not solely due to his adeptness in herb gathering, rivaling that of seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners from Lu Yun's past life, but also because he had accurately articulated the use of the Venus flytrap saliva, which indeed served as a crucial binding agent in the formula provided by the system. Just as the proprietor was preparing to grind the Venusstrangler's vines in a mortar, a coarse voice boomed from outside, capturing both their attention. "Is that not Trees? Seems you've taken up the mantle of shopkeeper after just a few days." Turning to look, they saw a figure with a bright red mohawk, clad in a sleeveless leather jacket adorned with an assortment of studs, accompanied by skin-tight jeans festooned with chains of varying sizes, and wearing a pair of shoes that Lu Yun recognized all too well from his previous life. "Listen here, kid. I advise you not to buy medicine from him. With those worthless tree barks and rotten roots, you might end up dead. And this penniless fool won't have the means to compensate you." With that, he kicked over a nearby shelf, sending a cascade of herbs crashing to the floor. With a cry of dismay, Trees, who was grinding herbs behind the counter, hurled the pestle he was using, striking the troublemaker squarely on the head. "You've certainly grown bolder, Trees," the thug spat angrily, retrieving a pokeball from his belt and tossing it aside. "Stenchmud, use mud attack and teach him a lesson." The pokeball hit the ground, bursting open to reveal a mass of foul-smelling purple sludge, which opened its gaping maw and launched a stream of putrid mud at Trees, who momentarily panicked, realizing that an attack of this nature in the city could result in severe consequences. As Lu Yun prepared to summon his ride-on to assist Trees in fending off the assault, a flurry of leaves shot forth, intercepting the airborne sludge. To their surprise, A sunflora had appeared at the side of the shop. "You foul quack. Don't think you can escape unscathed today. We will not let this go." The thug, realizing his attack had missed, hastily retreated after recalling Stinchmud, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Observing the chaos within the pharmacy, Trees, the owner, dropped to the ground, weeping in despair. Lu Yun gently patted his back, attempting to console him. "Don't cry, you're no longer a child. Who was that just now? Do you hold some deep-seated grudge against him?" After a brief moment of sobbing, Trees began to recount the events leading to this confrontation. The troublemaker was associated with a gang known as the Stench Association, which had opened a pharmacy months prior, selling medications produced using modern techniques. Though their medicines provided rapid relief, they came with severe side effects. Consequently, many patients turned to Trees for herbal remedies with fewer adverse effects. Realizing their profits were dwindling, members of the Stench Association tracked down Trees' address. However, he had been out gathering herbs at the time, narrowly escaping their wrath, while his grandmother, left at home, fell gravely ill due to their persistent harassment. Upon returning home, Trees sought to confront them, but each attempt was met with violence, and the harassment only escalated. Ultimately, he had to relocate with his ailing grandmother to Chongping City, hoping to establish a shop where he could care for her and earn a living with his skills, only to be pursued relentlessly by this gang. "Stop crying, you're no longer a child," an elderly voice interjected. Supporting himself with the aid of the sunflora, an elderly man emerged from the side. Seeing the old man approach, Trees quickly stood up, wiping his tears and snot, speaking with urgency. "Grandma, you shouldn't be out here. Your health isn't fully restored yet. What if you catch a chill?" The old woman waved her hand dismissively. "I know my own body well enough. Don't forget that your skills were taught to you by me." Hearing this, Trees felt reassured. The old woman then added, "Have you not seen the customer waiting for their medicine? Hurry up, and do not forget the apothecary's code." After urging Trees to package the herbs, the elderly woman bowed deeply to Lu Yun, saying, "I apologize, young man, for the fright our trouble has caused you." Taken aback by her apology, Lu Yun hurriedly reached out to assist her. "It's nothing, really. I wasn't frightened at all. Please don't take it to heart." After offering some comforting words, Lu Yun inquired, "Upon entering the pharmacy, I was continuously met with the term pharmacist. I wonder, dear grandmother, if you could enlighten me about the role of a pharmacist?" Casting a glance at Shuz, who was diligently assisting Lu Yun with prescriptions, the elderly woman sighed and inquired, "Did he speak of this to you?" Lu Yun nodded in affirmation. "Sort of," he replied. Hearing this, the elder sighed once more and said, "Well, it is rare for someone of your age to show interest in matters of the past. Since you have asked, allow me to share some insights about pharmacists." As the elder's voice resonated, Lu Yun gradually began to understand why Shiz had such a pronounced reaction when he handed over the list. During the era of the Beastmen, certain individuals discovered that by combining various plants growing in the wild with materials shed by elves, they could heal a multitude of ailments. Thus, the first pharmacists emerged. Through extensive development, some pharmacists created concoctions that could enhance a particular ability of elves in a short period, reaching the pinnacle of their craft. However, the true golden age of pharmacists occurred several centuries ago during the era of the Ancient Empire, when the chief court pharmacist utilized holy ashes and resurrection herbs to concoct a potion that could extend life, reviving the old king who had been dead for 3 days, allowing him to live for an additional decade. This remarkable feat elevated pharmacists to esteemed guests among the nobility, yet such heights were destined to meet their end. When the new king ascended the throne, everything changed. To satiate his insatiable greed, he summoned all pharmacists within the empire to partake in a clandestine experiment. Tragically, many pharmacists perished in the ensuing calamity, resulting in a significant loss of knowledge. Even more despairing was the sudden demise of the king shortly thereafter, causing the empire to fracture in an instant, reportedly due to the failure of the experiment. Those pharmacists who survived, having narrowly escaped death, were branded as regicides, becoming pariahs in society. As the elder recounted this tale, he sighed deeply, clenching his fists in frustration before continuing, with the establishment of the alliance amidst the chaos. "We had hoped to walk the world openly. However, a new profession emerged, known as healers. Despite only differing by a single character from pharmacists, their philosophies regarding the treatment of the same ailments are fundamentally opposed. We pharmacists believe that all things in the world exist in a delicate balance. The emergence of a disease must correlate with a corresponding herb that can cure it. Once we find that herb, we can neutralize the ailment. However, healers disparage our methods as reckless and a waste of time. They advocate for directly eliminating the source of the illness through their remedies. It is undeniable that, compared to our methods, people favor the expediency of healers, even if it entails certain sacrifices. Consequently, more individuals opted to pursue the healer's path, while we pharmacists were relegated to the annals of history, destined for oblivion. A bittersweet smile crept across the elder's face as he reflected on this. Chapter 25. Tokuwadai Mall. Listening to the elder's words, Lu Yun could not help but draw parallels to the age-old debate between Eastern and Western medicine in his previous life. Yet, unlike the elder's pessimistic outlook, Lu Yun preferred to believe that pharmacists who had endured countless trials over the centuries would not falter at this juncture. This is your medicine. Shi's arrival interrupted Lu Yun's conversation with the elder. Handing over the packaged medicine, he added, I apologize for the delay. Due to the recent skirmish, one of the ingredients was contaminated, and I had to search the back warehouse for a replacement. No problem at all, Lu Yun replied as he accepted the medicine. How much do I owe you? Shi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and said, 765 yuan. After promptly settling the payment, Lu Yun was about to turn to leave when the elder suddenly called out to him. Child, don't rush off just yet. Take this. As she spoke, the elder retrieved a box of Buanghua pollen from the shelf and handed it to Lu Yun, accompanied by a business card. From the medicine you purchased, I surmise that someone in your family is unwell, but the person who prescribed it seems to be rather inexperienced. The medicine's properties are too cooling, and excessive use could be harmful. This box of Buanghua pollen, made from the pollen of the flower atop the Buanghua plant, is a nourishing remedy. Please take it back for the patient. Lu Yun hesitated, not accepting the offering. Grandmother, I appreciate your kindness, but this is far too precious for me to accept. His reluctance was not unfounded. He noticed that the price tag on the shelf clearly stated 1,500 yuan per bottle, a substantial sum indeed. However, the elder's demeanor was resolute as she firmly pressed the medicine into Lu Yun's bag, feigning irritation. How can you be so foolish? The safety of the patient is paramount. What is a mere box of Buanghua pollen worth? Just take it. Observing this scene, Lu Yun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He certainly couldn't explain to the elder that the medicine was meant for a caterpillar. The elf's robust constitution rendered the cooling properties negligible. Thank you, grandmother. Ultimately, Lu Yun chose to accept the gift, silently committing this act of kindness to memory. Noticing Lu Yun's acceptance, the elder continued to advise him, inside your bag, I have placed my business card, which contains my phone number. If the patient's condition worsens, do not hesitate to call me, and I will come as swiftly as possible. Understood, Lu Yun nodded eagerly, confirming he had taken note of her words. Seeing his earnest demeanor brought a smile back to the elder's face. Now, hurry home to prepare the medicine. We must tidy up this mess, and I shan't keep you any longer. After bidding farewell to the elder and Shi's, Lu Yun finally turned to leave the pharmacy, following the signs toward the city center. As he walked away, Shi's, puzzled, turned to the elder and inquired, Grandmother, you usually refrain from discussing such matters. Why today? The elder cast a glance at Shi's, sighing heavily. I have but a few years left in this world. If we elderly folk depart, how many young people will be willing to learn these invaluable skills? These are the legacies of those who came before us, and they must not be allowed to fade away with our generation. As she spoke, the elder's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It is not merely my craft. It feels as if I am preserving a piece of my own essence. Rarely do I encounter someone genuinely interested in the art of pharmacy, and I thought perhaps he could learn a thing or two. Is that why you gave him your business card and Buanghua pollen? Shiz asked, understanding dawning upon him. The elder nodded. His prescribed medicine is excessively cold. The Buanghua pollen can effectively counterbalance its chill to prevent him from falling ill for too long. The card is for emergencies, should anything arise. I can rush to his aid. With that, the elder cast a disapproving glance at Shiz. After all these years of practicing medicine alongside me, how could you forget the basics of compatibility? To use an incorrect prescription is simply inexcusable. It's as if your studies have gone to waste. Once we tidy up the shop, I shall take you back to the basics of formulation. After being reprimanded, the elderly man was assisted by the sunflower monster as he made his way to the back, leaving the somewhat awkward tree Zay standing in place, at a loss. Following the directional signs, Lu Yun arrived at the heart of Chongqing City. The city center boasts a landmark structure, the Chongqing Grand Mall, an 8-story establishment that offers an extensive array of goods, making it an essential stop for anyone visiting Chongqing City. Lu Yun's purpose here was not only to procure a leaf stone, but also to replace his mobile phone and arrange for the purchase of a batch of saplings. Speaking of mobile phones, Lu Yun felt compelled to voice his grievances about the technological landscape of this world. In his eyes, the technological advancements of the Pokémon world seemed woefully misaligned. While Pokeballs, which involve spatial manipulation, can be mass-produced, a simple communication device remains frustratingly subpar. Most communication still relies on landlines, and though wireless phones do exist, their prices are simply exorbitant. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the mall, He was greeted by a plethora of electronic devices, ranging from shavers to refrigerators and air conditioners. Entering a shop that specialized in mobile phones, Lu Yun leaned over the counter to peruse the available models. After some deliberation, he pointed to a phone that resembled a certain brand, politely addressing the attendant beside him. "Hello, could you please bring this one out for me to examine?" Upon receiving the phone, Lu Yun began to explore its features. The usage of the device was reminiscent of the phones from his past life, though it was noteworthy that even this brand could not compare to the simplicity of modern devices. The phone offered only 3 functions: calling, texting, and taking photos. Yet, even such a basic model surpassed the brick he was currently using, which could only send and receive texts. Gazing at the price tag of $998, Lu Yun found it acceptable. After confirming that the device was undamaged, he addressed the attendant. "I'll take this one." After processing his payment, Lu Yun lamented the loss of $998, but rejoiced in acquiring a new phone. As he tinkered with his new device, he joined the throng of shoppers heading to the 4th floor, which was dedicated to selling Pokémon. At this time, the League had not yet imposed a ban on the sale of Pokémon, leading many to sell various Pokémon offspring or eggs, showcasing a rich variety. Glimpsing the somewhat chaotic atmosphere of the 4th floor, Lu Yun decided to depart, setting his sights on the 5th floor. The 5th floor was specifically designated for the sale of items, housing numerous shops that sold Pokémon-related merchandise. If one had sufficient funds, they could even have items custom-made on-site. Chapter 26. Not what you think. Upon seeing the sign at the entrance of the EV item shop, coupled with the adorable EV by the window, Lu Yun felt compelled to step inside. The gentle chime of the bell announced his entrance, prompting the previously lounging EV to bound over, eagerly calling out "EV, EV," as if to say welcome. Not one to resist such charm, Lu Yun scooped up the Pokémon, burying his face in its slightly fragrant fur, inhaling deeply. "Hello. Welcome to the EV item shop. I am the shopkeeper, Xiao Yuan. How may I assist you?" A girl clad in a light purple kimono emerged from behind the shelves, having gone unnoticed by Lu Yun upon his entry due to the display racks obscuring his view. Feeling a bit bashful, Lu Yun gently set Evie down and introduced himself. "Hello, Xiao Yuan. My name is Lu Yun. Do you have any leaf stones?" After a moment's consideration, Xiao Yuan retrieved a green stone from behind the shelves and presented it to Lu Yun. "What do you think of this one?" Taking the leaf stone from her fair hands, Lu Yun examined it under the light. Leaf stones are classified into 4 grades. The highest quality features a leaf-patterned core. The 2nd grade reveals a faint leaf design under light. The 3rd is simply a vibrant green akin to jade. And the lowest grade contains chaotic energy primarily used for industrial purposes. After his assessment, Lu Yun determined that while this leaf stone didn't reach the top tier, it was nonetheless quite good among the mid-tier stones, certainly better than the one he had purchased in town. "How much for this one?" he inquired. With a smile, the girl replied, "For others, it would be 3,600 yuan, but since Evie seems to like you, I'll sell it to you for 3,400 yuan. Lu Yun's expression twitched at her words, who claimed that people in the Pokémon world were straightforward. Her sales pitch was strikingly reminiscent of what he had heard while shopping for clothes in his past life. Calmly placing the stone back, Lu Yun slowly stated, "If I were to buy a larger quantity, could I get a discount?" Maintaining her friendly demeanor, Xiao Yuan responded, "If you purchase 3 or more, I can reduce the price by 100 yuan each from the 3,400 yuan. Turning to leave, Lu Yun chuckled inwardly. While the leaf stones were indeed of decent quality, they were not worth such a price. He figured they were at most worth 3,100 yuan, and he certainly didn't want to end up like his former self. A naive buyer. Just as he was about to exit, he felt a sudden tug at his pant leg, nearly causing him to lose his trousers. Looking down, he saw Evie clinging desperately to his pants, its expression a picture of sorrow, as if he had left without paying for a service. "If you truly desire it, I can offer each for 300 yuan, the girl implored, her eyes glistening as she wiped them with the wide sleeves of her kimono. Meanwhile, Evie continued to call out, its tiny legs clutching its belly as if it hadn't eaten in days. Due to Lu Yun's half-exposed form at the door, passers-by began to point and whisper, and he could easily guess the nature of their comments. Feeling exasperated by the onlookers and the theatrical display of the duo inside, Lu Yun sighed, 7 stones, each for 200 yuan. Pack them up for me. Please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly, the girl replied, her theatrics dissipating as she scurried off to fetch the items. Glaring at Evie, Lu Yun picked it up and playfully ruffled its fur, making it squirm until it rolled its eyes in exasperation. After collecting the packaged leaf stones and processing his payment, Lu Yun exited without a backward glance, leaving behind the girl and Evie's cheerful farewells. Such a scam, and what a conniving Evie, Lu Yun muttered under his breath. Evie smiled, while his wallet felt significantly lighter. The 7 leaf stones cost Lu Yun 400 yuan, and after accounting for other expenses, his remaining funds dwindled to 542 yuan. The 5th floor of the mall served as a hub for trainers to trade, distinctly more organized than the scattered setups in the town. Trainers could set up stalls in front of the Pokémon Center, while here in the city, numerous designated booths awaited those willing to pay a modest fee for the privilege of selling their wares for the day. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the cacophony of heated debates reached Lu Yun's ears. If the clamor on the 3rd floor was incited by the cries of sprites, the din on the 5th was purely the result of an overcrowded assembly. Navigating through the throngs of people, Lu Yun scanned his surroundings in search of the elusive carnivorous plant, yet fate sometimes proves unkind to the diligent. Despite his earnest efforts, he could not locate the vendor with the prized plant, nor did he find anyone selling the precious saliva necessary for his endeavors, only encountering a few slack-jawed flowers. After inquiring whether the system could accept the saliva of the slack-jawed flowers as a substitute, he received a curt and chilling response. It was not permissible. Feeling a wave of frustration, he rubbed his head and glanced at his watch. It was already past 3 o'clock. If he delayed any longer, he would have to traverse a stretch of road in darkness. It seemed that he would have to seek alternative solutions regarding the saliva. Without lingering on the 5th floor, Lu Yun made his way to the 6th floor, dedicated to the trade of bulk commodities, and headed directly to a shop named Nonsensical Seedlings. He aimed to take advantage of the recent rainfall to promptly replenish his stock of fruit tree saplings. His choice of this particular shop stemmed from a prior collaboration with them, ensuring that the quality of the seedlings would not be compromised. Due to this past partnership, the owner quickly emerged to greet him after Lu Yun introduced himself. Following a cordial and friendly exchange, he placed an order for 200 peach tree saplings at the price of 200 yuan each. After confirming the delivery schedule, Lu Yun left a 12,000 yuan deposit and departed. As he exited the Chongpan Grand Mall, the clock showed 4:30. Without wasting any time, Lu Yun hailed a taxi and directed the driver towards the outskirts of the city. While seated in the vehicle, he began contemplating the development of his ranch. Now that the seedlings had been purchased, he merely needed to wait for their arrival and enlist some help for planting. The funds in his account were nearly sufficient to cover this batch of seedlings, as they would require ongoing care, including weeding, fertilization, and even assistance from grass-type sprites to provide energy to the fruit trees. Although the green caterpillars had been present for several days, they had shown no signs of producing silk, but Lu Yun remained unconcerned. His primary goal was to obtain the saliva from the carnivorous plant to enhance their skills, thereby increasing the value of their silk. Lu Yun had devised a plan to visit Grandpa Kaji, the town mayor, who was well-informed and likely to provide the best solution to his predicament. If even Grandpa Kaji could not resolve the issue, Lu Yun would have no choice but to post a bounty in the square in front of the Pokémon Center. He believed that with a sufficiently enticing reward, someone would surely take up the challenge. Regarding his debt, Lu Yun had pinned his hopes on the silk from the caterpillars. If the silk indeed turned out as described in the system's cultivation plan, the sum of 500,000 yuan would be trivial. Chapter 27, Coming by Effortlessly. Arriving at his destination, the driver's voice pulled Lu Yun back to reality. After paying the fare, he stepped out of the car, only to have the driver make a quick getaway, sending dust swirling around him, seemingly eager to capitalize on the rush hour. Brushing off the dust, Lu Yun released his ride-on from its pokeball. The ride-on, having gone hungry all day, immediately began to solicit food from Lu Yun. Prepared for this, Lu Yun retrieved the sweet peaches he had brought in the morning and fed them to the ride-on. After devouring 2 peaches, the ride-on finally paused, signaling Lu Yun to mount and head home. With a determined grip, Lu Yun climbed onto the ride-on's back, the familiar sensation transmitting through his trousers. Let us go. Our destination is the Cloud Ranch. I'll prepare a delicious meal for you upon our return, Lu Yun assured, patting the ride-on's head, envisioning a feast. Perhaps enticed by the promise of delectable food, the ride-on's pace quickened considerably. Meanwhile, within the Chongpen gym, 2 young men were being berated by Banmu. With a sharp crack, a stack of documents was flung onto their faces. Oh, you think you're clever, huh? Out of a 1,000-member defense force, 550 are drawing salaries without any work. Banmu's furious voice echoed throughout the gym, causing the 2 young men to tremble like quail, too intimidated to utter a sound. Banmu's anger was justified. After delivering his inaugural speech that morning, he had promptly arrived at the city government to reclaim the military authority of the defense troops from Yiming. The defense troops, as their name implied, were the secondary forces responsible for safeguarding Chongpan City, nominally under the command of the leaders of various gyms. Despite having suspected the existence of ghost pay within the defense troops, Banmu was still taken aback by the extent of the abuse during his afternoon inspection. Out of the 1,000 personnel, he found barely over 500 present, with many lacking Pokémon and merely serving to inflate numbers. In a fit of rage, Banmu apprehended the captain and vice-captain of the defense troops for questioning. Still tight-lipped at this point, "Let us see how long that lasts," he muttered, instructing a subordinate to bring forth a venomous snake. With Banmu departing for the second floor, the snake gestured for 2 large blocks of ice to be brought in. Expertly, he tied up one of the individuals and suspended him from the ceiling, allowing only his toes to touch the ice. "Be sensible and cough up the money. Or don't say I didn't warn you," the snake advised, but the man remained obstinate, even spitting at the snake. Unfazed, the snake signaled to a nearby accomplice, and in an instant, the brightly lit hall was plunged into darkness. At that moment, the suspended man felt as if the heavens were collapsing around him. Heart-wrenching screams reverberated through the pitch-black hall, evoking sorrow in listeners and drawing tears from onlookers. In Green Meadow Town, Lu Yun was riding atop his ride-on, strolling through the streets during the twilight hour, observing the bustling crowds and the smoke rising from the chimneys of each household. Lu Yun felt a profound sense of the essence of life. As strangers greeted him, he politely waved back, realizing that human interactions could indeed be so harmonious. Guided by the ride-on, he arrived at a quaint farmhouse at the edge of town, where the scent of burning firewood wafted through the air. Dismounting from his ride-on, Lu Yun knocked on the closed door and called out, "Grandpa Kaji, open up. I've returned the ride-on." With a creaking sound, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a red nose. It was none other than Grandpa Kaji. Come in, come in. You've arrived just in time for dinner," Grandpa Kaji exclaimed, his smile blooming like a peach blossom upon seeing Lu Yun. Once inside the courtyard, Lu Yun discovered that what seemed like a small space held a hidden charm. A large tree in the yard was home to a bird, diligently preening its feathers with its sharp beak. At the hearth, a mantis was chopping wood into suitable sizes, while a carnivorous plant used its vine to transport the pieces into the fire. However, upon noticing the ride-on entering with Lu Yun, all 3 sprites paused their tasks, eagerly greeting the ride-on. As the saying goes, the iron shoes have been trodden without finding a place, yet the arrival comes with no labor at all. Watching the Venus flytrap stirring the soup with its vines after greeting the unicorn rhinoceros, Lu Yun felt an immense joy. "Is the matter settled?" Kaji inquired, having just closed the door behind him. Lu Yun nodded and replied, "I just completed the task and came back to return the unicorn to you." With a gentle smile, Kaji stroked his white beard and said, "So, how is my unicorn rhinoceros faring? Not only has it thrived, but it has also rendered a significant service," Lu Yun praised. Hearing this, Kaji's eyes widened in surprise. What great service! The story unfolded as Lu Yun recounted the events, and gradually Kaji grasped the situation. After Lu Yun finished speaking, Kaji's smile faded, replaced by a hint of concern. "I was indeed negligent and overlooked this matter." After uttering this, Kaji called over the unicorn rhinoceros, which had been playing with a BB bird nearby. "Old friend, how have you been getting along with him these past few days?" The unicorn rhinoceros nodded in response. "Since you have developed a good rapport, would you mind protecting this child for a while? What do you think?" Initially inclined to refuse this suggestion, Lu Yun was halted by Kaji's gesture, indicating for him to remain silent. The unicorn rhinoceros pondered for a moment before finally approaching Lu Yun, albeit with a lingering look of reluctance towards Kaji. Observing this, Kaji chuckled and patted the unicorn rhinoceros on the head, saying, "There's no need to be like this. I am not abandoning you. In due time, I shall personally come to the ranch to bring you back." Lu Yun chimed in, "Once Dilubi possesses combat capabilities, you can return to Grandpa Kaji. Moreover, the ranch isn't far from town. We can visit often." Encouraged by their words, the unicorn rhinoceros happily bounded away to play with the BB bird. As the 2 creatures frolicked, Lu Yun and Kaji engaged in light conversation, with Lu Yun sharing amusing anecdotes from the past few days, much to Kaji's delight. Noticing the evening sky darkening, Lu Yun prepared to take his leave. After politely declining Kaji's invitation to stay for dinner, he shyly asked, "Grandpa Kaji, could I have some of the Venus flytrap saliva?" Taken aback at first, Kaji soon donned rubber gloves and retrieved a clean glass bottle. Approaching the Venus flytrap, he dipped the bottle into its enormous mouth and, after ensuring it was clean, handed it to Lu Yun. "Is this what you need?" Receiving the glass bottle and confirming with the system that he had not made a mistake, Lu Yun nodded. "Yes, this is indeed it. Though I am unsure of your intentions for this, I must caution you to avoid contact with it. It is a potent acid that can corrode organic tissue," Kaji kindly warned, prompting Lu Yun to comprehend why Kaji had worn gloves during the collection. After bidding farewell to Kaji, Lu Yun seized the opportunity to ride the unicorn rhinoceros home while the night was still young. Watching Lu Yun depart, Kaji pondered aloud. I feel as though I have forgotten something. Oh well, no matter, time to eat. With the creaking of wooden doors, the barriers between the courtyard and the outside world re-established a tranquil ambience. Chapter 28, Standing Straight After a Beating. Did we get anything? Banmu inquired. Seated in a solid wooden chair within the Tokawadai gym, his back turned to the venomous serpent. Upon hearing Banmu's question, the serpent slightly bowed and replied, yes. We have one tough nut who held out until Shao Qi's brute strength made him speak. Taken aback, Banmu turned around, resting his arms on the table. Quite resilient, indeed. What is his current state? The serpent hesitated before responding. He seems all right, though his mental state is somewhat unstable, constantly muttering phrases about being unclean and the like. A sudden laugh erupted from Banmu as he spat out the coffee he had just sipped. It appears he is not tough enough. After placing his coffee cup down, he continued, how is the inquiry regarding the ghost payroll going? The serpent replied earnestly, we have clarified matters. They disclosed both the locations they had concealed and the individuals involved. The brothers have already gone to retrieve them. The serpent hesitated, glancing as if he wished to say more, but after a moment's pause, he clenched his teeth and continued, however, are we not being a bit brazen? After all, these two individuals possess some influence in Tokawadai City. Is it wise to stir up such trouble? Banmu snorted dismissively. I have already dealt with the Yi and Tianzhong families. Why should I be concerned about a few small fry? Go and inform them directly that if they do not make amends for their previous debts, I am not averse to making an example of them. Inspired by Banmu's resolute words, the serpent gazed at him with admiration and declared, I shall go at once. Without another word, he hastily exited Banmu's office, forgetting to close the door behind him. Banmu shook his head, bemused by the spectacle. At that moment, Zhen Yao entered, clad in a black fitted skirt, holding a stack of documents which she handed to Banmu. These are materials concerning influential farms and ranches surrounding Tokawadai City. Please review them to determine which ones to visit the day after tomorrow. As Banmu perused the documents, he was surprised to come across a familiar name. Yunshang Ranch. Lu Yun. Pointing at Lu Yun's photo, Banmu instructed Zhen Yao, we shall visit this one first. You may arrange the rest as you see fit. Nodding in agreement, Zhen Yao prepared another cup of coffee for Banmu before turning to exit the office. Meanwhile, at the ranch, Lu Yun was diligently managing the mess caused by his own oversight. Noticing Dai Lubi cowering in fear nearby, he paused his cleaning to reassure, it's all right. There's no need to be scared. This is my fault, not yours. It's merely a matter of changing the bedding after an accident. Indeed, the incident stemmed from Lu Yun's negligence. Although he had left ample food for Dai Lubi, he had forgotten to secure the door. Accustomed to relieving itself outdoors, Dai Lubi, upon discovering the door unyielding, sought a place to urinate and, in its search, found Lu Yun's bed quite appealing. After comforting Dai Lubi, Lu Yun stripped the bedding and placed it in the washing machine, then carried the mattress to the hallway. After confirming the mattress was dry, he retrieved a spare set of bedding from the cupboard and laid it out. With Dai Lubi in his arms, he brought him to the unicorn rhinoceros, who was watching television downstairs, before donning an apron to prepare dinner. Unlike those who merely talk big without delivering, he was a reliable and honest young man. Stir-fry the radish, chop, chop, chop. As Lu Yun hummed a tune, he took a crisp white radish from the refrigerator, rinsed it, and placed it on the cutting board. With a swift motion, the entire radish transformed into segments of approximately 3 centimeters under his deft knife. Continuing, Lu Yun retrieved a vegetable resembling winter melon from the refrigerator, the name of which eluded him, yet it appeared quite fresh and succulent. After a moment's contemplation, he took out a root of vitality and chopped it finely as well. He then procured 2 pounds of ribs from the freezer, washed them thoroughly, and blanched them briefly before placing them in a pot along with the freshly prepared vegetables, adding an appropriate amount of clear water to simmer. Once the main dish was prepared, Lu Yun measured a portion of flour into a basin, adding water gradually while stirring until it formed a shaggy mixture. He then continued to incorporate more water in small increments, kneading until the dough became smooth. When the dough reached the desired consistency, he shaped it into large pancakes and placed them in a nearby electric griddle to cook. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Tanaka household in Choban City. Please, save my son. If you do not rescue him today, I shall perish here. A woman, dressed elegantly, lay on the ground before Tanaka Joryu, thrashing about and wailing, while a bespectacled man at her side repeatedly implored Tanaka for assistance. Observing the tumultuous living room, Tanaka Joryu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Did he not wish to help? Yet, he found himself powerless. Just the night before, Tanaka had relinquished 30% of his shares in the Chamber of Commerce to secure his release from Banmu. And scarcely had he returned home to catch his breath when a call from Sasaki Masao, the leader of the new faction, had come through. Sasaki unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon him, bluntly declaring that if Tanaka could not win Banmu's forgiveness, then the Tanaka family would have no reason to exist. Had anyone else spoken thus, Tanaka would have retorted fiercely, but before Sasaki Masao, he could not summon the courage. As the highest-ranking leader of the commerce chambers in the capital and the head of the new faction, even if Tanaka were to meet his end, others would likely applaud rather than protest on his behalf. Seeing the unyielding Tanaka, the woman on the floor grew increasingly frantic, rising to her feet to berate him. "You heartless creature! My family has followed you for years, and you cannot escape the blame for the embezzlement. Now that trouble has arisen, you wish to distance yourself? I spit on you. I shall drag you down with me, even in death. Tanaka Joryu, you truly are a disgrace. You refuse to intervene, allowing my child to suffer at the hands of that fiend. Do you not fear divine retribution?" Echoed the man beside her. Tanaka Joryu seethed at their accusations. What did they mean by claiming he had instigated this? He had merely conspired with them to sell inferior goods at exorbitant prices, yet their greed had led them to abscond with both the merchandise and the blame, refusing to share the spoils, and now they sought to drag him into their predicament. Enough! Tanaka Joryu slammed his hand upon the table, his voice reverberating through the room. "Get them out of here." At his command, a steward entered, accompanied by 2 thorny roses. As they brushed against the 2 raucous individuals, they collapsed to the ground like limp dolls, swiftly dragged away. "Prepare those 5 spirits we received, and with the household funds, procure 5 more to send to the Choban dojo," Tanaka Joryu instructed, rubbing his temples. After a moment's thought, he added, "Never mind, I shall deliver them myself. Hurry and prepare." "Yes, sir." The steward bowed deeply before exiting the room. As silence finally descended upon the living room, a single phrase surfaced in Tanaka Joryu's mind. When faced with blows, one must stand firm. In the ranch, Lu Yun was engaged in a ritualistic experiment, meticulously following a formula. 50 grams of walking grass leaves, 30 grams of vine monster powder, 20 grams of foul flower pollen, he murmured softly, weighing each ingredient with precision and placing them into a bowl before him. Once the herbs were in the bowl, he added 250 grams of powdered leaf stone, followed by a few drops of the saliva from a large food flower. Instantly, a vigorous reaction ensued among the materials, emitting plumes of white smoke accompanied by hissing corrosive sounds, filling the room with a noxious stench. Ugh! The foul odor made Lu Yun slightly dizzy. Yet he persevered, seizing a prepared green caterpillar and declaring, "You shall drink this." The caterpillar gazed incredulously at the bubbling, foul-smelling, dark green liquid in the bowl. "Me?" Ignoring the caterpillar's pleading eyes, Lu Yun nodded emphatically, pointing to the concoction. "You drink it." Faced with Lu Yun's resolute demeanor, the caterpillar let out a cry to its trembling companions. If the master commands, the caterpillar must comply. With that, it plunged into the viscous green brew. The sound of gulping filled the air as the caterpillar's abdomen swelled, while the liquid in the bowl diminished. When the last drop slipped down its throat, the caterpillar rolled over, eyes glazed over. Witnessing its companion's demise, the other caterpillars scattered, desperately attempting to escape the clutches of this dark sorcerer. Disregarding the chaos in the living room, Lu Yun placed his hand upon the caterpillar, silently invoking, "Let us see what you can do, system." Due to budget constraints, there were no flashy effects, yet as the system processed the energy within the caterpillar, its distended belly gradually deflated, and the caterpillar began to regain consciousness. The fleeing caterpillars, seeing their previously lifeless companion miraculously revived, gathered around the table to observe. The awakened caterpillar looked around in confusion, entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired. Lu Yun retrieved a fruit knife, scanning the room in search of a test subject to measure the potency of this enhanced skill. As his gaze swept across the caterpillars, they collectively recoiled, trembling in fear. Turning to the nearby rhinoceros beetle, he realized it had fled due to the stench. Glancing back at the fruit knife and then at the beetle, Lu Yun felt incapable of breaching its defenses. "You treacherous lot," he muttered, gritting his teeth as he drove the knife into his palm, instantly drawing blood. He raised his injured hand toward the bewildered caterpillars. "Use your silk on my wound." His request was met with confusion from the caterpillars. "What?" "Spit out the silk you usually produce and apply it to my hand," Lu Yun reiterated, and finally, the caterpillar understood. A shimmering, translucent green silk thread emerged from the caterpillar's mouth, glistening under the light as it wrapped around Lu Yun's hand, completely covering the wound. At that moment, Lu Yun felt a cooling sensation at the site of injury, followed by a tingling numbness. Gradually, the vibrant green silk faded. turning gray and eventually falling away. Under the silk's mending influence, the wound had transformed, becoming faint and nearly imperceptible. Without close inspection, it was entirely undetectable. Done. Lu Yun shouted with exuberance, then turned to the trembling green caterpillars beside him and reached out, embraced the glorious evolution. A pungent odor wafted from the window, heralding that tonight's ranch would be a night of distinct aroma. In the main hall of the Kiku family in Ziyuan town, Kikuzi sat with a grave expression, observing several individuals kneeling on the ground. Spare them, they are merely children, an elderly man clad in samurai attire implored Kikuzi, rising from his seat. Others seated nearby followed suit, each voicing their pleas for the kneeling individuals. Humph, Kikuzi scoffed. Children? Have you seen any child from a respectable family capable of such deeds at their age? Her words rendered the petitioners speechless. Observing their silence, Kikuzi continued. Instead of remaining at home diligently contemplating how to enhance their abilities, they frivolously pursue nefarious paths without assessing their own capabilities, foolishly targeting the overlords. We have already succeeded. We just didn't anticipate, a man kneeling on the ground muttered, but before he could finish, an elderly man in a kimono kicked him down, growling. You wretched creature, be silent. The elder then turned to Kikuzi with a forced smile, saying, this is all due to our lack of discipline. We accept the punishment and will compensate for the damages caused. Kikuzi cast a derisive glance at him and retorted, compensate? Can you afford it? The others fell silent upon hearing her words. The matter was too grave. Even if they sold their entire family, they could not afford the cost. For certain things are priceless. How shall we handle this? We only seek to spare the lives of these children. Indeed, just spare their lives. The elder in kimono echoed, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. Kikuzi pinched the bridge of her nose, pondering for a moment before calling out to the outside. Bring these individuals to the Spirit Tower's first floor and lock them up for 7 days. Their fate will depend on their own fortunes. As soon as her words fell, 2 young girls clad in pale purple kimonos, wearing wooden clogs, entered, accompanied by 2 snow fairies floating beside them. Please, one of the girls addressed the kneeling individuals. The kneeling individuals attempted to say something, but were interrupted by the kimono-clad elder, and they could only follow the girls out of the main hall. Watching them being escorted away, Kikuzi turned back and continued, you handle the matter with Banmu. Provide a satisfactory offer to make him relinquish the evidence he possesses. As for the aftermath, return with the fairy eggs you brought back for those little wretches, and be prepared for the butchering. The others exchanged glances in silence, then bowed deeply to Kikuzi before exiting the room. Watching them depart, Kikuzi closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, she slowly opened them, as if having made a decision, and turned to the shadows beside her, instructing, send a letter to De Mu Shuecheng, stating that I wish to meet him for a discussion. Her voice echoed but received no immediate response. After uttering this, Kikuzi struggled to rise from her chair, bending over as she staggered towards the exit. Chapter 30. Training finally finished. I hope this contraption is as described. At this moment, Lu Yun, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat at the table, gazing at a pile of palm-sized, emerald-green silk bandages, murmuring to himself. Last night, after enhancing all the skills of the green caterpillars, Lu Yun painstakingly extracted their silk, one by one, until they were thoroughly drained. The pile of bandages on the table was the product of a sleepless night. Taking a small knife, he swiftly made a cut on his palm, a surge of searing pain coursing through him. Grimacing, Lu Yun pressed a bandage against the wound, a refreshing coolness replacing the fiery pain. As the color gradually faded, the bandage transformed into ash. Once the bandage had completely turned to dust and fell to the ground, Lu Yun began to inspect the wound. The healing was not as ideal as he had hoped. The wound still curled, and the mark of the blade remained starkly visible. He took another piece of bandage and wrapped it around the wound, repeating the previous process, and only then did the injury heal completely. The system does not deceive me. Lu Yun beamed, glancing at the green fabric beside him. The remarkable healing properties of the silk lay in its energy, which clung to the threads and lingered long after. Bandages crafted from this silk were superb remedies for external injuries. It was precisely this characteristic that gave Lu Yun the confidence to declare he had stumbled upon a lucrative venture. After all, medicine has always been a realm of exorbitant profits, and with such a miraculous healing remedy, he was certain of making a fortune. Turning his gaze to the green caterpillars peacefully sleeping on the ground, Lu Yun's eyes transformed into symbols of wealth. Not wishing to disturb the caterpillars, he tiptoed past them and headed to the kitchen on the second floor, intent on preparing a delectable breakfast for his little champions, while also replenishing his own energy. With a whole vitality root, 3 sweet peaches, 5 orange fruits, and an appropriate amount of butter and milk, he mixed these ingredients together. resulting in a pot of medicinal cuisine that was not particularly visually appealing. Unprecedentedly, Lu Yun prepared 2 large pots, one for the caterpillars and one for himself, Dai Lubi, and the unicorn rhinoceros. Carrying the dishes down to the first-floor living room, Lu Yun roused the still-sleeping caterpillars, sharing a portion with them. Before stepping outside to call back Dai Lubi and the unicorn rhinoceros, who were exercising in the morning sun. "Let us dig in," Lu Yun announced, promptly lifting a bowl of pinkish soup to his lips. After savoring the warmth that enveloped him, the fatigue from his all-nighter began to dissipate. Once everyone had finished their meal, Lu Yun tidied up and returned the caterpillars to their shelter before taking Dai Lubi beneath a large tree, picking up a fallen branch and planting it into the ground. "Do you wish to grow stronger?" Lu Yun asked sternly, standing beside Dai Lubi after securing the branch. "Of course," Dai Lubi replied, brimming with determination. Observing Dai Lubi's fervor, Lu Yun pointed to the branch he had just planted and instructed. "Stand here and try using spark on that branch. See if you can knock it down." Dai Lubi, glancing at the branch 10 paces away, initially scoffed and began to gather energy. As Dai Lubi unleashed his attack, a torrent of fiery red light surged towards the branch, but as it traveled further, the brilliance began to fade. Witnessing this, Dai Lubi found it hard to accept and unleashed another spark, which resulted in the same outcome as the first attempt. Lu Yun stood by, chuckling at the scene without uttering a word. Undeterred by his earlier failures, Dai Lubi summoned his resolve, pushing off the ground with his hind legs, while his front limbs tensed, gathering visible fire energy in his mouth. Lubi, Dai Lubi unleashed a powerful spark directed at the branch, this time delivering a denser and farther-reaching blast than before. However, due to a lack of momentum, the spark, although it made contact with the branch, failed to topple it, merely leaving behind some charred marks. Nearby, the somewhat breathless Dai Lubi lowered his head in disappointment upon witnessing this scene, feeling rather glum. Stepping forward to offer consolation, Lu Yun suggested, "Try to minimize the number of sparks when you launch them, focusing on concentrating the energy into a single projection." Hearing Lu Yun's words, Dai Lubi lifted his head and commenced his third attempt, perhaps due to the necessity of energy concentration. This time the spark was released at a noticeably slower speed compared to the previous attempts, yet it succeeded nonetheless. The quantity of sparks was evidently fewer than before, yet each spark radiated a brilliance that surpassed the earlier ones. As the sparks whizzed by, the branch, which had been standing firmly moments ago, fell to the ground with a thud. Overjoyed at his success in toppling the branch, Dai Lubi leaped up and threw himself into Lu Yun's embrace, gently patting the exuberant Dai Lubi. Lu Yun praised him. "What a clever child you are, managing to topple the branch in just 4 attempts." At the sound of Lu Yun's commendation, Dai Lubi's little tail nearly shot straight up to the heavens. After setting Dai Lubi down, Lu Yun approached the fallen branch to prop it back up, and then collected several more branches, arranging 5 of them side by side before addressing Dai Lubi. "You have grasped the essence of spark release. Now, use your sparks to knock down these 5 branches without pausing." Motivated by Lu Yun's words, Dai Lubi confidently returned to his previous position to commence target practice. Following the earlier method, the first spark successfully toppled a branch, but during the second attempt, he faltered. The spark lacked sufficient energy, merely grazing the branch without knocking it down. Lu Yun stepped forward to prop up the fallen branch and turned to Dai Lubi, advising, "Try to control the energy of each spark, keeping it within a certain range." Heeding Lu Yun's guidance, Dai Lubi began to deliberately manage the intervals between each spark and the energy expended. As anticipated, he successfully toppled the second branch. After propping up the 2 branches, Lu Yun quietly stepped aside, observing Dai Lubi, who was beginning to find his rhythm. The essence of combat can be distilled into 3 words: swift, accurate, and fierce. This was the wisdom Lu Yun had garnered from years of experience in battle. By encouraging Dai Lubi to reduce the number of sparks to enhance their quality, Lu Yun aimed to amplify the skill's potency. This was the essence of fierceness. Targeting branches the thickness of a finger ensured accuracy, and the stipulation of no pauses ensured swiftness. Lu Yun was confident that once Dai Lubi mastered these 3 principles, it would not be Dai Lubi who would fall in battle against the fierce sparrow, but rather the sparrow itself. Casting a glance at Dai Lubi, who was panting slightly from exhaustion, Lu Yun approached him and said, "I'm off to the orchard with the unicorn rhinoceros. You can practice here at your own pace, and I will return shortly." Dai Lubi nodded, signaling for Lu Yun to go without concern for him. After parting ways with Dai Lubi, Lu Yun returned to the second floor to change into work attire and retrieved several orange fruits from the kitchen refrigerator before heading downstairs. He placed the orange fruits beside Dai Lubi, encouraging him to eat one for energy recovery during his rest, then proceeded to the tool shed beside the wooden cabin. Selecting a shovel and mounted the unicorn rhinoceros, making his way toward the orchard. Chapter 31, Irrigation. In the orchard, Lu Yun was laboriously traversing the soft earth. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead as the unicorn rhinoceros followed alongside, stepping unevenly. Due to the rain that had fallen 2 days prior, the tree pits had filled with water. After inserting the shovel into one of the waterlogged pits to gauge the water depth, Lu Yun decided against deep tilling the land, opting instead to plant a new fruit tree directly within the existing pit. Planting new fruit trees in waterlogged holes would effectively absorb moisture, facilitating quicker rooting. Of course, Lu Yun's decision was also influenced by the characteristic of fruit tree root systems being less susceptible to rot. Otherwise, he would not dare take such a risk. There are 2 methods for planting fruit trees. The first involves deep tilling the entire orchard and planting in the loosened soil, while the second entails planting in the already cleared tree pits. Each method has its advantages and disadvantages, but for Lu Yun, the latter was currently more suitable. Considering the orchard's substantial size, deep tilling enough land for 200 fruit trees would consume a considerable amount of time. Lu Yun's visit served not only to determine the planting method for the fruit trees, but also to inspect the state of the water channels established years prior within the orchard. Following the water outlet's direction, Lu Yun arrived at the orchard's edge. The sound of the shovel scraping against the concrete marked his progress as he cleared away the dead branches and leaves that obscured the hardened channel surface. Upon examining this section of the channel, he noted that only the cement on the channel walls had suffered some wear, while the rest remained intact. How remarkable! Lu Yun mused, astonished that while the fruit trees in the orchard had perished under the onslaught of the rampaging spirits, the water channel on the ground had only sustained superficial damage. Following the course of the water channel toward the central lake of the pasture, Lu Yun continued his cleanup. Due to the mere covering of dead branches and leaves, he worked swiftly. However, after clearing nearly 500 meters, he discovered the first instance of a collapse. The soil on either side of the channel had evidently been compressed by heavy objects, causing a significant amount of earth to fill the channel, with the collapse measuring approximately 2 meters in length. Temporarily disregarding this collapse, Lu Yun and the unicorn rhinoceros resumed their cleaning efforts, spending over an hour traversing the 3-kilometer-long channel until they reached the water source, the central lake. The clean central lake now shimmered brilliantly under the sun's rays. Standing by the lake's edge, Lu Yun inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Crouching down, he scooped up a handful of the cold lake water and splashed it on his face, washing away the sweat accumulated from labor. His gaze shifted to a nearby building. A concrete structure stood steadfast by the lake, serving as the pump house for irrigating the orchard. Pushing open the pump house door revealed a vast water reservoir, approximately 5 meters wide and 2 meters deep, with a massive generator situated on the first level, connected to a water pump. A pipeline on one side of the pump descended through the wall into the lake's center. Once activated, the water pump could draw water from the lake into the reservoir. Once the water filled the reservoir, the pump would then distribute it through the 3-kilometer-long channel to irrigate the vegetation along the way. Walking from one side of the reservoir to the generator, Lu Yun began to inspect the generator, following the same procedure he had used during the previous well checks. Upon inspection, he found that this generator was also intact. Much like the two beside the perimeter wall, the only issue was that the thunderstone used to provide energy had depleted, requiring only a new thunderstone to restore its functionality. Reflecting on how this machine, older than the combined ages of his 2 lifetimes, remained robust, Lu Yun turned his attention to the water pump, which was the focus of his visit. In contrast to the sturdy generator, the water pump was somewhat disappointing. Upon inspection, it was discovered to be broken beyond repair, with its internal components having deteriorated beyond recognition. Using the stairs, Lu Yun descended into the reservoir, where the water pump was significantly smaller than the one above. After examining it, he found that this pump was still salvageable, needing only to replace the oxidized pipes at both ends to continue functioning. Taking out his newly purchased KC3 phone, Lu Yun, under the dim light, meticulously recorded the specifications of the broken water pump and the pipes that needed replacement, planning to venture into town in the afternoon to procure new ones. Currently, he faced 3 challenges in his quest to cultivate fruit trees. One was the planting holes, another was the water pump, and finally, the blockage of the water channel. As he stepped outside, Lu Yun observed a rhinoceros unicornus quietly gazing at its own reflection in the lake. He ambled over and gently tapped the rhinoceros from behind. Startled, it let out a sudden cry and leapt into the air, inadvertently dragging Lu Yun into the water beside it, spluttering out the lake water. Lu Yun glanced at the rhinoceros, which appeared somewhat evasive, and remarked, "How can someone as large as you be so timid?" Upon hearing this, the rhinoceros, rather defiantly, submerged its head into the water, choosing silence. Ah, my aloof persona. It seemed to convey. At that moment, Lu Yun noticed a small white fish swimming past him. Hey, don't swim away. He swiftly shed his shirt and lunged at the fish, successfully ensnaring it within the fabric. Upon tossing the fish onto the shore, he realized it was a species known as the little white strip by anglers. Lu Yun's actions prompted the rhinoceros, playing the role of an ostrich, to raise its head out of the water. Observing the rhinoceros alongside the flopping little fish, Lu Yun felt a surge of inspiration and said, I shall prepare a delightful dish for you at noon. Hearing his words, the rhinoceros instinctively licked its lips in anticipation. Although it had only shared a few meals with Lu Yun, it was already enamored by the culinary skills honed during Lu Yun's solitary past life. With a graceful dive into the water, Lu Yun used his shirt like a net, repeatedly surfacing with fish in tow, a skill perfected during countless fishing excursions in his previous life. Before long, he had amassed 2 or 3 dozen little white strips on the shore. Satisfied that he had enough for lunch, he exited the water and wrapped the fish in his shirt, addressing the rhinoceros. Let us return. Do not underestimate these little creatures, for they can be quite delectable when prepared properly. Climbing atop the somewhat skeptical rhinoceros, Lu Yun galloped along the ranch's paths. After a few days of adaptation, he had grown accustomed to riding without a saddle. Aside from a slight discomfort in his groin, the experience was altogether enjoyable. Chapter 32. Talent and Feast Beneath the Grand Tree. Dai Lu Bai was intently exhaling sparks toward the stones he had gathered, each spark accurately striking its target and leaving a charred mark on the ground. After a morning of rigorous training, he was now capable of releasing sparks 3 times in quick succession, each with comparable potency, an extraordinary advancement indeed. Dai Lu Bai, I have returned, Lu Yun called out, drenched from head to toe, waving at Dai Lu Bai, who, surprised, turned with joy and bounded toward him. You can never truly appreciate the feeling of a dog rushing toward you unless you've owned one, Lu Yun mused, extending his arms to welcome the exuberant creature. No licking, please. My face is covered in dirt, he chided playfully. After sharing a moment of affection, he inquired, how goes your training? In response, Dai Lu Bai wriggled free from Lu Yun's embrace, darted off to fetch 3 stones, and returned to Lu Yun's side, barking, Lu. With a slight bulge in his belly, he promptly exhaled a spark that struck the distant stone, scorching it and the ground beneath. Almost instantaneously, the second and third sparks followed suit, leaving the stones and earth burnt black. Wow, Lu Yun exclaimed, his surprise evident. This is astonishing. To reach this level in just 1 morning, according to the training schedule I devised, it should have taken at least 2.5 days. Such remarkable talent led Lu Yun to ponder whether one of Dai Lu Bai's parents might be a legendary beast. Embracing Dai Lu Bai in a tight hug, he declared, You are truly a genius. After praising Dai Lu Bai, Lu Yun returned the rhinoceros to its pokeball and carried Dai Lu Bai into the living room. He gently placed Dai Lu Bai on the sofa and released the rhinoceros from its pokeball, addressing both creatures. Enjoy some television while I prepare a grand feast for you. Turning on the TV to an archaeological program, Lu Yun ascended to the 2nd floor with the fish he had caught. He placed the fish into a basin in the kitchen and, after taking a shower and changing out of his drenched clothes, began preparing the sumptuous meal for midday. He retrieved a pair of scissors to remove the innards and heads of the little white strips, coating them in a batter made from eggs, flour, and spices, and placed them in the fryer for a slow cook. Shortly thereafter, a platter of fragrant crispy fish emerged. Next, he took a thawed duck from the refrigerator, cleaned it, chopped it into large pieces, and blanched them before placing them in a stew pot along with seasonings, diced radishes, bamboo shoots, and the essence of life to simmer. Turning back, Lu Yun sliced tenderloin into pieces for marination, then retrieved 3 sweet peaches from the fridge, pitted them, and blended them with honey to create sweet peach juice. He then sliced some meat, mushrooms, and wood ear mushrooms, tossing them into a pan for a quick stir-fry, resulting in a dish of stir-fried 3 ingredients. Finally, he grilled the marinated tenderloin on an electric griddle, completing his grand feast for the day. To accommodate the 2 handless creatures, Lu Yun mixed the dishes with rice and divided them into 3 portions to deliver to the living room. Upon seeing Lu Yun approach with the food, the 2 creatures, engrossed in the television show, suddenly became agitated, their eyes fixed hungrily on Lu Yun's hands. Setting down the meals, Lu Yun softly announced, It's time to eat. Instantly, the sounds of eager swallowing drowned out the television's audio. Lifting his own portion, Lu Yun settled in to watch television for the first time since his arrival in this world. The archaeological program had reached its climax, featuring a middle-aged archaeologist directing a massive onyx in battle against a swarm of Zubat. As Lu Yun followed the archaeologist's commands, he realized that today's rice was exceptionally unfulfilling. He could easily consume 2 more bowls. Just as he pondered whether to fetch another serving, Dai Lu Bai and the rhinoceros approached him, their eyes fixated on the crispy fish in his chopsticks, salivating. Greedy little creatures, Lu Yun chuckled. But he still shared the remaining crispy fish with the 2 begging beings, having only consumed 2 himself from the entire platter. After quickly finishing his bowl of rice, he returned to the kitchen to serve the long-simmered duck soup. As the lid was removed, a fragrant aroma filled the living room, drawing Dai Lu Bai and the rhinoceros, who had been preparing to nap, back to the table. Don't rush, there's enough for everyone. Lu Yun, while speaking, skillfully ladled the clear broth of old duck from the pot into 3 separate bowls. Drink up, he urged. Before his words had fully settled, the eagerly waiting Dalubi began to slurp and lick with fervor, exhibiting an undeniable fire-breathing prowess, completely unfazed by the heat. Beside him, the rhinoceros beetle displayed an even bolder appetite, gulping down the soup in one swift motion and signaling for Lu Yun to refill it with more broth and meat. Clearly, the rhinoceros beetle was not only robust on the outside, but also hearty within. Observing the broth on the table cooling, Lu Yun realized that he was the only one who seemed to be sensitive to the heat. After a playful bow, the delightful lunch came to an end. Once he had lulled Dalubi to sleep, Lu Yun took a bag of food for the green caterpillars and made his way to the insect shelter. Inside, the green caterpillars, who had been sleeping like logs that morning, were now lively and frolicking about. Upon seeing Lu Yun arrive with their meal, they swarmed around him. After embracing each caterpillar to forge an emotional connection, Lu Yun placed the feed into their dish. During this feeding session, he made an unexpected discovery. The stick that had initially been used for the caterpillars to spin silk was now adorned with a layer of vibrant green thread. Lu Yun carefully removed the stick and peeled away the silk, revealing a long strip of fabric that could easily be cut and sold as bandages, much to his astonishment. So you can weave fabric as well, he remarked. The nearby caterpillar nodded in pride upon hearing Lu Yun's words. After complimenting the caterpillars, Lu Yun departed from the insect shelter, intending to purchase a new pump to repair the pump house in town. At the entrance, the rhinoceros beetle was already prepared, and as soon as Lu Yun emerged, the 2 made their way to the ranch's gate. Disposing of the kitchen scraps in the trash bin at the entrance, Lu Yun keenly noticed a letter delivered into the mailbox across the road. Chapter 33, Gear Hardware. The mailbox at Lu Yun's home was ingeniously designed, featuring a simple yet remarkably clever mechanism. Upon opening the mailbox, a cuckoo would pop out, and it was through this little bird that Lu Yun detected the clue. Approaching the mailbox, he retrieved the letter, greeted by an envelope adorned with an illustration of a sky blue lake. Blue Lake University. Lu Yun scrutinized the sender's name on the envelope. Blue Lake University was the very institution he had attended during his time in Hualan City, a place that, unlike the Pokémon academies depicted in various anime, specialized in knowledge about Pokémon. It was more akin to the management school from Lu Yun's previous life, where he had studied management. Opening the envelope, he found an invitation to a graduation ceremony, inviting him to participate in the event on August 24th. Feeling somewhat disinterested, Lu Yun casually tossed the invitation, along with the envelope, into the trash bin. A graduation ceremony? I have no time for that. I'm solely focused on making money. Mounting his bull, Lu Yun headed straight for Green Meadow Town. Along the way, he noticed several unusual occurrences. Typically, wild Pokémon seldom ventured near human roads, primarily due to the scarcity of resources and the inherent dangers. However, today, the wild Pokémon were behaving unusually. Within the short distance from the ranch to the town, Lu Yun spotted no less than 3 rattatas. He even encountered multiple holes dug by moles. Fortunately, these creatures did not launch any attacks on him. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant inconvenience. Gear Hardware. Green Meadow Town boasted numerous hardware stores, yet none could rival Gear Hardware. The proprietor of Gear Hardware was not a local, but rather a traveler from the Unova region who had settled here. Upon entering the store, a floating gear approached with a creaking sound. The modest shop was cluttered with various components and machinery, the floor slick with grease. Hello, may I assist you? A disheveled man with weary eyes emerged from behind a pile of parts. Lu Yun felt a twinge of concern that the man might collapse at any moment. He pulled out his phone, displaying a picture he had taken earlier that morning, and presented it to the shopkeeper. Do you have this type of pump? He inquired. The shopkeeper examined the image of the pump model closely. After a moment, he replied, this Psyduck model pump is quite outdated. It has long been discontinued. If you wish to replace it, we have several new models you might consider. Then let us take a look, Lu Yun responded. Please wait a moment. The shopkeeper, after speaking, retreated behind the pile of parts, soon reappearing with 3 boxes. He placed them on the greasy floor and pointed at the left one. This is the latest Golduck model pump. Its power consumption is comparable to yours, but it can pump twice the amount of water per hour. Next, he opened the middle box to continue his explanation. This is the Toxapex model. It boasts a pumping efficiency of 70 tons per hour. Finally, he briefly introduced the third pump, a Seeking model, which could draw 120 tons of water per hour, albeit with higher energy consumption than the previous two. After carefully observing the three pumps, Luyan pondered. The current water usage for the orchard would suffice with the Golduck model, but considering future expansion, the Golduck's capacity might soon fall short. During his parents' time, the orchard's irrigation primarily relied on rain-summoning Pokémon, rendering the pumps rarely used. After some deliberation, Luyan decisively chose to purchase the Toxapex pump for 5,000 yuan. He pointed to the middle box. I'll take this one. The shopkeeper glanced at it and nodded, inquiring, installation at your location will be an additional 300 yuan. Luyan was not surprised. After all, installation fees for air conditioners in his previous life were common, and in a world where labor was highly valued, it was to be expected. After discussing the installation time and confirming it for that afternoon, Luyan spent an additional 200 yuan on a roll of replacement tubing. With the completion of these three errands, Luyan felt a sense of accomplishment as he exited Gear Hardware. Instead of riding the rhinoceros beetle, he decided to leisurely explore the town. He purchased a serving of takoyaki and, while eating, made his way to the well drilling company. The streets were busier than usual, bustling with numerous stalls lining both sides of the road. It was only after inquiring that he learned it was the town's weekly market day. As he savored his takoyaki, Luyan observed the various items for sale at the surrounding stalls. Due to the market, most of the stalls offered everyday necessities. Suddenly, Luyan's attention was captured by a stall manned by an elderly gentleman in a white short coat. Unlike the other stalls, this one was selling an array of Pokeballs. These Pokeballs were eclectic and varied, clearly handcrafted rather than mass-produced. Curiosity piqued. Luyan approached the stall and picked up one of the fruit balls for closer inspection. The fruit ball in Luyan's hand boasted a silvery white base, adorned with an illustration of a mountain peak reminiscent of the Silver Mountain. Unlike the sleek finish of factory-produced Pokeballs, the fruit ball possessed a textured matte quality. Setting the fruit ball aside, Luyan noticed a blank fruit ball and some paints nearby, prompting him to inquire, are the designs on the fruit balls customizable? The elderly gentleman, squinting and nodding as he fanned himself, replied, indeed, young man, tell me what you desire, and I shall paint it for you. After contemplating the Dairubi at home, which still lacked a Pokeball, Luyan presented a photo of Dairubi enjoying a meal from his phone. The old man studied the image for a moment before responding, 500 yuan for each ball. If you want it, I'll begin painting it right now. Taken aback by the 500 yuan price, not due to its exorbitance, but rather its surprising affordability, Luyan recalled that a standard red and white Pokeball retails for 200 yuan, while a custom fruit ball, akin to an art collectible, cost merely 500. Without hesitation, Luyan retrieved a photo of the unicorn rhinoceros, believing it only fair to treat both equally. Chapter 34, The Fruit Ball. After perusing the two images, the gentleman picked up a blank fruit ball with his left hand and a paintbrush dipped in color with his right, commencing his artistic endeavor. Delicate strokes grazed the somewhat coarse surface of the fruit ball, and in an instant, a small black dog materialized upon it, though the fruit ball still appeared somewhat barren. However, with the old man's masterful technique, a myriad of colors began to fill the empty expanse of the fruit ball, culminating in a breathtaking masterpiece. Within this artwork, a Dairubi stood proudly on a vast prairie, confronted by a host of various Pokémon under the old man's brush. The wild Pokémon starkly framed the Dairubi as a formidable king, capable of facing any challenge. As Luyan marveled at the old man's artistic prowess, the gentleman had already handed over the fruit ball featuring the unicorn rhinoceros. In stark contrast to the Dairubi's commanding presence, the unicorn rhinoceros was portrayed as the ultimate shield. Countless streams of blackish-purple gas descended from the heavens, eroding all life on the ground. Yet the unicorn rhinoceros swelled in size, standing defiantly amidst the noxious fumes, protecting the myriad beings beneath its vast form. Gazing at the two magnificent fruit balls, Luyan, somewhat dazed, retrieved the cash he had prepared earlier. Since the incident where he had been assaulted, he had made it a habit to carry a sum of cash whenever he ventured outside. The elderly gentleman leaned closer, whispering, "My paintings are not mere illustrations. They carry a certain prophetic quality." Prophetic? Just as Luyan was about to inquire further, the old man suddenly leaped from his stall and dashed away as if being pursued. Puzzled, Luyan scratched his head. After placing the two fruit balls into his satchel, he continued on his way to the Jujing company, his heart heavy with thoughts of the old man's words. Could the month-old Derubi and the somewhat timid unicorn rhinoceros truly evolve to such extraordinary heights? As expected, upon arriving at the construction company, Zhu Jing was absent. After exchanging pleasantries with the receptionist, Lu Yun departed the Zhu Jing company. After resolving the matters regarding the water pump and channels, he needed to address the final issue, the power supply for the generator. Given the ranch's remote location and proximity to the everlasting forest, all electricity utilized since its establishment had been generated by a generator installed at the ranch. Unlike the diesel or gasoline generators of Lu Yun's previous life, the generators in this world operated on thunderstones. In Lu Yun's eyes, the generators of the Pokémon world resembled energy converters, transforming the wild and surging energy of thunderstones into gentle electrical energy for human use. The thunderstones used in generators were quite different from those employed for evolution. The latter were not only purer in energy, but also relatively mild. In contrast, the thunderstones used for generators contained numerous energy impurities and were exceedingly volatile. Utilizing them for evolution would be akin to courting disaster. Since these thunderstones were not intended for evolution, Lu Yun knew he could not purchase them from the shops selling Pokémon items. They had designated vendors. The Little Magnet Energy Store was one such establishment, a hallmark of the Pokémon world. In a world devoid of oil, all large machinery relied on various evolution stones, or energy stones, for power. However, this was not an absolute, as far as Lu Yun was aware. Some companies had begun to manufacture devices that could store electricity in large quantities through research on energy stones. In a few years, once this technology became widespread, larger machines could potentially be charged for use. True to its name, the Little Magnet Energy Store was bustling with numerous floating magnemites before Lu Yun even reached the entrance. As he approached, a magnemite floated over to him from a distance. How extravagant, Lu Yun mused, truly worthy of an alliance enterprise. Unlike other shops, where patrons could be seen browsing, this store was devoid of customers, with dozens of magnemites serving as attendants, even facilitating self-service payments. Addressing the nearest magnemite, Lu Yun requested, "I wish to purchase some thunderstones for the generator. Please guide me." The magnemite emitted a series of electrical sounds, signaling him to follow. Following the floating magnemite, Lu Yun soon arrived at the section housing the thunderstones. Due to their intended use, the thunderstones here were significantly cheaper than those in the item shops. A 1-pound thunderstone cost only 500 yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yun purchased 2 stones, realizing that he would need to replace the one beneath his wooden cabin as well. Do not underestimate these 2 thunderstones. If used under normal circumstances, they would suffice to power the ranch for nearly 2 years. After processing his payment at the self-service counter, Lu Yun returned to the ranch. Upon his arrival, he encountered a man guarding the entrance on a tricycle, accompanied by a floating gear. Recognizing Lu Yun riding the unicorn rhinoceros, the gear gently tapped the man's head. "Greetings. My name is Wang Fei." Upon closer inspection, Lu Yun realized this was the owner of the gear hardware store. "Hello, I am Lu Yun, the proprietor of Yunshang Ranch." After exchanging introductions, Lu Yun opened the gate and led Wang Fei to the pump house for repairs. Inside the pump house, Wang Fei promptly dismantled the broken water pump and, alongside the gear, began installing the new toxic spikes jellyfish pump. Only then did Lu Yun recognize the gear's role. The small creature flitted skillfully among the components, retrieving each part and delivering them to Wang Fei's hands, proving to be a remarkably adept engineer. Having spent several days in this world, Lu Yun had gradually adapted to this harmonious collaboration between humans and Pokémon. Initially, he viewed these creatures as mere tools akin to those from his past life, but through their interactions over these few days, he increasingly perceived them as genuine companions. As Wang Fei was busy installing the water pump, Lu Yun was not idle either. In the reservoir, Lu Yun meticulously trimmed and attached the pipes he had purchased, knowing that both pumps needed to operate simultaneously to ensure the orchard's irrigation system functioned properly. "All right." Wang Fei clapped his hands and addressed Lu Yun, who was watching from the side. Lu Yun approached to inspect the newly installed pumps, which were a striking blue-violet hue reminiscent of the skin of a box jellyfish. "Shall we test it?" Wang Fei suggested to Lu Yun. Nodding in agreement, Lu Yun recognized the necessity of calibrating the new machines properly. He inserted the purchased thunderstone into the generator and pressed the button, causing a crackling sound of electricity to fill the air. He plugged the pump's cord into the power outlet and pressed the water extraction button, and with a mechanical roar, clear spring water began to surge forth from the once dry reservoir. Subsequently, Lu Yun activated the second pump to channel the water into a nearby ditch. Satisfied that both pumps were functioning correctly, Lu Yun promptly shut down the machines, aware that the ditch required maintenance. Allowing an influx of water at this point would complicate future repairs. After escorting Wang Fei out of the ranch, Lu Yun glanced at the sky and closed the gate, reasoning that no one else would arrive at this hour. However, at that moment, a truck arrived at the entrance of the Tokiwa dojo, carrying a massive iron cage shrouded in black cloth, from which occasional whinnies could be heard. Chapter 35, 2 Old Foxes and 3 Gifts. With a click, the firmly shut office door swung open. A man clad in a security uniform stepped inside and respectfully addressed Banmu, who was seated. Boss, Tian Zongjinglong has arrived, and he has brought a large cage. Ah, understood, Banmu responded, showing no surprise at the unexpected visitor, as if it were to be anticipated. His deep, magnetic voice resonated. Have him wait in the reception room. As the door closed behind him, the office returned to silence. Banmu, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed his temples and rose from his chair to head to the reception room. Inside, Tian Zongjinglong paced restlessly, and upon hearing footsteps outside, he hurried to the door. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, Master Banmu. I hope for your understanding. As Banmu entered, Tian Zongjinglong immediately approached him, his demeanor excessively obsequious. Just days prior, the two had been at odds, yet now, Tian Zongjinglong's face was devoid of animosity, replaced instead with a fawning expression. Observing Tian Zongjinglong's subservience, Banmu's eyes briefly flickered with disdain and revulsion, though he quickly masked it and responded warmly, Not at all, President Tian. Your presence at the front door is always welcome. Hearing Banmu's pointed words, Tian Zongjinglong offered an awkward smile, but continued. I understand that you have traveled extensively within various leagues, Master Banmu, and must possess considerable knowledge. Recently, I acquired a remarkable treasure, and I wonder if you could lend your discerning eye. He handed over a wooden box. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Banmu acknowledged, President Tian. Your words are too flattering. While I cannot claim to have an expert SI, I can certainly offer my counsel. With that, he opened the box presented by Tian Zongjinglong, revealing a thin A4 sheet that was, astonishingly, a share transfer agreement. The document clearly stated that 20 of the Walking Grass Chamber of Commerce's shares were to be transferred to Banmu. Including the shares he had acquired a few nights prior, Banmu was now the largest shareholder of the chamber. Surprised by the unexpected generosity, Banmu let out a soft exclamation. To offer shares outright, President Tian, it seems you are quite serious today. Closing the box, he sighed. Though I have traversed many regions and witnessed much, this treasure's value eludes me for the moment. I suggest you seek someone more qualified. He then pushed the box back towards Tian Zongjinglong. Frustration welled within Tian Zongjinglong, yet he maintained his smile and insisted, No need to rush, Master Banmu. Since you require more time to assess, please take it back and examine it at your leisure. With Tian Zongjinglong's insistence, Banmu reluctantly placed the box at his feet. Relieved at having secured the first gift, Tian Zongjinglong felt a wave of ease wash over him, as it indicated Banmu was at least willing to accept his apology. Whether or not he would forgive him depended on his subsequent actions. After taking a sip of the lukewarm water on the table to clear his throat, Tian Zongjinglong continued. I have heard that you enjoy playing the lottery, Master Banmu. You even purchased a ticket yesterday. Oh, you seem quite well informed, President Tian, Banmu replied, feigning ignorance. A lottery ticket? I must confess I do not have a habit of buying them, but I shall indulge your inquiry. Indeed. I bought a ticket at the lottery shop near the dojo this morning. I just wonder if it is a winner, he claimed. Though the dojo was situated on the city's outskirts, far from any lottery outlet. Regardless of Banmu's fabrications, Tian Zongjinglong seized upon the implication and stated, One can easily check whether one has won. With that, he turned on the television in the reception room and tuned into a local channel. And now, we commence the drawing, the host announced, quickly revealing the winning number, 202392. Turning to Banmu, Tian Zongjinglong inquired, Master Banmu, might I ask which number you purchased this morning? To this, Banmu simply replied, I was busy with other matters right after buying it, and have misplaced the ticket. Just as his words concluded, Tian Zongjinglong handed him a crumpled, shoe-marked lottery ticket. Is this yours? I found it on my way upstairs. It appears to belong to you. Glancing at the ticket, Banmu noted that the number was indeed 202392. Indeed, this is the ticket I inadvertently dropped this morning. President Tian, you are quite attentive, he said, placing the ticket into his pocket. He then called out, What is happening? How can we let President Tian come all this way and only offer him plain water? Bring him a cup of tea. Moments later, Jin Niao entered with 2 cups of hot tea, setting them before the 2 men. Taking a sip of the tea, Tian Zongjinglong realized that Banmu was a formidable opponent. knowing he needed to present something of value to secure his chance of drinking wine that evening. He lifted his cup and continued, Master Banmu, may I request a favor from you? Hearing this, Banmu chuckled and responded, you are being too formal. We are like brothers. How could I refuse your request? Pray tell, what is it? Seeing Banmu's willingness, Tian Zongjinglong felt that he was now on the verge of enjoying a drink. It is as follows. Recently, I have come into possession of a group of wild beasts, whose untamed nature has caused me considerable distress. I wonder if you, esteemed Master Banmu, might lend your expertise in taming them. Tanaka Ainuma implored earnestly. Observing the masterful performance of Tanaka, Banmu feigned curiosity and inquired, oh, what manner of beast has so thoroughly vexed President Tanaka? I must see for myself. Tanaka, slapping his thigh with unabashed confidence, replied, Brother Banmu, you are indeed righteous. I have brought these beasts with me. They await you downstairs. Might you take a moment to witness them? The term brother momentarily startled Banmu, for he was merely 27 this year, while Tanaka was already in his 40s, old enough to be his father. Yet, in this moment, Tanaka cast aside all decorum to address him as brother. Nevertheless, Banmu responded, why not? If these troublesome creatures are causing you distress, then they are likewise a cause for my concern. I shall devote all my knowledge and effort to tame them, no matter the cost. With that, he rose and strode confidently towards the exit, embodying the spirit of a brother ready to face any challenge. In the hall, a massive iron cage stood shrouded by a black cloth, concealing its contents from view. These beasts have tormented me, and I hope you can help me tame them, Tanaka said as he removed the cloth, revealing the contents of the cage to Banmu. Banmu inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing in response. His gasp was prompted by the sheer magnitude of Tanaka's audacious acquisition. Tanaka was not mistaken. The creatures within the cage were indeed not for the faint-hearted, for they were known as Jinshun or quasi-deities. Within the cage lay 10 quasi-deity cubs, and Banmu re-evaluated his previous thoughts. Tanaka had not merely spent lavishly. He had made a grave sacrifice, for quasi-deities are a strategic resource not easily obtained, even with wealth. His furrowed brow was also a reflection of his disdain for Tanaka's methods. Banmu did not consider himself a virtuous man, but he harbored a sense of pride. He deemed himself a competent trainer, holding a contemptuous view towards the mistreatment of Pokémon. Among the 10 quasi-deities, half were injured and barely clinging to life, revealing the dubious means by which they were acquired, followed by the abuse they had endured to force their submission. However, regardless of his reservations, Banmu felt a stirring desire. He urgently needed these creatures, and they were not mere trifles, as some were quite rare, including a quasi-deity from the Hoenn region known as Iron Dumbbell. Despite his temptation, he could not simply accept them. Banmu feigned hesitation as he addressed Tanaka. It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, dear brother, but the time required for taming these beasts before he could finish, Tanaka interrupted. Brother, spare me your words. I am merely entrusting them to you. Train them to be docile, and return them to me when you are done. Hearing Tanaka's words, Banmu burst into laughter, grabbing Tanaka's arm. Not a burden at all. We shall discuss this tomorrow. It has been too long since we last met, and we must share a drink. With that, he led Tanaka upstairs to enjoy a drink together. At that moment, Tanaka's anxieties dissipated. A shared drink could mend past grievances. In the insect shelter, Lu Yun emptied his nearly barren food pouch and addressed the green caterpillars before him. I'm afraid your rations have run out. Upon hearing this, the caterpillars, who had been eagerly awaiting their meal, instantly froze in dismay. A few of the frail ones began to crawl towards Lu Yun, desperately attempting to barter their meager forms for a morsel. Sighing at this amusing sight, Lu Yun felt a sense of helplessness. He had not declared he would withhold their food. He gently removed the caterpillars clinging to him and feigned anger, shouting at the ones on the ground, "Be quiet. If you keep this up, I shall truly stop feeding you." At the mention of food, the previously raucous caterpillars lined up in an orderly fashion, standing tall and awaiting Lu Yun's inspection. Shaking his head in exasperation, Lu Yun reflected on how, since enhancing their skills, the caterpillars had not only increased their appetite but also their intelligence, becoming more interactive with him. A silver lining was their newfound ability to produce silk and assist in weaving cloth. This morning, while consuming tree fruits, Lu Yun distributed the fruits he had brought from the kitchen to the caterpillars, ensuring each received only one. The caterpillars that received the fruit gazed up at Lu Yun with pitiful expressions, as if they were still hungry. This was not due to Lu Yun's reluctance, but rather the limited quantity he possessed. After all, preserving tree fruits requires a specialized storage facility. Enough staring, eat, he urged, shaking the empty pouch to demonstrate its lack of contents. He then entered the insect shelter to collect the silk bandages. Listening to the chorus of mournful wails from behind him, Lu Yun sighed in frustration. Goodness, is it so terrible to miss a meal? He mused, feeling as though he were the one inflicting suffering upon them. After gathering the silk bandages, Lu Yun hurriedly exited the insect shelter, determined to procure more food for his demanding charges. Who knew what mischief they might concoct if left unattended? Back in his room, he bundled the bandages he had prepared alongside those made the previous night, totaling 18. Lu Yun planned to sell these bandages when he visited the town to purchase more insect feed, hoping to recoup some losses. While packing the bandages, Lu Yun suddenly discovered the tree fruit ball he had purchased the previous day. Initially not intending to bring Darubi along, he swiftly changed his mind. Darubi, come here, he called to the forlorn creature. Upon hearing his name, Darubi, who had been resigned to staying behind, perked up its ears and trotted over to Lu Yun. Presenting the tree fruit ball adorned with Darubi's image, Lu Yun said, if you wish to accompany me, you must enter this. It will allow me to protect you from danger outside. Ecstatic at the prospect of going out, Darubi ran in circles around the room before colliding with the pokeball. With a flash of red light, the ball captured Darubi without a hitch. Picking up the pokeball, Lu Yun mimicked the silly poses he had seen, eliciting a retreat from the nearby rhinoceros Pokémon, which feared being infected by his antics. At the entrance of the ranch, the exhilaration from capturing a Pokémon had swiftly faded. Some unfortunate events were bound to transpire. Observing the chaotic footprints at the ranch entrance and the claw marks on the nearby wall, Lu Yun felt a weight in his heart. Without that wall, the ranch could have been in grave danger last night. Locking the gate securely, he set off towards the town, his heart heavy. Along the way, Lu Yun noticed that the closer he got to human settlements, the more facilities had been ravaged by Pokémon. Moreover, the destruction appeared to be systematic and purposeful, as if searching for something specific. At this moment, the town was bustling with activity. The grand market held yesterday had just concluded, and today, households began fortifying their homes, as if they had sensed an impending change. In the square in front of the Pokémon Center, numerous trainers accompanied by their Pokémon had already gathered. After paying a stall fee of 20 yuan at the stall management office, Lu Yun was granted permission to set up for the day. Following the number assigned by the management, Lu Yun approached his designated stall. Observing the stall situated in a corner of the square, he couldn't help but grimace. Yet he seated himself and began to hawk his 18 bandages. Chapter 37. Trouble is coming for me. Despite Lu Yun's earnest efforts to promote his wares, the stall's remote location meant that even with the significant foot traffic in the square, few ventured into this corner. After a while of calling out, Lu Yun, feeling disheartened, halted his cries. He released his two Pokémon, the Rhydon and the Dratini, instructing them to keep watch over the stall while he wandered off to a nearby shop. Inside the shop, Lu Yun purchased a bottle of water and requested a piece of cardboard along with a pen, which he used to write fervently. As he penned his message, bold letters began to emerge on the cardboard, forming the proclamation, Ancestral Secret Medicine, specifically for treating external injuries, effective upon application. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Returning to his stall, he displayed the eye-catching advertisement and then fell silent, leaning against the Rhydon while cradling the Dratini. Closing his eyes in contemplation, perhaps it was the allure of the sign or the exaggerated claims, but whatever the reason, a few curious individuals began to approach the once desolate stall. How much for this item? Inquired a burly man, clad in a tank top and shorts. His face adorned with a rugged beard as he approached Lu Yun's stall, his backpack slung over one shoulder. Lu Yun kept his eyes shut, having already grown numb to similar inquiries from dozens before. However, each time he revealed the price, the patrons shook their heads and departed. 500 each, no bargaining. Lu Yun stated flatly, keeping his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, the burly man scoffed. 500 for a scrap of cloth? Why not just rob someone? As the only customer who remained after hearing Lu Yun's price and dared to speak, Lu Yun felt compelled to engage him. That is not merely a scrap of cloth. It is an ancestral secret, a time-tested remedy. He replied earnestly. The burly man countered. How can you prove that this medicine works as you claim? Lu Yun's eyes lit up. The bait was set. He picked up a healing bandage and offered it to the man, saying, you may give it a try. However, just as the man was about to take it, Lu Yun suddenly withdrew his hand, continuing, but what if it truly works? The man's complexion shifted from pale to flushed as he pondered Lu Yun's words. If it works, I'll take everything you have at your stall. But if it doesn't, what will you do? In response to his inquiry, Lu Yun declared loudly, as this is an ancestral remedy, how could I possibly deceive you? If it's false, I will give you 500 for each bandage. Lu Yun expected the man to agree, yet to his surprise, the burly man shook his head and replied, I don't want your money. If it's fake, take your items and leave. Don't spread harm among trainers. Taken aback, Lu Yun acquiesced. Very well, as you wish. He then handed over the healing bandage. Instead of testing it on a wound as Lu Yun anticipated, the burly man removed his tank top. Beneath it, layers of white bandages wrapped around his abdomen were revealed. As he unwound the bandages, a gaping wound over 20 centimeters long appeared, a ghastly sight that nearly split him in two. Remarkably, the man showed no sign of pain as he performed a hasty bandage of his injury. Lu Yun gasped at the sight of the man's injury. What had he endured to be so grievously harmed? The man pressed Lu Yun's bandage against his wound, and in an instant, a faint glow began to emanate from the injury. Within moments, the once green bandage crumbled into a pile of white ash on the ground, while fresh granulations of tissue emerged from the man's wound. Witnessing this, the burly man was astonished. He knew precisely how his injury had occurred. It was a surprise attack from a formidable scyther. Had it not been for his Pokémon pushing him aside, he would have been severed in two. Even though he had narrowly escaped death, the healing process was hindered by the scyther's energy. In the remote Greenshade town, the doctors and Pokémon at the center could do little more than stop the bleeding. Proper treatment required a trip to a larger city. Kid, I'll take all of these at 1,000 each, the burly man declared, pulling out 2 stacks of league currency from his backpack and tossing them to Lu Yun. That's your payment. No need for change. Consider it a tip. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected generosity, having envisioned countless ways the transaction could unfold, yet never anticipated such extravagance. After discarding the bills, the burly man eagerly grabbed the remaining healing bandages from Lu Yun's stall and pressed them against his wound. After using 7 of them, the once extensive injury had completely healed. Patting his now smooth abdomen, the man laughed heartily and clapped Lu Yun on the shoulder, saying, I, Tang Xiong, owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, just call me. He then handed Lu Yun a business card and, without waiting for him to accept it, hurriedly stuffed the remaining bandages into his backpack and rushed out of the square. Why is everyone I meet in such a hurry these days? Lu Yun muttered to himself as he picked up the business card to examine it. The card was quite simple, lacking any ostentatious titles. It merely bore Tang Xiong's name and his contact number. After placing the card and the stacks of currency into his satchel, Lu Yun lowered his head and swiftly made his way out of the square. The commotion caused by Tang Xiong's actions had drawn numerous curious gazes, and feeling that it was prudent to depart, Lu Yun decided to move on. As he navigated through the crowd, Lu Yun was prepared to cross the street to the commercial district on the other side of the square to purchase food for his cater pies when a convoy of 5 vehicles interrupted his path. Watching the cars zoom past, Lu Yun felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, it was nearly noon, and he wondered why a convoy was heading out of town. Assuming it was merely the indulgence of the affluent, he proceeded to the shop where he had previously purchased leaf stones. This time, Lu Yun sought no peculiar items, and he quickly located the Pokémon food he needed. However, as he surveyed the shelves laden with various types of Pokémon food, he hesitated, overwhelmed by the sheer variety and their respective effects. After much deliberation, Lu Yun ultimately decided to buy 10 bags of 20 pounds of specialized food for cater pies. It is noteworthy that the provisions purchased by Lu Yun are reportedly infused with the flesh of Bobo, purportedly rendering the green caterpillars unafraid of avian spirits. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, the price is undeniably exorbitant, with a single bag costing 400 yuan. After completing the transaction, Lu Yun hoisted a bag of sustenance and departed the shop, leaving the remaining items for the staff to deliver later, as it would be quite challenging to carry them without a basket on his rhinoceros. As Lu Yun rode his rhinoceros toward the ranch, he observed the tire tracks on the ground, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Oh no, could this be directed at me? The thought sent a jolt through his heart. Chapter 38. You truly are a good person. At this moment, a throng of individuals clad in suits had gathered at the entrance of the ranch, many of whom brandished cameras and microphones. From a distance, Lu Yun gazed toward the ranch, perceiving numerous shadowy figures flitting about. This is bad. They are indeed here for me. Summoning his courage, Lu Yun approached the crowd, pondering to himself, how can I be bullied at my own doorstep? As Lu Yun arrived at the ranch entrance atop his rhinoceros, the journalists instantly raised their cameras, directing them toward him for photographs, accompanied by a flurry of clicking shutters. The blinding flashes made it difficult for Lu Yun to keep his eyes open, nearly causing him to tumble from the back of the beast. Young man, be careful not to fall. A deep voice called out as it steadied Lu Yun, preventing him from toppling over. Thank you, Lu Yun replied, descending from the rhinoceros with the assistance of the stranger, rubbing his eyes as he turned to face the person who had helped him. To his astonishment, it was none other than Banmu. Why you? Faced with Banmu's composed and amiable demeanor, Lu Yun felt momentarily flustered. Just as he was about to speak, Banmu grasped Lu Yun's hand with concern, saying, "There is no need for thanks. This is simply my duty as the gym leader." Banmu's words elicited applause from the surrounding journalists, and amidst the flashes, Lu Yun realized that he would indeed be featured on television, not just tonight, but certainly by tomorrow. Once the photographs were taken, Banmu released Lu Yun's hand and turned to accept a box from a nearby staff member, his expression somber as he addressed Lu Yun. "I am aware of the unfortunate events that have befallen your family, and I am profoundly sorry. Had I assumed my position sooner, perhaps I could have prevented this upheaval among the spirits and spared your parents, potentially shielding your family from considerable losses." Listening to Banmu's theatrical lamentations, Lu Yun felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, but Banmu continued undeterred. "This is a small token of goodwill from myself and all the staff at the Tokiwa gym. Please accept it, and may your ranch swiftly return to productivity." Bowing deeply, Banmu extended the box toward Lu Yun, who had barely received it before the journalists erupted once more in a flurry of photographs. Following the donation ceremony, under Banmu's insistence, Lu Yun guided the group inside the ranch for a tour. Naturally, the visit was rife with promotional undertones for Banmu, and the series of events left Lu Yun seething with frustration. The ranch was meticulously tidy, and the buildings remained sturdy. However, when Banmu approached an abandoned shed, it unexpectedly collapsed. Despite the lake being free of debris, a sudden gust would sweep through whenever Banmu arrived, stirring up litter that he would then wade into the water to retrieve. Witnessing such uncanny coincidences, Lu Yun's ire reached a boiling point. Was this ranch merely a backdrop for their photo op? He understood that once these individuals departed, the aftermath would fall squarely on his shoulders, for the leaders were merely there to capture the moment. After nearly 2 to 3 hours of this charade, the group finally exited the ranch. Just as Lu Yun prepared to bid them farewell and return to his kitchen to satisfy his hunger, Banmu once again seized Lu Yun's hand. Will this never end? I still need to eat." Lu Yun silently screamed within. In stark contrast to Lu Yun's inner tumult, Banmu wore an expression of genuine concern. "My young friend, if you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. It is our duty as officials to serve and protect the citizens." Observing Banmu's persistent display for the journalists, Lu Yun felt his annoyance surge. With an expression of feigned despair, Lu Yun lamented, "Oh, the plight I endure. You cannot fathom the torment inflicted by the wild spirits. They scale my walls by morning, rattle my windows by noon, and pound upon my door by night." After a brief pause, he continued, "Your words today signify that you are indeed a commendable leader, one who truly attends to the needs of the populace. I beseech you to send someone to assist me in driving away these troublesome, wild spirits." Taken aback by Lu Yun's earnestness, Banmu found himself at a loss. He had merely intended to be courteous, yet this bold youth was unabashedly requesting assistance. Regaining his composure, Banmu cleared his throat and replied, "I am already informed of your situation. Upon my return, I will promptly dispatch formidable trainers to safeguard your ranch and expel the spirits." While any ordinary individual would have gratefully awaited the promised aid, Lu Yun was far from ordinary. He prided himself on 2 notable traits: persistence, he would not abandon a pursuit without results, and resilience, he bore a thick skin. At that moment, Lu Yun was prepared to wield these attributes. With a hint of shyness, he addressed Banmu. "You truly are an exemplary leader. However, might this be too much of an imposition? Perhaps it would suffice to have that gentleman remain to assist me. I believe he would be quite capable." He gestured toward a security guard standing behind Banmu. At Lu Yun's suggestion, Banmu was momentarily stunned. The journalists were taken aback, and the pointed security guard was left bewildered. "Me? Are you referring to me?" the guard asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Yes, Lu Yun nodded, bashfully adding, "The spirits near the ranch aren't particularly formidable. With your help, I believe we would face no issues." The guard felt an ache in his heart. What did it mean that the nearby spirits were not strong, and that he alone would suffice? Who was he to be underestimated? Moreover, at merely 26 or 7 years of age, he was hardly an uncle, as Lu Yun had labeled him. Observing Lu Yun's hopeful expression and the journalists at a distance eager to witness how this matter would unfold, Banmu clenched his teeth and addressed the security guard. "You will remain here until the wild spirits are no longer a concern." Having uttered these words, Banmu forced a smile toward Lu Yun, adding, "Should he fail to fulfill his duties, you may report back to me, and I will deduct his wages." Yes, Lu Yun nodded earnestly, grasping Banmu's hand and sincerely proclaiming, "You truly are a good person, gym leader." Lu Yun's actions made Banmu feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, He had always been the one to initiate contact with others. Just as Banmu was about to withdraw his hand, he caught sight of the reporters in the distance, snapping photographs, compelling him to abandon his small gesture. After a painstaking wait for the journalists to conclude their shooting, Banmu withdrew his hand from Lu Yun's embrace and departed without a backward glance, leaving behind a somewhat disheveled security guard. Chapter 39, Dize. I must rely on you, uncle. Observing Banmu and the others retreating into the distance, Lu Yun turned to the security guard beside him and bowed respectfully, before dashing towards the ranch, nearly starving. In the kitchen, Lu Yun swiftly heated some semi-finished frozen foods to serve as his lunch. Carrying the prepared meal to the first-floor living room, he retrieved his Darubi and unpheasant Pokeballs and released the two Pokemon. Just like Lu Yun, the two Pokemon, having been hungry for so long, immediately dove into their bowls of food without hesitation. Just as he was about to enjoy his meal, Lu Yun suddenly remembered the 10 ravenous Kaishin waiting outside, prompting him to grab a Youtiao and head to the bug house. Inside the bug house, the green caterpillars that had only eaten a single fruit that morning lay listlessly on the ground, appearing half dead. However, upon hearing Lu Yun's footsteps, they sprang to life, rushing towards the door. When Lu Yun opened it, the caterpillars surged forward, knocking him to the ground. Calm down, I have food," Lu Yun shouted from beneath the pile of caterpillars. Upon hearing the word food, the famished creatures finally crawled off him. Sitting up, Lu Yun brushed off the dirt from his clothes and placed the feed into their feeding trough. It was only after consuming 2/3 of the feed that the caterpillars paused their eating. Watching them, now sated and sprawled on the ground, Lu Yun fell into contemplation. Had he raised a horde of pigs or a swarm of insects? After enhancing their skills, they had all become like this. After consulting the system, Lu Yun received an answer. Their ability to eat was due to the conservation of energy. Producing healing abilities consumed a significant amount of silk. Their need for sleep stemmed from the necessity to digest food and acquire energy. Of course, there was a way to alter this situation by selecting a more energy-rich food for them. After feeding the caterpillars, Lu Yun returned to the house to enjoy his lunch. At the ranch's entrance, the beleaguered security guard was engaged in a final conversation with Banmu over the phone. "No way, boss. You really want me to stay here protecting this ranch?" The security guard asked incredulously. "Stay there, Dize, at least for the next 2 days. You cannot return to my side." Banmu's magnetic voice resonated through the receiver. Without waiting for Dize's response, he hung up, leaving Dize in a state of confusion. In the office, Banmu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit vexed. What a coincidence, he mused. He did not wish to keep Dize away, but upon his return, he had been informed by the Viper that those individuals had appeared in the vicinity of Shokan City. Considering Dize's relationship with those people, Banmu had no choice but to keep Dize there. After all, an encounter between them would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation. He needed to focus on other pressing matters and had no desire to handle more complications. So he could only inconvenience Dize by having him rest at the ranch for a while to avoid the storm. Before the wooden cabin, Dize rubbed his stomach and knocked on the living room door. While he could not return home, he still needed to eat. Adhering to the principle that whoever one worked for should provide meals, Dize opted to seek out Lu Yun, his temporary employer, for food. Darubi and unpheasant, resting in the living room, immediately became alert upon hearing the knock. "Stop knocking, I'm coming," Lu Yun called as he shook off the water from his hands and descended from the second-floor kitchen. Seeing Dize at the door, Lu Yun remarked, "Uncle, have you finished your work?" In response to Lu Yun's teasing, Dize awkwardly replied, "Not yet, but I'll head out after I eat." Without waiting for Lu Yun's response, he squeezed through the door. Taken aback by Dize's self-initiative, Lu Yun quickly regained his composure and said to Dize, who was already seated on the sofa, "Just a moment while I prepare something for you." Making noodles was significantly simpler. The house had dried noodles, which Lu Yun enhanced with some root vegetables for flavor. In no time, a fragrant bowl of noodles was placed before Dize, starving after such a long wait. Dize swallowed hard and began devouring the noodles without hesitation, finishing one bowl and promptly requesting another. Lu Yun said nothing in response. After all, he needed Dize to help capture the Pokemon later. He could always voice his complaints afterward, as Lu Yun would not spare those who damaged his property. Lu Yun had noticed Dize when the small cabin in the ranch collapsed. Everything about it felt suspicious. Although the cabin was abandoned, its structure should not have crumbled so suddenly. At the moment of the collapse, Lu Yun had caught a glimpse of Dize, whose eyes glowed a striking blue. The commotion caused by the lake monster further convinced Lu Yun that this security guard was far from ordinary. He likely possessed powers akin to those of Nasi, a true supernatural being. After finishing his noodles, Dize placed the bowl on the table and let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, He picked up the jacket from the sofa and headed for the door without looking back. Lu Yun took the empty bowl and ascended to the second floor to begin washing up. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, prompting him to lean out of the window to investigate. He witnessed a multitude of bird Pokémon fleeing the ranch. Amid the explosions were faint cries of distress from the Pokémon. After observing the commotion, Lu Yun returned the clean bowl to the cupboard and casually retrieved a piece of beef from the refrigerator to thaw in water. After all, diligent employees like DZ were a rare find, and it would be prudent to reward him with something good in the evening. On a nameless path outside of Green Lawn Town, an elderly gentleman halted his hurried steps and called back into the air, "Stop chasing, stop chasing. I'm not running anymore." His words echoed in the desolate wilderness. Just moments ago, the path had been empty, but suddenly, a distortion occurred, and two men clad in robes embroidered with canary patterns appeared, accompanied by a Sun EV. The man on the left, as he approached the elderly gentleman with Sun EV, said, "Please do not resist, we mean you no harm. We simply seek your assistance." Confronted by the advancing Sun EV, the old man, realizing he had no recourse, squatted down and covered his head. A smile crept across the man's lips upon witnessing the old man's compliance. Just as his hand reached out to touch the elderly gentleman, an unexpected event transpired. The once stable old man suddenly exploded into a burst of powdery purple light, prompting Sun EV to swiftly unfurl its wings to shield itself from the violet glow. Tricked again. This old fool may not be good at fighting, but he sure has a plethora of tricks to save his skin, the man cursed angrily. The other man approached and asked, "Should we continue the pursuit?" Upon hearing those words, the first man shook his head. "Let us not pursue it any further. We have more pressing matters at hand. If that old coot truly wishes to hide, there is little we can do to find him or catch up." After finishing his statement, he instructed the nearby Espion to utilize its teleportation ability to whisk them away from that place. Chapter 40. Oak Yuseong at the rear mountains of Masera Town. The residents of the Oak family stood. As a lineage steeped in history, the Oak family's origins can be traced back to the early days of the ancient empire, showcasing a profound heritage. However, unlike contemporaneous families such as the Orange family or the Dragon family, this deeply rooted lineage had remained relatively obscure, known to few outside its walls. Yet, this understated existence has been disrupted in recent decades by the emergence of an extraordinary talent. Oak Yuseong, the current head of the Oak family, stands as the fiercest contender for the title of Champion of the Alliance, an idol to numerous Pokémon researchers, and a foundational figure in the field of Pokémon studies. Such an array of titles serves to highlight Yuseong's excellence and success. Yet, at this moment, this prodigious individual donned his timeless white lab coat, standing at the entrance of the estate, gazing into the horizon with a pensive expression, seemingly awaiting someone. As the sound of bells chimed from the distance, the first sight to capture the eye was a dark purple palanquin adorned with intricate patterns. Numerous small bells hung densely from its top, emitting a melodious chime as it moved. Looking closer, the palanquin was not levitating on its own. Rather, it was carried by 4 night spirits floating gracefully at the front and back. Alongside the palanquin, 3 snow spirits, each holding lanterns, followed as attendants. What a waste. If only these Pokémon could be allocated to suitable trainers. Yuseong mused as he beheld the strange, yet opulent palanquin. As it drew nearer, an invisible chill began to permeate the air, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. Tightening his lab coat, Yuseong remained silent, watching as the palanquin landed before him. Once it settled, the night spirits lowered the palanquin, while the snow spirits pulled back the curtains, assisting the occupant out. The individual emerging from the palanquin glanced at Yuseong's attire and huffed disdainfully. "Is it too much to expect a modicum of decorum? Don't you feel embarrassed dressing like that to greet guests?" Unfazed by the reprimand, Yuseong scratched his head and chuckled. "The Oak family lacks the wealth of your Kikyu family. With night spirits carrying the palanquin, snow spirits lighting the way, and using a whole piece of spirit world fabric for the curtains, we can hardly afford such extravagance." Kikyu, undeterred by Yuseong's retort, continued without acknowledging him, leading a little girl who had just disembarked from the palanquin into the estate, suggesting familiarity with the place. As they walked down the grand avenue of the estate, Kikyu's brow furrowed. The surroundings were starkly inadequate. This vast estate had no servants, nor even a single Pokémon to assist in transportation. In the reception room, Kikyu, unable to suppress his frustration any longer, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Yuseong, you are a person of repute. Must you live in such squalor? The first time I sent you 4 night spirits for transportation, you promptly gave them away to a trainer, claiming they were too eerie and did not suit your style. The second time, I procured 2 Hakuryu for you, only for you to send them off again, stating they were too precious for your needs. I hope you haven't given away those 8 fire horses I provided last time. Observing Kikyu's rising ire, Yuxiang scratched his head, still nonchalant. Isn't it tough for those trainers? I consider it a charitable deed. Kikyu was about to scold him, but then seemed to recall something, slumping into a chair, leaving the little girl beside him astonished. Taking a sip of the plain water before him, Yuxiang inquired, if there is something to discuss, please be straightforward. Let us not waste time. At Yuxiang's words, disbelief flickered in Kikyu's eyes, but he soon spoke up. I wish to request your assistance with a matter. Assistance? Yuxiang was taken aback. It was quite unusual for the proud Kikyu to seek help. This must be a significant request. After a moment of contemplation, Yuxiang asked, what sort of assistance? Kikyu gestured toward the direction of the Tokiwa forest, a faint smile of resignation on his face. To act as a negotiator. A negotiator? Yuxiang was puzzled until his gaze fell upon the Pokémon egg nestled in the little girl's arms, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Let me see that egg. Pointing at the egg, Yuxiang received it from the little girl and began to scrutinize it closely. As he did, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Zorua, Pokémon, negotiator, riot. Yuxiang muttered a series of incomprehensible terms that left outsiders bewildered. But with each utterance, he transformed from the amiable figure he was into a ferocious beast. Yuxiang's chest heaved with anger as he pointed an accusing finger at Kikyu, exclaiming, well then, so this is all you're doing. It's all on you. Yuxiang, let me explain. Kikyu, wearied by the situation, rose to clarify, but was abruptly cut off by Yuxiang's harsh interjection. Be silent. Do not call me Yuxiang. At that moment, Yuxiang was akin to a man possessed, having never anticipated the familiar woman before him to be the root cause of the Pokémon riots he had pondered so long. It wasn't my grandmother. She had nothing to do with this. A clear, innocent voice chimed in from the side. It was the little girl. Just as Yuxiang was about to inquire further, Kikyu interjected, Yakaina, you should step outside. Though reluctant, Yakaina acquiesced, casting glances back as she exited the reception room. The heavy wooden door closed behind her, sealing off the unfolding drama within. As night enveloped the earth, and the moon hung high in the sky, the long-closed door reopened. Kikyu emerged, a hint of melancholy shadowing his features. Grandmother, Yakaina, who had been waiting nearby, joyfully leaped into Kikyu's embrace. After a moment of cherishing her beloved granddaughter, Kikyu, with a tinge of reluctance, posed a request. Yakaina, could you assist your grandmother with something? Seeing her grandmother's expectant expression, Yakaina nodded eagerly. Of course. What would you like me to do? Should I confront that mean grandpa from earlier? Kikyu chuckled merrily at this, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. Of course not. I need you to take the Pokémon egg and visit that mean grandpa. After pondering for a moment, Yakaina nodded. All right, I'll go. Seeing Yakaina agree, Kikuko felt a surge of joy. After all, if that matter were to come to fruition, her granddaughter would have an exceedingly bright future ahead. Contemplating this, Kikuko rose and addressed the bystander, Professor Okido, who was watching the proceedings with keen interest. I care not for the hardships you typically endure, but these days, you must ensure my granddaughter does not suffer. Okido, caught off guard while munching on snacks, quickly replied, oh yes, of course. I won't let her experience any hardship. Observing Okido's somewhat frivolous demeanor, Kikuko felt a tinge of disappointment. She turned around and placed 2 Pokeballs into Yukina's hands, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience these days. Aunt Yuki will stay with you. She will take good care of you. Upon receiving the Pokeballs, Yakaina looked at Kikuko with a hint of reluctance. Be good. I will come to fetch you in a few days. After offering reassurance to Yakaina, who was departing from home for the first time, Kikuko cast a glance at the oblivious Okido before plunging into the darkness. Accompanied by the sound of tinkling bells, Okido realized that his dear friend had once again left him. Grasping the dazed Yakaina, Okido said, Come, I shall take you to explore some delightful things. With that, he led her toward the garden behind the estate. In the ranch, Lu Yun, Dai Lubi, and the Rhydon were numbly staring at the sight of Diz, who was lounging on the sofa, indulging in barbecued meat. Burp. After a hearty belch, Diz tossed his chopsticks onto the table and, with a curious glance at Lu Yun and the others, remarked, What are you staring at? It's just 7 plates of barbecue. I have made sure that no Pokémon dares to approach within 100 meters of the ranch. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. It was no small feat to consume 7 plates, each containing over half a kilogram of meat. The sheer weight of nearly 4 kilograms of meat that Diz had forcibly ingested left Lu Yun astounded, especially since he hadn't touched a single vegetable, showing no signs of being overwhelmed by the indulgence. No worries, Lu Yun shook his head, conceding that whatever Diz claimed was indeed true. Collecting the empty plates, Lu Yun ascended to the second floor, listening to the anguished cries of Pokémon outside while washing the dishes. Those cries were, after all, the handiwork of Diz. And Lu Yun felt it was purely a means of retaliation against him. In the afternoon, Diz had ventured out, driving away all the Pokémon in the vicinity of the ranch. To further intimidate any potential intruders, he had committed a particularly cruel act. He had severely beaten the stronger Pokémon nearby and hung them upside down from the trees. Lu Yun found this utterly nonsensical, yet Diz referred to it as killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Listening to the wailing outside, Lu Yun knew that a peaceful night's sleep was out of the question. Turning off the kitchen lights, Lu Yun began to make his way to the bedroom. As he passed by the guest room, he happened to glimpse Diz, who was sprawled on the bed, sleeping like a log. He can eat and sleep. He must truly be the reincarnation of a pig, Lu Yun muttered as he returned to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, unable to drift into slumber amidst the cacophony of cries outside, Lu Yun decided to check the items available in the system shop for the week. Son, are you there? He called out, feeling a bit restless. Yes, what is it at this late hour? Came a voice, still laced with sleepiness. Lu Yun felt no guilt about disturbing someone else's rest. Rather, he felt invigorated. Better to worry for a brother than to see him driving a luxury SUV. Please open the system shop for me. Lu Yun commanded the system, which was reluctantly powered on. As the system operated, a translucent screen appeared, visible only to Lu Yun. He first looked at the white items available this week. 500 yuan for underwear, 1,000 yuan for toilet paper, 100 yuan for berry fruit, 300 yuan for a toothbrush. Upon surveying this assortment of overpriced yet seemingly useless items, Lu Yun decided to check the blue items. 1,000 yuan for a pokeball, 3,000 yuan for healing potions, 2,000 yuan for a slowpoke tail, and 1,000 yuan for a kingler claw. The blue items seemed slightly better than the white ones. Although the prices remained inflated compared to market rates, at least they were somewhat useful. In comparison, the purple items appeared quite appealing. 30,000 yuan for a premium leaf stone and 50,000 yuan for a premium thunderstone. Though these evolution stones were expensive, they belong to a category that is highly sought after yet rarely available, making even a premium price worthwhile. With excitement burgeoning within him, Lu Yun began to examine the golden items available for the week. An unknown Pokémon egg priced at 300,000 yuan. A Pokémon egg. At this point, Lu Yun was taken aback. He never expected the system to engage in such dubious dealings, selling Pokémon. A gambling egg? Staring at the golden box containing the Pokémon egg, Lu Yun indeed felt an impulse to purchase it. However, he quickly recalled that his funds were already running low and that he still owed the final payment for the fruit seedling, thus dispelling the thought. As for the notion of buying the 2 evolution stones for resale, Lu Yun had considered it. But the system had informed him that items purchased could not be resold for profit, only gifted or used personally. Bound by this rule, Lu Yun abandoned the idea. By the way, I haven't checked what the good people donated yet. Lu Yun suddenly sat up in bed, talking to himself. Since Banmu and his group had departed, Lu Yun had been too busy to examine the gifts. Rising from the bed and turning on the light, he excitedly retrieved the box that had been set aside. As the box slowly opened, a ray of light reflected from within, rubbing his eyes, which had been stung by the brightness. Lu Yun took out the item from the box, a yellow-green gemstone resembling a diamond. Holding the gemstone up to the light, he scrutinized it, feeling a sense of familiarity. Oh, this is the bug gem, Lu Yun exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The yellow-green gemstone was indeed the bug gem, an item used in games to enhance the power of bug-type moves. However, unlike in the game, this item was a rare treasure in reality, similar to drops from monsters in the game. These gems were predominantly found in the gathering places or nests of bug-type Pokémon. The reason it is deemed a treasure among treasures is simple. These gems have only been discovered in the wild. No instance of gems being produced from domesticated Pokémon has ever been recorded. Unlike the energy found in materials and items, the energy within these gems is exceptionally gentle, allowing even newborns to absorb it without any danger. This rarity and gentleness have led to their high demand, earning them the title of treasures among treasures. Counting the number of gems in the box, Lu Yun found 5 in total, which ignited a thought of mingling with Banmu. I misjudged you. You truly are a good person, Lu Yun said sincerely as he gazed at the gemstones in the box. Chapter 42, Bite Down. As dawn broke, Lu Yun was already standing beneath the great tree with Dailubi. The early bird catches the worm, so morning training must not be neglected. After finishing his instructions with Dailubi, Lu Yun took out a white bone toy and tossed it to Dailubi. Today, you will be training the move Bite Down. There will be rewards for successful training. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Dailubi excitedly called out a few times. First, try to channel another energy within you to envelop your teeth, then bite down hard. Lu Yun squatted on the ground, beginning to instruct Dai Lubi on how to master the art of biting. In truth, even without Lu Yun's guidance, Dai Lubi would likely learn, as the methods for utilizing these skills were inscribed in their ancestral genes, merely awaiting the right age to unfold. Nevertheless, with the belief that early mastery leads to tranquility of heart, Lu Yun decided it would be beneficial to hasten the process. Following Lu Yun's instructions, Dai Lubi commenced gathering the malevolent energy within to concentrate it upon his teeth. As Dai Lubi focused, a layer of darkness began to coat his once pristine canines. "Now, bite down," Lu Yun exclaimed. With Lu Yun's command echoing in his ears, Dai Lubi bit down fiercely onto the bone toy with his teeth enveloped in malevolent energy. The bone, which had been white moments ago, instantly transformed into a deep black under Dai Lubi's ferocious gnawing. "Success!" Lu Yun shouted, unable to contain his admiration for Dai Lubi's brilliance. This bone had been a small toy gifted during Dai Lubi's acquisition, and although it was termed a toy, it was rather costly. One of its advantages was its ability to detect malevolent energy. Upon being attacked by such energy, the white bone would turn black. Lu Yun relied on this color change to ascertain whether the biting technique had been successfully executed. After assigning Dai Lubi his morning training tasks, Lu Yun made his way to the insect shelter. The atmosphere within the shelter was eerily quiet. Gently approaching the area designated for silk collection, Lu Yun gathered the fabric produced overnight, which, after cutting, amounted to approximately 10 healing bandages. After ensuring that the feeding bowls were filled to sustain the insects until noon, Lu Yun quietly exited the shelter. As he stepped out, he encountered Dais, who had just descended the stairs. Observing Lu Yun, Dais expressed surprise. "Ah, the boss is up so early." He then rubbed his hands together and added, "So when do we eat?" Noting Dais's singular focus on eating and sleeping, Lu Yun retorted, "In a bit, I'll prepare it now." Pausing, he continued, "How many Pokémon do you have? I'll make breakfast for them as well." After a moment's thought, Dais leaned on his chin and replied, "Just 2 Pokémon will suffice." With the answer in hand, Lu Yun proceeded to the kitchen on the second floor to prepare breakfast. After heating some instant fried dough sticks in the fryer, he blended the remaining sweet peaches with milk to create a smoothie. Thus, a modest meal of sweet peach smoothies and fried dough sticks was ready. During breakfast, Lu Yun also met Dais's 2 Pokémon, a Youngula and a Coconuts tree. Merely from their appearance, it was evident that these 2 Pokémon had been well nurtured. Additionally, Lu Yun noticed that while they were eating, Dais had added something to their meals, presumably supplements. After finishing breakfast, Lu Yun took the rhinoceros beetle to the site of the collapsed wooden cabin from the previous day, while Dais began to patrol the vicinity of the pasture with his 2 Pokémon. Having assigned Dai Lubi his training tasks for the morning, Lu Yun returned to the site of the fallen cabin. Gazing at the scattered wooden planks, he sighed deeply. What a tragedy. Donning gloves, Lu Yun began collecting the scattered boards and arranging them in a storage area for miscellaneous items. Although the planks were quite old and some were damaged, he was still able to find several intact pieces after careful selection. After a morning of sorting and gathering, Lu Yun managed to salvage a considerable number of relatively well-preserved boards. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he returned to the cabin. "When will lunch be ready, boss?" Dais inquired as Lu Yun stepped inside. Seeing Dais sprawled on the sofa, cradling Dai Lubi and watching television, Lu Yun felt a surge of annoyance. "Come here," he called out, reprimanding Dai Lubi who was nestled in Dais's embrace. "I'm a bit irked," Lu Yun admitted. Upon hearing Lu Yun's voice, Dai Lubi, who had been in a daze moments before, quickly broke free from Dais's hold and scampered to Lu Yun's feet. Dai Lubi thought to himself, "Oh no, I've been caught." But who could resist such a delightful massage? Noticing Dai Lubi's somewhat evasive expression, Lu Yun sternly asked, "Have you completed this morning's training task?" Upon hearing the mention of training, Dai Lubi's demeanor shifted from timid to proud. "When it comes to diligence, I, Dai Lubi, fear no one." Observing Dai Lubi's newfound confidence, Lu Yun picked up the bone toy that lay nearby and tossed it to him. "Bite it, and let me see how well you trained." As Dai Lubi faced the bone, he slightly parted his jaws, enveloping them in a layer of dark mist. With a fierce bite, the once white bone instantly turned a lustrous black. Witnessing the transformation of the bone, Lu Yun understood that Dai Lubi had not slacked off during his training this morning. Ruffling Dai Lubi's head, Lu Yun glanced at Dais and smiled. "How about we have ribs for lunch today?" Dais, surprised by this suggestion, exclaimed, "We can actually order?" "Of course. It would be even better if we could have a bowl of fish soup to accompany it," he added. However, Lu Yun elegantly disregarded the latter part of Dais's request and strode directly toward the kitchen. "You thought I was serious? It's ribs for lunch, no matter what." Transforming the last of the ribs into braised ribs, Lu Yun also stir-fried a plate of shredded bamboo shoots. Due to the necessity of feeding both humans and Pokémon from the same pot, Lu Yun prepared an exceptionally large quantity. Once the meals were portioned out, he called Dais upstairs to help carry the food. Upon entering the kitchen, Dais was taken aback by the spread laid before him. "Do Pokémon eat this too?" he asked, pointing at the dishes. Lu Yun, slightly exasperated, thought to himself, "Didn't your Pokémon eat this for breakfast this morning? Why the confusion now?" Perceiving Lu Yun's perplexity, Dais began to explain, "Pokémon and humans have different physiological structures. While they can consume human food, the energy contained within it does not suffice for them. Prolonged consumption of human food can lead to weakness due to energy deficiency. For Pokémon in their juvenile stage, this can result in developmental issues." With a hint of curiosity, Dais then looked at Lu Yun and asked, "You haven't been feeding Dai Lubi human food all this time, have you?" Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly, realizing that indeed he had been doing just that. Chapter 43, Pokémon Food. Exhaling deeply, Lu Yun settled onto the sofa, feeling somewhat fatigued. Following Dais's reminder, he had, with his assistance, utilized the few remaining ingredients at home to prepare another meal for the Pokémon. Watching Dai Lubi happily devouring the Pokémon food beside him, Lu Yun smiled with satisfaction. "Don't just stand there, eat up. The ribs will get cold and lose their flavor." Having swallowed his food, Dais burped and pointed his chopsticks at Lu Yun. There are only a few ribs left in the bowl. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. It seemed there would be no leftovers for dinner tonight. With the few remaining ribs, Lu Yun scooped a generous bowl of rice. After finishing his meal, he turned to Dizay, who was still digesting. "You wash the dishes. I'm off to bed." Upon hearing that he was tasked with washing the dishes, Dizay expressed surprise. "Why me?" Casting a glance at the bowl of ribs, Lu Yun replied, "Because you ate a lot." With that, he picked up the nearby Dailubi and headed upstairs to the bedroom, leaving Dizay no time to react. Watching Lu Yun ascend the stairs, Dizay shook his head and began gathering the utensils on the table. "Yangjila, come here." After tidying up, Dizay beckoned to Yangjila, who was meditating nearby. Curious about his master's call, Yangjila approached, albeit with some hesitation. "Yangjila, is there something you need?" Dizay grinned and spread his hands. "I've got something nice for you." Though puzzled, Yangjila opened his hands. Without hesitation, Dizay placed the gathered utensils onto his palms. "Wash these dishes." After speaking, he imitated Lu Yun's nonchalance and strode toward the bedroom without looking back. Gazing at the utensils in his hands, Yangjila fell into contemplation, pondering how his master bore a striking resemblance to that black quadruped. Thanks to the absence of any piercing cries, Lu Yun enjoyed an unusually sound afternoon nap. However, such tranquility was destined not to last. The incessant ringing of a bell emanated from the box resting on the nightstand. "Who is it?" Lu Yun yawned. Eyes still closed as he grasped the communicator. "It's me, Zhu Jing, here to fix the water channel." Upon realizing it was Zhu Jing, Lu Yun jolted upright. "Dailubi, is something the matter?" Dailubi, awakened by the commotion, inquired curiously. As he dressed, Lu Yun reassured Dailubi, "Just go back to sleep. It's nothing. I'll go open the door for a visitor." Satisfied that it was merely a visitor, Dailubi shifted positions and resumed sleeping. Hey, do you miss me? My little nephew?" "Li Li, and me too." Before Lu Yun stood Zhu Jing, adorned in beach attire and donning a sun hat, while Guai Li, dressed in a beach skirt, appeared bashful. Lu Yun felt as if they were not here to work, but rather to indulge in a holiday. And why does Guai Li's gaze seem so peculiar? Realizing Lu Yun's scrutinizing stare, Zhu Jing chuckled and explained, "We just returned from Blampole. Hearing you needed the water channel fixed, we rushed over without even changing our clothes. How about that? Are you touched?" At this remark, Lu Yun's lips twitched. "No time to waste. Let us get to work," Lu Yun declared. Zhu Jing was taken aback, feeling the sudden chill in Lu Yun's demeanor. After all, they were longtime friends. It was disheartening not to feel appreciated, especially when he hadn't even been offered a drink before being put to work. "All right, let's head out now." Driving the truck, Zhu Jing quickly brought them to the water channel in the orchard. "It's right over there." Lu Yun pointed to a section blocked by soil. Following Lu Yun's gesture, Zhu Jing examined the site and remarked, "This isn't a significant issue. It will be fixed in no time." Glancing at Zhu Jing, Lu Yun encouraged, "Let us get started." With a snap of his fingers, Zhu Jing tossed his hat into the air with his left hand and, from his waist, retrieved several pokeballs to throw into the sky, exclaiming, "Come forth, my old pals." After this display, Zhu Jing, brimming with pride, turned to Lu Yun and said, "What do you think? Pretty stylish, right? A Hollywood star designed it for me while I was vacationing in Blampole. It looks great, truly stylish." Feeling somewhat awkward, Lu Yun decided it was better to flatter him insincerely. Receiving Lu Yun's praise seemed to send Zhu Jing into a frenzy of excitement. under his enthusiastic commands. The Pokémon worked together seamlessly, swiftly clearing the debris from the water channel. In no time, the channel, previously obstructed by the landslide, was ready for use once again. After the surface was smoothed out, it gleamed under the sunlight, reflecting a sprinkle of starlight. How does this look after the repairs? Zhu Jing inquired. Lu Yun nodded. It's good. Let us maintain this standard for the repairs. With the standard set, the pace of the repairs quickened, and by sunset, all damaged areas of the water channel were restored by the Pokémon construction team. That LLB 5,000 yuan. Zhu Jing, holding the card reader, addressed Lu Yun. Sighing. Lu Yun reluctantly swiped his card. Regardless, this price was reasonable in the realm of Pokémon. After bidding farewell to Zhu Jing, Lu Yun returned to the wooden cabin. At that moment, the scene outside the cabin was lively, with the Unova, Rhydon, and Diluvi sitting on the steps, engrossed in watching the panting coconuts and young Jyla. Under the tree, Dize was cheering on a group of caterpies. Go for it, coconuts. Don't be timid. Strike his head. Young Jyla, grab his leaves. Caterpie, cheer them on. Listening to Dize's chaotic encouragement, Lu Yun broke into a cold sweat. After all, these were his Pokémon. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless? Nevertheless, regardless of Lu Yun's thoughts, young Jyla and coconuts were quite amenable to advice and engaged without hesitation. In an instant, young Jyla teleported in front of coconuts, seizing the leaves atop its head and slamming it down. Coconuts, not to be outdone, unleashed a barrage of seeds from its mouth, delivering a seed machine gun assault on young Jyla's face. Surprisingly, young Jyla did not flinch from the seed barrage and retaliated with a fire punch, landing a solid hit on one of Coconut's heads, yielding impressive results. Observing this scene, which resembled a street brawl, Lu Yun felt as though his worldview had been thoroughly challenged. A mage like young Jyla was actually engaging in close combat rather than relying on ranged attacks, while Coconut stood its ground, taking the hits without flinching. Alright, let us call it a day. Noticing that the Pokémon had fought sufficiently, Dize instructed the two grappling Pokémon to cease their combat and turn to Lu Yun. How about we have a match ourselves? Me? Lu Yun, taken aback by Dize's suggestion, momentarily failed to react. Yes, Dize nodded. If you want your Pokémon to grow quickly, they need to battle. Casting a glance at Diluvi, who appeared eager, Lu Yun steeled his expression and declared, I couldn't ask for more. Chapter 44, The First Battle. Observing the spirited Lu Yun and Diluvi, Dize's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. I want to go easy on you. I'll use this Pokémon for our battle. As he spoke, Dize retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. With a flash of red light, a Hypno, still rubbing its sleepy eyes, appeared on the grass, dozing off. Seeing the still sleepy Hypno, Lu Yun's previously anxious heart finally settled. Diluvi, show it our strength. Lubai? Observing the seamless bond between the trainer and his Pokémon, Dize nodded slightly and said, You may attack first. Feeling somewhat insulted by Dize's arrogance, Lu Yun thought, who does he look down upon? We're both unevolved little Karami. He decided to greet him with a spark attack. Following Lu Yun's command, a dazzling spark erupted from Darubi's mouth, aimed directly at the still drowsy Hypno. In the face of the impending spark attack, Dize calmly instructed Hypno, step 2 paces to the left and execute the disable technique. The previously lethargic Hypno suddenly snapped to attention upon receiving the command. Its short legs moved swiftly, narrowly evading the oncoming spark. Having evaded the spark attack, Hypno began to dance its hands in the air, and with the graceful motion, a pink wave enveloped Darubi, sealing away its spark. Witnessing Darubi prepare to unleash another spark, only to find it impossible, Lu Yun realized that the disable technique was indeed effective. Do not give him a moment's respite. Use Psychic. Dize commanded Hypno at the opportune moment. From a distance, Hypno's eyes began to emit a blue glow, and Darubi's body was suddenly lifted uncontrollably into the air. This spectacle caused the inexperienced Darubi to panic instantly. Steady yourself. Do not be afraid, Lu Yun encouraged, noticing Darubi's distress. Just as he finished speaking, Darubi was unceremoniously slammed back to the ground, letting out a pained cry. Watching Darubi struggle to rise, Lu Yun felt a trickle of cold sweat in his palms. Ruby. Darubi bravely stood up, shaking its head and calling out to Lu Yun. Seeing that Darubi was relatively unscathed brought a sigh of relief from Lu Yun. Locking eyes with Darubi, he said, charge forward and engage in close combat. After a few rounds of skirmishing, Lu Yun had gained some understanding of Hypno's battle style. As a Pokémon lacking mobility, Hypno found itself momentarily flustered at the sight of Darubi rushing towards it. Dize, observing this scene, began to take the situation more seriously. Do not be afraid. Use hypnosis to thwart its advance. Hypno's small yellow hands began to move, weaving countless complex gestures, while Darubi, closing in, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it. Close your eyes and keep charging forward, Lu Yun urged, prompting Darubi, on the verge of slumber, to awaken instantly. It promptly shut its eyes and, relying on its sense of direction, charged straight ahead. Realizing that its hypnosis had failed, Hypno turned to DZ with a hint of trepidation. Observing Hypno's apprehension, DZ commanded, if hypnosis won't work, then use Psybeam to send it flying. Hypno regained its composure, and a dazzling orb of multicolored light began to coalesce in its hands. Now, the orb, which had been gathering energy for some time, transformed into a long beam that collided with the charging Darubi. With a thunderous explosion, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped Darubi, obscuring the view of both combatants. Darubi, Lu Yun called out anxiously, peering into the dense smoke, while both Hypno and DZ couldn't help but smirk at the sight. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, Darubi, battered and bruised, burst forth from the smoke, jaws agape as it lunged at Hypno. Its mouth, stained with crimson, radiated a dark glow as it clamped down on Hypno. Use your other hand to shake it off. Upon hearing this, Hypno, enduring the sharp pain in its left hand, began to pummel Darubi's face with its right hand. The painful and frantic blows caused Darubi to bleed from its nose. Just as Lu Yun was about to call an end to the battle, a long howl erupted. Darubi howled, and from its bloodied mouth, it summoned a surge of dark energy. Enveloping its teeth in this malevolent energy, Darubi, undeterred by the blows, bit down fiercely once more. After landing 2 successive dark-type bites, even the resilient Hypno, a psychic type, could withstand no more. As Hypno collapsed, the battle reached its conclusion. Glancing at the fallen Hypno, Lu Yun turned to find Darubi, bloodied and injured, also succumbing to the ground. Darubi, Hypno, seeing both Pokémon down, Lu Yun and DZ rushed to assess their conditions. Cradling Darubi, Lu Yun was aghast at the severity of its injuries. 2 of its 4 canine teeth had been lost, its body bore numerous abrasions from the explosion, and blood streamed from its nostrils, a truly horrific sight. Hypno was no better off. Its left hand was a mangled mess, and 2 of Darubi's teeth were embedded in its right hand. More alarmingly, the dark energy from Darubi's bite had clashed with Hypno's already unstable psychic energy, causing its body to convulse frighteningly as it lay unconscious. In contrast to Lu Yun's frantic state, DZ maintained a level-headed demeanor. Give this to Darubi. Lu Yun looked up to see DZ holding a vial of green liquid. Without hesitation, Lu Yun took the vial and administered the entire contents to Darubi. DZ did the same for Hypno. As the effects of the medicine took hold, the 2 Pokémon, previously unresponsive, began to awaken gradually. Seizing the opportunity while the Pokémon stirred, Lu Yun dashed into the house and retrieved a healing bandage. Applying this to the wound will expedite the healing process. Hearing this, DZ skeptically accepted the bandage from Lu Yun. Over the years, having followed Banmu, he had encountered cutting-edge pharmaceuticals and even many experimental products. But he had never heard of anything so miraculous. Skeptically placing the bandage on Hypno's left hand, a brilliant glow emanated, and the once vibrant green bandage began to fade. At the moment the bandage turned to ash, a thick scab formed over Hypno's wound. Witnessing this astonishing sight, even the well-experienced DZ was taken aback, excitement flickering in his eyes. More importantly, as a psychic type himself, he keenly sensed that the conflicting energies within Hypno were beginning to diminish. Chapter 45, Pokémon Center. The issue of energy conflict has long plagued trainers. Whenever a Pokémon sustains injuries, a foreign energy often infiltrates their body. This alien energy can clash with the Pokémon's own energy, impeding the healing of wounds and disrupting the flow of energy within. Faced with such a predicament, one could either opt to seek assistance from Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, where she would employ specialized techniques and potions to help the Pokémon gradually absorb the excess energy, or allow their Pokémon to endure the burden, assimilating this energy over time. Though both methods are time-consuming, they do possess their merits, particularly in that the absorption of energy might lead to a slight enhancement in the Pokémon's strength. However, today, DZ encountered a third approach, namely, the annihilation of the foreign energy. While this method may prevent the Pokémon from augmenting their power due to an inability to absorb the extraneous energy, it allows a Pokémon to restore its combat efficacy in a remarkably short span. This is exceptionally crucial for trainers venturing into the wild. After extracting Darubi's teeth from the Hypno's grasp, DZ trembled slightly as he pressed another piece of bandage onto the wound. The familiar glow ignited, and the bandage disintegrated into ash, though the injury on his right hand did not recover as well as the left. This was not due to the bandage's expiration, but rather because DZ had surreptitiously torn a piece off, diminishing its efficacy. Unbeknownst to DZ, Lu Yun was wholly absorbed in tending to Darubi, filled with concern. Due to the scattered and minor nature of the wounds, Lu Yun meticulously tore the healing bandage into small strips, applying them to each laceration, not sparing even the slightest abrasions. Witnessing this, DJ felt a pang of frustration. What a waste. He fetched a bowl of water and placed another piece of bandage into it, watching as the bandage instantly fused into the liquid. The once clear water transformed into a vibrant green hue under the influence of the bandage. After administering half a bowl of the verdant liquid to Darabi, Lu Yun offered the remainder to DJ, suggesting that the hypno should also partake, as it could remedy internal injuries. The discovery of the bandage's healing properties when dissolved in water was entirely serendipitous. Lu Yun had inadvertently dropped a piece into a nearby teacup, where it melted away. Adhering to a principle of waste not, Lu Yun consumed the now emerald liquid, which astonishingly cured his mouth ulcer. Both Pokémon, having ingested the bandage-infused water, regained their vitality. After recalling Hypno, DJ advised Lu Yun to make a trip to the hospital for a checkup to avoid any lingering injuries. Lu Yun nodded in agreement. He shared the same intent. Just as Lu Yun was about to mount his ride-on, DJ stopped him. That's too slow. Let us opt for something swifter. Swifter? Lu Yun inquired, intrigued. Yangjila, come here. DJ called over the meditating Yangjila. Use teleport to take us to the Pokémon Center in town. Yangjila sighed at DJ's request before grasping both their hands. Once Lu Yun had stored Darabi in its Pokeball, he felt a dizzying sensation. And upon opening his eyes, he found himself at the entrance of the ranch. After 3 such occurrences, Lu Yun and DJ appeared in a narrow alley adjacent to the Pokémon Center. Due to his first experience with teleportation, Lu Yun felt somewhat lightheaded. His legs as unsteady as cotton. You'll get used to it after a few more times. With DJ's support, Lu Yun staggered out of the alley and approached the Pokémon Center. Although nearly half a month had passed since his arrival in this world, it was his first visit to a Pokémon Center. As dusk descended, numerous individuals returning from the Viridian Forest congregated outside the center, most of whom were aspiring treasure hunters eager to profit from their ventures. Gazing at the Pokémon Center, which resembled that from the anime, Lu Yun felt a surge of excitement, anticipating a meeting with the legendary Nurse Joy. Following the crowd, he entered the center's main hall. However, upon seeing a nurse in uniform at the center, Lu Yun could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. What? She is not Nurse Joy. Hearing Lu Yun's lament, DJ chuckled lightly. When have you ever seen a boss working the front desk? The Pokémon Center is a family enterprise of the Joy lineage, with Nurse Joy serving as the director of each center. They typically do not make public appearances, managing affairs from their offices. The actual treatment of Pokémon is conducted by doctors and nurses who have graduated from medical school. Of course, in special circumstances, Nurse Joy may intervene, as each possesses formidable medical skills. DJ elucidated this to Lu Yun, who began to grasp Nurse Joy's status in this world. Following a process akin to that of hospitals in his previous life, Lu Yun trailed DJ as they commenced their procedure. First, they selected a service, after which they handed their Pokeballs to the reception nurses, who provided them with a number to await their turn. The nurses, upon receiving the Pokemon, would direct them to various departments for treatment based on the selected service. Having spent 2,000 yen, Lu Yun opted for a comprehensive examination for Darabi, then joined DJ in the waiting area, clutching their number tag while they awaited their call. During this time, Lu Yun observed several scenarios absent from the anime of his past life. In that world, Team Rocket effortlessly infiltrated the Pokémon Center, seemingly stealing numerous Pokémon undergoing treatment. Yet, Lu Yun noted that here, the trio would likely struggle to approach the center at all. Within the span of 10 minutes in the waiting area, Lu Yun witnessed no fewer than 5 patrols accompanied by Arcanine, and even spotted a Rapidash. Suddenly, shouts echoed from the entrance of the Pokémon Center, prompting him to turn. Several medical personnel were rushing in, pushing 2 gurneys. One gurney bore a purple-hued Pidgey, while the other carried a trainer in a similar state. Upon entering the hospital, several doctors accompanied by Chansey immediately commenced resuscitation efforts in the lobby, without even wheeling the patient into a room. Moments later, a doctor shook his head and walked away from the trainer, indicating that there was no hope left. Isn't it rather cruel? DJ remarked to Lu Yun, who was lost in thought. Lu Yun nodded in response. Witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before his eyes was undeniably impactful. Before long, the announcement called for Lu Yun and DJ's number. After retrieving their Pokemon and the examination report from the front desk, they exited the bustling Pokemon Center. The report indicated that both Darabi and Hypno were in excellent health, showing no signs of having been in battle. Regarding the external injuries and broken teeth, the Pokemon's remarkable recovery abilities would ensure they healed within a few days. As the two stepped out of the Pokemon Center, darkness had settled, and stars began to twinkle in the night sky. Suddenly, Lu Yun slapped his forehead, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh no, I forgot to return the cater pies to the bug house. Chapter 46. Why is it you again? wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Lu Yun gazed at the green caterpillars frolicking beneath the great tree with the unicorn rhinoceroses and coconut palm trees, letting out a sigh of relief. Just after leaving the Pokémon Center, he recalled that in his haste, he had forgotten about the 10 powerless green caterpillars left languishing in his yard. After collecting each caterpillar and returning them to their shelter, he fed them before finally preparing dinner for himself and Dize. Following their meal, Lu Yun cradled Dai Ruby and returned to his bedroom, sinking into a deep slumber. As Lu Yun drifted into sleep, a rustling sound of clothing being donned disturbed the stillness. Once dressed, Dize gently roused the sleeping Youngura beside him, saying, "Youngura, I implore you, take me out of the ranch." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Youngura, albeit reluctantly, grasped Dize and utilized teleportation. "Is this truly the reason you summoned me at such an ungodly hour?" the serpent asked, glancing at the green fabric in his hand with skepticism. Dize nodded earnestly, stating, "This is no ordinary item. It possesses the remarkable ability to heal energy conflicts." Observing Dize's earnest demeanor, the serpent cautiously stowed away the small healing bandage. Still somewhat doubtful. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," the serpent grumbled after securing his belongings. Ignoring the serpent's displeasure, Dize shifted closer, a beguiling smile adorning his face as he inquired, "Is there any correspondence for me?" As he regarded the somewhat lecherous Dize, the serpent instinctively stepped back. Responding with an air of mystery, "Why not take a guess? That implies there is," Dize exclaimed, barely able to contain his mounting excitement as he almost leaned against the serpent. With a dismissive shove, the serpent pushed Dize away, brushing the creases from his clothing, and replied in a low tone, "You guessed wrong. There is none." "What? There is truly nothing?" Dize stood there, crestfallen, his earlier joy evaporating. "Do not be disheartened. Not only is there no letter for you, but we have not been in touch with them for quite some time," the serpent remarked. Observing Dize's sudden urgency as he rushed to him, clutching his garments tightly, his expression filled with concern. "Surely, nothing has happened to them." With a sigh, the serpent reassured him, "There is no need for excessive worry. It is quite normal to be out of contact in the wilderness for a while. Besides, you are well aware of her strength. What danger could she possibly be in?" Hearing this comforting statement, Dize finally released his grip, though his face remained etched with concern. "I shall inform you the moment I receive news," the serpent added gently, patting Dize on the shoulder. Though still anxious, Dize nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, has the boss mentioned when I might return?" Upon hearing this, the serpent's hand on Dize's shoulder stiffened, his tone becoming somewhat awkward. "Soon, very soon, just a few days." Dize's expression morphed into one of skepticism, as if questioning the truth of the serpent's words. Clearing his throat and coughing lightly, the serpent insisted, "I assure you, no deception here. Treat these days as a vacation. Upon your return, there will be significant matters for you to attend to." After stating this, the serpent shifted the topic. "It is getting late. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall take my leave. You should return and rest." Without waiting for Dize's response, he summoned a frostless and departed. Watching the serpent vanish into the distance, Dize let out a deep sigh. Still incapable of deceit, "I see." He nudged the sleeping Youngura awake, stretching lazily as he feigned nonchalance. "Come, let us return and rest." Youngura, perturbed by his master-esque demeanor, let out a few disgruntled cries before teleporting away, leaving Dize alone in the vast wilderness. "Alas, how can this be?" he lamented, stamping his foot in frustration, staring blankly at the open fields. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and the unicorn rhinoceros, sprawled upon the carpet, eyed the entrance warily. "Shoo," Dize whispered as he stealthily entered, closing the door quietly behind him. Observing Dize's late-night escapades, the unicorn rhinoceros was filled with confusion. Suddenly, a horrifying thought struck its mind. He is indeed a thief, just returned from stealing. With this realization, the unicorn rhinoceros stood upright, preparing to alert the slumbering Lu Yun upstairs. Just as the unicorn rhinoceros opened its mouth to sound the alarm, Dize, who had just been at the living room doorway, appeared before it in an instant, cradling its head with both hands. "Be still, sleep now. You shall forget everything after a brief slumber." Dize's eyes locked onto those of the unicorn rhinoceros, emanating a faint blue glow. With a thud, the once vigilant unicorn rhinoceros succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Dize noted that Lu Yun remained undisturbed by the commotion. He reluctantly withdrew his hands from the unicorn rhinoceros's head and quietly made his way back upstairs to his bedroom. Approaching Youngura, who was meditating on the bed, Dize unhesitatingly tossed a pokeball at it. "In you go." After securing Youngura within the pokeball, he set it to a mode that prevented it from being opened from within, then contentedly reclined on the bed, ready to sleep. "Dai Ruby, as a reward for your valiant efforts yesterday, you shall forego training this morning. Let us instead explore the town." Upon hearing the news of a day free from training, the playful Dai Ruby bounced excitedly on the ground. After ensuring the green caterpillars were well fed, Lu Yun packed the bandages he had gathered over the past 2 days. Leaving a note for DJ to manage his own breakfast, Lu Yun mounted the unicorn rhinoceros, setting off from the ranch. Having spent several days in each other's company, Lu Yun had come to understand DJ's character. Though somewhat unreliable, his strength was undeniable. Ever since DJ's arrival at the ranch, Lu Yun had not encountered any wild Pokémon circling the area. With such a formidable ally guarding the ranch, Lu Yun felt secure venturing out. As the unicorn rhinoceros trod the familiar terrain of Green Meadow Town, Lu Yun rubbed his flat stomach, deciding to seek out a breakfast establishment. Recalling the painful memory of being assaulted for lacking cash during his last visit, Lu Yun resolved to try a different eatery this time. Arriving at the entrance of a diner called Ho Ho Breakfast, he checked his pocket for coins, confirming he had ample funds before resolutely stepping inside. Upon entering, Lu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. What? You again? Faced with the girl in a pink dress, adorned with an apron featuring a garish design, Lu Yun was taken aback. How can it be you again? The girl reciprocated his astonishment, her eyes mirroring his disbelief. The girl was none other than the impulsive young woman who had previously encountered Lu Yun, the one who had indiscriminately struck him. Regaining his composure, Lu Yun inhaled deeply and inquired, "What brings you here to work?" Upon hearing this, the girl straightened her ample bosom and replied somewhat indignantly, "What do you mean, running here to work? This is also part of my family's enterprise. I am here to assist and oversee, all right?" At her words, Lu Yun felt as if a legion of Arceus galloped through his mind. He promptly turned to leave for another establishment. Observing Lu Yun opening the door and preparing to exit, the girl called out to him, "Hey, don't go. It makes no difference which restaurant you choose. Every dining establishment in Greengrass Town has shares owned by my family." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun decisively shut the door and slumped onto a nearby chair, nonchalantly stating, "Free breakfasts, with one larger than the others." After which, he unzipped his bag, producing a wad of change that he slapped onto the table. A pained smile gracing his face as he declared, "This time, I brought money." The girl, slightly embarrassed, chuckled softly, said nothing further, and turned to fetch Lu Yun's meal. Perhaps due to a pang of conscience, she surprisingly placed Lu Yun's dining arrangement in a private booth after returning with the breakfast. Faced with the solitude of the booth, Lu Yun unceremoniously released his ride-on. After both he and his Pokémon had their fill, Lu Yun adjusted his attire and called out, "Wait staff, the bill please." Expecting the girl to arrive, Lu Yun was taken aback when a different server he did not recognize entered instead. The server respectfully addressed Lu Yun, "Sir, the young lady has informed us that your meal is on the house." Lu Yun was momentarily stunned. "The young lady?" His expression then transformed into one of unrestrained joy as he exclaimed, "Since your young lady has given her word, please pack up everything I just ate. No, make it 10 portions. Oh, certainly." The server was taken aback by Lu Yun's brazen request, having never encountered such an audacious guest before. Carrying the neatly packed breakfast, Lu Yun exited the restaurant with a beaming smile, akin to a victorious rooster. Walking down the street, with a hefty bag of breakfast in hand, Lu Yun garnered the attention of every passerby. Yet, he was unfazed by their whispers and pointed fingers, striding confidently towards the shopping mall. The mall remained the same. Yet the staff was different. The server who had attended to him last time was nowhere to be found, whether resting or otherwise. Lu Yun could not tell. Learning from his previous experience, Lu Yun promptly retrieved a shopping cart and ventured inside. Notably, the supermarket allowed Pokémon to be released, provided they were not of a large size. With such a considerate policy, Lu Yun felt compelled to adapt, apologizing silently to his ride-on for its confinement. He promptly released his Drifloon instead. Placing Drifloon in the cart, Lu Yun hummed a cheerful tune as he began to explore the aisles of the supermarket. Drifloon, Drifloon. Following Drifloon's calls, Lu Yun turned to see a gigantic Kecleon bone displayed in the freezer, awaiting sale. "Do you want this?" he asked Drifloon. The Pokémon eagerly nodded, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. After glancing at the reasonable price, Lu Yun decisively requested the staff to wrap it up. With 2 of Drifloon's leg bones secured in his cart, Lu Yun proceeded to the section selling berries. Adhering to the principle of fairness, he resolved to buy gifts for his ride-on and 10 cater pies. Grabbing a bag, he purchased 20 sweet peaches favored by the cater pies and another 20 cherry berries beloved by his ride-on. After contemplating briefly, he also picked up some miscellaneous berries for Daisa's Pokémon. Having completed his purchases for the Pokémon, Lu Yun then turned his attention to procuring food and daily necessities for himself and Daisa. Due to Daisa's prodigious appetite, he opted to buy everything in double portions. However, Constrained by budgetary limitations, he refrained from purchasing any special Pokémon food this time, settling instead for regular groceries. After settling the bill, Lu Yun decided to spend an additional 50 yuan for home delivery, ensuring the supermarket would transport his items to the ranch. With his expenses accounted for, it was time to focus on generating income. Following the routine operations at the ranch, Lu Yun made his way to the commercial street adjacent to the Pokémon Center, seeking a stable sales channel for his healing bandages. From his previous selling experience, Lu Yun understood that without a reliable platform, it would be challenging to move his goods. Selecting Sally's shop, a well-established Pokémon item store, Lu Yun decided to pursue a partnership with them, relying on their reputation to sell his products. "Welcome," the enthusiastic server greeted as Lu Yun entered. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yun, with a serious demeanor, requested, "Please contact your manager. I have a matter to discuss." The server appeared somewhat hesitant at his bold request. Noticing her discomfort, Lu Yun added, "Just tell her that I have a new type of wound treatment that I wish to collaborate on." This prompted the server to reluctantly proceed to relay his message. The efficiency of the staff at a long-standing establishment was commendable. Within less than 2 minutes, the server returned, accompanied by a professionally dressed woman with auburn hair neatly styled. Extending her hand, the woman introduced herself. "Hello, I am Sally, the owner of this shop." "Lu Yun from Cloud Ranch," he replied, shaking her hand in turn. After the formalities, Lu Yun stated, "Are we to discuss our collaboration in the lobby?" His gaze swept the surroundings, tinged with dissatisfaction. Sally chuckled lightly, her lips parting slightly as she replied, "Not at all. Please, follow me." As Sally led the way, Lu Yun ascended to a meeting room on the second floor. The decor was quite simple, featuring only a coffee table and a few sofas. Settling into the soft couch upholstered in leather, Lu Yun took a sip of tea brewed from exquisite flowers and slowly began, "I possess a highly effective wound treatment and wish to collaborate with your esteemed establishment. May I inquire about your thoughts on this?" Sally, crossing her legs, took a delicate sip of her tea and smiled. "I engage with no fewer than 800 to 1,000 business partners each year, yet you are the first to be so direct. If your product is indeed as effective as you claim, I shall not hesitate to invest." Chapter 48, Collaboration. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun immediately retrieved a healing bandage from his bag and placed it on the table before her. "Behold, this is the product I wish to collaborate on with your store." As Sally gazed at the palm-sized, emerald-hued cloth resting on the coffee table before her, her expression transformed into one of exquisite intrigue. "Mr. Lu Yun, surely you jest? This undeniably appears to be nothing more than a green rag." In response to her skepticism, Lu Yun refrained from retorting. After all, the appearance of the healing bandage was far from appealing, yet its efficacy could speak volumes. "Might I request a small knife? I can demonstrate its medicinal properties," Lu Yun inquired, directing his attention towards Sally. After a moment of contemplation, Sally rose and retrieved a ceramic fruit knife from a nearby drawer, handing it over to him. "What do you think of this?" Taking the fruit knife, Lu Yun nodded appreciatively. It sufficed for the purpose of demonstrating the bandage's effectiveness without the intent of self-harm. He tore off a small strip of the healing bandage, steeling himself as he grasped the fruit knife and made a decisive incision on his fingertip, instantly allowing dark crimson blood to drip onto the coffee table. After showcasing the wound to Sally, Lu Yun swiftly wrapped it with the small strip of healing bandage. In an instant, what had appeared as a mere rag began to emit a soft, ethereal glow upon contact with the injury. Gradually, the color of the bandage faded, transforming into a delicate cloud of dust that scattered across the surface of the table. Witnessing this miraculous spectacle, even the worldly Sally found herself momentarily astonished. Sitting in a daze on the sofa, lost in thought, presenting the now scabbed-over wound to Sally, Lu Yun remarked, "I wonder if such efficacy in a medicinal product could capture your discerning eye." Snapping back to reality, Sally's previous impatience vanished without a trace, her face blooming with a smile akin to a flourishing chrysanthemum. "Oh, what are you saying? It is I who am flattered." Observing the stark shift in Sally's demeanor, Lu Yun recognized that he had garnered a significant measure of her belief. The reason he felt confident in this regard was largely due to the fact that Sally had yet to personally test the product. In the realm of the elves, one could find an abundance of peculiar items and abilities. Indeed, after Sally examined Lu Yun's healed wound, she excused herself from the parlor, returning shortly with a Yungara and a Paylast. "Might I have the honor of personally testing the efficacy of this medicine?" In response to Sally's request, Lu Yun simply raised his hand slightly, signifying that true gold fears no fire. He was unafraid of her testing the product. Upon receiving Lu Yun's permission, Sally took the healing bandage from the table, gently tearing off a strip before dividing it in half. One half was administered orally to Paylast for testing. while the other was handed to Youngara to detect any unknown energies through psychic means. Soon, the results were in. Youngara shook its head, indicating no abnormal energies, while Palos confirmed the absence of any prohibited substances. Once assured of their safety, Sally tore off another strip of the healing bandage and, mimicking Lu Yun, made a decisive cut on her palm. However, her incision was far more severe than his, directly slicing through the flesh of her hand. Observing such resolve in the seemingly delicate woman, Lu Yun silently commended her bravery. It was no surprise she was a business owner. As blood flowed from her wound, Sally calmly wrapped it with the healing bandage. With the emergence of the ethereal glow, within moments, what had been a bleeding injury was now covered by a thick scab. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Sally could no longer contain her restless heart. How do you propose we collaborate? In response to this inquiry, Lu Yun articulated the terms of collaboration he had already contemplated. I shall supply you with 35 such bandages every 7 days, charging you 3,000 yuan per bandage. As for how much you sell them for, that is of no concern to me. Upon hearing Lu Yun's demands, Sally feigned contemplation for a brief moment before responding. With all due respect, while your product is indeed remarkable, such a limited supply cannot justify such a high price. Upon hearing Sally's attempt at negotiation, Lu Yun rose to depart without further discussion. Observing Lu Yun's unexpected approach, Sally, a seasoned businesswoman, found herself momentarily bewildered. Was this not how negotiations typically proceeded? Please, don't leave, let us discuss this further. As Lu Yun prepared to exit, Sally hurriedly approached, her high heels clicking against the floor as she grasped his arm. With a light chuckle, Lu Yun settled back onto the sofa, taking a sip of tea before stating, I am not one for beating around the bush, Miss Sally. Present me with your offer. If it satisfies me, we shall proceed with our transaction. If not, we part amicably, and I shall seek another partner. Faced with Lu Yun's unwavering stance and lack of room for negotiation, Sally found herself momentarily lost in thought. Lu Yun's assertiveness stemmed not only from his confidence in his product, but also from his awareness of DZ's astonishment when healing the hypnotic taper and Darab. Although he was uncertain of the source of DZ's shock, Lu Yun understood that something capable of astonishing a seasoned trainer was undoubtedly exceptional. After a prolonged silence, Sally finally spoke. I shall offer you 4,000 yuan per bandage, but I have 2 conditions. First, your weekly supply must not fall below 49 bandages. Second, you cannot delegate the sale of this product to others. Upon hearing Sally's conditions, Lu Yun pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Although the weekly supply of 49 bandages seemed excessive, he could manage it. It would merely reduce his personal stock. As for the stipulation against distributing sales to others, Lu Yun had already intended to retain control of the retail aspect. Seeing Lu Yun's prompt agreement, a smile graced Sally's face. Shortly thereafter, a servant entered with a prepared contract. After reviewing the document, Lu Yun's impression of Sally shifted positively. Although the contract imposed certain restrictions on him, the penalties for breach were relatively lenient, falling into the category of minor inconveniences. Please. Accepting the pen from Sally, Lu Yun elegantly inscribed his name, thereby formalizing a long-term procurement agreement. After signing, Lu Yun placed the bandages he had accumulated over the past few days before Sally. These are the goods from the past few days, though not abundant. They should suffice to establish your market. The next batch will be ready for collection in 7 days. As Sally beheld the 12 green bandages on the table, her spirit soared. She knew that her store's sales would witness a considerable surge, elevating her status and societal standing. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she inquired, 12 bandages amount to 48,000 yuan. Would you prefer it deposited into your account or cash? Hearing this, Lu Yun smiled and shook his head. I am in need of some supplies. Simply deduct it from the payment. Purchasing supplies? Sally paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended the implication and responded. Since you intend to purchase some items, allow me to take charge. I shall grant you a 10% discount on everything in the store. Please let me know what you require, and I will have someone fetch the list for you. In response to Sally's words, Lu Yun felt quite pleased. Shortly thereafter, a server brought forth 2 lists, one white and one gold. Observing the differing colors of the lists, Lu Yun cast a questioning glance at Sally, who merely smiled serenely and explained, the items on the white list are all commonplace goods, whereas the gold list is reserved for esteemed clients such as yourself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun experienced a moment of clarity. It was akin to a membership system from his previous life. Without a certain level of social standing and capital, many items would remain entirely out of reach. Accepting the list, Lu Yun began to peruse the items he needed. As Sally had indicated, the white list contained nothing but mundane goods, while the gold list boasted a plethora of precious items, including the rare spirit of the United Regions. Nonetheless, these treasures held little relevance to Lu Yun. For his primary objective was to acquire items that would bolster the strength of Darubi and the unicorn rhino. It wasn't long before he identified two suitable gems within the slender pages of the gold list, a fire gem priced at 22,000 yuan and an earth gem, which was slightly more affordable at 18,000 yuan. After marking both gems with a check, Lu Yun further selected some materials for crafting Pokémon food, such as vital roots and stalwart stems. After completing his selections, Lu Yun calculated that he had likely exceeded 48,000 yuan, prompting him to say, "Please go fetch the items. I will cover any price difference later." He handed the list to the server. Sally, overhearing this, wore an expression of discontent and remarked, "What do you mean by covering the price difference? I just checked, and with the discount, it is perfectly sufficient." Lu Yun simply smiled in response, choosing not to engage further. Before long, the server returned with the items Lu Yun required, neatly packaged in 2 wooden boxes. Upon glancing at the contents, Lu Yun was taken aback. Despite only having purchased the fire gem and earth gem, he found an evil gem and a rock gem included as well. Noticing Lu Yun's confusion, Sally covered her mouth with a gentle laugh and explained, "Using a single attribute gem to enhance the energy of a dual attribute Pokémon may lead to an imbalance within their energies, which could be counterproductive. Utilizing gems of both attributes in tandem provides a safer and more effective means of enhancing a Pokémon's strength." Despite Sally's well-intentioned explanation, Lu Yun felt no warmth. Instead, he was engulfed in a chill. Remarkably, in the span of less than an hour since entering the shop, Sally had discerned the attributes of his Pokémon, an astounding feat. With this realization, Lu Yun awkwardly expressed his gratitude to Sally before departing the reception area. As he walked away, Sally returned to the sofa, extending her delicate hands to caress the 12 bandages laid out on the coffee table. After a moment of contemplation, she divided the bandages into 2 groups, one with 9 and the other with 3. Meanwhile, in the ranch, DJ sat on the wooden steps, clutching his stomach and wearing a bitter expression. Beside him lay a substantial pile of ingredients that Lu Yun had entrusted to the market for delivery. Upon witnessing Lu Yun's return, DJ sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You truly lack consideration. You merely suggested I find a way to manage breakfast. Yet the fridge is completely bare." Just as DJ prepared to continue his complaints, Lu Yun produced 10 packed breakfasts from behind him. "Is this sufficient?" he inquired. Upon seeing the abundance of breakfast, DJ's previous ire evaporated instantaneously. Grabbing the food, he dashed into the house without so much as a word. "Hey, at least help me carry some." Lu Yun called after him, but all he received in response was DJ's distant voice saying, "We'll talk later." Shaking his head, Lu Yun organized the ingredients into their designated places, a task that proved arduous. Once he finished with the food, DJ emerged, having resolved his own breakfast, and approached Lu Yun, stating, "You didn't come all this way just to buy these supplies this early in the morning, did you?" Casting DJ a sideways glance, Lu Yun replied somewhat irritably, "Of course not." Then, with a sense of elation, he released Darubi and the unicorn rhino from their confines. Gently stroking the unicorn rhino's horn, Lu Yun expressed, "Thanks to your assistance these past few days, I brought you a small gift. I hope you like it." He then produced a small box, revealing an earth gem and a rock gem. Upon seeing the gems, the unicorn rhino's eyes widened in awe, though unaware of their exact nature. He understood that possessing such stones would undoubtedly enhance his power. "I want that little gift too," DJ exclaimed, visibly agitated upon realizing that Lu Yun's so-called gift consisted of 2 gems. Ignoring DJ's antics, Lu Yun took out the accompanying collar from the box and embedded the gems into their respective slots. Tenderly placing the collar on the unicorn rhino, he said, "I trust you will continue to lend me your support." With the gems adorning him, the unicorn rhino felt 2 streams of gentle energy flow into his body, bringing him immense comfort. "From now on, your safety will be my responsibility." With that, the unicorn rhino turned and walked away, seemingly eager to begin his training. Casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Darubi, Lu Yun gently lifted him into his arms. "Do not worry, a gift for you was never in question." Upon hearing this, Darubi relaxed, his muscles loosening as he gazed up at Lu Yun with anticipation. Taking out the fire gem and the evil gem, Lu Yun affixed them to a collar for Darubi, asking, "What do you think? Is it fitting?" Now adorned with his new accessories, Darubi was filled with exuberance. Bounding off to flaunt his new treasures to the unicorn rhino, Darubi's display quickly drew the attention of other Pokémon, such as Yangela and Coconuts, resulting in a spirited scuffle between the 2 groups. Chapter 50, The Yi Family. What an exhilarating scene. Observing the playful skirmishes of the Pokémon, DJ remarked with a hint of melancholy, paying no heed to DJ's inexplicable sadness. Lu Yun descended from the second floor with the fruits he had purchased earlier and called out to the Pokémon, "Come gather for some fruit." Upon hearing of food, the previously bickering Yangjila and Darubi swiftly raced to Lu Yun's side. Distributing the freshly washed fruits among the Pokémon, Lu Yun then exited the wooden house, intending to check on the progress of the deities of wealth. Within the insect shelter, due to the arrival of Deja, the living conditions of the green caterpillars have undoubtedly improved significantly compared to before. Observing the green caterpillars languidly basking in the sun against the back fence of the shelter, Lu Yun felt a sense of contentment. Is anyone in need of fruits? Upon hearing the word food, the previously lethargic green caterpillars began to wriggle eagerly towards Lu Yun. If someone who harbors a fear of insects were to witness this scene, they would surely be terrified. After distributing the sweet peaches from his hand to them, Lu Yun filled the feeding bowl before departing from the insect shelter, for he had a grand dish to prepare. On the second floor, Lu Yun gazed thoughtfully at the nearly 1 meter long Kintaro leg bone resting on the cutting board, pondering how it was simply too large to fit in any pot he had at home. "Oh, are we having this for lunch today?" Unbeknownst to him, the somewhat eccentric Deja had already approached Lu Yun, munching on a fruit. Recognizing the fruit Deja was consuming, Lu Yun suddenly recalled, "Wait, isn't that the one I just gave to Yangjila? Why did you snatch it from him?" Lu Yun widened his eyes, incredulous. Deja's face stiffened, a forced chuckle escaping his lips. "He has been having trouble with his teeth these past couple of days, so I'm helping him out." With that, he pressed down on his slightly trembling waist, feigning nonchalance. "By the way, what do you intend to do with this Kintaro leg bone? Are you making soup?" Deja quickly shifted the topic. In response to Deja's inquiry, Lu Yun merely shook his head. "I bought it at Dalubi's request during my morning supermarket visit, but I'm not quite sure how to prepare it. Do you have any good ideas?" Upon hearing this, Deja swallowed the remaining fruit in one bite, thumping his thigh as he exclaimed, "You've come to the right person. A leg bone of this size should definitely be roasted." "Roasted?" Glancing at the enormous leg bone, Lu Yun felt somewhat taken aback. It should be noted that this was not a prime cut of meat, but merely a bone with a bit of meat residue. Roasting a bone seemed rather implausible. "Just trust my culinary skills. I guarantee it will be delicious when roasted," Deja proclaimed, seizing the cleaned leg bone from the cutting board and dashing outside before Lu Yun could respond. "Hey, wait for me." Seeing Deja in such a hurry, Lu Yun hastily followed him. On the grassy area, Deja sat cross-legged before a fire pit, his face smeared with soot as he diligently turned the leg bone over the flames. "Is this really going to work?" Lu Yun asked uncertainly, observing the leg bone's exterior, which had already turned charred. In response to Lu Yun's skepticism, Deja waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured. My grilling skills are finely honed. Nothing will go amiss." As Deja continued to turn the leg bone, the meat gradually carbonized and began to fall away. Once only a charred bone remained, Deja excitedly called out to Lu Yun, "Quick, fetch a bowl." After retrieving the pre-prepared bowl, Lu Yun watched as Deja picked up a knife and deftly sliced open one end of the leg bone. In an instant, a golden liquid began to flow from the bone directly into the bowl. Mission accomplished. Gazing at the bowl now filled with the rich marrow, Deja instinctively smacked his lips. "This is a real treasure." "Huh, a treasure?" Lu Yun peered curiously at the golden marrow in the bowl. "Indeed, this substance is excellent for nourishing the body, replenishing vitality, and strengthening bones." Deja exclaimed excitedly, sampling a spoonful. "Strengthening bones?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun perked up immediately. After all, Dalubi still had 2 missing teeth that had yet to grow back. Snatching the bowl of marrow from Deja's hands, Lu Yun hurriedly made his way back inside. "Dalubi, come over quickly. Look what I prepared for you." In Tokawadai, at the Yi residence, Sally had exchanged her morning business attire for a pale blue kimono. Approaching the gate, she nervously spoke to the guard, "Please announce my presence. I am Sally, the proprietor of Sally's shop, seeking an audience with Mayor Yi. Please wait." As seconds ticked by, Sally stood at the entrance, drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. When she heard footsteps approaching, she quickly adjusted her attire and stepped forward. An elderly man dressed as a steward emerged, bowing slightly to Sally as he said, "I apologize for the wait. Please follow me." Following the steward's lead, Sally entered the Yi estate, a place she had never dared to imagine she would visit. Walking along the estate's grand pathway, her head remained bowed, exhibiting a sense of restraint, not daring to glance around. Such a cautious demeanor, if witnessed by outsiders, would surely leave them astounded. For Sally, known as the Iron Lady in the outside world for her pride, was utterly devoid of arrogance at this moment. It was no wonder that Sally felt this way. Despite her illustrious reputation, she was acutely aware that her small achievements were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Any individual within this estate could easily obliterate the lifetime of effort she had put forth with merely a glance. She touched the tightly wrapped package at her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that if the rumors held true, the gears of her fate were poised to turn once more. Creak. As the door to the reception room swung open, Sally inhaled deeply, adjusting her steps as she slowly walked inside. On the sofa sat Mayor Yi, boldly observing her with a stoic expression as he stated, "You are Sally? I recognize you from last year's Top 10 Enterprises Award ceremony in Tokawadai." Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement crossed Sally's face, and her breathing quickened. Yes, that's me. I am." "Enough," Mayor Yi interjected, his brow furrowing slightly. "Get to the point, I am quite busy." Observing Yi's sudden change in demeanor, Sally hurriedly adjusted her clothing, revealing the treatment bandage she had retrieved, leaning forward in a gesture of offering as she addressed Yi. "Recently, I acquired a treasure that can significantly aid in healing injuries, and more importantly, it can eliminate energy conflicts within elves." The mention of eliminating energy conflicts within elves was the crux of Sally's statement. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Yi's eyes lit up, previously brimming with impatience. "Is that true?" Sally's cheeks flushed as she replied, "Indeed, I have conducted experiments, and it works." Sally was not speaking without basis. After obtaining the bandage, she had organized multiple experiments to ascertain the efficacy of this new remedy. Initially believing it only expedited healing, she was astonished to discover its ability to dispel energy conflicts. This revelation prompted Sally to alter her original plan, summoning the courage to present her findings to the Yi family. Waving his hand towards the steward beside him, Mayor Yi said to Sally with newfound warmth, "Please, have a seat. You are a guest here." Watching the steward take the bandage from her, Sally felt a surge of excitement as she sat down, knowing that the moment that could determine her destiny was at hand. Chapter 51, Grim Tidings. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. With the departure of the old butler, a profound silence soon enveloped the drawing room, punctuated only by the rhythmic ticking of the clock, marking the passage of time. Sally anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, as the sensation of waiting weighed heavily upon her. After a brief interval, the old butler swiftly re-entered, leaning down to converse with Yi Ming for a few moments. Moments later, hearty laughter erupted from Yi Ming. Observing the unease etched on Sally's face, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yi Ming's eyes. "Indeed, you have impressed me. In the future, feel free to send all such matters directly to my residence." Upon hearing this, Sally instantly sprang upright from the sofa, her cheeks flushed and her body trembling. "Very well, you may return for now. I will reach out to you should the need arise." With that, Yi Ming waved her off, halting her eager attempts to pledge her loyalty. As Sally exited, Yi Ming hastened to a quiet chamber situated at the rear of the estate. Inside, an elderly gentleman, well past 50, sat with a katana in hand, facing a mantis poised before him. Dust lay thick upon the floor, yet amidst it, one could discern flecks of green starlight. "You've performed admirably," the elder remarked, his eyes gradually opening as he sensed Yi Ming's presence. If only there were more of such instances. In response to the elder's praise, Yi Ming did not express joy. Instead, he replied with utmost respect, "Do not fret, ancestor. I have already given instructions to prioritize your needs for such matters in the future." The elder responded coolly, offering no further comment, and with a wave of his hand, dismissed Yi Ming. Unperturbed by the elder's brusque demeanor, Yi Ming bowed respectfully before departing the quiet chamber. Once outside, the elder caressed the ghastly wound on the mantis's abdomen, murmuring, "Old friend, how capricious fate can be. I had thought we would languish here for eternity. Yet it appears we may yet have an opportunity to escape." Outside, Yi Ming inhaled deeply, letting out a hearty laugh. He knew that from this day forth, he would no longer have to feign such helplessness. Since the failure of a top-secret mission led by the ancestor and the family's elite in the Choban Forest over a decade ago, the Yi family had suffered a significant decline in power. As the mayor, he was constantly constrained by the merchant Tanaka Joro, and now even the newly appointed curator, Banmu, dared to impose upon him, scrutinizing his every move. What emboldened them to act so? Was it not merely the fact that the ancestor had been gravely injured, resulting in the near-total loss of the family's elite? The severely wounded ancestor had suffered profound energy trauma, and despite consulting renowned physicians and seeking remedies, none could assist him in assimilating the alien energy that far exceeded his own. Yet, as fate would have it, today marked the resolution of the energy conflict that had plagued the Yi family for years, heralding their resurgence atop the pinnacle of Choban City. Casting a glance towards the Choban dojo, Yi Ming spat upon the ground. "What audacity! To presume to stand on equal footing with me, at the ranch." Observing the seemingly unresponsive Lu Bai after consuming the marrow extract, Lu Yin turned to Dze with uncertainty. Wasn't this supposed to be a premium supplement? Why has it yielded no effect? Dze, weary and exasperated, placed a hand to his forehead, replying, "Please, this is not medicine. it is merely sustenance. And results do not manifest so swiftly. Realizing his concern had led to undue anxiety, Lu Yun dismissed De Lu Bai to play and began preparing lunch for the day. Considering De Lu Bai's dental shortcomings, he resolved to concoct a softer variant of Pokémon food. While the term Pokémon food may sound grandiose, it essentially involved crafting high-energy meals from ingredients rich in vitality. He extracted the morning's harvested vitality roots and large tubers, chopping them into pieces to extract juice, which he then mixed with flour to create noodles, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions. Thus, a meal fit for a convalescent was ready. The remaining Pokémon food was simpler. Lu Yun merely increased the proportion of tree fruits in their meals and added materials corresponding to their attributes to enhance their energy levels. Soon, the Pokémon food was prepared, and he called the household Pokémon to dine before commencing the lunch preparations for himself and DZ. The human meal was far less complex. Marinated meat combined with seasonal vegetables created a savory sauce, served atop freshly cooked noodles, resulting in a fragrant bowl of mixed noodles for the two. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Yun, as per usual, assigned the dishwashing duties to DZ and turned towards the orchard. During lunch, he received a message from the fruit seedling supplier, informing him that the seedlings would be delivered the day after tomorrow, prompting him to prepare for their reception. Handling a few seedlings was manageable, but receiving over 100 at once posed a considerable challenge. Newly transplanted seedlings were delicate and required immediate replanting. Otherwise, they risked wilting and perishing. Arriving at a massive wooden warehouse, Lu Yun recalled its former purpose of storing freshly harvested fruits. Now, he needed to clean it thoroughly to accommodate the upcoming shipment of seedlings. Unlocking the door, he was greeted by a vast space measuring 5 meters high and 10 meters long, filled with numerous shelves intended for fruit packaging. The wheeled nature of the shelves made his task considerably easier. With the assistance of a rhinoceros beetle, he quickly consolidated the shelves, clearing a substantial area for the seedlings. Work is a laborious endeavor, and Lu Yun felt as though he had only spent a short while in the warehouse, but upon stepping outside, he discovered the sun had already begun its descent. Reflecting on the fleeting passage of time, he rose and returned to the wooden house. Inside, DZ sat despondently on the sofa, his expression one of deep sorrow, mirrored by the gloomy countenances of young Jila and Yedon Tree nearby. Just moments ago, he had received the call he had longed for, delivering both good and bad news. The good news was that contact had finally been established with his family. The bad news was that tragedy had struck. Someone had sustained severe injuries and was likely to die unless they received systematic medical treatment. However, the identity of that individual precluded them from receiving such care. Accepting it would condemn them to spend the remainder of their lives confined within the Alliance's prison. This news struck DZ like a thunderbolt, pushing him to the brink of emotional collapse. How could this happen? She merely wished to survive. What sin has she committed? He muttered in disbelief, tears escaping his eyes. It will be all right. Nothing will happen, young Jila consoled, gently patting DZ's back. Observing DZ's inconsolable grief, the two Pokémon fell into a heavy silence. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere of the drawing room was interrupted by the bright ring of a telephone. Wiping his tears, DZ, filled with anticipation, retrieved his phone from his pocket and answered, "Is there good news?" "What?" "I'm on my way." Upon terminating the call, DZ immediately sprang from the sofa, shaking off the despondency that had enveloped her moments earlier. She had found hope. Chapter 52. This is our territory. With the sound of shoes clashing against the wooden floor, Lu Yun, who had been diligently working in the orchard for a while, re-entered the wooden cabin. However, the atmosphere within the cabin felt somewhat peculiar at that moment. Upon seeing Lu Yun enter, an uncontrollable joy illuminated DZ's face. Her eyes sparkled, though her expression bore a hint of ferocity as she hurried towards him. Startled by her intense demeanor, Lu Yun instinctively recoiled, hastily shielding himself. "What's the matter?" he stammered, retreating almost to the threshold of the living room. Only then did DZ realize her behavior had been somewhat excessive. Taking a deep breath to steady her fluctuating emotions, she spoke in a grave tone, "Could you sell me some bandages?" Hearing this, Lu Yun let out a sigh of relief, lowering his hands from his backside with a hint of irritation. "It's just some bandages, why the fuss?" he replied, before turning abruptly and leaving the living room with a loud slam of the door, heading to the insect shed to fetch the requested bandages. Watching Lu Yun's departing figure, DZ released her tightly clenched fists. She had prepared a multitude of words to express herself, yet Lu Yun had so casually acquiesced to her request. This left her somewhat flustered. "Honestly, it's just a few bandages. Why make it so serious and scare me?" Lu Yun grumbled as he walked toward the insect shed. After collecting 10 freshly woven bandages from the green caterpillars, Lu Yun, akin to a callous individual, ignored the caterpillar's pleas and left the place without a second thought. Here, these are the bandages you wanted, he said, placing the neatly organized bundle into DZ's hands. As DZ held the seemingly weightless bandages, they felt as heavy as a mountain. With a hint of emotion in her voice, she asked, "How much? How much do they cost?" In response, Lu Yun merely shook his head. "No charge, take them. If you need more, just come back." DZ gazed at the bandages in disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, she deeply bowed to Lu Yun. "I will repay this kindness in the future." With that, she produced a black pokeball from her pocket. Contemplating for a moment before handing it to Lu Yun, "I must step out for a while. This will protect you in my absence." Without another word, she turned and left the living room, accompanied by Youngara and coconuts. As DZ hurried away, Lu Yun toyed with the pokeball, a smile gracing his lips. "Are bandages expensive?" "Indeed. Each wholesale piece costs 4,000 yuan. Are they cheap?" "Not at all. Lu Yun can acquire 10 each day." Having spent the last few days with DZ, Lu Yun had gradually come to understand her character. Although DZ often appeared whimsical and childlike, she maintained a solid grasp of significant matters. Furthermore, their recent interactions had imparted valuable lessons to Lu Yun. Given DZ's contributions to the ranch and to him, he felt justified in offering her the bandages free of charge. Tossing the pokeball playfully, Lu Yun addressed his companions, Rhyhorn and Darumaka. "Wake up. We're going on patrol. I want to enjoy the scenery outside the ranch." Since DZ had taken up residence at the ranch, it had remained undisturbed by wild Pokémon. Apart from her initial show of force to deter potential threats, her regular patrols had proven equally effective. Now that she was away, it was only fitting that Lu Yun assumed the responsibility of patrolling to ensure the ranch's safety. Upon hearing of the patrol, Darumaka excitedly bounded over to Lu Yun, while Rhyhorn lumbered along, eager to stretch his legs after a long period of inactivity. "Darumaka, use Ember to finish him off," Lu Yun bellowed dramatically, sending a burst of orange-yellow sparks towards a nearby Rattata that had been gnawing on a wall, knocking it flat on its back. Grasping the Rattata by its tail, Lu Yun disdainfully tossed it into the nearby forest. What a masochist! As a common rodent in the Pokémon world, Rattata shared the same penchant for gnawing as its rodent counterparts. To maintain their teeth, many rodent Pokémon seek out hard objects to grind them down. However, this particular Rattata seemed unfazed by the shocks from the electrified wall, persistently chewing away. Having discarded the troublesome Rattata far from sight, Lu Yun continued along the wall with Darumaka and Rhyhorn. Walking along the path between the forest and the wall, Lu Yun felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. "Swat, curse these mosquitoes." Of course, Lu Yun mused, his enjoyment would have been even greater without the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. On the outskirts of Shirko City, DZ stood on a patch of grass, her complexion pale and her body trembling, a clear sign of overexertion from her psychic abilities. Yet, rather than resting, she gazed intently at the sky, whispering fervently, "Faster, faster, even faster." Her earnest prayers were soon to be answered. As she murmured, the tranquil atmosphere was suddenly disrupted by a powerful gust of wind, accompanied by an immense shadow. Faced with this unexpected tempest and the looming shadow, DZ's expression remained devoid of fear, instead transforming into a relieved smile. "It's here." As the wind subsided, a Dragonite landed gracefully before her. "Where is it?" A masked man leaped down from Dragonite's back, eyeing the pale DZ with a frown. "Here, right here," DZ responded hastily, pulling open her shirt to reveal the neatly organized bandages and offering them to him. Without pausing, the masked man accepted the bandages, swiftly remounting Dragonite, and they departed from the area. Watching the receding figures of Dragonite and the masked man, DZ finally succumbed to her fatigue, collapsing onto the ground. "Red Sweet Potato, you must hold on." Whether she would endure, he could not tell, but he was certain that her strength would not last much longer. Just as DZ prepared to close her eyes and rest, a boisterous voice echoed from a distance. Upon hearing that brash voice, DZ instinctively wiped her brow and forced a wry smile. "I knew it. It must be you all. Otherwise, Boss Banmu wouldn't have left me at the ranch. Knowing we're here, why not hide and avoid us, instead of running around?" A man clad in a golden canary robe emerged slowly from the nearby thicket, accompanied by a Jengar. "I shall take your life. Remember, in your next life, do not provoke those you cannot handle." With the robed man's mocking tone, Jengar emitted a chilling laugh. Its floating claws began to gather energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to DZ. Gazing upon the imminent end of his life, DZ slowly closed his eyes. "Guac," a piercing scream erupted from Guac, accompanied by a commanding voice, "On our territory. It is not your place to be arrogant." Chapter 53, Jiuju Xuanazi. This admonition captured the attention of both DZ and the robed man. Upon seeing the approaching figure, DZ's expression transformed into one of fervent excitement. "Snake, you have finally arrived." In response to D Zay's exhilaration, Snake merely cast a sharp glance in his direction, remaining silent as his gaze fixated on what lay behind him. Banmu, what brings you here? This exclamation came from the robed man. Emerging from behind Snake was none other than the renowned philanthropist, Banmu. Faced with Banmu, who exuded an air of authority, the previously arrogant robed man began to perspire nervously, observing the flustered demeanor of the robed man. A trace of disdain flickered in Banmu's eyes before he spoke. Did those who wish to take my life consult me first? Although Banmu's tone was unassuming, the robed man felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing it. I shall leave, I shall leave. Leave? At this, Banmu suddenly chuckled lightly. What gives you the audacity to come and go as you please? Just as Banmu's words fell, Goac let out a blood-curdling scream, dissipating into a cloud of darkness. All that remained was a bloodthirsty bat, fixated upon him. Witnessing the demise of the now-defeated Goac, the robed man collapsed in terror. Please spare me. My grandfather is an elder of the tribunal. He is an elder. Upon hearing this, Snake, who was poised to end the robed man's life, hesitated and glanced back at Banmu. Banmu, intrigued by the revelation of the robed man's grandfather being an elder, responded, Oh, the son of an elder. How rare indeed. After a brief pause, he continued, Very well, for your grandfather's sake, I shall spare your life. Hastily, the robed man stood and expressed his gratitude to Banmu, turning to flee. Yet Banmu added, While you may escape the death penalty, the living punishment is inescapable. The robed man, alarmed, glanced back at Banmu, momentarily confused by the implication. Suddenly, he felt a weight lift from his left arm, and a scream escaped his lips. This arm shall serve as interest. Go back and inform those old fossils to refrain from targeting my people. Lowering his gaze to retrieve the severed left arm, the robed man was stripped of his earlier bravado, resembling a stray dog as he hurriedly retreated. Banmu turned to DZ, a teasing tone in his voice. Our Dream Master still has a role to play today. In response to Banmu's jest, DZ lowered his head, stammering and struggling to articulate a response. Beside them, Snake continued the banter, Master, where's Hudi? If he had intervened, perhaps you would not have had the chance to act. Amidst their inquiries, DZ rubbed his face awkwardly and replied, Would you believe me if I said I left him at home? At the entrance of the ranch, Luyan clutched the pokeball given to him by DZ, his gaze fixed intently on the two men in black. Just moments ago, while preparing to return to the ranch with his rhinoceros and Dairubi after a patrol, a young girl in a white kimono approached him, cradling a Pokémon egg. Hot on her heels were the two men, clearly not of good intent. What do you want? Luyan demanded, his eyes narrowing upon the men in black. In response to his inquiry, the men remained silent, exchanging glances. One of them made a slicing motion across his throat before tossing out a Pokeball. Eritos, use agility to seize that Pokémon egg. Cat Boss, use gather treasure to eliminate them. Their objectives were clear, one aimed at Lu Yun, and the other at the girl behind him. Insane. Lu Yun cursed, incredulous that they would command their Pokémon to attack without a word of introduction. Yet, surrendering was not in Lu Yun's nature. He hurled the black Pokeball given by DZ and quickly commanded his Rhinoceros and Dairubi, Rhinoceros, use Rock Block to obstruct that spider. Dairubi, intercept gather treasure with Spark. In an instant, the previously tranquil entrance of the ranch erupted into chaos. The Rhinoceros successfully blocked Eritos' agility with Rock Block, forcing it to retreat. However, Dairubi was overpowered by the stronger Cat Boss, who struck with a powerful gather treasure. Seeing that their prey dared to resist, the men in black were intrigued and continued issuing commands to their Pokémon. Eritos, use Shadow Clone to retrieve that egg. Cat Boss, unleash stars to shatter them. With their directives, Eritos multiplied into 3, charging towards Lu Yun with menacing intent, while Cat Boss began to gather beautiful stars in the air, poised to unleash them. As this scene unfolded, Lu Yun instinctively clenched his fists, preparing for a desperate fight. Just as he was about to command his Rhinoceros and Dairubi to intercept, a furious roar reverberated through the air, leaving everyone disoriented. Hudi. Accompanied by this roar was a strange wave that swept across the battlefield, halting the charging Eritos, while the deceptive shadows it had conjured shattered and dissipated. The stars that Cat Boss had amassed also exploded into fragments. Despite the sudden appearance of this formidable Pokémon, the two men in black, though surprised, remained focused on their objective, continuing to direct Cat Boss and Eritos towards Lu Yun and the girl behind him. This act, however, was tantamount to provoking Hudi, who had just emerged from its Pokeball. In an instant, Hudi teleported before Eritos, lifting its spoon and gently tapping it on Eritos' head. The once mighty Eritos slowly crumpled to the ground, as if its very soul had been extracted. Dream Master. One of the men in black suddenly shrieked at this bizarre sight, his expression shifting to one of horror as he turned to flee the scene. But Hudi would not allow him to escape. unleashing a powerful psychic wave. Both men collapsed, rendered unconscious and incapable of rising. After resolving the situation, Hu Di cast an irritable glance at Lu Yun before retreating into the black pokeball. Observing the chaos around him, Lu Yun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. Picking up the black pokeball, he instinctively distanced himself from the girl, warily asking, "Who are you? Why are they pursuing you?" Yet, in response to Lu Yun's inquiry, the girl remained silent, crouching on the ground and weeping uncontrollably. Observing this scene, Lu Yun shook his head with a sense of resignation. He took out his phone, preparing to dial the police to report the incident for Junsha and the others to handle. No, don't call. They will come for you," the little girl suddenly interjected, halting Lu Yun's actions. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yun paused, his expression turning to one of indignation. "What do you mean? And who are you?" In response to Lu Yun's inquiry, the little girl wiped her tears, gradually rising from the ground. After bowing respectfully to Lu Yun, she spoke. "I am Kukan Yakina from the Kukan family in Ziyuan town." Kukan Yakina? Lu Yun murmured the name in confusion. He was familiar with Ziyuan town, but had never heard of the Kukan family. "My grandmother is one of the current 4 heavenly kings, Kiku," Kukan Yakina continued. Upon hearing the name Kiku, Lu Yun finally understood. She was a princess. Looking at the somewhat disheveled Kukan Yakina before him, Lu Yun inquired, "If your grandmother is Kiku, one of the 4 heavenly kings, why have you fallen into such a predicament?" Lu Yun's words seemed to evoke some unpleasant memories within Yakina, causing her complexion to pale, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. "You are courting death." Dr. Omuk, clad in a white lab coat, glared at the black-clad man before him, resembling a ferocious tiger. Just 3 hours ago, Omuk Yukichika had escorted Kukan Yakina into the Tokiwa forest, initially believing it to be a straightforward negotiation. However, to their dismay, they were ambushed by a throng of men in black halfway through their journey. "We are already doomed," the man retorted with a frenzied expression. "Let's see just how formidable the legendary Dr. Omuk truly is." Psyduck, Fire Blast. At the man's command, Psyduck began to gather an extraordinarily violent fire-type energy, unleashing it forth. Following closely were various Pokémon attacks. Golduck, Water Pulse. Doduo, Tri-Attack. Faced with at least a dozen incoming attacks, Dr. Omuk summoned a Kangaskhan. "Kangaskhan, defend and protect me." Dragonite, swiftly eliminate them, leave one alive. A series of protective barriers began to form around Omuk Yukichika, blocking the barrage of assaults. Dragonite, obeying Dr. Omuk's command, accelerated and began to sweep through the battlefield with unmatched ferocity. "Touch them, and you shall be harmed. Engage, and you shall perish." No. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, the black-clad assailants and their Pokémon, who had just been attacking Dr. Omuk, now lay lifeless upon the ground. "Who sent you?" With Kangaskhan shielding him, Dr. Omuk approached the lead black-clad man, placing his foot upon the man's chest, his voice laced with anger. "Cough, cough. Do you think I would tell you?" The lead man wheezed, spitting blood, with a mocking smile. Witnessing the man's obstinacy, Omuk's fury boiled over, and he delivered 2 swift kicks to the man's chest. "Do you know who that girl is? If anything happens to her, you and your benefactors will pay dearly." The man merely scoffed at the threat. "After I die, let the floodgates open." With that, his head lolled to the side, removing his foot from the corpse. Omuk calmly released all the pokeballs from his waist. "I implore you all, help me find a little girl in white," accompanied by a Ghastly and a Frostless. The summoned Pokémon dispersed from the battlefield, fanning out in all directions. In Ziyuan town, at the Spirit Tower, Kiku gazed affectionately at the restless Jengar, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, don't worry. That old man is incredibly strong. He will be fine." Jengar. "But I still feel uneasy." "It's fine, relax. Young people need to venture out into the world." Jengar. "But I still can't shake this feeling. I don't know what to do with you." Shaking her head, Kiku rose from the ground and walked towards the tower's exit. After a lengthy conversation, Lu Yun felt a headache coming on as he gazed at Kukan Yakina on the sofa, rubbing his temples. "So, you still don't know why they want to kill you?" Yakina, clutching a Pokémon egg on the sofa, replied weakly. Although Lu Yun was unsure of the circumstances, he realized he had unwittingly become embroiled in a grand conspiracy. "Brother Lu Yun, can you help me contact my grandmother?" Just as their conversation fell into silence, Yakina suddenly looked up at Lu Yun. Observing her red-rimmed eyes, Lu Yun could only shake his head in resignation. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, rather, he felt utterly powerless. If it were merely a matter of making a phone call, he would have obliged without hesitation. However, as Yakina had stated, the communication signals in their vicinity were being monitored. It was precisely her plea for help that had led to her discovery. The moment he dared to make a call, those assassins would be the first to arrive. Casting a glance at the black poke ball on the table, Lu Yun sighed. Ever since he had aided in eliminating those two men in black at the entrance of the ranch, he had been unable to summon Ho-Oh, regardless of his efforts. Tomorrow, I will take you to the gym by morning. You will be safe then. Upon hearing Lu Yun's decision to escort her to the gym the following day, Yukina's expression finally lightened. Feeling his own empty stomach, Lu Yun turned to Yukina and said, "You can watch some television here. I'll go prepare you something to eat." With that, he turned on the TV, tuning it to a program suitable for her age. After reminding the ride-on to keep a watchful eye on her, he left the living room. "My lord, don't you think we are being a bit excessive?" An elderly gentleman in a suit bent slightly, cautiously addressing the man in pajamas who was feeding the goldfish before him. Unfazed by the elder's concerns, the man in pajamas replied, "What's excessive? It's all a gamble. If we hit the mark, splendid. If not, it's merely a few hunting dogs that perish." As he tossed the bait into the pond, a manic expression crossed his face. "Do you know why you have spent your entire life as just a butler while I have become the head of the Sasuzuki family?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Because you lack the courage to gamble, you fear losing, and you dread the consequences. That is why you remain a mere butler while I can be the master." Facing the deranged Masayuki Sasuzuki, the elder nearly buried his head in his chest. Afraid to breathe. "Grandfather, grandfather." At that moment, a clear, childlike voice rang out. Instantly, the previously manic Masayuki Sasuzuki transformed his expression, beaming with warmth and a smile. "Oh, grandfather is here. Kojiro, come here and let grandfather see how much you've grown." Sasaki Masao scooped up the little Kazuna rushing towards him, deliberately rubbing his stubbled chin against the child's face. "Ticklish, isn't it?" He chuckled. Observing the squirming Kazuna in his arms, he set him down gently and, with an air of mystery, retrieved a luxurious pokeball from his pocket. "Guess what delightful surprise Grandpa has brought back for you," he exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, Kazuna, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, inquired, "Is it a big dog?" "Ah ha ha ha, my grandson is indeed clever." Sasaki Masao laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is a big dog." He hurled the luxurious pokeball, and a splendidly crafted arcanine appeared before Kazuna. The moment he laid eyes on the majestic creature, Kazuna leaped into Sasaki Masao's embrace, exclaiming, "I love you, Grandpa." Chapter 55, the preterm infinite up. Lu Yun urged, slurping the noodles from his bowl while addressing the hesitant Kikyu Yukina. Staring at her bowl of plain noodles garnished only with a sprinkle of green onions and a fried egg, Yukina hesitated. Not out of disdain, but due to its stark simplicity. As the heiress of the Kikyu family, she was accustomed to delicacies meticulously prepared by renowned chefs. Even during this arduous journey with Dr. Oki, she had a snow spirit to tend to her needs. After contemplating her meager meal, Yukina finally picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. To her surprise, the flavor was quite delightful. Her initial reluctance melted away as she brushed her hair aside with one hand and deftly brought more noodles to her mouth with the other. Once she had finished her bowl, Lu Yun glanced at Yukina, who was now engrossed in her meal, and asked, "Where's your Pokémon? I need to prepare their food. How many portions do you require?" The mention of Pokémon sent Yukina into a fit of tears. "Little S, Auntie Yuki, I miss you all." Lu Yun, overwhelmed by her sobs, moved to sit beside her, gently patting her back in an attempt to console her. All right. In the morning, I will take you to the gym, and you will see Auntie Yuki and Little S then." Upon hearing this, Yukina's cries intensified, her sobs becoming more pronounced. Realizing that his attempts to comfort her were only making matters worse, Lu Yun covered his ears and squatted down nearby. "Cry all you want. Let's see how long you can keep this up. I am no longer at your service," he thought to himself. An hour later, witnessing Yukina succumb to slumber, Lu Yun removed his hands from his ears, sighing in relief. Finally asleep, he fetched a thin blanket from the second floor and gently wrapped Yukina in it, lifting her into a princess carry and placing her on the bed in the guest room. As he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Yukina, he sighed once more, softly closing the door behind him as he departed. At the entrance of the living room, the timid Rhyhorn and Driflin cautiously peeked in, glancing around. "Come in, she's asleep," Lu Yun remarked, somewhat irritated by their lack of loyalty. When Yukina first began to cry, Driflin and Rhyhorn had vacated the room, with Rhyhorn even retreating into its pokeball, allowing Driflin to carry it outside before releasing it again. "Wait for me while I prepare your meals," Lu Yun instructed, tidying up the remnants on the coffee table before making his way upstairs. The life of a servant. Due to the late hour, the two Pokemon's dinner was rather hasty, but thankfully, they did not mind. After finishing their meal, Lu Yun lay down on the bed, slowly closing his eyes, finally able to rest. Outside the ranch, 5 shadowy figures huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. "If the rumors are correct, the person and the items are right here," a tall man declared, pointing towards the ranch. Indeed, this is the location, another man, pale-faced, added, gesturing towards the signs of struggle at the entrance. The traces have not been cleaned up. Those two fools must have met their end here. Should we still proceed? Our boss has already failed, a short, stout man inquired of the tall leader. At this, a glint of madness flickered in the tall man's eyes. We go in. Our hounds have never shied away from a challenge, he proclaimed, releasing a mothim from a pokeball at his waist. Follow my lead and prepare for battle. Just as he was about to breach the door, a brilliant and scorching flame erupted from the distance, striking the ground before him and sending him flying. Okiyuki. The tall man gasped, looking back at the source of the fire, his composure shattered. Okiyuki stood there, exuding an aura of urgency. His hair, once meticulously styled, now lay disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and his pristine white lab coat stained with vibrant splashes of various substances. It is you who dares to target my dear Yakina? A chilling voice emerged as an elderly figure cloaked in a trailing black robe, accompanied by a shadowy night dread, stepped forth from the darkness. A weary snow spirit at his side. Upon seeing this eerie figure, the tall man's pupils dilated in fear. He could utter but a single word before the night dread swiftly dispatched him. Annoying, the cloaked elder remarked disdainfully, glancing at the lifeless body of the man who had failed to react in time. The remaining 4 men were already trembling in terror. Please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything. One of them pleaded, collapsing to the ground in a fit of despair as the night dread advanced. In response to his desperate pleas, a grayish-white circle materialized, and as it formed, the 4 men and their respective Pokémon vanished without a trace from existence. Stop wasting time with them. Finding Yakina is our priority, a mischievous Jengar chimed, emerging from the elder's shadow, accompanied by a mischievous shuppet. Indeed, locating Yakina is imperative, the elder concurred with a nod. All right, I shall knock, he added as Dr. Oki approached, forcing a smile. Humph, the elder scoffed, ignoring the doctor's attempt at camaraderie. Break the door. With the elder's command, the night dread surged forward, ready to obey. With a resounding crack, the new door that Lu Yun had replaced just a few days ago had once again been reduced to a heap of scrap metal. What had happened? It had hatched. At this moment, Lu Yun was draped in a blanket alongside Jiujushu and I, quietly lying there, gazing at the Pokemon egg before them. Just moments ago, Lu Yun had been peacefully slumbering when he was startled awake by noises from the neighboring room. Assuming it was the little girl rolling out of bed, he got up to investigate. To his astonishment, it turned out that the Pokemon egg, which had been placed on the bedside table, had fallen to the ground. Surely, it could still hatch, right? The two exchanged uncertain glances as they observed the egg glowing with a soft white light. Their uncertainty stemmed from the fact that there was a large crack running down the middle of the egg, through which Lu Yun could even see the writhing form inside. This crack was not a natural occurrence. It had resulted from its recent tumble off the table. Look, it's about to hatch, Lu Yun exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he gently tapped Joju Shuanai on the shoulder. This was his first time witnessing the hatching of a Pokemon, and he hoped for a successful outcome. In contrast to Lu Yun's eagerness, Joju Shuanai maintained a more composed demeanor, her hands clasped in prayer. Unlike Lu Yun, she understood the significance of this Pokemon egg. Chapter 56, An Unexpected Turn. With a series of cracking sounds, the eggshell continued to fracture, and a small, dark nose emerged, followed by a pointed mouth. It's coming out. Lu Yun cheered, his joy palpable. Nothing was more healing than witnessing the birth of a new life. Zorua. As the entire head broke free, Lu Yun recognized the creature as a Zorua. Just as Joju Shuanai lowered her hands, feeling a sense of relief, an unexpected event unfolded. The newly hatched Zorua suddenly appeared to be struggling for air, desperately clawing at its throat with its tiny legs, on the verge of suffocation. Oh no, this is bad. Lu Yun sat up straight, ready to manually extricate the creature from its shell, while Joju Shuanai slumped despondently on the bed. Just hold on, just a little longer, Lu Yun urged, carefully peeling away the eggshell, gingerly cradling the underdeveloped Zorua as he extracted it. The eggshell was exceptionally tough, and despite Lu Yun's caution, his fingers were scratched and bloodied in the process. Placing the freed Zorua onto the bed, Lu Yun, undeterred by the mess, mimicked the actions of nurses from his past life, preparing to use his mouth to suction out the mucus from its lungs. That's futile, it's lacking energy. And this won't help, Joju Shuanai said, her tone laced with frustration as she watched Lu Yun tirelessly attempting to revive the Zorua. Energy. Upon hearing this word, Lu Yun dashed to his room, retrieving a box of bug gems that had been gifted to him, hopeful as he turned to Joju Shuanai and asked, "What do you think of this?" Taking the box from Lu Yun, Joju Shuanai examined it briefly and replied with a hint of bitterness, if the type matched. "Perhaps we could try, but unfortunately, it doesn't." Disheartened by the revelation that the bug gems were of no use, Lu Yun's mind raced with ideas. and he hurried downstairs to the living room. "Delubi, I need to borrow your dark gem." He roughly yanked the dark gem from Delubi's collar, ignoring the creature's incredulous gaze as he sprinted back upstairs. "What do you think of this?" Lu Yun shouted, breathless, holding the dark gem aloft. Juju Shuanai glanced at the dark gem and then back at the Zorua on the bed, shaking her head. "It's hopeless. It can't be saved." Those words struck Lu Yun like a sledgehammer to the heart. "No, it can't be true," he shouted, rushing to the bedside. In a frenzy, he pressed down gently on Zorua's chest, desperate to assist its breathing. Watching Lu Yun's frantic attempts to save Zorua, Juju Shuanai wiped away her tears and gently urged, "Give up. It's no use. It can't be saved." Lu Yun stumbled back, collapsing onto the floor. Memories flooded back to him from his childhood, where his status as an orphan made him a target for bullying, ensuring he had no friends to play with. People turned away from him, but dogs did not. One day, after being bullied, he had encountered a scruffy little corgi at the orphanage. The corgi looked at him with a mixture of fear and curiosity, and Lu Yun, yearning for companionship after being mistreated by his peers, formed a bond that winter night. "You give me a home, and I will guard your dreams." The wandering corgi found a family, and the bullied Lu Yun gained a friend. From that day forth, no matter how much he suffered at school, he no longer cried because he knew a friend awaited him at home. During the day, he would share half of his meager rations with his companion, finding joy even in hunger. At night, risking expulsion, he would sneak the corgi into his dormitory, hiding it in his blankets to provide warmth. In the summer, they scavenged for bottles to sell, treating themselves to a popsicle, sharing this hard-earned reward in a secluded corner. In the winter, Lu Yun worked to earn money for a bowl of meat soup, and together they savored each bite in the snow. Sometimes, spiritual sustenance proved far more vital than physical nourishment. Yet, fate is often unpredictable. One day, when Lu Yun rushed home to find his friend, everything had changed. His beloved companion lay there, limp and foaming at the mouth, as if its life was slipping away. Frantically, Lu Yun scooped the ailing creature into his arms and rushed it to the vet. But as an orphan relying on the government for support, how could he afford the exorbitant veterinary bills? One clinic after another, Lu Yun found himself facing cold indifference, with no funds to spare. He knelt, begging the aloof doctors for a shred of compassion to save this small life. Yet, the harshness of society was laid bare before him. Just as despair began to envelop him, a doctor from a small clinic extended a helping hand. Yet, just when Lu Yun thought his friend would be saved, he received the devastating news. He was too late. His cherished companion would not be saved. Yes, Lu Yun was late. The friend he had treasured above all had not reached the moment of redemption. Holding the lifeless body of his friend, Lu Yun fell silent. He was unaware of how he returned to the orphanage, yet he comprehended that from this moment forth, he was once again alone. It seemed as though his little corgi had taken away all of Lu Yun's misfortunes before its passing. Since the departure of the little corgi, Lu Yun's luck had indeed improved significantly. First, the orphanage had merged, greatly enhancing Lu Yun's living conditions, and then, thanks to a benefactor, he was able to fulfill his dream of attending university. Despite the improvements in his life, every night Lu Yun dreamed of the days he spent snuggled under the covers with his little corgi. "Don't call out. The director will kick us out. There's no hope. It's hopeless again." At that moment, Lu Yun sat despondently on the floor, cradling his head and weeping uncontrollably. Gazing at the feeble Solgaleo on the bed, Lu Yun felt as though he were transported back to that fateful night. The image of the little corgi began to merge with that of Solgaleo. Why is life always so fragile? Why is it that every time I wish to save, I am unable to do so? Why? Lu Yun's anguished roar reverberated throughout the bedroom. "Host, the items for this week have been refreshed. Please check." The system's notification echoed in his mind. The system. I still have the system. Wiping away his tears, Lu Yun trembled slightly as he thought, "Open the system marketplace." Chapter 57, Resurrection Grass. It must be there. It must be there. A recurring voice echoed in Lu Yun's heart. In his current predicament, he could only pin his hopes on the items that the system marketplace would refresh this week. As the light curtain unfolded, Lu Yun swiftly perused the week's offerings. Socks priced at 200 yuan each. Lace underwear at 500 yuan per piece. Keychains at 300 yuan each. After glancing at these extravagant yet utterly useless white items, Lu Yun immediately turned his attention to the blue items. Sweet peach saplings at 1,000 yuan each. Backpacks at 3,000 yuan apiece. Giant crab pincers at 4,000 yuan. Although the blue items were somewhat superior to the white ones, they were still of no use in his current situation. Healing potions at 10,000 yuan a bottle. Nutritional fluids at 50,000 yuan a bottle. While the purple items had some utility, they were insufficient to address the pressing crisis at hand. Closing his eyes, Lu Yun anxiously shifted his gaze to the last category of golden items. It must be useful, it must be useful. After silently repeating this mantra, Lu Yun slowly opened his eyes. Before him, in the golden square, lay a solitary green blade of grass. Lowering his gaze slightly, as he read the name of this grass, his heart jolted. It was indeed the resurrection grass. Lu Yun had not anticipated such fortuitous luck. He had stumbled upon the legendary resurrection grass. In this world, resurrection grass was a mythical item. It was said that the monarch of the ancient empire had relied on potions crafted from resurrection grass to defy death and extend his life for many years. Lu Yun's breath quickened. He realized he was not too late this time. He could save him. Yet, as Lu Yun continued to scan, he felt as if his heart was being tightly clenched by an unseen force, overwhelming him with agony. Resurrection grass, 500,000 yuan. Ha. Lu Yun suddenly erupted into a tragic laughter. Observing Lu Yun's fluctuating emotions, the figure on the bed, Kyukyu Yukinako, recoiled in fear, sensing that he had lost his sanity. In that moment, Lu Yun felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on him, as everything seemed so eerily similar. Once, he had found himself powerless to save a friend due to a lack of funds, and now, he was once again powerless to prevent the death of a newly born life for the same reason. Money, at this moment, was of utmost importance. With a sudden rush of despair, blood erupted from Lu Yun's mouth, splattering across the bed linens before him. Master, we have just received news from Arceus. If you are willing to perform a task for him, the resurrection grass can be given to you for free. A soft voice resonated in Lu Yun's mind. This gentle voice was like a soothing balm, comforting his tormented thoughts. I agree. Without hesitation, Lu Yun shouted internally. Upon his consent, the resurrection grass materialized in his hand from the system marketplace. Feeling the grass in his grasp, Lu Yun sprang to his feet. This time, I am not too late. After murmuring to himself, Lu Yun produced the resurrection grass from his hand. Kyukyu Yukinako gazed at the grass that had seemingly appeared from thin air with curiosity. He hadn't brought this grass with him. However, Lu Yun was far too absorbed in the moment to consider anything else. He placed the resurrection grass into his mouth and began to chew vigorously. Bitter. Extremely bitter. The taste of the resurrection grass was dreadful. Lu Yun felt as though he had consumed dozens of bitter melons and was on the verge of retching, suppressing the urge to vomit. Lu Yun continued to chew the resurrection grass, mixing blood, saliva, and the grass's juices together in his mouth. Gently lifting Solgaleo from the bed, Lu Yun carefully transferred the juice from his mouth into Solgaleo's. Due to its recent birth, Solgaleo did not possess the ability to swallow, making this process exceptionally challenging. Yet Lu Yun did not relent. He knew that if he failed to save Solgaleo today, the burden in his heart would haunt him for a lifetime. Gradually, as the juice from the resurrection grass entered Solgaleo's mouth, its chest began to rise and fall, and the forelimbs that had been clutching its throat slowly relaxed. It lives. Kyukyu Yukinako gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. She had witnessed miracles in her family, where grievously injured beings were brought back to life. But she had never seen one revived simply by a blade of grass. Unless, of course, this grass was the legendary resurrection grass. Wiping her lips, Lu Yun observed the now revitalized Solgaleo in his arms and released a sigh of relief. Summoning the last of his strength, he swallowed the remaining remnants of the grass and promptly collapsed onto the bed. I suggested riding the Dragonite directly, but you insisted that it would be rude, causing us to take so long. If something happens to Shiranui, I want to see how you explain this to Kiku. The elderly figure cloaked in black robes expressed his displeasure to Professor Oak, prompting a chorus of agreement from the nearby Jengar. Glancing at the dissatisfied elder, Professor Oak defended himself. Oh, what could possibly go wrong? We already broke down their door. If we don't adhere to some decorum, they might accuse us of being uncivilized. Moreover, what if riding the Dragonite frightened Shiranui? Indicating the cabin that lay just ahead, he continued, we are almost there. Casting a glance at the cabin, the robed elder still appeared somewhat displeased but chose to remain silent. Indeed, as Professor Oak had stated, he too feared startling Shiranui. As the elderly man anticipated his imminent meeting with Yakina, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Ruby, he murmured, it seems someone has arrived. Indeed, it appears so, came the response from Nyo. At that moment, Darubi, who had yet to succumb to slumber, heard a commotion outside the door. Just as the unicorn rhinoceros and Darubi were preparing to alert the occupant of the second floor, a shadowy specter materialized behind them, lifting the two spirits into the air. A veil of mist enveloped their bodies, silencing their cries. Little ones, refrain from making a ruckus. It would disturb Yukina's rest. The elderly man chided gently as he pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, gesturing to Darubi and the unicorn rhinoceros. Upon spotting the unexpected intruder in the dead of night, Darubi, and the unicorn rhinoceros were filled with hostility, their bodies writhing in resistance. Quite stubborn, aren't they? Allow them a moment of slumber, the old man remarked with a smile directed at the shadowy figure. The specter nodded, and with a subtle manipulation of the mist, both the unicorn rhinoceros and Darubi fell unconscious. Ascending the staircase, the old man proceeded with ease. Yakaina, I have come to bring you home, he declared as he walked. Chapter 58, A Fright. Yakaina, you? Grandfather Knight. Upon seeing the familiar elderly figure before her, Kikyu Yakina's eyes brimmed with tears, and the cup in her hand clattered to the floor. Before her stood a young girl, freshly bathed and wrapped only in a bath towel, her hair still damp. While behind her lay Lu Yun, asleep on a blood-stained bed, disheveled. As the leader of the Kikyu family's dark division, Night Owl's steps momentarily faltered. This cannot be. It cannot be. The bloodstains on the bed, the disheveled man. The young girl who had bathed in the dead of night instead of sleeping. These scenes conjured unsettling thoughts in the mind of one who was all too familiar with darkness. Trembling slightly, Night Owl stepped forward and enveloped Kikyu Yakaina in a tight embrace, his gaze scanning her exposed shoulder for any signs of injury. I have come late. And you have suffered, he murmured. It is no trouble at all. In Night Owl's embrace, Kikyu Yakaina shed tears of relief. Little did anyone know the tribulations she had faced that day. The man who had raised her since childhood now stood before her once more. And her taut nerves finally found respite. Listening to Yukina's cries and recalling the bruise on her shoulder, Night Owl's fists clenched involuntarily, his body quivering with barely suppressed rage. Shedding his robe, he gently wrapped it around Yakaina, forcing down the fury that surged within him. Crouching slightly, he mustered a smile, tenderly wiping the tears from her face with his calloused hand. Yakaina, dear, please go downstairs and spend some time with Grandfather Oki. Night Owl will attend to some matters and bring you home shortly. With a nod of acquiescence, Yakaina descended the stairs, her demeanor obedient. As he watched her vanish around the corner, Night Owl inhaled deeply, drawing a short blade from his waist. You dare to harm Yakaina and still wish to live? He muttered, his expression turning sinister as he approached the bed where Lu Yun lay unconscious, oblivious to the impending doom that loomed. Meanwhile, downstairs, Professor Oki and Gung-Gue were quietly awaiting Yukina's return. Yakaina. Upon seeing her emerge from the staircase clad in a robe that trailed the floor, both Oki and Gung-Gue rushed over. Grandfather Ghost, Grandfather Oki, Yakaina exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward the familiar figures. Slow down. Oki caught her just before she tripped over her robe, his voice laced with affectionate concern. You have suffered, my child. It is my fault for not protecting you. At these words, Yakaina shook her head vehemently. It is not your fault, Grandfather. Without you, I would have perished in the first explosion. Recalling the scene of the mischievous explosions, a shiver ran down Yukina's spine. Just then, the snow fairy approached, pressing her icy hand to Yukina's forehead. Feeling the coolness, Yakaina curiously lifted her head. Aunt Snow, you are alive. Elated to see the snow fairy, Yakaina wriggled free from Oki's embrace. After the explosive chaos, she had been inexplicably transported into the enemy's trap. Had it not been for the snow fairy, who had taken charge of her daily care, Yakaina might never have reached Lu Yun's ranch. Ghosty, I'm here too. A mischievous ghost emerged from Gung-Gue's shadow, darting into Yukina's embrace. Next time, I want to run away. I will stay with you, she promised, her eyes glistening with emotion. In that moment, as they exchanged heartfelt sentiments, Professor Oki observed them with a hint of envy in his gaze. Youth is a beautiful thing, he mused, though he soon noticed Yukina's exposed shoulder adorned with bruises. And his expression shifted ominously. Oh no. He dashed up the stairs in a hurry, his mind racing. What matters? As a blade wielded by the Kikyu family in the outside world, a harbinger of death in the abyss. The matters Night Owl dealt with were never of a noble nature. Well, he does look rather presentable. He could match well with Yakaina. Night Owl nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed Lu Yun, still fast asleep on the bed. However, upon seeing the bloodstains on the sheets, his demeanor darkened instantaneously. Beast, you would not even spare a girl of barely a decade. You shall pay for this. As Night Owl tightened his grip on the blade, preparing to deal with the monster in bed, a delicate cry from beneath the covers interrupted him. Pausing, curiosity piqued, he lifted the blanket to reveal a curled-up Salgaleo, sucking on its own foot as it slumbered. Night Owl smiled warmly. Little Yakaina is indeed fortunate. Gently cradling the sleeping Salgaleo, he entrusted it to the shadowy specter behind him. After contemplative deliberation, Night Owl shoved Lu Yun to the edge of the bed. With a swift motion, he tore away the bloodied portion of the sheets, folding them neatly to conceal them within his cloak. Casting a glance at Lu Yun, Night Owl sighed. It's fortunate I arrived. My benevolence will grant you a swift end. If your grandmother had come instead, you would have met a far worse fate. He shivered slightly, drawing his short blade to Lu Yun's throat, his gaze as frigid as ice. In the next life, Do not become a beast again. Just as the night owl was poised to gently but forcefully send Lu Yun to a family reunion, the voice of Dr. Banmu echoed through the air. Spare the life. Startled by Banmu's shout, the night owl paused momentarily, then snorted coldly before resuming his forceful intent. Crack! In that fleeting instant when the blade grazed Lu Yun's neck, a sharp sound of impact resonated. The esteemed leader of the Night Walkers had stooped to such despicable acts. The speaker was none other than Banmu, who had hurriedly arrived. While it was Dze who had saved Lu Yun. Seeing Banmu and his companions approach behind Dr. Banmu, the night owl reluctantly withdrew his blade. What brings you here instead of remaining at the dojo? In response to the night owl's question, Banmu gestured toward a nearby figure. With a thud, a man clad in a maintenance uniform, his limbs grotesquely broken, was tossed before Dr. Banmu and the night owl. Of course, I have come to present you with a gift. Gazing at the man who was incessantly wailing in utter despair, the night owl turned to Dr. Banmu, receiving only a shake of the head in reply. This man was captured at the signal station, and he was accompanied by a multifaceted beast. As Banmu spoke, he tossed a pokeball to the night owl. Upon catching it, the night owl released the contained Pokémon, confirming Banmu's claim. Indeed, it was a multifaceted beast. At this revelation, a flicker of malevolence appeared on Dr. Banmu's face, and the night owl slightly nodded, grasping the situation. Excellent, excellent. Addressing the man on the ground, the night owl spoke with lethal intent. Chapter 59. Even now, you refuse to confess. Who sent you? Grabbing the man by the collar, the night owl demanded fiercely, but was met with only silence. With the man's anguished scream, the night owl sheathed his blade. This time it was merely a finger. Next time it may be an entire hand. Yet, the man remained obstinately mute in the face of the night owl's brutality. Enough, Banmu interjected. These individuals are trained assassins. You will not extract information from them easily. The night owl remained silent, knowing Banmu spoke the truth. He truly had no immediate means, unless he took them back to employ the expertise of the torturers at home. Dze, you go, Banmu directed, addressing Dze, who stepped forward from behind. As he passed by the night owl, he shot him a menacing glare. Approaching the man, Dze produced a black pokeball from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. Assist me. At Dze's command, a hoodie materialized before them. Glancing at the hoodie and then at Dze, a shared understanding flickered between the night owl and Dr. Banmu. With hoodie and Dze combining their psychic abilities, the man on the ground began to rise eerily, his eyes vacant. Pointing at the man now standing, Banmu declared, you may begin your inquiries. His words will be undeniably truthful. Exchanging glances with Dr. Banmu, the night owl inquired, who are you? Hounds. The man replied lifelessly. With that utterance, a chill swept through the assembly, their expressions darkening. Even Banmu displayed an unexpected reaction. Steadying himself, Dr. Banmu stepped forward and asked, what is your objective? At any cost, to seize the sovereign class Pokémon, Zoroark's egg. This response was anticipated by all present. The night owl continued, how many of you have come? Who leads you? I do not know how many have arrived. The leader is a man wearing a mask. At this, the night owl's gaze shifted to Dr. Banmu, who merely shook his head, indicating he had not encountered the so-called masked man. After 3 inquiries, the man collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, while Dze and hoodie appeared somewhat drained as well. With a wave of his hand, the night owl instructed the Dark Knight spirit, who had been acting as a caretaker, to pull the multifaceted beast and the man into the spirit realm. To Banmu, he expressed, thank you for your assistance this time. Banmu merely waved his hand in response, glancing at Lu Yun on the bed, and smiled. Now that the matter is resolved, you should take your leave. Hearing Banmu's words, Dr. Banmu chuckled lightly. Leaving already? As he spoke, he attempted to pull the night owl away. However, the night owl stood resolutely still. Touching his chest, the night owl's expression darkened as he coldly addressed Banmu. I will complete this task first, then depart. With that, he drew his blade and turned toward Lu Yun's bedside. Observing the obstinate night owl intent on killing Lu Yun, Banmu's smile evaporated. I said, you need to leave. Yet, the night owl did not falter in his stride. Fine, fine, fine. Watching the night owl's back, Banmu's anger surged, and he repeated the word fine thrice. Beedrill, intercept him. At Banmu's command, a Beedrill emerged from an unknown location, enveloped in a faint glow, and charged toward the night owl, its stingers poised to strike. Just as Beedrill's stingers were about to make contact with the night owl, the Dark Knight spirit, one hand cradling Zoroark, raised the other to block the attack. With a cry of pain, Beedrill's stingers pierced the Dark Knight spirit's hand, but its offensive was effectively halted. Witnessing Beedrill's injury to the Dark Knight spirit, Dr. Banmu was left in shock. Upon hearing the Dark Knight spirit scream, the night owl accelerated his movements. Farewell, little brat. Just as the night owl's blade was raised high, ready to descend, Dize prepared to summon his psychic powers once more to protect Lu Yun from the impending strike, when the voice of Xue Nazi rang out. Grandpa Knight, no? At that moment, Xue Nazi, with the assistance of the snow demon, had donned a pristine white dress, her raven hair adorned with pure white flowers, resembling a sprite amidst the snow. However, this ethereal figure wore a visage of urgency. Having been resting downstairs, upon hearing the sounds of conflict above, Xue Nazi, disregarding the protests of Gung Gue and the snow demon, rushed upstairs. She arrived just in time to witness her grandfather poised to slay her savior. Although the night owl felt an urge to halt his actions upon hearing Xue Nazi's voice, the momentum of his movements rendered him incapable of stopping. It was over. Dize felt despair creeping in. He was utterly exhausted, having exerted his psychic powers relentlessly since morning and recently interrogated a prisoner. He simply could not muster any energy. Observing Lu Yun on the brink of a tragic demise beneath the blade, he thought, damn it. At that moment, Lu Yun, spurred by the escalating stimuli from the outside world, began to awaken. Seeing the blade hurtling towards his head, Lu Yun instinctively cursed, flipping off the bed just in time to evade the lethal strike. As Lu Yun narrowly evaded the strike, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. At the staircase, Yakina hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed into the room, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Yun with outstretched arms, shouting at the night owl. You shall not harm him. Dr. Okamura, having recovered from his earlier shock, rushed forward to embrace the night owl tightly, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? Breaking free from Dr. Okamura's grasp, the night owl brandished his knife towards Yakina, declaring, Yakina, step aside. Killing him is for your own good. You are still young and do not grasp the gravity of the situation. The bystanders were bewildered by his words, questioning how killing someone could possibly be for anyone's benefit. Was the risk of harboring a girl now this perilous? At that moment, Lu Yun struggled to rise from the ground and pointed at the night owl, questioning, is this how your family, the Kikyu clan, treats their savior? In response to Lu Yun's accusation, the night owl scoffed, when it comes to benefactors, our Kikyu clan is more than generous with wine and meat. But for scum like you, we shall greet with blades. With that, he hurled the knife towards Lu Yun. Seeing the knife whirling above Yukina's head, Lu Yun swiftly dove towards the bed, rolling to evade the lethal strike, and bolted towards Dize and Banmu, shouting, how dare you call me scum? What have I done? I kindly took in your Yakina, and instead of gratitude, you seek to kill me? You are the true scum. Echoing Lu Yun's outburst, Dr. Okamura demanded clarity. Yes, indeed. What is the meaning of this? What if it is all a misunderstanding? Meanwhile, Banmu remained composed, glancing at the weeping Yakina in the night owl's embrace and then at Lu Yun, wearing a contemplative expression. You two, leave, Banmu instructed, shooing Dize and the serpent away. I believe there has been some misunderstanding. Shall we address this matter directly? Upon hearing this, the night owl tightened his hold on Yakina and replied, if that is the case, let us ensure you are fully informed. You may enter, but Dark Knight Spirit, you shall exit. With the Dark Knight Spirit's departure, only Lu Yun, Dr. Okamura, Banmu, the night owl, Yakina, and Gung Gue remained on the second floor. The night owl sighed, reluctantly unfolding the blood-stained bedsheet and glaring at Lu Yun. At this juncture, will you still not admit your guilt? Chapter 60, Defamation. Slander. I did not. Faced with the sight of the elderly man holding the bloodied bedsheet, Lu Yun felt as though he had been unjustly accused, utterly absurd. Unlike Lu Yun's indignation, Dr. Okamura gazed at him in disbelief, as if he could not fathom that Lu Yun could commit such an act. Gung Gue watched with an expression of eager curiosity, his large eyes fixed on Lu Yun, scanning him from head to toe. What is it that you want me to confess? Lu Yun protested, utterly confounded by the baseless accusation. However, to the night owl, Lu Yun's bewilderment appeared as obstinate denial. Very well, the night owl said, somewhat irked, as he placed the bloody bedsheet back on the bed and drew Yakina closer. How do you explain the injuries on little Yakina? Injuries? Lu Yun retorted, increasingly baffled. What do her wounds have to do with me? Did I inflict them? While accusing Lu Yun of wrongdoing, the night owl gently pulled Yukina's shoulder down to reveal her injuries. The design of her dress was inherently open at the neckline, facilitated by an elastic band, which allowed the night owl to easily adjust it. After tying Yukina's long hair up, he pointed at the bruises on her shoulder, saying, at this stage, do you still wish to deny your actions? Upon witnessing the bruises on Yukina's shoulder, coupled with the bloodied fabric, even Lu Yun, no matter how naive, began to realize the gravity of the situation. I did not. I swear I did not do such a thing, Lu Yun exclaimed, bursting forth from behind Banmu, raising his right hand in a solemn vow. Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he had not descended to the depths of depravity to harm a 14-year-old girl. Seeing Lu Yun's staunch denial, The night owl felt as if his patience was nearing its limit, restoring Yukina's dress to its original state. He neglected to retrieve the fallen knife. With a sudden leap, he tackled Lu Yun to the ground. "I shall not relent," he declared as they began to grapple. Despite being a grandfather, the night owl proved adept at overpowering Lu Yun. "Old man, do not assume I fear you," Lu Yun shouted amidst their struggle. Meanwhile, Banmu had not been idle. He picked up the bloodied cloth from the bed, sniffed it, and then chuckled. "What is so amusing?" the night owl retorted, annoyed by Banmu's laughter. Ignoring the night owl's warning, Banmu approached Yukina, seeking her consent. Under her bashful gaze, he once again transformed her dress into an off-shoulder style. After scrutinizing the bruises on her shoulder, Banmu turned to the night owl, who was now grappling with Lu Yun, and remarked, "All day long hunting eagles. Yet you've been pecked in the eye by one. What do you mean?" The night owl inquired, perplexed as he threw a couple of punches at Lu Yun. Observing the night owl's confusion, Banmu continued, "Your concern has clouded your judgment. The blood is from Lu Yun. If you do not believe me, ask her." Upon hearing this, the night owl's grip loosened, and he stood in disbelief, looking at Yukina. "Is this true?" Yukina nodded in affirmation. "The blood on the bedsheet is indeed from Lu Yun." The night owl felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he leapt into action. "Take this." General Yu's flying kick. With the night owl momentarily distracted, Lu Yun seized the opportunity to rise, delivering a merciless kick that sent the night owl tumbling at Yukina's feet. "Ouch!" Rubbing his aching back, the night owl stood with Yukina's assistance, glaring at Banmu. "How do you explain those bruises?" In response to the night owl's question, Banmu smiled, pulling Lu Yun, who was about to chase after him, and tugging down his shirt to expose his shoulder. "Observe closely. This is how bruises are made." As he spoke, he turned Lu Yun away from the night owl, clenched his right fist, and struck down hard. "Ouch!" Lu Yun cried out as a dark bruise formed on his back. "Do you understand now?" Banmu pointed to the bruise on Lu Yun's back, addressing the night owl. Nodding, the night owl's expression turned serious as he declared, "I knew it. The bruises on little Yukina were inflicted by him. That scoundrel. She is only 14. Upon uttering those words, the gathered crowd collectively sighed and rolled their eyes, while Gung was so amused by the statement that he spun in the air several times. Banmu was at a loss, feeling as though he were conversing not with a person, but with a king carp. "Are you the king carp?" he bellowed at Yi Xiao, simultaneously pulling Lu Yun over to the bedside cabinet. It's a bruise, he exclaimed, repeatedly jostling Lu Yun's shoulders towards the corner of the cabinet. With each cry of anguish from Lu Yun, a bruise spread across his back. After unceremoniously tossing the grimacing Lu Yun onto the floor, Banmu felt an inexplicable surge of joy. "Let that be a lesson for you for trying to silence me." Casting a glance at the nearly lifeless Lu Yun on the ground, Yi Xiao, still incredulous, turned to Xue Nazi and asked, "Did he truly attempt to harm you?" "That what?" Xue Nazi looked up at Yi Xiao, her expression one of utter confusion. "That what?" Yi Xiao replied, growing increasingly impatient and stomping his foot. At that moment, he regretted how well they had sheltered Xue Nazi over the years, rendering her completely oblivious to matters of intimacy at the age of 14 or 15. "Have you shared a bed with him?" Dr. Demu chimed in. "Yes. Did you two share a bed?" Yi Xiao echoed eagerly, his gaze fixed on Xue Nazi with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Nazi recalled the time she had snuggled under the covers with Lu Yun while watching the hatching of a Pokémon egg, and nodded softly. "We did." Click. Yi Xiao felt as though his heart had shattered. You, he stammered, pointing at Lu Yun, breathless. "Enough. Just let that snow fairy down there come up and check." Banmu glared at Demu and shouted at Yi Xiao, who was on the verge of exploding. A sudden clarity emerged. Remembering the snow fairy trained through classical-made training methods, he realized she would be knowledgeable about such matters. Supported by Xue Nazi, Yi Xiao sat on the bed and urged, "Quickly, summon Aunt Xue." However, without Yi Xiao having to say a word, the curious Gung Gue had already gone to fetch her. Soon, the snow fairy arrived, and after Yi Xiao explained the situation to her, she disdainfully glanced at Lu Yun and then ushered the four of them, along with the Pokémon, out, leaving only Xue Nazi behind. As the door closed, Yi Xiao and the others entered a prolonged period of anxious waiting. "You better have done nothing," Yi Xiao warned, massaging his aching lower back while glaring at Lu Yun. Rubbing his own face, Lu Yun defiantly glared back. Before long, the sound of the door opening sent everyone's hearts racing. Chapter 61, The Temporary Trainer. Creak. The first to emerge from the room was indeed the snow fairy. Upon stepping out, she glanced at the tense Yi Xiao and shook her head, indicating that Xue Nazi was in perfect health. After reporting back to Yi Xiao, she took the blushing, head-down Xue Nazi by the hand and exited the room. "Are you satisfied now?" Banmu chuckled. Seeing the outcome, Yi Xiao felt somewhat bewildered, realizing that his concern had led to chaos. Old Deng, do you have anything to say? Lu Yun had no fondness for the old man who had accused him without cause. Clenching his fists, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and bowed deeply to Lu Yun. I apologize for my impatience. I misunderstood you. Straightening up, Yi Xiao produced a black business card embossed with silver lettering from his pocket and presented it to Lu Yun. As compensation, I am willing to assist you with something that will not harm the Jeju family. Observing the offered card, Lu Yun did not take it. Instead, he lifted his head high and rubbed his face. Oh dear, why does my face hurt so much? He remarked, glancing at Banmu, who was suppressing laughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao felt a dull ache in his own waist. However, recognizing his fault in the matter, he knew he had to concede to Lu Yun's apparent attempt at extortion. Otherwise, his reputation for being ungrateful would surely spread throughout the dark world. Twice, Yi Xiao stated. Glancing at Banmu, who remained unresponsive, Lu Yun still did not accept the card, instead scratching his head in frustration. I remember someone said I was born a beast. Who was that? This remark left Yi Xiao exasperated. 3 times. He gritted his teeth and continued. Just as Lu Yun was about to say more, Banmu interjected. Ahem, that's enough. After all, he is the leader of the Night Walkers. Show some respect. Hearing Banmu's words, Lu Yun reluctantly accepted the card and said, Receiving this gift does not mean I have forgiven you, you know? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao nearly lost his temper. When had his favors become so cheap? Rolling his eyes at Lu Yun, Yi Xiao addressed Banmu and Demu. Since the matter has been resolved, I shall not linger here any longer. I will take little Shui and return. With that, he began to lead the cloaked shadowy figure downstairs. Just as they reached the stairway, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Yep, with a sudden cry from a Pokémon, a Zorua leaped from the arms of the shadowy figure and dashed towards Lu Yun. Both Dr. Demu and Banmu's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the Zorua on the ground. It actually hatched. Dr. Demu exclaimed, astonished. They had prepared for the possibility of losing the Pokémon egg on their journey. Yet here it was, not only intact, but hatched. Unlike Dr. Demu, Banmu's brow furrowed slightly. No, this situation suggests it hatched prematurely. He pointed to the faint, almost invisible mist surrounding Zorua. Following Banmu's observation, Dr. Demu also noticed the nearly imperceptible black mist. Cradling the Zorua, which he had fought to rescue, Lu Yun affectionately patted its head. Just as he was about to escalate their intimacy, Yi Xiao interrupted. All right, you've held it and petted it. Now please return the Pokémon to us. Little Shui is still waiting downstairs. Although Lu Yun felt a twinge of reluctance to part with the Zorua, he considered that it truly belonged to Yi Xiao. And thus he closed his eyes and extended it towards him. Just as Yi Xiao reached out to take it, the Zorua, which had been akin to a little puppy moments ago, suddenly transformed into a fierce beast and lunged at Yi Xiao's hand. Caught off guard, Yi Xiao suffered a bite from the unexpected assault. Ha! Banmu's laughter echoed through the room. The renowned leader of the Night Walkers had suffered so many misfortunes that night in this small pasture. What a tale that would send shivers through many. In the face of Banmu's mockery, Yi Xiao remained silent, merely wiping the blood from his fingers, his expression darkening as he prepared to retrieve the Zorua once more. Wait, what do you mean your Pokémon? I think this Zorua shares a bond with Lu Yun. Why not let it choose? Just as Yi Xiao's hand was about to reach Zorua, Banmu suddenly intervened. Indeed, we must adhere to the will of the spirits, Dr. Oak murmured instinctively, only to immediately regret his words. Glaring fiercely at Dr. Oak, Night Owl gritted his teeth and declared, Very well, then descend and allow this Zorua to choose its companion. Downstairs, Night Owl wore an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Yakina before him. Are you truly willing to give up? He glanced at the Zorua nestled in Lu Yun's embrace and recalled Lu Yun's actions prior to his unconsciousness. Yakina nodded resolutely. I concede. But Night Owl's urgency was palpable upon hearing this. All right, Grandpa Yi, I have stated my intention to withdraw. Yakina interrupted Night Owl, turning to Lu Yun to say, Please take good care of it. Lu Yun, looking at the Zorua in his arms, nodded earnestly. I will. Seeing Lu Yun's earnestness brought a faint smile to Yakina's face. Dr. Oak, however, scratched his head in vexation, tousling his hair into a disheveled state, and inquired, So, which of you two will go? Who goes? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Of course, both of you shall go. Banmu squinted his eyes at the two and stated. Unable to contain his curiosity amidst the cryptic conversation, Lu Yun asked, What are you talking about? What do you mean by both? In response to Lu Yun's inquiry, Banmu smiled and patted Lu Yun on the shoulder, saying, Congratulations, from this moment forth, you are officially summoned by the Alliance. Having devoured the exquisite pastries before him, Lu Yun let out a contented burp, feeling slightly embarrassed under the gazes of those around him, and offered an awkward smile. Who would have thought that the pastries made by the snow fairy would be so delectable? No wonder Yakina looked down upon his own noodles. Wiping his mouth, Liyun turned to the others and stated seriously, I agree to your proposal. I am willing to accompany Dr. Oak. At that moment, Liyun successfully accepted his new identity as Zoro's trainer. As for why he referred to himself as a temporary trainer, the reason was simple. Without the acknowledgement of Zoro's father, the powerful Zoroark residing in the evergreen forest, Liyun dared only to call himself a temporary trainer. Seeing Liyun's agreement, smiles spread across the faces of everyone except Night Owl. Chapter 62. The Mission of the Hound. What shall become of my ranch? Liyun continued to inquire. It is worth noting that being a temporary trainer is no easy feat. It entails following Dr. Oak into the forest for negotiations. Any concerns Liyun had were promptly addressed. No worries, during your absence, I will dispatch someone to manage your ranch. Banmu waved his hand dismissively, assuring Liyun to follow along, as he would oversee the ranch. Dr. Oak chimed in, rest assured, I will contact someone shortly. And there will be dedicated personnel to care for the Pokémon at your ranch. Even Yakina generously offered to contact her family to send someone to assist with the ranch. With such an abundance of assurances, Liyun readily agreed. Taking a sip of the milkshake made by the snow fairy, Liyun remarked, so, there will be others accompanying me this time? At this, Night Owl was the first to respond, you, Little Snow, that unreliable old man, and Ghost Grandpa. And Dizzer. Banmu added. However, Banmu's statement was quickly met with Night Owl's objections. What is he going to do? Under what capacity is he coming along? In response to Night Owl's question, Banmu merely glanced at the mischievous Jengar, who was floating in the air, repeatedly devouring and regurgitating food, and retorted, what identity does he possess to accompany us? Night Owl, eyeing the playful Jengar, felt his composure waver. Little Snow's bodyguard. Coincidentally, Dizzer happens to be Liyun's bodyguard. Banmu chuckled lightly. Observing Banmu's relentless attempts to include others in the team, Night Owl chose not to argue further, as he found himself lacking valid reasons to contest. Feeling somewhat hurt by the apparent distrust from the two, Dr. Oak interjected, have you considered my feelings while discussing this in my presence? The only response he received was two exasperated eye rolls. After finalizing the specific participants, Banmu and Night Owl took their leave. After bidding farewell to Banmu and Night Owl, Liyun stifled a yawn, cradling Zorua as he returned to the second floor. Time for sleep. As Liyun departed, Yakina accompanied Jengar and the snow fairy back to her own room. Patting Dizzer on the shoulder, Dr. Oak kindly said, young man, you shall endure a long night tonight. Make sure to rest early, as we must rise early tomorrow. With that, he ascended the stairs, occupying the last side room. Gazing at the empty living room, along with the slumbering Dairubi and Rhydon on the floor, Dizzer couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, they were not to be trifled with. Outside the Nibi mountain range, Night Owl, just emerging from Liyun's ranch, stood impassively atop a wind ball, quietly observing the base on the ground. On the ground, numerous individuals dressed similarly to Night Owl were commanding a multitude of ghost-type Pokémon, launching a fierce assault on a base partially embedded in the mountainside. Explosions, shouts of battle, and cries for mercy intertwined in a cacophony of chaos. Occasionally, figures would burst forth from the base, attempting to flee into the sky on flying Pokémon, only to be met by the waiting Dream Demon forces. As shadowy orbs rained down, those who had narrowly escaped the base could only resign themselves to their fate. As the sounds of battle began to subside, the mountains returned to their former tranquility, save for the scattered remains of the fallen. With an ominous wave of energy, Night Owl's words prompted the cloaked dark spirit nearby to unleash a beam of destruction. As the ray swept through, the base that had stood for countless years was obliterated from existence. Taking out a pocket watch, Night Owl glanced at it in the dim light of the night before departing the scene. He still had unfinished business. At a campsite near the edge of the evergreen forest, the tranquility of the night was shattered as a multitude of individuals clad in various garments, yet wearing identical masks flooded in. The campsite, still enveloped in slumber, was about to meet its end. What are you doing? Our hounds have no enmity with your group. Why launch a surprise attack on us? A man, clad in attire guarded by a trio of dragon knights, shouted at a figure in a tree-patterned mask. No enmity. The masked man burst into laughter, his eyes glinting with mockery. You dare speak of no enmity after provoking the doctor? Charizard, unleash your flames. With the masked man's command, a fierce battle erupted in their midst. Faced with the sudden onslaught, although the hound members initially suffered heavy losses, they soon exhibited remarkable combat prowess during the ensuing skirmish. Bellossom, use Energy Ball on the Exploud. Victory Bell, unleash Leaf Storm on the Exploud. Exploud, Super Horn Attack, finish it. In the midst of a skirmish, a trio from the hound team executed a masterful counterattack. skillfully leveraging the herbivorous nature of the exploding head buffalo. With a mighty charge propelled by the augmented buffalo, the once formidable Venusaur, a bastion of destruction, was rendered powerless in an instant. However, before the trio could revel in their victory, they were annihilated by an unforeseen torrent of water, leaving only a vast crater in their wake. With this formidable artillery support, the forces of Sinra began to encircle the remaining members of the Hound team. Do not rejoice too soon. One day, my silver-gray strength shall exact vengeance upon you. With this declaration, the unconscious three-headed dragon was stowed away, and a steel wing and several mischievous eggs were unleashed. As the eggs detonated, the steel wing carried me away, amidst a cacophony of explosions. Silver Gray seized the opportunity to mount the steel wing, soaring into the horizon. Observing the fleeing figure, the masked man chose not to pursue. Instead, he commanded the Charizard to pounce upon the remnants of the Hound team. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking roused Sasaki Masayoshi from his slumber. Groggy as he sat up in bed, he cast an impatient glance at the elderly butler before inquiring, "What is the matter? Disturbing my dreams at such a late hour?" The butler, with a cautious demeanor, replied, "Our 6 kennels have been attacked, save for one trainer who escaped. The rest were completely obliterated." Upon hearing this news, Sasaki Masayoshi's demeanor shifted. Who was responsible? He demanded, now alert. From the evidence gathered, 3 kennels were assaulted by the Night Stalkers and 3 by the Sinra faction. The butler respectfully reported. At the mention of these 2 factions, Sasaki Masayoshi leaned back against the headboard, unconcerned as he remarked, "Then it is of no consequence. Merely retaliation. A few dogs have perished, but we can always procure more. You may handle this matter as you see fit." After a brief pause, he continued, "Tomorrow morning, send those stones we acquired from Kalos to Kikuko, and ensure that the land deed is delivered to the Uki family. When you arrive, no need for lengthy explanations, simply drop off the gifts and leave." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the butler. As for the trainer who escaped, let him establish a new kennel in Hoenn for now. He needn't return anytime soon. With that, Sasaki Masayoshi buried himself under the covers, drifting back into a deep slumber. As the butler exited the room, he pondered, are hounds not meant to perish for their masters during the hunt? Chapter 1. The Tokiwa Forest. Ruby, run, Lu Yun. Bull, run, Lu Yun. Suddenly, the slumbering Darubii and the rhinoceros Pokémon jolted awake, issuing a belated alarm. Their piercing cries soon roused Dizzer from his repose. Spotting Dizzer on the sofa, the rhinoceros Pokémon and Darubii rushed to his side, urging him to ascend to the 2nd floor and rescue Lu Yun. It's fine, it's fine. Lu Yun is in no danger. Last night was all a misunderstanding." Yawning, Dizzer patted the 2 Pokémon reassuringly. However, in the face of Dizzer's comfort, the 2 remained on high alert. Just as the 2 Pokémon steeled themselves for a daring rescue, the others, awakened by the commotion, began to descend the staircase. Upon seeing the ghostly figure trailing behind the group, Darubii bared its teeth and dashed protectively in front of Lu Yun. Scooping up Darubii, Lu Yun patiently began to explain the events of the previous night. After his clarification, Darubii finally relaxed. At that moment, the ghost Pokémon unexpectedly spat out a saliva-coated black eye, which floated towards Darubii. Despite its initial reluctance, Darubii donned the black glasses presented by the ghost. It was unclear whether the Pokémon possessed pure hearts or if the ghost's social skills were simply exceptional, but soon, under the playful onslaught of the ghost's gift, all Pokémon present, including the rhinoceros Pokémon and Dizzer, were joyfully engaged in play. After finishing a plate of fried eggs, Lu Yun cast an envious glance at the Snow Woman, who was busy packing supplies. Family, who truly understands. A Pokémon that can care for its trainer is worth its weight in gold. All right, they should be arriving soon, Doctor. Okito interjected. Lu Yun, come with me. Let us meet the individuals who will be managing the ranch in the coming days. Retrieving his gaze from the Snow Woman, Lu Yun followed Dr. Okito outside, where a young woman and 2 young men awaited. The woman stepped forward as Dr. Okito emerged. Doctor, we are not late, are we? Not at all. I appreciate your efforts last night, Dr. Okito replied with a wave of his hand. In the presence of the amiable elder, the girl, who had experienced a night of carnage, felt her aura of menace dissipate. Not at all. It is our privilege, she remarked, turning to Lu Yun. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Duyuan, and I will be assisting you with ranch management in the coming days. She gestured to the 2 strikingly similar young men behind her. The one with blue hair is Meow, and the one with red hair is Yin. Casting a glance at the twin brothers, who resembled guardians, Lu Yun nodded and addressed Duyuan. I entrust the ranch to you for the next few days. He proceeded to outline the necessary tasks for the ranch, emphasizing the importance of the tree fruit seedlings. Once Lu Yun had finished his instructions, Snow Nico and the others emerged from the cabin, ready to depart. Are we setting off now? Snow Naiko, dressed casually and donning a sun hat, inquired of Dr. Okido. Glancing at Lu Yun, Dr. Okido replied, Lu Yun, return to gather your belongings. Snow Naiko and I will retrieve the supplies. Let us convene at the ranch entrance shortly. Nodding in agreement, Lu Yun returned inside to pack his luggage. Though he called it packing, there was little to prepare. He quickly bundled a few articles of clothing before heading to the bug room, collecting the produced bandages for future use. He instructed the green caterpillars to refrain from spinning silk for the time being. He then selected a particularly robust green caterpillar and tucked it into his pocket. After all, having a doctor on hand is always wise. Bidding farewell to the remaining 9 green caterpillars, Lu Yun mounted the rhinoceros Pokémon, taking Darubii with him, and cradled the still infant Solgaleo as they made their way to the ranch entrance. At the ranch entrance, Dr. Okido stood contemplatively before 4 containers adorned with chrysanthemum patterns. I'm here. Where are the supplies? I believe I can lend a hand. Lu Yun approached, cradling Solgaleo, only to sense an unsettling atmosphere. Oh no, could this be the supplies we were meant to take? At this moment, Lu Yun also noticed 4 containers adorned with chrysanthemum patterns at the entrance. Doctor. Oki nodded with some difficulty and spoke. Indeed, these are the supplies that Jizi airlifted from Ziyuan town last night for her precious granddaughter. She specifically instructed us to bring everything. We cannot let her granddaughter suffer any deprivation. Upon hearing this, Juju Shuanai's head nearly buried itself in her chest. Her face flushed with embarrassment. In contrast, the snow demoness wore an expression of entitlement, even expressing dissatisfaction at the seemingly meager offerings. However, can we possibly manage to carry them all? Glancing at his frail and ailing companions, Lu Yun felt a deep sense of skepticism. At that moment, the recently revived Gingue emerged from Shuanai's shadow, gazing at everyone with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing Gingue, Dr. Oki instantly perked up. Hee, given our long acquaintance, could you lend a little assistance? Dr. Oki approached Gingue with a slightly mischievous demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Gingue reluctantly nodded. Gung. After receiving Gungue's response, Dr. Oki pointed at the 4 containers and said, could you help carry these supplies? Seeing that Dr. Oki intended to have him carry all 4 containers, Gungue quickly shook his head. Gung. That's too much. I might break. Observing Gungue's evident reluctance, Dr. Oki suddenly changed his tone. Oh, poor little Shui. What will she do without these supplies on the road? You wouldn't want anything to happen to her, would you? Hearing this, Gungue calmed down, casting a sidelong glance at Shuanai before letting out a sigh. Gung, well, if it's for little Shui, I suppose it's not out of the question. With that, his body began to swell, and in no time, he transformed into a colossal Gungue. Gigantamax? Lu Yun exclaimed as he witnessed Gungue's sudden enlargement. The giant Gungue approached the containers, opened its cavernous mouth, and began devouring them one by one. After consuming the containers, Gungue visibly shrank in size. Burp. Patting its belly, Gungue belched before diving back into Shuanai's shadow. Well then, let us set off. Dr. Oki clapped his hands and announced to the somewhat astonished crowd. Chapter 2. I call this coordination. At this moment, the almost invisible Dais raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. Are we really going to walk all the way into the depths of the Tokiwa forest? Dais's question hit the nail on the head, as although Lu Yun's ranch was indeed quite close to the Tokiwa forest, traversing into its depths on foot would prove quite challenging. Not at all, Dr. Oki chuckled, shaking his head as he retrieved 5 miniature Pokeballs from his pocket. We will, of course, ride our Pokemon in. He then distributed the Pokeballs, even giving one to the snow demoness. Noticing the chrysanthemum design on the Pokeballs, Lu Yun realized this was yet another of Jizi's contributions. As everyone released the Pokemon from their Pokeballs, for Rapidash appeared before them. Dais watched in awe as the fully equipped and exceptionally friendly Rapidash approached. If I could just snag one of these, I wouldn't have to ride that stinky bat on missions with Poison Snake anymore. As Lu Yun stroked the soft and smooth coat of the Rapidash, he couldn't help but admire Jizi's generosity. Although he lacked clarity regarding the strength of Pokemon, it was evident from the impressive physiques of these Rapidash that they were formidable. Oh, how marvelous it would be if they were entrusted to a capable trainer. They could serve as the main force. Dr. Oki lamented, reproaching Jizi for her lack of consideration. Wouldn't it be a bit much for Shuanai to ride a Rapidash? Lu Yun suddenly pondered. After all, this Rapidash stood a staggering 18 meters tall, and allowing a 14-year-old girl to mount it posed certain dangers. However, when Lu Yun's gaze shifted to Shuanai, he immediately felt a pang of self-reproach. Could her grandmother have not foreseen this? Unlike the Rapidash that Lu Yun and the others had, Shuanai was presented with a small Ponyta, and a Galarian Ponyta at that. Watching Shuanai bond with the small Ponyta before her, Lu Yun felt a twinge of discomfort. It was important to remember that this was not the era depicted in anime, where one could just set off on a whim to travel to other regions. The exchanges between various leagues were still rather insular. Yet, in such circumstances, Jeezy had managed to procure a regional variant of Ponaida from the distant Galar region for Shiwanai. Is that a regional variant Ponaida? Dr. Oki exclaimed, suddenly realizing the uniqueness of the small Ponaida. He hurried over. Goodness. I remember that the league delegation brought back only 4 from Galar. How is there one here? Upon hearing Dr. Oki's words, Lu Yun understood. This Ponaida was yet another of Jeezy's coordinating feats. Shua, what are you doing? Just as everyone was admiring the Ponaida, the snow demoness clashed with her Rapidash. As she attempted to climb onto its back, the Rapidash playfully bucked her off, sending her tumbling to the ground. Gong. We're both Pokémon. Who are you to ride me? Only humans can ride me. Unyielding, the snow demoness retaliated with an ice beam, striking the defiant Rapidash squarely in the face. Shua, that S for this. Following the icy reprimand, the Rapidash's demeanor shifted, its eyes clearing. After resolving this kerfuffle, the group, under Dr. Oki's guidance, encircled Shiwanai and set forth towards the Tokiwa forest. One could not deny that the trained Rapidash ran smoothly. Even with Lu Yun cradling Zorua in one arm, he managed to ride comfortably. Have we settled everything? Jeezy asked nonchalantly, pruning the potted plant before her while addressing the night owl, who was drinking from a cup. The night owl downed the tea in one gulp, nodding with dark circles under its eyes. Yes, last night, in collaboration with Senro, we managed to uproot nearly all of the Houndoom-S bases in the Johto region. Jeezy nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with the night owl's response. Since this matter is resolved, let us attend to another task. We need to deal with those youngsters in the tower, as well as their families. Understood, the night owl replied instinctively before pausing. Isn't that a bit excessive? After all, we are allies. Allies? Jeezy's eyes narrowed. When they conspired against my granddaughter, did they consider us allies? Do you really think that a dominant Pokemon egg can be so easily hatched? Do you think the Houndoom simply stumbled upon this? Since they seem intent on their demise, then I shall oblige them. Observing Jeezy's resolute demeanor, the night owl wished to offer counsel, but found no words, silently retreating. Gazing at the sky, the night owl sighed. A horde of pests. Such fools are not worth my time. Dingling. As soon as the night owl departed, Kikuko's phone began to ring. What? A little fire horse? Embezzlement? Am I that kind of person? I call it coordination. That was an interregional Pokemon field adaptability test. You don't believe me? Professor Oak can corroborate. How long? Don't worry, it will be swift, especially with Professor Oak accompanying. Once the experimental results are in, it will be returned. With a few choice words, she dismissed the personnel from the Alliance laboratory and continued pruning the potted plant before her. I have bled for the Alliance. I have exerted effort for the Alliance. What of it if my granddaughter borrows a little fire horse from you? At this moment, Lu Yun and his companions had just entered the Viridian Forest when they encountered their first dilemma. Before them stood an Apom, which had emerged from nowhere. Regarding Lu Yun and his friends as prey, the group was taken aback. Has he always been this brave? He asked. They had taken great care to apply a considerable amount of repellent spray on themselves before entering the forest to avoid such troubles. These sprays were crafted to mimic the scent of Pokemon at the leader level. The little Apom before them, not even at the leader level, dared to obstruct their path, presenting only 2 possibilities. Either it was a ruler or a fool. Regarding the classification of Pokemon levels, Lu Yun had only learned from Professor Oak that morning. According to the Alliance's current delineation, Pokemon levels are classified from highest to lowest as follows: Legendary, Dominant, Leader, Elite, and Ordinary. The Legendary level encompasses those mythical Pokemon, such as the legendary birds and Ho-Oh, characterized by their dominion over certain powers. The Dominant level represents the ultimate achievement for the majority of Pokemon, distinguished by their dominant aura. Those who have mastered this aura can perform many unexpected maneuvers through manipulation of this unfathomable energy field, including but not limited to forcibly commanding weaker kin, diminishing incoming attacks, and enhancing their own energy. Pokemon at the leader level, like those at the dominant level, also exhibit significant traits. The most discernible characteristic is a tangible energy mist that faintly envelopes their bodies, and their physiques tend to be more imposing than their peers. The distinction between elite and ordinary is far more nebulous, as the criteria for these 2 levels hinge on a Pokemon's mastery of its own energy and skills. A Pokemon that can deftly wield its inherent skills may be classified as elite. This is the current convoluted and unclear classification system within the Pokemon world. Chapter 3, The Wind Rises. Just as the Snow Woman, mounted upon her Rapidash, raised her hand to unleash a Shadow Ball to deal with the oblivious Apom, Jengar, affectionately referred to as Old Master, wobbled out from the shadow of Shanai. Ghost, hold on. Preventing the snow woman's attack, Jengar began to rummage through Shanai's shadow. Before long, it emerged with a bruised and dispirited Ghastly in hand. Observing the pitiful state of Ghastly, Shanai was taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be training? How did it end up like this? Little Ghastly, what happened to you? Upon hearing Shanai's words, Ghastly struggled to lift its head. How it managed this without a neck is a mystery, and with a woeful tone, it replied, "It's all right. I can still go on. I just regret that I couldn't protect you." With a swift slap that sent Ghastly tumbling, Jengar interjected, "Defeat that Apom, and the subsequent training sessions will be cancelled. Otherwise, it will be doubled." Upon hearing that victory would grant him a reprieve from training, Ghastly instantly perked up and floated defiantly toward the Apom. Faced with the sight of the beleaguered Ghastly, Apom displayed a hint of disdain. Though Apom had recently hatched, its formidable poison typing had allowed it to face and defeat stronger foes since birth. This was precisely why it dared to confront Lu Yun and his companions. However, the moment Ghastly learned that winning meant skipping training, it disregarded any semblance of respect and launched a nightshade attack. Despite Apom's battle-hardened experience, it could not evade the sudden, non-contact assault. Apom. Although the damage inflicted by Ghastly's attack was minimal, it was a significant affront to Apom's pride. Apom's abdomen slightly swelled, and a jet of black-purple venom erupted from its mouth, a corrosive liquid. As the corrosive liquid approached, Ghastly did not shy away. Rather, it wore a mocking grin. When two Pokémon of the same poison-type battle, the one with stronger toxicity is immune to the weaker's poison attacks. Unfortunately for Apom, Ghastly, as a descendant of a dominant-level Pokémon, possessed a toxicity far superior to that of the Apom that had appeared from nowhere. Opening its mouth, Ghastly swallowed the incoming toxic liquid and promptly retaliated with a venomous response directed at the grounded Apom. In a similar vein, Apom, being a poison-type Pokémon, stubbornly believed it would remain unaffected by the poison. Thus, it carelessly imitated Ghastly and ingested the toxic fluid. However, in the next moment, Apom regretted its decision. The moment Apom swallowed the venom, it began to writhe on the ground, gradually transforming into a puddle of blood. Seeing its opponent vanquished through its own folly, Ghastly joyfully floated back to Jengar's side, seeking praise. The only response it received was Jengar's merciless slap and a furious reprimand. "Who told you to use your mouth for the attack? Training is doubled, and the holiday is cancelled." With that, Jengar shoved Ghastly back into Shanai's shadow and leapt in after it, disappearing from view. In the mountains near Shallow Red City, the fog was denser than elsewhere, lingering even as the sun climbed high in the sky, casting a thin veil over the peaks. Through the ethereal mist, one could vaguely discern ancient houses nestled deep within the mountains. These antiquated structures were interconnected, forming a collective dwelling. The master of this secluded enclave was none other than the Kawato family, once formidable a century ago. Time is a sharp blade that cuts through all splendor. The illustrious Kawato family, who had dominated for 100 years, had finally reached its inevitable conclusion. Why? Why have you done this? Dressed in a kimono, clad in wooden sandals, and sporting a topknot, Kawato Kaido, wielding a katana, glared furiously at the night owl before him. Just moments ago, this once esteemed guest of his family had barged in unannounced, mercilessly slaying 5 elders, including his father, along with their Pokémon. In that instant, he realized that the Kawato family was doomed. He had considered the possibility of the family's downfall, but never imagined it would occur at his own hands. Nor did he foresee that the Joju clan would be the harbingers of their demise. However, the fury of the weak is destined to go unheard. The response to his lament was not words from the night owl, but a barrage of shadow balls. A deluge of shadowy orbs was hurled from the hands of the nocturnal specter, crashing into the ancient courtyard and engulfing all within. "Ah, I have slain you." The anguished cries of his kin echoed in his ears as Chuanza Jianghai ultimately brandished his blade against the night owl before him. The flame-wreathed fist. In the face of absolute power, even the mightiest courage becomes but a fleeting illusion. The moment Chuanza Jianghai's charred corpse fell to the ground, the Jiangzi family, which had endured for a century, vanished utterly from the realm of mortals. Perhaps in the future, someone may stumble upon this desolate ruin and unearth this concealed history. But assuredly, that moment is not now. Brushing the dust from his face, the night owl gazed silently at the burning ancient edifices. A wind was about to rise. In the clearing of the Tokawaka forest, a distant melody of birdsong wafted through the air, while a pair of fairies flitted past the camp of Lu Yun and his companions. Too fearful to linger. Sipping a steaming bowl of creamy mushroom soup, Lu Yun regarded the distant scenery, feeling as if he were on a delightful excursion. During their midday respite, Lu Yun discovered the abundance of supplies that Kikuko had prepared for her granddaughter. From daily necessities to materials for constructing makeshift shelters, Kikuko had crammed everything into a container and dispatched it, fearful that her granddaughter might suffer even the slightest discomfort in the outside world. Brother Liyun, eat this. Accepting the grilled tail of a dada beast handed to him by Yukinako, Liyun silently critiqued the corruption of capitalism before savoring the delicacy. The culinary prowess of the snow fairy, honed under the tutelage of esteemed masters, transformed the dada beast's tail into a dish that was rich yet not greasy, dissolving upon contact. Just as everyone had their fill and prepared to resume their journey, a mass of dark clouds drifted ominously from the distance. "It seems we must halt here for today," remarked Professor Okido, glancing at the encroaching clouds with a shrug. "Quickly assemble the shelter, or we shall be drenched." Upon hearing these words, the group hurried to the recently released container, retrieving modules for constructing their shelter. Professor Okido also summoned 2 fairies to assist. United in purpose, they swiftly erected a modest abode capable of sheltering them from the rain. As the shelter was completed, the dark clouds loomed directly overhead, and in an instant, torrential rain began to pour. Chapter 4, Sovereign and King. By the flickering light of the fire, 2 fairies engaged in a fierce struggle, captivating the attention of all present. While Liyun gleaned insights into the differing rules of competition, the clouds that had gathered at noon, though swift in arrival, lingered until dusk before gradually dissipating. As Liyun and his companions toiled, they cleared a patch of dry ground for their cooking equipment. "Done. A job well executed," Liyun declared, placing the stove at its designated spot. Thanks to the ample supplies, Liyun and his friends could utilize a stove in the wilderness, enjoying exquisite dishes. After assisting in arranging the cooking gear, the remaining tasks were entrusted to the snow fairy, allowing Liyun and his companions to await dinner with peace of mind. "Shall we explore the vicinity of the camp?" Yukinako proposed suddenly. At the suggestion, Liyun felt a stir of excitement. Such splendid natural scenery was a rare sight indeed. "No, Yukinako," the snow fairy interjected with a suddenly serious expression. Yukinako's face fell at the sternness of her tone, reluctantly taking a seat on a nearby chair. "Oh, don't be so serious. We have Gungue with us. It will be fine," Professor Okido reassured, noticing Yukinako's sullen demeanor. Gungue, who was training with Gungsi nearby, patted its chest, affirming, "With me here, no one can harm little Yuki." Casting a glance at Gungsi, the snow fairy hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in acquiescence. With this approval, Yukinako leaped from her chair in jubilant excitement. "Brother Liyun, let us go together." "Of course." Liyun readily agreed, then beckoned to the busy Dais. Thus, the trio ventured into the nearby woods, escorted by Gungue. Holding the slumbering Soroya in his arms, Liyun observed the surrounding environment. Being deep within the forest, even though the sun had just set, the ambience was already shrouded in dimness. Walking among the towering trees, Liyun felt a chill enveloping him. Having not ventured far, they soon heard the sounds of a skirmish in the distance. The signal from Dais prompted them to lower their footsteps and stealthily approach the source of the commotion. "Those tree fruits are ours," shouted a member of the monkey family. "What of it?" retorted a member of the Nidoran family. Upon reaching the edge of the clearing, Liyun beheld a dozen fairies encircling a fruit tree, tensions running high. The fairies were divided into 2 factions: the monkey family, led by a fiery Monferno, and the Nidoran family, led by a Nidoqueen. Numerically, the monkey family held the advantage, boasting 3 more fairies than their Nidoran counterparts. "Does that mean you're going to steal?" the Monferno bellowed, rallying its 8 companions with enthusiastic cries. "And what if we do?" the Nidoqueen countered defiantly. Just as the 2 factions seemed poised for conflict, Yukinako suddenly leaped forth. "Don't fight. You'll get hurt. Why not share the fruits?" Liyun and Dais were momentarily taken aback, questioning whether Yukinako truly understood the gravity of her actions. Did she intend to mediate a gang feud? Yet, what transpired next confirmed that Yukinako, indeed, possessed the ability to quell the impending clash. Gungue, who had been hovering by Yukinako's side, floated out to stand beside her in solidarity. "Who is this human?" the Nidoran questioned, bewildered. "It must be your doing," the Monferno accused. As Yukinako emerged, what had been a fierce confrontation between the Monferno and Nidoqueen abruptly ceased, both turning their gazes toward her. "First, let us deal with this human," the Monferno shouted. "Yes, he must be here to steal our fruits," the Nidoqueen echoed. In an instant, the 2 factions reached a consensus and joined forces against Yukinako. However, the next moment would see both fairies regretting their rashness. Gungue's eyes glinted with mischief as he witnessed the attack aimed at Yukinako. Energy began to envelop his form, and as it fully enveloped him, all present found themselves compelled to bow to the ground. Even Liyun felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. The slumbering Soroya in his arms stirred awake in shock. "The sovereign," At this moment, Nidalino, prostrate on the ground, suddenly recalled the days of his youth when he was still known as Nidoran. He had followed his father, a formidable Nidoking, and experienced such an imposing aura at the heart of the evergreen forest. It was then that he understood the reason behind the esteemed position of the Nidoran clan within the forest, the presence of that king deep within the woods. Nidoking, noble sovereign, I mean no disrespect to your majesty. I implore you to show mercy. I am willing to withdraw from this contest for sustenance. He tremulously addressed the floating Jengar above him. Yet, his words were destined to go unanswered. This is yours. This is yours. At that moment, Yukinako approached with an ample collection of berries, distributing them before the explosive monkey and Nidalino. However, Nidalino felt no inclination towards the fruits before him. All he desired was to flee from this place, to put as much distance as possible between himself and it, never to return. Soon, Yukinako evenly placed the berries before the two Pokémon. All right, take your berries and depart. May you coexist peacefully henceforth. At this, the two Pokémon felt an immediate release of pressure and promptly leaped away, darting into the distant woods. GGG gasped. Do you not understand human speech? Upon hearing Jengar's words, the fleeing Pokémon froze in their tracks, trembling as they hesitantly turned back to retrieve their share of berries from the ground. GGG gasped. I haven't had my meal yet. Realizing that their leader had yet to eat, the two Pokémon quickly gestured for their subordinates to place the berries back down, then, after a moment's hesitation, nervously took one berry and fled without looking back. Observing the explosive monkey and Nidalino who had only taken a single berry before departing, Yukinako pondered aloud. Will they truly be satiated? Why did they not take the remainder with them? Gasped. One is sufficient for them. Their appetites are modest, and the leftovers are a gift for the benevolent you. Jengar gently patted Yukinako's head, speaking tenderly. Picking up the fallen berries, Yukinako was filled with joy. Kindness is rewarded. I adore mediating disputes among Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Dies, who was nearby, twitched his face in disbelief. Did you often do this in the past? Luyan inquired. Yukinako nodded. Indeed, back home, I frequently mediated the conflicts of the Pokémon in the back mountains. They were always quite accommodating. With this revelation, Lu Yun's eyelids twitched. If he was not mistaken, Yukinako's so-called back mountains must refer to Jiku's backyard. How could one refuse the princess's assistance? Did they wish to be cast out? Chapter 5. Lu Yun vs. Yukinako. Jengar. Fight to the bitter end. At the campsite, crackling embers danced around the bonfire as Professor Oak and the Frostlass were intently listening to Yukinako recount the recent events. Kindness is rewarded. Jengar truly did not deceive me. Displaying the berries in her arms to Professor Oak and Frostlass, Yukinako was overwhelmed with delight. As Frostlass accepted the berries, she discreetly shot a glare at the Jengar hiding behind Yukinako, forming a silent reprimand. Let us see how you explain this to Jiku. In response to Frostlass's threat, Jengar remained unfazed, casually teasing guys. All right, let us eat first. Professor Oak interjected diplomatically. With a glance at Yukinako, Frostlass decided to postpone addressing Jengar's accountability. Under Frostlass's guidance, everyone quickly settled at the table prepared beside the bonfire. Perhaps due to their wilderness surroundings, tonight's dinner was rather modest, comprising merely 8 dishes. Including the fruit platter Yukinako had brought back, the total came to 9. Sated and content, Lu Yun sat in his chair, feeding his Solgaleo milk while observing the Pokémon dining across the fire. It was undeniable that although their party was small, a multitude of Pokémon had gathered. Beneath the bonfire, there were at least 20 Pokémon feasting together. The most conspicuous among them were Professor Oak's Dragonite, Dies' Alakazam, Jengar, and Frostlass's Rapidash. Perhaps due to having offended Frostlass, Rapidash's meal was not only scant, but also appeared exceedingly unappetizing, leaving its face alternating between shades of green and purple as it ate. Having finished his meal, Darubii, carrying a cater pie, approached Lu Yun's feet, casting a discontented gaze at the Solgaleo in his arms. It was known that prior to this day, he was the sole recipient of Lu Yun's affectionate embrace. Noticing Darubii's dissatisfaction, Lu Yun helplessly scooped the creature into his arms as well. Thus, the duo of black dogs filled Lu Yun's embrace, with the cater pie managing to find a perch on his shoulder. Guys, little Snow, save me. If this continues, I shall perish. Guys, he surely is not my biological father. No true father would torment his own child like this. Meanwhile, Guys, having temporarily evaded Jengar's clutches, lay on Yukinako's lap, weeping profusely. Since Jengar's arrival, Guys' days had turned dire, filled with rigorous training and scarce leisure. Observing the pitiful Guys, Yukinako remained silent, offering comfort. For how could a father truly harm his own son? After a brief period of weeping, Jengar approached, following the sound. GGG gasped. Hurry up and train. Do not let it be said that you are my son when you venture out. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. At that moment, the beleaguered guys chose to stand against his fate. Guys, no, I wish to play with little Snow. However, what ensued next imparted a profound lesson to guys. A father is a father, and a true father remains steadfast. One is destined to be a son from birth. Guys, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Father, spare me. The lamentations echoed through the forest, shrouded in night, lingering long after. The Pokémon who had ventured to unveil the secrets of the firelight fled in a panic, terrified by the cries of despair. GGG gasped. Suddenly, Gengar halted his actions. Lifting guys and gesturing towards Yukinako, who was grooming the Rapidash, then indicating Lu Yun, saying, "You and Yukinako shall team up to battle him. If you win, you shall not face the remainder of your punishment tonight. If you lose, the consequences will double." Upon hearing that he had only endured half of his punishment, Guy shed tears of joy. He promptly floated to Yukinako, tugging at her garment, pointing at Lu Yun. Guys, little Snow, please let us battle him. I beg you." Understanding Guy's earnest plea and noticing Lu Yun conversing with Gengar in the distance, Yukinako began to comprehend. "You wish to challenge that Darubi, do you?" She set down her comb and inquired. Guys nodded vigorously, affirming her assumption. At that moment, as Lu Yun tended to Darubi and Solgaleo, he suddenly felt an insistent voice resonate within his heart. "Fear not, young one, for I am your ghostly uncle." Regaining his composure, Lu Yun gazed at the Gung-Gue before him, realizing that he was indeed experiencing the legendary ability of telepathy. "Is there something you wish to convey?" Lu Yun pondered in his heart. "I wish to request that you, accompanied by your Darubi, engage in a battle with my utterly useless wayward son. Of course, it will not be without recompense." With that, Gung-Gue expelled 3 evil gems from his mouth, continuing, "Should you lose, you shall receive 1. Should you win, 2. And the more devastating the victory, the greater the prize." Upon beholding the evil gems in Gung-Gue's grasp, Lu Yun's calm demeanor was shattered. "Why didn't you mention such a delightful proposition sooner? Whether to dislocate an arm or a leg, I leave the decision to you." Thus, he promptly made his commitment. Hoisting Darubi high, Lu Yun exclaimed, "Darubi, let us seize this extraordinary fortune. Whether we dine on marrow broth or citrus fruit henceforth depends entirely on your performance this day." Soon, under Gung-Gue's orchestration, a grand battle was set to commence. The contenders were none other than the heiress of the Jiuju family, the granddaughter of Jiujuzi, Xuanizi, and the temporary trainer of the dominant youngling, Soroya, the promising newcomer, Lu Yun. The officiating referee was none other than the illustrious Pokémon professor of the league, the fiercest contender for the championship, Professor Oki. The assistant referee was equally distinguished, being the renowned psychic known as the Dream Master, DZ, who had made a name for himself in the Dark Realm. The medical team was led by the Snowy Maiden, accompanied by a leader-class Happiny, ready to provide aid to the battling Pokémon. As for the audience, they were somewhat insignificant, with only 2 dominant-level Pokémon present to bolster the spectacle. Before the campfire, this globally anticipated battle was on the verge of unfolding. Observing the eager Pokémon around him, Lu Yun swallowed his nervousness. "Darubi, give it your all. If we falter here, our meals for the next few days will be far from tranquil." Hearing this, Darubi surveyed the surrounding spectators and nodded resolutely. Any misstep could lead to relentless admonishment from these formidable figures. Having adjusted his mindset, Lu Yun turned to face Xuanizi and proposed, "Shall we begin with a coin toss?" As Professor Oki's coin fell, the first attacking party was revealed. It was Lu Yun. Chapter 6, Dragonite. "Oh ho, I am amused. Darubi, let us test him with a spark," Lu Yun commanded. Although Darubi held a type advantage in this battle, Lu Yun deemed it prudent to proceed with caution. At his behest, Darubi unleashed a burst of orange-yellow flames towards the floating Gung-Si. "Dodge and counter with a confuse ray," Xuanizi calmly instructed. Though she had not participated in many battles, as Jiujuzi's granddaughter, she was quick to respond. However, perhaps due to insufficient coordination with Gung-Si, despite her rapid command, Gung-Si hesitated, failing to execute the order immediately. In that brief moment of indecision, Darubi's spark struck Gung-Si directly. The searing flames crashed upon Gung-Si, causing the surrounding mist to ripple violently. Gung-Si, observing Gung-Si being struck by such flames, the Dragonite spectating nearby laughed heartily at Gung-Gue. "Oh ho, no wonder your son is so unreliable." This remark only deepened the frown upon Gung-Gue's already displeased countenance. In pain, Gung-Si quickly regained its composure and gathered a beam of light, shooting it towards the grounded Darubi. Lu Yun recognized that if Darubi were to be hit by this confused ray, their chances of victory would plummet. Despite the lack of synergy between Gung Si and Xuanizi, Gung Si's prowess as the son of a dominant Gung Gui remained intact, particularly in the execution of this skill. As the confused ray hurtled towards Dairubi, Lu Yun shouted, "Dodge as best you can, don't get hit." Though Dairubi instinctively began to reposition itself to evade the incoming attack, both Lu Yun and Dairubi underestimated Gung Si's proficiency with the skill. The confused ray was instantaneous in Gung Si's hands. No amount of repositioning could prevent Dairubi from being struck. Nonetheless, as a dark and fire-type Pokémon, Dairubi possessed some resistance to the ghost-type confused ray, and while it suffered an injury, it was not grievous. However, this injury significantly impacted the battle. Dairubi soon found itself in a dazed state, clearly affected by confusion. Bagging beast. I told you, we should have gone for a close-range brawl right from the start. Deny them any time to react. Nidoking, nonsense. You fool, that approach would have been foolish. First, bolster your defenses, then steamroll. Beautiful flower, enough bickering. I believe we should initiate a weather change. You two fools will never grasp the allure of a sunny day. As Dairubi succumbed to confusion, the observing Pokémon began to critique its blunder. Xuanizi quickly used Poison Jab, take advantage of its confusion to inflict poison. Naturally, Xuanizi was eager to capitalize on this opportunity to strike a fallen opponent. Upon hearing her command, Gung Si hesitated, opting not to follow her lead with Poison Jab, and instead executed a move known as Misfortune. Witnessing Gung Si's action, Xuanizi's face fell momentarily before she resigned herself to the situation. Although she had lived alongside Gung Si since childhood, this was her first experience battling together, and it was understandable that Gung Si might not heed her commands. Meanwhile, Dragonite found amusement in the scene, chuckling, "Oh Gung Gui, I'm laughing. Make sure your son studies the type effectiveness chart more thoroughly." As Dairubi endured the misfortune attack while caught in confusion, it sustained considerable damage. Although absolute type advantages did not exist in reality, some degree of resistance remained. Dairubi, despite its resistance, did not collapse under the assault of misfortune. Instead, it found fortuitous relief, shaking off the confusion. Shaking its somewhat dazed head, Dairubi turned to Lu Yun. Obscuring mist, blanket the arena. Lu Yun suddenly exclaimed. Unlike Xuanizi and Gung Si's partnership, Lu Yun and Dairubi had engaged in several battles together, allowing for a modicum of synergy. As Lu Yun's command left his lips, Dairubi expelled a thick cloud of black smoke from its mouth. The noxious mist enveloped the battlefield, obscuring visibility and concealing Gung Si from sight. Is this lad daft? Gung Si is not affected by poison. What's that? You underestimate our poison type? That's not what I meant. Nido, is that what you mean? Yangjila, are you looking for trouble? Nido, indeed. Yangjila, Nidoking, keep your wife in check. Nidoking, I cannot. I lack standing in the household. Yangjila. 6. As the ominous black mist enveloped the surroundings, Gui's vision began to blur gradually. Dairubi, just like last time, unleash the hellhound amidst the smoke. Lu Yun commanded. Nodding in acknowledgement, Dairubi promptly surged into the thick fog, relying on its acute sense of smell to locate Guis. Simultaneously, the dark malevolent energy began to gather upon its fangs, ever ready to strike. Do not panic. Move slowly toward the edge of the mist. At that moment, Xuanico's voice reached Gui's ears. This time, Guis did not resist the command. Instead, he chose to comply, cautiously inching toward the periphery of the black mist. However, the malevolent Dairubi had already stealthily approached. Guis. With a piercing shriek, Guis felt a sharp bite from Dairubi, which had suddenly lunged from the shadows. Without pausing for a moment, Dairubi turned and dashed back into the thick smoke, vanishing from sight, leaving Guis in a frenzy, angrily hurling the peculiar light in his grasp. As he calmed down, becoming more vigilant, Guis gradually moved outward. Xuanico's words had reminded him, halting his assault. But could Dairubi simply allow him that? Utilizing its keen sense of smell, Dairubi relentlessly ambushed Guis from the cover of the mist. Under normal circumstances, a ghost-type Pokémon would have succumbed after sustaining so many bites. Yet, as the offspring of a dominant lineage, Guis endured, though in a rather dire state. As time passed, the black fog began to dissipate. Unbeknownst to the frenzied Dairubi and Lu Yun, they failed to notice this subtle change and prepared for another ambush. Observing the thinning mist, Xuanico's lips curled into a faint smile. Now is the time. Chapter 7. I stand at last. Shao Si, unleash the peculiar light to your left. Xuanico suddenly shouted. After their recent synchronization, the rapport between Guis and Xuanico began to flourish. Just as her words fell, Guis released a rapid burst of peculiar light toward his left. At that moment, Dairubi, poised to pounce through the black mist, caught sight of the incoming light, and his expression soured dramatically. Suspended in midair, there was no escape for him. Gooies, gooies. Witnessing Delubi on the brink of being struck by the peculiar light, let out a joyful laugh. After enduring so many irritating ambushes, Gooies was finally on the verge of avenging himself, eliciting a sense of glee. In stark contrast to the exhilarated Gooies, Delubi's emotions were tumultuous. The prolonged ambush had drained his stamina significantly. Should he be hit by the peculiar light and succumb to confusion, this battle would inevitably conclude, rendering his efforts futile. Delubi. The airborne Delubi suddenly roared, quickly channeling the malevolent energy within, as a considerable amount of dark energy coalesced in his mouth. Facing the impending peculiar light, Delubi opted for a reckless strategy akin to last time's hypnosis, to take it head-on. However, Gooies was no mere hypno. Nor was the peculiar light comparable to Hypno's illusory beam. As the son of a dominant Jengar, Gooies' combat prowess far surpassed that of the hypnotic creature. Attempting to replicate such a reckless tactic would inevitably incur a heavy price for Delubi. As he prepared to bite and intercept Gooies' peculiar light, the onlooking Pokémon gasped in awe. Bagworm, has he lost his mind? Nidoking, good. He is a real man. Regardless of the outcome, I will stand by him. The moment the peculiar light collided with the dark energy Delubi had conjured, for bloodied fangs erupted from his mouth. Delubi crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. It worked, Luyan murmured. As the dust settled, Delubi, resilient, rose to his feet, though blood trickled from his maw, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, from the determination evident in his gaze, his fighting spirit remained unyielded. Thanks to the malevolent energy in his mouth, he had mitigated the effects of the peculiar light, avoiding confusion. Xiaoxi, do not give him a chance. Xuaniko, awakening from her shock, immediately urged Gooies. You're fast, but I'm faster. Before Xuaniko's reminder, Delubi had already received Lu Yun's warning ahead of time. Spark. Although Delubi had lost his fangs for biting, he could still attack using Spark. Fiery sparks coalesced in Delubi's mouth, which he then hurled forward, not one, but 3 bursts. At this moment, the fruits of Lu Yun's recent training came to light. 3 waves of sparks relentlessly soared toward Gooies. Had the battle just begun, Gooies might have evaded easily. Yet, having engaged in combat for an extended period, Gooies' energy was now waning due to the prior ambush. Just managing to dodge the first spark, Gooies ultimately had to endure the impact of the remaining 2. With an explosion of smoke, Gooies cried out in pain as he plummeted to the ground. The mist that had long shrouded him became increasingly thin, clearly indicating he was grievously injured. Xiaoxi. Seeing Gooies downed, Xuaniko exclaimed in alarm. Gooies, I'm fine. Gooies struggled to rise, though battered and bruised, he still held on, addressing Xuaniko from the sidelines. After comforting her, Gooies turned to Delubi, who was spitting blood on the ground, and provocatively shouted, Gooies, little black dog, is that it for you? Unfazed by Gooies' taunts, Delubi retorted defiantly, Delubi, let us fight again. Gooies replied, then let us see who can stand until the end. Observing the pitiful state of both Pokémon, Professor Okido, serving as the referee, prepared to step forward to halt the battle. Just as he was about to declare the match a draw, Dix beside him tugged at his sleeve. Don't rush. Wait a moment, Dix remarked, gesturing toward Lu Yun and Xuaniko, indicating Professor Okido to look. Perhaps influenced by the indomitable fighting spirit of the Pokémon. Both Lu Yun and Xuaniko were in a state of utmost seriousness, their faces etched with solemnity. Delubi, run while using Spark, wear him down. Xiaoxi, Toxic Spike. Almost simultaneously, as trainers, Lu Yun and Xuaniko shouted in unison. The 2 sprites, upon receiving their instructions, wasted not a moment and instantly engaged in a fierce confrontation. A handful of somewhat weaker sparks erupted from the mouth of Derubii as it dashed forward, relentlessly bombarding the airborne Ghastly. Meanwhile, torrents of purple venom continuously spewed forth from Ghastly, targeting the agilely moving Derubii. However, such consumption could not be sustained indefinitely. The stamina and energy of Pokémon are finite. Now is the moment. Charge in. Suddenly, Lu Yun shouted at the ever-dashing Derubii. Unbeknownst to them, Derubii had deftly maneuvered closer to Ghastly. Little C, unleashed the Venom Strike. Just as Derubii prepared to leap, Yakina commanded decisively towards Ghastly. A foul purple liquid surged from Ghastly's mouth, aimed directly at Derubii's face. Channel your maximum power into the sparks to evaporate the venom. The fiery energy within Derubii surged wildly, coalescing into a spark comparable to a weakened jet of flame, which collided with the toxic liquid. Amidst the crackling sounds of combustion and the noxious stench, Derubii emerged from the thick haze, resolutely pinning Ghastly beneath it. Deliver the final blow. The last remnants of its fire energy, drawn forth by Darubiai's dwindling will, erupted from its mouth. The grounded Ghastly, struck by a close-range spark, ultimately succumbed, collapsing to the ground with its eyes morphed into spirals. I, Ruby-Eye, am the one who stands victorious. After letting out a long howl towards the night sky, Darubi-Eye glanced at the worried Lu Yun outside the arena, smiled, and then fainted atop Ghastly's body. We won, Lu Yun. Chapter 8, The Town of Shinshin. With Ghastly losing its battle prowess first, Darubi-Eye emerged victorious in this duel. After Professor Okido announced the victory, Lu Yun and Yakaina swiftly rushed into the arena to lift their respective Pokémon. Leave it to me, Yakaina declared. We shall tend to our two brave warriors, chimed Happiny. Alongside the medical team, handing over the visibly poisoned Darubi-Eye to Happiny, Lu Yun said, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, Happiny replied, accompanied by Yakaina. Happiny entered the building, commencing treatment for the two Pokémon. Well fought, Professor Okido praised while patting Lu Yun on the shoulder. Thank you. In response to the professor's commendation, Lu Yun appeared somewhat subdued. Do not fret. Happiny has undergone training at the Joy family headquarters, ensuring impeccable medical skills, Doai's assured, approaching with his Jengar. Lu Yun merely nodded at Doai's comfort. His concern did not stem from Darubi-Eye's injuries, but rather from the precarious nature of their recent battle. Although Darubi-Eye had triumphed, Lu Yun understood it was a narrow victory. This one also highlighted a significant flaw in Darubi-Eye, a limited skill set. In the recent battle, while Ghastly adeptly employed the move Confuse Ray, it utilized various skills to adapt to the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Conversely, Darubi-Eye was restricted to using only Bite and Sparks. It was high time to develop new abilities. Lu Yun contemplated silently. All done. Happiny's voice jolted Lu Yun from his thoughts. As he gazed at the now-awake Darubi-Eye, he tenderly cradled it in his arms. Once we return, I shall prepare you some marrow broth. Hearing this, the somewhat lethargic Darubi-Eye let out a joyful call. In stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere between Lu Yun and Darubi-Eye, Ghastly found itself in dire straits. Ghastly, you dare disobey? Ghastly, you have lost, haven't you? Ghastly, have you disgraced me? Wielding a whip seemingly procured from nowhere, Jengar transformed into a formidable tyrant, relentlessly striking the recently revived Ghastly. Ghastly, I am sorry. Ghastly, how dare you cry? Witnessing Ghastly's tears, Jengar's fury intensified, and he raised his hand for another strike. Just as the whip was about to make contact with Ghastly, Yakaina suddenly dashed forward, embracing Ghastly and shielding it with her back from the impending blow. Realizing he had struck Yakaina, Jengar immediately snapped back to reality. Are you alright? After absorbing the blow, Ghastly rushed to check on Yukina's back. I'm fine, she reassured, shaking her head. Please don't punish little C. It was my poor command. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. Observing the tears in Yukina's eyes, yet her earnest demeanor, Jengar could only offer a wry smile. Very well, we shall heed Little Snow's wishes. Throughout their upbringing, whenever Ghastly misstepped or resisted training, it would invariably seek refuge with Yakaina. Each time, she would employ all manner of charms and cuteness to dissuade Jengar from imposing training or punishment. This is also the reason why Ghastly, despite being the progeny of a dominant Jengar with seemingly infinite resources, has yet to evolve. Come out, I shall heal your wounds. Jengar addressed Ghastly, hidden behind Yakaina. Upon hearing that his father would not punish him and would instead provide healing, Ghastly floated out from behind Yakaina. With a fierce glare, Jengar unceremoniously swallowed him whole. The treatment administered by Happiny was limited to healing external wounds. The internal energy conflict issue was beyond Happiny's concern, partly due to its minimal quantity, which Pokémon could absorb on their own, and partly due to the absence of equipment for treatment. However, the discomfort of internal energy clashes would certainly be unpleasant. Despite Jengar's earlier chastisement of Ghastly, it was merely a reflection of disappointment. He could not bear to watch his son suffer. After consuming Ghastly, Jengar began to channel his energy, aiding Ghastly in swiftly assimilating the residual energy within. Shortly thereafter, Ghastly was regurgitated, revitalized, and no longer in a state of lethargy. However, Jengar appeared somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. Good night, Little Snow. After bidding Yakaina good night, Jengar vanished into the shadows, leaving Ghastly in her care. Is this truly feasible? At that moment, Lu Yun, under Doai's guidance, was feeding Darubi-Eye the water extracted from the treatment bandage. Absolutely, Doai's confidently asserted. Darubi-Eye's injuries were already treated by Happiny. The current issue stems from the residual energy left by Ghastly during battle, causing a conflict. This bandage water is precisely what is needed to expel that energy. Once consumed, Darubi-Eye will be restored. Heeding Doai's words, Lu Yun administered the bandage water to Darubi-Eye. As the bandage water was consumed, Darubi let out a prolonged belch and energetically leaped from Lu Yun's embrace. To his surprise, there was no energy conflict. At that moment, Professor Okido and Shineko approached, each holding a bowl of brewed herbs. Upon seeing the lively Darubi on the ground, they exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps it was due to his good health, Lu Yun chuckled, opting not to reveal the truth. Glancing at the herbs in Professor Okido's hand, Lu Yun continued, "Let the herbs be given to Gung-Gue. I believe he requires them as well." Hearing this, Professor Okido chuckled. He doesn't need it, with his father around. This minor energy conflict is inconsequential. Well, since everything seems fine, let us rest early. We have a journey ahead tomorrow. With that, he downed the herbs in one gulp, let out a satisfied burp, and turned to leave. Witnessing this, Lu Yun exchanged glances with the others. Is it truly safe to consume the Pokemon's medicine in such a manner? After pondering for a moment, Dize spoke up. It should be fine. This is Masera Town. After all, upon hearing Masera Town mentioned, Lu Yun felt reassured. Masera Town? Then there's nothing to worry about. Here, let me give you something. Suddenly, Shineko addressed Lu Yun, extending her palm towards him. Confused, Lu Yun gazed at the beaming Shineko as she placed her other hand behind her back, slowly revealing it to him. This is a token I promised you. When Shineko withdrew her hand, Lu Yun discovered 3 evil gems resting in his palm. Good night. With a wave, Shineko bounced back to her room. A night of silence passed. Chapter 9. Old friends. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the treetops, Lu Yun and his companions found themselves traversing a dew-laden woodland path. The recently rained forest was not cool. Rather, it felt somewhat stifling. Are we truly heading in the right direction? Lu Yun, cradling Zorua, paused to wipe the sweat from his brow. Observing the surrounding landscape, which appeared monotonously identical, he inquired of Professor Okido, who led the group. Stopping in his tracks, Professor Okido surveyed the area and replied with unwavering confidence, "Follow me. I know this place well." Faced with the resolute demeanor of Professor Okido, Lu Yun felt he had no choice but to trust him. As they ventured deeper, Lu Yun noticed that the trees grew increasingly towering and the underbrush became uncharacteristically lush. Consequently, Professor Okido had to release Nidoking and Nidoqueen to clear the path and guard their rear. "Look, Butterfree!" Shineko exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the treetops. Following her gesture, everyone turned their gaze. Countless Butterfree were now fluttering around the green canopy, adjusting to their newly evolved wings. Beneath the great tree lay numerous discarded chrysalises, while many Kakuna clung to the trunk, striving to break free and soar into the sky. In contrast to the group's delight, Dize's expression darkened. "I believe we should not linger here. We ought to leave quickly." His discouraging words earned him a chorus of eye rolls from the others. However, years of wilderness experience had taught Dize that places where numerous Pokemon gather to evolve are seldom safe. "It's just Butterfree. What's the danger?" Lu Yun asked, perplexed. "Exactly." Shineko chimed in, equally curious. "I think we can't leave now," Professor Okido stated suddenly. Following his gaze, the group turned around. They were met with the silent assembly of nearly 50 Butterfree behind them. Leading the group were 3 colossal Butterfree, each towering 2 meters in height. Leaders. Lu Yun recognized their superior size and the faint mist enveloping their bodies, deducing their elevated status. Sensing the impending danger, the sleepy Gung-Gue, who had been concealed in Shineko's shadow, emerged and approached the group. "Gung-Gue, do you have something to say? Why are you blocking our way?" The leader of the Butterfree was taken aback by the presence of a sovereign-level Gung-Gue willingly acting as a protector for the group. "Butterfree, we mean no offense to your majesty, but please vacate this area immediately." Although the Butterfree spoke courteously, their tone was undeniably firm. Gung-Gue felt a surge of indignation at being ordered to leave. "Since when did I become so powerless? Who dares to command me? Why should I?" Gung-Gue retorted defiantly. Seeing Gung-Gue's refusal to depart, the Butterfree leader pressed on. "Strange monarch, I urge you to leave at once, or we shall consider it an act of war against our clan." The audacity of the Butterfree to threaten him ignited Gung-Gue's already volatile temper. "Then let us see if you possess the capability." An ominous aura began to emanate from Gung-Gue, as a layer of purple energy enveloped him, casting him in a demonic light. An invisible pressure began to bear down on the Butterfree, attempting to compel their submission. "Prepare for battle." At the command of the leading Butterfree, the 50-plus Butterfree surrounded the 3 sovereign Butterfree, while they began to muster their feeble energy layers to resist Gung-Gue's dominating presence. In an instant, Lu Yun and his companions found themselves encircled by the 3 sovereign Butterfree. Gung-Gue had already gathered 2 shadow balls in his hands, poised to unleash them. Tension hung in the air. Wait, don't fight, we're on the same side." Just then, Professor Okido dashed forward, shouting at the Butterfree above. Upon seeing Professor Okido before them, the Butterfree were momentarily perplexed. Human, I do not recognize you. Please have your companions leave this place immediately. Otherwise, it shall become your burial ground. In the face of the Butterfree's threat, Professor Okido remained unruffled, retrieving a silk handkerchief from his pocket. We are indeed allies. Just look. As the Butterfree caught sight of the pristine handkerchief, a familiar aura emanated from it. This is the monarch's token. At that moment, an older sovereign Butterfree, accompanied by hundreds of its kin, approached and addressed Professor Okido. The younger Butterfree, who had been confronting Professor Okido, respectfully stepped aside. Butterfree, I apologize for the trouble. It's nothing. It's all for the clan. You performed admirably this time. After encouraging the younger Butterfree, the elder turned to Professor Okido and initiated mental communication. It's been a long time, Okido Yukinari. Indeed, it has been a while. You have become an elder now, Professor Okido remarked nostalgically, gazing at the Butterfree before him. The last time they met was a decade ago. Now, a decade later, they find themselves reunited once more. Is there a particular reason for your visit? Inquired Butterfree, with an inquisitive tone. In response to Butterfree's question, Professor Oak merely offered a wry smile. I have been entrusted to seek out a few individuals to accomplish a certain task. Upon hearing this, Butterfree nodded thoughtfully and remarked, since you are headed to the royal court, why not proceed directly rather than detour through our vicinity? At this statement, Professor Oak's expression stiffened. It was no wonder he felt an uncanny resemblance to the path he had traversed a decade prior. It had indeed been altered. Observing Professor Oak's slight discomfort, Elder Butterfree's face softened into a warm, humanizing smile. As old friends, why not stay here for the night? After I preside over the Butterfly Transformation Conference, I shall personally escort you inside. It will also provide you with an opportunity to observe any improvements we might need for the conference. Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Oak accepted the invitation. Then I shall graciously accept. After dispatching the other Butterfree for patrol duties, Elder Butterfree led Luyun and the others towards the venue of the conference. As they passed beneath trees adorned with armored cocoons, Luyun and his companions gradually sensed the sky brightening and their surroundings expanding. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a vast clearing. Chapter 10. The Pollen of Butterfree. The three wonders of the evergreen woods. The transformation of thousands of cocoons into butterflies and the swarm of bees hunting. Gazing at the immense clearing, Dize stretched lazily and remarked to Luyun, aren't there supposed to be three? Why only mention two? What of the third? Curiously, Luyun asked. In response, Dize flashed a mysterious smile. You would do well to hope you never encounter the last one in your lifetime. With that, he fell silent, turning to find a vantage point to release his Pokémon in preparation for the upcoming conference. Feeling bemused, Luyun murmured to himself before releasing both Darumaka and Rhyhorn, along with the sleepy Caterpie he had pulled from his pocket. At this moment, a multitude of Butterfrees circled above, gathering in clusters. Each Butterfree tightly clutched an armored cocoon, having converged from all corners of the evergreen forest. Under the guidance of the working Pokémon on-site, they landed in designated areas, patiently awaiting further instructions. Occasionally, patrols led by Butterfree leaders swooped down to drive away any curious Pokémon, creating an atmosphere of strict vigilance. Let us have some refreshments. The Butterfly Transformation Conference will not commence for a while yet. It seems these treats are quite favored in your human world. An elderly voice resonated within Luyun's mind. Turning to his side, he saw the aged Butterfree and Professor Oak approaching, each bearing large leaves filled with offerings. Try this all-natural fruit. It is absolutely delectable. As Professor Oak spoke, he retrieved several sweet peaches from the leaves and distributed them to Luyun and Yakina. Holding a vibrant peach that was slightly smaller than those sold in supermarkets, Luyun felt his appetite surge. With a hearty bite, he savored the fruit, his eyes reflecting his delight. Delicious. Unlike the cloyingly sweet peaches from the outside world, this one had a mildly tangy aftertaste that perfectly balanced the sweetness. Here, try this, Yakina offered, presenting him with a cup of warm, pale yellow tea. Curiously, Luyun accepted the tea. Ah, the same flavor, Professor Oak exclaimed, downing his cup in one swift motion, savoring the aftertaste. Strange, this tastes different from what I have at home. It's even more delightful. At that moment, Yakina took a sip from her cup and gasped in surprise. Her exclamation drew hearty laughter from Professor Oak. Of course, it's more enjoyable. It is brewed from the pollen of a Butterfree of semi-legendary status. How could it not be exquisite? Drink up quickly. It will cool, and its effects will diminish, altering the flavor. Meanwhile, Dize, savoring his own cup of pollen tea, approached Luyun and elaborated, people often know that bee drill produce honey, a prized specialty of the evergreen woods, but few are aware of Butterfree's pollen. Compared to bee drill's honey, Butterfree's pollen not only possesses gentle medicinal properties, but, with prolonged consumption, can also enhance one's physical vitality. With that, he drained the last sip of his tea. Regrettably, butterfree's pollen is exceedingly difficult to preserve, which prevents it from being sold on a larger scale. It is only offered to a select few. After hearing DZ's explanation, Lu Yun wasted no time and downed 1/3 of his tea. Wiping his mouth, he reflected on the taste of the pollen tea. Indeed, as DZ had described, it was smooth on the palate and infused with a delicate floral aroma, an enchanting blend of various blossoms. Lu Yun discerned at least 3 distinct fragrances: the sweet scent of peach blossoms, a slight spiciness reminiscent of cherry fruit upon swallowing, and finally, a refreshing bitterness akin to berry. Most notably, after sipping the tea, a warm sensation enveloped his waist, bringing great comfort. What a rare treasure! Lu Yun marveled at the wonders of butterfree pollen. Refraining from consuming the remaining tea and instead sharing it with Darumaka and Rhyhorn. Observing Lu Yun's actions, Yakina hesitated before offering the last third of her tea to Ghost. Here, you should try some kois. Upon receiving the tea from Yakina, Ghost was profoundly moved. Although he often drank tea at home, it could not compare to this gift from Yakina. With tears of gratitude in his eyes, he downed the tea in one gulp and even licked the cup clean, leaving Yakina feeling a twinge of guilt. Have I been neglecting him too much? Just then, DZ broke free from the entanglements of Hoodie, disregarding its resentful gaze, and promptly shifted the conversation, pointing to the horizon. Look, the main event approaches. Lu Yun and his companions glanced upward, only to witness a magnificent spectacle. Nearly 3,000 to 4,000 butterfree, under the protection of several leaders, converged in the sky like a flowing river, an unending cascade. If one were to gaze down from above, they would see a shimmering silver river gliding through the air. From the ground, it appeared as a verdant jade ribbon spiraling in the heavens. The Butterfly Transformation Conference is about to commence. I must go preside over the event. Should you require anything, feel free to seek out my kin, the elder expressed apologetically as the blue river descended. Very well, do proceed. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Nodding slightly, Professor Oak rose to escort them away from the area. Let your green caterpillar join in as well. It will be beneficial for him, he said, turning to Lu Yun. Despite his confusion regarding the connection between the butterfly transformation and the mere caterpillar, Lu Yun chose to place his faith in Professor Oak. He gently lifted the green caterpillar, which was clinging to the sweet peach, and set it down in the open space ahead. As Lu Yun departed from the area, the Butterfly Transformation Conference commenced. Initially, a multitude of butterfree, under the guidance of their leaders, departed the venue in an orderly fashion, leaving behind a plethora of metapod. Subsequently, the patrolling leaders of the butterfree, at the behest of the elder butterfree, formed a circular formation, encircling the metapod in the open space. Meanwhile, those butterfree that had vacated the area began to patrol the perimeter autonomously to avert any potential dangers. With a commanding call from the elder butterfree, a faint, yellow-green mist of energy began to coalesce around its body. Through the exchanges of recent days, Lu Yun understood that this was the nascent aura of dominance surrounding the leader Pokémon. Once this energy mist solidified, the leader would be entitled to claim the title of a sovereign. Chapter 11. The Butterfly Transformation Conference. Guided by the elder butterfree, over 100 leaders began to emit their own yellow-green energy mist. However, unlike the elder butterfree, who was on the cusp of achieving sovereign status, the energy mist surrounding these leader butterfree was exceedingly tenuous, barely visible under the sunlight unless one observed closely. At this juncture, the elder butterfree emitted another call, prompting half of the patrolling ordinary butterfree to divide and subsequently converge behind the 100-strong leaders. With the resonance of energy between the elder and the leader butterfree, the ordinary butterfree began to manifest their own faint yellow-green energy mist. Though this mist was insubstantial, its sheer number was overwhelming. At that moment, the open space was populated by no fewer than 10,000 butterfree, meaning even half of them amounted to 5,000. Under the elder butterfree's meticulous control, the thin energy mist was compressed into countless droplets of energy rain, suspended in the sky above the open space, numbering in the tens of thousands. I suspected that the pollen tea wouldn't be so palatable, Professor Oak remarked with a wry smile. Jengar, lend a hand and seal off this area in conjunction with Dragonite. Jengar nodded in agreement and floated outside the venue, exuding an imposing presence. Dragonite and all others, please secure this area. If any Pokémon or humans attempt to intrude, do not hesitate to eliminate them. Hypno, Executor, you too. Dizzer followed suit, dispatching his Pokémon, leaving only a Gyarados by his side. Once the Pokémon had departed, Lu Yun noticed that the elder butterfree presiding over the assembly was staring intently at them. After expressing his gratitude with a nod towards Professor Oak, the elder butterfree emitted another call. However, this call stirred a minor commotion, which soon settled down. The remaining vigilant Butterfree relinquished their guard and gathered behind their leaders to contribute their energy. After extracting the energy from these Butterfree, the elder Butterfree let out a long, resonant cry. Lu Yun then witnessed a moment he would never forget. Countless yellow-green energy droplets cascaded from the sky, accompanied by the harmonious calls of thousands of Butterfree, gently showering upon each Metapod. As he caught a falling droplet in his hand, Lu Yun felt not the slightest chill. Rather, it radiated a subtle warmth. The droplets absorbed into the Metapod on the ground without any waste. The first cracking sound of a chrysalis breaking emerged, followed by a second, and then a cacophony of millions. The delicate sounds of breaking echoed across the open space, merging into a thunderous roar, akin to a waterfall crashing upon rocks or the mighty roar of the Yellow River. Delicate butterfly wings broke free from their chrysalis confines amidst the cracking sounds, revealing themselves to the world. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. As more and more wings appeared, the open space transformed into a shimmering sea of silver. Look, they are transforming, Yakina exclaimed, pointing at a Butterfree that had fully emerged and was feasting upon its shed chrysalis. It was the first to break free, but certainly not the last. As time passed, an increasing number of Butterfree escaped their chrysalis, embracing rebirth. Once they had thoroughly consumed the remnants of their cocoons, relishing the long-awaited sustenance, they began to flutter their tender wings, attempting to soar into the sky. 1, 2, 3, with their efforts. The open space soon became alive with dancing butterflies. Perhaps their flight was clumsy, perhaps they flew at a low altitude, and some even fell to the ground now and then. Yet they did not give up, persistently striving to take flight. When the last Butterfree finally soared into the air, the cascade of light ceased. In the sky, the leader Butterfree began to guide the newly emerged Butterfree to land and rest. The elder Butterfree, weary yet triumphant, glided to the forefront of Lu Yun and the others. Thank you. Had it not been for your assistance today, I would not have been able to achieve this remarkable feat of complete transformation. The ancient voice resonated within the hearts of the gathering. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort, Professor Oak replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Is it possible for a transformation to fail? Lu Yun inquired. Indeed. The elder Butterfree elaborated carefully. Wild Pokémon do not share the advantages of trained ones. Their daily struggle for survival leaves them utterly exhausted, let alone concerning energy reserves. In such circumstances, nearly 30% of the children at the annual transformation conference fail at this stage due to depletion of stamina. Had it not been for your help today, I would not have dared to mobilize all my kin to contribute their energy. Nor could I have ensured that all the children would not have to worry about exhausting their strength to successfully transform. After imparting this knowledge about the transformation, the elder Butterfree, fatigued, departed from the scene. Meanwhile, the newly transformed Butterfree fluttered about, flitting from the nearby woods, bringing back the prepared fruits to share with their elders to help restore their energy. At that moment, Jengar and Dragonite returned. Just in time to join us for a meal, Professor Oak said, gesturing toward the spread of food laid out on the grassy expanse with a cheerful grin. Although the day had been somewhat rushed, the meal prepared for Lu Yun and the others was by no means lacking in quality. Moreover, the Butterfree had thoughtfully considered that everyone might not be accustomed to the fruits, and had gone to the lengths of hunting several wild creatures to bring back for their feast. Sipping from the bowl of chicken soup, Lu Yun couldn't help but commend the warm hospitality of the Butterfree. Sated and refreshed, the group, at the invitation of the elder Butterfree, partook in the latter half of the Butterfly Transformation Festival. Following the annual festival, these Butterfree, who had miraculously gathered from all corners of the evergreen forest, would host a unique matchmaking ball. Brother Lu Yun, could you take a picture of me? At this moment, Yakina, holding a camera, shyly approached Lu Yun, having just emerged from a distant temporary shelter. Captivated by Yakina's presence, Lu Yun momentarily lost his focus. Chapter 12, The Radiant Butterfree. This simply cannot be. At that moment, Yakina had changed into an exquisite kimono, shedding her practical athletic attire. The pristine white fabric was adorned with delicate pink and purple threads, intricately embroidered with butterflies in flight. Her raven hair, expertly styled, was embellished with numerous lifelike Butterfree, while in her hands, she held an orange-hued paper umbrella, painted with floral motifs, adding an air of youthful innocence. She was merely 14, just 14. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yun accepted the camera from Yukina's hands. All right, he said, leading this porcelain doll into the heart of the swirling Butterfree. Yangjila, make sure to capture this properly. Don't be negligent. Watching Lu Yun step into the throng of Butterfree, Dais, now clad in a suit, anxiously urged Yangjila, who was similarly attired. Yangjila, rest assured, Photography is my forte. Goe, also dressed in a tailored suit with a checkered tie, chimed in, exuding an air of sophistication. Should I bring him along? Glancing at the side, where Gui's, now made to look like a clown by Goe, sported a red nose, Yakina asked bashfully. Observing the expression on Yakina's face, Goe smiled charmingly, casually opening a window and playfully tossing Gui's outside. How could that be? He is but a clown. Since that is the case, please wait a moment while I change. I am honored. Before long, Yakina emerged from the shelter, now adorned in an ice blue kimono, holding a fan painted with mountain ice. From behind, Goe presented her with a bouquet of blue flowers, having scoured far and wide to procure them. Such beautiful flowers ought to be matched with your beauty. Taking the bouquet, Yakina delicately inhaled its fragrance, then lightly shielded her face with the fan. Let us hasten. With a gentle gesture, she linked her arm with Yakina's, and the two fairies ventured into the gathering of Butterfree, leaving behind Gui's, who was weeping profusely outside. Father, I oppose this marriage. I believe you two are incompatible. Yet, a clown's words are seldom taken to heart, and Gui's remained just that, a clown. Why aren't you joining us? What are you doing here? At that moment, Professor Okaki, having shed his perennial white lab coat for a fitted casual outfit, approached with his entourage of fairies. Stop crying. You're dressed as a clown, so you ought to smile, he said, lifting Gui's from the ground, and with a jovial laugh, he joined the swirling Butterfree. Look at the camera. When I count to 3, you shout cheese. Lu Yun was crouched, speaking softly to Yakina, who was holding the umbrella with one hand. Perhaps due to their novelty, a multitude of Butterfree gathered around, eager to witness this delightful moment. With the sound of the shutter, a photograph capturing the beauty of the moment fell from the camera. Just as Lu Yun prepared to hand the photo to Yakina, a blue-winged Butterfree fluttered by, gracefully hovering beside her. Do you wish to join me for the photograph? Yakina inquired, gazing at the radiant Butterfree beside her. The Butterfree nodded enthusiastically, inching closer to Yakina. Very well then. Click. The sound of the shutter echoed, drawing in more Butterfree, who flocked eagerly to the scene. That night, gathered around the bonfire in the clearing, Lu Yun and the others, weary from an afternoon of frolic, shared the photos they had taken. Everyone radiated joy, save for one particular clown. Wow. I never imagined you would look like this, Dies. Lu Yun exclaimed, astonished at the photo depicting Dies in a flamboyant pink suit, surrounded by Butterfree. Coughing, Dies sheepishly snatched the photo from Lu Yun's grasp and turned away. What's wrong? I'm merely embracing my true self. Yet, this remark elicited a chuckle from Lu Yun. Among 10 men, 9 are flamboyant, with one being subtly so. To Lu Yun's surprise, Dies turned out to be the subtly flamboyant type. Yakina is the most beautiful. Even the fairies can't resist her charm. At that moment, Yakina nestled in the embrace of the snow fairy, sharing the photos taken that afternoon. In one photo, Yakina was seen joyfully playing on a swing formed by Butterfree. Did Aunt Snow have fun with Grandpa Gui's this afternoon? The snow fairy, her face aglow with a smile, felt her expression falter upon hearing this question. Yakina, dear, on such a beautiful night, let us refrain from mentioning certain vexing individuals. Oh, Yakina looked puzzled, her eyes ignited with curiosity. Really? Are you serious? You two aren't joking. This cannot be. Meanwhile, Lu Yun was crouched on the ground, feeling a sense of despair as he watched a caterpillar and a butterfly before him. He had never imagined that the first to find a partner among those around him would be a green caterpillar. And to top it off, its partner was a radiant Butterfree. But we are truly in love. The freshly transformed Butterfree gazed at Lu Yun with tearful eyes. Yes, master. Little Kai and I are indeed in love. The caterpillar chimed in, looking at Lu Yun with earnestness. Staring at this pair, who had only known each other for an afternoon, yet proclaimed their love with such fervor, Lu Yun could only think that Arceus was playing yet another prank on him. Do you think I'm ugly? The Butterfree lowered its head, feeling self-conscious as it stole glances at Lu Yun's expression. Sighing, Lu Yun gazed at the vibrant winged Butterfree before him. Ugly? Please. How could a radiant creature like you be deemed ugly? You possess a unique charm. Yet, he worried whether their relationship could truly endure, given that one was already a butterfly, while the other remained a mere caterpillar. Just grant them your blessing. Indeed, supporting his fairies was an essential quality of a trainer. At that moment, the elder Butterfree and Professor Okaki approached. I heard from Professor Okaki that you run a sanctuary. Allow this child to accompany you. She can bring you prosperity. Her scales and powders are valuable medicinal ingredients for humans. The elder Butterfree urged. Moreover, it would be challenging for her to survive in the wild. At this point, Lu Yun also recognized the gravity of the Butterfree's predicament. Before him stood a rather diminutive Butterfree, not only shorter than its fellow transformed counterparts, but also notably slender and frail, clearly a victim of malnutrition. Reflecting upon the plight of the shiny Pokémon in the wild, Lu Yun felt a pang of sympathy. After all, who could resist the allure of acquiring a shiny for free? Casting a glance at the pair of entwined love bugs, Lu Yun sighed. Professor Oak, do you have any Pokeballs? May I borrow two? Upon hearing Lu Yun's request, Professor Oak chuckled and produced the Pokeballs he had prepared in advance. Accepting the luxurious balls from Professor Oak, Lu Yun crouched down to capture the two Pokémon. As he stored the Butterfree away, both Professor Oak and the elder Butterfree exchanged knowing smiles. Old friend, your method is indeed quite effective. Chapter 13, Drill. So it's you, scoundrel. If we continue forward, we shall reach the royal court. The elder Butterfree indicated towards the dense thicket ahead. By the way, I've heard from the younger ones that Drill have been particularly active in this area lately, so be cautious while traversing the woods. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to the elder Butterfree, Lu Yun and his companions ventured into the forest. I can't shake the feeling that something is off, Lu Yun remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Does it not seem as though this forest was intentionally arranged in such a manner? His suspicions were not unfounded. The environment was indeed peculiar. Despite their prolonged journey, Lu Yun and his companions had yet to encounter a single wild Pokémon, and the trees were unnaturally aligned, as if pruned for ease of passage. Crackling sounds of dry leaves underfoot broke the silence. Following the noise, they spotted a gray hare sprinting for its life, pursued leisurely by a Drill brandishing its stingers. Upon noticing Lu Yun and his group, the Drill hesitated, then swiftly beat its wings and retreated. Look, Drill are just bullies who fear the strong. They scatter when they see a crowd. Dize laughed heartily, finally seizing the opportunity to mock the Drill. He thought to himself, heaven knows how many times I've been schooled by Drill while following Banmu. In contrast to Dize's jovial demeanor, Lu Yun stroked his stubble, his expression grave. Do you think we might have inadvertently entered the Drill's hunting grounds? With a confident wave of his finger, Dize insisted, impossible. Absolutely impossible. It would be a miracle to even encounter one of the trios of Tokiwa, let alone two. Do you think you're the illegitimate child of the heavens? Besides, it's not even the season for large-scale Drill hunts. I'm quite certain of that. Had Dize been aware of the saying, please do not casually make declarations, he would have certainly retracted his previous statement. No sooner had Dize spoken than a buzzing sound filled the air. Run, Professor Oak shouted, promptly directing everyone to flee down the path they had come. We can't escape, Yakaina, who was cradled by the frostlass, murmured softly. At that moment, Lu Yun and his companions found themselves encircled by Drill. Even the skies above were swarming with them. Lu Yun could not ascertain the number of Drill closing in, but he recognized that the light was fading. Swallowing hard, Lu Yun turned to Dize and asked, didn't you say it wasn't their hunting season? So, are all these Drill merely out for a stroll? Dize managed a nervous chuckle, but fell silent. Ghost, is this the path you led us on? At that moment, Gung-Gui, sensing the imminent danger, emerged from Yakina's shadow and surveyed the surroundings with disbelief, staring at Professor Oak. Old friend, you've truly put me in a predicament. Professor Oak could only offer a wry smile in response. Drill, what are you doing here? Why have you trespassed into our hunting grounds? The lead Drill chastised Lu Yun's group. In stark contrast to the Butterfree, the Drill's tone was exceedingly hostile. Since you're here, you might as well stay, it declared, preparing to summon its swarm to attack Lu Yun and the others. Wait, why resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Gung-Gui was taken aback by the Drill leader's brashness and immediately exuded its dominating aura. However, this display only served to agitate the Drill further, as they were not intimidated by mere displays of power. So, you dare to intrude because you have a backing? The Drill leader retorted, emboldened by the presence of those willing to confront danger head-on. Gung-Gui, quickly use your aura to intimidate them. Lu Yun shouted to Gung-Gui as the Drill charged forward. It won't work, they lack the sense to feel fear. Gung-Gui replied, Dragonite, use Flamethrower. Professor Oak quickly released one of his trump cards, Dragonite. A torrent of searing flames erupted from Dragonite's mouth, creating a temporary barrier of fire that thwarted the Drill's advance. Who dares to rampage in my territory? A sharp buzzing sounded from behind the swarm. Through the flames, Lu Yun glimpsed a colossal Drill enveloped in a yellow-green energy field, flanked by several leaders, approaching the fiery barrier. Gung-Gui, I'll draw their fire. Look for an opportunity to lead them away, Dragonite instructed. Understood, but be careful. As the flames dissipated, the surrounding Drill, eager to capture the intruders for their nests, prepared to pounce. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the swarm refrained from attacking. The Drill leader, curious, approached Professor Oak, sniffing the air before leaning in closer, inspecting his face. Tugging at Professor Oak's sleeve, Lu Yun asked with intrigue. Could this be another acquaintance of yours? I wish it were. Professor Oak replied with a bitter smile. Although he held some influence among the Pokémon of the Tokiwa forest, he found himself lacking respect among these mindless Beedrill. I remember you now. You are that scoundrel, exclaimed the bewitching Beedrill leader, leaving Professor Oak bewildered. Meanwhile, both Dragonite and Gung-Gue exchanged incredulous glances at Professor Oak. Your trainer seems rather flamboyant, Gung-Gue remarked, considering Professor Oak's youthful escapades. Dragonite nodded in agreement. What on earth is going on? Can someone clarify? Lu Yun interjected. After a brief silence, Gung-Gue conveyed the words of the Beedrill monarch to everyone through telepathy, leaving everyone astonished as they gazed at Professor Oak. Professor Oak himself was equally perplexed, staring at the Beedrill monarch before him. How could he have emerged from this outing in such a disgraceful state? Beedrills, hurry and hunt. I intend to take these individuals back to the Wise One, commanded the Beedrill monarch, shooing away the surrounding Beedrills and gesturing for Lu Yun and the others to follow him. Should we go? Lu Yun quietly inquired of Professor Oak, observing the dispersing Beedrills. Just moments ago, surrounded by numerous Beedrills, Lu Yun and his companions had faced the possibility of injury even if they unleashed all their Pokémon for battle. But now, with the encirclement broken and only a single Beedrill monarch escorting them, if they chose to flee, they could surely escape unscathed, thanks to the speed of Charizard. Go, Professor Oak replied with resolute conviction. Chapter 14, Foolish Wisdom. Following the Beedrill monarch, Lu Yun and his party arrived at a recently cleared open space. What is that awful smell outside? Exclaimed Xue Nazi, pinching her nose while her eyes were covered by Xue Yao Envy. Nothing, little Xue, just don't ask. Xue Yao Envy replied, tightening her grip over her eyes as she beheld the gruesome mountain of corpses before them, oozing with blood. Ugh! Unable to suppress his nausea any longer, Lu Yun vomited upon catching sight of the carnage and inhaling the metallic scent of blood in the air. Go ahead and vomit. But don't soil our food. The Beedrill monarch scolded, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Yun's retching form. Weren't there reports of an invasion? Why have you returned so swiftly? Questioned an elder Beedrill, commanding the others in the processing of their prey, as he looked upon the Beedrill monarch. In response to this seemingly ordinary Beedrill, whose strength paled in comparison to his own, the Beedrill monarch displayed no arrogance. Rather, he answered with utmost respect. Wise One, I have brought you a gift that you will surely cherish. A gift? The elder Beedrill's curiosity was piqued by this proclamation. Where is it? Following the direction indicated by the Beedrill monarch, the elder Beedrill appeared momentarily entranced. What do you think of this gift? Suppressing his excitement, the elder Beedrill nodded at the Beedrill monarch. I am delighted that you like it, Wise One. After presenting Professor Oak to the Wise One, the Beedrill monarch did not linger further, but joined his kin in the intense pursuit of hunting. As a Beedrill approached, Professor Oak's hands trembled, and with a tone of tentative inquiry, he asked, Is that you, little bug? Why did you abandon me? Came the furious response from the Beedrill. In reaction to Professor Oak's question, only a furious shriek and a sharp needle attack followed. The blood of Inhong instantly stained the white lab coat on his shoulder. Stop! Don't come any closer! Shouted Professor Oak from the ground, turning to Charizard and Gung-Gue, who were preparing to attack the Beedrill. He also halted Lu Yun and Dize, who were ready to assist. Struggling to rise from the ground, Professor Oak disregarded his own injuries and, tears streaming down his face, approached the Beedrill. Little bug, I did not abandon you. Please, let me explain. But the Beedrill was already consumed by rage, blinding him to reason. Did you not? I waited here for 10 long years. Had it not been for Lord Tira Bai's intervention, I would have surely turned to dust by now. Explain. You promised you would come back for me, yet I waited year after year. Where were you? The Beedrill's accusations echoed in Professor Oak's ears like sorrowful laments. I'm sorry, little bug. I broke my promise, he sobbed as he walked. The world knew Professor Oak as a brilliant trainer, a formidable contender in the championship of Kanto and Johto, yet few were aware that, in his youth, he was merely a bug-catching boy near the Viridian Forest. Do you think a mere apology can atone for 20 years of suffering? Faced with the Beedrill's inquiry, Professor Oak lowered his head. I'm sorry, at that time, I truly could not come. I do not wish to hear it. Go, as far away as you can. Cutting off Professor Oak's explanation, the Beedrill soared away into the distant forest without looking back. Wait for me, little bug. Seeing the Beedrill flying away, Professor Oak disregarded his injuries and hurriedly pursued. You all stay here. I will follow. Gung-Gue announced before trailing after Professor Oak into the thick woods. Should we consider this an emotional reunion? Lu Yun uncertainly remarked. Perhaps, Dize replied, equally hesitant. Before long, Gung-Gue returned, carrying the unconscious Professor Oak. What happened? Upon seeing the unconscious Professor Oak, The group quickly found a clean spot for him to lie down. Are there any bandages left? Dize anxiously pointed at the blood-stained lab coat of Professor Oak and asked Lu Yun. Yes, yes, yes. Handing the Solgaleo he held to Gung Gue, Lu Yun hurriedly retrieved a healing bandage from his bag. Under Dize's guidance, Professor Oak's clothing was swiftly removed. Looking at the numerous non-fatal wounds on Professor Oak's body, Lu Yun could hardly fathom what he had just endured. Tearing the healing bandage into appropriate sizes, Lu Yun and Dize began to tend to Professor Oak's injuries. Little Bug, listen to my explanation. Just as Lu Yun and Dize finished bandaging Professor Oak's wounds and dressing him, he began to stir and awaken. Little Bug has already left. As Professor Oak sat up and scanned his surroundings, Lu Yun reminded him. Left? Upon hearing that the little bug was gone, Professor Oak's head drooped in disappointment as he sat there. What is your connection with that Beedrill? Lu Yun inquired, looking at the despondent Professor Oak. Raising his head, Professor Oak gazed into the depths of the forest where the Beedrill had vanished and spoke slowly. He was my first partner. What? How did he end up here? Lu Yun exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation. After a moment of silence, Professor Oak gradually replied, because of me. Because of you? Lu Yun struggled to comprehend how the Beedrill had come to be in Viridian Forest due to Professor Oak. Over 20 years ago, I was not yet a Pokémon professor. I was merely a newcomer who had just joined the league. At that time, I was assigned a mission to investigate why Pokémon in Viridian Forest were fleeing in droves. Accompanied by my companions, I ventured into the verdant expanse of the evergreen forest. Through my diligent investigations over several days, I uncovered the disconcerting truth behind the mass exodus of Pokémon from this enchanted woodland. It was precipitated by the untimely demise of the dominant swarm leader of the Beedrill clan. Seizing the opportunity, the rival Butterfree tribe commenced a ruthless slaughter of the Beedrill, encroaching upon their territory. While internal strife erupted among the Beedrill as they vied for power amidst the resulting vacuum. It was this fierce contention between the two clans that instigated the exodus of numerous Pokémon from the evergreen forest. At this juncture, Professor Oak let out a wry smile. To restore equilibrium to the evergreen forest, there were but two courses of action. One could either assist the Beedrill in cultivating a new leader, or unify the fractured Beedrill clans. Given the formidable challenge of nurturing a new leader, I opted for the latter approach of unifying the disparate Beedrill factions. Chapter 15, Past Secrets. Did you intervene personally? Lu Yun inquired with a hint of curiosity. It was known that at that time, Professor Oak had already attained considerable power. And while unifying a Pokémon clan bereft of a leader was no small feat, it was certainly within reach. No, Professor Oak replied, shaking his head, and paused before continuing. Bound by the contract between humans and legendary Pokémon, I was unable to directly interfere in the disputes among the Pokémon. So you opted to have the Beedrill unify on your behalf? Lu Yun expressed disbelief. Professor Oak nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Though the Beedrill had yet to attain the status of a leader, under my guidance, they had developed the strength of a formidable commander. With the support of the League, it took nearly a year for us to bring the majority of the Beedrill clans within the Evergreen Forest together. Once unified, the Beedrill possessed a modicum of strength to contend with the Butterfree clan, which still held a leader. Is that not a favorable outcome? How could it devolve into chaos? Lu Yun pondered, reasoning that with the Beedrill now capable of standing against the Butterfree, equilibrium in the Evergreen Forest should have been restored, and thus Professor Oak's mission could be deemed a success. Indeed, it started well, but shortly after our departure, the Beedrill, lacking their leader, began to splinter and engage in conflict once more. Reluctantly, I returned to the forest with my companion, and this time, for my sake, my companion chose to remain. Remain? Lu Yun was taken aback, as if the scene echoed something from his past. Yes, I was in the midst of a critical campaign to become the Corps Commander. Should I have succeeded in this mission, I would have been appointed as one of the Elite Four, commanding a legion. Did you succeed? I did. On that day, my companion chose to stay, and I promised to return for him in 3 years. His decision to remain allowed the fracturing Beedrill to regroup, ultimately restoring long-lasting balance to the Evergreen Forest. Consequently, I was elected to the Elite for the following year and successfully led the League's Azure Eagle Corps. As Professor Oak recounted this tale, Lu Yun began to grasp the unfolding events. And what of 3 years hence? Why did you not return for him? This question elicited a moment of struggle in Professor Oak's expression. He sighed, then retorted, are you familiar with the regions beyond the League? Yes, Lu Yun nodded. Although he had never ventured there in life, he had explored it within the realm of the game. At that time, a legendary Pokémon awoke in a region known as Kalos, wreaking immense havoc, leaving devastation in its wake. Faced with this threat, the Kalos region sent out a plea for assistance to all established alliances in the world. I was selected. tasked by the League Council to lead the elite of the Azure Eagles to their aid. However, subduing a legendary Pokémon is no simple task. Even with the combined might of the world's most formidable trainers, we suffered tremendous losses before we could contain it, ultimately encasing it in a cocoon. That battle resulted in the near annihilation of the Azure Eagles elite, and I sustained significant injuries myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun surmised the identity of the legendary Pokémon that Professor Oak had subdued. Did you not return to seek him out once you had recovered? Professor Oak's expression darkened, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Clenching his fists, he struck the ground with a forceful blow. Seek? I did seek. Once I had healed, I went to the location where I had promised to meet my companion. Yet, upon arrival, all that remained was a wooden carving I had gifted to him and some severed wings. In that moment, I felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon me. I was not even as frightened in the face of a legendary Pokémon. I searched frantically in every direction, but no matter how diligently we sought, we could not find him. In my desperation to locate my companion, I even disregarded the flight restrictions imposed on the Evergreen Forest, engaging in a fierce battle with the dominant leaders of the Pidgeot and Fearow tribes. As Professor Oak reached this point in his narrative, his companion, Dragonite, recalled something significant. 2 decades prior, Professor Oak had indeed ventured into the Evergreen Forest. Even while still healing from his injuries, he had been besieged by 2 aggressive Spearow, narrowly escaping with his life. Eventually, I resigned from my position as Corps Commander, dedicating myself fully to the role of researcher, while mobilizing my family's resources to assist in the search for my companion. Yet, within the vast expanse of the forest, locating a single Beedrill proved an insurmountable challenge. Many times, I resigned myself to the belief that my companion had perished, particularly given the passage of years. After all, Bug-type Pokémon do not enjoy lengthy lifespans. And he was exposed to the perilous wilds. At this juncture, Professor Oak was rendered inconsolable. Little Bug, I am so sorry for what I have done to you. Gently patting Professor Oak's back, Lu Yun found himself at a loss for words. Deja sat beside them, his expression rife with complexity, while Shu and I was already in tears. Meanwhile, the Beedrill monarch, returning from a hunt, approached, shouldering a slain Nidoking. Observing the distraught Professor Oak, Jengar, feeling a pang of concern, inched closer. Hey there, partner. Did you have a good haul? Jengar inquired with feigned nonchalance. The Beedrill, maintaining a cautious distance, eyed Jengar warily. What is it that you seek? From within his abdomen, Jengar produced a bug gem and, with an eager grin, offered it to the Beedrill monarch. Could you do me a favor? Please take this little stone for now. I have more if you need it. As the Beedrill monarch accepted the bug gem with its stingers, it regarded Jengar with a mix of confusion and curiosity. What is it that you desire? Seeing the Beedrill monarch's willingness to assist, Jengar felt a surge of joy. Could you possibly summon your sages? I believe there may have been some misunderstandings. Jengar gestured toward the weeping Professor Oak, rubbing his chubby hands together in anticipation. However, the subsequent actions of the Beedrill monarch took Jengar by surprise. Swallowing the bug gem in its grasp, the Beedrill monarch shook its head frantically. The Beedrill, unwilling to assist, thought, I won't help. Helping a scoundrel only leads to punishment. Observing the Beedrill monarch, who had taken the item yet remained inactive, Jengar felt a tremor of frustration. Casting a glance at the Beedrill monarch, who appeared ready to continue hunting, an idea struck Jengar. Chapter 16, A Final Encounter. Jengar said, Shall we have a word in private? Approaching the Beedrill monarch, Jengar grasped its arm and smiled amiably. The Beedrill replied, I said I want to go. I still have to hunt. Shaking off Jengar's grip, the Beedrill monarch expressed dissatisfaction with Jengar's actions. Jengar continued, Hunting is indeed arduous. I happen to have some food. Would you care to take a look? The Beedrill, contemplating Jengar's offer, eventually acquiesced. Indeed, as Jengar had pointed out, hunting was no easy task, especially since the hunting season had not yet arrived, necessitating preparations for the rainy season sustenance. The Beedrill responded, Then let us take a look. Intrigued, the Beedrill was led by Jengar to the edge of an open space, where Jengar expanded its body and retrieved a container from within. Jengar remarked, What do you think of these provisions? As Jengar opened the container's door, a wave of chilling air rushed forth. Inside, a splendid array of food items, many unfamiliar to the Beedrill, sparked its interest. Jengar, presenting a pair of nearly 1-meter-long crab pincers, tempted the Beedrill with. These are from the great pincers crab found by the sea, tender and flavorful. Noticing the Beedrill's lack of reaction, Jengar set the pincers aside and produced another box. This is the meat of the deep-sea pearl oyster, a rarity to harvest, and it is most delectable when consumed raw. Do give it a try. Jengar offered a piece of the oyster meat. The Beedrill, somewhat skeptical, accepted it and tasted it. Delicious, exclaimed the Beedrill, who had never tasted such exquisite seafood. Given its upbringing in the distant forests of Jotaro, eyeing the box, the Beedrill hesitated and said, "This box of oyster meat is far too little. It's hardly sufficient." Upon hearing this, Jengar handed the oyster meat to the Beedrill and swiftly dove back into the container. Amidst a flurry of sounds, Jengar emerged, carrying a Kintaro. "What do you think of this Kintaro?" Jengar asked. The Beedrill monarch nodded in approval. "This will suffice for some time. But how will I store it?" The Beedrill monarch inquired, glancing at the container with a built-in freezing feature. Noticing the Beedrill's gaze, Jengar generously patted its chest. "Fear not. This container and all its contents are yours," Jengar declared. "Moreover, I swear by the honor of the Kyukyu family, upon my return, before the onset of the rainy season, I shall send you 10 more containers filled with provisions." The Beedrill monarch was taken aback by Jengar's lavish offer, for food storage containers were rare treasures in the wild. Particularly for Beedrills, who could not master ice-type skills and relied solely on drying their food, such a container with freezing capabilities was invaluable. Setting aside the container, Jengar's promise of 10 boxes of food was enough to sustain thousands of Beedrills for an entire month. "Since you put it that way, I shall accompany you for the sake of a good brother," the Beedrill monarch relented. Seeing the Beedrill's change of heart, Jengar eagerly nodded. "Thank you, brother. I'll check if Professor Oak needs anything. Please hold on." Swiftly flying to Professor Oak's side, Jengar poked him with its chubby purple hands. "Hey, Professor Oak, do you have anything you want to bring? I've convinced the Beedrill monarch to assist us as a negotiator." "Really?" Professor Oak exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he carefully retrieved a mini wooden carving wrapped in cloth from his pocket. The craftsmanship was rather crude, resembling something pricked out with a needle, yet it vaguely depicted Professor Oak's youthful visage. "Take this with you," he said. Jengar asked, "Just this one?" "Just this one." After receiving the wooden carving from Jengar, the Beedrill monarch cast a puzzled glance at Jengar. It remembered that the Wisdom Seeker's nest contained many such carvings. "Wait here," the Beedrill monarch instructed before deftly flapping its wings and darting into the distant thicket. Before long, the Beedrill monarch emerged, its expression less than favorable. "The Wisdom Seeker has instructed that scoundrel to enter." Glaring at Jengar with irritation, it seemed to have incurred punishment. "Professor Oak, go in quickly. Your little bug is eager to see you." At that moment, Professor Oak, waiting on the side, received Jengar's telepathic message. "Do not fear, just explain everything. Your little bug will understand your plight," Lu Yun reassured the somewhat anxious Professor Oak. "Hurry, the Wisdom Seeker is getting impatient," the Beedrill monarch urged with growing impatience. Glancing back at the supportive crowd behind him, Professor Oak took a deep breath and followed the Beedrill monarch back into the thicket. This time, Professor Oak faced no attacks, but rather, he was easily ushered to meet his long-yearned little bug. At that moment, the little bug was quietly seated on the ground, diligently slicing the pearl oyster meat with its twin stingers and feeding itself. Opposite lay the wooden carving that Professor Oak had just sent via the Beedrill monarch. Seeing the little bug savoring the meat, Professor Oak's eyes welled with tears. "Little bug, why aren't you eating the oyster meat?" The little bug replied. "Only wild spirits without trainers eat it raw. As one with a trainer, I naturally prefer it cooked." "Haha. I shall prepare oyster soup for you, from now on. You shall have cooked meals daily." The little bug responded, "That would be splendid." Wiping his tears, Professor Oak choked out, "Little bug, I've come to bring you home." Ignoring Professor Oak, the little bug continued to relish the oyster meat before it. After a considerable time, the little bug finally finished the oyster meat and looked up at Professor Oak. In that moment, silence enveloped the thicket. Gently approaching Professor Oak, the little bug rubbed its sharp stingers against his face. Tears streamed from the Beedrill's eyes, falling to the ground. "Little bug." Gazing at the little bug so close, Professor Oak could no longer contain his emotions and embraced it tightly, breaking down in tears. This time, the little caterpie did not push Dr. Oak away. Instead, it embraced him tightly, shedding silent tears. Lovers, at long last, reunited. Chapter 17. The Hunting Tournament. After a considerable time, Dr. Oak released the Beedrill and spoke, "Come back with me." In response to Dr. Oak's request, the Beedrill remained silent, and an air of stillness enveloped them both. Eventually, the Beedrill broke the silence. I suppose you have yet to participate in a Beedrill hunt, have you? Otherwise, you should experience it. And by the way, accompany me in battle once more." Upon gazing at the Beedrill before him, Dr. Oak nodded through teary eyes. "All right, I shall fight alongside you once more." "Do you believe Dr. Oak will resolve this misunderstanding?" At this moment, Lu Yun felt a twinge of anxiety as he turned to DZ. Others may falter, but Dr. Oak will undoubtedly succeed. DZ's response was resolute. For when it comes to a passion for Pokémon, none in the entire league could rival Dr. Oak's fervor. "Passion," Lu Yun quietly regarded the Zoro and nestled in his arms, choosing not to speak. Hey, I'm back. At this moment, Dr. Oak had transformed, shedding his earlier despondency. Caterpie has invited us to participate in the hunting tournament. Do you wish to join? Glimpsing the Beedrill beside him, Dr. Oak inquired of Lu Yun and the others. Exchanging a glance with DZ, Lu Yun hesitated. He was indeed eager to partake in this so-called hunting tournament, yet he possessed a clear understanding of his own abilities. Fret not. This hunting ground has been cleared. Powerful Pokémon have either been driven away or slain, leaving only those of average strength and wild beasts. Thanks to Gung Gui's translation, Lu Yun understood the Beedrill's words and thus consented without hesitation. I will participate. I want to join as well. At the same time, Yakina broke free from Frostless and rushed over to join the excitement. It was fortunate that the corpses had just been removed. Otherwise, this young girl might have been left with a psychological scar. Before long, Lu Yun and his companions formed 3 hunting teams, Dr. Oak and Caterpie as one team, Frostless, Gung Gui, and Yakina as another, while Lu Yun and DZ formed the last. Let us depart. With Yukina's exuberant shout, the 3 hunting teams set forth in different directions. Is there truly prey here? Observing the tranquil forest surrounding him, Lu Yun walked upon the dry leaves, casting a doubtful glance at DZ beside him. Having separated from Dr. Oak and the others for about 10 minutes, Lu Yun had encountered nothing but trees and grass along the way. Not a single wild animal had crossed his path, let alone a Pokémon. Shoo, do not speak. There is movement. Pointing to a slightly elevated pile of dead leaves ahead, DZ signaled for Lu Yun to slow his pace. Darubii, go. Without hesitation, Lu Yun commanded his Darubii to charge forward. Darubii. As Darubii charged, a creature hidden in the dry grass was startled into the open. A gray wild rabbit sprang forth, darting away with all its might. Yet, such a mere rabbit stood no chance against Darubii. In no time, Darubii returned to Lu Yun's side, proudly clutching the rabbit. Darubii, you did splendidly. Lu Yun praised, petting Darubii's head before retrieving the rabbit from its jaws. As he felt the rabbit struggle in his hands, Lu Yun experienced the thrill of the hunt for the first time. Just as he reveled in his catch, a sudden explosion echoed from a distance, accompanied by several cries of distress. Let us go and investigate. Holding the rabbit by its ears, Lu Yun beckoned DZ to follow him. Upon their arrival at the scene, they found that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Scattered across the open ground lay a dozen defeated Rattata. The lone remaining Rattata was struggling under the onslaught of a scarred Beedrill, valiantly attempting to hold its ground. Perish. Spotting a weakness, the Beedrill unleashed a barrage of poisonous stingers, dispatching the beleaguered Rattata, which was met with cheers from its compatriots. Gazing at the fallen Rattata family and then at the rabbit in his hands, Lu Yun felt a sudden sense of disillusionment. A glance at the scarred Beedrill revealed it was already rallying its companions to clean up the battlefield and transport their prey back home. Come, let us explore elsewhere. Patting Lu Yun on the back, DZ began to walk away. Go, Darubii. Darubii, you can do it, Lu Yun. They exchanged words of encouragement before Lu Yun followed DZ into the depths of the forest. Caterpie, evade its attack and use Poison Sting. On the opposite side of the hunting ground, Dr. Oak was directing Caterpie as it battled a Rattata. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to his youth. However, the once mighty Beedrill had long lost its youthful vigor. Watching as the Rattata clamped down on it, Dr. Oak found himself momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, despite its diminished strength, its combat instincts remained intact. After a pained cry, the Beedrill swiftly converted its poison sting into a lethal attack, successfully sending the Rattata to the spirit world. How are you? Is your injury severe? Dr. Oak approached the Beedrill anxiously. I'm fine. Rising from the ground, the Beedrill shook its head. Continue. Aunt Snow, Uncle Ghost, could we refrain from killing the rabbits? They are truly adorable. Clutching the wild rabbit that Gung Gui had just caught, Yakina gazed at Gung Gui and Frostless with her big, watery eyes. With a sigh, Gung Gui dispersed the shadow ball in his hand, responding with a resigned smile. Ghost, no killing. Having said that, he shot a wry smile at Frostless. At that moment, Yakina already held several ropes in her hands, each tied to a different creature, a duck, a large goose, and a green onion duck that had endured a thorough beating. Accepting its status as a pet, Uncle Ghost is the best, Little Snow loves you. Making a heart gesture towards Gung Gui, Yakina produced the prepared rope and tied it around the rabbit's neck. Pet 1. These diverse creatures, from different races and kinds, appeared remarkably harmonious under Gung Gui's intimidating presence. Are you certain there is something ahead? As Lu Yun pushed aside the tall grass, he inquired of Darubii on the ground. Darubii, I smell a familiar scent. Seeing Darubii's determination, Lu Yun had no choice but to trust it. Over here. At that moment, Dize, searching nearby, suddenly tugged at Lu Yun's shoulder and whispered. Turning his head, Lu Yun began to follow Dize's pointed direction. Gulp. Lu Yun swallowed hard, admitting that these potential prey stirred something within him. Chapter 18. Green Onion Duck Duck. Those bee drills didn't catch up, did they? Duck? No, but Xiao Si is missing. The duck, poor little Si, surely has met its demise at the hands of the bee drills. A flock of ducks, each wielding a scallion, congregated amidst the grass, quacking animatedly. Weevee struck gold. Gazing at the 5 splendid scallion ducks before him, Dee's eyes transformed into glimmering coins. A wild scallion duck is far more valuable than its domesticated counterpart. In restaurants, they could fetch a price of at least 10,000 yuan each. Hush! With a wave of his hand, Lu Yun and Dee led their respective Pokémon, encircling the 5 scallion ducks that had miraculously escaped the bee drill's hunt. Duck, let's take a breather. The lead scallion duck, having confirmed the absence of danger, gestured with its scallion for its kin to lie down on the grass and rest. Just as the scallion ducks relaxed their guard, preparing for a well-deserved respite, Lu Yun and Dee, having completed their encirclement, launched a sudden ambush. Ruby, Yongji. In the midst of a flurry of chaotic combat, the scallion duck family, exhausted from a morning of fleeing, soon fell prey to Lu Yun and D's shameless sneak attack, leading to their complete annihilation. Duck, you shameless humans. Resorting to an ambush. If you have the guts, let me take you on one-on-one. Witnessing the scallion duck bound like a zongzi, still shouting defiantly, Dee approached and delivered a swift kick. Show some awareness of your predicament. In the face of Dee's imposing presence, the scallion ducks not only refused to yield, but grew even more boisterous. Duck, if you dare, release our leader. He can take you both on. Duck, exactly. Duck. Let our leader go. He will show you true cruelty. In that moment, the small thicket echoed with the indignant cries of the scallion ducks. How maddening! Lu Yun bellowed, slapping each scallion duck in turn, before binding the beaks of 4 of them with rope. Approaching the leader of the scallion ducks, Lu Yun unsheathed a short knife borrowed from Dee and pressed it against the duck's neck. I hear you can take us all on. In response to Lu Yun's threat, the leader of the scallion ducks defiantly tilted its neck upward. Duck, indeed. Were it not for your ambush, I could take you all on single-handedly. Such audacious words, of course, did not sit well with Yongji and Ruby, who stood nearby. While Yongji, having witnessed grand spectacles, maintained his composure despite the provocation, the hot-blooded Ruby could not contain his irritation. Ruby, then let us have a fair fight. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Observing the fierce determination in Ruby's eyes, Lu Yun swung his dagger, swiftly severing the ropes binding the scallion duck. Since you refuse to submit, let us engage in a fair battle. If you win, I shall release you and your companions. However, should I emerge victorious, you and your comrades must accompany me. Upon hearing Lu Yun's proposition, the scallion duck flexed its recently bound wrists, picked up a fallen scallion, and raised its head with great pride. Duck, let us proceed as you propose. Should I lose, you may do with me as you wish. As the gazes of the scallion duck and Ruby clashed, Lu Yun sensed the spark of a storm brewing in the air. Woo woo woo, go for it, boss. Despite their beaks being bound, the scallion ducks on the ground remained restless. Who do you think will win? Watching the standoff between Ruby and the scallion duck, Dee smiled and turned to Yongji. Yongji, a bunch of roasted ducks that can't even fend off bee drills. What makes them think they can defeat my brother Ruby? Ha ha. After exchanging glances with Ruby, the scallion duck made the first move. Duck. With a swift scraping motion of its feet against the ground, a cloud of dust was kicked up. Ruby, taken by surprise. Ruby momentarily failed to react to the sudden dust cloud, momentarily blinded. White energy began to envelop the scallion, and with a graceful flourish, it swung the scallion toward Ruby. Ruby. With a cry of distress, Ruby was sent hurtling away by the scallion duck's attack. Duck, I told you, I can take you all on. Striking a flamboyant pose, the scallion duck resembled an adept swordsman, waving its wings at the downed Ruby, as if to impart a lesson. Ruby, is that so? Clearing the dust from his eyes, Ruby rose to his feet and shook himself off. A burst of scorching sparks erupted from Ruby's mouth, launching 3 fiery projectiles in a triangular formation toward the scallion duck, sealing off all avenues of escape. Observing the incoming sparks, the scallion duck remained unfazed, clutching its scallion. Duck, I have a scallion. Yet before the scallion duck could finish its thought, the 3 sparks collided with the scallion it held. Duck, this force, something is amiss. The scallion duck, intending to use its scallion as a shield against the sparks, realized at that moment that this skill had been meticulously trained. Bang bang bang. With 3 resounding explosions, the scallion duck was forcefully slammed to the ground. The scallion in its hand became charred, releasing a pungent aroma. Ruby was not one to miss such an opportunity to unleash a merciless onslaught on a defenseless foe. Launching himself at the scallion duck, Ruby began to ruthlessly dominate and toy with the incapacitated creature. The poor scallion duck found itself helplessly at Ruby's mercy. Is this really the level of skill? You startled me. Yongji, having witnessed the scallion duck's fierce techniques, Dee initially feared Ruby had encountered a formidable opponent. Little did he know, it was merely a facade. A one-trick pony. Duck, no, don't touch me there. The scallion duck, pinned beneath Ruby, cried out in despair. In response to the duck's pleas, Ruby only felt further exhilarated. Duck, I'm not clean anymore. Lying amidst a sea of duck feathers, the bare scallion duck trembled as it clutched its scallion, silently weeping. Duck, our leader is in such dire straits. Duck, should we still resist? Duck, resist what? We might as well follow me and embrace our new leader. Duck, hurry. Let us kneel. I saw one human doing just that to show submission while fishing last time. The four-bound scallion ducks exchanged glances after witnessing their leader's plight. Quickly assessing the situation, they chose to switch allegiance. Chapter 19 Lu Yun, do you submit? Scallion duck, no? Do you submit? Crouching before the bare scallion duck, Lu Yun teased, do you submit? With tears streaming down, the scallion duck looked at Lu Yun with a sorrowful gaze and slowly uttered a quack. Duck, no. Observing the scallion duck's reluctance, both Ruby and Lu Yun were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening. Ruby, do you wish to become roast duck right away? While glaring at the scallion duck, Ruby began to gather fire energy within his mouth, always prepared to roast this dishonest duck. With a fierce stomp, Lu Yun pressed the head of the scallion duck beneath his foot, threateningly declaring, either bring your subordinates into my ranch, or I shall roast you right now and feast upon you. Beside him, Dalubai licked his lips in agreement, adopting an expression of indulgent reminiscence. Observing the menacing duo of man and dog, the scallion duck closed its eyes and spread its wings, murmuring, Duck, a duck can be killed but not humiliated. Go ahead and roast me. At this juncture, the scallion duck choked back tears and solemnly added, Duck, but please, after your feast, spare my subordinates. Upon hearing this, the four subordinates, who had just been contemplating switching allegiances, were instantly moved to tears. Duck, oh dear, how touching, truly worthy of being my leader. As Duck no. 3 sobbed, a sound emerged from his throat. Duck, is what we're doing a bit unfair to the leader? Hearing this, Duck number 5 lowered his head in shame. Duck, what we do is for the leader's sake. Does he not wish for our survival? Duck number 6 chimed in. Duck, indeed. We must not let our leader perish in vain. Duck number 2 echoed. In that moment, the 4 scallion ducks reached a unanimous decision. Their leader must not die in vain. Eating. Upon hearing the scallion duck's words, Lu Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. He had indeed contemplated devouring the scallion duck, but certainly not at this moment. Selling the scallion duck would be a one-time transaction, whereas nurturing these ducks would yield ongoing benefits. Chickens lay eggs, eggs hatch chickens, with sufficient patience. Lu Yun was confident that he could ascend to the illustrious title of Duck King in Changpin City, thanks to these 5 scallion ducks. Rest assured, I shall not consume you. Not only will I refrain from eating you, but I shall also provide you with a splendid environment, allowing you to live in comfort every day, Lu Yun assured the scallion duck beneath his foot. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the scallion duck gazed at him in disbelief. Duck, is that truly so? Indeed. As Lu Yun's sincere gaze met his, the scallion duck felt a stirring in his heart. Were it not for the harshness of life, who would choose to live in constant fear, uncertain of their fate? Who would wish to spend their days alongside onions, mingling with a band of drakes? Duck, I agree. The naive scallion duck, completely devoid of doubt regarding Lu Yun's honesty, readily consented. Lifting his foot from the duck's head, Lu Yun grasped its wings and hoisted it up. After brushing off the dust from the scallion duck's body, Lu Yun kindly stated, Welcome to Yunshang Ranch. As he beheld the amiable Lu Yun, the scallion duck's eyes brimmed with tears. Not only would he escape being eaten, but he had also found a long-term source of sustenance. What joy! Yet, why did he feel that this human harbored ulterior motives? Duck, the leader has actually surrendered. Duck, indeed, it's quite unexpected. Duck, silence. That was the former leader. Do not speak carelessly, lest the current leader misunderstand. Duck, our leader is not so hideous. Even bound and gagged, the group of scallion ducks displayed no semblance of submission. Duck, allow me to handle a personal matter. After awkwardly addressing Lu Yun, the duck leader turned to face the 4 little ducks. Although their mouths were bound, they emitted soft whimpers, and after spending so much time together, the duck leader could easily interpret their sounds. Duck, I've heard you've been spreading rumors of my demise. Brandishing a scallion, the duck leader approached the 4 little ducks. His eyes filled with menace as he surveyed them. Despite being entirely featherless, the duck leader still exuded an air of dominance. Duck, leader, you must have misheard. Duck no. 2, glancing at the scallion poised to be used against him, was the first to concede. Duck, yes, you must have misheard, leader. Followed closely by duck no. 3 and duck number 6 in agreement. The duck leader's gaze fell upon the only silent duck number 5. Duck, and you? Feeling the weight of the duck leader's predatory gaze, duck number 5 swallowed hard. Duck, how about you just give us a beating, leader? The duck leader's expression morphed into something peculiar upon hearing this. Gently stroking duck number 5's fluffy head, the duck leader's eyes gradually turned fierce. Duck, it won't hurt. Be good, duck. With a low, mournful cry, a shower of duck feathers rained down from the grass. Eat slowly, Snow Nicey said while caressing the back of the scallion duck before her. As exploration continued, Snow Nicey's array of pets grew increasingly diverse, transitioning from a solitary scallion duck to now include a small rattata and a diglet. Duck, what have I lived through? Such bland and tasteless days. The scallion duck lamented, devouring the specially prepared Pokémon food, tears welling in its eyes. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, I miss you. Remembering his brothers being chased by Beedrills, duck number 4 shed unbidden tears. Duck, in our next life, let us be brothers again. I, little 4, shall enjoy this life's blessings for you. With tears in his eyes, he took another bite of the food before looking at Snow Nicey, who was feeding the other pets. The scallion duck felt an unexpected sense of contentment at the thought of living as a pet for a lifetime. Duck, 121. 121. Just as the scallion duck pondered this complex sentiment towards Snow Nicey, a synchronized chant drew the attention of all present Pokémon. Luyun? Snow Nicey called out uncertainly, gazing at the figure striding ahead of a group of featherless ducks. It's me. Grasping the recently reclaimed subordinates, Luyun waved to Snow Nicey. The surrounding Beedrills, resting nearby, marveled at the sight of Luyun leading a pack of lively quarry. B, the boss seems even more formidable than you. A Beedrill, holding a piece of meat, whispered to another, who bore numerous wounds. Ignoring his junior's remark, the Beedrill focused on the line of lively scallion ducks trailing behind Luyun. Chapter 20, Time. The other half of Luyun received a challenge from a heavily scarred Beedrill. Beedrill, use Poison Sting. At this moment, Damu Shur was sternly directing the battle unfolding before him. On the battlefield, the heavily panting Beedrill narrowly evaded a strike from a Meowth on the ground. Purple Poison Sting shot forth from Beedrill's twin stingers, striking the airborne Meowth. Although the Poison Sting successfully hit its target, it did not trigger any poisoning effect. Licking its own paw, the feline leader shook its sleek, satin-like fur and let out a provocative cry at the Beedrill, seemingly mocking the futility of its attacks. Clenching his fist, Professor Oak's right hand instinctively reached towards his pocket. The hunting expedition had begun with such ease, yet as the Beedrill's stamina waned, Professor Oak found himself increasingly challenged by his quarry. Moreover, he discerned that the insect's strength was not a mere consequence of age, but rather an inexplicable disappearance overnight. Meow? Seizing the moment of Professor Oak's distraction, the feline leader executed a dazzling move, summoning a plethora of gold coins from thin air, which cascaded down like shooting stars, crashing heavily onto the Beedrill. The sight of the Beedrill, now grounded, compelled Professor Oak to act without hesitation. Dragonite, finish him off, he commanded, hurling the pokeball containing his Dragonite. He observed the feline leader, who approached the Beedrill with a mocking demeanor, unaware of the formidable adversary it had provoked. Meow? Little bug, today is your day, the feline leader smirked cruelly as it sauntered closer to the Beedrill. Had it not been for the unexpected arrival of these Beedrills, it would have been enjoying a carefree life in its den, surrounded by family. Instead, the intrusion had forced him to flee, separated from his loved ones, evading the relentless pursuit of the swarm. Today, this audacious Beedrill had dared to wander alone. It would not escape unscathed. The Beedrill, struggling to rise from the ground, attempted to regain its footing for battle, but failed repeatedly. It's over, it murmured, casting a glance at Professor Oak before slowly closing its eyes. I aspire to be the strongest trainer, it declared, recalling its dream of aiding its master, Snow, to achieve greatness. Just as the feline leader prepared to deliver the final blow, the seemingly defeated Beedrill executed a roll, narrowly evading the attack and countering with a lethal thrust of its stinger. Never give up until the very end. This was the Beedrill's mantra. The feline leader, caught off guard by the Beedrill's desperate strike, let out a pained cry, its gaze now filled with fury. I will tear you apart, wretched bug, it hissed. As the Beedrill managed a bitter smile at the irony, had it faced this version of the feline leader in its prime, it would have triumphed effortlessly. Making a gesture to flee, the Beedrill, battered yet resolute, prepared for a final charge against the advancing feline leader. The Beedrill tribe knows no cowardice, only fallen warriors. It proclaimed, channeling its meager strength into its stingers, ready to uphold the words it had once spoken 2 decades prior while leading its kin. Dragonite, finish him off. Professor Oak's furious shout pierced the air, reminding the Beedrill that it was no longer a wild Pokémon without a trainer. It was no longer alone, left to fend for itself in times of peril. The feline leader instinctively turned at the sound of Professor Oak's wrath. What unfolded next was a scene that would haunt the feline leader for eternity. A massive Dragonite charged towards it with a fearsome glare. An orange-red flame gathered in Dragonite's maw, swiftly morphing into a fiery dragon that hurtled towards the feline leader. It sought to evade, to escape. But its limbs felt as heavy as if weighed down by lead, immobilized by shock and resentment towards both the Beedrill and Professor Oak. One of the fiercest hunters of the jungle, the feline leader was consumed in the inferno of the orange flame, transforming into mere steam. Look over there, exclaimed the dining snow, suddenly nudging her companion, Lu Yun, while pointing towards the illuminated sky. Lu Yun lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the orange flame illuminated the sky, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. What kind of powerful Pokémon could unleash such a radiant attack? Meanwhile, Jengar, witnessing the spectacle, exchanged a few words with Snow before approaching his newly acquainted comrade and conversing briefly, setting off towards the direction of the flames. After conversing with Jengar, the Beedrill leader felt an unusual sense of urgency. Soon, a battalion led by 10 Beedrill commanders and consisting of hundreds of elite Beedrill began their march towards the source of the flames. Wise one, please be safe, otherwise my mother will surely flame my skin, the Beedrill leader silently prayed as it watched the departing troop, gazing at the formidable Dragonite before him. Alongside the Happiny healing him with soothing waves, the Beedrill's eyes were clouded with confusion. Once a humble Dragonite, he now stood before the Dragonite, the very Pokémon he had once accompanied to the Joy family, alongside Happiny. Professor Oak, observing the Beedrill, began to explain. As the Beedrill looked at the Dragonite, a sense of relief washed over him. The Dragonite that had once followed him closely, competing in flying races, had now matured into a formidable Dragonite. The Happiny, who had once cried for meat in the night, had blossomed into an exceptional healer. Yet he, once the professor's trump card, had now been reduced to a position where he could be ruthlessly slaughtered by a mere feline leader. Truly, it is said that youth's vigor is fleeting, and time can swiftly turn the tables. Chapter 21, Shalebi. Are you saying that Shalebi saved you back then? Professor Oak inquired, astonished, as he sat on the ground, staring at the Beedrill. Nodding, the Beedrill continued, yes, I was ambushed by the elite of the Fire Falcon clan at the meeting point. I was not yet the leader then, and facing dozens of Spearow commanders and hundreds of Spearow elites, I stood no chance and was soon gravely wounded, the Beedrill recounted. Just as I was about to make a desperate attempt to take a few down with me, Shalebi appeared. Shalebi? Professor Oak murmured to himself, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze as he looked towards the direction of Pallet Town. Shalebi's arrival halted the battle, and I, lying on the ground, was rescued by Shalebi, the Beedrill concluded. Lord Sharabi informed me that to survive, there is but one path, to relinquish the immense power I have cultivated over the years. So you agreed? Professor Oak inquired. Indeed, I acquiesced. For I understood that the attacks from the Spearow were meticulously premeditated. Only with my demise could the formidable clans within the forest peacefully divide the resources of the Beedrill tribe. Thus, with the aid of Lord Sharabi, I successfully persevered. Under my leadership, although the Beedrill suffered grievous losses, we managed to evade this joint onslaught from multiple factions. And I was thereafter revered as the sage, becoming the first intellect among the Beedrill, a species governed by the law of the jungle. At this juncture, the Beedrill paused. Observing the now silent Beedrill, Happiny stepped forward, offering an egg and inquiring, Egg? Then why did you not return afterward? Accepting Happiny's gift, the Beedrill consumed it without hesitation. In the time that followed, under my guidance, the Beedrill tribe, bolstered by the formidable resilience of bug-type Pokémon, re-established its presence within the forest. This time, we were not besieged again, for we had found a sovereign. And that sovereign was none other than one I had nurtured. Upon uttering this, the young bug puffed up with pride. The revelation left Professor Oak astounded. You actually trained a sovereign? He questioned, incredulous. It was known that when the young bug departed, he had merely grazed the threshold of becoming a sovereign himself. The notion that he, who had yet to ascend to such heights, had produced a sovereign pupil was utterly unfathomable. Yes, I did indeed produce a sovereign, the young bug added. In truth, by the second year after leaving you, I had already 1 foot in the realm of sovereignty. I had intended to return after 3 years to surprise you, but alas, Both parties fell into a contemplative silence. The only sound in the quiet space was the crackling of burning wood. "Come back with me. The Beedrill tribe no longer requires your aid," Professor Oak stated, lifting his gaze and fixing his eyes on the Beedrill illuminated by the firelight. Looking intently into Professor Oak's eyes, the young bug momentarily entertained the thought of returning with him. However, as he gazed into the inky darkness ahead, a glimmer of resolve flickered in the Beedrill's eyes. No. Professor Oak, filled with anticipation, found it difficult to accept such a blunt refusal. "Why? Dragon, come home. Brother, everyone misses you." "Egg, indeed, Brother Bug. Let us return together." The nearby Dragonite and Happiny also chimed in, urging him. This place is my home." After a moment of silence, the Beedrill spoke slowly. As he regarded the resolute Beedrill before him, Professor Oak felt tears welling in his eyes. Carefully extracting a red and white pokeball from his pocket, he closed his eyes and offered it to the Beedrill. Gazing at the engraving of a caterpie etched upon the pokeball, a single tear trickled down the Beedrill's cheek. With a swift motion, he severed the pokeball in two with his stingers, resolutely turning away and striding into the depths of darkness. In that instant, the Beedrill felt an inexplicable void within. Meanwhile, Professor Oak clutched his chest, sensing an irreplaceable loss. "Ghost, what transpired?" Observing the Beedrill fade into the shadows, the arriving Jengar inquired, perplexed. In response to Jengar's question, Professor Oak could only manage a bittersweet smile. He has returned home. In the darkness, the young bug was welcomed by his kin. As he surveyed the neatly arranged and vibrant Beedrill before him, an emptiness within him began to fill. I suppose I am not alone after all," the young bug murmured softly in the night. Surrounded by his fellow Beedrill, he glided slowly through the tranquil and profound forest. Suddenly, the young bug halted, glancing back at the flickering firelight in the distance. This night, the bug who had once been under Professor Oak's tutelage had perished, while the sage of the Beedrill tribe in the evergreen forest embraced a new beginning. This is yours," sated in content. Lu Yun was presently distributing the delicacies prepared by the Snow Woman to the awaiting ducklets. The 5 ducks, lined up in formation, eagerly devoured the food handed out by Lu Yun. "Duck, this is truly delectable." After tasting the Pokémon food, Duck 3 exclaimed with delight. "Duck, indeed. What do we typically consume?" Struggling to swallow a large mouthful, Duck 5 concurred. Just as they animatedly debated how benevolent their new leader was, Duck 4, who had already finished his meal and was resting nearby, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Duck, why does it sound like the voices of 3 and 4? Rising from the ground, Duck 4 approached the source of the sound. "Duck, if it's delicious, eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, I can get more for you." Though balding, Duck 1 still exuded an air of authority. "Duck, leader." At this moment, Duck 4 gazed uncertainly at the balding duck in the distance. "Duck." Hearing his name called, Duck 1 turned his head and scanned his surroundings. Thud. The food in Duck 1's hands fell to the ground. Duck 4, you're alive." Chapter 22. Ducklet, can you leave some for us?" Gazing at the completely bald duck before him, Duck 4 felt moisture welling in his eyes. "Leader, you have suffered. You need not endure such hardships any longer." Duck 1 embraced Duck 4, speaking with fervor. Though he had become a balding duck today, he had found a long-term source of sustenance. Moreover, reuniting with Duck 4 truly thrilled Duck 1. "Leader, have you also been captured to become a pet?" Duck 4 scrutinized Duck 1, who was entirely bald, and spoke. Hearing this, Duck 1 puffed out his chest in indignation. "Nonsense. Am I the sort to live off others? I voluntarily became an employee." Upon hearing this, Duck 4 lowered his head in embarrassment. "Bring your companions over. Let's see how you fare here tonight." "Coming, boss." Duck 1 trotted over eagerly at Lu Yun's call. Observing the balding duck scampering away, Duck 4 harbored doubts about Duck 1's previous statement. All right. Beaming at the makeshift tent constructed with green waterproof cloth beside Lu Yun's house, Duck 1 was overjoyed. Though the tent was quite modest, it was a significant improvement over their previous living conditions in the wild. Watching the jubilant Duck 1, Lu Yun wore a satisfied smile. Truly a commendable employee. "Lu Yun, why is your ducklet like this?" At this moment, Yukineko trailed behind duck number 4 as they approached, gazing at the bare duck number 1. Yukineko momentarily found herself at a loss regarding the breed of this plump duck. Upon noticing the approaching girl, Duck No. 1 felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily ducked into the newly erected tent, seeking refuge. Observing duck number 1's retreat into the tent, Yukineko stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. "Well then, shall we return?" she suggested, squatting down to speak to duck number 4, casting a glance towards the tent where duck number 1 had hidden. Then at Yukineko, duck number 4 lowered his head. "Duck, I wish to stay here," he murmured, his reluctance evident. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yukineko's face. Are you truly choosing to remain here? She inquired. Nodding resolutely, duck number 4 met Yukineko's gaze. Duck, I want to be with my companions. Ruffling duck no. 4's head affectionately, Yukineko rose from her crouch, her mood somewhat dampened. Promise not to get lost again. As Yukineko turned to leave, duck no. 4 felt a pang of sadness. Had she not rescued him at that critical moment, he would likely have ended up as a meal for the Beedrill. It's all right. We'll see each other again, Lu Yun reassured duck number 4. Duck, we're merely working, not selling ourselves. If you wish to see her, it's not impossible. At that moment, duck number 1 emerged from the tent. Duck, exactly. The 4 little ducks gathered around, addressing duck number 4. As he surveyed his familiar companions, duck no. 4 felt his spirits lift. With a playful smirk, duck number 1 patted duck number 4's shoulder. Duck, since number 4 has rejoined us, let us make sure he's just like us. Duck number 4 was bewildered, but upon seeing his companions now fully plucked, his expression shifted dramatically. Duck, I'd rather not. As he spoke, duck number 4 quietly began to back away. Duck, don't be shy, 4th brother. Duck number 6 chimed in, blocking duck no. 4's retreat with a grin. Faced with a dead end, duck number 4 trembled slightly. Duck, can we not pluck below? Upon hearing this, the surrounding ducks were momentarily taken aback, then shook their heads in silence. A sorrowful cry emanated from the makeshift tent, drawing the attention of many passing Beedrill. However, when these Beedrill witnessed the feathers swirling out of the tent and the tangled mass of plump ducks within, they all bore expressions that suggested an unspoken understanding. Swiftly departing the scene, a few Beedrill, having observed the spectacle, scurried into the nearby bushes, engaged in unknown activities, causing the foliage to sway back and forth. Perhaps in a few days, the Beedrill colony would expand once more. What? You wish to challenge me? Lu Yun, who was grooming Delubi, stared in astonishment at the scarred Beedrill before him. In contrast to Lu Yun's surprise, the scarred Beedrill remained remarkably composed. Indeed, human, I seek to challenge you. To prove that I am the mightiest hunter in this hunting ground. This declaration incited a ruckus among the nearby Beedrill. Observing the commotion stirred by the onlookers, Lu Yun wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his forehead. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Lu Yun stammered, trying to maintain a light-hearted demeanor in front of the battle-hardened Beedrill. If it were any other Beedrill provoking him, Lu Yun would have dragged Delubi into action without a second thought. Yet, this particular Beedrill exuded an intimidating aura. The scars told tales of many prior battles. Misunderstanding? There is none. I simply wish to challenge you. Accept my challenge, human. Faced with the unwavering resolve of the Beedrill, Lu Yun found himself at a loss. Who had he angered? How about we postpone this for another day? Lu Yun suggested tentatively, genuinely not wanting to engage in a fight with this formidable adversary. Human, you are cowardly. Summon the courage you displayed this afternoon when you captured the plump duck and battle me. Anger simmered within Lu Yun. Even clay figures have their limits, and he would not be bullied into a fight so easily. As he contemplated the worst-case scenario, merely enduring a beating, considering it a form of training, duck number 1 approached, brandishing a leek and flanked by his comrades. Duck, oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a little bee. Duck no. 1's provocative remark drew the attention of all the Beedrill present. Upon seeing the 6 plucked ducks approaching, laughter erupted among the Beedrill. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just captured prey. 1 Beedrill sneered. Unfazed by the taunt, duck number 1 stepped forward, directly addressing the Beedrill that had challenged Lu Yun. Duck, so it's you who wishes to challenge our boss. Looking down at duck number 1, who was devoid of feathers, the Beedrill scoffed. And what of it? Clearing his throat, duck number 1 declared, Duck, to challenge our boss, you must first defeat me. You? The Beedrill was taken aback. When had their prey grown so bold as to raise their claws against their master? What if all of you attacked together? Such a bold proclamation sent the surrounding Beedrill into a frenzy of excitement. Yet, to their surprise, duck no. 1 merely smirked at the challenge. Chapter 23. Is there or isn't there? Duck, since you've said that, we 1 hold back. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, prepare for battle. With duck number 1's command, the 5 little ducks, who had been waiting eagerly, brandished their leeks and surrounded the Beedrill. A glance at the encircling plump ducks ignited a surge of indignation within the Beedrill. This was an affront to their authority. Very well, if you wish to fight. Then let us battle. Do you think my stingers are ineffective? A faint glow began to emanate from the Beedrill's stingers, ready to unleash an attack at any moment. Assessing the 6 plucked ducks, the Beedrill resolved to target the most unattractive duck number 1 first. Duck, wait. Just as the Beedrill prepared to strike, duck number 1 interjected. Duck, since we're fighting, there ought to be some stakes involved. What will you wager? The bee drill, wearing a grim expression, gritted its teeth. B. What stakes do you desire? Tapping his head with the leek, duck number 1 pretended to ponder. Duck, how about this? If we lose, you can do as you please. But if we win, you must acknowledge me as your leader, following me wherever I go. Without a moment's hesitation, the bee drill accepted the terms. It was preposterous to think he could lose. This afternoon, he had taken down countless plump ducks. B. Agreed, let it be so. After agreeing, the bee drill readied itself to attack once more. However, just as the bee drill was about to launch its assault, duck number 1 called out again. Duck, wait a moment. Struggling to maintain composure, the bee drill halted in front of the leader of the ducks, its stingers nearly crushed by the tension. B. What now? With a swift motion, it pushed aside the double stingers aimed at its own head with a green onion. The leader of the ducks gestured around, exclaiming, Don't you think the arena is rather cramped? And where is the referee? B. Everyone stepped back to give us space for a match. After the onlookers, the bee drills cleared the area, it turned to Lu Yun and said, B. Human, how about you officiate? Noticing the trusting gaze from the green onion duck, Lu Yun nodded in agreement. Very well. With the referee now in position, the bee drill this time learned its lesson and refrained from rushing into the fray. Instead, it turned to the leader of the ducks on the ground, gritting its teeth and stating, This time, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Faced with the furious bee drill, the duck leader actually lowered its head, resting it on its wings in contemplation. B. Is there really not? The bee drill's roar startled the pondering duck leader. Raising its head to meet the infuriated bee drill, the duck leader quickly waved the green onion in its hand. Duck, enough, let us begin. The duck leader was genuinely frightened, fearing the bee drill might retaliate. Distancing themselves, the bee drill and the 6 green onion ducks positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena, awaiting Lu Yun's command. Once both sides were ready, Lu Yun swung his jacket, signaling the commencement of battle. The moment the command was issued, the 6 green onion ducks instantly shifted their formation, adopting a pouch-like shape, with the leader standing at the center. Although the bee drill usually looked down upon these ducks, it had a habit of fighting with full force, treating every battle seriously. This good practice had allowed it to survive numerous encounters since birth. Upon seeing its primary target, the leader duck, shielded by its comrades, the bee drill wasted no time in adjusting its target and, utilizing its aerial advantage, swiftly charged towards duck 4 positioned at the back of the formation. Duck, change formation. Observing the bee drill shift its focus, the leader duck decisively commanded its subordinates to alter their formation, a smirk of disdain playing on its lips. In a one-on-one fight, they might not stand a chance. In a group battle, they might also falter. However, if they ganged up on just one, victory was assured. Following the duck leader's command, Duck 5 and Duck 6 hoisted Duck 3 and Duck 2, respectively, and hurled them towards the airborne bee drill. With the assistance of their comrades, Ducks 2 and 3 soared through the air, surprisingly catching up to the bee drill. The bee drill, witnessing the 2 green onion ducks approaching, couldn't help but chuckle. If they clustered together, it would be challenging to strike. But daring to spread out and attempt to intercept it midair, it would not hold back. The bee drill promptly recalibrated its target, gathering pale yellow bug-type energy at its stingers, emanating a dazzling glow in the night. Selecting Duck 2, it prepared to unleash a lethal sting to send it packing. However, when the bee drill's stingers plunged into Duck 2, it unexpectedly found that it had not inflicted the anticipated damage. It turned out that Duck 2 and Duck 3 had already activated their defensive stance as they were thrown. Though the bee drill's formidable strength shattered the defense, it had absorbed a significant portion of the energy from the lethal sting, preventing it from achieving a one-hit knockout. During the brief window of vulnerability following the bee drill's attack, Ducks 4, 5, and 6 on the ground, under the leadership of Duck Leader, simultaneously unleashed air slash. With its focus locked on Duck 2, the bee drill, unsurprisingly, took 4 direct hits from the air slashes. Yet, whether due to the bee drill's overwhelming strength or the lackluster capability of its adversaries, the bee drill astonishingly managed to maintain its flight despite absorbing 4 air slashes. Meanwhile, Duck 2 and Duck 3, having landed, stealthily approached from behind, encircling the bee drill. Activating its bug sensibility, the bee drill disregarded the 4 ducks in front and swiftly spun around to unleash a missile needle, driving back the ambushing Duck 2 and Duck 3. However, turning its back on the enemy was a grave mistake. The bee drill, facing away from Duck Leader, soon paid dearly for this error. Another 4 air slashes came hurtling towards it. The bee drill adeptly twisted its body, evading 3 of the slashes. Thus far, it had yet to lay a finger on any of the 6 ducks while already enduring 5 air slashes. Adjusting its position to ensure it could manage combat on 2 fronts, the B-drill suddenly unleashed a flash, catching all present off guard and leaving them momentarily blinded. Seizing this opportunity, the B-drill executed a series of quick movements and aerial returns. At that moment, its speed rivaled that of a Dragonite. With a decisive choice, the B-drill opted to eliminate Duck 2 and Duck 3 first. Following 2 resounding collisions, when the spectators reopened their eyes, Duck 2 and Duck 3 lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and disoriented. The carefully constructed pincer attack by the green onion ducks had been shattered, and the tide of battle had shifted. Chapter 24, Green Onion Duck, you scoundrel. Do not underestimate our bond. Gazing at the fallen Duck 2 and Duck 3, who had lost their combat effectiveness, the remaining ducks were momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the B-drill, having executed its lethal stings and rapid movements to swiftly defeat Duck 2 and Duck 3, was not in a particularly good state either. Gasping for breath, its gaze remained fixed on the 4 remaining ducks still capable of fighting. Duck, boss, what should we do now? Duck 4 inquired. The B-drill's fierce assault had indeed caught them off guard. Duck, don't be cowardly. Stand together. In contrast to Duck 4's bewilderment, Duck 5 was far more reckless. Duck, keep attacking. Glancing at the panting B-drill, Duck Leader addressed the 3 remaining subordinates. Duck, let us not let our brother's efforts go to waste. Observing the unconscious Duck 2 and Duck 3 behind the B-drill, the remaining ducks gripped their green onions with renewed determination. The B-drill, watching the united front of the green onion ducks, regarded them with utter disdain. To it, food was merely food. No matter how many gathered, they remained nothing more than an abundance of sustenance. Raising its stingers once more, the B-drill unleashed a quick movement, targeting the least conspicuous Duck 6. Duck, help me. With the leader's furious call, Ducks 4, 5, and 6 simultaneously executed helping hand, aimed squarely at their leader. Empowered by the trio's assistance, Duck Leader felt a surge of energy coursing through its body, a warmth spreading through its limbs. Duck, I have a green onion. An immense flow of energy began to pour into the green onion in its grasp, causing the previously wilted stalk to become vibrantly green under this infusion. Duck, capable of slicing through anything. At the moment when the energy reached the threshold of what the green onion could withstand, the green onion duck roared, unleashing a devastating cleave. Gazing at the leaks that were cleaved towards him, the B-drill's instinctive sense of danger surged once more. In that fleeting moment, he acutely felt the threat emanating from the leaks. He comprehended that should he continue to be overconfident and absorb this blow without any form of defense, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Abruptly halting the release of his twin needle attack, B-drill concentrated the energy within himself in the shortest span of time, erecting a barrier. Just as the barrier was barely established, the leak of the Duck Lord came crashing down. With a resounding boom, a shockwave erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the debris settled, Lu Yun, illuminated by the moonlight, surveyed the scene. At that moment, the leak held by the Duck Lord had vanished without a trace. The hand that had gripped the leak trembled uncontrollably, displaying signs of exhaustion. Meanwhile, B-drill was not faring much better. Lying on the ground not far away, he appeared utterly wretched. His transparent wings bore numerous small punctures, inflicted by pebbles caught in the shockwave. His body was riddled with countless wounds, and his once proud stingers showed traces of charred black. Feeling the pain coursing through him, B-drill was filled with trepidation. Had he not heeded his instincts and chosen to defend himself, he might have already been carted off. Contemplating this, B-drill cast a wary glance at the Duck Lords. He had not anticipated that these leaks could exhibit a combat prowess greater than the sum of their parts when united. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, B-drill slowly flapped his tattered wings and hovered in the air. In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail. B-drill understood that the Duck Lords before him were not as unfazed as they appeared. Seizing the opportunity while both sides were exhausted, he prepared to launch another assault. Squeezing out the remaining energy within him, B-drill executed his aerial ace once more and charged forward. Indeed, as B-drill had surmised, the Duck Lord was not in a favorable condition, having recklessly absorbed a significant amount of energy from his comrades and forcibly wielding it for an attack. He now felt as if he were shattered, unable to move from his spot. Gazing at the approaching B-drill, the Duck Lord's heart was filled with bitterness. He wished to evade, but his body betrayed him. With great difficulty, he turned his head to glance at his similarly fatigued underlings. Duck, I leave the rest to you. Silently uttering these words in his heart, the Duck Lord was lifted into the air by B-drill's aerial ace, only to be slammed down with great force. As the dust settled, the Duck Lord lay unconscious on the ground, his eyes resembling the spirals of incense, his body twitching involuntarily. Duck, boss. Witnessing the tragic state of their leader, Duck 5 released a panicked cry. B, overreaching. Casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Duck Lord, Beedrill swiftly redirected his attack towards Duck 5. Faced with Beedrill's renewed assault, the disoriented ducks momentarily faltered in their formation. A rabble. Observing this spectacle, Beedrill shook his head in contempt and, without a hint of hesitation, plunged his stingers downwards. His relentless barrage swiftly incapacitated the less formidable Duck 5. Following Duck 5's defeat, Beedrill ceased his onslaught. It was not due to a lack of desire to continue, but rather because he too was nearing his limit. From the onset of the battle, he had endured 5 strikes from the airblade, in addition to absorbing the amplified blow from the Duck Lord. Although he had approached the threshold of mastery, able to deftly manipulate every strand of energy within him and judiciously allocate his stamina during combat, he ultimately was not the leader. After the exhausting exchange akin to a wheel battle, he was fatigued, and his energy reserves were dwindling. Observing the halted Beedrill, Duck 4 mustered his courage and charged forward with the leek in hand. Duck, for the boss's revenge. As Duck 4 rushed towards him, Beedrill slightly shifted his body to evade the leek's strike, then retaliated with a poison sting that struck Duck 4 hard. Instantly, Duck 4's face and skin turned a sickly purple upon receiving the poison, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Turning his gaze towards the last trembling Duck 6, Beedrill, dragging his weary body, flew over. Food is food. Infusing the energy he had just replenished into his stingers, Beedrill resolved to deliver a fatal sting to this fortunate individual. As Duck 6 stood frozen in fear, clutching the leek, Beedrill's stingers descended mercilessly. Yet, as the stingers pierced downwards, the mockery on Beedrill's face transformed into sheer astonishment in an instant. Chapter 25. Duck 6? Duck 6. Remarkably, Duck 6 did not fall. At the very moment Beedrill was taken aback, Duck 6 counterattacked. A wave of energy, not particularly powerful, erupted from Duck 6, crashing heavily into Beedrill. This surge of energy was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Beedrill, already low on stamina, succumbed to the force and collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. Witnessing such a dramatic reversal, all the spectators fell into stunned silence. Duck 6 exhaled a sigh of relief, displaying a victorious expression before losing consciousness. It was a matter of endurance and retribution. Suddenly, Professor Oak's voice resonated, clarifying the crowd's confusion. With the professor's elucidation, Lu Yun quickly grasped why Duck 6 had managed to turn the tide. It turned out that when Beedrill executed his fatal sting, Duck 6 had already utilized the moves Endure and Revenge. Under the influence of Endure, Beedrill was unable to knock Duck 6 out in one blow. And as Duck 6 forcefully diminished his health, he unleashed the revenge he had prepared, returning the damage dealt to him back to Beedrill at double the intensity. Thus, Duck 6 achieved this miraculous turnaround. Glancing at the unconscious Duck 6 on the ground, Lu Yun couldn't help but marvel. How many beatings must one endure to master Endure and Revenge to such proficiency, with Beedrill losing the ability to fight first? The victors of this match were the Leeked Duck Ensemble. As Lu Yun announced the conclusion of the battle, Beedrill's companions, who had been waiting on the sidelines, rushed into the arena, armed with various herbs. Please take care of him, Professor Oak. Meanwhile, Lu Yun approached the professor, who had returned at some point, and spoke, gesturing for the Happiny beside him to attend to the fallen leek ducks. Professor Oak turned, chuckling warmly at Lu Yun. It is indeed a joy to have captured such a promising Pokémon. In response to the professor's praise, Lu Yun remained humble, replying, it is merely fate. To one's astonishment, Professor Oak let out a sigh upon hearing the term fate and fell silent. At that moment, Lu Yun also realized that the little bug that had been by Professor Oak's side at noon was nowhere to be found. Duck, how did we fare in this battle? The recently awakened big duck, still somewhat weak, approached Lu Yun with a sturdy stick he had found, his steps resonating confidently. Remarkably well, Lu Yun replied earnestly, leaning down to meet big duck's gaze. He spoke the truth. Prior to the confrontation, Lu Yun had never believed that the leeked ducks could prevail. In the afternoon, he had witnessed the formidable combat prowess of the Beedrills and had seen the leeked ducks' capabilities. The disparity between the two sides was stark. Yet, to his surprise, when the battle commenced, the leeked ducks managed to turn the tide and emerge victorious. Puffed up with pride from Lu Yun's praise, Big Duck strutted away, making his way toward the newly revived Beedrill. He understood that this victory had solidified his standing within Lu Yun's small group. You are not welcome here. Some Beedrills, casting wary glances at the approaching leeked ducks, attempted to chase them away. Duck, I am here to fulfill my promise, Big Duck declared, causing a stir among the surrounding swarm. Some even began sharpening their stingers, preparing to impart a small lesson to the fortunate ducks. Indeed, in the eyes of the Beedrills, the leeked duck's victory was attributed to sheer luck rather than skill. Enough. Step aside, I shall honor my word. At that moment, surrounded by the buzzing swarm, the Beedrill stood up, pushed through the crowd, and faced Big Duck, bowing his head slowly. I, Beedrill Sharpblade, hereby recognize you as my leader. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I shall do whatever you command. Although he lowered his head, Sharpblade's eyes were filled with reluctance. The surrounding Beedrills were equally astonished at this turn of events. Sharpblade, have you lost your mind? You would recognize a mere duck as your leader. Sharpblade, you are bringing shame upon the entire Beedrill clan. Observing the scornful expressions of his once proud kin, Sharpblade remained impassive. To endure humiliation is a lesson imparted by the wise since childhood. Are we truly going to watch as Sharpblade is taken away? Meanwhile, the Beedrill leader, anxious, hovered near the little bug, fidgeting with worry. In contrast to the leader's anxiety, the little bug maintained a calm demeanor, listening to the wise words. The Beedrill leader relinquished the thought of forcibly retaining Sharpblade, though a tinge of reluctance lingered. Sharpblade, true to his name, was nurtured to be the blade of the Beedrill clan. Welcome to Cloud Meadow. At that moment, Lu Yun approached Sharpblade with a smile, addressing the somewhat bewildered Beedrill. I am your leader's leader. Upon hearing this, Sharpblade's expression twitched involuntarily. He could hardly fathom that he would have to serve under this timid human. Ignoring Sharpblade's reaction, Lu Yun offered him a small cup of verdant liquid. Drink this, it will ease your discomfort. After a moment's hesitation, Sharpblade accepted the cup with his stingers. As the liquid flowed down, a refreshing sensation coursed through his limbs, perfectly neutralizing the fiery discomfort caused by the foreign energy within him. He soon felt the energy that did not belong to him dissipating at an astonishing pace. Realizing the miraculous nature of the potion, Sharpblade's eyes brightened, and he regarded Lu Yun with increasing friendliness. If he could consume this potion in unlimited quantities, he could fight every day. Previously, after each exhilarating battle, he required several days of rest to recover from any lingering injuries. But if such a potion were available moving forward, how could his strength not soar? Contemplating this, Sharpblade cast a sidelong glance at the leeked ducks, who were gathered together, celebrating their victory with the potion as if it were wine. A true man, dwelling amidst the heavens and earth, should not languish beneath others for long. For today, he would bide his time, but he would surely avenge this humiliation once his skills were honed. Come on, stop dawdling. Come over for a midnight snack. Lu Yun, carrying platters of marinated meat, passed by Sharpblade, calling out. Sensing the aromatic spices, Sharpblade instinctively patted his somewhat gaunt stomach and resolutely made his way over. The matter of revenge could wait until tomorrow. For today, filling his belly was of utmost importance. Chapter 26, The Six Kings. Continue forward, and you shall reach the royal court. If you lose your way, simply ask Sharpblade. He has been there. The Beedrill leader gestured toward a path winding through the forest. Waving farewell to the Beedrill leader, Lu Yun and his companions set off along the forest path toward the royal court. Sighing, Professor Oak felt a wave of melancholy wash over him since the previous night. Fortunately, with a new guide at their helm, he could finally take a breather. Riding atop the back of a rapidash, Lu Yun and his entourage advanced toward the royal court in a grand procession. Unlike their initial entry into the everlasting forest, Lu Yun's group had grown significantly. In addition to the green caterpillar, Little Green's girlfriend, Little Color, there were now 6 leeked ducks and a Beedrill in their ranks. Duck, 121, 121. Observing the orderly line of leeked ducks marching behind him, Lu Yun shook his head in exasperation. He had prepared pokeballs, but the leeked ducks had insisted that they were merely there to work, not to be pets. Sharpblade, the Beedrill, proclaimed that he was merely a subordinate to the leeked ducks, adamantly refusing to enter a pokeball. With the Beedrill leading the way and the leeked ducks providing support, complemented by the deterrent presence of a Dragonite and the protective watch of a Jengar, Lu Yun's group encountered no unforeseen incidents this time. As they traversed the forest path, Lu Yun felt as though his vision had suddenly expanded. Was this the royal court? Gazing at the grand palace formed by towering trees in the distance, he was momentarily taken aback. This is beyond human capability. This was Lu Yun's first impression of the forest palace. Rather than a palace, it resembled a forest within a forest. Towering trees densely congregated here, their stout trunks intertwining to form the palace's outer walls. The expansive canopy merged to create a roof, appearing from afar like a vast green sea. The entire palace was hexagonal, with each corner home to a colossal tree, corresponding to the 6 most powerful clans of the everlasting forest. It was the presence of the leaders of these 6 clans that safeguarded the everlasting forest from intrusion, allowing it to remain a sanctuary for Pokémon. Who goes there? As Lu Yun and his companions stepped into the domain of the royal court, they were swiftly spotted by 2 vigilant Pidgeys patrolling the skies. Noticing their tense expressions, Lu Yun prepared to step forward and clarify their intentions to avoid any misunderstandings. However, the Beedrill's blade seemed to move with greater swiftness. It buzzed. The representatives of the alliance have matters to discuss with the kings. Please relay the message. Glancing at Lu Yun and his companions, one Beedrill flapped its wings and soared towards a massive tree at the corner of the palace. Towering into the clouds, the great tree cradled a colossal nest. Surrounding the nest were numerous Beedrills and Beedoofs, vigilantly guarding this abode. Within the nest resided the monarch of this month, the sovereign of the Beedrill clan. Before long, the Beedrill returned and addressed Lu Yun and the others. The kings await your presence. They are inside. Following the Beedrill's guidance, Lu Yun and his group dismounted and proceeded on foot into the forest palace. Meanwhile, within a cave in the depths of the evergreen forest, a Zoroark suddenly opened its eyes. He is within the forest. I can sense his presence. Hurry and find him. With Zoroark's command, the surrounding sprites erupted into a flurry of activity. A multitude of sprites surged forth, frantically searching for something, dutifully executing their king's orders. Observing the cave's entrance, Zoroark contemplated briefly before transforming into a Beedoof, preparing to take matters into its own hands. Just as Zoroark was about to take flight, a Beedoof adorned with an orange tail feather swooped down from the sky. My liege, it said, please attend the royal court meeting in 15 minutes. The representatives of humanity have arrived. Upon seeing the tail feather, Zoroark's expression shifted, casting a reluctant glance into the distance. Yet, it chose to follow the Beedrill to the royal court meeting. As a mother and one of the 6 kings of the evergreen forest, Zoroark relished the adoration of the forest sprites and bore the responsibility of shielding them from human incursions. Wow! Even for Shinai, who had witnessed grand spectacles, the decor of the forest palace elicited a gasp of wonder. Prior to entering, everyone had anticipated an atmosphere of gloom, but once inside, their preconceived notions were utterly dispelled. The interior of the royal court was adorned with countless gemstones embedded within the walls formed from trees, radiating a soft, colorful glow. These gems, which held no value in the outside world, served merely as light sources here. The vivid hues of the gemstones, combined with various stones whose names Lu Yun could not even begin to pronounce, illuminated the palace as brightly as day. Flowers, please follow us. 2 elegant Florges approached, bowing slightly before Lu Yun and his party. Following the footsteps of the Florges, they ventured deeper into the palace. Walking through the vast and intricate corridors, Lu Yun once again marveled at the architectural artistry of the sprites. On the wooden walls, the sprites had crafted a lengthy mural using an array of unknown pigments and plant juices, abstractly narrating the tale of a being named Shalabi. Surrounded by the fragrant blossoms and exotic plants, Lu Yun felt as though he was immersed in an art exhibition rather than the court of the sprites. The floor of the royal court was not made of dirt, but was composed of a pale yellow material. As they walked upon this soft surface, Lu Yun could distinctly feel its plushness through the soles of his shoes. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Yun and Professor Oki arrived before a wall formed of vines. The kings are waiting inside, the Florges said, bowing slightly before turning and disappearing around a corner. Gazing at the vine wall before him, Lu Yun found himself momentarily perplexed. How were they to enter? Should he call out, "Open sesame"? Before Lu Yun could voice his thoughts, the vine wall began to emit sounds. Accompanied by the noise, the wall of vines parted, creating an arched doorway. An elderly Beauty approached. Esteemed guest from the Alliance, I apologize for the wait, it said, bowing deeply to Lu Yun's group. The kings are on their way. Please enjoy a cup of hot tea and rest momentarily. At this moment, Lu Yun noticed that behind the vine wall lay a reception room. Chapter 27. The royal court seated on a crimson wooden sofa. Lu Yun felt a wave of warmth spread from his lower back throughout his body. This is firewood, Professor Oki remarked. It is said that this wood is blessed by the Phoenix King. It remains warm throughout the seasons, exuding a fragrant aroma, does not sink in water, and is impervious to flames. If crafted into charcoal, it could enhance a sprite's fire-type abilities by at least 50%. As he spoke, Professor Oki tenderly caressed the sofa, a pained expression crossing his face. Lu Yun, however, was perplexed. If it was impervious to fire, how could it be burned into charcoal? Just then, a Charizard and a Lurantis entered, led by the Budew. The Lurantis carried a red tea tray, also carved from firewood, upon which rested several stone cups filled with clear spring water. Thank you, said Dees, who had not had a drink all morning, as he reached for a cup. However, just as his hand neared the stone cup, the Lurantis playfully intervened with a smile, shaking its head. It gently plucked a few leaves from its own head and placed them into the clear spring water in front of Dees. After completing this act, the Lurantis stepped aside. while the Charizard, having waited patiently, approached slowly. With its cheeks slightly puffed out, the Charizard exhaled a wave of intense flames that enveloped the stone cups on the table. The sudden burst of heat startled Lu Yun, but he quickly realized that the flames were artfully contained within the tea tray. Any excess flames were absorbed by the firewood, and Lu Yun felt no heat whatsoever. The flames lasted only a brief moment, merely 3 breaths, before the Charizard withdrew its fire and gestured toward the steaming tea in the stone cup. Gazing at the stone cup and recalling the recent flames, Lu Yun felt a moment of apprehension. Just how hot could it be? As he pondered how to politely decline this warm invitation, Professor Oki, seemingly unbothered, reached for the stone cup that had just been scorched by flames. This sight alarmed Lu Yun, causing his heart to race. Before he could intervene, Professor Oki's hand made contact with the cup. Contrary to Lu Yun's expectations of a burn, the professor simply lifted the cup with ease, savoring a sip of tea and exclaiming in delight, "Ah, the same delightful flavor." Observing Professor Oki, Lu Yun tentatively extended his hand. Upon touching the stone cup, his eyes widened in confusion and astonishment. The cup, which had been subjected to the Charizard's flames, was now surprisingly cool to the touch, devoid of even the slightest warmth. If it were not for the steam still rising from the tea in the cup, Lu Yun would have thought he had just experienced a mirage. Lifting the stone cup, he gently sipped the still hot tea. The tea was slightly bitter upon entry, but soon a wave of sweetness surged from his throat to the tip of his tongue. "Please, partake of our delicacies," came the invitation. At that moment, the horned bud approached, accompanied by 4 Roserade, each bearing a platter of delicacies. One contained candied fruits, another dried meats, a third was filled with sunflower seeds, and the last held honeycomb. Picking up a piece of honeycomb and placing it in his mouth, Lu Yun savored it alongside the tea, relishing the experience. The honeycomb melted sweetly in his mouth, a sweetness that was neither cloying nor overwhelming. This delightful flavor effectively balanced the tea's slight bitterness, leaving only a fragrant aftertaste. He then sampled a piece of dried meat, and a burst of scallion flavor filled his mouth. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be duck meat. The sunflower seeds were from the sunflower beast, and the candied fruits were crafted from the fruits cultivated by the Butterfree. Although the 4 platters of delicacies were not particularly extravagant or rare, they offered a unique and delightful flavor. Paired with the warm tea, Lu Yun and his companions soon finished every last morsel. What matter could be so pressing as to require such grand preparations? The first to arrive at the royal court was none other than the sovereign of the Fire Sparrow clan. The alliance has sent their representatives. A massive Beedrill announced from his throne, addressing the newly arrived leader of the Chattet clan. Upon hearing this, the Chattet leader displayed a hint of disdain. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." Just as the 2 aerial sovereigns were about to continue their discourse, the earth trembled violently beneath them. "What is the meaning of this? I came all this way." A Nidoking, his face covered in dirt, seated himself on his throne, directing his inquiry to the Beedrill who had summoned him. After reiterating what he had just said to the Chattet leader, the Beedrill fell silent. Upon learning that the alliance had sent representatives, the Nidoking, who was in the midst of grooming himself, was momentarily taken aback before a look of relief washed over him. Before long, the remaining sovereigns arrived at the royal court and took their places on their thrones. Notably, the leader of the Beedrill clan appeared somewhat weakened, having required assistance from the Zoroark to reach the court. "Oh, dear Beedrill, you seem quite unwell, and yet you still come to this assembly," the Butterfree leader taunted, casting a glance at the half-conscious, pallid Beedrill sovereign. Observing this scene, the surrounding sovereigns seemed unfazed. Given the natural enmity between the Butterfree and Beedrill clans, it had become customary for their encounters to devolve into bickering. The fact that they were merely exchanging barbs without resorting to physical conflict was already a significant improvement. Seeing the Butterfree leader's arrogant demeanor, the Beedrill leader coughed weakly and remarked, "Indeed, I am nearing death. If I could take one of you with me before I go, that would be even better." The moment those words left his lips, a chill swept through the assembly of sovereigns. The Butterfree leader snorted coldly, turning away in silence. "What a madman," muttered the Nidoking leader. As the Beedrill sovereign had stated, he was indeed on the brink of death, yet even in his final moments, he remained a sovereign. If he were to sacrifice a few days of his life, he might very well drag one of the others down with him. "Enough squabbling. Let us usher those humans in," Zoroark urged impatiently, addressing the other sovereigns. Although he was physically present in the palace, his mind had already drifted outside. Ever since arriving at the royal court, his sense of the bloodline had intensified. He could distinctly feel that his lost child was now very near. "Let the humans enter," the Beedrill leader commanded, calling out to those outside the vine gate. Soon, Lu Yun and his companions, who had been resting in the lounge, were led to the entrance by the horned bud. Chapter 28. Seizing the Initiative. As the vine-formed gates slowly opened, Lu Yun beheld the supreme rulers of this forest. The six kings. Dr. Oak, how should I address them? Lu Yun inquired anxiously, glancing at the Zoroark cradled in his arms. Patting Lu Yun's hand, Dr. Oak smiled and offered him a reassuring glance. They will be quite amicable. Their demeanor will be friendly. However, Lu Yun remained skeptical of Dr. Oak's words. If his memory served him correctly, the Zoroark he held had not been brought out of the verdant forest through legitimate means. Yet, out of trust for Dr. Oak, he chose not to voice his concerns. Gazing upon the diverse assembly of the six kings, each exuding an aura of bloodthirstiness, Lu Yun instinctively swallowed hard. As he entered the grand hall, Zoroark's gaze fixated intensely on the bundle in Lu Yun's arms. Human, what brings you here? The Beedrill leader questioned with trepidation, eyeing Dr. Oak. He recalled that this human had previously violated the ban on human flight over the verdant forest, instigating a fierce battle with him and the Chadit leader alongside a formidable Dragonite. At that time, the newly appointed Dragonite had managed to hold its ground against the two seasoned sovereigns. Now, after all these years, that Dragonite could likely easily overpower any of them. As he surveyed the six sovereigns, some familiar, some unfamiliar, Dr. Oak squinted his eyes and addressed them with a smile. It is not about what I intend to do, but rather what you intend to do. Upon hearing this clear challenge, the expressions of the six sovereigns seated upon their thrones shifted dramatically. Human, this is the verdant royal court, not the Silver Mountain Council. The Chadit leader, known for his fiery temper, abruptly stood up and rebuked Dr. Oak. Lu Yun, witnessing the usually amiable Dr. Oak adopt such a firm stance today, found himself utterly bewildered. What of the royal court? I have even taken on deities. Dr. Oak declared resolutely. The relationship between Pokémon and humans has always been one of mutual respect. Though there may be minor conflicts, peace has generally prevailed. Yet you so-called kings, what have you done? For your own selfish interests, you brazenly incite rebellion by coercing Pokémon, resulting in the loss of countless lives. You are unworthy of being called kings. Listening to Dr. Oak's impassioned speech, Lu Yun felt his blood boil, almost compelled to leap up and confront the so-called six kings. Yet, something about this situation seemed amiss. It felt as though the kings were the ones in the wrong. Sure enough, as Dr. Oak's words settled, the Chadit leader, harboring old grievances, was the first to retaliate. Human, are you not afraid you will not leave here alive? Facing the Chadit's menacing posture, Dr. Oak's heart was already filled with delight. Was this not precisely what he had hoped for? He was well aware that his side was in the wrong. So why would he intentionally provoke them? The intention is to seize the initiative, thereby gaining a significant advantage in momentum to prevent the opponent from making exorbitant demands during formal negotiations. Observing the audacious leader of the Fletchinder, Professor Oak was unwilling to relent. He exchanged a knowing glance with the figure concealed behind Yukinako, prompting the lurking Jengar to emerge, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. An invisible force instantaneously constricted around the Fletchinder's neck, rendering it breathless. The Fletchinder, caught in this vice-like grip, struggled desperately, its energy surging chaotically, yet it remained ensnared. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the formidable Jengar, Zoroark was momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing the subtle chrysanthemum pattern on Yukinako's white kimono, his expression turned grave. Enough. Human, are you here to declare war? Zoroark proclaimed from his throne, gesturing with malice to dissipate the ghostly energy binding the Fletchinder, his cold gaze fixated on Professor Oak. Chuckling softly, Professor Oak chose not to engage with this provocation but seized the opportunity to release a pokeball from his waist. In a flash of crimson light, a Dragonite, a Nidoking, and a Rampardos materialized behind him. I merely wish for certain individuals to comprehend that I am truly capable of arriving and departing at will. Casting a glance at Professor Oak's formidable lineup, Zoroark remained silent. A powerful Dragonite, a commanding Nidoking, a dominant Rampardos, and an enigmatic Jengar from the ancient Kikyu clan stood in stark contrast to his own lackluster team, a barely functioning Beedrill, a Fletchinder that could not even break free from Jengar's hold, a brainless Nidoking, a frail Butterfree, and himself, wounded and weakened, alongside a virtually invisible Pidgeot. Zoroark had to concede that they indeed had the ability to come and go as they pleased. After all, his allies were woefully inadequate. Human, if your intention is to flaunt your prowess, then your objective has been achieved. Kindly take your leave, Zoroark declared. In response to Zoroark's expulsion, Professor Oak did not linger. Turning to grasp Lu Yun and preparing to depart. Since you wish not to see your child, we shall take our leave. As they walked, Professor Oak spoke. And upon hearing the word child and sensing the potent connection of blood, Zoroark could no longer maintain his composure. A gust of wind swept past Lu Yun's ear. And suddenly, Zoroark, who had been seated upon his throne, stood before him. Human, clarify the meaning of your words. Zoroark demanded in a low voice. Nodding toward the bundle in Lu Yun's arms, Professor Oak cast his gaze toward the ceiling, adopting an air of confidence. Observing Professor Oak's demeanor and the increasingly intense pulsation of his own bloodline, Zoroark trembled as he approached Lu Yun. Fear not, human, let me see what you hold. As he spoke, Zoroark gently unfurled the bundle. Son, gazing at the sleeping Zorua nestled within the fabric, Zoroark could no longer contain his excitement. He now realized that this small, dark creature, still lacking its fur, was indeed the son who had vanished shortly after birth. In that moment, tears of joy welled in the corners of Zoroark's eyes. Chapter 29. The truth is singular. Wait, Zoroark suddenly roared. Though the Zorua in the bundle shared a profound blood connection with him, he remembered that when they had been separated, the creature was merely an egg. Now, less than a month had passed. It was inconceivable for Zorua to have hatched. Moreover, as the offspring of a powerful lineage, Zorua should not appear as weak as the one in the bundle, lacking even the basic growth of fur. One must understand that even a newly hatched Pokémon, such as a Caterpie, considered a disgrace among Pokémon, could pose a life-threatening risk to an adult in a state of extreme anger. Gazing intently at the visibly anxious Zoroark, Professor Oak spoke. As you can see, this is your son. We do not know why he has turned out this way. When Kikyu and I rescued him from those individuals, he was already in this condition. Listening to Professor Oak's words, Zoroark remained skeptical, while Yukinako appeared utterly bewildered. When had Professor Oak and her grandmother come to rescue him? Hadn't they personally delivered the egg to her home? At this juncture, Professor Oak cleared his throat. Were it not for this young man before you, your son likely would have perished from a lack of energy upon birth. Casting a glance at Lu Yun, Zoroark remained doubtful, yet he gently placed his palm upon the head of the sleeping Zorua, seeking to sense its energy. Suddenly, Zoroark turned to Professor Oak and proclaimed, Human, you deceive me. Confronted with Zoroark's furious expression, Professor Oak was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed spoken no falsehood. His diagnosis had confirmed that Zorua was in a state of extreme energy deficiency, with its lack of fur serving as irrefutable evidence. Yet, under Zoroark's scrutiny, he discovered that this previously unknown child of his possessed an immense reservoir of life energy. This vitality radiated with the intensity of the sun itself. Even Zoroark, a being of great power, had never experienced such vitality. The child lacked no energy. Rather, it was overflowing with it. Zoroark spoke. This energy is excessive. At this revelation, the assembly erupted in astonishment. What kind of strength could compel a being of Zoroark's caliber to declare an excess of energy? Jengar, standing closest, approached Zoroark and mimicked his gesture, placing a hand upon Zorua's forehead. Upon deeper inspection, Jengar indeed felt a formidable life energy within Zorua. Strangely, this energy lay dormant, neither radiating nor absorbing, akin to a slumbering tortoise, utterly still. Even more astonishing was the absence of any aura of dominance. As the offspring of a powerful lineage, Zorua should naturally exhibit some incomplete sign of that legacy. Yet, this Zorua exhibited none of the typical characteristics, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary one. Such an extraordinary scene rendered the entire venue silent. The esteemed Professor Oak, a towering figure in the field of Pokémon studies, fell into deep contemplation after hearing Jengar's report. I understand now, Professor Oak suddenly exclaimed. Turning to Yukinako, he inquired, if I am not mistaken, when Zorua hatched, it was likely on the brink of death. At this juncture, Professor Oak paused momentarily. Should we say that he has already perished? Upon uttering his words, astonishment swept through the assembly. If Zorua had indeed succumbed at the moment of hatching, then what, pray tell, is the current state of Zorua? After a brief contemplation, Yukinako nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Professor Oak had articulated, she had even prodded Zorua with her finger at that time, but Zorua had long since ceased to breathe. Turning his gaze, Professor Oak swiftly approached Lu Yun, retrieving the unused healing bandage from his embrace, and remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to feel this with intent. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, the dominant level Pokémon present began to attune themselves to the verdant fabric. The closest and strongest, Zoroark let out a soft sigh first. He could perceive a surge of life energy emanating from this piece of cloth. Is this woven from the silk of a Caterpie? The Butterfree monarch inquired, uncertain. As the ruler of the Caterpie lineage, he had encountered Caterpie silk many times before, Yet this was the first instance he had witnessed silk imbued with such vitality. "Stop dancing around the subject. Just state your point plainly," urged the somewhat impatient Nidoking, pressing Professor Oak for clarity. It was indeed a challenge for a rugged creature like him to sense the life energy contained within a palm-sized piece of fabric. Unperturbed by Nidoking's rudeness, Professor Oak returned the healing bandage to Liyun and continued. "He resides in the Ilex forest, and he is greatly adored by Pokémon. This green cloth is his masterpiece." At this point, Professor Oak built suspense. Thus, there exists but one truth. He is the current bearer of the power of Ilex. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. A full 3 breaths passed before the silence in the hall was shattered. "This is peculiar." The Butterfree monarch flitted around Liyun, scrutinizing him closely. "It is known that the power of Ilex, one of the most enigmatic forces in the Pokémon world, possesses myriad functions. Some wielders can heal Pokémon. Others are graced with an extraordinary affinity for them, and some can amplify their combat prowess. Yet, those who have obtained the power of Ilex are invariably leaders of their eras. How could Liyun, an orphan who had never encountered Pokémon, suddenly acquire such power? Especially one that could both heal and nurture Pokémon? But if not the power of Ilex, how did Zorua come back to life?" Professor Oak spread his hands humorously and said, "Could it be that this little fellow fortuitously obtained the legendary revival herb?" At the mention of the revival herb, Liyun's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, Professor Oak had guessed correctly. However, the surrounding Pokémon erupted in laughter upon hearing the name of the revival herb. Enough of this nonsense. The revival herb hasn't been seen for over a century. How could he possibly obtain it? Nidoking laughed heartily while pounding on the armrest of his throne. "It is said that the revival herb is a divine elixir capable of resurrecting the deceased, far beyond the reach of a mere boy tending to bugs." Chapter 30. I never said I wouldn't help. Strange, yet entirely reasonable. Apart from the possibility that Liyun possessed the power of Ilex, no other explanation could account for Zorua's miraculous revival. "Yukinako, could you elaborate on the events of that night?" Professor Oak inquired kindly, his smile warm as he addressed her. Lowering her head, Yukinako pondered for a moment before articulating her thoughts. "That night, Zorua hatched unexpectedly. We all believed it was time. However, we later realized it was not the case, and Zorua fell into a near-death state. I initially thought to use the evil stone to replenish some energy and prolong its life. But by the time I found the stone, Zorua had already ceased to breathe." Brother Liyun was exceedingly distressed, weeping over Zorua. At this point, Yukinako hesitated, pausing in her recounting. "Speak, do share," urged the impatient Nidoking, eager to uncover the truth. Then, a sudden flash of light erupted from Brother Liyun. Miraculously, Zorua, who had lost its heartbeat and breath, revived. However, Brother Liyun collapsed at that very moment. With Yukinako's words, silence enveloped the gathering of Pokémon. No one could deny the striking resemblance to the power of Ilex. They had not witnessed it firsthand, but they understood that only such a miraculous force could breathe life back into Zorua. As for the notion that Yukinako might be lying, they dismissed it. What lies could a little girl possibly tell? "Regardless, thank you for saving my son," Zoroark said after a moment's silence, bowing deeply to Liyun, tacitly acknowledging him as the bearer of the power of Ilex. If he was indeed the possessor of such power, then perhaps he could assist in healing Beedrill's king. Suddenly, the Beedrill monarch spoke with a glimmer of uncertainty in his eyes. For him, it would be a delight to trouble these detestable humans. As soon as these words left his mouth, all the monarchs turned their hopeful gazes toward Liyun. Despite the rivalries among the 6 monarchs, none wished for the demise of one among them, for such a loss would weaken the power of the Ilex forest. "Child, do not fear, just give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, I shall offer you a generous reward," the Beedrill monarch insisted, struggling to rise from his throne. He too wished to live. He too yearned for survival. "I beseech you to make the attempt." Zoroark looked at the ailing Beedrill monarch with a twinge of guilt. In that moment, Liyun found himself thrust into a predicament. Lowering his head, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Only moments ago, he had chosen to tacitly accept his role as the possessor of the power of Ilex to conceal the secret of the revival herb. Who would have thought that he would be called upon to heal someone? Good heavens, he had no knowledge of healing. He yearned for the power of Ilex himself. Observing Liyun's hesitation, the Beedrill monarch sighed, managing a weak smile as he spoke. "Very well, since you are unwilling, I shall not press you." Gazing at the nearly lifeless Beedrill monarch upon the throne, Liyun bowed his head. It was not that he was unwilling. He simply felt utterly incapable. Suddenly, he caught sight of the healing bandage peeking out from his pocket, and an idea sparked within him. "You misunderstand." Liyun raised his head, addressing the Beedrill monarch. "It is not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, I am unable to control this power." As he spoke, a wry smile crept across his face. The Beedrill monarch, who had just felt a glimmer of hope for healing, now sank back into disappointment. "Do not blame yourself. After all, who could truly claim mastery over such miraculous power?" The Beedrill monarch comforted Lu Yun, though his tone was laden with resignation and reluctance. "Perhaps you could accompany me back. I believe the current medical standards of the League could still treat your injuries." Dr. Oak stepped forward and addressed the Beedrill monarch. However, the expression on the Beedrill monarch's face revealed a hint of derision in response to Dr. Oak's goodwill. "Return? The injuries I bear are the result of your kind's actions. I fear that accompanying you would strip me of any lingering chance of survival." Hearing the Beedrill monarch's words, Dr. Oak fell into silence. Indeed, to most Pokémon, humans are seen as cunning and malevolent. Yet, I never claimed I would not render assistance. Lu Yun's words once again drew the attention of the crowd. "Though I cannot wield the power of Tokiwa to heal wounds, I have previously cultivated a species of caterpie using this very force. The silk produced by this caterpie possesses remarkable healing properties." With that, he retrieved the remaining pieces of healing bandages from his pocket. As the Beedrill monarch gazed at the bandages in Lu Yun's hands, a flicker of hope reignited in its eyes. "Will these mere scraps suffice?" the Beedrill monarch murmured, eyeing the bandages. Casting a cold glance at the Beedrill monarch, which silenced its protests, Zoroark stepped forward and solemnly took the bandages from Lu Yun. "Human, regardless of whether you succeed in healing the Queen Bee, I, Zoroark, the Sovereign of Illusions, owe you a debt of gratitude." Meeting Zoroark's serious gaze, Lu Yun nodded earnestly. "I shall do my utmost." Clutching the healing bandages, Zoroark slowly approached the Beedrill monarch, carefully unwrapping the leaves that had covered its abdomen. Instantly, a foul odor pervaded the hall, causing everyone to instinctively pinch their noses. It was then that Lu Yun comprehended the severity of the Beedrill monarch's injuries. He beheld a wound the size of an infant's head on the Beedrill monarch's abdomen. The wound had not gone untreated. Around and within it, Lu Yun observed an abundance of herbs. Yet these herbs appeared to have yielded no effect. The wound now oozed yellow pus, its edges blackened and purplish, emanating a dreadful stench. As Zoroark extracted the herbs from within the wound, Lu Yun could even see the writhing organs through the gaping gash. Faced with such a grotesque injury, Lu Yun felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. After all, the severity of the wound was alarming, and it had evidently worsened. "Endure," Zoroark urged the Beedrill monarch. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly pressed the bandage against the wound, expecting excruciating pain. The Beedrill monarch was instead met with a sudden coolness at the sight of the injury. The bandage began to disintegrate into ash at a visibly accelerated pace, while the Beedrill monarch felt a surge of energy continuously mending the wound and expelling the violent foreign energy. Chapter 31. A series of twists and turns. "Effective," Zoroark exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the freshly bandaged wound. Once the energy of the bandage had been exhausted and it had turned to dust, the wound beneath the bandage was revealed. What had been blackened and necrotic was now tinged with a hint of flesh color, thanks to the miraculous properties of the bandage and the infusion of vital life energy. Although the improvement was subtle, the change in color was akin to a beacon of hope, signaling that matters were indeed progressing favorably. Taking a few deep breaths, Zoroark's eyes brimmed with an indescribable excitement as he looked at the Beedrill. For the past 2 weeks, he had lived with guilt. Had it not been for the Beedrill monarch's rescue, he would likely have perished at the hands of human weapons. Yet, that very act of heroism had resulted in the Beedrill monarch sustaining grave injuries from humanity's arsenal. The energy from those weapons had stifled the Beedrill monarch's ability to heal. In the past, such an injury, while severe, would have merely required time for recovery, relying on its innate strength. However, the aged Beedrill monarch, faced with this level of trauma, was now powerless to recover and could only await death. "Brother, you need not meet your end," Zoroark exclaimed with fervor. Gazing at the improving wound, the Beedrill monarch, though still in pain, appeared somewhat revitalized. Indeed, with a heart full of enthusiasm, Zoroark intensified his efforts. 1 bandage, 2 bandages, 3 bandages. Soon, Zoroark had applied all 5 of the healing bandages Lu Yun had provided to the Beedrill monarch's wound. The bandages worked with astonishing speed. Mere moments passed before they turned to ash. Observing that much of the necrotic tissue surrounding the wound had begun to regenerate, Zoroark instinctively reached for more bandages to apply. However, his hand grasped only emptiness. "Surely you have more?" Zoroark turned to Lu Yun, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At that moment, he feared Lu Yun might utter a negative reply. Even Dr. Oak, standing nearby, regarded Lu Yun with a hopeful gaze. After all, such a miraculous item was unheard of. even to him. While he had witnessed its effects during their journey, he had merely assumed it was a potent remedy for external wounds. Now, witnessing its ability to heal the Beedrill monarch's injuries piqued his curiosity. Having once commanded the League's Pokémon army, he had offered to transport the Beedrill monarch back to the League for treatment. The Beedrill monarch's wounds were not ordinary. They were inflicted by the Sanctity Canon, a weapon crafted specifically to intimidate and subdue sovereign-level Pokémon, designed to effortlessly pierce through the proud energy fields of such powerful beings. The Sanctity Canon was powered by the legendary trio of birds. Once struck, the wound would be eroded by the three energies, making it exceedingly difficult to heal. Only the advanced technology and rare medicines found within the League could slowly alleviate this energy's grip. There are none. Faced with the eager gazes of those around him, Lu Yun shrugged, his expression unyielding as he revealed his empty pockets. Zoroark closed his eyes in anguish, while the Beedrill monarch's eyes dimmed momentarily. He had suspected that such a precious item would be in short supply, just as despair threatened to engulf the two sovereigns once more. Lu Yun produced a luxury ball from his waist, proclaiming, "However, I do possess a caterpie capable of producing such silk." With these words, the two monarchs, teetering on the brink of hopelessness, felt a renewed spark of hope within their hearts. As Lu Yun tossed the pokeball to the ground, a flash of light revealed a drowsy caterpie rising from the ground. "Bug, is it time for a meal?" The caterpie murmured, rubbing its sleepy eyes. After all, Lu Yun had been preoccupied in recent days, only releasing the caterpie during mealtimes. During ordinary hours, he would typically slumber within the luxurious confines of his opulent sphere, seeking to restore his body, which had been utterly drained by his wife. Suddenly, the green caterpillar sensed something amiss. He unexpectedly took flight. Grasping his junior, the imposing Butterfree scrutinized him with great care. He could scarcely believe that such a lethargic creature could produce such extraordinary silk. "If this creature were under my tutelage, I would certainly put him through rigorous training," he muttered, feeling the weight of the green caterpillar in his grasp. At this moment, the now awakened caterpillar also perceived the unsettling atmosphere surrounding him. Sensing the menacing aura, he instinctively struggled with his rotund form, yearning to retreat back to his comfortable and secure abode. "Lu Yun is scared. I want to go home." Enough of frightening him. He is already timid by nature. Lu Yun reassured the green caterpillar as he gently took him from Butterfree's grasp. Beside them, Zoroark glared fiercely at Butterfree. If anything were to happen to his brother's doctor, how would his brother survive? All right. Butterfree, seemingly from nowhere, produced a bug gem and tossed it to Lu Yun, waving his hand dismissively. "Consider this compensation." Upon receiving the bug gem, Lu Yun gazed thoughtfully at the green caterpillar in his arms. "How about letting her play a bit longer?" He shook his head, dismissing the terrifying thought, and softly spoke to the now-recovered caterpillar. "You need to climb onto him and deposit the silk stored within your belly onto his wounds. Once you're done, I shall prepare something delectable for you." He gestured towards the imposing Beedrill on the throne. Upon hearing Lu Yun's instruction to treat Beedrill's wounds, the caterpillar's head shook vigorously, as though it had left an afterimage. "Are you joking? Me, treat Beedrill's injuries? I would surely perish." "2 meals," Lu Yun tempted, extending 2 fingers towards the caterpillar. After a moment's hesitation, the caterpillar's gaze shifted towards the bug gem. Noting the caterpillar's keen interest, Lu Yun gritted his teeth and declared, "3 meals, plus this gem. Deal." The caterpillar hastily agreed, fearing Lu Yun might change his mind. "Hee, I can help my wife recover now." Having settled on the terms, the caterpillar eagerly urged Lu Yun to take him to Beedrill's wounds. Lu Yun placed the caterpillar beside Beedrill's injury, then retreated to stand alongside Zoroark, quietly awaiting the caterpillar's silk. Chapter 32, Zoroark. This is quite the spectacle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The caterpillar stood silently at the edge of Beedrill's wound, showing no sign of producing silk. "Deposit the silk you have stored over the past few days onto the wound," Lu Yun reiterated. Hearing Lu Yun's encouragement, the caterpillar awkwardly posed, preparing to release the silk. With great effort, its face turned crimson. Finally, a glowing, emerald-green thread, approximately 1 meter long, emerged from the caterpillar's mouth, precisely covering Beedrill's wound. Upon contact with the wound, the silk rapidly disintegrated into ash, and the injury began to heal gradually. "The potency of this fresh medicine is truly remarkable," Lu Yun marveled. Zoroark and Professor Oak nodded in agreement. The silk just produced was indeed more effective than that which had been woven into bandages and stored. As everyone awaited the caterpillar's continued efforts to fully heal Beedrill, it suddenly halted, casting an awkward glance at Lu Yun. I'm out." "What did you say?" Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment. It was known that since entering the evergreen forest, He had not compelled the caterpillar to produce silk. In just a few days, one would expect at least the standard amount to be released. You can't be serious. You only managed to produce 1 meter of silk? Zoroark stepped forward, equally incredulous. Grasping the caterpillar, he shook it vigorously, attempting to extract a bit more silk. Where's the silk you stored over the past few days? Liyun asked incredulously. I used it on Xiaokai for her beauty treatments, the caterpillar admitted, somewhat sheepishly. It had only recently discovered that the silk could improve skin quality. Thus, after each meal for the past few days, it had secretly helped Xiaokai with a full-body spa. Sighing and covering his face with his palm, Liyun felt exasperated with this infatuated caterpillar. And what about today? Zoroark pressed, unwilling to relent. You said the silk you had stored was used up. What about today's production? It's barely past noon. You didn't go and help your wife with the spa this morning, did you? I'm out of energy today, so I couldn't produce any. The caterpillar lowered its head, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Out of energy? Liyun momentarily failed to comprehend. Then he recalled the rustling in the bushes when he had stepped out to relieve himself the previous night. Realization dawned upon him, and he stammered, pointing at the caterpillar. You weren't the one making that ruckus in the bushes last night, were you? With a shy downward glance, the caterpillar squirmed uncomfortably but remained silent. Seeing this expression, Liyun instantly understood where all of today's energy had gone. The onlooking leaders were equally shocked, their expressions conveying a singular thought. Your Pokémon is so small, yet it engages in such antics? Professor Oak and Daisuke looked at Liyun with disbelief. If Pokémon could be so frivolous, one could only imagine what their trainer, Liyun, was like in private. Only Shuanai appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the commotion surrounding her. At that moment, Liyun felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, akin to a nun accused of scandalous behavior. He desperately wished to exclaim, all actions were solely at the discretion of the Pokémon and bear no relation to me. How about you give me the gem first, so I can replenish my energy? The caterpillar's suggestion provided a timely lifeline to the nearly mortified Liyun. This statement also snapped the leaders out of their astonishment. Yes, he simply lacked energy. It didn't mean he couldn't produce silk. While items to replenish energy might be scarce elsewhere, they were plentiful here in the palace. Take it. Liyun tossed the still-warm bug gem to the caterpillar, a hint of irritation in his tone. Gazing at the coveted gem before him, the caterpillar felt a surge of excitement. Take that, you show off. Now I have a gem too. In the heart of the green caterpillar, a secret thought lingered. These past few days, Darubi had taken to flaunting his prized gemstones before him every evening after dinner. Now that he possessed his own gems, he eagerly anticipated the moment he could showcase them to Darubi as well. Stop dawdling, hurry up and eat, Zoroark said impatiently, observing the green caterpillar, lost in a silly grin while gazing at the insect gemstones. At the same time, he resolved to impose stricter regulations on his subordinates upon returning, ensuring that they refrained from reckless behavior before reaching maturity. After all, the current state of the green caterpillar served as a cautionary tale. A shiver ran down Zoroark's spine at the thought. He recalled several instances of younger members of his kind hiding in the grass, transforming into various forms while embracing one another. Whenever he inquired, they claimed they were merely practicing their illusions. Clearly, that group of youngsters was up to no good. With a slight squint, Zoroark resolved to take decisive action against this troubling trend. He had no desire for his followers to consist solely of inept, quivering fools. Eat. At that moment, Liyun was equally bewildered by the statement. While it was true that the gemstone energy was stable and mild, consuming it directly could overwhelm and potentially harm a creature. After all, uranium-235 is also quite stable, yet ingesting it would lead to radiation. The green caterpillar squirmed uneasily at the sight of the gemstone before him. Would it truly be too much to swallow such a large chunk of stone? Meanwhile, Zoroark was unconcerned. Although possessing a gemstone allowed for the absorption of dissipated energy, nothing could compare to the immediacy of direct consumption. Picking up the gemstone from the ground, Zoroark applied a slight pressure, and the once flawless gem shattered into fragments, resting in his fuzzy hand. Eat, he instructed, pointing at the gemstone shards. Seeing Liyun's indifferent demeanor, the green caterpillar gritted his teeth and picked up a smaller piece to place in his mouth. It wasn't that Liyun was disinterested. He merely wished to observe how one might consume this gemstone. After all, since Professor Oki had not intervened to halt Zoroark's actions, it implied that such behavior was permissible. As the shard was consumed, the green caterpillar felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. The fatigue from the previous night's labor dissipated as if he were luxuriating in a hot spring, leaving him feeling utterly rejuvenated. The exhaustion born of overexertion vanished without a trace. With energy flowing through him, the green caterpillar's vision brightened. Chapter 33. A Fluttering Heart. Although he had boasted to his companions about being extraordinary, with 4 kidneys, he now discovered that even 4 were insufficient during rigorous labor. However, at this moment, those slightly sore kidneys felt as if they had been rejuvenated, akin to being fresh off the assembly line. He felt invigorated, ready to spar with Xiaokai for 300 rounds. Insect, gemstones are truly marvelous, he exclaimed, finally grasping why Darubi had been so ostentatious. Having absorbed the energy, he promptly returned to work. Observing the green caterpillar's ever-shifting expressions, lost in fantasies, Zoroark's demeanor darkened further. Shaking his head, he dispelled the unhealthy thoughts swirling in his mind. The green caterpillar then realized that he was still a doctor. With Zoroark's assistance, he returned to the wasp monarch's wound. Having learned from experience, the green caterpillar approached without the timidity he had previously displayed. He positioned himself carefully, selecting the right angle, and began to emit a vibrant green thread of light, weaving it skillfully through the air before covering the wasp monarch's wound. With the energy replenished, the green caterpillar faced no further complications. Threads of silk flowed from his mouth, enveloping the wasp monarch's grievous injury. Gradually, the silk transformed into ash, and the wound began to heal. Soon, a thin layer of dust settled beneath the wasp monarch's throne, and the green caterpillar paused, slightly breathless from the effort. Zoroark approached, examining the wasp monarch's wound. The surrounding necrotic tissue had healed, and the foul odor had disappeared without a trace. With a glance, Zoroark signaled to the green caterpillar to continue spinning silk and remedy the remaining portion of the wound. However, the now panting green caterpillar remained motionless, despite Zoroark's urging. Insect, it's all gone. Completely depleted, the green caterpillar lamented as he mimicked the act of spinning silk. The effectiveness of the silk was remarkable, but the energy expenditure was immense. The energy from the earlier gemstone shard had been nearly exhausted. Once again, the green caterpillar experienced the sensation of being drained. Upon hearing that the energy was depleted, Zoroark remained unfazed. Extending his fluffy hand, he selected a larger piece from the remaining gemstone shards and offered it to the green caterpillar. Replenished with energy, the green caterpillar quickly resumed his efforts to heal the wasp monarch's wound. However, this time the effectiveness was not as pronounced as it had been at the start. Even if the green caterpillar utilized the remaining gemstone shards entirely for silk, the wasp monarch's injury only showed slight improvement. Witnessing this scene, Professor Oki let out a sigh of relief. Everything transpired as he had anticipated. After all, the injuries inflicted by the sacred spirit canon, designed and constructed with the collective wisdom of numerous researchers over decades, could hardly be remedied by a mere green caterpillar that wasn't even an elite. If that were the case, the Alliance's years of investment would have been in vain. Professor Oki deduced that the previous impressive efficacy of the green caterpillar's silk was partly due to the fact that the initial injuries were not directly caused by the sacred spirit canon, but were secondary injuries with minimal residual energy from the internal 3 legendary birds. However, the remaining injuries were directly inflicted by the sacred spirit canon, containing a significant amount of energy from the 3 legendary birds, which was challenging to eradicate. Indeed, shortly after the green caterpillar's silk ceased, the wounds that had shown some improvement began to deteriorate again. Witnessing this, both Zoroark and the wasp monarch felt a sense of despair. Was there truly no hope? Zoroark found himself momentarily lost in thought, his hopes dashed once more. No, there had to be a solution. At that moment, the majestic butterfree monarch astonishingly flew to the wasp monarch's side, examining the wound and declaring, "Our green caterpillar clan's silk is not static. It evolves with our strength, becoming increasingly resilient and even imbued with toxins." With that, the butterfree monarch lifted the green caterpillar away from the wound. If I am not mistaken, this little creature's silk, while peculiar, will undoubtedly become more formidable as its strength advances. Once this little one attains the prowess of a leader, your injuries will find solace. As the analysis of the majestic butterfree resonated, the gloom on the faces of Zoroark and Beedrill began to dissipate. At this juncture, did they truly have any alternatives? As for the proposition made by Professor Oak to accompany him back to the League, Beedrill had not even entertained the notion. Indeed, while Professor Oak's intentions were noble, he could not guarantee that every individual within the League harbored goodwill. In certain realms, entry is facile, yet exit proves to be a daunting challenge. What then shall be done about the injuries before this creature matures? The imposing Nidoking, curious, posed the question. Upon hearing Nidoking's inquiry, Zoroark, Beedrill, and Butterfree simultaneously directed their gazes toward the caterpie. "Perhaps you might consider leaving this caterpie here," Zoroark suggested first. "Of course, we would not impose without compensation." I am willing to offer you 20 dark-type gems for every month it remains here. In return, you shall be regarded as the most esteemed guest of the Viridian Forest. While it is true that the Caterpie's silk cannot wholly remedy Beedrill's injuries, it can indeed mitigate the further deterioration of his condition. By retaining the Caterpie, they could harness their resources to swiftly elevate it to a leader-s status. During this period, they could utilize the Caterpie's silk to suppress the worsening of the wounds, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Indeed, let it remain. I assure you, should it stay, I shall personally instruct it, and within a few years, you shall acquire a formidable ally, Butterfree chimed in. The pretense of aiding Beedrill in healing was merely a facade. Butterfree was genuinely intent on securing the peculiar Caterpie, imbued with the power of Viridian. He was confident that, through his abilities and methods, he could make the Caterpie willingly heed his commands and develop into a cornerstone of the Butterfree lineage in no time. We do not intend for it to remain indefinitely. Once my injuries are healed, we shall allow it to depart. During its stay, I am prepared to pay you 30 bug-type gems each month, and you may freely hunt in our tribe as hunting grounds, thereby enriching your pastures, Beedrill added. Upon hearing the offers from the three leaders, Lu Yun found himself swayed. Chapter 34. Jengar, I merely take your possessions to accomplish your tasks. Whether it be the 50 gems per month or the opportunity to hunt freely in Beedrill's territory to enrich his pastures. These were precisely the resources Lu Yun desperately needed. With the gems provided by Zoroark, Darubii could flourish rapidly. With the gems offered by Beedrill, Lu Yun could even cultivate Caterpies on a grand scale. Furthermore, through Beedrill's hunting grounds, he could obtain a plethora of creatures to nurture at virtually no cost. Coupled with the prospect of retaining the Caterpie, he could acquire a leader-level Pokémon without depleting any resources in just a few years. Observing Lu Yun deep in thought, the Caterpie lowered its head and emitted a plaintive sound, furtively glancing at Lu Yun's expression. It was uncertain whether Lu Yun would choose to keep it, and it was unaware of how much sweet fruit could be exchanged for the terrifying propositions being discussed. All it knew was that it was merely a Caterpie, having changed trainers 3 times before arriving at Lu Yun's residence. It possessed no power of choice. It was simply subject to the whims of others. Yet, it did not wish to stay. It longed to return to that somewhat drafty wooden cabin, to lie on the wooden floor, savoring sweet fruit and conversing with its siblings. Even if it meant never seeing the sun, toiling endlessly to produce silk, or remaining forever unable to evolve and serve as a pasture Pokémon, it still yearned for the comfort of home, a place it called family. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, silence enveloping them as they awaited Lu Yun's decision, with no one considering the Caterpie's feelings. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Yun gradually unfurled his tightly clenched fist. Have you made your decision? Zoroark inquired, his tone grave. I have made up my mind. Lu Yun approached the Caterpie, gently crouching down to lift it in his hands. Then I shall entrust it to you. I will treat it well. Zoroark stepped closer, extending his hand. As Lu Yun wiped away the tears from the Caterpie's eyes, he looked up at Zoroark and smiled. I have decided. I refuse. At these words, Zoroark, with his hand still outstretched, froze momentarily, then was taken aback. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? 50 gems a month could enable you to hire someone to capture thousands of Caterpies. Shaking his head, Lu Yun maintained his resolved demeanor. I will not reconsider. I refuse. After a pause, he continued, Pokémon are not merchandise, nor tools. They are my companions, my family, an inseparable part of Cloudtop Pastures. In comparison to the offers you present, I desire a warm home and loved ones who care for me. Saying this, Lu Yun gently stroked the Caterpie and turned to Butterfree. Moreover, it does not seek power. It yearns for a warm home and familiar companions. At that moment, the Caterpie in Lu Yun's arms was sobbing profusely. It had never been respected or valued in such a manner. Having endured 3 trainers, it had always been regarded as mere cargo. No one had ever considered its thoughts or feelings. Applause echoed through the room. Turning around, Lu Yun saw Professor Oak, beaming and applauding on his own. As the applause subsided, Professor Oak approached Lu Yun, placing a hand on his shoulder with a cheerful smile. You will undoubtedly become an extraordinary trainer. Silver Mountain shall certainly have a place for you. Listening to Professor Oak's words, Lu Yun felt little more than a sense of affirmation. He had simply expressed the thoughts that resided in his heart. If you are unwilling to let it stay, could you at least allow it to leave some silk behind, so that Beedrill might survive a few more days? Zoroark implored. In truth, he had briefly entertained the notion of forcibly retaining the Caterpie, but upon glimpsing the slumbering Zoroark, he ultimately chose to abandon that thought. Acknowledging the value of gratitude, he understood the importance of kindness. Of course, that is entirely possible, Lu Yun agreed readily. He was not so miserly as to deny such a minor favor. Seeing Lu Yun's acquiescence, Zoroark's expression brightened. While they could not retain the cater pie, securing some silk was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. In that case, please follow me. Zoroark gestured invitingly, signaling Lu Yun and his companions to follow him. Soon, under Zoroark's guidance, they arrived at a hall reminiscent of a restaurant. The hall was bustling with a myriad of beings from diverse races, even those that were sworn enemies, comfortably seated together, feasting on fruits from trees. These were all staff members of the royal court. Zoroark pointed to the dining elves and explained. At that moment, Lu Yun grasped the situation. After all, such a grand royal court could not be managed by merely a handful of elves. Please eat first. I will take the cater pie to produce silk, Zoroark said, having summoned a beautiful flower. After ensuring Lu Yun and the others were settled for lunch, he turned to Lu Yun. After reassuring the cater pie that it was merely leaving some silk behind and not abandoning it, Lu Yun followed the beautiful flower to procure their meal. Despite the cater pie's reluctant gaze, perhaps due to Zoroark's arrangements, Lu Yun and his companions did not sit in the hall like the elf employees after receiving their lunch. Instead, they were led by the beautiful flower to a small room. Enjoy your meal, everyone. If you need anything, please call for me. The beautiful flower said with a courteous bow to Lu Yun's group before gracefully departing. As the door closed, Lu Yun began to savor this unique lunch. Perhaps it was because the royal court was inhabited solely by elves, with no humans in sight. The food before Lu Yun consisted entirely of various tree fruits, blended with some all-natural seasonings to create a salad. To Lu Yun, it was undoubtedly a dark culinary experience. Picking up an unfamiliar fruit and tasting it, he felt as if he had consumed a handful of Sichuan peppercorns, rendering his tongue nearly numb. In contrast, the nearby Ducklet and Darumaka were relishing their meals with delight. They even finished one portion and requested another from the beautiful flower outside. Extracting the sweet peach from the salad, Lu Yun paired it with an unknown plant's juice and began to eat with newfound enthusiasm. Do we truly have no food reserves at all? Lu Yun inquired, glancing at Jengar across from him. He recalled that there were some instant meals in the container. Observing the expressive Snowy, Jengar stirred his bowl of salad with a sigh. It's all gone. I used it to bribe my good brother, he replied, casting a glance at Professor Oak. Old man, don't forget you owe me 20 boxes of food. Jengar added, you should understand, I'm not just asking for your things. I'm utilizing your resources to handle your affairs. As the familiar words echoed, Lu Yun felt a sudden nostalgia for a place he once knew well. With Jengar's lead, the atmosphere in the room quickly grew lively. With a soft sound, the door opened, drawing the attention of the previously playful group to Zoroark, who entered with the cater pie. At that moment, the cater pie exhibited none of its earlier reluctance. With a bulging yellow cloth bag slung over its back, it resembled a victorious general standing proudly on Zoroark's shoulder. Taking the cater pie down from Zoroark's shoulder, Lu Yun casually opened the yellow cloth bag. Before him lay 10 exquisite cater pie gems. Smacking his lips, Lu Yun, with a composed demeanor, stashed the gems into his satchel. The cater pie, once filled with joy, now glowered at Lu Yun's actions, its expression transforming from sunny to overcast. Don't worry, I'm just keeping them safe for you. I will return them shortly, Lu Yun reassured, gently patting the cater pie's head. In that moment, Lu Yun resembled a nurturing guardian. Thank you for your assistance. Zoroark bowed to Lu Yun, expressing his gratitude. Though it only served to alleviate the injury of the bee drill, Zoroark felt content. You're welcome, Lu Yun replied, a smile illuminating his face. If you find it insufficient, feel free to ask me for more. I can provide plenty. Zoroark regarded Lu Yun with skepticism at this claim. As the cater pie's yield was too meager, he had expended considerable resources to ensure the cater pie produced enough silk. The notion of plenty seemed far-fetched to him. Rest assured, I have 9 more cater pies like this one, Lu Yun declared, eliciting a pang of discomfort in Zoroark's chest. I may have overcompensated. If there had only been one such cater pie, Zoroark's previous reward would have been justifiable, as rarity adds value. However, with 9 more cater pies, he felt he had overpaid. Ignoring Zoroark's changing expression, Lu Yun reveled in the joy of the gems. Each cater pie gem was valued at 20,000, amounting to a total of 200,000 for this venture. If a partnership could be established, Lu Yun envisioned a future of substantial wealth. Taking a deep breath, Zoroark contemplated before addressing Lu Yun. In that case, could you please deliver 300 portions of silk each month? Lu Yun gasped at this request. Each cater pie, without energy supplementation, could only produce 1 portion daily, totaling 300 portions in a month. Zoroark's demand equated to Lu Yun's entire monthly output. However, Zoroark's figure was not arbitrary. It was calculated based on the need to maintain the Beedrill's wound, requiring at least 10 portions daily. For every 300 portions, I will give you 30 Caterpie gems. Zoroark continued as he observed Lu Yun deep in thought. Deal. Without hesitation, Lu Yun agreed to the exchange of 300 healing bandages for 30 Caterpie gems. He mused that any contractual obligations with Sally could be borne by him as a jest. Of course, he had already formulated a plan to expand Caterpie breeding upon his return. Zoroark nodded appreciatively at Lu Yun's prompt agreement. Producing a bone-carved token from behind him, Zoroark instructed. Take this token. As long as you possess it, you will not be attacked by any elves within the evergreen forest. He added, of course. This is contingent upon you not initiating any attacks. Upon receiving the token, Lu Yun noticed that it was intricately engraved with 7 images, depicting the 6 rulers of the evergreen forest and the elusive Shalebi. Safeguarding the token carefully, Lu Yun concluded that this journey was not in vain. After seeing Lu Yun secure the token, Zoroark's demeanor shifted, and he remarked, now that this matter is settled, shall we address my concerns? Upon hearing the words of Zoroark, Lu Yun suddenly recalled the purpose of their journey. He promptly lifted the Zoroa that had been set aside into his arms. Here, your son has been returned, intact, he said, handing the sleeping Zoroa over carefully. As Zoroark gazed at the bundle containing Zoroa, a weight that had hung heavily on his heart for over half a month finally began to lift. My child, you have suffered, Zoroark murmured softly. Exchanging a knowing glance with Professor Oak, Lu Yun understood that they had accomplished half of their mission. Now that your child has been returned, I hope you will consent to one more matter, Professor Oak began, seizing the moment while Zoroark was in a good mood. Lost in the joy of having his child back, Zoroark replied without lifting his gaze, though I harbor a disdain for humanity. Considering your efforts to rescue the Queen Bee and assist in finding my child, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request, provided it is not excessively unreasonable. At Professor Oak's prompting, Lu Yun stepped forward, inhaling deeply before stating, we hope you can halt the impending Pokémon tide and restrain the Pokémon from attacking humans any further. Lu Yun was aware of the wild Pokémon's assaults on humans, but he had only learned about the Pokémon tide from Professor Oak the previous evening. The mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Should the Pokémon tide occur, the ranch he had painstakingly restored could be reduced to ruins in an instant, and he might very well perish amidst the chaos. Upon hearing this, Zoroark's expression became conflicted. He did not wish to instigate the Pokémon tide, for each time it occurred, the losses among the Pokémon were often magnitudes greater than those among humans. Yet now, the situation had slipped from his control. After a moment of contemplation, Zoroark resolved to speak candidly. I am sorry, but I cannot comply with that request. The disbelief was palpable on the faces of Professor Oak and Lu Yun. To them, the Pokémon tide seemed to be a consequence of Zoroark's grief over his lost child, a rallying cry among the afflicted. Yet now, the very victim claimed he could not exert control. This revelation was utterly unexpected. In truth, the matter is not as straightforward as you presume, Zoroark began slowly. Chapter 36. The Cause and Effect. Hearing this, Lu Yun and Professor Oak exchanged bewildered glances. Gritting his teeth, Zoroark continued, though I grieve for my lost child. That alone does not compel me to unleash such a widespread Pokémon tide. After a brief pause, he added, I lack the capability to do so. What is the reason for this? Lu Yun inquired. Zoroark hesitated, opening his mouth but then falling silent. Are you familiar with Ditto? Ditto? Lu Yun echoed quietly. He certainly recognized this remarkable Pokémon among the ranks of Pokémon. However, what relation could a Pokémon tide that affected the entire league possibly have with Ditto? Professor Oak, however, felt a sudden tightening in his chest upon hearing the name. Could it be? Indeed, it is precisely as you suspect, Zoroark interjected, offering a bitter smile and a nod. Witnessing Zoroark's tacit acknowledgement, Professor Oak felt a chill run down his spine, his breath becoming labored. The gravity of the situation was dawning upon him. What are you two discussing? Lu Yun, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Professor Oak turned to Lu Yun and asked, are you aware of how Pokémon reproduce? Of course, Lu Yun nodded. It's simply about hatching eggs. I am quite familiar with it. Then do you know how the overlords reproduce? Professor Oak pressed further. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yun replied uncertainly. Is it the same as ordinary Pokémon? Professor Oak shook his head. Your answer applies only to Pokémon below the overlord level. For those above, they can only reproduce by pairing with another overlord of the same egg group. If an overlord attempts to breed with a Pokémon below its rank, the outcome is invariably tragic. One corpse, 2 lives lost. Realizing the implications of this, Lu Yun's body trembled slightly, as he looked at Zoroark cradling Zoroa, incredulously exclaiming, "Is that Ditto an overlord?" Professor Oak nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. The confirmation from Professor Oak shocked Lu Yun. He suddenly grasped a significant secret. The strength and longevity of the Pokémon gathering areas in the Johto and Kanto regions were intricately linked to the presence of this Ditto overlord. The issue of overlord reproduction had long been a conundrum, yet before a fellow overlord like Ditto, this dilemma was rendered moot. It was precisely because of this Ditto, capable of breeding with any egg group and any gender, that the Pokémon gathering areas in Johto and Kanto could thrive independently, never succumbing to human captivity. After all, even the weakest offspring of an overlord could grow to become a leader, let alone those born of an overlord, who inherently possessed greater potential and opportunity to ascend to that rank. But its strength is not insignificant, Professor Oak remarked, puzzled. Ditto's power among Pokémon is not particularly formidable. Yet an evolved Ditto should not be weak either. Sighing, Zoroark replied, "It is not weak, but what if it is in the midst of giving birth?" In that instant, Professor Oak comprehended the entirety of the situation. Zoroark began to recount his tale. Now in the midst of middle age, he had begun to contemplate reproduction to secure his legacy and that of his kin. However, after scouring the Johto and Kanto regions, he had failed to find a suitable mate. Thus, he chose the path many overlords took, seeking out a Ditto overlord to assist him in breeding. After paying a significant price, Zoroark finally succeeded in inviting the Ditto overlord from the Hall of Origin. After a period of effort, Zoroark was met with success. However, the peril of breeding in the wild loomed. One could never predict when an enemy might seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Even an overlord could not guarantee safety from attack during such vulnerable moments. Therefore, to ensure the Ditto overlord could give birth without incident, Zoroark chose a location outside his territory, a secret cave known only to him. Yet, fate proved capricious. He had no inkling that this decision would yield dire consequences. On the day of delivery, Zoroark brought the Ditto overlord to the cave. As he stood vigil outside the door, awaiting the moment of fatherhood, an unforeseen calamity struck. A horde of humans, emerging from the shadows, launched a brazen ambush upon him. Fortunately, he was well prepared. As a sovereign, he adeptly retaliated against the sudden onslaught. Just as he was fully engaged in battle, an unexpected incident transpired within the cave behind him. Two assailants, concealed by the bronze bell and the natural bird, stealthily infiltrated the cavern while his attention was diverted. By the time he extricated himself from the encirclement and returned to the cave, the intruders had already made their escape, leaving only the dying shape-shifting overlord behind. It was from this fading monarch that he learned of the abduction of his child. Yet, the assailants had no intention of sparing him. Trapped within the cave, he could no longer maneuver as freely as he had outside. Soon, with no room to evade, he was wounded by the assailants directing their Pokémon. Nonetheless, even in injury, he remained the overlord, the foremost king of the evergreen forest. What he did not anticipate was the humans wielding the Holy Spirit cannon, a weapon strictly controlled and typically reserved for the cities. Without the ability to dodge, he was swiftly struck by the cannon. Just when he believed he would meet his end that day, his loyal brother, the Beedrill overlord, arrived with a cadre of followers. With the Beedrill overlord's intervention, the attackers quickly fell into disarray. However, both he and the Beedrill overlord had underestimated the cannon's might. In their hubris, the Beedrill overlord was struck directly by the Holy Spirit cannon. His frail constitution, compounded by age, rendered him unconscious from the blow. Had it not been for Zoroark's mastery of transformation, even the guise of a Chansey may not have sufficed to save him. Though the Beedrill overlord was revived, the shape-shifting monarch perished. The news of the death of a prominent Pokémon ignited fury among the other overlords in the Pokémon world. The demise of the shape-shifting overlord significantly weakened the collective power of the Pokémon factions. Thus, the overlords of various Pokémon gathering places, long oppressed by humans, resolved to settle old scores alongside new grievances. A Pokémon uprising was born from these circumstances. Chapter 37. It's just adding another zero. Listening to Zoroark recount the events, Professor Oak and Lu Yun found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. After several minutes of silence, Professor Oak finally spoke. "If we are willing to compensate for the losses of all your Pokémon gatherings, could you halt the impending Pokémon uprising?" With a heavy sigh, Zoroark responded slowly. "At this juncture, it is no longer merely a matter of compensation. The vast majority of Pokémon overlords are exceedingly discontented with humanity. Some radical overlords are already prepared to unleash their wrath upon human cities in this upcoming uprising." Upon hearing Zoroark's words, a deep sorrow enveloped Professor Oak. He had never envisioned that the relationship between humans and Pokémon had deteriorated to such a degree. In contrast, Lu Yun, who had only recently arrived, remained unfazed. Based on his observations over the past few days, he had discerned that humanity's treatment of Pokémon was far from the amicable bond depicted in the animations. At the very least, Lu Yun had witnessed numerous Pokémon turned into food products, such as turtle jelly made from Squirtle shells, meat jerky from Farfetch'd, and whole Quintero and Mareep. Presently, humanity's attitude towards Pokémon resembled that of treating them as pets or food, rather than the partnership portrayed in the animated series. Indeed, Lu Yun had frequently encountered abandoned Pokémon in front of the Pokémon Center. Given such conditions, it was hardly surprising that Pokémon harbored animosity towards humans. What if I were willing to assist you in breeding a new Overlord-level Ditto? Professor Oak mused thoughtfully. Hearing this, Zoroark's eyes widened with astonishment. Has human technology advanced to such an extent? Can even Overlords be mass-produced now? It is important to note that the birth of each Overlord is a challenging endeavor, requiring a delicate balance of resources, talent, will, and opportunity. Rest assured, when I say it, I am confident, Professor Oak replied with unwavering determination. For others, breeding an Overlord may be a formidable task, but for me, it merely demands a modicum of effort and a touch of resources. As for the latter, with the arrival of Kikuko, she will heed my words. I believe she will not refuse to allocate some resources. If that is the case, I am willing to act as your envoy and persuade them, Zoroark declared. In truth, Zoroark was reluctant to instigate the uprising, as facing technologically armed humans, the flesh and blood Pokémon would ultimately be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Zoroark's willingness to help, Professor Oak's eyes sparkled with hope. We must not delay, let us embark at once. Nodding in agreement, Zoroark suggested, let us begin from nearby. What? You claim you can cultivate an Overlord-level Ditto? The Nidoking Overlord, seated upon his throne, gazed incredulously at Professor Oak, his voice tinged with disbelief. Indeed, I, Oak Sayaching, possess such capability, Professor Oak replied, lifting his chin with pride. If you can truly achieve this, I would be inclined to halt the upcoming Pokémon uprising, the Pidgeot Overlord interjected. Rather than seeking revenge against humanity, he yearned to nurture a gifted offspring, enabling him to train his progeny as an Overlord to safeguard his twilight years and protect his kin. Ahem, however, we also suffered significant losses during the previous uprising, the Fiero Overlord greedily remarked, still attempting to extract compensation from Professor Oak. With a slight smile, Professor Oak responded, I shall provide each present Overlord with 10,000 healing potions, 50,000 berries, and 500 assorted items as recompense. Hearing Professor Oak's promise, the Overlords present could not help but swallow their saliva. Be it berries or items, they were not particularly concerned. What mattered most to them was the promised 10,000 healing potions. In the wild, there are no Pokémon centers. Injuries sustained here must be endured. If fortune smiled upon them, they might encounter a Pokémon with healing abilities to assist in their recovery. But if luck were to turn, they could easily fall prey to their natural enemies. Could the items be exchanged for TM machines? After all, items hold little utility for us, the Butterfree Overlord suggested. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Professor Oak's eyes. Indeed, as the Butterfree Overlord articulated, while Pokémon had little need for items. Rather, the ability to enhance their skill pool with TM machines was of paramount importance. Certainly, let's exchange 500 items for 500 sets of learning machines. And I shall also provide you with 500 skill discs. How does that sound? Observing the generosity of Professor Oak, the assembled Overlords felt as though they were witnessing the emergence of Giratina today. Yet, Professor Oak, who made a plethora of promises, bore no trace of remorse. After all, before negotiations commenced, Jucko had already stated that they would spare no expense. Professor Oak was always quite magnanimous when it came to spending for others. After successfully negotiating with the Overlords of the Verdant Forest, Professor Oak, accompanied by Zoroark, set off on Dragonite to other Pokémon gathering spots. By 9 in the evening, the weary Professor Oak and Zoroark finally returned. After an afternoon of persuasion, aided by Oak's lavish compensations and Zoroark's assurance as the foremost king of Verdant Forest, the majority of the Overlords in the gathering areas happily consented to Professor Oak's proposal. However, during their visit to the Hualon Cave, Professor Oak encountered a minor setback. The death of the Ditto Overlord inflicted the greatest loss not on anyone else, but on the Hualon Cave itself. It is worth noting that the Ditto Overlord was indeed the sovereign of the Hualon Cave. Frequently, he resided within the cave, assisting its Overlords in breeding offspring. It was precisely due to his presence that the Hualon Cave ascended to become one of the top 3 Pokémon gathering spots. With his demise, The cave not only lost a sovereign-level combatant, but also the means to ensure the stable breeding of its progeny. This understandably incited the ire of the cave's overlords towards humanity. In exasperation, Professor Oak had no choice but to pledge the cultivation of a ditto overlord within 3 years and to provide triple the resource compensation to quell their fury. After this tumultuous ordeal, even Professor Oak felt somewhat exhausted. Noticing that the hour was late, Zoroark kindly invited them to stay the night, proposing they depart in the morning. At Zoroark's invitation, Lu Yun was fortunate enough to reside in the towering treehouse. "Professor, what are you doing?" Lu Yun inquired curiously as he approached the engrossed Professor Oak, who was busily writing something. "A compensation list," Professor Oak replied while continuing to write. At that moment, Lu Yun's eyes widened in shock at the staggering figures on the list. "Is it really that much?" Gazing at the list filled with zeros, Lu Yun felt rather like a country bumpkin. "How much does this total?" Upon hearing Lu Yun's question, Professor Oak meticulously reviewed the list once more, and after ensuring there were no errors, silently added another 0 to the end of the already extensive string of zeros. "I believe this is just right." He nodded with satisfaction at his handiwork. At his age, it was only fitting that he bore such burdens. Moreover, he wasn't asking for much, merely an additional 0. Chapter 38. One must live for oneself. Stay, he is, after all, your biological father. With a large bag of local specialties slung over his shoulder, Lu Yun squatted before Zoroa and said, "So, does that mean my mother has abandoned me?" Tears brimmed in Zoroa's eyes as he looked at Lu Yun, who was preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Zoroark, upon hearing Zoroa call Lu Yun mother, experienced a sudden headache. Earlier that morning, Lu Yun and his companions had been ready to leave, only for Zoroa to unexpectedly follow them out, clinging to Lu Yun. "Be good. I will visit you from time to time," Lu Yun said, gently rubbing Zoroa's fur, which had just been stimulated to grow by Zoroark's herbal concoction the previous night. He was indeed rather fond of this little creature, for it contained a portion of his own essence. "Is it because that big dark fellow bullied mother that she no longer wants me?" Zoroa, oblivious to Lu Yun's words, was resolutely trying to find a way to persuade him to take him along. Zoroark's face twitched, his already dark complexion deepened to a shade darker than the night itself. What did it mean that he had bullied mother? He was the biological father. That human was merely your cross-species adoptive mother, Zoroark's heart silently protested. Forcing a smile, Zoroark attempted to soften his somewhat stiff expression, wishing to appear less intimidating. "Come, let us go home with father. Your uncle Lu Yun will come to visit again in due time," he coaxed as he approached Lu Yun. At that moment, Zoroark exhibited none of the imposing authority of a sovereign, but rather resembled a lovesick fool. Yet even in this guise, Zoroa remained unyielding, inching closer to Lu Yun, fearful that this large black dog would whisk him away. Despite receiving many treats and delicious milk from Zoroark the previous night, Zoroa did not harbor fondness for this so-called father. Observing Zoroa's evident wariness, Zoroark felt that his heartfelt gestures from the previous night had been in vain. The large milk containers he'd procured during the night seemed wasted. Sighing, Lu Yun gazed at Zoroa, who was determinedly clinging to him, and cast a helpless glance at the envious Zoroark. Yet, within his expression of exasperation, there was a hint of smugness. "Perhaps we should let this child become Zoroa's trainer?" Professor Oak suggested, witnessing this peculiar scene. "No way. Don't even think about it." Professor Oak's words were swiftly met with Zoroark's vehement objection. While many powerful Pokémon would choose a strong trainer for their offspring to ensure their better and faster growth, it was often in circumstances where they had numerous progeny or could not support their offspring's developmental needs. However, he had only this one precious son, and as the strongest sovereign of the verdant forest, he lacked the necessity to entrust Zoroa to Lu Yun, whom he deemed a mere pauper. Indeed, possessing 500 acres of pasture and the power of verdant forest, Lu Yun was, in Zoroark's eyes, no different from a country bumpkin. "Then what do you suggest?" Professor Oak turned to Zoroa, who was snuggling in Lu Yun's embrace, presenting the question to Zoroark. Clenching his fists, Zoroark found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the desire to keep Zoroa close. Yet, that thought was quickly extinguished, should he act on it. Zoroa might harbor resentment towards him for a lifetime. A profound silence enveloped the entrance of the royal court, one so thick that even the patrolling Pokémon navigated around it with unspoken understanding. Suddenly, Professor Oak broke the stillness. "Be quiet. I will not allow my son to go with him." Zoroark immediately interrupted Professor Oak, his tone resolute. "No, that's not what I meant." Professor Oak waved his hand, clarifying. "I was suggesting that perhaps you could come with us." As Dr. Oak concluded his remarks, the gathered individuals, including Lu Yun and Xuan Naiko, gazed at him in astonishment. This proposal was utterly explosive. The doctor seemed poised to wield the emperor's authority to command the lords. Lu Yun, cradling his Solgaleo, couldn't help but silently ridicule the situation. Meanwhile, Zoroark, upon hearing this suggestion, surprisingly began to contemplate. After a moment, Zoroark pointed at Lu Yun and exclaimed, "Then why not let him stay?" Pausing for effect, Zoroark continued, "Or better yet, why not have him remain as a caretaker for my son? I shall provide you with 300 Dark-type gems each month and ensure that all your Pokémon are promoted to the elite level within 3 years." Taken aback by Zoroark's sudden turn toward a reverse negotiation, Lu Yun was momentarily speechless. Who said wild Pokémon were ill-educated and easily deceived? Is that even plausible? Before Lu Yun could respond, Dr. Oak interjected on his behalf. Zoroark fell into silence. Indeed, as Dr. Oak pointed out, this notion was somewhat fanciful. After all, Pokémon are generally quite exclusive. Allowing a human to reside in the heart of the evergreen forest, even if he were willing, would not sit well with the other rulers. "Come back with us. It would be beneficial for both parties," Dr. Oak added. "In due time, you could serve as the representative of the human world in the evergreen forest, facilitating smoother communication between our realms and preventing many misunderstandings." Listening to Dr. Oak, Zoroark remained contemplative. "Uncle, you wouldn't want to be separated from your son, would you?" Suddenly, Xue Niko delivered a sharp retort. Hesitant, Zoroark shuddered upon hearing the mention of his son, clearly wavering. "Should you be willing to establish diplomatic relations with the Alliance? I can offer some rather precious resources to nurture little Zoroa," Dr. Oak continued to entice. "For instance, the tutelage of Darkrai." At this, Zoroark admitted to feeling intrigued. Though he was a ruler, who wouldn't desire their offspring to receive guidance from distinguished mentors? Darkrai, known as the Lord of Nightmares, was undoubtedly a master. "Why not return with us? My ranch is quite near the evergreen forest, and you could easily return should any matters arise," Lu Yun suggested while engaging Zoroa in play. Observing Zoroa's joyful antics in Lu Yun's embrace, Zoroark lowered his head, a tinge of despondency washing over him. Sometimes, one must live for themselves. Suddenly, Dize stepped forward and patted Zoroark on the shoulder, inexplicably stating, "You must grow up." Shaking off his intense grip, Zoroark had already made a decision in his heart. "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Zoroark, now serious in demeanor, led Lu Yun and the others back to the tea room. Meanwhile, Zoroark took the opportunity to oversee the meeting in the Grand Hall while the other rulers had not yet departed. "Must we be disturbed from our slumber at such an early hour? Is there truly a matter of great importance?" yawned Nidoking, rubbing his eyes wearily. "There is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inform you of something," Zoroark replied, seated upon his throne, his furry hands absently caressing the stone seat. "I am going to the human world." Upon hearing this announcement, the rulers exhibited minimal reaction, for Zoroark was no stranger to the human realm. Casting a glance at their expressions, Zoroark continued, "This time, I intend to make my residence there." The moment those words left his lips, the previously composed rulers erupted into chaos. The loudmouth Spearow bellowed, "Are you mad? Humans are far from friendly toward us. Have you been deceived by those humans? I knew they were no good, particularly that old man." Observing the uproar in the conference hall, Zoroark grew displeased and rapped the armrest of his throne, commanding, "Enough. Silence. Hear me out." With his authoritative tone, the rulers quickly fell silent. Organizing his thoughts, Zoroark declared, "This time, I am prepared to represent the evergreen forest and establish a permanent presence in the human world. This will facilitate our mutual communication and help prevent numerous misunderstandings." Upon Zoroark's proposal for diplomacy, the rulers began to ponder collectively. "I believe this is a good idea. It would indeed help avoid many misunderstandings," the Beedrill leader spoke first. "While that makes sense, how can you ensure those cunning humans won't resort to treachery?" inquired the Pidgeot leader, raising a critical point. After all, being Pokémon, they were unlikely to outsmart the crafty humans. Moreover, Zoroark's venture into the human realm would be entirely solitary, making even a ruler susceptible to ambush. "Rest assured, I shall not delve deeply into the human world. I only intend to reside at the periphery of the evergreen forest," Zoroark reassured them. Just as the Pidgeot leader had feared, he too was wary of being ensnared by humans. Thus, he had already devised a plan to stay at Lu Yun's ranch upon his arrival. Lu Yun's ranch was conveniently located near the evergreen forest, allowing him to arrange for his subordinates to maintain vigilance in the vicinity. Should any disturbances arise, he could retreat into the forest with his son. At that point, no matter how many schemes or covert attacks were launched, they would be ineffective in his domain. After hearing Zoroark's plan, the rulers fell silent, as it was advantageous for all parties involved. Seeing no opposition, Zoroark nodded in satisfaction. Just as he prepared to rise from his throne and accompany Lu Yun back to the ranch, the Butterfree leader interjected. What will happen to your kin and subordinates once you leave? Stopping in his tracks, Zoroark fell into contemplation. Certain experiences must be faced. Pokémon must inevitably mature. To remain forever under my protection would yield no significant outcome, Zoroark replied slowly. As long as you few do not bully the weaker, I trust they will fare well. Casting a warning glance toward the fidgeting Spearow leader, Zoroark cautioned them, take heed. After delivering his warning, Zoroark exited the royal court, transforming into a Pidgeot as he soared back to his territory. He needed to make proper arrangements for his clan before departing. Why has the clan leader been away all day? When will he return? A young Zoroark inquired of an elder Zoroark. Indeed, when will our leader return? We have scoured this area thoroughly and found nothing he desires, a rhinoceros beetle Pokémon added. The elder Zoroark remained silent, observing the Zoroarks frolicking playfully in the grass nearby. It is unclear when they began to rely on the patriarch to such an extent. With a sigh, the elder Zoroark gazed up at the sky, uncertain whether this dependence was a boon or a bane. Suddenly, a chorus of cheers erupted from afar. The elder Zoroark discerned through the jubilant sounds that their patriarch had returned. Ascending a large boulder, Zoroark raised his hand to signal for silence and proclaimed, from this day forth, I shall be departing for a while. During my absence, you must heed the leadership of the illusory spirit. Upon hearing that Zoroark was to leave, the gathered sprites erupted into a cacophony of dismay. Ignoring the commotion below, Zoroark approached the aged Zoroark and said, I entrust you with their care during this period. After a moment's contemplation, Zoroark added, it would be best if they could grasp the merits of self-reliance. The illusory spirit nodded gravely in response. Rest assured, Patriarch, during your absence, I shall ensure that the affairs of the clan are well managed. Turning his attention to the hesitant Fong, Zoroark instructed, do not inquire or interfere. Select a few reliable clan members to accompany me. Without further question, Fong hurried off to choose dependable companions. Before long, for robust warriors, each comparable in strength to the chief Zoroark, approached under Fong's guidance. Surveying the carefully selected fighters, Zoroark's face broke into a satisfied smile. Stay close behind me, he commanded Fong and the others, before transforming into a majestic Talonflame and soaring into the distance. The others, mimicking his lead, transformed into Talonflames as well, following their patriarch into the sky. This is delightful, remarked Lu Yun, downing his third cup of tea and rubbing his satiated belly before handing the cup to the somewhat bald Lilyroot doll beside him. Reluctantly accepting the cup, the Lilyroot doll, with a pained expression, plucked a newly sprouted leaf from its head and placed it into the cup. It then handed the cup to the nearby Duckbill Fire Dragon to add water and heat it. Just as Lu Yun was preparing to sip his fourth cup, Zoroark finally returned. Thank you for your patience. Let us set off, he announced, pushing open the door. Home sweet home, exclaimed Yukinako, joyfully springing from her chair at the prospect of returning home after several days of outdoor living, which had made her yearn for her abode. Then let us depart. Lu Yun and the others followed Zoroark as they exited the tea room. Watching Lu Yun and his party fade into the distance, the Lilyroot doll, with its short legs, made its way to Lu Yun's untouched cup of tea. Without hesitation, it gulped down the still hot liquid. Ah, my leaves are truly delectable. The Lilyroot doll sighed contentedly after finishing the tea. Chapter 40. Return. We are finally back. Lu Yun collapsed onto the plush sofa in the living room, letting out a contented sigh. The days spent in the wild, though not lacking in provisions, had nonetheless been exhausting. There's south no place like home. The esteemed Professor Oki similarly slumped onto the sofa, expressing his own sentiments. Meanwhile, Yukinako did not share the same lack of decorum as the two gentlemen. She opted to first ascend to the second floor for a shower. Although they had brought ample supplies, bathing outdoors remained a luxury. The cleanliness-loving Yukinako could no longer tolerate the scent of sweat clinging to her. Where's Dice? Lu Yun suddenly realized they were missing one person, waving his hand dismissively. Professor Oki replied, he went to report back to Banmu. Nodding, Lu Yun was not surprised. After all, Dice was, indeed, the subordinate of Banmu. Is everything satisfactory here, Lu Yun? With the sound of the door creaking open, Zoroark, now familiar with the ranch's environment, entered alongside Zoroa. In truth, Zoroark had mentally prepared himself for what he might find, knowing that the ranch had just endured a Pokémon riot. However, upon conducting a brief inspection, he realized he had underestimated Lu Yun. While the ranch may not have been perfect, it was, at the very least, quite commendable in Zoroark's eyes. By the way, I had my subordinates consume one of your sheep. That shouldn't pose any issue, right? Suddenly recalling, Zoroark inquired. Sheep? Lu Yun was taken aback. If memory served him correctly, the only living beings left on the ranch were 9 green caterpillars and the 3 individuals Professor Oki had brought to manage the ranch. Taking a sip of the tea recently brewed by the Snow Maiden, Professor Oki chuckled. It was likely those kids from Cuckoo. After all, I instructed them to do their best to manage the ranch. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow in surprise at Professor Oki's words. Who helps manage a ranch and also spends their own money to introduce livestock. Do not worry about reimbursement. I still have some funding available for my experiments this year. Professor Oki replied with a grin. Consider it compensation for that one night. Without uttering a word, Lu Yun tacitly accepted Professor Oki's statement. After all, he was more than willing to benefit from such a windfall. Snow, come and serve the dishes. At that moment, the Snow Maiden descended the stairs, carrying 2 steaming platters of food. Hastily rising, Lu Yun and Professor Oki moved to the kitchen to assist the Snow Maiden in setting the table. The trio made 4 trips before finally bringing all the dishes prepared by the Snow Maiden to the table. Gazing at the lavish spread of enticing aromas, Lu Yun felt his mouth water. Isn't this a bit extravagant? Are we really going to finish all this? He asked with skepticism, as only he, Professor Oki, Yukinako, and perhaps Zoroark would be partaking in the meal. For people consuming 24 dishes seemed rather indulgent. The Snow Maiden, who was waiting for Yukinako, concealed a slight smirk at Lu Yun's words. At home, it was customary for the young mistress to have a meal starting from 50 dishes. Were it not for the lack of quality ingredients here, she would have prepared a feast worthy of the hard-working young lady. How fragrant! After finishing her shower and donning a princess dress, Yukinako, her cheeks slightly flushed and hair still damp, descended from the 2nd floor, drawn by the delicious scents. Approaching the dining table, she unceremoniously picked up chopsticks and sampled a piece of scallion lamb. Delicious. Auntie Snow's culinary skills are truly improving. Upon hearing Yukinako's praise, the Snow Maiden beamed with pride. Though it was merely ordinary lamb, not merino lamb, her exquisite culinary skills transformed it into a delightful delicacy. Snow, why did you come down with wet hair again? The Snow Maiden noticed Yukinako's damp hair and furrowed her brow slightly, speaking with a hint of exasperation. You'll catch a cold like that. Upon hearing the concerned words of the Snow Spirit, Yukinako stuck out her tongue and playfully exclaimed, It's not that, Snow Auntie. Your cooking is simply too enticing. I can hardly contain my excitement. Observing Yukinako's delightful expression, the Snow Spirit, who initially intended to say more, was momentarily overtaken by a look of fondness. Come, sit and eat, but let this be a one-time exception, she said, gently guiding Yukinako onto a stool while tenderly placing her hand on the girl's slightly damp hair. The Snow Spirit's hand, resting on Yukinako's hair, emitted a faint azure glow. Gradually, the excess moisture from Yukinako's hair began to coalesce in the Snow Spirit's palm, transforming into a delicate layer of ice. Before long, the surplus moisture was completely frozen away by the Snow Spirit. Nearby, Zoroark observed this display with a contemplative look in his eyes. He had indeed underestimated the prowess of the human family. He never anticipated that even a mere caretaker Pokémon could wield such mastery over its inner energy with such finesse. Do take a moment to savor our culinary delights. Dr. Oak enthusiastically beckoned to Zoroark, who was still in a daze. Drawing Zoroark closer, he pulled up a chair at the dining table. Skillfully wielding chopsticks, Zoroark picked up the nearest dish, a cold pig liver salad. After just a single bite, Zoroark realized the exceptional skill of the Snow Spirit in the culinary arts. Having wandered through the human world and sampled many delicacies, he had never encountered pig liver so exquisitely prepared. The dish, crafted by the Snow Spirit, not only melted in his mouth, but also bore an unexpected, refreshing chill. I want to try some too, Zoroa, nestled in Zoroark's embrace, expressed her desire to taste the delightful meal. Glancing at the dishes on the table, Zoroark finally decided on a bowl of double-skin milk to offer to Zoroa. As she drank eagerly, Zoroa soon sprouted a white beard. Watching Zoroa, a fleeting thought crossed Zoroark's mind, echoing the words of Detsi. Sometimes one must live for oneself. By the way, where are Cuckoo and the others? After swallowing a piece of steak, Lu Yun inquired with a hint of confusion. He had initially assumed they were busy at the ranch, yet it was mealtime, and they had yet to return. Perhaps they had something to attend to and left early, Dr. Oak replied, not lifting his gaze as he continued to enjoy his crispy meat. Not wanting to pry further into the seemingly indifferent Dr. Oak, Lu Yun turned his attention back to the ribs in his bowl. Chapter 41. Departures. What a relief. Lu Yun sighed contentedly, reclining on the sofa while using a toothpick to dislodge remnants of food from between his teeth. I must say, the Snow Spirit's culinary skills are truly remarkable. How do you find it? Dr. Oak, also reclining on the sofa and picking at his teeth, asked Zoroark with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Zoroark nodded in agreement. Delicious. Indeed. After this meal, I can only conclude that what I previously consumed could hardly be called food. It was more akin to fodder. Chuckling, Dr. Oak discarded his toothpick into a nearby trash bin and rose from the sofa, adjusting his freshly donned lab coat. He retrieved a card inscribed with his phone number from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yun. It's getting late. I should return. I've left a multitude of matters unattended at home. This is my number. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Accepting the card from Dr. Oak, Lu Yun carefully placed it alongside his dominoes for safekeeping. Do not worry. Once I return, I will inform the League. By tomorrow at the latest, their staff will come to you, and we can formally establish our diplomatic relations. Turning to Zoroark, Dr. Oak added, All right, I will await your response. Zoroark nodded in agreement. Waving off Lu Yun, who was preparing to see him off, Dr. Oak exited the living room. With a sound of flapping wings, Lu Yun looked out the window of the living room to see Dr. Oak soaring toward Pallet Town atop a dragonite. Brother Lu Yun, turning around, Lu Yun noticed Yukinako and the snow spirit descending from the second floor. Are you both leaving as well? Lu Yun inquired. Yes, Yukinako nodded enthusiastically. After being away for so long, Grandma must be missing me. It's time for me to return. Just as Yukinako finished speaking, a jingling sound resonated from outside the door. Hearing the bells, Yukinako hurriedly dashed toward the entrance. As the living room door swung open, Lu Yun beheld the source of the bell sound, a grayish-purple palanquin adorned with bells, being carried steadily by 8 night spirits, stood before them. The earlier jingling was the sound made by the palanquin's movement. Grandpa-yi, Yukinako exclaimed, rushing excitedly toward the familiar elder at the front of the palanquin. Oh, Grandpa-yi. Look, little Yuki has lost weight. The aged night spirit, now past 50, beamed with a rare smile as he scooped Yukinako into his arms. All right, let us hasten back. We wouldn't want to keep your grandmother waiting. Setting Yukinako down on the ground, the night spirit spoke. Glancing back at Lu Yun, Yukinako felt a tinge of reluctance as she boarded the palanquin alongside the snow spirit. Brother Lu Yun, do remember to visit me in Ziyuan town when you have the chance. Yukinako called out, lifting the palanquin curtain and waving at Lu Yun as she settled inside. I will certainly come when I can, Lu Yun replied, waving back. With a surge of strength from the 8 night spirits, the palanquin began to glide slowly toward the ranch's entrance. Little one, we shall meet again if fate allows, a Jengar, seemingly emerging from nowhere, waved at Lu Yun alongside a ghastly. Swiftly, Jengar caught up with the palanquin, creating a black hole before it. With the sound of jingling bells, Lu Yun watched as the palanquin vanished into the black hole. To traverse the spirit world for expedience, what grand gestures, Lu Yun mused, while Zoroark behind him bore a grave expression. Upon hearing Zoroark's remark, Lu Yun's face reflected a mix of astonishment. He had not anticipated that the black hole was a portal to the spirit realm. However, Lu Yun quickly regained his composure. After all, even night spirits, known for hunting souls, were carrying Yukinako's palanquin. It was not uncommon for Yukinako to take a shortcut through the spirit realm. Please help me look after Zoroa for a moment while I tend to my subordinates, Zoroark instructed, leaving Zoroa with Lu Yun before hastily making his way deeper into the ranch. Cradling Zoroa, Lu Yun returned to the now empty living room, feeling a sense of desolation. Ruby. At that moment, a Dreepy, gnawing on a white envelope, scampered down from the second floor. Taking the envelope adorned with a chibi gung ghost design from Dailubi, Lu Yun carefully opened it to read. Dear brother Lu Yun, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed. The days spent together with you were truly delightful, and I am grateful for your care during this time. Inside the box on the table lies a gift I have left for you. I trust you will cherish it. Oh, and please remember to come and play with Xiaoxua. Don't forget. As Lu Yun gazed at the brief letter, a smile flickered across his face, only to quickly morph into a wry grin. He longed to seek her out, but feared he might not even be able to cross the threshold. Deep down, Lu Yun understood that although they had shared a few precious days together, they ultimately belonged to different worlds. As Gung Ghost had once said upon leaving, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Without such fate, they might never intersect in this lifetime. Upon entering the room where Yukinako resided, Lu Yun spotted the box mentioned in the letter on the desk. Opening it, he was greeted by 4 Pokeballs, each embossed with a chrysanthemum design. A chuckle escaped him as he recognized the familiar sight. Within these Pokeballs were none other than the Rapidash they had ridden during their visit to the Tokiwa forest. They had returned the Rapidash to the Snow Woman. After all, as it belonged to the Kyukaku family, and they were merely borrowing it. Yet now, apart from the small Galarian Ponyta, The rest of the Rapidash Pokeballs lay silently within the box. As Lu Yun retrieved the Pokeballs, he planned to release them in the northern part of the ranch, where the terrain was flat and the foliage abundant, perfect for the Rapidash to run free. Just then, as he was taking out the Pokeballs, a palm-sized token lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Curiously, he picked up the token and began to examine it. The token, a grayish-purple hue, was carved from an unknown type of wood and felt remarkably light. The front was inscribed with a peculiar 9-petaled chrysanthemum, while the reverse side featured 6 ghost-type Pokémon, including Gunghost. At the handle, an ancient script spelled out the character for Snow. Holding the token, Lu Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. He reconsidered his earlier thoughts. With this token in hand, he indeed wanted to seek out Yukinako. Chapter 42. To die in its presence, who goes there? Step forward. As he distanced himself from Masera town, Professor Okido sensed an anomaly behind him and turned abruptly, admonishing loudly. Rustle, rustle. The sound of colliding branches echoed from the woods below him, yet there was not a single silhouette in sight, not even a bird. Use Dragon Pulse. Without hesitation, Professor Okido pointed at a large tree that exhibited unusual movement. Years of collaboration had conditioned his Dragonite to respond instantly. As Okido's command left his lips, a beam of energy erupted from its mouth. The powerful beam, brimming with energy, hurtled toward the tree. As he watched the impending strike, a wave of relief washed over Professor Okido. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. After all, if there had truly been someone in the tree, they would surely react to such a formidable attack. Just as Professor Okido relaxed his guard and prepared to continue on his way, an unexpected event unfolded. A small shard of ice, exuding a chilling aura, shot forth from the tree's canopy, though it appeared feeble and on the verge of melting. Upon colliding with the Dragon Pulse, it astonishingly did not dissolve. Instead, it deflected the energy, resulting in a violent explosion in midair. Shielding himself from the blast shockwave, Professor Okido caught a glimpse of the assailant through his fingers, a figure clad in a black cloak, wearing a white mask, accompanied by a Mismagius, perched atop the tree. From a distance, the masked man regarded the professor with a mocking gaze. Who are you? Why are you following me? Professor Okido asked coldly, scanning the masked figure. He felt an unsettling familiarity with the masked man. In response, the masked figure remained silent, merely standing there with a hint of derision in his eyes, neither attacking nor retreating. Determined to take the initiative, Professor Okido decided to strike first. Fire Blast. A searing column of flames rapidly coalesced in Dragonite's mouth, surging toward the masked figure. Ice Wind. Finally, confronted by the oncoming inferno, the masked man spoke his first words. The chilling wind, deftly guided by Mismagius, swiftly formed and surged toward the blazing column. This piercing gust, interspersed with ice particles and snowflakes, enveloped the scorching flames, which, rather than being extinguished, seemed to gain strength against the fire. Before long, the weakened flames were entirely consumed by the relentless icy blast, and the remaining cold wind even appeared to threaten Professor Okido. With a flap of its wings, Dragonite dispersed the residual cold air. Yet both it and Professor Okido were expressions of grave concern. The brief encounter had made it abundantly clear that their adversary was no ordinary assailant. What do you want? Why are you following me? Professor Okido reiterated, his patience waning against this lurking danger. This time, the masked man did not remain silent. He spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse. Where's Shalebi? At this, Professor Okido's body stiffened momentarily, followed by a flicker of relief on his face. I do not know, he replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Even if you find it, it will be of no use. Its abilities are not as powerful as you might imagine. Upon hearing this, a flicker of madness ignited in the masked man's eyes. Where's Shalebi? Seeing the man's frenzied demeanor, Professor Okido felt a twinge of sorrow. I do not know, he reiterated earnestly, shaking his head. Professor Okido spoke the truth. He genuinely had no idea of Shalebi's whereabouts. Although he had encountered Shalebi before and even journeyed through time alongside it, that did not guarantee he possessed knowledge of its current location. After all, Shalebi was notorious in the Pokémon world as a wandering spirit, elusive and difficult to track. Gazing into Professor Okido's sincere eyes, the masked man ceased his aggressive stance, and the madness in his gaze began to ebb. Let it go. The past should remain in the past. Professor Okido suddenly interjected, speaking inexplicably. With a cold and disdainful glance cast towards Professor Okido, the masked man's eyes flickered with mockery once again. What gives you the right? He retorted. In response to the masked man's challenge, Professor Okido remained silent. Observing the professor's taciturn demeanor, the masked man did not linger. He leaped down from the tree with remarkable grace, landing firmly on the ground. For the sake of our past camaraderie, I shall allow your departure this time. But should you cross my path again? The masked man turned his head, a glint of madness flashing in his gaze. Next time, I shall show no mercy. Ha ha. As he spoke, he led Marura away into the distance. Watching the retreating figure of the masked man, Professor Okido clenched his fists tightly, only to slowly release them once more. He found it unbearable to accept that this former friend had transformed into such a being, and he felt utterly powerless to assist, even in the slightest. Shaking his head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Professor Okido once again took to the skies aboard his Dragonite. Soaring towards the mountains behind Masera town, he had no time to reminisce about the past, for there were many matters still awaiting his attention, and he had to strategize for the futures of countless individuals. As Professor Okido gradually faded from view against the horizon, the masked man, who had already ventured far, inexplicably returned to the tree from which he had just descended. Gazing at the departing figure of Professor Okido and the blazing sun in the sky, the masked man carefully retrieved a brass box from within his cloak. Upon opening it, a slightly yellowed photograph reflected in his eyes. Staring at the aged image, the masked man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Wait for me. I will find a way to save you. Or at least a way for us to be together," he murmured softly. Rage consumed him. Why were they allowed to be with the Pokémon they cherished, while he was condemned to eternal separation from the one he loved? Why were they able to traverse time and space, meddling with the past and future, while he was told it was impossible and immoral? He couldn't comprehend why the world harbored such malice towards him. Coughing several times, the masked man gently placed the photograph back into his cloak. "I hope this message is true," he murmured. His gaze then hardened with resolve. Even in death, he would remain by their side. Chapter 43. Banmu. Oh no, I have become a substitute. Oh, are you saying that boy is the current bearer of the power of Tokiwa? Setting down her teacup, Kikuko appeared somewhat astonished by this revelation. After all, it contradicted the intelligence she had previously received by a fractional degree. "Yuki, that is merely conjecture. I have yet to witness him wielding the power of Tokiwa." Yuki, even when rescuing the Beedrill, he utilized a caterpie strengthened by the power of Tokiwa for the task. Standing respectfully at the foot of the hall, the Snow Maiden replied dutifully. After contemplating for a moment, Kikuko waved her hand dismissively. "You may leave." Bowing deeply in respect, the Snow Maiden retreated with grace. Rubbing her temples, Kikuko felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Glancing at the empty courtyard outside, a profound sense of solitude enveloped her. A cold breeze swept through, carrying with it a few withered leaves. Raising a still warm cup of bitter tea, Kikuko drained it in one go, the weariness in her eyes replaced with a renewed determination. Yet, amidst this resolve, a hint of confusion lingered. "Grandmother, grandmother." The clear, bell-like voice of Yukinako, accompanied by the sound of her wooden clogs against the ground, echoed from outside the courtyard. Clad in a kimono adorned with snowflake patterns and stepping lightly in her clogs, Yukinako appeared to flit through the air like a snow-white butterfly, injecting a burst of vitality into the desolate and lifeless courtyard. She leaped into Kikuko's embrace, resembling a playful kitten, nuzzling affectionately against her. In an unexpected turn, Kikuko shed her usual sternness, playfully ruffling Yukinako's freshly braided hair. Feeling her hairstyle transformed into a disheveled mess, Yukinako shot an indignant look at Kikuko, her expression brimming with reproach. "Grandmother, you're so mean," she exclaimed, attempting to salvage her hairdo, now resembling a bird's nest. Upon hearing Yukinako's playful complaint, Kikuko erupted into laughter, a sound that had been absent for far too long. Outside, the maidservants who had been chasing after Yukinako paused in their tracks upon hearing the joyful sounds emanating from the courtyard, silently retreating from the vicinity. The attendants surrounding the courtyard exchanged glances, collectively sighing in relief. They hadn't heard the lady within laugh in quite some time. During the days Yukinako had been away, the Kikyu household had been rife with turmoil. Each day saw lifeless bodies being carried out of the ancient residence, and familiar faces disappearing without a trace. The servants lived in constant dread, fearing that they might be the next to see the dawn. "Hey, where's your badge?" Kikuko, cradling Yukinako like a koala, suddenly noticed that the badge usually worn at her waist had been replaced by a string of ceremonial bells. Upon hearing her grandmother's inquiry about the badge, Yukinako momentarily panicked, quickly responding, "I lost it while being chased." Sensing the tension in Yukinako's muscles, Kikuko's lips curled into a gentle smile. Pinching Yukinako's cheek affectionately, she said, "Then I shall carve you another one later. Just don't lose it this time." "Okay," Yukinako murmured softly, burying her face in Kikuko's shoulder. With a playful pat on Yukinako's rear, Kikuko set her down. "Go eat first. After your meal, rest well. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to Hollywood for some fun." Upon hearing that her grandmother planned an outing for the following day, Yukinako's face flushed with excitement, and she bounced with glee. "But grandmother, you can't trick me like before." As Kikuko carefully arranged Yukinako's hair, she replied slowly, "I won't deceive you. This time, I will keep my promise." Planting a swift peck on Kikuko's cheek, Yukinako dashed off. "You must remember, or else I'll be sad." Listening to her voice fade into the distance. Kikuko stood at the entrance, a broad smile on her face, cupping her hands into a trumpet shape, calling out, "This time, it's definitely true." Watching the receding figure, Kikuko felt a profound sense of validation for her recent actions. "Shall we continue the purge?" Just then, shrouded in a dark cloak, the night demon had silently approached Kikuko from behind, holding a sheet filled with densely written names. Glancing at the thin paper and then back at the almost vanishing silhouette, Kikuko's tone turned icy. "Proceed. Intensify the efforts. It is better to mistakenly eliminate than to let any escape." Hearing Kikuko's words laced with lethal intent, the night demon inclined slightly, bowing in compliance. As the night demon departed, the courtyard once again fell into a chilling silence. Grasping a drifting fallen leaf, Shizu's gaze began to grow increasingly frigid, transforming her into a person entirely unrecognizable from moments before. While she harbored concerns for the rise and fall of the Kikyu family, her greater preoccupation lay with her cherished granddaughter. "Oh, you say it's resolved just like that?" Banmu, while attending to the maintenance of the bee drill, inquired of the man before him, "Dize, indeed, it is resolved just so." Nodding slightly, Dize's lips curled into a barely suppressed smile. "Ha ha." Banmu suddenly burst into laughter, then shook his head in disbelief. Who would have thought our illustrious Dr. Oki would engage in such antics? Yet, I must admit, I quite admire his approach to this matter. As he poured care oil into his hands to tend to Beedrill's deadly stingers, Banmu continued. "Once I have finished caring for Beedrill's stingers," he idly asked, "is there anything else?" Clearing his throat, Dize shook his head. "No, that's all there is." "Oh." Banmu leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the office chair, his tone probing. "Are you truly certain there is nothing more?" Pressing his lips together, Dize continued to shake his head. "Nothing more?" This time, Banmu's tone turned icy, his gaze sharpening. "Allow me to remind you, for instance, about that young man." At these words, Dize's heart skipped a beat, and he opened his mouth to respond. He brought back that Zoroark from the Ilex forest. Moreover, he employed a specially cultivated caterpie to aid the bee drill in healing the sacred spirit canon's wounds, and the results were quite satisfactory. Upon reaching this point, Dize fell silent. Observing Dize's sudden reticence, Banmu leaned back in his chair, languidly asking, "Is there anything else?" After a moment's hesitation, Dize reluctantly continued. "He is still the current bearer of the power of Jado," and Dize hesitated, but ultimately added, "He possesses an unprecedented ability to cultivate Pokémon with the power of Jado." Upon hearing this, Banmu became visibly agitated. Suddenly sitting upright, he waved his hand at Dize. "You may leave now. A letter has just arrived from that side. It's with the Viper." Typically, the arrival of a letter would elate him. Yet today he felt a tinge of gloom. He was unsure whether the words he had just spoken would affect Lu Yun. With Dize's departure, Banmu lit a cigar. As he savored its smoke, he quietly gazed at the orb of green light in his left hand. If Lu Yun is indeed the current bearer of the power of Jado, then what position does that place him in? Chapter 44, The Great Wheel. Ziyuan Town. The Kikyu family library. "My lady, it's late. You should return to rest." A young woman dressed in a maid's uniform stood behind the engrossed Shanae, who was perusing a collection of yellowed tomes, her expression tinged with concern. "If you're tired, you may leave first." Waving her hand dismissively, Shanae replied impatiently to the maid. Witnessing the young lady so absorbed in her studies, the maid's face morphed into a mask of distress. Since dusk, Shanae had plunged into this library, rich with over a millennium of history, intent on uncovering something. Initially, everyone assumed the little girl would tire of the endeavor and leave shortly. Yet gradually, they realized their error. This spirited ancestor seemed determined to reside here. Casting a glance at the moon rising high outside, the maid stifled a yawn. Unless something unexpected occurred, she would be spending the night here with this little ancestor. Tightening her clothing, the maid felt an unusual chill in the night air. "I found it." After a while, just as the maid was about to doze off against the bookshelf, Shanae suddenly exclaimed, gazing at the yellowed pages before her. She spotted a drawing of a small grass plant. Beside it were inscribed 3 black characters, "Revive Grass." Observing the plant that resembled the one she had encountered that night, Shanae revealed a sly smile. With a swift rip, Shanae gently tore a page from the ancient tome that had endured for countless years. Under the astonished gaze of the maid, Shanae carefully tucked the torn page into her pocket. Miss, do you think that's appropriate? The maid stuttered, taken aback by Shanae's actions. It is crucial to note that this library is of utmost importance to the Kikyu family. Each tome within has been painstakingly gathered by the ancestors of the Kikyu family, many being rare editions seldom seen in the outside world. Rolling her eyes at the maid, Shanae retorted, "It's my family's property. I shall tear it as I please." With that, she contemptuously stomped on the ancient tome she had discarded on the floor, then turned to exit. The already fragile book crumbled further beneath Shanae's wooden clogs. Even if pieced back together, it would remain a damaged relic. Observing the ruined tome on the floor, the maid wore a bittersweet smile. She hurried after Shanae, knowing that while she might not face punishment for the book's ruin, should anything happen to Shanae, she would certainly be held accountable. "You mean to say they have considerable objections to me?" Chizu, engrossed in her writing, inquired without lifting her head upon hearing the words from Yemo. "Indeed," Yemo replied, his tone resolute. "The recent purges have left the Kikyu family in a state of turmoil. Even Chizu, the family head with a storied reputation, now found it challenging to maintain her composure." "Is it all those people?" Without raising her gaze, Chizu continued to write fervently. Listening to Chizu's calm demeanor, Yemo quickly rattled off a series of names. From the managers of the Kikyu family's revenue shops scattered throughout the alliance to the core members of the Kikyu clan. Yemo spoke for a full minute before finally pausing. Gathering her finished work, Chizu rubbed her temples wearily. "They all speak of me in such a manner?" After contemplating, Yemo responded, "They say all sorts of things, but the majority claim you are autocratic and unable to discern right from wrong." With a scoff, Chizu appeared somewhat disenchanted. "I had hoped they would stir up more of a ruckus. Who would have thought it was merely idle gossip behind my back?" Leaning back in her chair, Chizu lifted a cup of tea that had long gone cold, downing it in one gulp, and with a smile remarked, "If they wish to chatter, let them do so in the spirit realm until they've had their fill." Hearing this, even Yemo, whose hands were stained with blood, shuddered. It was important to note that among the names he had listed, several were direct descendants, not to mention the collateral branches. Should they all be eliminated, there would surely be an uproar. Well, just as Yemo was about to offer counsel, he was interrupted by Chizu. "Let us review this first." From a pile of documents nearby, Chizu retrieved a thin sheet of paper and handed it over. The paper boldly bore the title, "Proposal for the Establishment of the World Pokémon Alliance." At the end, the paper was filled with the names of various factions: the Joju family from Guandu, the Omuki family, the Sasaki family, and the Yulong family from Chengdu, the Zivik family from Hoenn, the Dragon's homeland from the United Regions, and even the distant Alola region, where the signatures of the Island Kings could be seen. Is it truly going to be established? Holding the thin sheet of paper in his hand, Yemo spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. He could hardly fathom that in his lifetime, he would witness the major leagues setting aside their grievances to engage in earnest discussions. Indeed, nodding gently, Kikuko began. "Now you understand why I took this course of action." Carefully placing the fragile paper back onto the table, Yemo bowed to Kikuko and promptly exited. In that moment, he comprehended that Kikuko's intentions were devoid of self-interest. Rather, they were aimed at ensuring the continuation of the Juju clan, a legacy spanning over a millennium. Amidst the forthcoming tempests, gazing at the darkened courtyard, Kikuko let out a deep sigh. She was uncertain how far this already leaking vessel could sail. All she could do was act as a repairer, striving to patch the leaks of this colossal ship to enable its continued voyage. A sorrowful cry jolted Lu Yun awake from his slumber, where he had been cradling Solgaleo. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Yun, bearing the marks of fatigue under his eyes, looked helplessly out the window. Since the previous afternoon, he had intermittently heard the anguished cries resonating from the vicinity of the ranch. Initially, he had assumed it was the sounds of wild Pokémon brawling, but during dinner that evening, he learned from Zoroark that he had been mistaken. It turned out that Zoroark had taken 5 of his subordinates to mark their territory that afternoon. The area was not extensive, only about a 10-kilometer radius centered around the ranch. The cries were made by those unruly Pokémon who resisted their dominion during the territorial marking. Cradling Solgaleo and accompanied by Derek, Lu Yun made his way to the living room. There, Zoroark had returned from his morning exercises, sitting confidently at the table. On the coffee table lay a freshly cleaned, bloodied BB bird. The sight of the 1-meter-sized bird resting on the table was quite striking. "What is this?" Lu Yun asked, perplexed by the scene before him. "Is this your idea of a roasted chicken?" Zoroark replied. "Well, while I was out for a morning stroll, it glanced at me, and I deemed it too disrespectful. Therefore I brought it back." As he spoke, Zoroark gently took the drowsy Solgaleo from Lu Yun's arms. with a slight twitch of his lips. Lu Yun recalled that he had fabricated a tale of cooking a roasted chicken simply because there was little food at home and the two little ones were overly clingy. He had promised to make them roasted chicken by noon the following day. However, under his exceptional ability to spin a tale, the two little ones had begun to salivate, transforming his promise into Zoroark's assumption that Solgaleo desired it. After a moment of silent tribute for the unfortunate BB bird, Lu Yun resolutely decided to fulfill this promise that very morning. "Is this what you call roasted chicken?" Zoroark inquired uncertainly, eyeing the charred lump of mud before him, which bore little resemblance to anything edible. "Yes, indeed, this is roasted chicken," Lu Yun responded proudly, patting the hard, burnt mud. "Can wrapping meat in dirt really make it tasty?" Zoroark posed a soul-searching question. "Rest assured, it will be absolutely delicious," Lu Yun confidently assured him. "Ducky, come over and split this mud without damaging the meat inside," he instructed, pointing to the massive lump of mud. Ducky, carrying the green onion he had retrieved from the nearby forest yesterday, swaggered forward with an air of confidence. "Watch closely, boss," Ducky proclaimed, with a forward lunge. He began channeling energy from within, infusing it into the green onion in his hand. As he brought the onion down, cracks began to form in the enormous mud block, which was over a meter in diameter. After taking a breath, Ducky gently poked the already cracked mud with the green onion. Suddenly, large chunks of hard mud started to flake away and fall to the ground, releasing a delightful aroma that filled the air. Gazing at the crispy, golden BB bird on the table, Zoroark was taken aback. How could wrapping a bird in mud and roasting it produce such an enticing fragrance? It was truly a mystery. "Care to try?" Lu Yun offered a dining knife to Zoroark with a smile. Zoroark cast a disdainful glance at the knife extended towards him. Stepping forward, he used his sharp claws to slice into the BB bird, causing a large, fatty piece of meat to fall away. Taking a hearty bite, Zoroark savored the flavor. Although it lacked the finesse of a dish prepared by the Snow Woman, it possessed a unique charm of its own. Before long, under the enthusiastic efforts of everyone present, the enormous roasted chicken was completely devoured. As Zoroark picked at his teeth with a toothpick, he approached Lu Yun. "I believe it's time to commence Solgaleo's training." Lu Yun was taken aback by Zoroark's words. After all, Solgaleo had only recently been born. Was it not too early to begin training? "Isn't this premature?" Lu Yun queried, observing Solgaleo wrestling with Derek nearby. Flicking the toothpick from his hand, Zoroark smiled and replied, "Training should indeed begin from a young age. Otherwise, even the greatest talent would be wasted." Without waiting for Lu Yun's approval, he swiftly scooped up the frolicking Solgaleo and Derek. "Perfect, I'll also train Derek. Consider it a companion for my son." With that, he made his way toward the distant lawn. Watching the reluctant Derek, Lu Yun could only extend his hand in helplessness. In truth, he was overjoyed, for opportunities to have the dominant Pokémon of the same type instruct him closely were rare indeed. "Boss, do you have any plans for today?" Ducky, satiated and holding the green onion, approached Lu Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun pointed to a vegetable patch not far from the wooden cabin and suggested, "Why not plant the wild onions we gathered from the forest yesterday?" After glancing at the nearby vegetable patch, Ducky patted his chest and began to prepare the land with his subordinates to plant the wild onions they had harvested during their territorial marking with Zoroark the previous afternoon. Observing the busy Pokémon, Lu Yun prepared to commence his own work for the day. "Rhinoceros, let us go?" Climbing onto the back of the rhinoceros, Lu Yun made his way toward the orchard on the ranch. At that moment, he was eager to see the fruit trees he had longed for. "Wow!" he exclaimed upon seeing the saplings that had grown to nearly his height. In just a few days, these fruit trees had flourished considerably. He recalled that when he purchased them, the samples had been merely the length of his arm. Under the attentive care and nurturing of Dujuan and others, the plants have astonishingly thrived at an unexpected pace, catching one off guard. At this moment, the unicorn rhinoceros nudged Lu Yun, urging him to inspect the land. As Lu Yun lowered his gaze, he beheld the orchard's ground, which had fissured with cracks of various sizes. It was time for irrigation. Casting a glance at the parched earth and the blazing sun above, Lu Yun muttered to himself, "Although this place is known for its rain, it cannot withstand the relentless sun, which causes significant evaporation." To ensure the saplings flourish, Lu Yun resolved that watering them was indeed the prudent choice. Upon pushing open the pump house door, he was astonished to discover that the water reservoir was completely dry. This indicated that Dujuan and the others had not drawn water from the lake via the pump house for irrigation. Rather, they had directly utilized water elemental sprites for the task. Activating the motor and water pump, the water level in the reservoir began to rise swiftly. After turning on the pump to draw water into the irrigation channels, Lu Yun grabbed a nearby shovel and departed. In the orchard, Lu Yun opened the outlet of one of the fruit fields, and immediately, the lake water, nearly overflowing, found an escape route. The clear lake water cascaded over the cracked land, rapidly absorbed. It took a full 10 minutes to thoroughly irrigate that section of the fruit field. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Yun dared not delay. He promptly grabbed the shovel, shoveling earth to block the outlet. Hastily, he moved to the next fruit field and opened its outlet. Thus, it consumed an entire morning for Lu Yun to water all the saplings. The lengthy endeavor was not solely due to Lu Yun's inexperience, which rendered him inefficient. Another significant reason was that the rushing water often breached the ridges dividing the fruit fields, making it impossible to irrigate a single plot effectively. Lu Yun had to step in to repair these areas, allowing the water flow to concentrate on one field. How he wished for a water-type Pokémon. Lying on the grass by the lake, now muddied, Lu Yun sighed while enjoying the lake breeze, calling out to the sky. The unicorn rhinoceros beside him echoed in agreement. After such a morning of toil, even he felt exhausted, especially as some breaches had grown larger, necessitating the use of skills to mend them, which indeed drained his energy. Suddenly, Lu Yun spotted a fish leaping from the distant lake surface. Its silver scales glistened beautifully under the sun. With thoughts of the old inflatable kayak and net behind him, Lu Yun's playful spirit ignited. After having caught some small fish by the lake previously, today he intended to venture deeper into the lake for larger catches. He pushed the kayak out of the house and retrieved a long-unused pump, utilizing the pump house's motor to inflate the kayak. Although the kayak was old, the quality of items in the Pokémon world remained commendable, and it was still functional once inflated. Armed with the net and paddle, Lu Yun pushed the kayak into the water. Recalling the motions of rowing from his past life working at a water park, he began to awkwardly paddle towards the center of the lake. Sensing an intruder, the silver fish, which had been leaping in the water, quickly submerged, ceasing to show itself. Setting the paddle aside, Lu Yun picked up the net and began searching for targets. Soon, he focused on a silver fish vigorously swimming in the water. Perhaps due to the sparse human population in the Pokémon world, Lu Yun felt the local wildlife displayed little fear of humans. The silver fish, upon noticing him, did not flee. Instead, it swam directly towards the kayak. Looks like lunch is secured, Lu Yun remarked, licking his lips. It was important to note that this silver fish was not the same as the Taihu silver fish from his past life, but rather a specialty of the Pokémon world. This fish demanded high water quality and possessed no fishy odor, with few bones. Lu Yun was puzzled as to why such fish inhabited his lake. But adhering to the principle of not letting an opportunity slip by, he decided to catch one for a taste. Gently lowering the net into the water, Lu Yun skillfully maneuvered it towards the flustered silver fish. "Got you," he exclaimed, swiftly lifting the net high. However, his joy was short-lived as a long-whiskered, red-scaled fish leaped out, attempting to devour the silver fish caught in the net. With quick reflexes, Lu Yun dodged to the side, preventing the Kingler from succeeding. Not so fast. Lu Yun smirked, reveling in having outsmarted the Kingler. Just as he prepared to retract the net, a powerful surge of water erupted from the lake, snapping the net in two. Turning towards the source of the torrent, he spotted a proud Gyarados watching him. Meanwhile, the Kingler swam over to the fallen net and devoured the silver fish, staining the water with its blood before both vanished into the depths. Holding the broken net handle, Lu Yun cursed at the lake. He never expected to be outsmarted by two fish. Just then, before he could utter another word, a high splash of water drenched him thoroughly. "Ugh," he exclaimed, wiping his face and spitting out the lake water. A thought of vengeance began to brew within him. There would be other opportunities, and he would make these two fish aware of who truly ruled this domain. Paddling the kayak back to shore, he chose to return under the watchful gaze of the unicorn rhinoceros. Yes, that was the plan. On the grass, Zoroark was diligently instructing Zorua and Dreepy in the art of biting down. The puppy-like Zorua was adorably gnawing on a stick wrapped in cloth, while Dreepy was busy chewing on its bone toy. "Concentrate your energy into a single point, then release," Zoroark advised Dreepy. Following Zoroark's guidance, Dreepy attempted to focus its energy. Sure enough, the concentrated energy proved to be much more penetrating than usual. The bone toy bore a distinct row of bite marks that quickly faded. "What's this attire?" Zoroark exclaimed, surprised to see Lu Yun returning on the unicorn rhinoceros. He had appeared fine in the morning, yet here he was at noon, drenched and resembling a muddy monkey. With a sullen expression, Lu Yun remained silent. He couldn't very well tell Zoroark that he had been outsmarted by two fish, could he? It was utterly absurd. Scratching his head, Zoroark regarded Lu Yun as he stepped into the wooden cabin and spoke. Subsequently, his attention shifted back to his cherished son. After hastily preparing a simple lunch, Lu Yun carelessly consumed it before making his way to the storage room on the 3rd floor. If memory served him correctly, there should be a fishing rod for Pokémon located there. As expected, after rummaging through a multitude of boxes, Lu Yun successfully unearthed the box containing the rod. Upon opening it and gazing at the fishing rod emblazoned with the Silver Company logo, a smile involuntarily crept across Lu Yun's face. It was worth noting that in his previous life, he had spent half a year fishing alongside a client in hopes of securing a contract. Although the contract ultimately eluded him, his fishing skills had flourished during that time, earning him the title of the Fisherman of the Haunted Fishing Grounds in just 6 months. Perhaps due to his innate talent. Ironically, it was this very title that had dissuaded clients, who were accustomed to empty-handed outings, from signing with him. With a fishing rod in hand, the next step was to find suitable bait. Only with the right bait could he entice those 2 fish to willingly take the hook. Continuing his search, he fortuitously discovered a packet of bait, still a week shy of its expiration date, nestled beside the fishing rod. Weighing the bait in his hands, Lu Yun prepared to embark on his path of vengeance. After briefing Zoroark about lunch, he pulled along the slightly drowsy Rhyhorn and returned to the lakeside. Gazing into the crystal-clear blue waters, Rhyhorn sighed, casting a somewhat mournful glance at Lu Yun. After a tiring morning, Rhyhorn felt it was rather unkind to deny him a midday nap. Sensing Rhyhorn's discontent, Lu Yun offered words of comfort and confidently assured him that this time, he would not return empty-handed. Just wait and see. Tonight we shall feast on fish soup, the finest king carp soup. After declaring this to Rhyhorn, Lu Yun boldly boarded the kayak, paddling toward the center of the lake amidst Rhyhorn's hopeful gaze. Observing the thick wooden stick and 5 red and white balls at his feet, Lu Yun brimmed with confidence. This time, he was thoroughly prepared. He would ensure that the 2 fish who dared snatch food from him would learn who the true master was. Chapter 47. To survive in the underworld, one must have connections. Casting a substantial portion of the bait far into the water, Lu Yun took a large chunk from the remaining bait and affixed it to the hook. It is noteworthy that this fishing rod was designed with remarkable robustness. The front featured 5 hooks, reminiscent of the explosive hooks from his previous life. After baiting all 5 hooks, Lu Yun skillfully cast them into the freshly baited area. He then settled back on the kayak, awaiting the fish to bite. He harbored no doubt that no water-type Pokémon could resist the allure of such enticing bait. Even the chubby-headed fish risked enduring a lifetime of ridicule from its rivals to nibble at a morsel of bait. Soon, the area where he had just baited began to bubble, and some of the floating bait was consumed by unseen creatures. It was happening. Observing the disturbances on the water's surface, Lu Yun eagerly prepared to strike. With the bobbing float signaling activity, he cautiously grasped the fishing rod. Drawing on his extensive fishing experience, he understood that now was not the optimal moment to reel in. Now, as the float suddenly submerged, Lu Yun recognized that a fish was on the line. With a swift motion, he turned the reel, applying slight pressure with his arm. The hooked prey began to thrash violently. "Ah, you think you can escape?" Lu Yun grinned with excitement, relishing the thrill of the chase. He let out some line, granting the struggling fish a bit of leeway to avoid snapping the line. Thus commenced a prolonged battle of wills with this unruly Pokémon. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Lu Yun, sensing a decrease in resistance, hurriedly reeled in the line. As he drew the line shorter, he felt the fish's struggle intensify once more. Finally, as the creature neared the kayak, it executed a signature splash leap, sending water spraying into the air. Catching sight of the soaring water droplets and the king carp amidst them, Lu Yun realized that his opportunity for revenge had arrived. Securing the line, he held the rod in his left hand and gripped the stick in his right. Summoning all his strength, he swung down at the fish's head. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After delivering 3 solid blows, the king carp not only remained conscious, but fought back with even greater ferocity. Goodness, it must possess a particularly resilient head. Lu Yun marveled at the tenacity of the king carp. After delivering 2 more strikes, he finally broke the stick. Only then did the king carp lose consciousness. And the hook, due to the vigorous struggle, dislodged from its mouth. Seeing the king carp floating on the surface, still in a stupor, Lu Yun seized one of the prepared red and white balls and hurled it toward the fish. "In you go?" Just as the poke ball was about to make contact with the king carp, a stereo appeared out of nowhere. With precision, it unleashed a water gun that sent the poke ball sailing off course. Witnessing this unexpected interference, Lu Yun ground his teeth in frustration. However, the reality of the situation was not a game, and there were no rules stating that he could only throw 1 poke ball at a time. As Lu Yun prepared to throw the remaining 4 red and white balls all at once, the stereo struck. Charging with its sharp horn, it aimed directly for Lu Yun's kayak. Startled, Lu Yun realized that although his kayak was sturdy, he could not risk the stereo's horn piercing through it. In a flurry, he tossed the pokeball he had intended for the king carp at the stereo to slow its momentum. As the stereo was drawn into the pokeball, Lu Yun swiftly paddled away, creating distance. With a few meters separating them, the stereo emerged from the pokeball, seemingly fixated on Lu Yun as it pursued him. If only I had swallowed my pride and brought Zoroark along, or at the very least, brought along the formidable duck. As he paddled frantically, Lu Yun regretted his earlier bravado. He never anticipated that his moment of pride would lead him to such a predicament. On the shore, Rhyhorn observed Lu Yun's vigorous paddling with a look of satisfaction. Look at him go, he must have hooked a big one. Finally, as they neared the shoreline, the stereo caught up. Just as Lu Yun had surmised, the kayak, though of decent quality, was no match for the stereo's horn, which punctured it effortlessly. Feeling the kayak deflating beneath him, Lu Yun made a snap decision and plunged into the water, transforming into a little white dragon amidst the waves. Meanwhile, Rhyhorn, sensing something amiss, paced anxiously on the shore. The stereo, having punctured the kayak, seemed to lose interest in the chase, retreating back to the center of the lake. Soaked to the skin, Lu Yun lay gasping on the shore, gazing up at the sky. With a resounding splash, the kayak sank completely beneath the lake's surface. Quick! Summon the ancestral Zoroark, he shouted, raising his hands high, breathless. To be toyed with by a kingler was truly humiliating. With arms crossed, Zoroark regarded Lu Yun with a mix of disdain, amusement, and incredulity. He simply could not fathom how a fully capable human could be so effortlessly bested by a mere kingler. And not to forget the Magikarp. Lu Yun attempted to defend himself. But the duck, our boss's combat prowess, is rather lacking. Indeed. He pales in comparison to the human who barehanded wrestled a onyx the last time we met. Listening to the chatter around him, Lu Yun wished he could bury his head in the ground. How embarrassing. A person experiences two deaths in their life. The first is physical, and the second is social. At this moment, Lu Yun was undergoing the latter, social death. Fortunately, only the Pokémon were privy to this incident. Mark my words, Zoroark scoffed, casting a sideways glance at Lu Yun. In the wild, he would not even bother to engage with a creature as feeble and underwhelming as a kingler. Shaking his neck, Zoroark waded into the lake. With a flash of dark purple light, a Gyarados emerged at the water's surface. After a moment's glance at Lu Yun, Zoroark transformed into Gyarados and plunged beneath the waves. As Gyarados submerged, the formerly tranquil water began to churn violently. With a thunderous crash, a torrent of water surged, dragging both the kingler and Magikarp onto the shore with great force. Seeing the two fish unconscious, Lu Yun could hardly contain his joy. He stepped onto the Magikarp, spitting upon it in triumph. You think you can challenge me? In this game, one must have a proper background. Chapter 48, A Journey on a Whim. Is it truly just these two weaklings that have brought you to this state? Zoroark emerged from the water, shaking off non-existent fur. They are quite cunning, Lu Yun asserted, insisting that the two fish were not as harmless as they appeared. Huffed, Zoroark dismissed Lu Yun's words, regarding them as mere excuses born from weakness. Cunning? Can they outsmart a fox? He crouched down, poking the unconscious kingler with a finger, his disdain palpable. Huffed, the already unconscious kingler, provoked by Zoroark, instinctively spat a jet of water. Huffed, ha ha ha. Lu Yun laughed unethically at the sight of Zoroark drenched. With a dark scowl, Zoroark shot a fierce glare at Lu Yun. Realizing he was in the line of fire, Lu Yun quickly covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. He certainly did not wish to accompany the obstinate kingler to its demise. Taking a deep breath, Zoroark reflected that he had never felt such rage before. A creature as insignificant as a kingler dared to audaciously spit water in his face. Truly, the world had changed. Gripping the kingler by its whiskers, Zoroark began to swing it around. Away with you. With a graceful arc, the oblivious kingler vanished into the horizon. Clapping his hands, Zoroark approached the now-awakened Magikarp. Observing the floundering fish on the ground, Zoroark smiled and said, "Do you wish to embark on an impromptu journey like him? Or would you prefer to obediently serve as a cleaner here?" Remembering the recently flung kingler, the Magikarp ceased its struggle. It certainly did not want to share the same fate as its companion. Brothers share a bond. I must act wisely for my brother. Silently apologizing to his good buddy, the kingler, the Magikarp swiftly decided to switch allegiances. After all, this area was far more comfortable than the treacherous waters outside. Those who recognize the situation are wise indeed. It seems you possess that wisdom, Lu Yun remarked cheerfully as he approached the Magikarp. It resembled a sycophant. Observing the trainer, Delubi, who appeared more dog-like than himself, he began to ponder. Was this the reason he could be a trainer while he was relegated to being a Pokémon? Before him stood a young man who, not long ago, had been toying with him, now standing proudly before him. The Magikarp felt a pang of bitterness. Magikarp, why did you provoke this troublemaker? Ahem. Clearing his throat, Lu Yun began his speech to the new recruit. I am pleased that you have so wisely chosen to join Yun's ranch. From this day forth, you shall serve as the custodian of the central lake. Your daily tasks are rather simple. Patrol the lake's surface, ensuring no debris floats upon it. During your leisure time, monitor the water quality. Additionally, manage the ecology within the lake and occasionally tend to the grass along the shore. Of course, there may be times you need to assist in the orchard, helping to irrigate the fruit trees. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yun continued, rest assured, I am not a heartless tyrant nor a capitalist who merely paints grand visions. I am a conscientious and ambitious entrepreneur, a ranch owner. Therefore, should you excel in your duties, I will permit you to reside in the lake at no charge, and you may feast upon the fish within at your leisure. At this, Lu Yun narcissistically declared, alas, there are few bosses as generous as I. Quack, boss, did we come to the wrong place? Indeed, indeed. This feels eerily reminiscent of a notorious sweatshop. Hearing Lu Yun's words and the comments from Duck Number 5 and Duck Number 6, Duck Number 1 fell into silence. Meanwhile, Zoroark was left speechless by Lu Yun's final remark. How shameless one must be to utter such things. The Magikarp, upon hearing the litany of responsibilities and tasks laid before him, was utterly bewildered. He had fled from the oppressive reign of the formidable Gyarados only to find that this new master was even more tyrannical. Compared to the ruler of the waters, the Gyarados appeared almost benevolent. Do you understand? Work diligently, or I shall consume you. Zoroark growled at the Magikarp. Although he found Lu Yun's heartlessness somewhat appalling, he was committed to supporting the ranch and would see it through to the end. Faced with Zoroark's murderous gaze, the Magikarp quickly nodded in agreement. The imposing black dog appeared rather fearsome, and he certainly wished to avoid being devoured. Wasn't it merely the 996 work schedule? At this moment, he considered that perhaps it was not such a terrible fate after all. Having concluded his remarks, and with no objections forthcoming, Lu Yun assumed a leadership demeanor and declared that they would proceed as discussed. With a clap of his hands, he asserted his authority. By the way, I have a craving for fish tonight, he hinted, smacking his lips. Did you not hear me? Why the delay? With a swift kick, he sent the Goldeen back into the water, as Zoroark shot Lu Yun an exasperated glance. He truly hadn't realized how adept this fellow was at putting on airs. Receiving his superior's directive, the recently chastened Goldeen wasted no time in attending to the needs of the gentleman on the shore. He quickly began searching the lake for silverfish. The lake was not lacking in silverfish, as they had all been ejected from the spring at the lake's bottom along with their companions. However, larger specimens were scarce, with only a few smaller silverfish available. After a considerable search, Goldeen finally managed to find two relatively sizable silverfish. After stunning them, he delivered them to the shore, then departed, basking in Lu Yun's approving gaze. Tonight, we shall feast, Lu Yun exclaimed cheerfully, eyeing the two large silver fish he held. Suddenly, the ringing of a pager interrupted the moment. It was Lu Yun's portable device signaling an incoming message. Hello, who is this? He inquired, retrieving the pager from his pocket. We are from the Alliance's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, here to visit the sovereign of the Evergreens, Zoroark, came the voice from the pager. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun glanced at Zoroark beside him and replied, Please hold on, I will be there shortly. After terminating the call, Lu Yun turned to Zoroark with a smile and said, It's for you, from the Alliance's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Upon hearing this, Zoroark was initially taken aback, then took a deep breath. What was destined to come had finally arrived. Chapter 49, Establishing Diplomatic Relations at the Entrance of Yunshang Ranch. A man clad in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses stood before a truck. Greetings, I am Lu Yi from the Alliance's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As Lu Yun emerged from the ranch, the suited man introduced himself. This is one of the four heavenly kings of the Alliance, Shiba, Lu Yi continued, gesturing to the warrior-clad figure behind him. Seeing the legendary Shiba in person was quite a surprise for Lu Yun. Hello, I am Shiba, here representing the Alliance to establish a covenant with the sovereign of the Evergreens, Zoroark, he stated directly, without any preamble. Greetings, I am Lu Yun, the proprietor of Yunshang Ranch. Zoroark is already awaiting you in the living room. Please follow me, Lu Yun responded, turning to lead them deeper into the ranch. Lu Yi exchanged a glance with Shiba and then took a seat in the truck, driving slowly behind them. In the living room, Zoroark was seated casually on the sofa, flanked by four subordinates, while his servant, Fangya, stood attentively nearby. As Shiba and Lu Yi entered, Zoroark made no move to rise, instead engrossed in trimming his nails with a small file. Greetings, Mr. Zoroark. I am Lu Yi from the Alliance's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and this is Shiba, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings. We are here to discuss the matter of the Alliance. Lu Yi advanced, unperturbed by Zoroark's lack of formality. Instead, he wore a broad smile and initiated the conversation. Upon hearing that one of the 4 Heavenly Kings had arrived, Zoroark's interest was piqued, though his expression remained inscrutable. He responded coolly, "Alliance? I never mentioned anything about an alliance. I merely wished to establish diplomatic relations." Why the lack of hospitality? Shiba's expression remained unchanged. Having anticipated this response, they had already discussed their strategy on the journey. If they could sway him towards an alliance, that would be ideal. If not, a simple diplomatic relationship would suffice. You overstate the matter. It seems our subordinates have faltered in their communication. How could we not extend our welcome? We have even prepared a draft, Shiba said cheerfully, taking a document from Lu Yi and presenting it to Zoroark. Please take a look. Should there be any discrepancies, we are open to negotiations. Receiving the draft from Shiba, Zoroark began to peruse its contents. It was evident that the Alliance had approached this diplomatic endeavor with considerable sincerity. The constraints placed upon the Evergreens were minimal, only stipulating that they could not instigate a Pokémon surge without cause. In contrast, the benefits afforded to the Evergreens were substantial, outlined in 3 key points. 1. The Evergreens would establish a trade relationship with the Alliance, with annual trade caravans sent to exchange goods with the various tribes within the Evergreens. During this time, the Evergreens would bear the responsibility of protecting the caravan members. 2. The Evergreens could send 10 members annually to the Alliance for training, with the Alliance covering all resource costs during their stay. 3. Should the Pokémon of the Evergreens face slaughter or mass hunting, after issuing 3 warnings, they would be permitted to retaliate, and the Alliance would be obliged to apprehend the offenders. From these provisions, the Alliance's sincerity was unmistakable. Without hesitation, Zoroark seized a nearby seal and stamped it onto the conclusion of the document. It must be acknowledged, the Alliance had astute negotiators. These terms resonated deeply with Zoroark. Take the first point regarding trade. Zoroark had long been engaged in such practices. The Evergreens boasted a rich variety of vegetables and herbs. Yet the Pokémon struggled to utilize these resources effectively. Conversely, humans from outside the forest could transform these materials into extraordinary items and medicines. Such creations held immense allure for the Pokémon tribes dwelling in the wild, as items could greatly enhance their combat prowess, ensuring their survival amidst fierce competition. Healing potions were invaluable, often regarded as a second life for the wild Pokémon, making them treasures in times of conflict. With a smile, Shiba tucked the draft away, gesturing toward the truck outside. This is a small token of goodwill from the Alliance. We hope you will accept it. With that, he and Lu Yi departed the living room, boarding a Dragonite to leave the premises. Boss, have we just established diplomatic relations? Fang Ya inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed. Zoroark nodded affirmatively. Let us venture forth and uncover the treasures the Alliance has bestowed upon us. With that declaration, I took the lead and approached the delivery truck stationed outside. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yun followed suit. With a creak, the doors of the truck's compartment swung open, revealing an array of boxes of various sizes that captivated the attention of all present. What are these? Inquired Fang Ya, eyeing a cardboard box adorned with a grass-type emblem. Let us open it and find out, suggested Zoroark, as he pried open one of the boxes. Inside, neatly arranged, were several discs encased in boxes, each labeled with distinct names. Are these skill learning machines? Lu Yun asked uncertainly, gazing at the discs. Shaking his head, Zoroark replied, these are merely discs. The machines should be within. He then directed one of his subordinates to rummage through the cargo. Before long, a helmet-shaped learning machine was retrieved. Observing the learning device in his hands alongside the various attribute skill discs, Zoroark's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He indeed found this gift valuable. After all, relying on Pokémon to impart skills could be exhausting, whereas a learning machine would not tire. He was thoroughly pleased with this offering. Did you miss me, Lu Yun? Just as Lu Yun and Zoroark were examining the skill discs, a distant sound drew their attention. Professor Oak, what brings you here? Lu Yun asked, somewhat perplexed to see Professor Oak, who had just departed the previous day. Didn't you mention you had pressing matters at home? Ha ha ha, chuckled Professor Oak. I came to deliver something for you. Deliver something? Lu Yun set down the skill discs, intrigued. It seems rather remarkable that such an expansive ranch has no ranch Pokémon at all, Professor Oak remarked, causing Lu Yun to lower his head in embarrassment. Indeed. As Professor Oak noted, His substantial ranch was only home to a few cater pies. Surely you must have brought something wonderful this time? Lu Yun lifted his head, eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a smile and a nod, Professor Oak, displaying a sense of decorum, replied, "Indeed, upon my return. I discovered some Pokémon that would suit you perfectly, and I thought to bring them along." With that, he retrieved several miniature Pokeballs from the pocket of his lab coat. "Come and meet your new home," he said, releasing the Pokémon. In a flash of red light, a Victory Bell, a Paras, a Mareep, and a Miltank materialized before Lu Yun. The four newly released Pokémon timidly surveyed their surroundings, glancing around nervously. "These Pokémon are from my research facility. I intended to assign them to talented trainers. However, their timid nature renders them ill-suited for the rigors of adventure with trainers. As such, I thought of you, considering your ranch lacks Pokémon, and thus I brought them to you. I hope you find them to your liking." Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Lu Yun exclaimed, "I like them. I truly do." At that moment, Lu Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. Were these not precisely the Pokémon he needed? The vines of Victory Bell and the mushrooms of Paras were exquisite medicinal materials. Mareep's wool was a luxurious textile, worth its weight in gold. As for Miltank, it was a rare Pokémon that was incredibly sought after. Its milk was a premium supplement, greatly beneficial for the growth of juvenile Pokémon. Though these Pokémon were timid, Lu Yun saw no issue. He did not require them to charge into battle. He simply needed them to produce resources for him. Approaching the timid Victory Bell, which was hiding behind Professor Oak, Lu Yun extended his hand with a warm smile, saying, "I shall be your caretaker from now on. I look forward to our time together." The timid Victory Bell hesitantly extended a vine, gently entwining it around Lu Yun's hand. Witnessing this tender interaction, Professor Oak nodded approvingly. Truly deserving of the title, the owner of the power of the evergreens. Receiving the professor's praise, Lu Yun remained silent, instead engaging with the other three Pokémon. Before long, under Lu Yun's gentle communication, the remaining three Pokémon shed their earlier apprehension. "Do you wish to stay here?" Professor Oak inquired of the four Pokémon. Without hesitation, they nodded eagerly, for Professor Oak had already assured them of their future caretaker. Now, seeing their kind and amiable guardian, any lingering doubts dissipated. Professor Oak, delighted by their unanimous agreement, recognized the challenge in finding a safe haven for these non-combatant Pokémon. "Well, I must take my leave then." As Professor Oak prepared to depart, Lu Yun attempted to retain him, but the professor politely declined, citing a busy schedule for the next few days. As Lu Yun watched Professor Oak depart, he began to contemplate suitable accommodations for the four Pokémon. Thanks to Zoroark's presence, the ranch had become a veritable sanctuary for wild Pokémon, exuding a profound sense of safety. Where should I place them? Resting his chin in thought, Lu Yun observed the four Pokémon mingling with his other Pokémon, such as the Farfetch'd and the Drifloon. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the Cuckoos over the past few days, the ranch now boasted ample living quarters. Many buildings, previously damaged amidst the Pokémon onslaught, had been rejuvenated under the Cuckoo's care. Moreover, new facilities had been erected, providing shelter for the cattle and sheep. "How about we take a stroll? Allowing you to choose where you would like to reside," suggested Zoroark. Inspired by Zoroark's words, Lu Yun addressed the Pokémon. "Come, let us explore together. So you may select your future home." With a clap of his hands to gather their attention, Lu Yun announced, "You shall have the opportunity to choose your dwelling." Upon hearing they would be allowed to select their living space, the Pokémon showed great enthusiasm. Thus began their delightful tour of the ranch amidst joyful frolicking. By the time Lu Yun returned to the wooden cabin, the moon had risen high in the sky. After such an extensive tour, he had gained insight into the ranch's transformations. The Pokémon recently gifted by Professor Oak had also found their preferred abodes. True to expectation, Victory Bell had chosen a cozy little house by the lakeside, settling in next to a goldfish Pokémon. Palace harbored a fondness for the orchard, and conveniently adjacent to it stood a quaint little cabin intended for overnight stays. Thus, Lu Yun tidied it up for Palace's accommodation. As for the merino sheep, it had an aversion to solitude. Upon discovering the presence of sheep on the pasture, it promptly made its home beside the sheepfold. However, the large milkcan did not follow the merino sheep's example of settling down next to the barn. Instead, after exploring the entire pasture, it returned with Lu Yun to the wooden cabin. "Are you saying you wish to stay with them?" Lu Yun inquired, somewhat astonished at the sight of the large milk can. He had not anticipated that this vessel would desire to reside alongside the scallion ducks near the cabin. Yet, time was of the essence, and he could not prepare a house for it just yet. "How about you make do in the living room for tonight? Tomorrow, I shall construct a new abode adjacent to the scallion ducks for you," Lu Yun suggested. No, I can manage a bit of a squeeze with the scallion ducks." The large milk can promptly gestured with its hands, declining Lu Yun's generous offer. The dwelling of the scallion ducks had been repurposed from an abandoned tool shed, providing ample space for a large milk can to reside comfortably. Very well, then. You shall stay there, Lu Yun conceded, albeit puzzled by the milk can's decision. He respected its choice. After escorting the milk can to the threshold of the scallion duck's abode, Lu Yun retreated indoors, collapsing onto the sofa, succumbing to drowsiness. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the window, jolting the drowsy Lu Yun awake. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and dashed outside, only to be met with a shocking scene. Large milk can. What on earth are you doing? The large milk can was seen gripping a scallion duck by the neck with one hand, while frantically pouring milk into its belly. The scallion duck's abdomen visibly swelled, on the verge of bursting. Upon hearing Lu Yun's shout, the large milk can, resembling a contrite child, timidly released the nearly lifeless scallion duck onto the ground, concealing its hands behind its back, unable to meet Lu Yun's gaze. What do you think you're doing? Lu Yun exclaimed, observing the disheveled scallion ducks sprawled across the ground, their expressions reminiscent of inebriation. Resting his forehead on his palm, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. I was merely expressing goodwill, the large milk can shyly replied, glancing at the ducks who were now retching on the ground. Goodwill? Lu Yun could scarcely believe his ears. Who expresses goodwill by force-feeding? He speaks the truth. She was indeed trying to show goodwill. The lead scallion duck, still recovering from the ordeal, mustered the strength to explain to Lu Yun. Faced with the lead scallion duck's assertion, Lu Yun relented. After delivering a verbal reprimand to the large milk can, urging it to exercise restraint in the future, he returned to the cabin for a much-needed rest. This day had proven to be exceedingly tiring. In Tokawadai City, at the Senro Pharmacy, Suzuwa remarked, "Grandmother, seeing as it is this late and no one has arrived, shall we close the shop?" While tidying up the store, he glanced outside at the pitch-black sky, addressing the elderly woman reclining in a chair behind the counter. With a sigh, the elderly woman surveyed the desolate exterior and replied, "Close it." Observing his grandmother's forlorn expression, Suzuwa felt a twinge of melancholy as he approached to shut the door. Ever since the day the members of the Smelly Mud Society had found them, the pharmacy's already modest business had plummeted. Although situated in the city center, the Smelly Mud Society dared not harm them overtly. Yet, their covert antics persisted. Each day, they either caused disturbances within the store or loitered outside, vexing customers. These actions, while not illegal, were undeniably bothersome, resulting in the pharmacy becoming a ghost of its former self. If this continued, it would not be long before the pharmacy faced closure. Just as Suzuwa was about to pull down the shutter, a distinguished elderly gentleman with white hair and beard, accompanied by two impeccably dressed youths, approached. Observing the trio, Suzuwa halted his actions, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "Good day, may I assist you with something?" The elderly man, casting a glance at Suzuwa, remained silent and strode into the store, surveying his surroundings. Upon entering, the two young men silently positioned themselves behind Suzuwa, creating a sense of encirclement. "I wish to purchase a particular herb," the elderly man announced after surveying the pharmacy's arrangement. Unaware of the young men's subtle maneuvers, Suzuwa, filled with excitement, approached the elderly man, eager to attend to his first customer of the day. "What herb do you require, sir?" After glancing at Suzuwa, the elderly man slowly began to enumerate the names of the herbs. Wisteria banana, mandrake vine, dragon's blood flower, starlight wood, and distraction grass. As he spoke, the elderly man kept a steadfast gaze on the elderly woman behind the counter, who was resting with her eyes closed. Suzuwa, upon hearing these names, felt utterly bewildered. Although he was not a renowned herbalist, he had studied herbal knowledge since childhood. Yet, he had never heard of any of these 5 herbs. "Sir, I apologize, but we do not carry any of those herbs in our store," Suzuwa replied with an apologetic tone. Ignoring Suzuwa's response, the elderly man continued to fixate on the elderly woman behind the counter. After a moment, she sighed, sitting up from her reclined position and turned to Suzuwa, saying, "Dear, I have a craving for wontons from that street vendor. Please go buy some for me. The money is in the box on my bedside table." After a brief pause, she added, "Go now, do not delay, and remember to ask them to put less scallions." Casting a glance at the elegantly dressed elderly man, Suzuwa's heart sank. It dawned on him that something was amiss. The two young men stood nonchalantly at the entrance, their expressions relaxed, yet their hands rested ominously at their waists, ready to spring into action at any moment. Furthermore, the wonton shop his grandmother referred to had long since closed. Moreover, his grandmother, who typically adored scallions, had suddenly requested fewer scallions today. The money, which had always been kept in a wooden box beneath her bed, was actually a collection of herbal prescriptions. Now, she was asking him to take these prescriptions to buy a bowl of wontons from a shop that had already shut its doors. To make matters worse, the security kiosk for the area was located not far from the wonton shop. All these signs pointed to a foreboding implication. The visitors had ill intentions. Very well, I shall go at once, Suzawa responded without hesitation. Upon entering the house, Suzawa followed his grandmother's instructions and located the wooden box. Inside lay several yellowed prescriptions. At the bottom of the box, a vial of pink liquid rested quietly. Carefully folding the prescriptions, he tucked them into his pocket, and without a second thought, he also pocketed the pink vial. Grabbing a lunchbox nearby, Suzawa steeled himself, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance as he exited the house. Waving goodbye to his grandmother behind the counter, he prepared to depart. Make sure to cook it a little longer, she called after him. Just as Shuz was about to exit the shop, his grandmother spoke once more. Casting a glance at her, Shuz forced a smile. All right, Grandma. Grasping the lunchbox, his heart raced with trepidation. As he watched Shuz depart, the two guards stationed at the door exchanged glances, one of whom, a man with silver hair, promptly followed suit. Observing the man who had accompanied Shuz, a flicker of concern crossed the grandmother's eyes. Enough of the watching. You know the purpose of my visit. Hand over the goods, and I shall ensure your safety, the old man declared, wielding a civil baton and fidgeting with it. Taking a deep breath, the grandmother responded, Wait here. I shall retrieve it from the house. Witnessing the elderly woman capitulate without a struggle, the old man revealed a satisfied smile. I will accompany you, he said. And alongside the two elderly figures, he entered the house. Feigning a search, Shuz's grandmother crawled beneath the bed, carefully extracting a pokeball from her pocket with the dim light of the room as her ally. It's right here, she murmured, after a moment of groping, as she presented a dust-covered box to the old man. Despite its filth, the old man, adorned in white gloves, accepted it eagerly, his eyes gleaming with delight. Seizing the opportunity while the old man was distracted by the box, Shuz's grandmother silently injected a black-red potion into the specially designed pokeball through its reserved injection port. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in her gaze. Chapter 52, Resilient Fate. Sunflora, Leaf Storm. Seizing the moment of the old man's distraction, Shuz's grandmother hurled the pokeball with fervor. A Sunflora, its eyes gleaming crimson and its body adorned with dark purple tattoos, materialized before her. Without delay, as the Sunflora appeared, a surge of violent grass-type energy began to coalesce. Numerous leaves, formed from this energy, began to float ominously in front of the Sunflora. With a pained roar, the Sunflora commanded the dense swarm of leaves to assault the old man. You seek your demise. Though aged, the old man was far from slow in his reactions. In an instant, he made his choice, tossing out two pokeballs from his waist. He swiftly positioned himself behind the newly released Drowsy, while shouting to the Snorlax behind him, Use hyper voice. The multitude of razor-sharp leaves descended upon the unsuspecting Drowsy, slicing it into pieces. However, this distraction provided Snorlax the opportunity to unleash its hyper voice. The piercing sound reverberated throughout the cramped space. Even with the effects of the stimulant enhancing its strength, the Sunflora lost control of its leaf storm amidst the cacophonous noise. Countless leaves began to fall to the ground, dissipating into nothingness. Thunderbolt. At that juncture, the young man outside, alerted by the sounds of battle within, rushed to the scene. Before him stood a Jolteon, crackling with electricity, poised to strike at its trainer. Dazed by the hyper voice, the Sunflora hastily expelled a barrage of seeds towards the electric Pokémon. Charming Voice. Observing the Sunflora's attack on Jolteon, the old man quickly instructed Snorlax to employ Charming Voice as a means of interference. From the earlier display that had swiftly incapacitated Drowsy with the leaf storm, the old man discerned that the Sunflora's condition was somewhat peculiar. Sure enough, in response to Snorlax's Charming Voice, the Sunflora exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Instead, Jolteon, who was bracing to evade the seed barrage, was struck squarely by one. Elder? Turning his head, the young man gazed incredulously at the old man. In that moment, he genuinely felt as though his elder was an envoy from the opposing side. After all, an elder is an elder. Their resilience surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Although his blunder had caused Jolteon to lose its battle prowess, the old man maintained an air of nonchalance. Very well, it seems I underestimated you. Should that be the case, do not blame me for showing no mercy. With a sense of righteous determination, he released his second Pokémon, a Charizard. Observing the old man's demeanor, the young man sighed in resignation. Retrieving Jolteon back into its Pokeball, he released his second Pokémon, a Fire-type. In that confined space, for Pokémon, and 3 humans were now present. Instead of fear, the Sunflora was filled with a bloodthirsty desire, yearning to shred its foes to pieces and consume them piece by piece. Simultaneously, it sensed a surge of energy within itself, its spirit aflame with exhilaration. Energy Ball. Shu's grandmother, shaking off her dizziness, smiled at the Sunflora. Upon hearing her command, the Sunflora swiftly began to channel its inner energy, coalescing it into an energy ball before it. Thanks to the continuous influx of energy coursing through its veins, the Sunflora rapidly conjured 3 energy balls, each adorned with dark patterns, significantly larger than usual. Get out of the way. Don't let the energy balls hit you. The young man, alarmed by the oversized, patterned orbs, dared not let his fire type confront them directly. Instead, he instructed it to maneuver within the cramped quarters. Meanwhile, Snorlax and Charizard were not faring as well. Although Charizard's flamethrower struck the Sunflora, the stimulant-induced ferocity only fueled its resolve. Watching the relentless barrage of energy balls being hurled by the Sunflora and Snorlax struggling to endure, the old man gritted his teeth and commanded, "Snorlax, use Protect to shield us. Charizard, unleash a fire blast to cover this area." Upon hearing this, the young man, who had rushed in to assist, reacted swiftly. Cursing under his breath, he disregarded all else, quickly recalling Jolteon into its Pokeball before dashing behind the elder. The furious flames, wild and unrestrained, engulfed the small room in an instant. As the heat rapidly escalated within the confined space, the inevitable outcome was a catastrophic explosion. The violent detonation reduced the already battered house to mere ruins. In the final moments before the explosion, the Sunflora tightly embraced Shu's grandmother. When the smoke cleared, the young man pressed his hand against his chest, his heart racing with residual dread. In that instant, he understood why his elder always returned alone from missions. Perhaps it was due to the fragility of his companions. Grandma, gazing at the fiery glow emanating from the distant explosion, Shu instinctively released the food box from his grasp. "Stop worrying about your grandmother. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own safety," remarked the silver-haired man, who had been trailing closely behind Shu's, accompanied by Amaril. Emerging from the shadows, the moment the explosion reverberated, he surmised that the elder had succeeded in his endeavor. His objective was clear: to eliminate this young man before him. As per their plan, as the Maril approached menacingly, Shu instinctively took several steps back, then swiftly turned and dashed towards the nearby street entrance. If he could make it to the security booth at the street corner, he would be safe. Observing Shu's desperate flight, the silver-haired man's face contorted into a twisted smile. He relished the thrill of toying with his prey. The sight of his quarry gradually succumbing to despair was, to him, the most exquisite tableau. "Run, run faster," he murmured as he sauntered toward Shu's. "Maril, strike from the shadows." Just as Shu neared the street entrance, the silver-haired man finally issued the command for Maril to attack. Chapter 53. Have you notified them? Who goes there? Just as Maril's sharp claws were about to make contact with Shu's back, a blinding beam of light burst forth from the street entrance. "Monferno, stop him." A police officer patrolling with a Monferno was drawn to the explosion sound and stumbled upon this scene. With a thunderous thud, Monferno successfully intercepted Maril's assault. The silver-haired man, observing the officer before him, remained unperturbed. Instead, he tilted his head and remarked mockingly, "Another fool seeking death. Maril, deal with this imbecile first." Protecting Shu's behind him, the middle-aged officer regarded the silver-haired man with caution, discreetly pressing the emergency call button. Years of experience had taught him that this man was no ordinary foe. "Who are you, and why are you committing acts of violence in Tokiwa City?" he inquired, retreating cautiously towards the street entrance while guarding Shu's. "The one who will kill you," the silver-haired man replied, and as his words faded, Maril transformed into a lethal blade, charging towards Shu's and the officer. "Monferno, unleash a flurry of attacks." The middle-aged officer, regaining his composure as Maril initiated the assault, prepared to hold his ground. Claws enveloped in dark energy emerged from the shadows, lunging directly at Monferno. However, Monferno, already on high alert, evaded the strike with a deft backflip and retaliated with a frenzy of razor-sharp claws aimed at Maril. Frostwind. With no thought of evasion, the silver-haired man dismissed the notion that such an attack could breach Maril's defenses. A frigid gale, laden with shards of ice, erupted from Maril's mouth, enveloping Monferno. At the same time, Monferno's claws found their mark on Maril. "Maril!" A cry of agony echoed as several crimson streaks appeared on Maril's lustrous fur. On the opposing side, Monferno was not unscathed. Having endured the full brunt of the icy blast, it began to suffer from severe frostbite, trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing Maril's injuries, The silver-haired man retracted his earlier contempt. It seemed the League's agents were not to be underestimated. Maril, strike from the shadows and finish him. With both claws instantaneously shrouded in malevolent energy, Maril vanished into the darkness, transforming into an assassin poised to claim a life at any moment. To your right, engage in close combat. The middle-aged officer shouted as he maneuvered the flashlight, directing its beam to the left of Monferno. Yet, despite his speed, he was a fraction too late. Just as Maril had slipped from the shadows, it now stood perilously close to Monferno. The sharp claws resembled the scythe of death itself, beginning their grim harvest. As the claws descended, Monferno shut its eyes in anguish and slowly collapsed to the ground. Licking the blood-stained claws, Maril fixated on Shuz and the middle-aged officer. Resembling a cat playing with its prey. On the count of 3, you run back, he whispered to Shuz. The middle-aged officer assumed a combat stance, ready to engage in a physical confrontation with the fiend. 3, he suddenly shouted, then leapt forward. He knew he would likely perish, yet he felt compelled to act. Not for himself, but to honor the vow he had made 2 decades ago under the League's banner. I, Heath, from this day forth, will prioritize the safety of League citizens, and in the face of danger, even at the cost of my own life, I shall defend their lives and property. You old fox, the elderly man grimaced, clutching his wounded arm as he glared at the prostrate Shuz's grandmother. Mutual sentiments, she retorted, coughing up blood. Just moments ago, the old man had presumed that both the Sunflora and Shuz's grandmother had succumbed to the explosion's aftermath, preparing to approach and abduct them. Little did he know they were merely feigning unconsciousness. As he neared, Sunflora and Shuz's grandmother launched a surprise attack. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, the blade aimed at his arm would have pierced his heart. Casting a glance at the plump Kecleon, who lay nearby, having shielded him from Sunflora's assault, the old man wasted no time. Ducklet, incapacitate them. As the ducklet advanced menacingly, Sunflora struggled to rise, but was rendered powerless. Witnessing this scene, Shuz's grandmother could only manage a bitter smile. Ultimately, a half-finished product. Sighing, she closed her eyes, quietly awaiting her impending fate. She had done her utmost. Had the battle not just begun, and if she had not used the forbidden drug on Sunflora, she would have likely been taken long ago. Unable to endure under the Elder's command for so long. Do not kill her. The fairy under the effects of the forbidden drug is a valuable experimental subject. Clutching his wounded arm, Elder Golden Glow intervened, preventing Ducklet from executing Sunflora. Turning his head, Elder Golden Glow remarked with derision, "What a hypocrite. When we requested your assistance in developing the forbidden drug, you decried it as an affront to nature. Yet behind closed doors, you secretly researched it and achieved results superior to those we produced." Listening to Elder Golden Glow's scorn, tears streamed down Shuz's grandmother's tightly shut eyes. Who goes there? Several beams of light pierced the darkness, emanating from patrolling officers approaching from another street corner. Elder, we must depart, urged a young man as he approached Elder Golden Glow. Glancing at the officers drawing near with various Pokémon in tow, surveying the situation, Elder Golden Glow swiftly moved forward, hoisting Shuz's grandmother onto his shoulder. The young man had already released the prepared B-drill, ready for their escape. After throwing the sunflower monster and Granny Shuz onto the back of the giant eagle, Elder Golden Green wasted no time and swiftly mounted the creature. The 2 giant eagles soared into the pitch-black night sky, breaking through the encirclement of numerous police officers. Just as the young man heaved a sigh of relief, Elder Golden Green produced a substantial number of specially made pokeballs from his waist and hurled them downwards. Elder, what are you doing? The young man inquired, perplexed, as he watched the Elder continuously release the pokeballs. With the last pokeball tossed, Elder Golden Green declared with pride, "Let us give them a lesson before we leave." Before the words had fully left his lips, the young man was startled by the sound of successive explosions and anguished cries emanating from below. Hearing the chaos, his heart sank as he turned to the Elder. "Have you notified the rest of us to evacuate?" he asked, feeling a sudden stiffness in his body. "Did you not notify them?" the Elder retorted, turning his head in surprise. The young man shook his head, managing a bitter smile. There was simply no time. Upon uttering this, both fell into a heavy silence, gazing into the distant, darkened sky. Given the Elder's recent actions, it was certain that the remaining unfortunate souls would not escape the wrath of Banmu. By the end of the night, there would likely be a few more graves adorned with fine attire beside the castle. Chapter 54. Chaos After a While. The Elder spoke with a hint of menace. "You should know what to say when we return." Startled by the ominous tone, the young man responded loudly. "They all died bravely for the mission." Hearing this, the Elder nodded in satisfaction. "As it happens, there is a vacancy for a steward in the coming days. and I believe you would be a fine candidate. I shall recommend you for the position." The young man's eyes brightened at this prospect. In that moment, he truly grasped the profound truth that those who survive great calamities often find their fortunes renewed. Cough, cough, cough. Lying quietly on the ground, Hifu tightly grasped the severed segment of his finger, his chest stained crimson. He had lost. With his bare hands, he ultimately could not defeat Mariela. Yet, he had also won, injuring the sprite and successfully severing one of its digits. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and beams of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the street as bright as day. Hifu, a man clad in a karate uniform, accompanied by an exceptionally strong figure, dashed through the crowd and swiftly reached Hifu, cradling him in his arms. This man was none other than Tang Xiong, who had recently purchased bandages from Lu Yun. As he gazed at his ailing friend, Tang Xiong was consumed by sorrow. He had never anticipated that his closest companion would depart in such a manner. "Look, I did it." Hifu managed to open his eyes, enduring the excruciating pain in his chest, smiling at Tang Xiong. At that moment, Tang Xiong noticed the severed finger in Hifu's hand. Tears streamed down the face of the burly man, standing at 6 feet tall, as he beheld the gruesome sight. "There is no saving him," one of the medical personnel said as he rose from the ground, shaking his head with regret. "We arrived too late." Upon hearing the grim pronouncement from the medical staff, Tang Xiong could no longer contain his grief and began to wail uncontrollably. "Live on for me," Hifu said weakly, trembling as he lifted his blood-soaked, calloused hand to caress Tang Xiong's face. With a heavy thud, Hifu's hand fell to the ground, marking the end of a warrior's life. Wiping away the tears from his face, Tang Xiong solemnly placed the severed finger into his pocket. Rising, he made his way toward the street. He had a task to accomplish, to avenge his dear brother. What is happening outside? What is that commotion? Lying in the bathtub, Banmu closed his eyes. A hot towel draped over his forehead, relishing the moment of tranquility. It was the first time since arriving in Changpan City that he felt so relaxed. After the tumultuous days, he had finally gained full control over the city's garrison. Lowering his head, Zhen Yao, with a slightly flushed complexion, entered the room. Stealing a glance at Banmu in the bathtub, Zhen Yao spoke hurriedly. "It seems there was a gas explosion outside, but the police have already arrived." Noticing Zhen Yao's awkward demeanor, Banmu nodded slightly, signaling for him to leave. Phew. Once the door closed, Zhen Yao exhaled a sigh of relief and instinctively remarked, "So big." After uttering this, he covered his face in embarrassment and fled the room. Inside, Banmu, who had just settled back down, suddenly sat up, his expression grave, frustrated. He slapped his head and quickly donned the bathrobe hanging nearby. He should have known that such a significant disturbance could not simply be attributed to a gas explosion. It must involve those who had survived from before. As he stepped out, he encountered a frantic-looking Viper. "Boss, something bad has happened." Observing Viper's anxious expression, Banmu inquired while walking, "Is it Golden Green's people causing trouble again?" Viper nodded, taking a deep breath before continuing. "Indeed, just moments ago, numerous thunderbolt spheres fell from the sky. And as soon as they hit the ground, they detonated. Our people discovered that all these pokeballs were specially made. The preliminary assessment points to them. What is the casualty count?" Compared to who was responsible, Banmu was far more concerned about the casualties. After all, he had only recently taken office. If the losses were significant, his position as the curator would be in jeopardy. "The specific details are unclear. Our people are heading there now, but it seems severe, especially since the explosion occurred in the commercial district." Upon hearing this, Banmu halted, an aura of fury enveloping him. It was only around 9 in the evening. The commercial district was bustling with people. One could predict that this attack would result in at least a 3-digit casualty count. Banmu was unusually enraged. He understood that those individuals were extreme, but he had not anticipated that they would dare to brazenly target defenseless civilians, inciting a massacre. "Let our people take action. Ensure those we're monitoring are dealt with first." At Banmu's murderous order, Viper was momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. From the moment Golden Green's group appeared in Changpan City, they had dispatched personnel to keep watch. However, the task of surveillance required skill, and with limited manpower, Banmu had no choice but to focus on a few dangerous individuals. He never expected that the most perilous one would go unmonitored, or perhaps neglected. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels echoed in the hallway as Zhen Yao rushed toward them. "Boss, the police department and medical office have called, requesting that you send people to maintain order. Changpan City has descended into chaos." Chaos? Banmu questioned, puzzled. While the explosion in the commercial district was indeed devastating, if that alone were enough to throw the entirety of Changpan City into disarray, It would be a gross underestimate of the city's emergency response system. Just moments ago, a throng of individuals suddenly surged forth, unleashing a frenzied assault on unsuspecting passers-by and wreaking havoc upon the structures surrounding them. Beside him, Jin Yao interjected. They are truly cornered, like a dog driven to desperation. A glint of cold determination flickered in Banmu's eyes as he coldly declared, in that case, no one shall escape. Is that even feasible? Inquired a man with a sharp, simian visage, who was commanding his fiery companion amidst the chaos. Elegant Cat, high-speed star. The elegantly attired gentleman, clad in a pristine white suit and possessing striking good looks, simultaneously directed Elegant Cat to launch an assault on the nearby civilians while responding. Indeed, it is entirely possible. The elders have fled, intending to use us as cannon fodder. If we do not stir the waters now, none shall escape. As he spoke, a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. Had it not been for the elders' reckless decision to deviate from the plan and bombard the commercial district, they would likely have already made their escape by now. Chapter 55. Efforts rendered futile in the face of talent. Phew, at last we are safe. On a low hill on the outskirts of Shijian City, a silver-haired man gazed at the chaos unfolding in the distance, exhaling deeply. A dead friend does not bring death to a priest, he mused. After the elders' meddling, what should have been a secretive departure had been transformed into a forced breakout. Even he and the elder, among the first to leave, had faced varying degrees of pursuit in the air. Had it not been for their formidable strength, they might have met with dire consequences. What is this trivial scene? It pales in comparison to the perils I have faced in the past, remarked the elder. Jin Kehua, who was tending to the wounds of a bee drill nearby. Upon hearing the silver-haired man's words, he snorted disdainfully. What manner of elder would I be to regard such minor skirmishes with concern? The silver-haired man quickly offered a smile, keen to avoid inciting the elder's ire over such trifling matters. Stepping forward, he took over the task from Jin Kehua, assisting in treating Beedrill's injuries. Their recent escape had not come without cost. At the very least, Beedrill's injuries were one of the prices they paid. Oh, is that so? Do you believe the current situation is perilous enough? Just then, as the two focused on treating Beedrill and replenishing energy, a voice emerged from the dense, dark forest nearby. Flareon, unleash your flames. Upon hearing the command, the silver-haired man exhibited no hesitation and immediately ordered Flareon to attack the source of the sound. Accompanied by a brilliant flash of fire, the identity of the intruder became clear. It was none other than Banmu, who was now approaching with a bagworm, a cold expression adorning his face. Beside him, Dize had already unleashed his ace, Hudi. The fiery attack from Flareon was swiftly deflected aside by Hudi's formidable psychic prowess. Banmu, Jin Kehua exclaimed, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. Before his expression morphed into a broad smile. I was wondering who it was. If it's just the two of you, you likely won't be able to detain me. Jin Kehua declared with an air of arrogance. It was not mere pride. Rather, Banmu's youth was starkly evident before him. As the elder of the Jin Kehua clan, a venerable aristocrat, he felt no fear of this junior, even if the latter was notably exceptional. Indeed, in his eyes, the illustrious Banmu was merely a relatively distinguished junior. Precisely, the renowned Banmu, in my view, is just a commendable young man. With an air of hubris, Jin Kehua produced 2 pokeballs from his waist and tossed them to the ground, proclaiming, "Today, I shall impart a lesson on respecting one's elders." As 2 brilliant lights flashed, a Ninetales and a Geodude appeared before Banmu, exuding an aura of dominance, 2 true rulers. Young man, how many rulers do you possess that dare to obstruct me? Surely not just this lone bagworm. He taunted, pointing at Banmu's bagworm, his laughter booming. Ignoring Jin Chihuahua's derision, Banmu calmly retrieved a pokeball from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a flash of light, a Rhyhorn emerged, revealing itself as yet another ruler. The smile faded from Jin Chihuahua's face as disbelief washed over him. He could scarcely fathom that a man in his 20s could command 2 rulers. After all, he himself was 63 years old and had only managed to attain 2 rulers since he began his journey with Pokémon at the tender age of 15. What do you have to say now? Banmu sighed, gazing at Jin Kehua with a hint of resignation. The elder's face tightened, feeling somewhat humiliated. Do not grow too arrogant, young man. Today I shall demonstrate that rulers come in various tiers. With a snort, Jin Kehua attempted to salvage his dignity. Clapping his hands in mock applause, Banmu responded, I must concede your point. In terms of cultivation, my Pokémon cannot compare to the ones you have meticulously nurtured over the past 50 years. However, have you ever heard the saying that quantitative change leads to qualitative change? As he spoke, Banmu pulled out a third pokeball and tossed it to the ground, revealing yet another ruler, a Nidoking. At this moment, Jin Shuawa's expression turned ashen. He could not accept that his decades of effort had been outstripped by a young man who achieved such prowess in less than 10 years. Stretching his neck, Banmu's gaze turned icy as he stated, "Now, shall we commence? Captain, we cannot breach the premises. Those terrorists possess overwhelming strength, and we have already lost several brothers." A disheveled man clad in police uniform, accompanied by a houndour, approached Jun Shaking, his expression one of bitter defeat. Gazing at the ravaged building before her, Jun Shaking, the head of the Shijian City Police Force, fell silent, realizing the situation had far exceeded her capabilities. The individuals within the building could hardly be labeled as terrorists. They resembled highly trained soldiers. With their police force's counterterrorism unit, it would be a formidable challenge to mount an assault. "Captain, why don't we just blow up the building?" The man suggested cautiously, not wishing to lead more men into a futile charge. Jun Shaking shot him a fierce glare, reprimanding, "Are you an imbecile? We are here to rescue hostages. If we blow up the building, won't the hostages perish as well?" After chastising the man, she exhaled in frustration. Leading a counter-terrorism unit rife with connections was indeed a daunting task. "Where are the guards?" she inquired, turning to her secretary. Rather than asking where the guards were, she was more concerned about Banmu's whereabouts. After checking the communication devices, the secretary hesitated before speaking up. They proclaimed, "Let us continue the assault. The more ferocious, the better," without regard for the safety of the hostages. Following this declaration, the secretary cast a hesitant glance at Jun Shaking Mai. "Should we proceed as they suggest?" "Proceed. We shall do as they say. This time, I will take the lead." Jun Shaking Mai responded with a serene countenance. At this juncture, she had no choice but to place her trust in their guidance, especially since she believed that a formidable commander would not be accompanied by weak subordinates. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the building, a man clad in dark night attire stood silently. Slowly pulling up his black mask, he murmured, "The game has begun." Chapter 56, the third option. Are we truly capable of this? A member of the Goldfinch, adorned with dark wings, gently parted the curtains. Observing the police below as they regrouped to launch yet another offensive, he spoke with a hint of concern. "Is there any other alternative?" A middle-aged man, who was binding the hostages, raised his head, his expression calm. "However, does this not somewhat contravene the spirit of knighthood?" On the opposite side of the room, a boy dressed in casual attire, accompanied by a knightly snail, wore a troubled expression. The unfolding events starkly contrasted with the principles instilled in him since childhood. "Enough of this idle chatter. The knightly spirit will not save your life." As the door swung open, a man with a gloomy visage entered, accompanied by a Jengar, and derisively confronted the boy. After chastising the knightly youth, the somber man turned to the middle-aged individual binding the hostages, saying, "Minji, it appears someone has entered. Several of our brothers stationed outside have gone silent." Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals shuddered. The building had already been sealed off, resembling a fortified fortress. The ability to infiltrate the premises undetected at this moment signified a formidable adversary. However, the man named Minji, who was on the floor tying up hostages, displayed little reaction to the news. Rising to his feet, he flexed his hands and spoke in a low tone, "Inform our brothers outside to exercise caution. The Viper has arrived." Extracting a bloody dagger from the neck of a fallen Goldfinch member, he added, "It seems we have an old acquaintance among us." Wiping the blood from his hands on the deceased's clothing, the Viper remarked with a hint of amusement, "Bats." Beside him, a Zubat expressed confusion upon hearing his trainer's words. He recalled that throughout their acquaintance, he had never known his trainer to have any friends. Smiling slightly, the Viper gazed at the Zubat and replied, "You will meet them shortly." With that, the Viper, accompanied by the Zubat, traversed the pitch-black corridor, their footsteps silent as if they were phantoms drifting through the night. Before their arrival, the Viper had already reviewed the entire building's blueprints. This edifice stood a towering 20 stories high, one of the landmarks of Tokawadai City. Moreover, given that it was night, the number of individuals remaining inside was limited, thereby restricting the hostages under the Goldfinch's control. Based on the Viper's recent interrogations and the intelligence acquired from the police prior to his arrival, he could surmise that the hostages and the majority of the Goldfinch members were located on the 16th floor. The 16th floor was peculiar. It lacked direct stair access, requiring entry via the elevator. Furthermore, it was not a spacious office floor, but rather subdivided into small rooms designated for the management's use. Currently, the Viper found himself on the 13th floor, and to reach the 16th, he had two options: ascend to the 17th floor and breach from above, or descend to the 15th floor and attack from below. However, The Viper had no intention of employing either method. He had devised a third, more audacious plan, to stroll in openly. As he ambled through the darkness, the Viper summoned a Ditto. When he stepped back into the light, the Ditto had transformed into the recently deceased Goldfinch member's Pokémon, while the Viper himself had morphed into that very Goldfinch member. "Hey, why did you change your clothes?" The guard stationed at the staircase questioned, observing the Viper approaching with a puzzled expression. If memory served him correctly, his comrade had not been clad in that attire moments before. Unfazed by the inquiry, the Viper smiled, exuding an air of nonchalance. "You know me. I like to keep things tidy. That last outfit was simply too filthy." The guard, hearing the Viper's response, exhibited no suspicion, instead adopting an expression of understanding. After all, who among them had not witnessed the pampered young master change outfits during a mission? "All right, hurry back. Captain Minji is already preparing for an escape." Waving his hand, the guard signaled for the Viper to ascend. "Thank you for your assistance," the Viper replied, seamlessly making his way upstairs. Upon reaching the 14th floor, the Viper proceeded without hesitation towards the east stairwell. During his passage, he encountered several Goldfinch members, all of whom were deceived by the Viper's exceptional disguise skills. "That kid, Ditz, certainly has some valuable tricks," he mused, touching the mask on his face. Had it not been for the mask gifted to him by Ditz, he would have found it considerably more challenging to arrive at the elevator entrance so effortlessly. "What is happening below? I heard someone has infiltrated," inquired a Goldfinch member guarding the elevator, smiling without a hint of awareness regarding their encirclement. "Oh, don't even mention it. I searched high and low and didn't find a shadow." The Viper feigned a dejected expression, waving his hand dismissively. Observing the Viper's feigned disappointment, the elevator guard patted him on the shoulder in reassurance. "Isn't that a good thing? If someone managed to infiltrate under our watch, they must be a tough adversary. How dangerous." Nodding at the comforting words, the Viper produced his elevator card, preparing to ascend to the 16th floor. "No more chatter. I need to report to the captain," he stated, brandishing the elevator card. "Go ahead. We'll share a drink when you return," the guard urged with a grin. "Absolutely." With that, the Viper ascended slowly, ready to press the elevator button. Ding! Just as the Viper was about to press the button, the elevator doors opened of their own accord. A darkly brooding man, accompanied by a Jengar, emerged from within. Upon seeing the man step out of the elevator, the previously jovial Goldfinch members instantly became serious. "Captain," glancing at the greeting member, and Xing chose to ignore him, striding forward with his own thoughts. His mood was profoundly dismal. What he had anticipated as an opportunity for merit had turned into a role of a pawn. As Xing passed by the Viper, his Jengar, trailing behind, suddenly came to a halt. Surrounded by the transformed Mimikyu, Jengar sniffed the air suspiciously. The formidable intuition of a ghost-type Pokémon alerted him to a potential issue with the Mimikyu before him. Jengar's unease did not go unnoticed by the observant Darkstar. As Darkstar approached, the serpent's hand tightened around the pokeball of his Arbok, confident that he could eliminate one of the two adversaries in an instant. Chapter 57, The Flaw. What's wrong? Observing Jengar scrutinizing the Mimikyu from various angles, Darkstar halted in his tracks and turned back to inquire. Faced with the trainer's question, Jengar hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. "It's nothing, just a misperception on my part." After speaking, he cast a somewhat apologetic glance at Darkstar. Darkstar, patting Jengar's head, managed a rare smile and replied, "If there's nothing amiss, let us proceed." As Darkstar turned to leave, the serpent gradually relaxed his grip on the pokeball, feeling the tension in his chest dissipate. In terms of raw strength, he believed that even two Darkstars would not pose a threat to him. However, if his presence were to be discovered, his infiltration plan would be irrevocably compromised. In that case, the hostages upstairs would be in dire peril. "You are indeed fortunate," remarked a member of the Goldfinch, stationed near the elevator, as he approached the serpent. "Under normal circumstances, we would certainly have faced his reprimand." Taken aback by this observation, the serpent reflected on Darkstar's seemingly morose expression, realizing that beneath it lay a potential villainy. Indeed, he chuckled, scratching his head. "We best not linger. The captains may grow impatient." With that, he clutched his elevator card and headed toward the lift. "Wait!" Suddenly, a deep voice called out, halting the serpent in his tracks. Turning around, he found Darkstar, who had reached the staircase and was now descending. The serpent paused, swiftly adjusting his expression to feign terror, and replied, "What is it, Captain Darkstar?" After scrutinizing the serpent, Darkstar began to retrace his steps. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Having partnered with Jengar for several years, he had learned that anyone under Jengar's suspicion invariably bore some flaw. Today, however, The individual Jengar had scrutinized for so long had seemingly escaped detection. The absence of issues was, in itself, the greatest anomaly. As Darkstar advanced ominously towards him, the serpent felt his heart race anew. "Look me in the eyes," Darkstar commanded. His tone grave. After a brief pause, he continued, "Who is your captain?" Meeting Darkstar's penetrating gaze, the serpent answered without hesitation, "My captain is Windleaf." This name was not fabricated. It was extracted under duress from the unfortunate soul he had encountered upon infiltration. Nodding slightly, Darkstar gestured towards the serpent's attire and inquired, "What is the story behind your clothing?" Glancing down at his own garb, the serpent sheepishly replied, "During the recent battle, my clothing became stained with blood, making it quite uncomfortable. I intended to change into a cleaner outfit while on patrol." As he spoke, he tugged at his checkered shirt. The serpent's words were devoid of deceit. His attire had indeed been marred by blood, albeit that of his enemies. Furthermore, the checkered shirt and shorts were indeed appropriated from the office. As for why he hadn't donned the unfortunate individual's clothing, he could only cite a lack of practice, resulting in a bloody mess that rendered the garments unwearable. Upon hearing the serpent's explanation, Darkstar waved dismissively, "Very well. You may ascend." He then turned on his heel and departed. With a feigned sigh of relief, the serpent exhaled deeply, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, and quipped, "Captain Darkstar's presence is truly imposing. You startled me." The nearby Goldfinch member chuckled softly in response. "I nearly suspected you of being a spy. Now hurry along." Without engaging further, the serpent hastened to leave, eager to reach the upper levels before Darkstar could concoct any further schemes. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, Darkstar could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After their exchange, he was now convinced that this individual posed a threat. His certainty was not unfounded. It stemmed from the serpent's peculiar attire. Just as the serpent took 3 steps towards the elevator, a shadow ball hurtled towards him. Years of combat experience instinctively drove him to the ground, narrowly evading the ambush. Without hesitation, as he fell, 3 Pokeballs were thrown into the air. In a flash of light, a Weezing, an Arbok, and a Zubat materialized at the elevator's entrance. The Goldfinch guard, witnessing his captain attacking one of his own, was momentarily stunned. However, that brief lapse proved fatal for him and his Pokémon. The newly released Zubat, acting without waiting for commands, dashed towards the dazed Goldfinch member, who had no time to react before experiencing the thrill of a swift demise. Without the trainer's direction, his Pokémon fared no better, succumbing to Zubat's relentless assault. Meanwhile, the serpent quickly commanded his Arbok to retaliate. "Arbok, use Sludge." A thick, putrid purple liquid erupted from Arbok's mouth, heading straight for the hovering Jengar. Realizing his ambush had failed and that the serpent had countered with lethal efficiency, Darkstar hesitated, simultaneously instructing Jengar to evade the attack while releasing his remaining Pokémon. As the Pokeballs hit the ground, a Galarian Weezing and a Mismagius joined the fray, turning the battle into a 3 versus 4 scenario. Weezing, use Fire Punch on that snake. Mismagius, employ Confusion to assist Weezing. Darkstar barked a series of commands, zeroing in on Arbok. Arbok, use Glare. Weezing, unleash Mud Bomb on Mismagius. Zubat, find a chance to eliminate that talkative one. Ditto, you join in too. In stark contrast to Darkstar, the serpent, brimming with arrogance, did not order his Pokémon to shield him. Instead, he unleashed them all to eliminate the opposing trainer. With a disdainful glance cast towards Anqing, the venomous serpent unsheathed a short blade. He believed that such a trivial skirmish did not necessitate the vigilant protection of a fairy. Chapter 58. In the next life. Find a more reliable organization. Arrogant. Observing the serpent draw forth a dagger, prepared to join the fray alongside the fairy, Anqing let out a furious howl. He had never encountered anyone so audacious. Since his debut, every trainer he faced had approached with utmost caution, fearful of being decapitated by him. Yet this man before him had the audacity to blatantly disregard his presence. Very well, very well. Anqing laughed heartily. Sister Mijuan, unleash your psychic assault upon that human. To him, the serpent's actions were tantamount to digging his own grave. Had a fairy been at his side, Anqing might have hesitated to strike directly. However, relying solely on a human to withstand the onslaught of a fairy was akin to a fool's errand. Receiving the trainer's command, Mijuan swiftly redirected her assault, launching her charged psychic attack towards the serpent positioned at the rear of the battlefield. Upon witnessing Mijuan shift her target, the nearby Weezing exhibited no sign of anxiety, continuing to spew its sludge bombs without a care. With a cold smirk, the serpent tightened his grip on the dagger and surged forward. At that moment, Mijuan's psychic force descended upon him, Humph, prepare to meet your demise. As he watched the pink psychic energy hurtle towards him, Anqing envisioned the scene of the serpent's head exploding. Just then, Weezing's sludge bomb arrived as anticipated. Mijuan, who had just unleashed her psychic attack, had no time to evade and was engulfed by the noxious and toxic sludge, a purple hue instantly appearing on her face, signaling her poisoning. As the psychic force approached him, the serpent did not flinch. He stood resolutely to meet it. He scoffed at the intensity of the psychic attack, believing that the most formidable things in the world were twofold: the dagger in his hand and the strength of his own will. Boom! The serpent felt as though something had violently struck his head, a sharp pain coursing through him, followed by a ringing in his ears. Witnessing the serpent struck by the psychic energy, Anqing felt an unexplainable exhilaration. He could not fathom how a mere human could withstand a fairy's assault, even if that fairy was not particularly adept in such attacks. Yet the ensuing scene left Anqing questioning his very existence. The serpent, having taken the psychic blow, did not falter in his stride. He charged forward, as if utterly unscathed. Jingars, intercept him. Anqing panicked at the sight of the glinting dagger. While he had trained in combat, facing such a formidable creature that could endure a fairy's skill without injury was tantamount to courting death. He considered himself no match for the serpent. Hearing his trainer's call, Jengar could only manage a bitter smile. At that moment, Jengar was overwhelmed. As the serpent launched his offensive, two Golbats synchronized with him, initiating their own assault. In the air, the Golbats relentlessly bombarded Jengar with air blades, forcing him to focus solely on evasion, unable to divert his attention to assist his trainer. With sweeping strikes, thrusts, and jabs, the serpent closed in on Anqing, ruthlessly executing a series of relentless combos. Confronted with the dagger exuding a deadly aura, Anqing was compelled to retreat, while the bloodlust within him surged forth. With a roar, Anqing seized the opportunity to grasp the serpent's wrist, lifting his leg to kick towards the serpent's chest. How amusing! Observing Anqing's foot leave the ground, the serpent could not suppress a chuckle. He sidestepped Anqing's attack, and while Anqing's foot was still airborne, the serpent delivered a swift kick that sent Anqing crashing against the wall. Did your fighting instructor never warn you not to lift your feet off the ground during a brawl? The serpent inquired with a smile, gazing down at Anqing, who lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Coughing violently, Anqing spat blood onto the ground, his disheveled state glowering at the serpent. His instructor had indeed taught him that fundamental principle. However, theory and practice often diverged significantly. He had learned, but that did not guarantee proficiency in a real combat scenario. To put it bluntly, even if he were bound together with another, they would still not measure up to the serpent's single hand. Clutching his hand, which had been pierced by the dagger, Anqing let out a pained scream. The serpent stepped forward, retrieving the dagger, shaking his head as he remarked, "Even in your final moments, you remain obstinate." Producing the communicator from behind Anqing, the serpent chuckled wryly. "If you had called for reinforcements sooner, would you have found yourself in this predicament?" Anqing's heart sank at the serpent's words. It was not that he had refrained from calling for help. Rather, the quality of the communicator distributed by the organization was terribly subpar. Initially, it functioned adequately for the first few days, but since yesterday, it had encountered one mishap after another. Messages were either skipped or failed to send entirely. He had just attempted to send several messages, but they had not gone through. Just as he was about to give it one last try before meeting his end, the serpent had discovered him. Isn't this the batch of refurbished goods I sold?" The serpent recognized the communicator in his hand, recalling that it was indeed part of the stock he had sold at the black market a few days prior. Casting a sympathetic glance at Anqing, the serpent crushed the communicator beneath his foot, stating, "In your next life, find a more reliable organization." As he watched the blade glide toward his neck, Anqing closed his eyes. In his next life, he truly needed to find a more trustworthy organization. With a swift motion, the blade fell, claiming the life of Anqing, one of the leaders of the Goldenrod team, right at the elevator's threshold. Upon witnessing his trainer's demise, Jengar, entangled with the Golbats, emitted a piercing wail of despair. He then launched into a frenzied assault against the two Golbats, engaging in a reckless exchange of injuries. Meanwhile, Mijuan, upon witnessing Anqing's death, unexpectedly defied her usual demeanor, unleashing a blizzard that forced Weezing to retreat before turning on her heels and fleeing down the distant hallway. Mijuan, what a joke, I'm a contractor. As for Garagara, his fate was rather grim. He had already been reduced to a puddle of viscous blood beneath the onslaught of Abog's attacks, exuding a foul stench. Jingars. At last, Jengar could no longer withstand the onslaught. He was, after all, not the protagonist. His strategy of trading injuries would not yield significant advantages, but rather hasten his defeat. Observing Jengar collapse, the serpent retrieved a pokeball from Anqing's lifeless body, locating Jengar's pokeball and tossing it into the air. As he simultaneously undertook the task of nurturing new recruits, the serpent welcomed all Pokémon with open arms. He planned to take these Pokémon back, reprogram their minds, and distribute them to new trainers, swiftly cultivating their combat prowess. Chapter 59. Captain, I love you. Inside the elevator, the serpent listened intently to the distant cacophony of footsteps, abruptly tearing off the mask that concealed his face. Since the moment he had clashed with the Dark Star, this incursion had already heralded its failure. At this juncture, any further attempt at disguise would be as futile as closing the stable door after the horse has bolted, entirely unnecessary. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, the serpent peered through the narrowing gap of the elevator doors, observing the members of the Goldfinch gathering from below, and waved with a smile. Damn it! A Goldfinch member, who had once brushed past the serpent, caught sight of the familiar attire through the almost closing crevice, and could not help but curse. I should have realized sooner. This person infiltrated us. The member, filled with regret, pounded the closing elevator doors a few times, lamenting. As an organization composed of noble descendants, the Goldfinch maintained exceedingly high standards regarding appearance. They harbored their own pride, and even in their decline, they would never resort to wearing cheap garments. Not even for a brief moment. It was due to this very detail that the Dark Star discerned the serpent as the infiltrator. Noticing his guilt-ridden companion, a middle-aged man with violet hair stepped forward to offer consolation. Enough of the self-reproach. Our immediate priority is to contact those above and prepare them. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, hastily retrieving their organization-issued internal communicators, bowing their heads to message their superiors. However, it wasn't long before everyone raised their heads, exchanging glances. Finally, one could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Can any of your communicators send messages?" "No," came the reply. "Yours?" "Mine can't either." And so, back and forth. They soon discovered that none of the communicators in the vicinity were functioning. Damn it, a bunch of vermin, even skimming funds for our equipment. A short-tempered Goldfinch member viciously hurled his communicator, now resembling a brick, onto the ground, stomping on it until it shattered into pieces, refusing to relent. The others, following suit, began to smash their communicators to express their dissatisfaction. "Ah, mine has a signal." Suddenly, one of the Goldfinch members exclaimed, staring at the communicator he had just thrown to the ground in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his device would regain signal from the very impact. "Then hurry and message them above. What are you waiting for?" urged a nearby Goldfinch member. Prompted by his comrade, this member quickly picked up the communicator, determined to reach those upstairs. Yet, after several attempts, he found himself unable to connect. Damn it, they deceived me. Frustrated by his inability to establish voice contact, the Goldfinch member felt anger boiling within him. "See if you can send a text," suggested a companion nearby. It must be said that the communicators they were equipped with, despite their poor quality, possessed numerous functionalities. Not only could they facilitate voice calls across different frequencies, but they also featured a voice-to-text conversion for written communication. Pressing the text conversion function, the Goldfinch member held the communicator to his mouth and uttered, "Captain, there is danger." Indeed, while this communicator could not conduct real-time conversations, the text conversion feature proved to be quite useful. Shortly after, the communicator completed its recognition and, thoughtfully, sent the message automatically. Done. Upon receiving confirmation of the successful transmission, everyone present exhaled in relief. In their view, with the alert sent to the captains, dealing with a single infiltrator should be a mere formality. Whoa. Just as the crowd rejoiced, the Goldfinch member who had sent the message erupted with a curse. The screen of the communicator displayed a line of text. "Captain, I love you." This was precisely the warning message they had just sent to the captains above. Staring at the words on the screen, the group fell silent. "Should we send another message?" Someone timidly proposed. Yes, send another." Under the urging of the others, the member holding the communicator took a deep breath, pressed the input button, and enunciated clearly, "Captain, I meant there is danger." Due to the length of this message, it took significantly longer to send than the previous one. However, when the confirmation of successful transmission appeared on the communicator's screen, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Surely, such a clearly articulated message would not be misinterpreted again, right? Yet, soon enough, they beheld the message just sent. "Captain, I meant I love you." Damn. Observing the absurdly inept recognition function, the group collectively expressed their disdain for the developers of the communicator. Just as they prepared to send a third message, the battered communicator finally succumbed, gloriously failing. Gazing at the smoking device, the onlookers fell into a moment of silence. They vowed that once they returned, They would seek justice against the traitors. Meanwhile, Minji, who had just finished binding the hostages and organizing the escape plan, found himself speechless. He could scarcely believe how optimistic his subordinates were. Even at such a critical juncture, they were intent on delivering him a live performance. Just as he was about to respond and reprimand the said subordinate, the tenacious communicator lost signal once more, reverting to a mere brick. Sighing deeply at the brick in his hand, Minji muttered to himself, "Oh, I never expected you to have such a taste." A scruffy young man, munching on something indeterminate, sauntered up to Minji with a mischievous grin. "Ryukawa, I told you to stay away when eating that fruit. Don't make me hit you," Minji remarked, frowning at the pungent odor emanating from Ryukawa's mouth. Hearing Minji's words, the captain named Ryukawa merely chuckled, unfazed. "You simply don't understand the wonder of that fruit." With that, Ryukawa took a deep sip of the fruit's juice, revealing a look of sheer ecstasy. Observing Ryukawa's junkie-like demeanor, Minji pressed his temples, feeling a headache approaching. At the elevator entrance, the serpent hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly at ease. All set. Clapping his hands, the serpent regarded the elevator he had jammed with satisfaction. As long as he kept the elevator stuck here, those below would have no choice but to breach the walls to ascend. Chapter 60. Hostages? Where did these hostages come from? What noise? Suddenly, a man riding atop a snail spoke. Hearing this, Minji and Ryukawa, who had been bickering, instinctively halted, straining to listen to the sounds from outside. With the footsteps growing ever closer, the three goldfinch captains in the room instinctively prepared for battle. With their instincts honed through years of life and death trials, they could clearly sense that the approaching presence was unfriendly. Just as they braced themselves for battle, however, the footsteps abruptly ceased. "Are you certain the hostages are inside?" the expressionless poison snake inquired, glancing at the nearby Abor. Abor replied, "Only in this room is there a considerable amount of heat." Listening to Abor's explanation, Poison Snake was now nearly certain that both the hostages and the leader of the Gorse were indeed within this very room. Nevertheless, Poison Snake had no intention of entering just yet, for doing so would merely afford them the opportunity to hold the hostages as leverage. After a moment of contemplation, Poison Snake, with a flicker of his gaze, addressed the nearby Wei Xing. "Wei Xing, release your toxic gas through the crack in the door." Soon, a pungent odor wafted in, as a copious amount of poison gas spewed forth from Wei Xing's mouth, seeping into the room through the narrow opening. Inside, Minji and the others, upon catching the acrid scent in the air, widened their eyes in alarm. They quickly tore off pieces of their clothing, dampened them with water, and covered their mouths and noses. "Who is this Reaper? He comes in and unleashes poison gas without a care for the hostages," Ryukawa exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. In his view, having kidnapped these unarmed civilians was already disgraceful and heartless enough. He never expected that the rescue team sent by the Alliance would be even more ruthless, showing no intention of keeping the hostages alive. Really lacking in morality, the young man with the snail knight added, pinching his nose. Meanwhile, Minji, inhaling the noxious fumes, appeared contemplative. "Enough of this discussion. We need to get out of here, or we'll surely be poisoned to death." Upon hearing Minji's words, the two who were criticizing Poison Snake ceased their complaints. "But how do we escape? Judging by this situation, he has likely already secured the door. If we go out now, it would be tantamount to surrendering," Ryukawa retorted, rolling his eyes. "Yeffing, is the Pokémon in your hand merely for show? Why must we go through the door?" Ryukawa then glanced at the wall beside him and commanded his Dark Raven, "Use Dark Pulse to create a hole in this wall." With a resounding crash, the once pristine wall was breached, creating a sizable opening through which a person could pass. Holding his nose, Ryukawa gestured toward the gaping hole in the wall and declared, "Let's go. What are we waiting for?" However, despite Ryukawa's words, neither Minji nor Yeffing moved an inch, their expressions grave as they gazed at the opening. As the dust settled, Ryukawa finally realized the gravity of the situation. On the other side of the hole stood an Abor, its serpent-like eyes scanning Minji and the others as if appraising prey. Just then, the tightly shut door swung open, and the masked Poison Snake, accompanied by a bat, entered the room. Meanwhile, Wei Xing continued to release toxic gas at the entrance, unconcerned for the lives of those inside. "Why run? Breathe it in a bit more. I wouldn't want to be accused of poor hospitality," Poison Snake said to Ryukawa with a smirk. Pinching his nose, Ryukawa pointed at the hostages on the ground, who were coughing violently, and remarked, "Aren't you afraid of poisoning these people?" Observing the hostages' pained expressions, their faces streaked with tears and mucus, Poison Snake smiled slightly and replied, "Hostages? These are clearly terrorists, only 3 of whom happen to be carrying Pokémon." Upon hearing Poison Snake's words, both Ryukawa and Yeffing were taken aback. Even the hostages on the ground looked incredulous. They had expected salvation, only to find that their saviors were nothing but harbingers of doom. Had their mouths not been gagged, they might have erupted in protest. Working overtime was already a hassle. And now they were being treated as hostages. To be deemed terrorists on top of that was simply outrageous. Ryukawa could only manage a single word, utterly at a loss for what to say. This man was ruthless. In comparison, Ryukawa felt that his own actions paled in significance. I believe we can negotiate. Minji interjected at that moment. First, have your Pokémon cease their attack, otherwise, it won't be long before these hostages truly perish. As if to corroborate Minji's words, one of the hostages, who was in poor health, collapsed unconscious. Negotiate. There's nothing to discuss. Either you surrender, or I will force you to do so. Poison Snake said coldly, his gaze fixed on the three. Faced with Poison Snake's unyielding demeanor, Minji sighed, then tossed out a Pokeball, stating, since there's nothing to talk about, then let us battle. I want to see just how much you've improved over the years. Stunky, use poison gas. With the release of Minji's Pokeball, a fierce battle erupted within the gas-laden confines of the small room. Zubat, evade with Air Slash. Abor, use Poison Sting. Dark Raven, unleash Dark Pulse. Snail Knight, use Cross Cut. The room was soon filled with the sounds of battle cries. Bang! Just as he dodged a shuriken thrown by Minji, Poison Snake drew a short blade from his waist and charged forward. The hostages watched the fierce clash, trembling in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire and meeting an untimely end. After all these years, you haven't improved at all, Minji taunted as he parried Poison Snake's blade. Unfazed by Minji's provocation, Poison Snake remained calm, spinning around to hurl 3 shurikens at him. With deft movements, Minji deflected 2 of them, while the last was redirected with his dagger. Dark Raven, attack with your wings. Just as Ryukawa issued the command, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, followed by a scream as cold sweat enveloped him. Minji, you idiot. A shuriken had lodged itself squarely in his rear, the very one Minji had deflected. Chapter 61. Poison Snake. There are indeed some ruthless individuals among the gorse. Minji chuckled awkwardly, choosing to ignore Ryukawa's misfortune and focusing intently on battling Poison Snake. Meanwhile, Abor, engaged with Ryukawa, began launching attacks with a malicious intent, even resorting to self-harm to inflict damage on him. Faced with Abor's relentless assault, Ryukawa, who was already in discomfort, could only endure and skillfully maneuver to evade. Hiss, he gasped as he narrowly dodged another attack from Abor, only to find himself momentarily blinded by the exertion. Under the circumstances, it was quite a challenge for Ryukawa to engage in such vigorous movement, especially with discomfort in such a sensitive area. Better to endure a brief pain than a long one, Ryukawa thought as he grimaced, preparing to pull the shuriken from his rear. Perhaps extracting it would be excruciating. Yet remaining ensconced within is an even greater agony. After all, he is not a homosexual and has never ventured into such territory. Another anguished cry escapes, as a bloodied kunai, tinged with a hint of yellow, materializes in Ryukawa's grasp. Observing the ruthless determination of Ryukawa, even the snake, who is locked in battle with Minji, cannot help but regard him with newfound respect. Truly merciless. Sucking his teeth, the snake expresses his admiration. Your team, the Golden Sp, certainly has some real men. Meanwhile, Minji, engaged in combat with the snake, feels a twitch at his cheek upon hearing this remark. Perhaps it is true. On another front, the Abomasnow, under the relentless assault of the Night Snail and the Dark Raven, begins to show signs of strain. Dodging the kunai, which carries a faint metallic scent, the Abomasnow deliberately exposes a vulnerability. Now, the Dark Raven strikes with its wings. Utilizing its aerial advantage, the Dark Raven relentlessly harasses the Abomasnow. Upon hearing the trainer's command, it swiftly alters its tactics. With wings imbued with flying-type energy, radiating a dazzling brilliance, it lunges toward the Abomasnow on the ground. As the Dark Raven approaches, a flicker of derision crosses the serpentine gaze of the Abomasnow. Just as the Dark Raven's wings are about to make contact, the Abomasnow contorts its body in an unusual manner, ensnaring the Dark Raven with a vice-like grip. Those who have been ensnared by a python understand that the true terror lies not in its fangs, but in the overwhelming strength capable of crushing all. Crack! At that moment, as the Abomasnow constricts the Dark Raven, Ryukawa, standing not far off, hears the unmistakable sound of bones shattering. Dark Raven, in response to his trainer's call. The Dark Raven, trapped in a death grip, can only convey its agony through pained eyes. At this moment, it feels as though its very organs are being compressed, its bones fracturing inch by inch, with even the act of breathing becoming an unattainable luxury. Night Snail, Cross Slash. On the other side, Leaf Maple, witnessing this unfolding tragedy, remains unfazed, calmly commanding the night snail to attack the temporarily immobilized Abomasnow. Raising its twin lances, the night snail charges forth like a valiant knight, intent on rescuing its fallen comrade. As the dual lances approach, the Abomasnow does not panic. Instead, it tenses every muscle in its body. Inflicting damage to 10 fingers is less consequential than sacrificing a single digit. In this moment, the Abomasnow resolves to eliminate the Dark Raven. In the face of the Abomasnow's lethal embrace, the Dark Raven emits a heart-wrenching cry. Damn it! Witnessing the Dark Raven's suffering, Ryukawa can no longer contain himself. Disregarding his surroundings as he releases his second Pokémon, Crystal Fire Spirit, use Shadow Ball. As the Shadow Ball hurtles toward him, the Abomasnow refrains from overestimating its defenses. The recent cross slash has inflicted significant damage, and should it be struck by another Shadow Ball, it would likely find itself at a severe disadvantage in the ensuing battle. Injecting venom into the Dark Raven, the Abomasnow, despite its wounds, executes a serpentine maneuver. Night Snail, bring back the Dark Raven. Seeing the Dark Raven discarded on the ground, Leaf Maple immediately commands the Night Snail. The Abomasnow does not impede the Night Snail's efforts. From the moment it injected venom into the Dark Raven's body, the latter's countdown to demise began. Now, it need only focus on the two adversaries before it. Raven, weakly opening its eyes, the Dark Raven gazes at Ryukawa's face, tears streaming down. At this moment, it feels as if a flame flickers within its being, consuming its already fragile vitality. Hold on, Dark Raven. Ryukawa cradles the Dark Raven, desperately pouring vial after vial of potion into its mouth. Yet, alas, the Dark Raven, with its shattered bones, is unable to swallow. No amount of potion can do more than trickle down its cheeks. Struggling to flap its wings, the Dark Raven yearns to touch Ryukawa's face one last time before its inevitable demise. Yet even this simple gesture feels like an extravagant fantasy. Beholding the Dark Raven, now resembling a puddle of mud in his embrace, Ryukawa finally loses his last shred of composure. Crystal Fire Spirit, use Will-O-Wisp. His furious roar reverberates throughout the chamber. The Abomasnow, engaged in combat with the Night Snail, feels the weight of Ryukawa's words. Enduring a hit, it hastily retreats through a gaping hole in the wall and into the adjacent room. Leaf Maple, without a second thought, recalls the Night Snail and leaps through the window, disregarding the fact they are on the 16th floor. Damn it! With a swift kick, the snake shoves Minji aside and bolts for the exit. Moving faster than the flying X-shaped emblem above, Minji, momentarily stunned, quickly grabs two hostages and positions them in front of himself. As toxic gas fills the room, the moment the Crystal Fire Spirit's Will-O-Wisp ignites, it heralds a violent explosion. The snake bursts from the room, feeling a sharp pain in its back before losing consciousness. Admit defeat, old man. Sitting atop the silver-haired man's back, DZ crosses his arms and watches with amusement as the beleaguered elder of the Golden Sp struggles to maintain his stance. Never. I possess my own dignity. Despite being under the relentless assault of Banmu, the Golden Sp elder retorts defiantly, his tone unwavering. You insolent brat, if you have the courage, let me go and we shall battle another day. Rolling his eyes, Banmu disregards the elder's fanciful thoughts and commands his Pokémon to escalate their offensive. In that instant, the Golden Spew Elder finds it increasingly difficult to hold his ground. Chapter 62. Wife, you have finally arrived. Yield, and we shall treat our captives with kindness. Observing the fallen golem, DZ munches on an unknown wild fruit, grinning widely. He relishes in the misfortune of the Golden Sp. Not a chance. I would rather die than surrender. While directing his Ninetales to fend off the relentless assault from the bagworm, the Golden Sp Elder hurls insults at DZ. Very well. Then I shall grant you a dignified demise. Beedrill, use Poison Jab. As the Ninetales nears collapse, Banmu decisively commands the Beedrill, which hovers at the battlefield's edge, to prepare for a decisive strike. With the order given, the Beedrill raises its gleaming dual stingers, scanning for the opportune moment to strike. Damn it! Amidst the ceaseless flurry of the battlefield, the great Beedrill hovered at the fringes, ever prepared to deliver a lethal strike, prompting Elder Goldenglow to unleash a furious exclamation. His animosity towards the Beedrill was profound. Had it not been for this relentless foe, he might have endured a while longer. It was precisely due to the Beedrill's ambush that his renowned defensive stalwart, the Golem, had succumbed so swiftly. In a sudden flash, as Ninetales turned to evade the attack from the bagworm, the ever-vigilant Beedrill seized the opportune moment, transforming into a streak of light, darting from Ninetales' blind spot, and aimed directly for its neck. Dodge! Elder Golden Glow cried out urgently, witnessing the Beedrill's fatal assault. Ninetales, alerted by the Elder's warning, attempted to pivot and evade the impending strike. However, after enduring such a protracted battle and sustaining considerable injuries, Ninetales found itself lacking the strength to escape. It's over. As he beheld the Beedrill's stinger drawing perilously close to Ninetales' neck, a chill washed over Elder Goldenglow's heart. This night, he feared he might meet his end here. My dear, I fear I may not return. Closing his eyes to the silvery moonlight above, he resigned himself to the grim fate, acutely aware that the Beedrill's next target was undoubtedly him. Just then, a massive Mothim appeared in the distant sky, its back bearing an elderly woman. Hearing a familiar voice, Elder Goldenglow's eyes flew open in astonishment. My dear, you have come to rescue me at last. Tears of relief welled in his eyes as he beheld the woman atop the Mothim. He realized he would not perish today. Another one, murmured the frowning Banwood as he observed the approaching Mothim. Beside him, Dies had abandoned his earlier jovial demeanor, standing solemnly as if bracing for an impending threat. Director, perhaps you should withdraw. We can manage here, suggested June Shacking, who leaned against the wall. Just moments ago, she had successfully led the police's SWAT team, with the help of the Viper, into the building. As they sought to advance and apprehend the terrorists, a sudden explosion reverberated, followed by a tremor that shook the very ground. No need. Shaking her head to dismiss the kind suggestion, June Shacking steadied herself and declared with unwavering resolve, we shall ascend. Despite their successful infiltration, they had not captured many terrorists. Understood, Director. Her subordinates saluted and promptly organized themselves, continuing their advance up the building. Casting a worried glance outside, June Shacking hesitated momentarily before resolutely following suit. Charizard, unleash your flames. Beautiful flower, use magical leaf. At the staircase, a contingent of Golden Glow members commanded their Pokémon to launch an assault against the police officers at the entrance. Yet, many more Golden Glow members raced toward the upper floors, aware that even this would only delay their capture. In a fierce struggle against the beleaguered Golden Glow members, the elite police SWAT team found themselves momentarily stymied. We can't get through, lamented an officer, watching as Nidoqueen was taken down by concentrated fire. The staircase is too narrow. We would be sitting ducks. Hearing this, the squad leader, gritting his teeth, resolved, let the rock-type Pokémon ascend first to draw their fire. Swallowing hard, an officer responded with a hint of sorrow, Captain, those rock types have already fallen in the earlier skirmishes. The squad leader fell silent. Although the interior defenses had been somewhat disrupted with the Viper's assistance, the Golden Glow members still managed to staunchly block their way with exceptional combat prowess, extracting a heavy toll with each floor they conquered. Since they have sacrificed themselves, then I shall draw the fire, he proclaimed firmly to his team. Perhaps he lacked the strength of the terrorists above, but his spirit surpassed that of all the terrorists combined. Swift Twin Hound, flash charge. Just as the squad leader prepared for his own sacrifice, an impassioned female voice resonated throughout the staircase. With a cacophony of clashes, the Golden Glow members hindering the police's advance were swiftly dispatched. Goodness! The squad leader found himself momentarily stunned by June Shacking's display of prowess. Until today, he had presumed that this newly arrived director was merely here to embellish her resume. But that single moment had imparted a profound lesson on the folly of underestimating appearances. What are you dawdling for? Follow me. Turning to her subordinates, June Shacking scolded them with a blend of exasperation and urgency. Hearing their superior's command, the still reeling officers snapped back to attention and hurriedly fell in behind her, rapidly advancing up the building. Ugh! Spitting out the dust from his mouth, the Viper surveyed the ruins of the 16th floor, commencing a thorough search. Abar! The Slugma emerged from the debris, shaking its head in response to the Viper, signaling that Minji had escaped amidst the chaos of the recent explosion. Amidst the unconscious hostages strewn about, the Viper fell silent, regretting not having dispatched Ditto to safeguard them before the battle began. At this moment, he feared that he might be the only survivor on the 16th floor. Thank you for your efforts. He gently patted Ditto's head. Would you like to retreat into your Pokeball for a while? Nodding, Ditto promptly dove into its Pokeball without waiting for the Viper's intervention, having been thoroughly exhausted from shielding the hostages from the explosive shockwaves. Chapter 63, Crimson Sunset. An urgent news bulletin interrupts the broadcast. Beginning next week, the city of Shizuoka will prematurely enter the rainy season, urging citizens to prepare for rainfall and stock up on necessary supplies. Gently stroking the silky coat of Dairubi, Lu Yun gazed at the news on the television, a frown creasing his brow. Is the rainy season truly upon us? Observing the mischievous moonlight outside his window, Lu Yun found it hard to believe that this year's rainy season would arrive so early, which seemed rather peculiar. His concern did not lie with the potential leaks in his home. After all, Duden and the others had recently overseen extensive repairs of the property. Instead, he worried for the saplings in the orchard, which had only recently been planted. Faced with the prospect of an extended rainy season, those young trees might very well succumb to the inundation. It appears you must prepare for drainage work ahead of time. On the other side, cradling Zoroark, who was resting with closed eyes, Zoroark spoke upon hearing the news of the impending rainy season. Indeed, Lu Yun replied nonchalantly, then unexpectedly inquired, "Are you not going to return and arrange matters for your clan?" It is essential to recognize that for the elusive creatures of the wild, hunting on rainy days often demands an effort several times greater than usual, with the possibility of returning empty-handed. With a half-smirk, Zoroark opened one eye and gazed at Lu Yun, saying, "It has long been arranged." Upon hearing this, Lu Yun smacked his forehead, realizing why the Beedrill clan had commenced their hunting activities in the enclosed game reserve earlier this year. They had evidently anticipated the onset of the rainy season. "How did you come by this knowledge?" Lu Yun inquired, turning to Zoroark with an eager glint in his eye. It is worth noting that even the formidable alliance struggles to accurately predict the weather. The fact that Zoroark and his kin could ascertain such information ahead of time, and with such precision, was indeed perplexing. Faced with Lu Yun's bewilderment, Zoroark merely smiled in silence, displaying no inclination to divulge any secrets. "Come on, just tell me. I'll make you some braised pork," Lu Yun tempted, observing Zoroark's reluctance to speak. Zoroark merely shifted his throat slightly, then closed his eyes and turned his head away, embodying an attitude of unyielding resistance. Observing Zoroark's steadfastness, Lu Yun sighed. Since the creature was unwilling to share, he decided not to press further. He took out his phone, located the number for the well digger, and composed a text message requesting assistance with the orchard's drainage system. "You've been a tremendous help this time," June Shacking said enthusiastically, grasping the somewhat disheveled hand of the serpent. "Without your intervention, I fear our police department would have suffered a significant embarrassment." "No need for thanks," the serpent replied stiffly as he withdrew his hand from June Shacking's embrace. "If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Ah," June Shacking exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the serpent's intent to depart. "Allow me to escort you." No need," he replied, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under the warmth of her offer. "I can manage on my own." With a wave of his hand, he hastily exited the scene. "Is he perhaps unwell? How could he turn down the attention of such a stunning beauty?" remarked a police officer clearing up the aftermath, casting a glance at his companion. "Just indulge in your jealousy," the other officer retorted, rolling his eyes. Nearby, June Shacking, upon overhearing their conversation, shot them a glare infused with menace. "What are you discussing?" Upon hearing her ominous tone, the two officers quickly waved their hands in denial. No, we were merely praising his prowess." "Humph," June Shacking scoffed, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She then approached Lu Chuan, who had just regained consciousness, intent on interrogating him regarding the purpose of their presence here. "Banmu, it has been quite some time," greeted the elder, dismounting from his Morlu moth with a cheerful demeanor. "And you, little one?" "It has indeed been a while, Granny Jinshan," Banmu responded in a deep, raspy voice. Although he uttered words of welcome, his posture instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Beside him, Dze and Hudi wore expressions of grave concern in response to Granny Jinshan's greeting. Sensing their apprehension, she chuckled lightly. "Fear not. I am not here to pursue this little one's past misdeeds. I have come to retrieve my wayward old companion." "Old companion?" Dze blurted out, his instincts kicking in. If memory served him correctly, Granny Jinshan's companion had met his demise at his hands 5 years prior, due to certain circumstances. Were it not for this, he, a proud superhuman, would not have been forced into hiding beneath Banmu's protective wings. "Indeed, he is my old companion," Granny Jinshan said, lowering her gaze shyly, her eyes darting towards the bruised elder of the Goldfinch clan. Witnessing this, even Banmu, whose temperament was generally amicable, felt a twinge of discomfort. If his recollections were accurate, Granny Jinshan was already in her 80s. While she appeared well-preserved, she was still well past the age when one would typically expect to see the earth above their head. The elder of the Goldfinch clan, in contrast, seemed to be in his 60s. An age disparity of 20 years in their relationship left Banmu utterly confounded. It felt somewhat forced to label this as a romance in the twilight of life. "Enough of this chatter. I must swiftly accompany my old companion to enjoy the moonlight," she declared, waving her sleeve and striding forward to grasp the elder of the Goldfinch clan's hand, preparing to depart. "Hold on, did I say he could leave?" Banmu's eyes narrowed, his tone laden with warning. Granny Jinshan paused, her expression turning slightly unfriendly as she regarded Banmu. So, you wish to challenge me, do you? In response to her threat, Banmu stepped forward, his voice firm. And if I do? Releasing her grip on the elder of the Goldfinch clan. Granny Jinshan suddenly burst into laughter at Banmu's resolute demeanor. Let us not be hasty. Allow me to finish speaking. Producing a red-threaded safety knot from her sleeve. She tossed it to Banmu. At the sight of this knot, Dizay's pupils constricted sharply, his breathing becoming rapid. Consider it carefully. I recall this young lady is not in the best of health. Granny Jinshan spoke slowly to Banmu, her tone tinged with the implication of a significant gain for him. Hearing this, Dizay's voice took on a note of pleading. Boss. Banmu raised a hand to halt Dizay's words, responding with utmost seriousness, I will exchange. Chapter 64. Digger, shall we engage in a vigorous and exhilarating exercise? Ah, Lu Yun yawned lazily, stretching as he rubbed his eyes. This day does not appear to hold any promise of rain. Observing the distant, overcast sky that bore no clouds, he inhaled deeply of the fresh morning air. Nearby Zoroark, standing on the grass and directing Darubi and Zoroark in their training, turned at Lu Yun's remark, casually replying, some matters cannot be discerned solely from appearances. Shrugging off Zoroark's cryptic words, Lu Yun chose not to delve deeper. After all, today was bound to be exceptionally busy for him. Following a delightful breakfast, Lu Yun reappeared in Greenery Town, though this time, he was not alone. Are you certain this is wise? Lu Yun inquired, glancing at the tall, dark-skinned man beside him, who was cradling Zoroark in his arms. Amid the bustling streets of Greenery Town, Zoroark, confidently clutching the creature, asserted, no problem at all. Ordinary Pokémon and humans cannot penetrate my disguise. Pausing for emphasis, Zoroark added, transforming into a human is a feat I have accomplished countless times. He then continued, moreover, I am currently the ambassador of the Alliance stationed in the Evergreen Forest. What do I have to fear? As he beheld the resolute Zoroark, Lu Yun's previously anxious heart found solace within his chest. His concern did not stem from a fear of Zoroark being harmed, but rather from the potential recklessness of certain humans who might provoke Zoroark into a violent frenzy. After spending several days in Zoroark's company, Lu Yun had come to understand the creature's temperament, which was far from the gentle facade it presented. The wild spirit of a Pokémon accustomed to the untamed wilderness inevitably bore certain untamable traits, perhaps influenced by the news from the previous night. The streets of Green Meadow Town were unusually crowded. Vendors lined both sides of the road, showcasing an array of goods. The residents of the surrounding areas had gathered to sell various items, exchanging their wares for currency to procure necessary supplies, creating a lively atmosphere. Feeling the contents of his pocket, Lu Yun glanced at Zoroark beside him. This visit to Green Meadow Town was markedly more prosperous than his previous excursions, thanks to Zoroark's recent stay at the ranch, which had inadvertently benefited him, beyond numerous subtle advantages. The most delightful news was that the Alliance provided him with a monthly stipend of 50,000 yuan for Zoroark's sustenance and accommodation. Although it was not a substantial sum, its consistent trickle brought Lu Yun lasting joy. Hand it over. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback by Zoroark's imposing hand extended toward him. What was he supposed to give? With a puzzled expression, he inquired, what do you want me to hand over? Rolling his eyes, Zoroark replied disdainfully, are you really suggesting I should resort to theft? He gestured towards the goods at a nearby stall. It was then that Lu Yun remembered he had forgotten to provide Zoroark with human currency. He fished out the scanty bills from his bag and handed them to Zoroark, preparing to explain, this one is a yuan. There's no need for an introduction. I recognize it well enough and have spent my fair share, Zoroark interrupted, snatching the cash from Lu Yun's grasp before striding away. Just make sure to wait for me here. As Zoroark began to merge into the throng, Lu Yun called out, don't forget to wait for me. Zoroark, slightly annoyed, responded, I know. Stop being so tedious, you're acting like a woman. Observing Zoroark's rugged demeanor, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. The more time he spent with Zoroark, the more he realized the creature resembled a bandit. Shaking off his thoughts, Lu Yun tightened his grip on his bag and turned to join the crowd. Nephew, it's been a while. With arms wide open, the burly Juejing embraced Lu Yun in a bear hug. Let go. I can hardly breathe. Lu Yun gasped, enveloped in a wave of sweat and nearly suffocating from the overwhelming odor. Upon feeling thuds against his chest, Juejing released him immediately. Sorry, I forgot, Juejing said sheepishly. Scratching his head, taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, Lu Yun, still recovering, weakly asked, what have you been up to this early in the morning? You reek of sweat. Puffing out his muscular chest, Juejing proudly replied, I just had an exhilarating workout with Guali. glancing at Guali, who was shyly looking down. Lu Yun took a step back, his expression turning peculiar. Was this exhilarating workout truly what he imagined it to be? Do you want to join? Juejing asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming, while Guali looked expectantly as well. No, I'm not into group activities. Lu Yun waved his hands frantically, adamantly refusing. While he could consider group activities, the thought of participating with Gua Li was a definite no. Though slightly disappointed by Lu Yun's firm rejection, Juejing didn't dwell on it. However, Gua Li bore a look of deep dismay. Unable to comprehend why Lu Yun would turn down the opportunity to engage in such thrilling activities with someone as captivating as herself. Her heart felt heavy, as she had initially believed Lu Yun to be different from those superficial men, only to discover he was just like the rest. Seeing Gua Li's forlorn expression sent a shiver down Lu Yun's spine. After laying out his requirements and leaving the ranch key behind, Lu Yun hastily excused himself under the pretense of needing to procure supplies for the rainy season. As he departed, Juejing comforted Gua Li by patting her back, saying, "He's still young and unaware of the joys of exhilarating activities. In a few years, he'll understand." "Really?" she asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Indeed," Juejing replied, stretching his back and gazing dreamily at the ceiling. "Who hasn't he been rebellious in their youth? Faster, quicker," tugging at the leaves of a stinky flower. Shuzhe dashed through the dense forest like a madman, whispering fervently to himself. The sharp blades of grass sliced through the holes in his clothing, leaving a trail of wounds across his body, while the hard branches of trees battered him, causing dark bruises to form. At that moment, Shuzhe had but a singular thought: run. Chapter 65. When the time comes, the heavens and earth unite in strength. The hero is bound by fate. This encapsulates all I wish to convey. Gathering his speech notes, the spirited Professor Oak stood at the podium, calmly surveying the crowd below, who were engaged in hushed conversations. Stirred by recent events, moments ago, he had delivered a speech that would undoubtedly be etched into history. And the gravity of his words was the very source of the audience's agitation. "Professor Oak, I have a question." After some exchanges, a man clad in a suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses rose, hand raised. Acknowledging the nameplate before him, Professor Oak smiled and said, "By all means, Counselor Jingmu. Please proceed with your inquiry." Once granted permission, Counselor Jingmu cleared his throat and ventured forth. "With all due respect, your proposal, Doctor, seems excessively idealistic. Setting aside the Alliance's financial expenditures, the mere distribution of Pokémon each year presents a monumental challenge, especially considering your assertion that these Pokémon must possess commendable qualities." In response to Jingmu's remarks, Professor Oak merely smiled faintly, directing his gaze towards the meditative Kikuko, refraining from a direct answer. Sighing, Kikuko, who had been lost in thought, rose, her slightly clouded eyes slowly opening as she spoke. "You needn't concern yourself with the Pokémon issue. I happen to possess knowledge of several gathering spots for Pokémon that can sufficiently support the annual distribution. If necessary, the QQ family has some resources." The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Kikuko's public endorsement of Professor Oak's proposal, as she refrained from contradicting him. It is truly a sight to behold. Prior to today, at every assembly, Professor Oak would propose that the League distribute starter Pokémon to children who reach the age of 12 at no cost. Yet, time and again, this proposal was met with rejection from Kikuko and her associates, who offered various justifications for their dissent. However, today, not only did Kikuko refrain from contesting this suggestion, but astonishingly, she also chose to endorse it publicly. Witnessing this unprecedented turn of events, the majority of the rational legislators, though taken aback, opted to remain silent. Their keen political instincts quickly led them to deduce the underlying reasons. It was evident that these two had engaged in some clandestine agreement, for Kikuko's character would never permit her to acquiesce, let alone support such a motion openly. While most chose to remain silent, a small faction continued to vociferate, with the loudest dissenters being those aligned with Kikuko. "I oppose this. Such a thing has never occurred throughout history," exclaimed a member from a lesser family, as if he had been stepped on, rising abruptly to voice his objection. Humans are inherently inclined to follow the crowd. Once one person takes the initiative, the rest swarm in. In that moment, the minority opposing the proposal, comprising only 1/5 of the assembly, managed to muster an uproarious momentum. Observing the assembly of dissenters before him, Professor Oak raised his voice. "If we are to discuss historical precedents, it is likely that many of you present here are unqualified to sit in these seats." With this declaration, a sardonic smile graced his lips. Upon hearing his words, the dissenters' clamoring abruptly ceased. Indeed, as Professor Oak pointed out, Many among them might not even possess the right to kneel in this chamber. But your actions would jeopardize societal order. Do you not think the League is chaotic enough already? Suddenly, an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, trembled as he stood to speak. Glancing at the nameplate on the elder's desk, Professor Oak discerned the man's identity. Clearing his throat, just as he prepared to respond, a voice filled with indignation interjected. The stability of the League is for the Junsha family to determine. Turning to face the source of the interruption, he saw the furious patriarch of the Junsha clan. Doctor, proceed as you see fit. I, Junsha Masayoshi, assure you that the emergence of these lesser Pokémon will not incite social upheaval. He emphasized the term lesser with deliberate weight, seeing the Junsha family, who monopolized the League's security, publicly supporting Professor Oak. The already scarce dissenters dwindled by half. After all, offending three major figures was undeniably an unwise course of action. Witnessing the diminishment of his supporters, the elderly man grew frantic. Consider carefully. Should this proposal pass, your situation will become even more precarious. Upon hearing this, those who had previously settled back into their seats rose once more. Indeed, if this proposal were to succeed, how could they continue to leverage the talented Pokémon they controlled to amass talent and wealth? If everyone could acquire a gifted Pokémon, who would still be inclined to serve them? With this realization, those who had intended to relent now stood resolutely. What if they offended the powerful? The powerful could not deny them sustenance. Just as they were poised to voice their protests again, Kikuko preemptively spoke up. Slapping the table, she expressed her impatience. What is all this commotion? This is the League Assembly, not a marketplace. If you have an issue, raise your hand. I suggest we proceed with the process. With that, Kikuko was the first to press the voting button on the table before her, and the others, upon hearing her words, mimicked her action without hesitation. Soon, the voting results appeared on the large screen behind Professor Oak. Observing the outcome, the elderly man let out a resigned sigh. Over 2/3 of the assembly had chosen to support Professor Oak's proposal. Unable to suppress a smile, the corners of Professor Oak's mouth lifted slightly. This moment had been long awaited. As he surveyed the diverse assembly, the elderly man felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. In this instant, he finally comprehended the words of the younger generation within his clan. The times have changed. The League Assembly was no longer dominated solely by aristocratic families. Those legislators who had risen from commercial backgrounds yearned for an increase in the Pokémon population in society, for only then could they sell more products. The representatives of humble origins hoped for the emergence of powerful civilian trainers, as this would enhance their influence within the League. Meanwhile, the aristocratic families were indifferent. They had long since adapted, relying on gifted Pokémon to attract talent. Only the lesser families, lacking both transformation and invaluable Pokémon resources, remained in a precarious position. The time had come for their era to fade. As she gazed at Professor Oak's beaming countenance, a fleeting glimmer of fatigue crossed Kikuko's eyes. Unlike Professor Oak's elation, she sensed a storm brewing. Were they truly heroes? Chapter 1. The rainy season has arrived. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Reclining on the sofa, Lu Yun sipped hot tea while petting his Darumaka, quietly listening to the sound of rain outside and the story being recounted by his Zoroark. Sipping the warm tea, Lu Yun exhaled a puff of steam and sat upright. What's wrong? Are you still worried? Zoroark asked without looking up, diligently grooming a wild apple in its paws. The rain outside intensified, heavy droplets drumming against the window, forming a curtain of water that obscured the view. I wonder how Caterpie and Mareep are faring right now. Lu Yun pondered, a twinge of concern gnawing at him. After all, such torrential rain was a rare experience even for someone who has lived 2 lives. Resolute, Lu Yun stopped hesitating, turned to grab the flashlight by the door, donned his raincoat, and prepared to venture out. Don't worry, they aren't as fragile as you think, Zoroark urged, glancing at the rattling windows buffeted by the fierce winds. Our resilience is something you humans cannot comprehend. Despite Zoroark's words, Lu Yun remained undeterred. He needed to see those Pokémon with his own eyes to feel at ease. Darumaka, seeing Lu Yun about to step outside, Darumaka hopped off the sofa, scampering after him. Patting Darumaka's head, Lu Yun reassured, "Stay here for a moment. I'll be right back." With that, he opened the door, and a gust of wind, laden with chaotic raindrops, rushed in. In July, when the heat should be at its peak, the weather now carried an unexpected chill. Wrapping his raincoat tighter around himself, Lu Yun cast a reassuring glance at Darumaka before plunging headlong into the downpour that enveloped him. As the door gently closed, the warmth of the room enveloped once more. With only the puddles of rainwater on the floor bearing witness to the passage through this threshold that connected 2 worlds, Ruby gazed at the sofa, where Zoroark was feeding wild apples to Solgaleo, and approached. Upon meeting the imploring gaze of Ruby, a flicker of tenderness emerged in Zoroark's eyes. Rest assured, little one, your trainer will be just fine. Yet, despite Zoroark's assurances, Ruby continued to look at him with earnest pleading. After a moment of shared silence, Zoroark suddenly burst into laughter. Setting down the half-eaten wild apple, he lifted Solgaleo, rising from the sofa with exuberant mirth, proclaiming, "Today, let your master guide you through your very first tempest." Boom. Just as Zoroark finished speaking, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening rumble. Observing the startled and trembling Ruby, Zoroark spoke with grave seriousness. "This is your first lesson, my apprentice. Reverence." With a glance towards the stormy outside, Ruby nodded vigorously. Zoroark, noticing Ruby's slight shivers yet unwavering resolve, regarded him with admiration. "My disciple possesses the makings of a champion." He accepted this apprentice wholeheartedly. Very well, he repeated thrice, then without further ado, seized Solgaleo and stepped out the door, with Ruby following closely behind, the three Pokémon plunging headlong into the increasingly fierce downpour. Rhydon, turning over, watched Ruby and Zoroark venture outside, and for a moment, a look of disdain crossed his face. In such torrential rain, they chose to forsake the comfort of home to experience nature's might. Pure folly, in his eyes. Wrapping himself tightly in a blanket, Rhydon soon drifted back into slumber, dreaming of playfully lounging atop Kaji, blissfully content. Yawn. Wiping his nose, Liyun pushed open the door to the bug house. Inside, the room was brightly lit, with caterpies lined up in orderly fashion, munching on berries while listening to Little Green recount tales from the verdant forests of Johto. Bug. I remember when I first joined the Beedrill clan. It was a moment of great pride. Bug. From that day forth, I became a respected guest among the Beedrill. Bug. Wow, that's amazing. Bug. Yes, indeed. You shall be our leader henceforth. Nearby, Little Color, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes and quietly closed the partition door. Watching the caterpies engrossed in Little Green's stories, Liyun nodded with satisfaction. When he first arrived at the ranch, even a rain shower could send them scurrying for cover. Now, amidst the thunder and lightning outside, laughter resounded within, as if two worlds coexisted in stark contrast. Gently closing the door, Liyun refrained from disturbing them. Thunder rumbled again as another flash of lightning illuminated the sky, only to retreat back into darkness. Standing before the bug house, feeling the wild winds and torrential rain, Liyun experienced an overwhelming sense of insignificance for the first time. In the face of such vast natural forces, he was but a mere speck, inconsequential as an ant. In the boundless universe, humanity is but a grain of dust. Gazing into the dim expanse, Liyun finally comprehended the essence of a verse from his past life. Pat, pat, pat. The sound of splashing grew closer, and through the beam of his flashlight, Liyun discerned the figure of Zoroark. As they approached, he realized it was not just Zoroark, but also a thoroughly drenched Ruby, shivering like a frightened bird. Before Liyun could utter a word, Zoroark spoke first. A true trainer would never abandon their Pokémon to face the storm alone. Run. You little rascal, let us see where you can hide this time. With a severed finger, Iwansheng laughed maniacally. In that moment, he was a far cry from the elegance he displayed while toying with the trees that fateful night. After he had dispatched the meddlesome officer, his tracking prowess led him to follow the trail of the tree dweller, remaining closely behind. This decision fortuitously allowed him to evade the ensuing city-wide manhunt. However, as he ventured into the forest with the tree dweller, unforeseen events unfolded. An unknown fighter appeared, launching a lethal attack. After a fierce battle, not only had he lost sight of the tree dweller, but his forces had also been severely diminished, now left with only one remaining Pokémon, a faint spark of fighting spirit. Had it not been for the torrential rain, he would have found it impossible to shake off the relentless pursuit of that fighter. Gazing at the tree dweller, who anxiously shielded a shroomish behind him, Iwansheng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Even in flight, he would not mind spilling blood. Chapter 2. The Feverish Mareep. No wonder Solgaleo refuses to be close to you, the paternal figure. Rolling his eyes, Liyun took the trembling and wet Solgaleo from Zoroark's arms. Beside him, the elder duck readily offered 2 dry blankets. After drying off the rainwater from Ruby and Solgaleo, Liyun picked up a bottle of warm milk that had been prepared earlier, feeding it to the 2 little ones to warm their bodies. You are merely dulling their resolve, spoiling them, Zoroark grumbled through clenched teeth. Watching Liyun, who was cradling both Pokémon and feeding them open wide, Liyun retorted, pouring a spoonful of warm milk into Solgaleo's mouth. You're just jealous. Liyun's words resonated with the elder duck, who shared their disdain for the uncaring giant. Would you care for a cup? Seeing Zoroark's frustration, the elder duck timely offered a freshly warmed glass of milk. Thank you. Instinctively accepting the milk, Zoroark took a sip, his eyes brightening. Unlike the milk he had in the forest, this warmed version held a hint of grassiness, delighting his palate. After gulping it down, Zoroark let out a satisfied burp, feeling the chill of his body dissipate, warmed by the milk. Seeing Zoroark basking in enjoyment, Liyun teased, "So, do you still think this dulls your resolve?" With a haughty snort, Zoroark handed the empty cup back to the elder duck. "My resolve can withstand any trial." Hearing Zoroark's proud declaration, Liyun couldn't help but chuckle. In the office on the second floor of the Jado gym, Banmu sat in his ornately carved mahogany chair, his brow furrowed in concentration as he perused the documents in hand. The sound of the storm outside failed to distract him from his focus. It has grown chilly. Unbeknownst to him, a true bird entered, draping a coat over Banmu's shoulders. The arrival of the true bird interrupted Banmu's train of thought. Observing the true bird before him, Banmu wearily rubbed his temples. Gazing out at the torrential rain, he slowly inquired, "How is the aftermath being handled?" Upon hearing Banmu's question, the expression on the true bird's face momentarily darkened. "What? Not going well?" Noticing the true bird's countenance, Banmu took a deep breath, rose from his chair, and approached the window. With a sigh, the true bird addressed Banmu. "Due to the heavy rain, the search and rescue operations for the collapsed buildings have become increasingly challenging. Unfortunately, we could not salvage the supplies from those warehouses. Furthermore, many citizens are expressing their dissatisfaction with our dojo, believing we failed in our duty to provide shelter, which led to this calamity." Listening to the true bird's report, Banmu showed no visible reaction, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the windowsill. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Let Yiming worry about these issues. My primary concern lies with why the people from the Golden Flower have come here." Shaking his head, the true bird revealed a bitter smile. "So far, we only know they are here in search of something. Beyond that, we are utterly in the dark." Once the true bird finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the office. "Go fetch the viper. I have matters for him to attend to." After a prolonged silence, Banmu stated while gazing out at the relentless downpour. Without a moment's hesitation, the true bird promptly set off. With the departure of the true bird, the vast office once again fell into a desolate quietude. Adjusting his coat, Banmu opened the window. Instantly, a gust of wild wind, accompanied by icy rain, swept into the office. In an instant, the once neat and tidy office became a chaotic mess under the onslaught of the storm. Closing his eyes, Banmu stood resolutely at the window, allowing the fierce wind to buffet him and the cold rain to drench him, remaining steadfast in his stance. After a considerable time, Banmu opened his eyes. The weariness that had once plagued him vanished, replaced by an unwavering determination. "What has happened to you, Mareep?" Upon opening the sheepfold, Lu Yun approached the Mareep lying at the entrance with concern. Upon recognizing Lu Yun, the Mareep struggled to rise. "Do not move." Lu Yun gently restrained the Mareep's efforts, carefully helping it to its feet. "You are burning up." The moment Lu Yun's hand made contact with the Mareep's body, he sensed something was amiss. "Do not worry. It is merely a fever." Nearby, Zoroark squatted down, checking the Mareep's temperature with his hand before speaking. "We need to get to the hospital quickly." Upon hearing that the Mareep had a fever, Lu Yun exclaimed anxiously. However, he soon glanced at the torrential rain outside. "Do you have any pokeballs on you?" Zoroark inquired, looking out at the downpour. Digging into his pockets, Lu Yun shook his head. He had no pokeballs left. Alas! Observing the Mareep convulsing on the ground, Zoroark sighed. Swiftly, he lifted the Mareep onto his shoulder and urged Lu Yun to follow him out of the sheepfold. "What are you waiting for? Let us go." Once outside the sheepfold, Zoroark's form began to twist. Shortly thereafter, a Dragonite materialized amidst the storm. "Hop on. I'll take you to the hospital." Without hesitation, Lu Yun clutched onto Delphox and Zoroark, leaping onto the Dragonite's back. With a powerful flap of its wings, they swiftly ascended into the sky. Feeling the wind howling past his ears, Lu Yun clung tightly to the Dragonite's back, fearful of being thrown off. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Due to the rain, the plaza was completely deserted. Fortuitously, the storm prevented Zoroark's actions from causing a stir. As Zoroark's form twisted once more, he transformed into a tall, muscular man with dark skin. "Let us go in." Carrying the Mareep, Zoroark led the way into the Pokémon Center. Inside, the Pokémon Center resembled the empty plaza, with only a few nurses wandering through the lobby. "Doctor, where's the doctor?" Lu Yun shouted as he pushed through the door. The attending nurse, upon noticing the unusual Mareep slung over Lu Yun and Zoroark's shoulders, immediately sprang into action, hurrying to assist. with the nurse's help. The Mareep was soon taken into the treatment room. Don't worry, he will recover swiftly. A nurse approached Lu Yun, offering him a towel and a cup of hot tea, attempting to comfort him. Cradling the warm tea, Lu Yun stared blankly at the treatment room, where the red light glowed, remaining silent for an extended period. Chapter 3, Pokémon Virus. With the cessation of the treatment room's red light, the long-closed door finally swung open. Mareep. Spotting the Mareep sitting on the hospital bed, pushed out by a nurse, Lu Yun sprang to his feet. Mareep. Upon seeing Lu Yun, the Mareep flipped over and leapt from the bed, rushing toward him. The nearby nurse smiled and shook her head in mild amusement at the scene. Mareep. I'm so sorry. Lifting the Mareep high, Lu Yun buried his face into its fluffy wool, speaking with remorse. He could hardly fathom the fate the Mareep would have faced had he not impulsively checked on it. Mareep in response to Lu Yun's apology. The Mareep waved its hoof dismissively, appearing unconcerned. The nurse, overhearing Lu Yun's words, stifled a giggle and said, "Rest assured, Pokémon are not as fragile as you might think. Mareep's condition stems from an infection of the Pokémon virus." Pokémon virus? Lu Yun echoed, somewhat taken aback. The Pokémon virus, as the name implies, is a virus that solely infects Pokémon. Currently, humanity possesses no means to treat or prevent it. What is known is that the Pokémon virus does not lead to death. It merely inflicts significant suffering on the Pokémon. However, if a Pokémon can endure this painful period, it will emerge with considerable strength improvements. Indeed, as she gently stroked the Mareep's soft, fluffy wool, the nurse continued, "Fortunately, Mareep's infection is not severe. With the help of Chansey, it has already adapted to the Pokémon virus. Although it is in some discomfort, it can be seen as a blessing in disguise." Nodding, Lu Yun replied, "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all." After bidding farewell to the nurse, Lu Yun turned to Zoroark. "Why are you staring at me?" Zoroark, arms crossed, looked at Lu Yun with confusion. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yun began, "Have you or your subordinates ever gone through something similar?" Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Zoroark lifted his head and pondered for a moment before nodding. It seemed that they had been feeling unwell for a while, but such matters were trivial. After all, living in the wild inevitably brought about minor ailments. "What? Do you suspect they are harboring a virus?" Zoroark remarked, rolling his eyes at Lu Yun. In response, Lu Yun, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "Where else could it possibly come from? Are you suggesting it's from their own bodies?" Lu Yun's suspicion towards Zoroark's subordinates stemmed not only from their prolonged survival in the wilderness, but also from the fact that only they had ventured near the sheep pen. As for why he did not suspect Zoroark himself, Lu Yun asserted that, thus far, humanity had yet to encounter a virus capable of infecting a Pokémon of the boss level. "Humph, don't be so sure." Zoroark haughtily turned his head away. Nevertheless, his expression revealed a certain gravity. Although Pokémon viruses were not fatal, they were undoubtedly distressing. The mere thought of his offspring enduring such suffering twisted Zoroark's heart in anguish. Turning back, he hesitantly inquired of Lu Yun, "Surely this can be detected, right?" "It can, I believe," Lu Yun replied, albeit uncertainly, for quite some time had passed. While medical advancements in this world were rapid, he could not guarantee detection would be possible. However, Zoroark seemed to have caught only the affirmative aspect of Lu Yun's response. "I'll be right back." Soon, Zoroark swaggered in with his 5 subordinates. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, the 5 Zoroark instantly became the center of attention. Although the Pokémon Center was not as crowded as usual, there were still plenty of patrons. The sight of 5 intimidating Zoroark led by a towering figure sparked hushed whispers among the crowd. The patrolling officers, accompanied by their trusty Arcanines, swiftly approached. There was no doubt, the reputation of Dark-type Pokémon was far from favorable. Observing the encroaching Arcanines and other law enforcement Pokémon, Zoroark instinctively unsheathed his claws. "Halt! Do not move," commanded a brave officer, his voice trembling as he addressed the Zoroark. He was sweating profusely. After all, anyone bold enough to stroll in with such a menacing entourage surely could not be merely harmless. It was well known that, barring exceptional circumstances, Pokémon were not to be released freely within the Pokémon Center's main hall. At that moment, he could only hope that reinforcements would arrive before this group of ferocious beasts could be fed. "Oh my!" Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yun cursed under his breath and rushed forward, shouting, "We're on the same side." Pushing through the crowd, Lu Yun, panting, reached the officer and exclaimed breathlessly, "We're on the same side." While speaking, he presented the credentials given to him by the Alliance. The officer, taking the red booklet from Lu Yun, flipped it open with skepticism, revealing Lu Yun's large photograph. Beneath the photo, it was embossed in gold lettering, "Ambassador of the Alliance to the Evergreen Forest." The officer glanced from the credentials to Lu Yun's youthful visage, clearly taken aback. What brings you here? We are here for a health check. Lu Yun replied with an awkward smile. The officer returned the credentials, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder. Young man, keep up the good work. Your future is bright. Watching the departing officers, Lu Yun felt utterly bewildered as to why he was deemed to have such a promising future. What did you show him? Zoroark approached, inquiring. Oh, just this, Lu Yun said, handing the credentials to Zoroark. Professor Oak mentioned that if you encounter any trouble, just show this, and it will surely suffice. As Zoroark read the words Ambassador of the Alliance to the Evergreen Forest, his lips twitched. He closed the booklet and tossed it back to Lu Yun. Taking a deep breath, you certainly have some influential connections. With that, he turned away to instruct his subordinates to undergo virus testing. Due to their VIP status, this health examination not only utilized the Green Channel, but was also personally overseen by Nurse Joy herself, highlighting the Alliance's hospitality. However, when the results arrived, both Lu Yun and Zoroark were left in shock. How are they? Lu Yun asked as he approached Nurse Joy, who emerged from the examination room, frowning and holding a stack of reports. One of them is indeed in rather poor condition. As Nurse Joy spoke, she handed the health report to Lu Yun. Without perusing the document, Lu Yun directly inquired, is it due to the Pokémon virus? Surprised, Nurse Joy glanced at Lu Yun before nodding. Yes. One of the Zoroark is carrying a highly active Pokémon virus. It is quite likely that the virus originated from the Mareep. As she spoke, Nurse Joy extracted the report concerning the infected Zoroark from Lu Yun's hands. That's him. Lu Yun exchanged glances with the Zoroark who had transformed into a human form. Is there any treatment available? Zoroark asked. After a moment of contemplation, Nurse Joy replied regretfully, I'm afraid there is currently no effective treatment. However, consuming guava can alleviate some symptoms. But do not worry, the contagion of Pokémon viruses is not particularly strong. After a while, the virus will lose its infectious properties. Just as Lu Yun was about to ask further questions, the infected Zoroark and the remaining 4 Zoroark emerged from the room, lollipops in hand. Subtly retreating with Zoroark and Darubi, Lu Yun exchanged a look with Zoroark. You all come over here. Waving his hand, Zoroark summoned his subordinates to one side. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun posed the questions he had not had the chance to ask earlier. Nurse Joy, can a Pokémon that has been infected with the virus contract it again, or will the virus within them reactivate? Absolutely not. Nurse Joy replied without hesitation. A Pokémon that has been infected with the virus will not be reinfected, but it will become a carrier of the virus. However, there is no need for excessive concern. According to current research findings, the benefits of contracting the Pokémon virus outweigh the drawbacks. Many trainers deliberately allow their Pokémon to become infected to enhance their strength. Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Yun continued to ask Nurse Joy a few more questions before turning to leave. Where are they? Zoroark replied nonchalantly, they went on a mission. Gazing out at the rain-soaked scene, Lu Yun exclaimed in disbelief. In this weather, you sent them out on a mission? Ah. After a pause, Zoroark added. Their fur is waterproof. Good grief. Lu Yun covered his face, pondering whether having such a leader was a blessing or a curse. Despite the torrential rain, he was still expected to carry out his duties. Then we shall return, he declared, donning his raincoat once more and waving goodbye to the Mareep. At this moment, the Mareep, having shaken off its earlier lethargy, stood there brimming with vitality. After Lu Yun departed, the Mareep made its way to the deeper recesses of the pen, where a few sheep huddled together, trembling from the thunderous storms outside. For these creatures, dwelling at the lower end of the food chain, the tempest was indeed terrifying. However, upon spotting the Mareep approaching, they flocked to her, for this familiar figure represented their guardian. At least with her presence, they needn't fear being preyed upon by the red-haired bipedal beasts. The Mareep had a fondness for these sheep. Although they were somewhat dim-witted, they posed no threat to her. After soothing the sheep to sleep, the Mareep retreated to a corner of the pen, which was adorned with dry straw, her little nook. Lying in her cozy retreat, the Mareep, having recently recovered from an illness, soon drifted into slumber. As she fell asleep, the pen was enveloped in silence. Save for the relentless downpour and the occasional rumble of thunder, signaling that it was not a day of good fortune. Thud, thud, thud. In the quiet pen, the sound of wood colliding broke the stillness. Rustle, rustle. Soon, a pair of tiny paws began to sift through the straw spread across the wooden floor. An orange mouse emerged from beneath the lifted floorboards, scurrying to the food bowl and eagerly stuffing its cheeks with morsels. Old buddy, how have you been lately? In response to the voice on the other end of the phone, Kaji, reclining in a chair while sipping hot tea and admiring the rainy scenery outside, straightened up. Narrowing his eyes slightly, It was evident that Kaji was somewhat displeased with the call. After a brief pause, he replied coolly, "What do you want?" The person on the other end chuckled heartily. "What? Can't an old friend catch up if there's nothing going on?" Upon hearing this, Kaji, without a moment's hesitation, abruptly hung up the phone. Catch up? He had nothing to reminisce about with that person. Yet, shortly after, the phone rang again. Hang up, answer, hang up, answer. This cycle repeated 5 or 6 times, until Kaji, reaching his breaking point, finally answered the call and bellowed, "Spit it out." Beep, beep, beep. A busy signal rang through. But just as Kaji was about to disconnect, the other party finally spoke. This time, they did not adopt the previous tone, they simply stated, "Those people came looking for you." Furrowing his brow in confusion, Kaji queried, "Those people? Who else could be looking for you?" Realization struck him, but he quickly became enraged, exclaiming, "How did they know I was here? It can't be." A chuckle echoed from the other end as the caller readily confessed, "Indeed, I told them. Apologies. But they offered too generous a deal." You. In that moment, Kaji, typically genteel and amiable, transformed into a warrior, unleashing a tirade upon the individual on the other end. One must admit, experience is a valuable teacher under Kaji's fierce onslaught. The callers soon found themselves at a loss for words. After hanging up, Kaji took a sip of the now lukewarm water, soothing his slightly hoarse throat. Before turning his gaze toward the window, ding, a text message arrived. "Don't blame me. After all, the League's information security is rather lacking." Upon reading the message, Kaji let out a deep sigh. What a pity. Chapter 5. He may be referred to as Lord Mountain Eagle. 1 portion, 2 portions, 3 portions. Seated in the living room, Lu Yun organized the healing bandages he had collected over the past couple of days. Due to his intentional feeding of the caterpie with the bug gem, the yield of healing bandages had been remarkably high. Just 10 caterpie had contributed over 80 portions of healing bandages. Goodness, this is more potent than any stimulant. He marveled while stroking the vibrant green bandage in his hands. He had not anticipated that after feeding these caterpie the bug gem, not only would the quantity of silk increase, but its quality would also improve. "Shall we send them now?" asked the nearby Zoroark, who was drying its rain-soaked fur with a towel. "Indeed," Lu Yun nodded, glancing out at the persistent drizzle. This year's rainy season had not only arrived earlier than usual, but also boasted significantly greater precipitation, following an entire day of torrential rain yesterday. The lower-lying areas of the ranch were already showing signs of pooling water. Observing the puddles on the ground, Lu Yun felt a twinge of worry. It was worth noting that the ranch's terrain had undergone specialized drainage treatment to facilitate water runoff. Yet, even so, standing water had formed in some low-lying areas, leaving one to wonder what the surrounding forest looked like. "Remember to bring that token," Zoroark advised, draping the towel neatly. "It will save you quite a bit of effort." Touching the token resting against his chest, Lu Yun nodded, but then, surprised, asked, "Aren't you coming?" Zoroark smiled, concealing its hands behind its back, and replied cryptically, "You must learn to grow." Watching Zoroark adopt an air of wisdom, Lu Yun exhaled slowly, uttering a single word. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, Lu Yun trudged through the muddy forest, each step a struggle. The rain had lessened significantly, and the gentle drizzle fell like a fine mist. "Why isn't there a single Pokémon around?" he muttered to himself, gazing at the desolate surroundings. Although Zoroark had not accompanied him, it had generously imparted the knowledge of how to use the token. The sovereigns of the evergreen forest had established 6 outposts along its periphery to ensure its safety, each manned by a powerful Pokémon. Lu Yun now found himself at one such outpost. Remembering Zoroark's instructions before he left, he grasped the token and thought, "Just show it when the time comes." Clutching the token, Lu Yun surveyed his surroundings and muttered, "This will only impress ghosts." In his view, aside from the puddles on the ground, there were towering trees stretching into the sky. Not a single living creature was in sight, let alone an outpost. "Yeah, are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a Yamask appeared right in front of Lu Yun's face. "Ah!" he shrieked, startled by the ghostly figure that had materialized before him, staring wide-eyed at him. As his body instinctively recoiled, Lu Yun swiftly retreated until he stumbled and fell into the muddy ground. Observing Lu Yun, who had plopped down into a puddle, the vengeful doll scratched its head in confusion. Was he truly that terrifying? Clutching his chest, Lu Yun, seated in the water, hurriedly took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Even with his resilient heart, the sudden appearance of this ghostly figure had startled him considerably. "Are you the master of this place?" Rising from the ground, Lu Yun inquired of the vengeful doll, simultaneously revealing the bone tile in his hand. Upon hearing Lu Yun's question, the doll shook its head and turned to stride into the dense forest, gesturing for Lu Yun to follow. Under the doll's guidance, Lu Yun cautiously navigated through the winding paths until he arrived before a rough stone house nestled against a small hill. The stone structure, constructed haphazardly from uneven stones stacked upon one another, bore many sharp edges. Pointing toward the stone house, the vengeful doll signaled for Lu Yun to enter. Upon pushing open the door, Lu Yun discovered that the stone exterior belied a hidden wonder within. He had anticipated a cramped interior. Yet the owner had cleverly excavated a portion of the adjacent earth, creating ample space. Feeling the warm air inside, Lu Yun stomped his feet and began to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, this seemingly airtight, poorly lit dwelling was not only remarkably warm, but also as bright as day. The source of illumination came from rows of incandescent bulbs connected to a generator, the model of which Lu Yun recognized all too well. It was the same one from his pump house. In the center of the room, a campfire burned quietly, curiously producing no smoke whatsoever. Surrounding the fire was a group of elves, merrily toasting and feasting on roasted meat. Goodness, have I wandered into a restaurant? The enticing aroma of the roasted meat made Lu Yun's throat constrict. The arduous journey had left him somewhat famished. The elves seated around the campfire showed no surprise at his entrance, continuing their revelry as if indifferent. However, one enthusiastic elf approached Lu Yun, offering him a skewer of roasted meat. While savoring the steaming delicacy, Lu Yun inquired about the elf responsible for this outpost. Upon seeing Lu Yun's backpack, the elf's expression shifted to one of realization, and he pointed toward a door behind the campfire. Thank you. After returning the empty skewer to the elf, Lu Yun expressed his gratitude and strode purposefully toward the inner room. Knock, knock, knock. As the sound of his knocking echoed, a youthful voice resonated in Lu Yun's mind. Come in. Pushing open the door to the inner room, he was greeted by shelves brimming with goods on either side. A gungaira was busily sorting and classifying items. Human, what do you wish to trade? The diligent gungaira communicated telepathically upon sensing Lu Yun's presence. Observing the unsealed vials lining the shelves, Lu Yun grasped the meaning behind the inquiry. Setting his backpack on the ground and brandishing the bone tile, he declared, I have come to deliver medicine to the Bee Queen. This serves as my token. No sooner had he spoken than the room dimmed, and a majestic eagle descended, unfurling its wings before him. Allow me to introduce you. This is the master of this place, whom you may refer to as Lord Mountain Eagle. The gungaira's telepathic voice echoed in Lu Yun's mind. Lord Mountain Eagle. Stepping back in surprise, Lu Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. The name was indeed illustrious. What is the matter, human? Have you heard of Lord Mountain Eagle's renown? The gungaira inquired, observing Lu Yun's unusual demeanor. I have indeed. I am quite familiar with it. Lu Yun replied readily, not fabricating his response, as he was well aware of the eagle's notoriety. The eagle nodded approvingly at Lu Yun's acknowledgement, taking a liking to this human who recognized its name. With a call, the eagle gazed kindly at Lu Yun. Lord Mountain Eagle wishes to know what brings you here. The gungaira translated. Lifting his backpack, Lu Yun presented it to the eagle and said, Please deliver these medicines to the Bee Queen. Upon learning that he was to deliver something to the Bee Queen, the eagle did not hesitate, promptly grasping the items in its beak. Lord Mountain Eagle assures you that he will deliver them without delay. The gungaira's voice resonated once more in Lu Yun's mind. The eagle, which had just stood before Lu Yun, began to retreat slowly before flapping its wings and soaring toward the cave's apex. No. Just as Lu Yun feared the eagle would collide with the ceiling, the seemingly solid roof began to crack open, allowing a gentle rain accompanied by a few fallen leaves to descend, transforming the space into a skylight. Amidst the light rain and gusty winds, the eagle vanished into the sky. As the skylight gradually closed, the gungaira employed its telekinesis to gather the leaves that had fallen to the ground, activating a cleaning robot to wipe away the moisture before turning to Lu Yun with a tone of pride. Are you not in awe of Lord Mountain Eagle's grandeur? Observing the fervent gungaira, Lu Yun instinctively nodded. It wasn't the eagle's majesty that captivated him. Rather, it was the technological marvels present within this place that left him astounded. The presence of a generator, the skylight, and the hardened ground all suggested that this was no mere refuge from storms, but resembled a military base. Lu Yun found it hard to fathom how such a construction could be achieved solely through the power of the elves. Using telekinesis, he tossed the fallen leaves into a trash bin, and the gungaira turned to him, stating, Human, I understand your confusion. Every human who has visited here shares your bewilderment. To be candid, everything here has been constructed with the assistance of your kind in service to Lord Mountain Eagle. Oh. Lu Yun was taken aback by this revelation. He had assumed this place to be a derelict base, but was astonished to learn that it had been built brick by humans for Lord Mountain Eagle. If that is the case, Isn't it perilous to reside here? He gazed intently at the Gungaira, voicing his concern. With some effort, the Gungaira neatly stacked a box of fruits and replied with a smile, "Of course not. Why not?" Patting the meticulously arranged boxes of fruits piled high like a small mountain, the Gungaira spoke nonchalantly, "Because of profit." Momentarily stunned, Lu Yun's expression shifted to one of understanding. Indeed, the most precarious thing in this world was the pursuit of profit. For the sake of gain, brothers could turn against each other, and fathers and sons could engage in fratricide. However, simultaneously, the most steadfast element in this world is, paradoxically, interest. Interest can compel two individuals, harboring a deadly grudge against one another, to share drinks and laughter. It can transform those who have suffered the loss of a beloved into brothers. Interest is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Observing Lu Yun's countenance, which radiated serenity, Yongjila revealed a smile. There was a time when he shared the same perplexities as Lu Yun. Yet, when the mountain sculptor imparted this truth to him, he found it difficult to comprehend for an extended period. In his perception, the world was a dichotomy of black and white. It was only later that he gradually discerned the existence of a third hue, gray. "Is there anything else you wish to inquire?" Yongjila asked graciously, feeling elated in the presence of Lu Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun slowly posed a question. "Isn't the mountain sculptor a bird? Why does he not reside in trees, but rather burrow into caves?" Pausing momentarily, Yongjila glanced at the damp stains on the ground, regarding Lu Yun with an expression of incredulity, as if to say, "Does this human not realize that one cannot stay in trees during rain?" Taking a deep breath, Yongjila suppressed the urge to retort and replied, "Perhaps you should consider furthering your education at an elementary school?" "How absurd," Lu Yun spat, as he trudged along the muddy path, feeling increasingly agitated. Was it not common knowledge that one should avoid trees in inclement weather? Of course he knew, yet he could not fathom why, in this realm devoid of scientific reasoning, one would deign to lecture him on physics. How preposterous! Peering through the mist, Lu Yun noticed an array of footprints appearing on the path ahead. This unusual occurrence immediately heightened his vigilance. It was essential to note that the route he traversed could hardly be described as frequented. It was indeed seldom trodden. Anyone who might appear at this hour was undoubtedly no benign presence. Clutching his pokeball tightly, Lu Yun secured the gemstone on his back and began to follow the footprints toward the ranch. Indeed, someone was present. Observing the dense cluster of footprints, Lu Yun gripped the pokeball even more tightly. Although the ranch lay just ahead, he understood the adage, "Caution is the mother of safety," and proceeded with utmost stealth. As he parted the brush, Lu Yun peered through the thin veil of mist, beginning his observation. From a distance, he could make out the silhouette of a disheveled figure, clad in tattered clothing, covered in mud, crawling at the entrance of the ranch. "Is this a beleaguered trainer?" Lu Yun mused aloud, regarding the unconscious individual at the ranch's threshold. Despite the person being incapacitated, Lu Yun remained on high alert. He picked up a nearby stone and hurled it with precision, striking the figure squarely on the forehead. To his surprise, there was no reaction. It seemed the person was genuinely unconscious. Observing the sizable bump forming on the individual's head without any sign of awareness, Lu Yun's worries began to dissipate. Emerging from the thicket, he approached the fallen figure, accompanied by Dai Lubi. Upon turning the individual over, a familiar visage was unveiled. Chapter 7. The odorous flower of stench. "Please, no. No." With a sudden jolt, Shi sat upright in bed, his bare torso exposed as he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. In a panic, he reached for his waist, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Throwing off the covers, Shi slipped into the slippers beside the bed and prepared to exit. Creaking, just as Shi opened the door, Lu Yun appeared, carrying a bowl of ginger soup. "You're awake. Don't rush to leave. First, drink this bowl of ginger soup," Lu Yun said with a smile, offering the steaming bowl to the visibly anxious Shi. Thank you." Accepting the bowl, Shi glanced at Lu Yun, who stood in his way, and without hesitation, drained the soup in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. Watching Shi choke from his haste, Lu Yun offered gentle encouragement. "Take your time, no need to rush." Burp. After a belch, Shi handed the empty bowl back to Lu Yun. With the warm ginger soup consumed, Shi's previously cold body began to warm. Noticing Shi's anxious demeanor, Lu Yun reassured him, "Do not fret. Your odorous flower is downstairs, playing with Dai Lubi and the others." Upon hearing this, relief washed over Shi's face, followed by a flicker of surprise. "Thank you for saving me." Stepping back, Shi bowed deeply to Lu Yun, speaking earnestly. "It was nothing, merely a matter of convenience," Lu Yun replied as he helped Shi to his feet. Listening to Lu Yun's modest response, Shi simply pressed his lips together and inquired, "Am I allowed to go downstairs now?" Glancing at Shuz, Lu Yun remarked with an odd expression, "If you don't mind, you can seek out your odorous flower right now." It was at that moment that Shuz became aware of his state of undress. Noticing Shuz's embarrassment, Lu Yun pointed to the back. "Why are you not wearing the clothes provided? Do you not like them?" At that point, Shuz noticed a neatly stacked pile of unopened garments on the bedside table. Offering an awkward smile to Lu Yun, he quickly unwrapped the clothing and dressed himself. The attire was from Lu Yun's previous shopping trip in town, meant for work, and was somewhat oversized. Yet, perhaps due to Shuz's frequent dealings with medicinal herbs, the slightly baggy garments lent him an ethereal quality. Observing Shuz, now clad in blue linen work clothes, as he groomed his hair in front of the mirror, Lu Yun couldn't help but feel that Shuz resembled the Taoist priest from his previous life. Slurp. "Ruby, you smell wonderful." Slurp. "Soroya, let's snuggle." Slurp. "Right on." This defies logic. At that moment, the odorous flower trembled, encircled by Soroya, Unknown, and Dai Lubi. Supporting his chin, Soroya gazed pensively at the trio, voraciously consuming the flower's fragrance. Ever since encountering Lu Yun, he felt as though a door to a new world had been flung open. If the green caterpillar, capable of exuding healing silk, was a product of the strength of the forest, then how had this odorous flower, radiating an extraordinary fragrance, come to be? It is essential to note that if one were to judge solely by odor, the scent of the odorous flower could not be deemed the worst in the Pokémon world. It would certainly rank among the top 5. While it is said that the most extreme stench can be perceived as fragrant, is that not also a saying? There were once researchers who endeavored to artificially diminish the odor of the odorous flower, yet all attempts ended in failure. In fact, some unfortunate souls were hospitalized due to botched experiments involving the flower. Stench. This is terrifying. Shuz, where are you? Crouched on the ground, the odorous flower covered its eyes, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Yet the trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. "Dairubi, what are you doing?" Lu Yun exclaimed, descending the staircase. Upon witnessing Dairubi, sprawled over a stinky flower in an act of unrequited affection, he let out a primal roar from the depths of his soul. Sensing Lu Yun's wrath, the trio promptly scattered like startled birds. Only when the Pokémon that had been lavishing attention on it departed did the stinky flower exhale a sigh of relief, lowering its hands that had been shielding its eyes. Shuz. Upon noticing Shuz, clad in deep navy work attire, standing before it, the stinky flower leaped with excitement and burrowed into Shuz's embrace. Shuz, undeterred by the drool-soaked Pokémon, enveloped it in his arms. Observing the heartwarming scene of their close embrace, Lu Yun couldn't help but smile warmly. After some time, upon gently setting the stinky flower down, Shuz wiped his slightly moist eyes and spoke, "Thank you for saving us." In response to Shuz's repeated expressions of gratitude, Lu Yun merely waved a hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. One should repay kindness with greater kindness. When Lu Yun had previously visited Shuz's shop, Shuz's grandmother had shown profound concern for his health and had kindly gifted him a box of bawang flower powder to aid in his recuperation. Naturally, when such a warm-hearted individual found themselves in distress, Lu Yun felt no reluctance to assist. "Could you share what you've been through? How could you possibly find yourself at the edge of the Tokiwa forest in such weather?" Lu Yun inquired, pouring Shuz a cup of hot water. After a moment's hesitation, Shuz lifted the cup, took a sip, and began recounting his ordeal. Meanwhile, Zoroark, ever thoughtful, handed Lu Yun a handful of pumpkin seeds. As the seeds cracked under the pressure of his teeth, Lu Yun gradually pieced together the story's context. Ugh. As Lu Yun spat the last shell of the pumpkin seed into the trash can, Shuz's tale reached its conclusion. "So, you still have no idea what has become of your grandmother?" Lu Yun observed the despondency etched on Shuz's face, his expression turning grave. He could scarcely fathom that the kind old woman he envisioned in his mind could suffer such misfortune at her age. Cradling the cup with both hands, Shuz lowered his head and emitted a soft from his throat. "Do you know the identity of these people?" Lu Yun pressed further. "Golden rattle." Shuz's head shot up suddenly, his once gentle demeanor replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes, a hunger for vengeance. He vividly recalled the words of the assailant who had pursued him during his unconsciousness. "In the next life, do not make an enemy of the golden rattle. They're the ones." Zoroark, upon hearing the name, displayed a similar expression of shock. Chapter 8. The Madman. "Do you know them?" Noticing the puzzled expression on Lu Yun's face, Zoroark nodded slowly. "Indeed, I have dealt with them. They are a band of lunatics." "Lunatics?" Lu Yun instinctively replied, unable to grasp what sort of individuals could be deemed mad by a being as formidable as Zoroark. "Heh." Zoroark let out a few cold, mocking laughs. "A group of individuals relentlessly pursuing an utterly unattainable goal, employing any means necessary, devoid of moral boundaries. Are they not deserving of the title madman? Upon hearing Zoroark's explanation, Lu Yun was taken aback. If a group of people were to sacrifice themselves in pursuit of a common goal, they might still be considered idealists. However, if they were willing to forsake all ethics for an illusory objective, they bore a striking resemblance to the radical zealots from his past life. Indeed, they are a band of lunatics. By now, Shi's emotions had settled. He drained the now cold water from his cup and cast aside the thin blanket. Preparing to rise from the bed. Where are you going? Lu Yun asked, observing the determined look on Shi's face. To save my grandmother, Shi declared, donning his shoes without a backward glance. Just as he was about to step through the door, an invisible barrier materialized before him. By yourself? Or with this flower? Zoroark's voice resonated, an air of solemnity accompanying his words. Upon hearing Zoroark's remark, Shi, who had been so fervently eager, regained his composure. His clenched fists gradually relaxed. Indeed, who else could he rely upon? As Zoroark had pointed out, neither he nor the stinky flower possessed the strength to confront the formidable entity known as the Golden Rattle. If he were truly capable of standing against them, he would not be in this predicament. With a bitter smile, Shiz lowered his gaze, overwhelmed by a sense of futility. Well then, let us not dwell on that for now. Since they have gone to such lengths to abduct you, they must have an ulterior motive. Your grandmother is unlikely to be in immediate danger. Lu Yun stepped forward, reassuringly patting Shiz on the shoulder. Zoroark chimed in. Though they are mad, they are not foolish. Their considerable efforts to capture you indicate that your grandmother possesses something of value to them. Your primary concern should not be elsewhere, but rather contemplating what it is that could compel these lunatics to go to such extremes to abduct you and your grandmother. Listening to their words, Shiz began to ponder. Just as Zoroark had said, what could possibly be so significant that they would be willing to kill members of the Alliance's law enforcement to take him and his grandmother? An uneasy silence enveloped the room. Grr. As Shiz pondered, his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. In an instant, the tension in the room dissipated, and Shiz's face flushed a deep crimson. All right, let's eat first. We can think about it after we've had a meal, Lu Yun said, chuckling at Shiz's embarrassment. He then placed an arm around Shiz's shoulders and led him toward the living room. Rustle. At that moment, a group clad in black tactical gear, adorned with the Alliance emblem on their chests, searched the rain-soaked jungle, accompanied by numerous Pokémon. They remained silent, yet each moved with remarkable agility, traversing the freshly drenched undergrowth as if it were solid ground. The Pokémon following them behaved like trained soldiers, instinctively forming a defensive formation as they advanced. Stop. Suddenly, a man at the front of the group spoke. As his words echoed, the previously searching figures in black swiftly converged around him. The man was none other than DJ. Surveying the flattened underbrush before him, the leader paused in contemplation and turned to a teammate behind him, who was accompanied by a large hound, his eyes filled with confusion. Brother Hai, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? In response, the man referred to as Brother Hai offered a wry smile. The rain was too heavy. Tracking them here is already the limits of this hound's capabilities. Observing the somewhat listless Great Dane beside Hai Go, DJ couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the torrential rain would wash away all traces. One could only do their utmost. After offering a word of comfort to Hai Go, DJ rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Onward. Expand the search radius. Send out all flying Pokémon. Leaving no clue overlooked, we must locate our target. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination flickered in DJ's eyes as he commanded his team behind him. In an instant, dozens of Pokémon took to the skies, dispersing in all directions. Having completed this task, DJ turned to Hai-Ge and proposed. Let's split up and search. Very well, Hai-Ge nodded without hesitation, promptly leading a few individuals in a chosen direction to commence their search. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, the entire Tokyo forest loomed like a colossal beast, ready to devour everything, gaping its maw wide open to the world. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels striking the wooden floor resonated crisply. Clutching a thick stack of documents, Shinboku walked through the corridor, her face betraying her anxiety. Having held the position of gym leader for less than half a year, how could she remain indifferent in the wake of such a significant incident? Inside the office, Shinboku sat quietly, gazing out at the dreary sky, the color mirroring her own troubled spirit. Nearby, the television was broadcasting news, reporting on the attack that had befallen Tokyo City. The cries emanating from the screen conveyed the harrowing tragedy that had unfolded that fateful night in Tokyo City. Is everything arranged? Leaning back in his chair, Shinboku spoke wearily, his back to Zhenyao. Hearing the fatigue in his voice, Zhen Yao pressed her lips together and replied, "Everything has been arranged." Acknowledging her capable response with a subtle nod, Shinboku appeared quite satisfied with his subordinate. Turning his attention back to the news, his grip on the chair tightened unconsciously. "Prepare yourself. We shall head to the Alliance headquarters first thing in the morning." "Understood." Reacting instinctively to the mention of the headquarters, Zhen Yao queried, "Should we postpone tomorrow morning's press conference? Will we still need to handle subsequent matters?" Rubbing his temples, Shinboku replied, "Let the Viper handle the press conference. He can manage a few statements. As for the aftermath, we will assign that task to Hong Tai when she returns in a couple of days." "Understood." With Zhen Yao's departure, the office fell into a tranquil silence once more. Reclining in his chair, Shinboku watched the television. A smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he muttered to himself, "A report? I believe it is more akin to an indictment." Chapter 9. The Press Conference. Within a luxurious ancient castle, the elderly golden silkworm lady reclined on a sofa, clad in a pink silk nightgown. Savoring a sip of red wine while narrowing her eyes with a smile at the freshly bathed Akiha Minamata seated across from her. "My dear, how do you intend to repay me tonight?" Faced with the golden silkworm lady, Akiha Minamata understood that a fierce battle was inevitable today. Subtly rubbing his waist, a sense of bitterness washed over him. Seemingly aware of Akiha's discomfort, the golden silkworm lady chuckled, clapping her hands. Soon, two maids arrived, carrying a drink and a covered dish, placing the food down before discreetly departing. "Fear not, my dear. I have prepared everything for you." The golden silkworm lady approached Akiha from behind, leaning slightly, her substantial presence pressing down on his shoulders. Unperturbed by the precariousness of the moment, she whispered in his ear, "Take your time eating, there's more if you need it. Rest assured, you will be satisfied." Feeling an unusual sensation near his ear, Akiha instinctively swallowed hard. Even the already slumbering Minamata stirred slightly. Lifting the lid from the dish revealed an exquisitely crafted meal before him. Grasping the silver knife and fork nearby, Akiha elegantly cut a small piece and brought it to his mouth, savoring each bite. "How is it? Does it suit your palate?" The golden silkworm lady inquired playfully. Observing him closely, after swallowing the slightly fishy morsel, Akiha nodded. "Indeed, it is quite delicious." He then took a sip from the goblet, filled with dragon blood. Witnessing Akiha's compliance, the golden silkworm lady beamed with satisfaction, finishing her glass of wine in one gulp. She cast a flirtatious glance at Akiha before strutting towards the inner room with a captivating gait. "Come join me once you finish. Do not keep me waiting too long." Pausing for a moment, she turned back with a smile, teasingly licking her lips. "After all, I have yet to dine myself." Akiha trembled slightly, then, gazing at the closed door, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bring me 2 more servings." Inside the room, the golden silkworm lady, who was adjusting her appearance before the mirror, felt her cheeks flush upon hearing Akiha's bold proclamation. She let out a soft sigh, muttering, "What a fool." When the moon reached its zenith in the sky, the ancient castle nestled deep in the mountains began its serenade. Though the castle's song bore a raspy quality, when listened to closely, it was interwoven with a thread of joy. The melody ebbed and flowed, sometimes gentle like a babbling brook, and at other moments, deep and resounding, akin to the beating of countless drums. As the moonlight and stars faded, and the sun rose once more, the castle that had sung throughout the night finally welcomed tranquility. It was weary. In the central square of Tokyo City, the atmosphere was electric, bustling with voices as numerous reporters wielded their cameras, capturing every moment. The incessant flashes of lights nearly blinded the onlookers. At the heart of the square stood a makeshift podium, where several government officials clad in suits were seated. "All right, everyone, please settle down. If you have questions, ask one at a time." Attempting to regain control of the chaotic scene, the mayor of Tokyo City, Yi Ming, rose to his feet. With the combined efforts of Yi Ming and the police officers below, the agitated crowd gradually began to calm. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Yi Ming felt a profound weariness wash over him. Gazing at the throngs below, his thoughts became a jumbled mess. Rubbing his temples, he cast a glance to his left at the Viper, who was meditating with his eyes closed, inciting a deep-seated resentment within him. Damn it! Before this crowd arrived, I, Yi Ming, could command respect in Tokyo City. I could summon wind or rain at will. But since their arrival, I have lost control of the military and have been forced to part with a substantial sum of money for my own safety. If that were all, I could endure it, as it hasn't undermined my foundation. However, just days ago, several officials I had promoted were exposed for corruption, and before I could intervene, they were arrested. I managed to leverage my connections to save one, only for that individual to succumb to 16 stab wounds and take his own life that very night. Now, a large-scale assault has ensnared him directly. It can be said that he reaps no rewards in good fortune, yet bears the brunt of all misfortunes. The only solace he finds is in the fact that their esteemed ancestor has been saved. With this thought, Yiming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Humph. Once the ancestor has recovered, I shall ensure you bear the burden of 16 blades as a means of self-destruction. Yiming's heart seethed with resentment. Mayor Yi, what is your perspective on the recent attack? The reporter's question jolted Yiming back to reality. He felt a twitch of discomfort at the inquiry. How could he respond? Naturally, he would be an observer. After all, the primary responsibility did not lie with him. At most, he would shoulder a minor share of the blame. If the subsequent relief efforts were executed well, he would emerge with credit and no fault. Clearing his throat, Yiming stood and addressed the audience. I express my profound regret regarding this incident and extend my heartfelt condolences to the victims. However, I assure you that our city government will actively engage in disaster relief, striving to assist every injured individual. As Yiming delivered his speech, waves of applause erupted from the crowd below. After what felt like an eternity, his address finally reached its conclusion. Gazing at the adoring looks cast his way, Yiming smiled with satisfaction, feeling as though he had returned to his former self, to a time of vigor, a time devoid of constraints. Mayor Yi, who do you believe bears the primary responsibility for this incident? Suddenly, a reporter accompanied by a small creature posed the question. Yiming's expression stiffened as he looked at the reporter as if he were gazing at a long-lost relative. Beside him, Jun Shaking's countenance shifted dramatically. Oh no, they are coming for me. Yet, at that moment, Yiming's heart was brimming with delight. Had the circumstances permitted, he would have embraced the reporter in gratitude. Blame it on the misfortune of Banmu. With a swift change of expression, Yiming donned a sorrowful facade and spoke solemnly. Responsibility? Of course, it rests with me. It is I, as the mayor, who failed to lead effectively. Upon hearing this, Jun Shaking was taken aback, then exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression twitching. She felt relieved that Yiming had not dragged their police department into the blame game. Yet, her discomfort arose from the fact that he had assumed a leadership role. Over whom exactly? According to the recently amended Alliance Constitution, the police department, the city government, and the dojo were all on equal footing. The police held judicial power, the city government wielded administrative authority, and the dojo was responsible for military might. They were equals, independent of one another. However, Yiming remained blissfully unaware of this nuance. After a brief pause, he continued, but let us consider this from another perspective. Does the dojo bear no responsibility whatsoever? Setting aside the facts, is there truly no accountability on their part? The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the reporters widened their eyes in disbelief. Their instincts told them that this was going to be a sensational story. Chapter 10, Scars. What? The representative for Banmu, the Viper, was utterly shocked by Yiming's remarks. He could never have anticipated that Yiming would audaciously make such statements in public. Do not even entertain the notion of considering this from any perspective. No matter how far you retreat, this situation has nothing to do with us at the dojo. Shouldn't the police be the ones addressing this? Moreover, if you disregard the facts, what is there left to discuss? Who has ever seen a situation where, after a terrorist attack, the local garrison was held accountable? Furthermore, does Yiming not recognize how he has diminished the defense force of Changpin City? The official capacity of 2,000 has dwindled to merely 500, not to mention that a significant portion of those available are the utterly useless Caterpie. Even if we wanted to help, we could not. We cannot send Caterpie into battle against Crystal Chandelier. At that moment, the Viper had cursed Yiming's entire lineage in his mind. He genuinely wished to stitch together the gaping hole in Yiming's head with the one in his rear. Meanwhile, Jun Shaking gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, silently preparing for the verbal onslaught she expected. Before arriving, she had braced herself for the inevitable backlash. After all, their police department had been utterly ineffective in preventing such a multitude of extremists from infiltrating Changpin City. But unexpectedly, Yiming's words shifted all blame onto the dojo. How splendid! I won't be the one to face the wrath. Just as the Viper was about to rise and defend their position, Yiming continued. The dojo was established by the Alliance to ensure the safety of the populace. Yet now, with taxpayer money, the dojo has failed to act, allowing these extremists to wreak havoc in our city. Had the dojo acted sooner, such grievous casualties and losses could have been averted. This behavior constitutes a betrayal of the Alliance and a betrayal of the taxpayers. The public need not be aware of the truth. They only require an outlet for their frustrations. Yiming's remarks provided them with just that. The people would not ponder where these extremists originated or what the police were doing at that time. They only know that the dojo is meant to protect them. and now their loved ones have perished due to the dojo's inadequacies. As Yi Ming spoke, the crowd began to vociferously denounce the Viper, with some extremists even attempting to breach the police line to drag him down from the stage. If an ordinary individual had made such statements, most would likely scoff in disbelief. But who uttered these words? It was Mayor Yi. Who is Mayor Yi? He is a renowned figure in all of Changpan City, an official appointed by the Alliance. If anyone dared to assert that Mayor Yi had deceived them, they would surely suffer the consequences. Looking at the surging crowd, the Viper opened his mouth, unsure of what words to utter. He realized that whatever he said would fall on deaf ears. The crowd was solely focused on venting their frustrations. The identity of the target was inconsequential, nor did it matter whether that individual was at fault. People are inclined to believe what they wish to believe. Casting a venomous glare at the smug Yi Ming, the Viper understood that from this moment forward, their conflict had moved into the open. As he surveyed the crowd, the Viper's gaze grew icy, and he swiftly patted his waist. In an instant, a multi-meter-long abra materialized behind him. "Oh, are you so enraged that you intend to take action?" Yi Ming remarked sarcastically as he observed the Viper releasing the abra. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as if fate were smiling upon him today. Had Banmu been present, he might have restrained himself, but today it was the Viper. The Viper was not Banmu. He lacked Banmu's eloquence and persuasive charm. However, the Viper had his own methods. Ignoring Yi Ming's sarcastic remarks, the serpent quietly addressed the Abagwan at its feet, saying, "Silence them." The already irritated Abagwan revealed a glimmer of cruelty in its eyes upon hearing the serpent's words. Sensing that the Abagwan had misunderstood him, the serpent hastily added, "Just use your glare to make them hush." Upon realizing that the directive was merely to silence the crowd, the Abagwan felt a twinge of disappointment, believing it would have a chance to feast once again. Although puzzled by the trainer's unexpected kindness, the Abagwan complied and unleashed its glare. With the sweeping gaze of its slit pupils, the previously chaotic venue fell into an eerie silence. Each individual and Pokémon caught in the gaze stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, witnessing this spectacle, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Hurry! Let Abagwan attack them," he fervently urged within himself. At that moment, he fervently wished for the serpent to lose its wits and unleash an assault on the public. For such an act would surely invite the League's accountability upon the Tokiwa Gym. The lightest consequence would be a resignation and disgrace. However, the serpent's subsequent actions did not align with Yi Ming's desires. Standing atop Abagwan's head, the serpent surveyed the audience without uttering a word. Slowly, it removed its outer garment and took a deep breath, pointing to a long scar on its left arm and stating, "This was left from suppressing a Pokémon riot in the Yunying Mountains, inflicted by a scyther." Then, it gestured to a wound on its left flank, continuing, "This resulted from a rescue operation in Hualan City, caused by a Goldeen." It went on to recount scars from suppressing a Geodude uprising and injuries sustained during a search and rescue mission from a Spearo's Peck. At that moment, the audience realized that the serpent's upper body bore no unscathed flesh. Various ghastly wounds, like tattoos, adorned its entire torso. The crowd remained utterly silent. Even after the paralyzing effect of the glare had dissipated, they were bewildered by how a single individual could endure such an array of injuries and survive. As time ticked away, no one interrupted the serpent. Instead, they stood quietly, listening intently. This scar, the serpent choked slightly, was from a kunai during a hostage rescue operation. It continued, "This one was inflicted while fighting with criminals. And this scar was a consequence of an explosion." Each word struck the hearts of the listeners with deafening resonance. They had believed Mayor Ye's claims of the gym's inaction, but the scars were a testament to their misguided faith. What may be false is not necessarily true. Yet what is false will forever remain so. Chapter 11. The Family Heirloom. Qingmei, I am profoundly disappointed in you regarding today's events. Gazing at the imposing figure on the screen, Junsha Qingmei opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. The name Junsha signifies not only honor but also responsibility. Yet you, Junsha Qingmei, have shown cowardice in shouldering this responsibility, leaving me utterly disheartened. Observing the man on the screen, who bore a hint of anger, Junsha Qingmei lowered her head in sorrow and murmured, "I'm sorry, father." Witnessing his distraught daughter, the man on the other end of the call offered no comfort, instead continuing, "You need not apologize to me. You owe an apology to the victims and to our ancestors who sacrificed their lives to uphold the Junsha family's reputation." Faced with her father's stern reprimand, Junsha Qingmei could not hold back her tears. Seeing his daughter weep, the man sighed helplessly. "Focus on the aftermath. Leave other matters to me." Without waiting for a response, he abruptly ended the call. Staring at the darkened screen, Junsha Qingmei stood frozen, struggling to comprehend why her father was so enraged over what she deemed a trivial matter. Was it solely because she had not publicly acknowledged the police department's negligence that led to this tragedy? Yet, if she were to speak out, the repercussions on the Junsha family and the entire law enforcement system would be dire. Shaking off her troubling thoughts, she wiped her tears and adjusted her demeanor, rising to leave the room. As the chief, she could not afford to rest. The aftermath of the incident in Tokiwa City required her collaboration. Meanwhile, Shiz sat disheveled on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a refugee. Money? His family was affluent, but compared to the Golden Glow family, they were mere paupers. Moreover, that wealth had long been invested in the pharmacy's operations. Power? That was entirely unrelated. His family had practiced medicine for generations and had never wielded any influence. If they had any power, why would they be forced into exile? With both money and influence ruled out, what remained were treasures and allure. Dismissing allure first. As what could an elderly woman's charm possibly offer? It certainly couldn't be aimed at him. As for treasures, while their family's medical recipes were indeed rare, it seemed excessive to go through such trouble over a few recipes. Shiz's thoughts were a tangled mess. After a night of contemplation, he remained baffled as to what valuable possession his family could possess that warranted such a calamity. Enough of this. You should eat something and rest, Lian said, offering a cup of hot tea to the disheveled Shiz, unable to hide his sympathy. The nearby Stunky approached and gently patted Shiz's back, seeking to provide some comfort. As Shiz sipped the hot tea, leaning against Stunky and inhaling its fragrant aroma, fatigue began to overwhelm him, and he felt drowsy. It smells delightful, Liyun remarked, surprised to witness Stunky producing such an enchanting fragrance. Fragrant? Suddenly, Shiz, on the brink of slumber, jolted upright from Stunky's embrace, trembling as he exclaimed, "I think I know what they are after." Hearing Shiz's words, Liyun sprang to his feet. Shiz, trembling, carefully reached into the flower bud atop Stunky's head. Moments later, he held a green orb the size of a ping-pong ball in his hand. "What is this?" Liyun inquired, gazing at the orb. Taking a deep breath, Shiz placed the orb on the table before him and solemnly replied, "This is our family heirloom." With a wry smile, Shiz added, "However, until now, our family has yet to discover how to utilize it. All we know is that it enables Stunky to produce high-quality pollen. So you believe they are pursuing you for this orb?" Observing the unremarkable bead resting on the table, Liyun hesitantly inquired, "Aside from this, I truly cannot fathom what else in our household would pique their interest." Shuze responded indifferently, just as the two were on the verge of succumbing to silence. The door to the room was abruptly flung open. It was none other than Zoroark, returning from a morning training session with Salgaleo and Delphox. Upon noticing the bead on the table, Zoroark's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly approached and examined it closely. Liyun and Shuze exchanged puzzled glances at Zoroark's serious demeanor. Unable to contain his curiosity, Liyun was the first to break the silence, asking, "Do you recognize what this object is?" Hearing Liyun's hopeful inquiry, Zoroark slowly set the bead back on the table and shook his head. "I do not know." Liyun was not particularly surprised by Zoroark's response. After all, the Shu family had been researching this item for generations, concluding only that it could enhance the quality of stinky flower pollen. However, Zoroark's subsequent statement rekindled hope in Liyun and Shuze. "Though I do not know what this object is, I am aware that this bead harbors a formidable energy." Sensing that the two might not grasp the magnitude of his words, Zoroark added, "If this energy were to be released all at once, it could flatten your entire ranch." At this revelation, Liyun nearly leapt from his seat. "This is no mere treasure. It is unequivocally a bomb." Observing Liyun's startled reaction, Zoroark continued, "But fret not. This energy is remarkably stable. It cannot be unleashed without specific techniques." With Zoroark's reassurance, Liyun's anxiety subsided. "So, they seek the energy?" He pondered aloud, glancing at the bead on the table. Shuze shook his head, remaining silent. He too was uncertain whether the group from Golden Chime was pursuing the bead for its energy. In this world, energy was exceedingly abundant. After all, the electricity generated by a Pikachu on the roadside could also be considered energy. It was precisely for this reason that the entire Pokémon world had never been troubled by energy shortages. If Golden Chime merely sought energy, they could easily capture thousands of electric-type Pokémon, and the electricity produced by these creatures would suffice for an extended period. The entire power source for Tokawamachi was derived from merely a few thousand electric-type Pokémon, and their only cost would be a handful of Pokeballs and some berries. No salaries would even need to be dispensed. But what if this energy could enhance Pokémon, bolster their strength? Zoroark mused. With a jolt, Lu Yun and Shu Zhe simultaneously turned their gazes towards Stinky Flower, Zoroark's words resonating with them like a revelation. In that instant, they understood why Golden Chime was making such a grand effort. Chapter 12, The Bead. In the ancient castle of the Golden Silkworm, the sound of a whip cracking against flesh echoed through the basement, lingering in the air. At the center of the basement stood a cross, from which hung a bloodied elderly figure, while across from her sat a richly adorned elder, savoring a wine that resembled blood. The bloodied figure was none other than Shu Zhe's grandmother, Granny Pang. The elder indulging in the wine was none other than Akiha Akira, an elder of Golden Chime. Your resolve is commendable, but do you truly believe that your silence will shield you from our pursuit? Akiha Akira remarked, swirling the glass of red wine with a hint of regret in his tone. Surely, you wouldn't want your grandson to meet an untimely end, would you, Granny Pang? Granny Pang, reduced to a bloodied mess, merely twitched her fingers, devoid of any desire to speak. Humph! Akiha Akira snorted in discontent, slamming his wine glass onto the table, clearly dissatisfied with her lack of response. The torturers, witnessing this, promptly picked up a whip soaked in salt water, ready to continue their torment. Slow. Just as the torturers prepared to inflict more pain, Akiha Akira interjected. Recognizing that physical torment alone would not break Granny Pang's will, he opted for a different approach. Gently, he pressed a button on the table, and shortly after, two researchers clad in lab coats entered, carrying a fainted Sunflora. Since you are unwilling to divulge the whereabouts of the bead, I regret to inform you that you shall now witness the fruits of our years of research. Akiha Akira stated, gesturing for the researchers to proceed. They began injecting the unconscious Sunflora with their syringes. As the serum was administered, the Sunflora's body began to tremble uncontrollably, emitting anguished whimpers. Granny Pang, upon hearing the distressing sounds, shut her eyes in anguish. Soon, the Sunflora regained consciousness. But unlike any ordinary Pokémon, its gaze was hollow, resembling that of a puppet. Old woman, open your eyes and behold our masterpiece. Akiha Akira laughed heartily. The torturers dutifully pried open Granny Pang's eyelids, forcing her to witness the transformation of her once comrade into a mere marionette. You shall reap what you sow. Granny Pang finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Akiha Akira chuckled mockingly at her curse. Reap what? I've faced my fair share of consequences. Yet you, with your lifetime of good deeds, have ended up in this wretched state. Is that not the height of irony? Defeated, Granny Pang lowered her head. Her hands clenched so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her flesh. Indeed, she had spent her life healing others, only to find herself in such a tragic predicament. Continue the torture. Akiha Akira commanded, rising from his seat and taking the Sunflora with him, leaving Granny Pang suspended on the cross. Since the elder refuses to speak, I shall seek out the younger. I refuse to believe the younger possesses the same fortitude as the elder, he mused as he departed. The sounds of whips cracking against flesh and muffled cries echoing once more in the basement. You mean to say that the energy within this bead can enhance a Pokémon's strength? Lu Yun questioned, gazing incredulously at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. Without immediately addressing Lu Yun's query, Zoroark gestured towards Stinky Flower, stating, Isn't she the best testament to that? Feeling the weight of the gaze upon her, Stinky Flower shyly emitted a sound and quickly covered her face with her tiny hands. However, she appears unchanged, Lu Yun remarked. Rolling his eyes, Zoroark retorted with a hint of exasperation. Haven't you noticed that this particular oddish possesses leaves that are more robust than those of its brethren? Moreover, she doesn't emit an unpleasant odor. Rather, she exudes a delightful fragrance. Upon Zoroark's observation, Lu Yun came to a realization. Indeed, upon closer inspection, Tree's oddish displayed notably fuller leaves, and unlike other oddishes, the flower bud atop hers boasted 6 petals instead of the usual 4. If Lu Yun's deductions were correct, this oddish's abilities would surpass those of ordinary Pokémon. As he spoke, Zoroark's gaze shifted towards Trees. In response to Zoroark's inquisitive look, Trees nodded pensively. Just as Zoroark had surmised, the power of this oddish's skills was indeed superior to that of its peers. However, Trees had little interest in battling, and thus had not paid much attention to such details. Observing Tree's tacit agreement with Zoroark's assessment, Lu Yun's mind began to form conclusions. If he was not mistaken, the target of the fletchling was likely this precious orb. Stop. Not far from the ranch, in the surrounding forest. Dize raised his hand to halt the team members who were prepared to continue their search. Cautiously, Dize parted the bushes before him, revealing a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Fragments of snow-strewn debris lay scattered all around. At the heart of the wreckage lay a male, battered beyond recognition. Even Dize, accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, felt a shiver run through him at the sight of such carnage. At the Quartz Plateau Airport, Banmu, clad in a brownish-yellow suit, strode out of the terminal alongside Zhen Niao. A group of Alliance officials, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, rushed forward and bowed, saying, "Master Banmu, the meeting is about to commence. Please proceed." Banmu cast a disdainful glance at the car adorned with the Alliance emblem, already prepared not far away. Are they that eager? Beside him, Zhen Niao frowned, a look of distaste crossing his features as he prepared to reprimand the reception staff. "Very well, let us depart." Before Zhen Niao could voice his objections, Banmu interjected. He was well aware of the ulterior motives of certain individuals, yet he remained indifferent. As the car slowly made its way towards the conference venue, a new storm was on the horizon. Chapter 13. His surname is Yulong. "So, if I willingly surrender this orb to them, will they release my grandmother?" A glimmer of hope ignited in Tree's eyes as he clutched the orb tightly, eagerly inquiring of Zoroark. Observing Tree's hopeful expression, Zoroark merely shook his head with a hint of indifference. "Don't be naive. Even if you hand it over, the likelihood of your grandmother's return is slim, and you might very well be in peril as well." Hearing Zoroark's flat tone, Tree's spirits sank. "But what about the slim chance?" he murmured, his head lowered in reluctant disappointment. Lu Yun, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his own words. This child truly was adorably foolish. Zoroark turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of such naivety. "Zoroark, sir." Suddenly, Trees lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Zoroark. "I am willing to offer this orb as payment. Please, help save my grandmother." As he spoke, Trees bowed deeply towards Zoroark. Although Trees was unaware of Zoroark's true strength, he could ascertain from Zoroark's formidable psychic abilities that he was not weak. Rather than seeking assistance from the Alliance, it seemed wiser to turn to Zoroark at that moment. The Alliance was vast, and its efficiency had diminished. Trees dared not gamble on whether his grandmother could endure until the Alliance dispatched aid. Zoroark, too, found himself ensnared in contemplation. He was indeed tempted by the prospect of the orb that could enhance his powers. Yet, the thought of the fletchling sent a shiver down his spine. Even for one as dominant as Zoroark, no one relished dealings with a cabal of lunatics, especially not when he was not alone. To engage with a nefarious organization for an orb of uncertain utility was decidedly unwise. He did not fear retaliation from the fletchling, but what of his subordinates? His kin? His offspring? With these thoughts in mind, Zoroark regretfully shook his head. "Perhaps you should seek the Alliance instead. After all, you are a citizen, and they will not turn a blind eye." Trees opened his mouth to respond, but remained silent, instead taking a seat on a nearby sofa. Silent tears began to fall, landing upon the orb that radiated a soft white light. In that moment, Tree's heart felt as if it had turned to ash. Lu Yun remained silent, uncertain of what to say. Should he suddenly spring forth and declare, "I'll bear this burden"? Alas, such moments were the stuff of fiction. He and Trees were mere acquaintances, with no profound friendship to speak of. His relationship with Tree's grandmother was limited to a gesture of kindness. Having taken such a considerable risk in sheltering Trees, he felt he had done enough. Moreover, given his own frail stature, attempting to intervene would only lead to disaster. After a lengthy silence, Trees wiped his tears, standing up with reddened eyes. "Oddish, we must go." Unsteadily, he rose, taking one faltering step after another towards the door. Just as he prepared to push the door open, Trees turned back to glance at Zoroark. Yet, all he saw was Zoroark's impassive expression. "Thank you for your care over these past 2 days, Lu Yun." After softly expressing his gratitude to Lu Yun, Trees exited, closing the door behind him with a resounding thud. With the door shut, silence once again enveloped the living room. Observing Lu Yun's still form, Zoroark remarked with a hint of mockery, "I expected you would assist him." "Me?" Lu Yun replied, somewhat taken aback, but then shook his head. "I lack the means." "No, you do." Zoroark fixed his gaze on Lu Yun's chest, speaking with conviction. "Well, I have said my piece. Who is in favor? Who is against?" At that moment, the conference hall on the 3rd floor of the Tokiwa city government was filled to capacity. Figures of great stature, typically invisible in the shadows, now sat in rapt attention, listening to a young man with blue hair deliver a speech. His demeanor was one of utmost reverence and focus. Those unaware might have mistaken the gathering for a cult meeting. The young man, likely in his 20s, possessed an exceptionally handsome visage, his fair skin indicative of meticulous care. His elongated neck resembled that of a swan, drawing the gaze of onlookers. Yet, what truly captivated attention were his hands. They were extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a piece of pure white jade, glowing in the light, lending an air of sanctity as if they were a fine work of art. However, the audience below had little interest in appreciating this masterpiece, due to the identity of this man, which posed a headache for everyone present. He was an envoy of the Alliance. Observing the silent crowd beneath the stage, the man chuckled lightly and spoke. If there are no objections, then let us settle this matter. Having said that, he rose and exited the room without awaiting any response from the audience. As the sound of his footsteps gradually faded, a cacophony of curses erupted from below. What the hell? How dare he demand payment from us right upon arrival? Does he really believe himself to be someone significant? A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a large gold chain spat contemptuously on the ground and exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, who does he think he is? Just because he is an envoy, does that give him the right to look down upon us?" Another middle-aged man echoed, equally infuriated. They could hardly fathom that this newly appointed envoy would be so unreasonable, audaciously requesting that they supply materials for the reconstruction of the commercial district at cost price, and even fronting the funds. Was there any difference between this and outright theft? Did he think they had idled away their years in the city of Jobin? As this thought crossed their minds, some individuals in attendance began to cast increasingly cold glances. I know what you are all thinking, but I must ask you to refrain from such thoughts for now. The mayor, Yi Ming, gazed disdainfully at the smoke-filled conference room and spoke. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on him, awaiting his next statement. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ming reluctantly added, because his surname is Yulong. In an instant, the previously boisterous crowd transformed into docile lambs, their icy expressions vanishing as if by magic. Their singular desire was wealth, not to risk their lives. Yulong. They were well aware that one of the current 4 kings also bore the surname Yulong. Should they dare to act out of line, they would find themselves regretting it. To combat organized crime, evidence was necessary, but to counter terrorism, a mere list sufficed. Realizing this, the attendees cleverly distanced themselves from the individuals who had just spoken so boldly, fearful that the repercussions might spill over onto them. Well, carry on with your discussions. I must go tend to my laundry, a man in a black suit remarked as he made his swift exit from the conference room. With one person leading the way, the others soon followed suit, citing various excuses, leaving only Yi Ming and a few government officials in a state of disarray. They deserve to make a fortune, one government official remarked with a click of his tongue. Chapter 14, The Dondong Mouse and the Miraculous Revival. Scallion, scallion, scallion. Listening to the raucous calls of the scallion ducks outside his window, Lu Yun reluctantly rose from his bed and pushed open the window. The air, fresh from the torrential rain, felt remarkably invigorating. Today's weather was also a rare sunny day. One must understand that the likelihood of a sunny day during the rainy season was exceedingly low. Inhaling the earthy aroma of the refreshing air, Lu Yun gazed at the rising sun on the horizon and stretched his limbs. A glance at the clock hanging on the wall revealed it was barely 6 o'clock. Exhaling the stale air that had accumulated in his lungs overnight, Lu Yun turned his attention to the source of the noise. In the open space before his house, the scallion ducks had surprisingly gathered early. Since their arrival at the farm, they rarely rose this early. They typically waddled out of their coop lazily only when the sun was high in the sky. Over the course of the past half-month, the weight of these scallion ducks had noticeably increased. Observing their early risers, Lu Yun felt a twinge of astonishment and rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. However, he soon detected a peculiar change. The mood of these scallion ducks seemed decidedly irritable today, and it appeared that Duck 6 was missing something crucial. Quack! At that moment, Duck 6 glared furiously at the orange-furred fat mouse lying on the ground. He never expected to be outsmarted by someone else after living his life as the 6th of his kind. After a nap, he had unwittingly lost his weapon. As Duck 6 glared at the disheveled scallion on the ground, his anger flared. Damn it, lost my duck. Huh, it's actually a Dondong mouse. Lu Yun, now dressed in pajamas and descending the stairs, remarked with surprise. The Dondong mouse, a creature native to the Kalos region, bore petal-shaped ears atop its head and antenna-like tendrils extending from the red electric pouches on either cheek. As a gregarious species, the Dondong mouse relied on these tendrils to send and receive signals, maintaining contact with distant companions and indicating the presence of food and electricity. Despite its low status in Kalos, akin to that of Pikachu in Kanto, one could not deny the rarity of the Dondong mouse in the Kanto region. Observing the Dondong mouse before him, Lu Yun felt compelled to purchase a ticket for the happiness egg lottery, as fortune might smile upon him. However, he quickly realized that the condition of this Dondong mouse seemed troubling. The orange Dondong mouse lay on the ground, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, listless and appearing to be at the mercy of others. As a timid rodent Pokémon, even when surrounded by the scallion ducks, the Dondong mouse showed no sign of fear. Instead, its eyes were tightly shut, revealing a hint of exhaustion and pain. Damn it, Lu Yun exclaimed suddenly, as he recognized this scenario all too well. Wasn't this the symptom of a sheep infected with a Pokémon virus? The 6 scallion ducks were startled by Lu Yun's reaction. They could not comprehend why their boss would be so afraid of a mere mouse. However, the leader of the ducks, Duck 1, began to ponder. Could it be that their boss feared mice? With this thought, Duck 1 eyed the Dondong mouse with a rather unkind gaze. As the top employee on the farm, the leader of the ducks, and the boss's most cherished offspring, he felt compelled to alleviate his boss's concerns. An opportunity to prove himself had arisen. With a determined glint in his eye, Duck 1 strode forward, ready to deal with the mouse that had caused their boss such distress. Stay back. It carries a virus. It could infect you, and you would fall ill. With a sudden commotion, the scallion ducks, who had previously surrounded the Dondong mouse, immediately retreated to hide behind Lu Yun. Duck 6 even tossed aside the scallion he had just picked up, fearing he might also contract the virus. Although they were unfamiliar with the concepts of viruses and contagion, they understood the meaning of illness. Having lived in the wild for the majority of their lives, they were acutely aware of the terror that sickness could bring. Enemies could be evaded, formidable foes could be escaped, but illness was something that could only be faced with fate. Observing the scallion ducks behind him, poised and braced for an imminent threat, Lu Yun was taken aback. Were they truly this cautious? Stepping forward, Lu Yun began to assess the condition of the Dondong mouse. Given the nature of the Pokémon virus, he was not particularly concerned about becoming infected himself. The size of the Dondong mouse is not particularly large, akin to a Dutch pig that Lu Yun had raised in his previous life. Thus, it was quite natural for Lu Yun to cradle the Dondong mouse in the palm of his hand. How warm! Feeling the temperature in his grasp, Lu Yun could not help but perceive that he was not holding a mere mouse, but rather a fiery sphere. Observing the lethargic Dondong mouse, Lu Yun was acutely aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was suffering from a fever. If not treated immediately, considering the mouse's petite constitution, it might soon meet its great-grandmother in the afterlife. The duck, please fetch the medical kit I left under the bed. Lu Yun instructed the visibly anxious duck behind him. He then carried the Dondong mouse back to the living room, gently laying it on the coffee table. To ensure the little creature's comfort, Lu Yun also took a clean towel and placed it beneath the Dondong mouse. Before long, the duck appeared, descending the stairs while carrying a box adorned with a red cross. Perhaps due to the fear of illness, the duck did not approach, but rather set the medical kit down at a distance, nudging it towards Lu Yun with a green onion he held in hand. Seeing the duck's cautious demeanor, Lu Yun could only smile wryly. Ever since the last incident with the sick merino sheep, he had taken heed of the lesson learned and kept a plethora of medications at home. At that moment, they were proving to be quite useful. He opened the medical kit and deftly retrieved a blue packaged spray bottle. The bottle was adorned with an illustration of a small mountain pig utilizing a snowstorm, accompanied by the inscription, Little Mountain Pig Brand Cooling Spray. After giving the spray bottle a shake, Lu Yun followed the instructions, holding his breath as he aimed the nozzle at the Dondong mouse and pressed down. With a puff, a cloud of white mist enveloped the Dondong mouse, causing Lu Yun to involuntarily shiver at the chill. Goodness, how refreshing! As the mist dissipated, a fine layer of frost had formed on the Dondong mouse's body, with the characteristic feelers resembling antennas now adorned with rime. Lu Yun placed his hand on the mouse's forehead, and it was no longer hot. But guess what? Oh, it was cool. Feeling the temperature beneath his palm, a pang of concern gripped Lu Yun's heart. Could it be that he had frozen it? At that moment, uncertainty loomed large within him, especially since it was his first time using this fever-reducing spray, and he had not anticipated its potency. As he gazed at the Dondong mouse, now resembling something plucked directly from the refrigerator, Lu Yun fell into contemplation. Just as he began to ponder whether to opt for a burial or cremation, the Dondong mouse stirred. Its tightly shut eyelids began to struggle open, and the pair of whiskers by its cheeks quivered. All signs indicated that the Dondong mouse was still alive. Slapping his thigh, Lu Yun's face lit up with joy. Truly, I am remarkable. A skilled hand brings the ailing back to life. Chapter 15, Dondong Mouse. Great-grandmother, I'm back. With great difficulty, the Dondong mouse opened its eyes, feeling as though it had just emerged from a profound dream. In this dream, it wandered through an endless desert, where the scorching sun overhead nearly turned it into a mouse chip. At the edge of the desert, it vaguely spotted its great-grandmother, long since devoured by the elegant cat, waving kindly at it. Just as it was about to leap into its great-grandmother's embrace, a gust of cold wind swept in, and then it knew nothing more. Hello, little one. Welcome to Guandu. Lu Yun greeted as he beheld the Dondong mouse struggling to open its eyes. There is no greater sense of accomplishment than the act of saving lives. Squeak. The Dong mouse, however, was nearly frightened out of its wits. It hurriedly burrowed beneath the towel, unable to fathom that it had been so brazenly exposed before a human. Striving to stimulate the electric sacs on either side of its cheeks, the Dong mouse attempted to emit some current to deter the human before it. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, the electric sacs refused to produce any significant charge. Seeing the Dong mouse, which revealed only its vigilant little eyes, Lu Yun was not annoyed. He understood that this was a common trait among rodent spirits. Grabbing an apple from nearby, Lu Yun forcefully split it in half, placing one half before the Dong mouse while he took the other half for himself. Beneath the towel, the Dong mouse watched as Lu Yun savored the apple with delight, and its stomach audibly protested. Gazing at the half of the succulent apple before it, the Dong mouse instinctively swallowed. After much deliberation, desire ultimately triumphed over reason. Slowly inching out from beneath the towel, the Dong mouse cautiously dragged the half apple into the towel and began nibbling at it, as it enjoyed the crisp, sweet tart apple. The corners of the Dong mouse's eyes involuntarily moistened. After so many days, this was the first time it had tasted such delicious food. Witnessing the Dong mouse accepting his offering, Lu Yun beamed with satisfaction. After finishing his apple, he stood up and distributed 2 tree fruits to each of the waiting duck and the others before shooing them away. Casting a glance at the clock hanging on the wall, Lu Yun realized it was time to prepare dinner. Soon, the 3 ancestors would return. He picked up a cardboard box and covered the Dong mouse to prevent anyone from touching it. Humming a cheerful tune, Lu Yun ascended to the kitchen on the 2nd floor, embarking on a day of labor. At this moment, the Dong mouse on the coffee table felt as though it might shatter. Just having recovered from its fever and feeling exceedingly weak, it had been ready to sleep after finishing the apple. However, just as it was about to drift off, 2 small dogs, accompanied by a larger dog, entered the room. The 2 small dogs, upon discovering what they perceived as an amusing toy, lunged towards it. In an instant, they enveloped it, tossing the protective towel far away, and the box that had covered it was reduced to mere fragments. With their damp noses incessantly sniffing at it, as if they had found a treasure, the Dong mouse contemplated rebellion. Yet, after receiving a glance from the large black dog perched on the sofa, it surrendered. The Dong mouse thought, "This is terrifying. Even more so than my father." Fortunately, they did not use their tongues. Feeling the warm breath emanating from the noses of Darubi and Sulia, the Dong mouse despairingly closed its eyes. Dong mouse, great-grandmother, your grandson is back. Just as the Dong mouse was on the verge of panicking, Lu Yun's voice rang out. Dinner is ready. Come upstairs to eat. Not long ago, Lu Yun had moved the dining table from the 1st floor to the 2nd and expanded the kitchen into a semi-open space. This not only saved the effort of carrying dishes downstairs, but also enhanced the activity space in the living room. Upon hearing Lu Yun's voice, Sulia and Darubi immediately redirected their attention, abandoning the newly discovered toy on the table as they charged upstairs. All right, one at a time, Lu Yun chuckled, smiling fondly at the exuberant Darubi and Sulia, who were panting with joy. With steady hands, Lu Yun placed the dish aside on the dining table, crouched down, and began to vigorously rub the head of the dog. Fortunately, at this moment, Salgaleo and Drubian were not in their molting season. Otherwise, the restaurant could have been aptly described as a hell for those suffering from rhinitis. Ahem. Just then, Salgaleo coughed a few times, his expression rather displeased. After all, anyone would feel irked to see their son being treated like a mere dog by an outsider, even if their son was indeed a canine. Observing the presence of Salgaleo's owner, Lu Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment for being so audacious in front of them. Let's eat, shall we? After placing the remaining dishes on the table, a sumptuous breakfast commenced. Upon tasting the sweet and sour kena roast pork that Lu Yun had prepared, Salgaleo's demeanor improved significantly. Savoring the delicacies laid out before him, Salgaleo couldn't help but exclaim, "Now this is what life is all about." As Salgaleo indulged in the pleasures of life, Lu Yun, having worked diligently for half the day, embarked on his next round of labor. Children tend to be picky eaters, and Pokémon are no exception. Gazing at the unappetizing Pokémon food in his bowl, while casting envious glances at Lu Yun's delectable human fare, Salgaleo and Darubian conspired and unleashed their ultimate technique, the art of cuteness. Under the formidable charm of the 2 Pokémon, Lu Yun found himself defeated. In his moment of capitulation, he transformed into a doting caretaker, tirelessly serving the 2 Pokémon their meals. One bite, just one. No more than that, he insisted, mercilessly rejecting Salgaleo's plea for an extra helping of spicy stir-fried meat. He then turned his attention to Darubian. We agreed on one bite of sweet and sour pork. followed by one bite of nutritious food. No cheating, Darubian. Attempting to charm him with cuteness proved futile. They had to eat. With that, Lu Yun shoved a spoonful of gooey, nutritious paste into Darubian's mouth, gesturing emphatically that they must adhere to the agreement. Having dealt with Darubian, Lu Yun swiftly seized Salgaleo, who was attempting to leap onto the table to pilfer some spicy stir-fried meat. If you keep this up, I might have to give you a little smack. He feigned a fearsome demeanor, gesturing dramatically in the air, which only elicited a series of giggles from Salgaleo. Across the table, Salgaleo, witnessing this heartwarming scene, couldn't help but display a hint of amusement and affection in his eyes, silently acknowledging Lu Yun as Salgaleo's trainer. Before long, breakfast came to a close, and the kitchen fell into a tranquil silence once more, except for one unfortunate soul left to clean up the aftermath. Everyone else had vanished. Chapter 16. Parents love their children and plan for their future. Having washed 3 pots and 20 dishes, Lu Yun rubbed his aching back, surveying his hard-won territory. At this moment, he fervently wished for a Pokémon that could share the burden of household chores. Otherwise, he would inevitably meet his demise in the kitchen. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun resolved to seek out a Pokémon that could assist him with household tasks. Looking up at the wall clock, Lu Yun realized to his astonishment that he had completed his chores faster than usual today. Upon reflection, he recognized that the 2 little troublemakers who typically disrupted his work had miraculously not shown up today. They've grown up, Lu Yun mused. Feeling quite pleased that the 2 little creatures could empathize with his toil, he wondered how the little Dowda Mouse was faring. Glancing down at the orange fruit he had prepared to take to Dowda Mouse, Lu Yun murmured to himself. He held a deep fondness for the unexpected little creature that had entered his life. Suddenly, Lu Yun smacked his forehead in exasperation. He had been so preoccupied with eating that he completely forgot to inform them not to touch the box on the table. I hope Darubian and Salgaleo don't go near it. Otherwise, if they catch a cold, it will be quite distressing for them. Lu Yun thought, but then shook his head. Darubian and Salgaleo are simply curious and lack understanding. Surely Salgaleo would keep them in check. He had faith in Salgaleo's steadiness. With a smile, he descended the stairs, only to find that the scene awaiting him robbed him of all mirth. Whoa! Lu Yun exclaimed, unable to suppress an outburst as he beheld the sight before him. Darubian and Salgaleo stood on either side of the coffee table, and between them lay the unconscious Dowda Mouse, looking as though it had just been fished out of water, its once fluffy fur now drenched and disheveled. It was evident that this was the work of Salgaleo and Darubian. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated Salgaleo was lounging on the sofa, groggy-eyed, listening to the ethereal melodies of Shinado on the television while casually picking his teeth with a toothpick. Stop right there. With an indignant shout, Lu Yun startled Salgaleo and Darubian, who quickly leaped off the coffee table, their ears drooping in submission, fully prepared to accept whatever reprimand awaited them. Why the rush? Observing Lu Yun's furious expression, Salgaleo remained unfazed on the sofa, still exuding an air of nonchalance. This Dowda Mouse might be carrying a virus, Lu Yun said, his voice tinged with irritation as he addressed Salgaleo. Only then did Salgaleo rise from the sofa, tossing aside the toothpick into the nearby trash can. Stretching languidly, he replied, to clarify, it's not a possibility, it's a certainty. With that, he produced a medical report from beneath himself and handed it to Lu Yun. Staring at the diagnosis in disbelief, Lu Yun glanced back at Salgaleo, astonished. Was this truly the same Salgaleo who had once braved the rain to ensure his son's safety from infection? Why did he seem so foreign now? Sensing Lu Yun's bewilderment, Salgaleo took a deep breath and solemnly posed a philosophical question. What do you believe is the most important thing in this world? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yun tentatively replied, money? Bang! Salgaleo slammed his hand on the table, creating a thunderous noise that jolted the unconscious Dowda Mouse into awareness. With fervor, he declared, it's strength, pure strength. The most crucial thing in this world is possessing formidable power. Once you have strength, power, wealth, and beauty are all within your grasp. Do you understand? Lu Yun nodded vigorously, feeling as though Salgaleo's face was almost pressed against his own, affirming that he comprehended the message. He believed that if he dared to express any confusion at this moment, the somewhat agitated Salgaleo would certainly make him physically experience the significance of strength. Exhaling, Salgaleo composed himself and plopped back onto the sofa, stating, Liangya has returned, and his strength has increased by 10%. What? At this, Lu Yun could no longer maintain his composure. He was aware that the elven virus could enhance the strength of Pokémon, but he never anticipated that Fong would experience such a significant boost. He had encountered Fong on several occasions and was well aware of his capabilities. As the foremost enforcer under Zoroark, Fong was a highly cultivated successor, having reached the threshold of semi-dominance. It could be said that Fong was merely a thin veil away from becoming a dominantly powerful Pokémon. Could it be that Lu Yun hesitantly began to inquire. Nothing is as simple as you might think, Zoroark replied, shaking his head, a hint of regret evident in his demeanor. Yet, we are nearing that point. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun involuntarily gasped, managing to utter 2 words through clenched teeth. Incredible. He truly had not expected the elven virus to be this formidable. So, you intend for the 2 little ones to experience a boost as well? Lu Yun remarked, searching the room for the 2 small figures. However, he soon discovered that they had already fled. Perhaps they had run off to avoid reprimand, as they had long since vanished while Lu Yun was under Zoroark's strong influence. Returning his gaze to Zoroark, Lu Yun observed him in silence. Indeed, that is precisely what I am considering, Zoroark confessed, meeting Lu Yun's eyes with unwavering honesty. However, he interjected, raising a hand to interrupt Lu Yun. What was in the past is now behind us. Previously, I merely wished for them to live out their lives in peace. But now, my desire is for them to possess the ability to safeguard themselves in this chaotic world. As he spoke, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through Zoroark's gaze, quickly replaced by resolute determination. Witnessing Zoroark's unwavering conviction stirred something within Lu Yun. I apologize, it was never my intention to conceal this from you, Zoroark continued. I feared you would disapprove, and that is why I acted as I did. I know that if I spoke to you about it, you would undoubtedly be reluctant to subject Daraby to such suffering. Yet, you must understand, a parent's love for their child is profoundly strategic. A greenhouse cannot nurture towering trees. Only through the trials of wind and snow can one cultivate the resilience of a pine. Chapter 17, A Frantic Plan. Wow, Lu Yun exclaimed, staring incredulously at Zoroark. Just moments ago, Zoroark had divulged a plan, one so unfathomable that it left Lu Yun at a loss for words. He proposed that all his kin and subordinates become infected with this elven virus, thereby facilitating a collective enhancement of their powers. The sheer audacity of such a scheme left Lu Yun parched and overwhelmed. This was not merely a handful of Pokémon, it involved hundreds, if not thousands. With this thought, Lu Yun cast an admiring glance at Zoroark. If everything proceeded without a hitch, that would be ideal. However, should anything go awry, Zoroark might become the pariah of the evergreen forest. Are you truly prepared to follow through with this? Lu Yun inquired once more. Absolutely, Zoroark declared with unwavering conviction, fully aware of the substantial risks involved, yet equally cognizant of the potential rewards. Why don't we proceed gradually, in batches? This way, if complications arise, we can manage the aftermath more effectively. Lu Yun expressed his lingering concerns. After all, while it seemed the virus on Dongdong Mouse posed no severe side effects beyond persistent fever and drowsiness, manageable with timely intervention, those who had conducted studies understood that such a small sample size lacked any persuasive validity. Noticing the worry etched on Lu Yun's face, Zoroark clenched his fists and sighed. There is no time left. We cannot afford to gamble. None can predict when the virus within him will dissipate. Lu Yun opened his mouth, but remained silent. Indeed, the unpredictable nature of the elven virus was a cause for concern. No one could accurately determine how many more days the virus within Dongdong Mouse could endure. Meeting Zoroark's hopeful gaze, Lu Yun finally relented, nodding resolutely. Zoroark smiled. With Lu Yun's agreement being a crucial element of this plan, it significantly alleviated Zoroark's burden. Furthermore, with Lu Yun's assistance, the risks of this endeavor would decrease considerably. Time is of the essence. Let us divide our efforts. Rising to his feet, Zoroark declared with fervor, I will send Fong and the others to assist you. In the forest? Lu Yun queried, somewhat taken aback. If Fong and his companions were to aid him, who would oversee matters in the forest? I will personally handle that, Zoroark asserted with unwavering resolution. He understood that orchestrating such a large-scale mobilization was no simple feat. It required not only considerable prestige, but also immense strength. After all, the 6 kings of the Evergreen Forest were far more than mere allies. Such a significant shift in the clan dynamics would undoubtedly cause unease among the other 5 kings. Should his strength prove insufficient, it could lead to bloodshed, and that would be a most unfortunate outcome. As he watched Zoroark depart, Lu Yun felt a surge of adrenaline, his entire being trembling with anticipation. What a madcap plan this was, he mused to himself quietly. Regaining his composure, Lu Yun ascended the stairs to gather all of his belongings. Upon descending, he encountered Fong and his 3 companions, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Thus, the operation commences. At that moment, an unusual phenomenon unfolded in Greenery Town. A group of individuals, each burdened with burlap sacks, scurried from one pharmacy to another. Each time they entered a shop, they would bellow at the proprietor, "Do you have any fever-reducing medicine?" If the shopkeeper responded affirmatively, they would eagerly unveil their sacks, declaring, "We'll take it all." This was merely the beginning. As time elapsed, their acquisitions extended far beyond just fever medication. They indiscriminately purchased any medicine that promised to reduce fever. They showed no concern for price, haggling, or even expiration dates, their generosity astonishing the bewildered pharmacy owners. Of course, such extravagance came at a price. Approaching noon, Lu Yun, dragging a mountain of burlap sacks, arrived at the town's entrance. Fong and his trio had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing the 5 bulging sacks filled with fever-reducing medicine, Lu Yun beamed with satisfaction. With such an abundance of supplies, he could ensure that no Pokémon would suffer adverse effects from fever during their infection with the elven virus. Although this shopping spree had depleted his resources, Lu Yun was confident that Zoroark's integrity would prevent him from incurring any losses. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun waved his hand with exuberance, shouting, "Let us return home." Once it was confirmed that the surroundings were clear, Fong and the others swiftly transformed into the incredibly agile wind speed dogs. With Lu Yun being carried along, a cloud of dust rose. A group of 5 swiftly vanished down the narrow path of the village. Moo, Ruby, Dragon. At that moment, the ranch was bustling with activity. Countless varieties of Pokémon were gathered in the sun-drenched clearing at the center of the ranch. Perhaps due to the long wait, many of the Pokémon were growing impatient, letting out frustrated cries. It seemed that this was the only way to vent their dissatisfaction and grievances. In the shade of the clearing, a Hoodie was seated cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Beside Hoodie, a table was laden with an assortment of fruits, resembling a small hill. On the table stood a small orange mouse, voraciously munching on the fruits, despite its belly nearing the point of bursting. However, the mouse's peculiar approach to eating was quite wasteful. It would merely take a bite the size of a fingernail from each fruit, drenching them in saliva before tossing them into a nearby basket, then moving on to the next fruit. Once a basket was filled, 2 robust Zoroarks would step forward to carry it away, replacing it with an empty one to continue collecting the saliva-drenched fruits. These fruits would then be distributed to the Pokémon waiting under the scorching sun, 1 for each, with no excess allowed. Good gracious! Witnessing such an orderly vaccination scene, Lu Yun couldn't help but express his admiration. He was truly impressed by Zoroark's ability to manage the situation. It was noteworthy that the Pokémon present were all of elite caliber, many with natural predator-prey relationships. Yet under Zoroark's guidance, there was not a hint of discord. Instead, they lined up obediently to partake in the saliva-coated fruits, as if sensing the arrival of someone. The meditative Hoodie suddenly appeared before Lu Yun in a flash. "Did you bring the fever medicine?" An ancient voice resonated in Lu Yun's mind. Chapter 18. Lu Yun, no? Hold on. As night fell and the silvery moonlight bathed the earth, Zoroark finally arrived with the last batch of Pokémon, albeit fashionably late. Even Zoroark, the dominant leader, felt a tinge of fatigue after a full day of relentless activity. After organizing the final group, Zoroark yawned, taking a seat on the steps before the house. Meanwhile, Lu Yun, who had been busy all day without even a moment to eat lunch, lay exhausted nearby, tongue lolling out. So tired, he muttered, gazing at the round moon above. If Zoroark was a guide leading the Pokémon from the evergreen forest, then Lu Yun was akin to a nurse, serving as a first responder at the ranch, perhaps due to the virulence of the virus. By 1 or 2 in the afternoon, Pokémon began exhibiting symptoms of fever. As the only human capable of administering fever-reducing medicine at the ranch, Lu Yun had the honor of donning the nurse's mantle, weaving through the throngs of Pokémon under Hoodie's direction. Initially, 2 small ones assisted, but soon they too became part of the afflicted, leaving Lu Yun to run back and forth, beleaguered. Had an enemy dared to invade during that time, Lu Yun was certain not a single Pokémon would escape. "Thank you for your hard work," Zoroark said, tossing an orange fruit to Lu Yun. Taking a bite, Lu Yun looked at a tattered black bundle beside him and couldn't help but grin foolishly. Effort begets reward. The ancients did not deceive me. The sight of the unassuming black bundle lightened Lu Yun's fatigue. It contained Zoroark's small token of appreciation. Though modest in size, the contents were far from trivial. Lu Yun had expected only a few gemstones within, but upon opening it, he was genuinely astonished by Zoroark's generosity. Inside were 3 life orbs, 3 toxic orbs, 2 high-quality poison stings, and a beautiful stone. What thrilled Lu Yun most was not the orbs, but the exquisite stone, known as a keystone, an essential item for mega evolution. Grasping the keystone in his hand, Lu Yun began to fantasize about commanding his Darubi to unleash a flurry of attacks on an Articuno, kicking an ice pillar. What? You say I lack an evolution stone to evolve my Darubi? Lu Yun could only proclaim, you do not comprehend the might of the system. As the system's refresh rate increased, the quality of purchasable items also soared. This time, the system had astonishingly refreshed to reveal a book entitled Breeder's Guide. However, the price left Lu Yun wincing in pain. Yet, the past was the past, and the present was now. Previously, Lu Yun could not afford such luxuries, but now. He glanced at the black bundle. If he sold its contents, he wouldn't just recoup the expenses for the fever medicine and fruits. He would make a considerable profit. However, before Lu Yun could catch his breath, Hu Di's urgent voice echoed in his mind once more. Lu Yun, hurry, hurry. Nidoking has vomited again. Where's the antiemetic? Without waiting for Lu Yun to rise, Hu Di's voice continued. Over there, Snorlax has diarrhea. It spilled all over the nearby Monferno. Snorlax needs an anti-diarrheal. In an instant, the ranch erupted into chaos once more. Hold on. No, wait for me. Thud. In the Iwaki gym, DZ was furiously slamming his fist on the table, creating a thunderous noise. Enough. The situation has already occurred. Your anger is of no avail. Opposite him sat a woman with flowing pink hair and a hint of sorrow in her eyes. What we need to focus on now is finding a way to resolve this. Only then can we prevent them from finding excuses to turn against us. Upon hearing the woman's words, DZ's mood improved slightly, though the rising and falling of his chest betrayed his lingering frustration. Looking at the young lady before him, DZ took a deep breath and said, Hong Tai, you know we have invested all of our funds into the military. Now asking us to contribute to the reconstruction costs of the commercial street is clearly an attempt to make things difficult for us. Sighing, the girl known as Hong Tai frowned, tossing her pen aside in frustration and closing her eyes. A wise woman cannot make a meal without rice. Even though she was recognized as a financial whiz within the organization, gathering funds in such a short time was still a considerable challenge for her. What if we? As the venomous snake spoke, a subtle shift in his gaze accompanied a gesture resembling a throat-cutting motion. With a roll of his eyes, DZ elegantly disregarded the snake's utterly implausible suggestion. It is worth noting that the one proposing the shared costs for the reconstruction of the commercial street was none other than the League's appointed commissioner, Yu Longqing. Your suggestion is rather commendable, but I strongly advise you not to bring it up again, DZ quipped, before redirecting his attention to the contemplative Hong Tai before him. He had come to realize that rather than relying on the snake for a solution, it would be wiser to hope for the Kingler to evolve into a Gyarados. The venomous snake had likely exerted his mental faculties the most on the day of the press conference. Eureka! With a snap of his fingers, Hong Tai opened his eyes, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he turned his gaze toward DZ. Observing the smile on Hong Tai's face, DZ felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh no, this lady is up to no good again. At the moment the sun rose, Lu Yun finally received the rest he had longed for. After a night of arduous toil, his legs felt somewhat wobbly. Naturally, Cutie and Solgaleo were not in any better condition. As the head steward, Cutie had long succumbed to slumber due to excessive mental strain. Solgaleo fared slightly better, given his inherent strength, but he was utterly exhausted. One would think that as a ruler, he would only need to be served by others. Yet last night he had been a caregiver for an entire night. Nevertheless, tranquility had finally returned. Glancing at the myriad of sleeping Pokémon scattered across the ground, Solgaleo nodded in satisfaction. He gently carried the already slumbering Lu Yun into the house, and then returned to his own room, sinking into a deep sleep. Chapter 19. Are the ranchers nowadays so impressive? Rustling sounds echoed as the fabric brushed against the branches. And a masked man clad in black peered out from the bushes not far from the ranch. Shuashu, are you certain this is the place? The masked man's eyes narrowed as he inquired of his accomplice, who bore a sly expression. Shuashu's beady eyes darted about before he replied, Trust me, boss. This is definitely the spot. If you can't trust anyone else, you can certainly trust me. I procured this information at great cost from those at the Pink Castle. Upon hearing the name Pink Castle, the masked man's anxious heart found some solace. He might doubt Shuashu, but he had to believe in the Pink Castle. Boss, shall we make our move now? It seems quiet inside. There shouldn't be many people. Shuashu eagerly suggested while eyeing the ranch's entrance. Fool. With a swift slap, the masked man chastised Shuashu, his frustration palpable. What have I taught you? What is the most crucial thing in a mission? It is composure. Are you trying to attract the attention of the police in broad daylight? Moreover, with just the two of us, it's rather risky. We should wait until our men arrive. Rubbing his sore cheek, Shuashu forced a smile, eager to appease. Yes, boss, you're right. I'll notify the others to gather. We'll act once night falls. Observing Shua Shu's obsequious demeanor, the masked man's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, and he let out a soft snort of pride. Then hurry along, don't just stand there. After another reprimand, the masked man turned his attention back to the towering walls of the ranch, contemplating the strategy for the night's operation. As dusk approached, the ranch began to buzz with activity. The Pokémon that had slept throughout the day started to stir, aimlessly wandering in search of food to satiate their hunger. Until they received permission from Solgaleo, none dared to leave, no matter how ravenous they felt. Bah! Cabigan. In the sheepfold, a robust Cabigan was voraciously devouring the grass. He usually wouldn't have spared a glance. Despite the scornful protests of the Mareep nearby, Cabigan remained unfazed. Mareep. Even the typically amiable Mareep began to feel irked. Yellow sparks began to flicker across its body, accompanied by a scent of singed air, as it directed an electric shock towards Cabigan. With a resounding thud and a cloud of smoke, Cabigan finally rolled over, continuing to munch on the dwindling grass. Scratching the spot that had been shocked, Cabigan tossed a bundle of hay to the somewhat out-of-breath Mareep as a token of goodwill, signaling for it to continue. Witnessing its full-force attack being treated as mere massage by Cabigan, Mareep's fragile heart shattered, and it dashed back to Lu Yun's abode without a backward glance. Boss, you must stand up for me. This is a great humiliation. Meanwhile, our protagonist Lu Yun had grown numb to the chaos around him. Quack, chirp, bah? Faced with the incessant complaints from the natives accusing Solgaleo's subordinates, Lu Yun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. All right, one at a time, he said, raising his hands to signal for order, indicating that grievances should be presented in a sequential manner. The duck leader stepped forward first, flapping its empty wings in outrage as it voiced its accusations. Thanks to Solgaleo's translation, Lu Yun grasped the gist of the duck leader's grievances. It turned out that a Nidoking had not only uprooted their cultivated plants, but had also stolen their spring onions. When they attempted to confront it, they were met with violence and nearly became a meal for a passing Eritos. Were it not for the intervention of their powerful ally, they might have ended up as Eritos' waste. As soon as the duck leader finished, Xiao Lu and Xiao Kai began their own accusations. They had fared slightly better than the duck leader, as they had merely lost their feed and fruits from the insect house to a mysterious long-tailed creature. Without facing any personal danger, listening to his Pokemon's grievances, Lu Yun's expression darkened ominously. Beside him, Solgaleo was not in a much better mood, as these troubles were indeed his doing. Compensate, tenfold. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. Channeling his dominant aura, Solgaleo was enveloped in a dense, dark purple mist, his eyes appearing particularly menacing against its backdrop. From a distance, he resembled a fearsome deity of the night, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Gather around. Anyone caught wandering will face severe punishment. His deep voice resonated throughout the ranch, and under the influence of his commanding presence, all Pokémon present shuddered, hastily making their way to Solgaleo without a moment's hesitation. This was a manifestation of the superior's intimidation over their subordinates, a power that extinguished any flicker of rebellion within them. Even in their hunger, the primal fear embedded deep within their souls compelled them to obey instinctively. Dingling. Just as Solgaleo was gathering his subordinates, Lu Yun's phone began to ring. It's here, it's finally here. With a surge of excitement, Lu Yun quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, on the verge of tears from joy. Their dinner had finally arrived. As early as yesterday morning, Lu Yun had contemplated the food situation for these sprites. Consequently, he had ordered a substantial quantity of berries from the supermarket in Greenery Town. Due to inventory issues, a portion of the berries could not be delivered on-site, so Lu Yun arranged for them to be sent to the ranch the following midday. However, for reasons unknown, this batch of berries was delayed and only arrived now. Lianya, you go with him. Yes. Soon, Lu Yun and Lianya arrived at the entrance of the ranch. I sincerely apologize for the delay. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances on the way. Upon seeing Lu Yun emerge, the manager, who led the delivery, hurried forward, his face etched with remorse. All right. No need for so many apologies. Where are the goods? Time was of the essence, and Lu Yun directly inquired about the berries he had ordered. He was eager to return and satiate the hunger of the sprites who were on the verge of starving. This way. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the manager pointed to the side where a box truck was parked. I'll arrange for the unloading right away. No need, we'll handle it ourselves. Lu Yun shook his head. He had just observed that the crew consisted solely of smaller sprites like Machoke. Allowing them to unload the cargo would take at least half an hour. Get to unloading. With a rumble, and amidst the tremors of the ground, Two Nidokings accompanied by a golem slowly approached behind Hudi, under the astonished gaze of the manager. Are ranchers nowadays so formidable? Chapter 20, Snorlax, Missing Home. The crackling bonfire illuminated the dark night, casting a warm glow across the ranch. Numerous sprites sat around the fire, nibbling on the berries in their hands. Beside the largest bonfire, Lu Yun squatted with Zoroark, enjoying roasted meat while sketching and quietly discussing matters. That should be enough. Tossing a twig into the flames, Lu Yun bit into a crispy golden-brown chicken leg, speaking casually. The reserve of berries was sufficient, even if it wasn't tea. They could endure a meal's absence without dire consequences. Casting a glance at his subordinates who were merrily entertaining themselves in the distance, Zoroark wore a nonchalant expression. To him, his subordinates were merely being overly dramatic. In his day, he had gone 3 days and nights without food or water in his quest for revenge. Now, after just missing 2 meals, they were in distress. Truly, the current generation was weaker than the last. Shaking his head with a hint of regret, Zoroark picked up a steaming roasted chicken nearby and began to chew heartily. Delicious. Nearby, Snorlax, having glanced at the roasted chicken in his leader's hand and then at the meager berries in his grasp, let out a sigh. Nido? A Nidoking approached, eyeing the berries in Snorlax's possession, swallowing hard as he tentatively asked if he could assist. Cabby. Snorlax sternly rejected Nidoking's offer for help, swallowing the berries whole without chewing, much like Zhu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit. Seeing Snorlax decline his assistance, Nidoking sighed and moved on, seeking out any other comrades who might require his aid. Cabby. Smacking his lips, Snorlax inhaled the aroma of the roasted meat, his stomach grumbling audibly. Weighing his own strength against Zoroark's, Snorlax sighed. The difference in their strengths was negligible. Perhaps a 30-70 split. Zoroark could land 3 punches, while he would receive 7. With this thought, Snorlax shivered, suppressing his restless cravings, and reluctantly stood up. Gently patting his belly, he began to waddle toward the northern part of the ranch. The northern area of the ranch was bustling with activity. Numerous sprites, either still hungry or recently satisfied, roamed this undeveloped territory. The larger sprites were bent low in the underbrush, foraging for berries they had previously disregarded. Although these berries provided little energy, they offered a sense of psychological comfort, at the very least. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground drew the attention of many sprites collecting berries, as a colossal figure approached, silhouetted by the moonlight. Cabby. Suddenly, Snorlax's eyes lit up, quickening his pace toward the wall. At the wall, a Farfetch'd was distributing freshly picked wild fruits to other sprites. Upon noticing Snorlax rushing toward him, he was taken aback, causing the sprites around him to scatter in fright. Tail. Trembling before the towering mountain that was Snorlax, Farfetch'd stammered. Cabby. Extending his hand, Snorlax shyly revealed his signature goofy grin. Realizing that Snorlax desired the fruit and not a taste of his brain, Farfetch'd sighed in relief. He quickly offered the remaining 5 fruits with his tail to Snorlax, then swiftly vacated the area. Once at a safe distance, Farfetch'd observed Snorlax consuming the fruits, feeling considerably relieved. The overwhelming presence of Snorlax, akin to a mountain, was quite daunting. Patting his chest, Farfetch'd then leaped onto a nearby tree to build a nest for sleep. After finishing the 5 fruits, Snorlax savored the lingering taste and surveyed his surroundings. Discovering no more food within reach, he grabbed a handful of grass and munched on it. Cabby. Grimacing, Snorlax suppressed the bitterness in his mouth and swallowed, releasing a mournful wail. He missed home. He yearned for his 50 fruit trees. Leaning against the electric fence, Snorlax felt the tingling sensation on his back and resorted to his least favorite tactic, sleeping. As his snores echoed, the sprites passing by instinctively slowed their pace to avoid disturbing the slumbering giant. Outside the ranch, 20 members of the Golden Flower, clad in black with their faces covered, had quietly assembled. The captain, scanning his team, suddenly adopted a serious expression. Clearing his throat, he began a pre-battle speech with his hands clasped behind his back. This is a pivotal moment. Our success hinges on tonight's operation. Will it lead to promotions and riches, or a life of poverty? It's all dependent on this heist. Do you have confidence? Yes, yes, yes. Observing the high morale of his team, the captain nodded in satisfaction. The spirit is palpable. Boss, are we really fine acting independently? An inopportune voice chimed in, belonging to a worried Rattata. The captain approached Rattata, grasping his ear as he spoke in a low tone. What do you mean acting independently? As long as we succeed in bringing the goods back, it's not called acting independently. It's called seizing the opportunity. Only if we fail is it considered acting independently. Do you understand? The captain's roar was directed at Shuashu's ear. I understand, I understand. Only after failure can it be deemed reckless action, but the boss will certainly not fail. Shuashu bared his teeth and proclaimed, "Humph," releasing Shuashu's ear. The captain let out a dissatisfied grunt. Due to Shuashu's earlier interruption, he lost the inclination to say anything further, and with a wave of his hand, declared, "Brothers, follow me. I shall lead you to glory." Ah! Stifling a yawn, Lu Yun gazed at the ceiling, contentedly reclining on the bed. Embracing Solrock and Darubi, he skillfully turned off the lamp. "Good night, Ruby, Sol." In the adjacent room, Zoroark, wrapped in a towel, lay on the bed, contemplating the events of the past 2 days, unable to suppress a smile. This time at the Tokiwa conference, I shall steal the spotlight. Switching off the bedside lamp, Zoroark swiftly dove under the covers. "Boss, how are we going to get in?" Gazing at the towering walls, Shuashu, having reached the northern side of the ranch with the Goldfinch squad, found himself momentarily perplexed. "Umph, I have my ingenious plans," the captain responded to Shuashu's inquiry, revealing a mysterious expression as he produced several miniature pokeballs from his inner pocket. "Boss is formidable." Upon seeing the unique emblem on the pokeballs, Shuashu gave a thumbs up, genuinely praising him. Chapter 21, Snorlax. "I'm taking off." Holding 5 pokeballs adorned with lightning symbols, the captain's face displayed a tinge of regret. It had cost him dearly to acquire these, and now he was about to use them here. However, considering the potential gains should this endeavor succeed, the captain's discomfort diminished somewhat. After a moment's thought, he decided to take out only 3 pokeballs, carefully returning the remaining 2 to the inner pocket of his clothing. "Everyone, step back a little. Don't get caught in the blast," he commanded, gesturing for his subordinates to maintain their distance. Without needing to be told, the team instinctively created a safe space upon seeing the emblem on the pokeballs. Taking a deep breath, the captain hurled the pokeball far away, striking the wall before sprinting away. With 2 loud bangs, the pokeballs collided with the wall, releasing the contained Pokémon. 3 mischievous Electrode, their eyes glowing red, appeared at the base of the wall. As these Electrode emerged from their pokeballs, they began to expand their bodies, unleashing a cacophony of yellow sparks. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a shockwave accompanied by debris erupted in all directions. Thankfully, Shuashu and the others had been prepared. They had released their Pokémon beforehand to shield themselves. "Ugh!" Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, the captain, seeing the lingering smoke, shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, charge. Leave no one behind. All spoils belong to us. I only want the humans." Instantly, the sound of numerous pokeballs opening filled the air, and the team, fueled by the prospect of claiming all the loot, rushed eagerly towards the gaping breach. "Snorlax?" Snorlax felt as if he had just awakened from a dream, in which he had been blown away. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed incredulously at the unfamiliar surroundings. Hadn't he just been sleeping against the wall, which boasted a built-in massage feature? How was he now sprawled atop a monkey? Dragging out the long-tail monster that he had inadvertently knocked unconscious, Snorlax scratched his head in confusion. Before he could gather his thoughts, a throng of humans, accompanied by Pokémon, charged forth from a billowing cloud of smoke, their frantic cries echoing. "Oh wow, it's a Snorlax!" exclaimed a swift-footed team member upon spotting the sprawled Snorlax. "Look at what he's holding. That is a Pokémon we've never seen before." This proclamation instantly drew the attention of those nearby. Indeed, this was our big break. Composed of a band of desperate rogues, the team momentarily lost their wits upon encountering 2 rare Pokémon, forgetting their original objective. Some audacious individuals boldly hurled Pokeballs at Snorlax and the longtail monster. Annoyed by these attempts to capture him, Snorlax, already in a foul mood, unleashed a destructive beam of energy, igniting the battle. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent banging echoed at the door. With some annoyance, Zoroark opened the door, gazing at the breathless and disheveled Fawn. "What brings you here at this late hour?" he asked, stifling a yawn. "Boss, it's bad. We have intruders." Fawn gasped, panting heavily. Zoroark instantly became alert at these words. "Are the sun and moon reversed? It's been ages since anyone dared to intrude upon my domain. What is the situation?" Zoroark pressed urgently. After a moment of contemplation, Fawn stammered, "They seem formidable. There are likely many of them. Given the darkness and the thick smoke, I can't determine exactly, perhaps around 200. He added, "Actually, I'm not entirely certain about their numbers. I heard from other Pokémon that a group had invaded the ranch." Yet, this did not hinder him from embellishing the report with severity. "How many?" Zoroark exclaimed, startled by the estimate of 200. Swiftly pondering if this could be his enemies seeking revenge. Forget it, no use dwelling on it. After ruminating fruitlessly, he slapped his forehead and instructed Fong, "Quick, wake the others. We need to prepare for battle. You lead the charge. I'll follow shortly. Yes. In response to Zoroark's urgency, Fong didn't even bother with the stairs, but bit the bullet and jumped out the window to relay Zoroark's orders. Bounding down the hall, Zoroark burst into Lu Yun's room. With a sharp click, he turned on the light, startling Lu Yun, who was comfortably nestled between Solrock and Darubi. What are you doing? Lu Yun groaned, feeling the sting on his face. There's no time for explanations, Zoroark stated bluntly. Wake up. We're under attack. I estimate at least 400 to 500 of them. What? Upon hearing the staggering number, Lu Yun bolted upright, his eyes wide with disbelief. 400 to 500? Assuming each person had 2 Pokémon, that would amount to at least 1,000 Pokémon. He had never encountered such a formidable force in his entire life. What should I do? Lu Yun stammered, trembling. He couldn't fathom if he had somehow violated some cosmic law. It felt as if an entire battalion had descended upon them. What to do? Zoroark raised an eyebrow, emanating a fierce aura. We'll tackle them head-on. Arm yourselves and fight back. I refuse to believe they can outmatch my elite 1,000. Let us go. With a clenched jaw, Lu Yun spoke fiercely. Captain, something is amiss. The intel must be flawed. A team member, while directing his Pokémon to evade Snorlax's assault, turned back to address the captain. Rest assured, this is quite normal. Given the vastness of this ranch, it is only natural that a few powerful Pokémon would be stationed here. As long as we eliminate this Snorlax, our subsequent operations will proceed smoothly. Rhyperior, execute a body slam. While responding to his subordinates' concerns, the captain commanded his ace Pokémon, Rhyperior, to launch an attack on Snorlax. Even in his prime, he would have to tread carefully against the onslaught of nearly 40 to 50 Pokémon, let alone in his current famished state. With one hand shielding the unconscious Ambipom beneath him, Snorlax bent low to dodge a sneak attack from a Rattata, then retaliated with an ice punch that struck the lurking Farfetch'd, rendering it utterly incapacitated, a ripple effect of devastation. Just as the battle raged on between Snorlax and Farfetch'd, Rhyperior barreled towards him with tremendous force. Snorlax's hefty frame could not evade the impending collision. A thunderous crash erupted as Snorlax was sent flying 5 meters away, carving a deep trench into the ground. As the captain readied a specialized Pokeball to capture Snorlax, a shout from his subordinate interrupted him. Boss, look over there. Chapter 22. Fong. First, a wave of assault. Faster, faster. Don't let the enemy escape. Fong bellowed, leading a throng of drowsy Pokémon. Nidoking. Onix. At this moment, the fury among the Pokémon had reached its zenith. Ever since their leader had extracted them from the Viridian Forest, they had not experienced a single day of peace. First, they inexplicably fell ill, suffering from bouts of vomiting and diarrhea, followed by a fever that lasted an eternity. After barely enduring that, they found themselves deprived of sustenance, forced to gnaw on roots and forbidden from even licking tree bark. Finally, after a meager meal, they hoped sleep would quell their hunger, only to be ambushed by a band of intruders in the dead of night. Damn it! Furious, as these thoughts coursed through their minds, the eyes of the Pokémon brimmed with rage, their gazes filled with wrath and cruelty. Each of them had once enjoyed the bounty of fruit-laden trees in the Viridian Forest, and now, having endured such indignities, they were eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations upon the unsuspecting targets before them. Before the enraged Pokémon could reach the battlefield, the members of the squad had already heard their chilling roars. Many of the Pokémon capable of ranged attacks immediately sprang into action, indiscriminately launching their moves into the night sky, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated the darkened expanse. Boss, this is bad. They're firing signal flares. They're calling for help. A member of the combi team exclaimed, gazing at the vibrant display above. Huh. The captain turned, his expression shifting dramatically. That's the enemy's ranged assault, he shouted, swiftly darting beneath Rhyperior. This was no game, nor was he the type to one-handedly cradle a baby Gibble. Faced with the oncoming barrage, he opted for survival above all else. Damn it, a team member muttered under his breath, cursing the captain's lack of valor as he hastily followed suit, seeking refuge beneath his own Pokémon. However, some team members, whose Pokémon were smaller in stature, urgently commanded their companions to use defensive moves to shield against the impending ranged strikes. Of course, a few unfortunate souls, with Pokémon neither large enough nor trained in defensive skills, were left to rely solely on their meager evasive maneuvers, placing their fates in the hands of chance. Regrettably, fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on them that night. The number of Pokémon accompanying Fong to confront the enemy was not particularly vast, merely 800 or 900. Out of those, perhaps only 300 or 400 had launched ranged attacks. While this volume of assaults could not be described as a curtain of darkness, it certainly constituted a formidable barrage. The combi team, having lived for a considerable duration, could hardly fathom that they would face a saturation carpet bombing in a pasture. With thunderous roars, various ranged moves struck the ground, creating an invisible force that pushed against everyone present, followed by an avalanche of dust and wild grass cascading down upon them. The explosive sounds echoed clearly even 2 to 3 kilometers away in Greenery Town. Gazing at the towering clouds of dust rising from the explosions, Fong wasted no time and commanded a charge. Many robust, physically offensive Pokémon bellowed as they unleashed their attacks and surged forward across the ravaged terrain. Moves like Tackle, Rollout, and Charge were executed with diverse flair, while the more fragile Pokémon regrouped at the rear, providing supportive fire to their charging comrades. Energy balls, shadow balls, sparks, and flamethrowers rained down upon the smoky haze, showing no concern for friendly fire. Within the smoke, squad members covered their noses, scanning their surroundings. Fortunately, most had managed to dodge in time, leaving only 2 or 3 unfortunate souls blown to pieces. "Boss, something is amiss." One team member coughed, casting a doubtful glance at their leader. "Weren't we told there were only a few guardian Pokémon in the ranch? Where is this density of attacks coming from?" Now, even if someone told him that a league of elite Pokémon was stationed here, he would believe it without hesitation. The captain's face turned a shade of green and pale as realization struck him. He had anticipated some degree of guarding within the ranch. He even imagined a few toros might be kept for self-defense. However, he never expected the ranch owner to be so utterly formidable. With such power, why operate a ranch at all? They could easily be a commander in the league. Fuming at the gaping holes blasted into Rhyperior's body, the captain felt a gnawing frustration. This was already the best outcome for him, yet several of his team members' Pokémon had succumbed to the barrage, losing their fighting capabilities. With no victories to show for their efforts, the heavy losses weighed heavily on him. Damn it, is it never ending? Looking up at the sky as more ranged attacks descended, the captain gritted his teeth and declared, "Brothers, it's time to fight for our lives. Don't hold back, let us charge. If we can break through, we'll survive." At that moment, the captain had abandoned thoughts of capturing anyone. All he wanted was to escape alive. Hearing the call to flee, his team members' eyes lit up, and they promptly revealed their trump cards. Instantly, over a dozen assorted Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, summoning a Rampardos. The captain chose a direction and began directing Rhyperior and Rampardos to flee in that direction, as the ground shook with the impact of the incoming ranged attacks. The lingering dust once again rose, drastically reducing visibility. Huh, what is that? Gazing ahead at the hazy silhouette, Captain Shao narrowed his eyes, his expression rife with vigilance. Drillhorn Rhinoceros, erect a barrier of rocks. Observing the enigmatic creature drawing near, the captain resolved to take the initiative. As the command was issued, a multitude of rocks coalesced under the Drillhorn Rhinoceros, hurtling towards the distance with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Not far off, a massive onyx snake, witnessing the barrage of rocks approaching, exhibited a flicker of rage in its gaze. The enemy not only refused to surrender, but dared to retaliate. Anger surged within, and the onyx snake accelerated, enveloping itself in a shroud of rocky energy, transforming its impending strike into a self-sacrificial charge, while silently gathering its ultimate technique, the cannon beam, preparing to unleash it at close range. As the distance closed, the captain gradually discerned the identity of the obstructing creature. Humph. Golem, join in. Eliminate that oblivious onyx snake. Before Golem could make its move, a gleaming beam of metallic light pierced through the obscuring dust, targeting the Drillhorn Rhinoceros. Following this, a tempest bore down, laden with sand and the enraged onyx snake, barreling toward him. Chapter 23, Zoroark, Ambulance. I need an ambulance. Protect yourself. Quickly, use Protect. The captain's eyes widened as he beheld the onyx snake charging towards him, urgently shouting to the nearby Drillhorn Rhinoceros. He understood that if struck, he would be rendered into mere pulp. In that critical moment, the Drillhorn Rhinoceros reached him, executing Protect. As the pale golden barrier unfurled, the captain pivoted and retreated swiftly. The foremost rule of a trainer: always ensure one's own safety. Bang! The furious self-sacrificial charge from the onyx snake was not so easily thwarted. The Protect cast by the Drillhorn Rhinoceros shattered within mere seconds. The colossal form of the Drillhorn Rhinoceros, under the immense force of the onyx snake, was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the captain's eyes gleamed with determination as he regarded the obstructing serpent. Golem, use Rock Slide. At that moment, Golem was not in peak condition, having sustained severe injuries since entering the pasture. Drawing a deep breath, Golem's right hand radiated a brilliant white light, resolutely swinging towards the onyx snake. Observing Golem barreling towards him, the onyx snake's eyes glimmered with derision. With a swift flick of its tail, it kicked up a cloud of dust, and, seizing the moment when Golem lost sight, executed dig, burrowing into the ground. Having previously encountered humans, the onyx snake understood the adage of capture the leader to subdue the band. Rather than entangling with the Pokémon, it aimed to swiftly eliminate the human trainer. Should it succeed in dispatching the trainer, its odds of victory would increase significantly. Watching the onyx snake disappear underground, the captain's expression grew grave. Think fast. His mind raced, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Drillhorn Rhinoceros, use Earthquake. If it refused to confront them head-on, then let it lie in eternal slumber beneath the earth. The recently returned Drillhorn Rhinoceros, upon hearing its master's command, began to stomp the ground furiously. Waves of earthy energy surged from it into the soil. Soon, the ground trembled lightly, followed by a muffled groan emanating from below. Hearing that sound, a smile crept across the captain's face. Success! Boom! Just as the captain reveled in his triumph, a mound of earth erupted from the once flat ground, revealing the battered onyx snake, its expression one of agony as it emerged. Golem, finish it with Rock Slide. Before the onyx snake could react, Golem lunged forward, swinging its right hand down upon the serpent's massive form. Crack! The onyx snake shut its eyes in pain. Having endured the brunt of the earthquake, it was now at its limits. Another blow from Rock Slide would surely spell its doom. Humph! A cold scoff escaped the captain's lips as he beheld the onyx snake. Eyes closed and resigned to its fate. No matter how strong, you still fall beneath my blade. At that critical juncture, a bellowing moo resonated through the air. Moo! An explosive-headed buffalo, eyes ablaze with fury, charged forth at an incredible speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow, trailing a long plume of dust behind it. Not good, get out of the way. The captain shouted urgently to Golem as he watched the frenzied buffalo barreling towards them. The captain's reflexes were swift, yet the buffalo's speed surpassed his own. As his warning fell from his lips, the buffalo's assault arrived, launching Golem away before it could react. Golem! With a pained cry, Golem crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater, its fate uncertain. Beholding the furious buffalo, its eyes aflame and hooves stamping the earth, the captain instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, the buffalo felt an immense surge of anger. Due to its herbivorous nature, it had been sidelined while other Pokémon engaged in battle. After enduring nearly 10 minutes of various grass-type moves, it had finally been permitted to join the fray. If anyone had a data panel at that moment, they would see a line above the buffalo's head, Attack 6, confronted with the fully charged explosive-headed buffalo. The already weary Drillhorn Rhinoceros could not withstand even 3 attacks before being felled. Snorting disdainfully, the buffalo cast a scornful glance at the fallen Drillhorn Rhinoceros before continuing its search for enemies. According to its intelligence, there were at least 1,000 human trainers here. And on the Pokémon side, there were at least 3,000 to 4,000. As a member of the reserve team, the pressure was immense. Outside the battleground, Lu Yun and Zoroark arrived fashionably late. How is the situation? Zoroark inquired, listening to the distant sounds of combat. Pointing to a few of their comrades bound tightly with vines on the ground, Fong lowered his head in shame. Apologies, boss, we haven't yet located their main force. No matter what I tried, they insist there are only 20 of them. Upon hearing Fong's response, Lu Yun, following Zoroark, gasped. One word resonated in his mind. Elite. Oh, tough nuts to crack? Zoroark smirked coldly, advancing to the battered member of the Goldfinch squad. Crouching down, Zoroark gently patted the cheek of one individual and said, "Those who recognize the times are wise. Reveal the location of your main force, and I shall spare you." At that moment, the Goldfinch squad member was on the verge of tears. Main force. Main force. Why does everyone keep asking about the main force? If we truly had one, would I be here? With a pained expression that was more grotesque than tears, the squad member replied, his voice trembling. If I say we have no main force, that we only have 20 people, will you believe me? With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Zoroark turned and walked aside. Do you expect me to believe you? If you lack strength, how could you dare challenge me with a mere 20 individuals against my thousands of elite? Since he refused to speak the truth, Hudi, it's your turn. Casting a glance back at the approaching Hudi, Zoroark quietly listened to the distant sounds of explosions. Receiving Zoroark's signal, Hudi swiftly seized a team member and, under their terrified gaze, placed a spoon atop their head. Activating his psychic abilities, a torrent of fragmented information flooded into his mind. After a brief moment of organization, Hudi, his complexion somewhat grim, approached Zoroark and whispered in his ear. Upon hearing that he had not spoken falsely, Zoroark was momentarily taken aback, then fiercely glared at the bewildered Fong beside him, shouting, "Hurry! Make them cease at once." He then urgently yelled at Lu Yun, "Call an ambulance. Quickly." Chapter 24. Lu Yun. Damn it, my home has exploded. A multitude of searchlights illuminated the ranch as countless luminescent Pokémon traversed the battlefield, assisting medical personnel in tending to the wounded. At that moment, Zoroark's expression was so dark it seemed capable of dripping water. He was contemplating the murder of Fong, watching the injured ones crying out in agony. Zoroark's heart ached with sorrow. Damn it, after fighting for so long, they were actually attacking their own. Due to erroneous intelligence, the first wave of Pokémon that charged into the smoke had grossly misjudged the enemy's size and strength. After dispatching a few minor Karami, these Pokémon dared not relax, cautiously groping through the pitch-black battlefield, fearful of being shot by friendly fire. After all, the intel indicated that the opposing side had at least 800 or 900 individuals. Thus, a fragile yet perfect chain of suspicion was formed. These Pokémon moved like armed hunters, treading carefully through the dark forest. Given their infrequent encounters in the past, even though they all served under Zoroark, many Pokémon remained unfamiliar faces. As they cautiously searched, someone unknowingly fired the first shot, and the entire battlefield instantly transformed into a hellish arena. If I do not know where the enemy is hiding, then everyone I do not recognize is an enemy. Thus, an internal Pokémon melee ensued. As the number of fallen Pokémon increased, their fighting spirits surged. Look, the enemy's numbers have been accounted for. They are numerous. What? You say our teammates are dwindling? That must mean the enemy is too strong. We must fight harder. Sighing as he watched Pokémon being lifted onto ambulances, Zoroark pressed his forehead and let out a weary sigh. He was utterly exhausted. Boss, I've clarified the cause of this mess. At that moment, Fong happily rushed over, completely oblivious to Zoroark's increasingly grim countenance. Speak. Suppressing his urge to eliminate Fong, Zoroark gritted his teeth and demanded. As Fong recounted the tale, Zoroark gradually understood the origins of this colossal blunder. Apparently, two Pokémon with a pre-existing grudge had sought to settle their score amidst the chaos, but unwittingly, they were seen by a passing Pokémon. However, this passerby recognized only one side and mistook the other as an enemy, rallying friends for a righteous brawl. Naturally, the one being beaten could not simply acquiesce, sending out a distress signal that quickly summoned his friends. Witnessing the enemy's resistance startled the others, prompting them to call for reinforcements to continue the fight. Thus, the situation snowballed, ultimately igniting a full-blown conflict. Taking a deep breath, Zoroark finally comprehended that there were indeed troublemakers among the crowd. Excellent. Determined to rectify the situation within his team, Zoroark turned to the somewhat anxious Fong, ready to address the false reports of troop strength. Come over. Zoroark waved at Fong, striving to keep his tone calm. Be boss. Ears drooping. Fong approached Zoroark with a pained expression, moving at a pace hardly faster than that of a snail. Observing Fong's reluctance, Zoroark nearly laughed in frustration. 3-2. Before Zoroark could utter one, Fong zipped to Zoroark's side, leaving a blur in his wake. Gently patting Fong's head, Zoroark sighed, his expression softening as he remarked, I've decided to grant you an extended leave. Boss, you're so kind. Upon hearing that his boss not only refrained from punishment, but also intended to grant him a vacation, Fong's ears perked up. What kind of leave are you granting me? How many days? Fong asked, bewildered. With a slight smile, Zoroark's gaze suddenly turned fierce. Sick leave. A mournful wail pierced the night sky, causing the Chansey carrying stretchers nearby to glance over in alarm. Ah, how refreshing. Watching Fong, now a heap of broken limbs, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, Zoroark clapped his hands, releasing a satisfied sigh. Take him away. He gestured for the Chansey, who had been waiting patiently, to carry away the greatest perpetrator of the night. Zoroark approached Lu Yun, who was conversing with Dais. You, my friend, certainly know how to stir up trouble. Dais lamented, gazing at the gruesome battlefield and the multitude of injured. The head of the Pokémon Center, Joy, cast a resentful look at Lu Yun. Having already been overwhelmed by the destruction of the commercial district, their hospital had only just regained some semblance of calm, and now they faced another crisis. The thought of treating hundreds of injured Pokémon flickered a glimmer of despair in Joy's eyes. More over time, the plight of the working individual is truly harsh. After hearing Dais's complaints, Lu Yun scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Elite? What elite nonsense? At that moment, Lu Yun was inwardly cursing Zoroark vehemently. Just before sleeping, he had inquired of Zoroark whether such a large congregation of Pokémon at the ranch would lead to any trouble. Zoroark had confidently assured him that all present were elite subordinates, guaranteeing that not a single issue would arise. Mr. Lu Yun, may I ask if you have had any interactions with anyone in recent days? At that moment, Jun Sha-Qing-mei approached, clad in white gloves, and inquired. Lu Yun was momentarily taken aback, then displayed a look of confusion. It appears that, following my preliminary questioning, these villains indicated that they infiltrated the ranch tonight to abduct someone. Jun Sha-Qing-mei patiently explained to Lu Yun. For your safety, we kindly ask that you disclose the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun realized he had been caught in the crossfire. No, Lu Yun furrowed his brow, feigning distress as he responded. After casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yun, Jun Sha-Qing refrained from asking further questions. Instead, she directed her subordinates to escort the individuals into the police car. Should Mr. Lu Yun recall anything, he may contact me at any time, and I will arrive promptly. Handing Lu Yun a slip of paper inscribed with her phone number, Jun Sha-Qing chose not to linger, but to follow her subordinates as they departed. Meanwhile, Dize, observing this exchange, nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, just as Jun Sha-Qing had left. Lu Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed toward the distant flames erupting into the sky. Oh no, my house has exploded. Soroya, oh no, my son is still inside. Chapter 25 Soroya, oh no, my son is lost. Half an hour earlier, a slight tremor resonated through the living room, alerting the vigilant sloth responsible for guarding Soroya and Dalubi. Abruptly, the flat surface of the living room floor appeared to collapse, revealing a Diglett. Unfazed by this unexpected intruder, the dutiful sloth emitted a warning cry. Oh whoa! Despite the sloth's attempts to drive it away, the Diglett remained undeterred. Just as the sloth prepared to take action, a voice emerged from the depths. Ah, I've finally escaped. Following this exclamation, a Dug trio emerged, hoisting a man clad in black, his face obscured, exuding an air of lewdness. Truly, it was a hefty Diglett. Oh whoa! Upon seeing the dirt-covered figure before him, the sloth grew tense and began to issue a series of warning cries, attempting to shoo him away. Undeterred by the sloth's alarms, the hefty Diglett surveyed its surroundings. Upon realizing it was in a living room, a look of delight spread across its face. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon me. I am destined to be rich. Casting a glance toward the staircase, the Diglett's eyes gleamed with avarice. To him, a rancher with such prowess must possess considerable wealth. With only a single monkey guarding the premises, if he could defeat this creature, riches would be his for the taking. With ambition igniting within him, the Diglett pointed at the sloth and commanded his two Pokémon. Diglett, use Mud Slap. Dug Trio, use Rollout. Caught off guard, the sloth found itself struck first. Oh whoa! With a roar, the sloth seized the sofa and hurled it at the Diglett, deftly dodging the incoming mud. Simultaneously, white energy began to coalesce in its hands, aimed at the approaching Dug Trio. In an instant, the once tidy living room devolved into chaos. As it maneuvered around the sloth's energy-infused punches, the Dug Trio swiftly altered its strategy. Launching a kick at the sloth, from a distance, the Diglett continued to rain down mud, obstructing the sloth's movements. With a resounding thud, the sloth found itself knocked to the ground, producing a loud crash that startled Soroya and Dalubi, who were sleeping upstairs. Dalubi? Soroya? Exchanging glances, Dalubi and Soroya unanimously decided to descend the stairs and investigate the commotion. Below, the hefty Diglett was commanding the Diglett and Dug Trio as they relentlessly attacked the fallen sloth. That's it. Dug Trio, use Heavy Slam to keep him down. Diglett, employ Santum to restrict his movements. Commands flowed from the Diglett's mouth in an orderly fashion, leaving even the battle-hardened sloth struggling to defend itself. Soroya, Dalubi. At that moment, Soroya and Dalubi arrived on the scene, witnessing the nefarious display unfolding in their living room. Dalubi opened its mouth, unleashing a volley of sparks, while Soroya, refusing to be outdone, waved its fluffy tail, launching a torrent of swift attacks at the Diglett. With the assistance of Soroya and Dalubi, the sloth seized an opportunity, delivering a decisive blow to the Dug Trio, causing it to stagger backward. Oh whoa! Having repelled the Dug Trio, the sloth used the moment to alert Soroya and Dalubi at the staircase, urging them to flee and seek help. Roar! What a pleasant surprise. At this juncture, the hefty Diglett had also noticed the two Pokémon at the staircase, his face alight with excitement. Despite his rudimentary education, he could discern the value of these two creatures. Licking his parched lips, the Diglett commanded his Diglett, "Quick, capture them." Obeying their master's orders, the Diglett redirected their assault towards Soroya and Dalubi, advancing menacingly. Drawing upon his combat experience, Dalubi stood resolute, firing sparks to thwart the advancing Diglett. Meanwhile, Soroya, though initially apprehensive, found courage in witnessing Dalubi's valiant display and joined the fray with its own swift attacks. At first, the two small creatures fumbled, but thanks to Soroya's training, they quickly fell into a rhythm, engaging the Diglett in an even exchange of blows. Blast it! Diglett, put more effort into it. Frustrated to see his Pokémon bogged down, the hefty Diglett was at his wit's end. He merely wished to score a quick fortune and escape this chaotic scene. If Lu Yun and the others returned, he would truly be trapped. With a determined glare, the Diglett's eyes flickered with malice as he retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket. Unlike regular Pokeballs, this one bore a lightning bolt insignia, indicating it contained an electrode. Dugtrio, evade! Shouting to the Dugtrio, the hefty Diglett hurled the Pokeball at the sloth and leapt into the underground tunnel. Reacting swiftly, the Dugtrio distanced itself from the sloth, employing its dig skill to burrow underground. Oh whoa! Simultaneously, the sloth issued a warning to the two young Pokémon still engaged with the Diglett. As the Pokeball opened, the long-suffering electrode was released. The moment it was exposed to the air, it instinctively unleashed a self-destruct move. The ensuing explosion engulfed the small living room, igniting flammable items like the coffee table and sofa. The tremendous roar and shockwave left all Pokémon, including the Diglett, dazed and disoriented. As the dust settled, the hefty Diglett emerged, grimy and disheveled, from the tunnel, led by the Dugtrio. After capturing the Diglett in a Pokeball, the hefty Diglett commanded the Dugtrio to finish off the sloth and approach the unconscious Dalubi and Soroya. Removing his coat, he wrapped Dalubi and Soroya within it, capturing the Dugtrio in a Pokeball before releasing a Charizard. Take me away from here. Gazing upon the ruins of what was once a house, Shuashu realized that if he did not depart soon, he would never have the chance to do so. With a flutter, he grasped Shuashu's clothing, strainingly flapping his wings, and then swiftly vanished into the night sky. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Zoroark arrived, albeit belatedly. Chapter 26. Clue, colorful phosphorescent powder. Staring at the blazing inferno that consumed the house and the lifeless form of the hyperactive monkey, Lu Yun stood momentarily paralyzed before recklessly plunging into the flames, fervently searching for the whereabouts of Dalubai and Sualuoya. My son, Zoroark, beside him, had already succumbed to madness, leveraging his formidable prowess to charge into the second floor, which was on the brink of collapse. Dai Dai Wang, use rain dance. Dize, with a grim countenance, recognized that Shuashu's audacious actions had thoroughly trampled their dignity into the ground. After unleashing Dai Dai Wang to extinguish the raging fire, Dize joined the search party alongside his companions. Soon, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, quenching the voracious flames. Within the ruins, Zoroark sat vacantly, while Lu Yun maintained an air of tranquility. The house, measuring over 100 square meters, had been thoroughly searched. Yet no trace of the two small creatures could be found, regardless of their relentless digging. This is good news, Lu Yun remarked as he approached Zoroark, patting him on the shoulder. It indicates that the assailants chose not to kill them. It is highly likely that they have taken them away. Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Zoroark extricated himself from despair. His previous anxiety had clouded his judgment. The absence of his son did not definitively imply misfortune. It could mean he had been abducted. Realizing his son might still be alive, Zoroark abruptly rose, striding purposefully into the distance without uttering a word. Where are you going? Lu Yun called out, his voice echoing with urgency. To rescue my son and my apprentice. Zoroark replied, his back still turned, brimming with fury. Do you even know where to go to rescue them? Lu Yun pressed, highlighting a crucial point. Zoroark halted, the flicker of hope he had ignited extinguished once more. Indeed, he did not even know the direction in which the enemy had fled, so how could he discern where to search? Calm down. I will contact the dojo and request their elite searchers to come, Dize interjected, attempting to provide support. His own mood was far from cheerful. Given that such a significant oversight had occurred while he was present, he would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. What transpired? At that moment, Jun Mei, who had long since departed, galloped back on her rapidash, urgency etched upon her features. Upon witnessing the charred remnants of the house, her expression darkened. She had only just left when such a heinous attack transpired, bringing shame to their police department. Upon learning that Sualuoya and Dalubai might have been taken by the assailants, her mood plummeted further. Golden Blossom, do not let me encounter you. She cursed vehemently before hastening alongside Dize to request reinforcements from the station. Before long, both returned, their spirits noticeably deflated. What news? Lu Yun inquired eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation. Facing Lu Yun's expectant gaze, Dize, albeit reluctantly, responded, Unfortunately, all the dojo's skilled searchers are otherwise occupied and cannot assist. He offered a wry smile. And the police station? Lu Yun shifted his gaze towards Jun Shaoqing Mei after hearing the dojo's inability to provide aid. Instinctively, her eyes began to evade his fervent stare. Observing her reluctance, Lu Yun understood that hope was likely futile. The atmosphere grew tense and uncomfortable. If only there were witnesses. Jun Shaoqing Mei muttered softly. Suddenly, Lu Yun sprang to his feet, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Perhaps someone saw which direction they fled. Instantly, all eyes turned to Lu Yun, whose gaze was fixed on the bug house not far from the ruins. Is it him? The group encircled the trembling cater pie in Lu Yun's palm, while Jun Shaoqing Mei stared in disbelief. She had expected a witness of substance, not a mere cater pie. It was not that she underestimated the creature. Rather, its frailty and timidity were well known. However, they had no choice but to pin their hopes on this little cater pie, trusting it had indeed seen the direction of the intruder's escape. Little Green, tell me, did you see the person who burned the house run that way? Lu Yun asked, somewhat apprehensively. Cater. The little cater pie waved its tiny hands anxiously in the air, its expression filled with distress. Are you saying he flew upwards? Zoroark quickly interpreted the cater pie's gestures. Upon confirming that the cater pie had indeed witnessed the intruder's departure, Zoroark eagerly inquired, which way did he fly? Lu Yun shared in the anticipation. Do not be nervous, take your time. Just tell me, and I'll reward you with 10 bug gems. At Lu Yun's promise, Little Green closed its eyes, deep in thought. As the seconds ticked by, the group awaited anxiously. Finally, Little Green opened its eyes. What is it? Have you remembered? Lu Yun asked hastily, his expression brimming with urgency. Cater. Little Green twisted shyly, emitting an apologetic sound. Witnessing this, the hearts of the group sank to their lowest point. The lead had once again been severed. Damn it. No matter. We must continue searching. If we do not find them soon, we truly may never locate them. Zoroark shouted in frustration, his face ablaze with anger. Just then, Little Green suddenly leaped from Lu Yun's hand and scurried towards a haystack deep within the bug house. Exchanging glances with DZ, Lu Yun chose to follow. Upon reaching the haystack, Little Green began rummaging through it with its tiny hands, soon emerging with a cocoon specked with colorful phosphorescent powder. Cater. With the cocoon held aloft, Little Green began gesticulating wildly towards Lu Yun. However, due to Zoroark's absence, the others struggled to comprehend what Little Green was trying to convey. Ha, fortune favors me. At that moment, Zoroark burst in, laughter spilling from his lips as he carefully took the cocoon from Little Green's grasp. Follow me. I know where to find them. With that, he strode confidently outwards. Seizing the small green creature from the ground, Lu Yun hastily followed suit, ensuring to securely close the door of the insect chamber to prevent wild spirits from seizing the opportunity to attack the green caterpillars amidst the chaos. Chapter 27. Thin Dog. Are you capable? Thin Dog, can you handle this? At that moment, Lu Yun, Zoroark, and DZ were trailing behind a relatively slender large wolf dog, gazing at the increasingly desolate surroundings, prompting Zoroark to voice his inquiry. Since last night, having learned from the small green creature that Shao Kai had arrived early and left traces of phosphorescent powder along the way, Zoroark had chosen one of his relatively intact subordinates who possessed scent detection abilities to lead the way. After a night of traversing rugged terrain, the environment around them grew ever more barren. The once vibrant trees were gradually replaced by the skeletal remains of withered trunks, and even the ground was now blanketed with fallen leaves deep enough to engulf their ankles. The night's relentless journey had left Lu Yun feeling quite out of sorts. Oh whoa. In response to his leader's skepticism, the large wolf dog growled in irritation, asserting that a man should never be deemed incapable. All right, you are undeniably the best. Rolling his eyes, Zoroark retorted, so, esteemed Mr. Long-Lasting Wolf Dog, how much longer until we reach our destination? Oh whoa. After informing his leader to simply follow his lead, the wolf dog lowered its nose to the ground, inhaling deeply, drawing in the scents of grass and dust, which filled its nostrils. This spectacle left Lu Yun apprehensive, fearing for the safety of their only tracking expert. Logically, one would assume that the best candidates for tracking would be trained canine or wind speed Pokémon. However, due to Jun Shaoqing Mei's overwhelming responsibilities, as the chief of police, she had to remain behind to manage the aftermath. Thus they had to make do with the wolf dog. Finally, just as the wolf dog was nearing saturation, it confirmed their direction. Oh whoa. With a howl directed at Lu Yun and the others, the wolf dog sneezed, expelling the debris from its nostrils, and then took off in a particular direction. glancing back occasionally to ensure its leader was keeping pace. Hiss. Drawing a sharp breath, Lu Yun, with his aching legs, lagged behind the group. Lacking physical training, Lu Yun was ultimately outmatched by Dize, who possessed supernatural abilities. It wasn't long before Lu Yun felt he could endure no longer. But they finally arrived at their destination, an imposing ancient castle. The castle exemplified classic Gothic architecture, with numerous spires reaching skyward, exuding an air of formidable grandeur. The outer walls were a weathered black, but this decay was not due to neglect. Rather, it was a deliberate preservation of the historical ambience that belonged solely to the castle's legacy. Gazing at the magnificent castle a kilometer away, the wolf dog quietly held a few words to Zoroark, who, with a satisfied glance, recalled the creature into its pokeball. Indeed, it was Zoroark who returned the wolf dog to its pokeball. Before departing, Zoroark had procured a considerable number of pokeballs from Lu Yun and Dize for the purpose of maintaining stealth and facilitating any subsequent rescue operations. Lu Yun estimated that Zoroark was carrying at least 50 Pokémon, the weakest among them likely being of the commanding tier. Hey, I must say, these human contraptions are rather effective. Tossing a pokeball in the air, Zoroark raised an eyebrow and remarked. Disregarding Zoroark's banter, Lu Yun cut to the chase, asking, "How shall we proceed to enter?" "Break in," Zoroark replied without hesitation. "What is your opinion, Dize?" Upon hearing Zoroark's suggestion, Lu Yun felt his last shred of hope shatter. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Lu Yun sought a more reliable counsel from Dize. In response, Dize began to contemplate. The castle's design effectively minimized any potential blind spots. Moreover, to enhance security, no vegetation exceeding 1 meter in height was permitted within a kilometer radius, significantly complicating their infiltration. A direct assault was not entirely out of the question, as their current lineup could indeed mount a charge. However, such an approach would likely alert the enemy, drastically increasing the difficulty of the rescue mission. After considering this, Dize glanced up at the sun hanging in the sky, expressing a hint of resignation. Perhaps we should wait until nightfall and approach under the cover of darkness. Upon hearing the suggestion to wait, Zoroark erupted in fury, cursing. All you ever do is wait. What if something happens to my son? Being called a coward incited Dize's anger as well. My mother is certainly wiser than you. He retorted, you might find yourself collecting your son's remains before you even charge in. Dare to call me a fool? Unable to tolerate the insult, Zoroark raised his fist, preparing to engage in some physical persuasion. Enough. Witnessing the impending conflict among his companions, Lu Yun shouted to halt their actions. Everyone, cease your quarreling and listen to me. Instantly, the tension-filled duo paused, turning their attention to Lu Yun. Whose advice should we heed? Zoroark, with his hands tightly gripping Dize's neck, inquired fiercely. Cough, cough, cough. Think this through. Your Darubi is still within the castle. Dize, despite being choked, managed to speak, his forehead veins bulging. Covering his face with his hand, Lu Yun felt a headache coming on. A sudden thought struck Lu Yun. Since his two companions were unreliable, why not seek assistance from a professional? With a decisive wave of his hand, Lu Yun addressed Dize, who was on the verge of being throttled, saying, forget your arguments. I choose to call for external help. Both combatants halted, momentarily stunned by the mention of seeking outside aid. Displaying the business card the Night Owl had given him, Lu Yun continued, I believe summoning them would be quite beneficial. Just the name Shadow Walker suggests they are suited for this line of work. 3, 2, 1, release. Upon hearing the name Shadow Walker, both individuals promptly released their grips and quickly retreated behind Lu Yun. If you had this earlier, you should have revealed it sooner. Zoroark grumbled, eyeing the black card with irritation. Goodness, I nearly forgot. Those fellows still owe you a favor. Dize recalled that fateful night, his face lighting up with excitement. Taking out his phone, Lu Yun dialed the number listed on the card. 1 breath, 2 breaths, and soon Lu Yun realized something. There was no signal. The three exchanged glances, and then Zoroark had a sudden idea, pointing to a large tree behind them. I'll boost you up. Being elevated should allow you to pick up a signal. Looking at the towering tree, Lu Yun nodded helplessly. At this point, there was no other option. Chapter 28. Night Owl. Who is calling for support? Speak. Who is in need? Dressed in a black cloak and donning a sinister mask, the Night Owl, accompanied by his dark apparitions, approached with an expression of displeasure, flanked by hundreds of similarly garbed members of the Shadow Walker. Observing the disgruntled expression of the Night Owl, Lu Yun was equally perplexed, pondering where he might have offended him. Was it not he who said to call if something was amiss? Why then, upon his call, did the man seem so displeased? How petty! Silently criticizing the Night Owl in his heart, Lu Yun pointed towards the ancient castle a kilometer away and spoke. My companion has been captured. He is within that castle. I hope you can intervene and rescue him. He added, after all, this is your area of expertise. Upon hearing that he was to undertake a rescue, the night owl nearly strained his back. Was this the urgent matter he had mentioned over the phone? He found it hard to believe, as he had distinctly heard this young man describe it as a critical situation requiring him to bring additional personnel, adhering to a spirit of professionalism and diligence. The night owl wasted no time in summoning all the members at the base, hastily gathering them. Yet, upon arrival at the destination, he was informed that they were not there to engage in battle, but rather to conduct a rescue. This was indeed a shocking turn of events. Since the inception of the Night Walkers, they had always been involved in bloodshed, whether it be exterminating entire families or seeking vengeance against clans. Today, they were witnessing an unprecedented request for a rescue, which was quite unexpected. However, considering he still owed this young man 3 favors, the night owl maintained his professional integrity and gritted his teeth, inquiring, how many individuals are inside the castle? What is their strength? What sort of beings are they? In response to the night owl's inquiries, Lu Yun's answers were blunt and unequivocal. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. He truly embodied the essence of ignorance. Faced with Lu Yun's lack of information, the night owl felt a wave of exasperation. Wait, he snapped, instructing Lu Yun to remain in place before gesturing for his subordinates to conduct reconnaissance. Why do I feel he is also unreliable? Muttered Zoroark quietly. Observing the night owl as he assigned his subordinates, Lu Yun shot Zoroark a sidelong glance, but chose silence. The night owl, though perhaps questionable, was certainly preferable to charging in blindly like a fool. Soon, the reconnaissance mission was set in motion, with 5 or 6 members of the Night Walkers, accompanied by their Pokémon, departing the area. The remaining members began to rest in preparation for the impending operation. All right, let us take a breather. Once they return, we will discuss how to proceed with the rescue, the night owl stated, turning to Lu Yun. Understood. Lu Yun nodded in acknowledgement, and a heavy silence enveloped the scene. With no one daring to speak, Lu Yun refrained from conversation for fear of the safety of Delubi and Zoroa. The night owl, too, was reticent, feeling somewhat deceived and harboring resentment towards Lu Yun. Zoroark was even less inclined to speak, believing that all this deliberation was futile. Charging in was the only truth. Dizzying moments passed in silence, with the 4 of them exchanging glances, none willing to break the stillness. At last, just as their patience was wearing thin, the scouts returned. Report to the leader. We have confirmed that our target is indeed inside, one of the Night Walkers announced. Nearly stumbling over his words due to the gravity of the rescue mission being his first. Here is the intelligence from within. Please review it. He produced a densely written sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to the night owl. Very well, go rest. He waved the successful scout away before immersing himself in the information. As he finished reading, the night owl's brow furrowed, a glint of gravity crossing his gaze. Exhaling deeply, he stored the intelligence and turned to Lu Yun, stating, the situation is somewhat precarious and not easily managed. Seeing the night owl's serious demeanor, Lu Yun's heart plummeted. If it was deemed difficult by the night owl, it must indeed be a formidable challenge. Your companion is indeed inside, but they are currently in captivity. They are held in the lowest level of the castle, and there is only one route leading to that level. Thus, if we wish to effect a rescue, the difficulty is considerable. Moreover, the night owl paused before continuing. The owner of this castle possesses formidable strength. Should our rescue fail, your 2 companions could be in grave danger. Clenching his fists, Lu Yun felt an icy chill wash over him. If the night owl remarked that the owner was no weakling, it was certain that they must command 1 or 2 dominant Pokémon. As he reflected on his time in this world, living by the book and causing no trouble, he found himself in such dire straits. Truly, fate seemed blind. We must rescue them, even if it is dangerous. Lu Yun lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the night owl, his tone resolute. He had resolved to strengthen himself upon returning from this ordeal. Previously, he had thought that wealth would shield him from harm, only to discover that, in the eyes of the powerful, he was merely a plump target. Very well. The night owl observed Lu Yun's unwavering determination with admiration. He had not encountered such steadfastness in a long time. You shall remain here, and I will ensure your protection, while I personally lead the operation inside the castle. You need not worry. Absolutely not. Lu Yun immediately countered, refusing to be left behind. I will go. What purpose do you serve? To create chaos? Do you even have a Pokémon? The night owl unleashed a barrage of questions at Lu Yun without hesitation. I am going to rescue my companion. I will follow your orders. I have a Pokémon. Lu Yun responded with conviction, his voice strong. Oh, the night owl turned, a teasing smile gracing his features. What Pokemon do you possess? Let me see. All right. Retrieving the Pokeball containing Little Green, Lu Yun released it. Upon seeing a Caterpie, the night owl nearly gasped in disbelief. You must be joking. You intend to send it against the fierce hounds within the castle? The night owl was incredulous, having anticipated a more formidable creature, only to be presented with such a meek specimen. Indeed, although its combat ability is lacking, it is an exceptional field medic. Lu Yun replied earnestly, his conviction evident. With a resigned sigh, the night owl acquiesced. Fine, but this medic of yours must adhere strictly to my commands. If you agree to that, I will accept you. Agreed. It is settled. Be good, just a little longer, and it will soon be over. The old woman with the golden silkworm chuckled, a blush of pink spreading across her face. Before long, the previously subdued and muffled sounds began to reverberate once more in this room saturated with the fragrance of heather. Leader, this is a gift I brought back for you on my recent excursion. What do you think? In the depths of the castle's dungeon, the sycophantic rat was bowing low before a gray-haired elder in his 50s, his tone dripping with flattery. Not bad, quite thoughtful. Observing the two captives, Soroya and Darubi, bound like Zongzi before him, the elderly man emitted a dismissive grunt through his nostrils, then arrogantly scolded the rat beside him. In my lifetime, having served under the master, I've seen much. In the past, I, Zhao, Wu Ti have even glanced at elves of this quality. But today, considering your thoughtfulness, I, Zhao Tiangao, will reluctantly accept them. However, Zhao Tiangao's expression suddenly hardened, his tone shifting. But this is the last time. Yes, it won't happen again. The rat, smiling obsequiously at the elder's face, which was so wrinkled it could swat a fly, continued to flatter. Leader, look at my deputy, the deputy. The rat cautiously inquired of the elder, as he took such a great risk, hoping to elevate his position from an outer member to an internal captain. Deputy? Captain. Zhao Tiangao's eyes rolled, revealing a smile that made one feel as if they were on the brink of death. This captaincy you seek must be earned through your own merit, not granted by my favor. Tomorrow, you shall take office. Enduring the discomfort of the elder's unsightly visage, the rat quickly bowed to pledge his loyalty. As you say, one must remember the well-digger when drinking water. I am well aware of my roots. Hearing this declaration of loyalty, Zhao Tiangao's facial wrinkles shifted, clearly pleased. You may go now. I am weary. I shall send the appointment letter to your room later. Waving the rat away, Zhao Tiangao rose from his creaky chair and approached Soroya and Darubi. What ignorant country bumpkins. Such precious elves, and they only ask for a captaincy. Once I return and orchestrate a few schemes, with these two elves, I might just rise further. As he contemplated this, Zhao Tiangao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a look of self-satisfaction gracing his features. At that moment, a guard approached him, leading a Nidoking, and announced, reporting. During our patrol of the castle, we captured a colorful butterfree. Upon hearing that a colorful butterfree had been caught, Zhao Tiangao was taken aback, hastily inquiring, where is it? Where is the butterfree? Seeing the urgency in his leader's eyes, the guard quickly stepped aside, revealing the butterfree held captive by the Nidoking. At that moment, the little butterfree had lost its former elegance. Its vibrant wings were now covered in dust, the luster of its past completely vanished. Its petite body was marred by numerous wounds, the intersecting scars evidencing a fierce struggle. Excellent, excellent. You have done a great service, Zhao Tiangao exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He had just been troubled about how to distribute the two elves among the three leaders, but now he was relieved. After bestowing verbal praise and rewards upon his subordinate, Zhao Tiangao skillfully stowed the shimmering butterfree into his satchel. This position is mine for the taking. Not even Arceus can stop me. Humming a merry tune, Zhao Tiangao, holding the little butterfree, strode triumphantly toward the room where Soroya was imprisoned. Such an important asset must not fall into the hands of others. Meanwhile, as the inhabitants of the castle busied themselves with their affairs, Lu Yun and his companions were not idle. Quiet. Step lightly. Are you afraid no one will notice? Led by Night Owl, with Lu Yun, Dais, and Zoroark as part of the elite team, they navigated the castle's intricate pathways. After scolding Lu Yun, Night Owl waved his hand, signaling the shadowy creature beside him to eliminate the patrolling guard ahead. Upon receiving Night Owl's command, the towering shadowy creature vanished into the shadows. A couple of distant thuds echoed, and the shadowy creature reappeared at its original spot. All clear, it signaled to the others, and then it boldly proceeded forward. Keep up. With a wave of his hand, the group swaggered onward. Stop. Who goes there? Just as the last member was about to cross the intersection, a guard noticed something amiss. Oh no. We've been exposed. Night Owl's gaze turned icy, and he immediately struck first. The shadowy creature launched a surprise attack. Realizing he had been discovered, Dai's boldly ceased to conceal himself and ordered Hu Di to attack directly. Hu Di used Psychic. Meanwhile, Zoroark, looking the part, tossed out a Pokeball. Used Double Hit rapidly. His throw caught the guard completely off guard, leaving him stunned. In this day and age, Pokemon can also be trainers? In the brief moment of distraction, Lu Yun's side unleashed a barrage of attacks. Cries of anguish, explosions, and the blaring sound of alarms resonated throughout the castle. My dear, why are you screaming so? I didn't even apply much force. Glancing at Akiha Narumi, the old woman with the golden silkworm expressed her dissatisfaction. Huh, I didn't scream. On the bed, the bound Akiha Narumi was equally taken aback. The old woman's expression suddenly shifted, and she tossed aside the tool in her hand, grabbing a Pokeball from the table as she rushed outside, not forgetting to wrap a coat around herself to conceal her questionable attire. Hey, don't leave, untie me. Akiha Narumi shouted loudly at the open door, but all that greeted him was silence and solitude. Chapter 30. Close Encounter, Night Lance. Shadowy Night. Mental Blade. Rapid Stars. As the trio unleashed their full firepower, the castle's guards were soon overwhelmed, scattering in disarray. Stop them. Nidoking Ice Beam. Just as Lu Yun and his companions were about to break through the guards' blockade, the castle's captain of the guards, Lance, arrived with his men, dressed as a medieval knight. Lance commanded his Nidoking to freeze all the branching paths, constricting Lu Yun's group's movements. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Nidoking Flamethrower. Wing Attack. In an instant, Lance's squad began bombarding Lu Yun and his allies in the narrow corridor, attempting to bridge the gap in individual combat strength with sheer numbers. Humph. Arrogant. Observing the incoming attacks, Night Owl scoffed and ceased to hide his true power. Gengar Shadow Ball. Mismagius Psyshock. Upon releasing Gengar and Mismagius, Night Owl swiftly commanded a counterattack. Like a barrage of gunfire, Shadow Balls were hurled from Gengar's hands, detonating the incoming skills in midair. Meanwhile, Mismagius seized the opportunity to gather energy, unleashing a piercing shriek that enveloped the battlefield in a pink psychic wave, instantly sending the opposing guards into disarray. Many were caught off guard by this sudden mental assault, collapsing into unconsciousness. What a splendid opportunity. Drowsy, use Surf. Observing the chaos among the guards, DZ's eyes sparkled with determination as he threw Drowsy's Pokeball, shouting with fervor. As soon as Drowsy emerged from its Pokeball, it began to manipulate the water energy within, summoning a towering wave that surged forth toward the guards. The surrounding pathways were sealed, leaving the immense wave with no outlet, but to unleash its full force upon the unsuspecting guards before it. Nidoking. With a chorus of agonized cries, the wave dissipated, leaving behind a soaked ground littered with the unconscious forms of Pokemon and their trainers, all struck down by the overwhelming force. Damn it! Clenching his fists, Lance glared at the trio of individuals before him, a seasoned veteran, a youthful figure, and a spirited young man. The strength of this unexpected adversary was truly formidable. Nidoking, Rock Slide. At this moment, Lance abandoned any thoughts of potential cave-ins from using Rock Slide within the castle. His singular focus was to swiftly eliminate the immediate threat and rush to aid his scattered subordinates throughout the fortress. Planning to use Rock Slide, are we? Did you consult me first? As soon as Lance issued his command, a shadowy figure flickered into view before Nidoking, raising its obsidian claws with malicious intent. Just as Nidoking was about to unleash Rock Slide, it was startled by the sudden attack, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Nidoking. Unbeknownst to him, Zoroark had appeared before Nidoking, swiftly dismembering it with its claws. The excruciating pain left Nidoking incapable of resistance, curling up on the ground in a futile attempt to shield itself from Zoroark's relentless assault. Nidoking. Drawing a Pokeball from his pocket, Lance gasped in horror at the sight of Nidoking being ravaged. Before he could release his second Pokemon to assist, DZ, as a psychic, acted decisively. In an instant, he teleported beside Lance, his blade gliding toward him with deadly precision. With a swift motion, Lance drew his Knight's sword, deflecting DZ's surprise attack, and retreated a step, slashing diagonally toward DZ's waist. If he landed this blow, it could cleave DZ in two. How intriguing. DZ, taken aback by Lance's counter, noted that in this era, he rarely encountered trainers skilled in physical combat. With a deft backward tilt, DZ narrowly evaded the attack, then utilized the momentum to slide towards Lance's ankle with a deceptive strike. Feeling the chill of the impending attack, Lance instinctively thrust his knight's sword into the ground, leaping high into the air, using the wall's rebound to evade the treacherous maneuver. As the two engaged in combat, Zoroark had nearly finished dismantling Nidoking, now drenched in blood, glaring at Lance with crimson eyes. A bitter realization dawned upon Lance. He was cornered and had little choice but to charge forward, vowing to engage DZ in a fierce battle. In times past, DZ might have entertained such a humble desire, but circumstances had shifted. With their whereabouts compromised, their focus was solely on rescuing their trapped comrades without unnecessary entanglement. As Lance lunged with his great sword, he felt a sudden heaviness in his head, followed by a wave of asphyxiation. Withdrawing the dagger from Lance's neck, DZ wiped the blood off and silently continued toward the dungeon. Lance was strong, nearing the peak of human physical prowess, yet DZ was no ordinary individual. He was a psychic, capable of matching even psychic-type Pokémon in prowess. Meanwhile, as Lu Yun and the others rushed toward the dungeon, the other members of the Night Stalker were also busy. The castle had descended into chaos, with numerous Night Stalker members executing indiscriminate attacks. The guards, faced with these suddenly emerging figures clad in black, were overwhelmed. Ariados, use Protect, one of the castle guards commanded, instructing his Ariados to block the Shadow Ball from the Chandelier's spirit. Yet, a Night Watcher that had long lurked in the shadows emerged, effortlessly snapping the trainer's neck. This is infuriating. A nearby guard, witnessing his companion's demise, erupted in impotent rage. These black-clad assailants were ruthless. Their targets were never the Pokémon, but rather the vulnerable trainers. Motham Air Slash. Just as despair threatened to engulf the guards, the signature alluring voice of Granny Silk rang out. A flurry of air blades shot from afar, knocking the Chandelier's spirit to the ground. Retreat. Seeing the overwhelming force of the enemy, two Night Stalker members abandoned the fight, tossing smoke bombs to obscure their escape as they leapt from the window. Where's Lance? Donning a silver coat and high heels, Granny Silk surveyed the two wretched guards before her, inquiring. The dungeon. Lord Lance has taken his men to the dungeon. The guards, having narrowly escaped death, hastily pointed the way, fearing that Granny Silk might feed them to her Pokémon. Chapter 31. The Dungeon, an unexpected familiar face. With narrowed eyes, Granny Silk's mind raced, quickly formulating a plan. You two, go to my room and inform Chiyoyue and Mitian to seek assistance immediately. The arrivals will be formidable. After dispatching her subordinates, Granny Silk, accompanied by Motham, made her way toward the dungeon. Let me see just how capable this Night Stalker leader truly is. From the distinct killing methods employed by the black-clad figures, which differed from those of most trainers, the seasoned Granny Silk recognized that the invaders were none other than the notorious organization of the underground world, the Night Stalkers. Though she did not understand why the Night Stalkers had targeted her, her years of experience and innate strength would not allow her to surrender without a fight. She was determined to discover the true capabilities of this current leader of the Night Stalkers. Within the dungeon, dozens of guards were fixated on the only entrance, led by Zhao Tiangao. Leader, should we not surrender? Hearing the distant cries of agony, one guard instinctively swallowed the excess saliva produced by anxiety, hesitantly addressing Zhao Tiangao. Smack! The sound of a palm striking a face echoed as Zhao Tiangao delivered a harsh slap to the wavering guard, his expression cold as he replied, Surrender? Not a single one of us would survive. Utilizing the advantage of our terrain, we only need to hold out until Granny Silk arrives, and we will be safe. After inspiring the crowd, Zhao Tiangao released his Pokémon, a coconut tree and a magnemite. Soon, amidst the tension, the distant cries began to diminish, and the sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer. Listening to the chaotic footsteps, everyone's hearts raced as they clenched their fists, fixating on the entrance of the dungeon. Some even trembling uncontrollably. Big dog, throw mud. Magnemite, discharge. Tadpole, water gun. Without waiting for Zhao Tiangao's command, the overly anxious crowd instinctively launched an assault on the dark entrance simultaneously. A multitude of attacks, each of different attributes, struck the entrance almost simultaneously, resulting in a violent explosion. The smoke from the blast obscured the view at the entrance, but the crowd sighed in relief as the ominous footsteps faded away. I thought it would be terrifying, but is that all? A guard remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. Not so fast. Zhao Tiangao suddenly shouted, Stand guard. Quickly. Before anyone could react, a massive fire pillar erupted from the smoke-shrouded entrance, hurtling towards them. Get back. Zhao Tiangao yelled furiously. But the flames moved too swiftly, engulfing several guards and Pokémon in the blink of an eye. Without even seeing the enemy, they had already suffered significant losses, leaving Zhao Tiangao's heart heavy with dread. This is troublesome. Coconut tree seed bomb. Magnemite, thunderbolt. gazing at the flickering figures within the smoke. Zhao Tiangao decisively commanded his Pokémon to attack. The size of a fist, the coconut seeds were hurled forward, while sparks crackled around Magnemite, coalescing into a robust bolt of electricity, shooting towards the shadowy figure. "How dare you, ants!" A voice boomed from the smoke, and a bloodied, red-eyed Zoroark emerged. Resembling a demon from the inferno, the phantasmal figure deftly evaded the attack, leaving behind mere afterimages. In the next moment, Zoroark leaped several meters, appearing right in front of the coconut tree. Die! With claws enveloped in dark, malevolent energy raised high, Zoroark lunged at the coconut tree. The impact sent the coconut tree flying like a severed kite, rendering it unconscious. "The Overlord," Zhao Tiangao stammered, witnessing Zoroark's lethal strike. He had seen such power before, once displayed by the Elder of the Gorse. Shadow Sneak. Almost simultaneously, the hovering Magnemite was struck by the Night Demon's attack. The pitch-black shadow merged with Magnemite's own shadow, and in an instant, Magnemite felt an overwhelming force strike it, closing its eyes, and everything went dark. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the telekinetic dies, and Hudi swiftly cleared the surrounding guards in mere 3 breaths. As Zhao Tiangao fell, enveloped by endless fear, he gasped, "Find them." Night Owl called to Lu Yun behind him, reminding him of their mission to rescue. "No need to complicate things," Dai said, surveying the numerous cells around them. His gaze sharpened, and he instructed, "Hudi, assist me." Grasping Hudi's hand, Dais closed his eyes, guiding their psychic powers to merge. As the fusion completed, everyone felt a shiver as an unsettling sensation of being washed over them. In the innermost cell, Dais declared with resolute conviction, "Hurry, there's only one exit, and it's troublesome if blocked." Before Night Owl could finish, Zoroark had already dashed at high speed towards the depths of the dungeon. "Wait for me." Lu Yun, who had been inconspicuous, hurriedly chased after. Deep within the dungeon, upon seeing the familiar figures before him, Zoroa and Darub appeared bound like rice dumplings, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Ruby, Zoro, you've suffered," Lu Yun said, swiftly untying the ropes binding the 2 Pokémon, his eyes glistening with tears as he pulled them close. Zoroa, struggling to escape Lu Yun's embrace, gestured urgently for him to follow. Following Zoroa, Lu Yun arrived at the adjacent cell, where a Butterfree was locked up, none other than the pursued Xiaokai. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Upon seeing his wife in such dire straits, the small green Pokémon perched on Lu Yun's shoulder urged him to rescue her at once. Releasing Xiaokai from her cell, the small green Pokémon eagerly leapt from Lu Yun's shoulder to begin healing his beloved. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, Lu Yun heard a series of coughs from behind. Turning around, he spotted an elderly woman, bloodied and with graying hair, curled up in the corner. "Grandma Pang." Recognizing the familiar figure, Lu Yun tentatively called out. Chapter 32. The Great Battle, Confrontation of the Overlords. Hearing her name, the elderly woman struggled to lift her head, her murky eyes meeting Lu Yun's gaze. Through her disheveled hair, Lu Yun immediately recognized her as the grandmother that Trize longed to rescue, Grandma Pang. "Child, what are you doing here?" After a long pause, her consciousness somewhat hazy, Grandma Pang finally recognized Lu Yun, her voice filled with concern. "Quickly, leave this place. It is no sanctuary. They are a pack of demons. Man-eating devils." Seeing the tortured figure of Grandma Pang, yet still concerned for his safety, Lu Yun felt a lump in his throat. "Grandma, I will take you away." Without hesitation, Lu Yun had Zoroark unlock the cell door and hoisted the bloodied Grandma Pang onto his back. Eritos, poison sting. Moromoth, sleep powder. At that moment, the sounds of battle erupted once more in the distance, causing Lu Yun's expression to shift. "Hang on, I need to speed up." Bearing the weight of Grandma Pang, Lu Yun began to run through the vast dungeon, his steps heavy. At the dungeon entrance, Night Owl was gravely commanding the Night Demon in a fierce battle against the approaching Golden Silkworm Granny. "Night Owl, my Golden Silkworm Castle and your Night Walkers have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. What is the meaning of this massacre today?" While directing Moromoth and Eritos to assault the Night Demon, Granny Golden Silkworm questioned Night Owl sharply. "To save people." Despite being at a disadvantage against Granny Golden Silkworm's aggressive demeanor, Night Owl maintained a firm tone. "Humph." Upon hearing Night Owl's words, Granny Golden Silkworm laughed coldly. Her face twisted in mockery. "If you want to explain, then let us settle this with a fight." In her eyes, Night Owl's response was barely even a dismissal. Who among us is unaware that the Night Stalkers are a faction of soulless killing machines? It is indeed a farce of epic proportions that these very machines now proclaim their intent to rescue others. Upon witnessing Granny Jinshan's disbelief in his words, Night Owl could only let out a resigned sigh. The moral decay of society has reached such depths that even the truth goes untrusted. With a self-deprecating remark, Night Owl immediately began to command his 3 sprites to counterattack Granny Jinshan. Granny Jinshan's Morla Moth and Alitos were formidable opponents, having reigned as overlords for many years. Yet, under Night Owl's astute guidance, they found themselves ensnared by the Night Demon, Gungawei, and Dream Demon, unable to break free. Dodge. Shadow Strike. Gungawei, share the fate. Dream Demon. Unleash Shadow Ball. Target Alitos' weaker flank. With such cunning and malevolent tactics, Night Owl managed to confine Morla Moth and Alitos, rendering them nearly ineffective. Humph. Observing Alitos and Morla Moth ensnared, a flicker of anger crossed Granny Jinshan's face. With a wave of her hand, she summoned 2 more sprites. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Beedrill. Launch your Fury Attack. Eliminate that troublesome old man. With the arrival of Butterfree and Beedrill, Night Owl's side began to feel the mounting pressure. The attacks from Beedrill forced Night Owl into frequent evasions, significantly impairing his control over the battlefield. Boom. Just as he dodged another strike from Beedrill. Before Night Owl could issue a command, Alitos, in conjunction with Butterfree, launched a fierce assault on the Night Demon. The Night Demon, struck by Alitos' bug bite, displayed evident agony, his heaving chest betraying the limit of his endurance. Clenching his fists, Night Owl's expression grew grave. Outnumbered 3-4. He already found himself at a disadvantage, especially with 2 dominating sprites on the opposing side, while he commanded only 1. Damn it, if we don't get back soon, we won't be leaving at all. With a shout, Night Owl gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, issuing a command to the Night Demon. Forget about Morla Moth. Focus on taking down Alitos. In response to Night Owl's directive, the Night Demon surged forward, engaging in a desperate exchange of blows with Alitos. Shadow balls rained down from the Night Demon's hands, effectively sealing off Alitos' escape routes. Night. Fixing his dark gaze upon Alitos, the Night Demon endured Morla Moth's onslaught, delivering a blow of misfortune to Alitos. Alitos. Struck by the full force of misfortune, Alitos let out a cry of pain, while the Night Demon, battered by Morla Moth's attack, collapsed helplessly. Finish it. Without regard for the fallen Night Demon, Night Owl immediately shouted to Gungawei and Dream Demon at the moment Alitos cried out in anguish. Harming 10 fingers is not as effective as severing 1. As a seasoned veteran, Night Owl understood this principle well. Driving back Butterfree and Beedrill, Gungawei and Dream Demon swiftly turned their attention to the severely wounded Alitos. Block them, Granny Jinshan said calmly, determined not to let Night Owl's strategy succeed. With a flap of its wings, Morla Moth swiftly positioned itself in front of Gungawei and Dream Demon, scattering a cloud of hypnosis powder to impede their advance. Gaining a moment of respite, Alitos hastily retreated towards Granny Jinshan. Casting a triumphant glance at Night Owl, Granny Jinshan felt a surge of satisfaction. The leader of the Night Stalkers is merely human after all. In response to her taunt, Night Owl remained composed. You think you can escape? Did you consult me first? Just as Alitos was about to flee the battlefield, a rugged voice echoed in everyone's mind. Granny Jinshan's expression shifted dramatically as a dark purple beam shot forth and struck Alitos directly. With a shower of debris, Alitos lay on the ground, unconscious. A gaping wound the size of a bowl marred its back, with singed edges indicating it was gravely injured. The one who unleashed the purple beam was none other than Zoroark, who had rushed from the depths of the dungeon. Seeing Zoroark join the fray, Granny Jinshan felt both anxious and enraged. She had initially held the upper hand, but with Zoroark's arrival, her advantage had all but evaporated, leaving her in a precarious position. Old hag, do you think you can bully the few with your numbers? Zoroark grinned as he beheld Gungawei and Dream Demon besieged by Butterfree, Beedrill, and Morla Moth. Producing a pouch from his waist, he declared, "Let us see who has the greater numbers." With that, Zoroark released all the Pokeballs from his pouch, flooding the area with a dazzling array of light that was blinding to behold. As the brilliance faded, the sprites of the evergreen forest, long rested, emerged for the first time before the world. Chapter 33. 2v3? No. 3v3. Let's take them down. At Zoroark's command, the sprites, eager to stretch their limbs, charged with fervor towards Beedrill. Witnessing over 50 diverse yet formidable sprites, Granny Jinshan's face momentarily flickered with panic before she made a swift decision. You're cunning. After issuing her threats, she wasted no time, recalling Morla Moth and Alitos into their Pokeballs and fleeing with haste. Beedrill, Butterfree, hold them off. As she departed, Granny Jinshan instructed the 2 sprites to delay their pursuers, buying herself precious time to escape. Butterfree? Beedrill? Before they could process her orders, the overwhelming tide of sprites surged forward, swiftly overpowering the two. With Granny Jinshan's departure, the silence of the dungeon returned once more. Where's Diz? At that moment, Lu Yun realized that one among them was missing. Diz. After recalling the night demon into its pokeball, Night Owl smacked his forehead. To be safe, I sent him to fetch reinforcements. No sooner had Night Owl spoken than a commotion erupted at the dungeon's entrance. I'm back. A silver trench coat appeared first in their line of sight, followed closely by a figure clad in a black robe, Xiao Yiming Tian. Behind them stood a formidable assembly of over 50 guards, each accompanied by their sprites, effectively sealing off the dungeon's entrance. This is troublesome. Night Owl spoke slowly, assessing the approaching throng. Surrender your sprites immediately, and I shall treat the captives with leniency. With an air of arrogance, Xiao Yiming Tian pointed at Lu Yun and the others, boasting, we have 3 overlord sprites on our side. How many do you possess? With just that Zoroark, I doubt you can escape. As he spoke, he released his 2 recently recovered overlord sprites, gazing disdainfully at Night Owl. What are the Night Stalkers? They are still at my mercy. Gazing at the well-rested Rhyperior and Ninetales before Xiao Yiming Tian, Lu Yun's heart sank. He sensed impending doom. Night Owl was taken aback. Who told you I only have 1 overlord? What transpired next was a resounding slap to Xiao Yiming Tian's face. Arise, crystal flame. As the bright light dissipated, a crystal chandelier spirit, cloaked in an ominous aura, materialized in the center of the battlefield. With its arrival, an icy chill enveloped the onlookers, compelling them to instinctively tighten their garments. 2 against 3, the advantage is mine. A mocking smile graced the lips of Night Owl as he arrogantly proclaimed. He could not fathom why the individuals before him so gravely underestimated his prowess. Did they truly believe that his position as commander was attained through mere favoritism? Without a modicum of skill, how could he dare to hold such a prestigious title and wield this unparalleled weapon to eliminate adversaries for the Jiuju family in the shadows? It was not 2 against 3, but rather 3 against 3. Boom. Suddenly, the distant wall erupted, bricks flying and dust swirling. A cadre of night dwellers, accompanied by dozens of ghostly spirits, surged through the breach. Leading them was none other than Daisel, who had gone to summon reinforcements. Tsubaki Daisel, at your service. With an ostentatious flourish reminiscent of ancient nobility, Daisel greeted Akiyuki Nagata with a smile, declaring, though my Hudi has yet to reach the strength of a sovereign, he yearns to taste the blood of a ruler. I trust you would not deny such a humble request from a younger generation? Upon hearing Daisel's audacious words, the smile on Akiyuki Nagata's face vanished. Very well, I fear that in the end, not only will you fail to savor the blood of a ruler, but you may also find yourself drained by my 9 tails. Gritting his teeth, Akiyuki Nagata recalled how many years it had been since someone dared to be so brazen before him. Attack! A thunderous command marked the commencement of chaos, as a flurry of skills flooded the entrance to the dungeon. Stay back. After urging Lu Yun to be cautious, Daisel advanced with Hudi. Hudi versus Morlamoth. The Crystal Chandelier Spirit versus Golem. Zoroark versus Ninetales. The battle was on the verge of erupting. You little brat, let me see just how sharp your fangs truly are. Facing Daisel, who approached him with bravado, Old Lady Jinshan retorted without reservation. Heh, Daisel replied with a sly grin. I assure you, my teeth are far sharper than yours. The implication was not lost on Old Lady Jinshan, who felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Daisel fully capitalized on his advantage as a psychic, commanding Hudi to launch an offensive. Cunning little brat, Old Lady Jinshan exclaimed, her teeth gnashing as she witnessed the psychic blade hurtling toward Morlamoth. Dodge. Use Butterfly Dance. As a sovereign spirit, Morlamoth, despite being caught off guard, narrowly evaded Hudi's assault and seized the opportunity to bolster its strength. Interesting. Daisel suppressed his earlier disdain, his expression growing increasingly serious. Hudi. Show them the might of psychic abilities. Merging his own psychic powers with Hudi's, the latter's strength surged to new heights. Observing Hudi's newfound vigor, Old Lady Jinshan cursed under her breath, steeling herself for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Zoroark was engaged in a vigorous battle with Ninetales. Crush. Wave of Evil, High-Speed Stars. Dark Pulse. A barrage of skills flowed seamlessly from Zoroark, forcing Ninetales to retreat repeatedly. Using a fiery blast to repel Zoroark, Ninetales gasped for breath, momentarily catching its breath. Though not weak, Ninetales was as fragile as a sorcerer, while Zoroark was a versatile warrior. Ninetales' proud attacks were either dodged or deftly neutralized by Zoroark. Die. In the throes of battle, Zoroark launched a powerful energy ball, transforming into a bee drill and soaring toward Ninetales. In a moment of distraction, Ninetales lost sight of Zoroark. But the sharp pain in its waist quickly alerted it to the imminent danger. Tail. With a fierce cry, Ninetales resolutely unleashed a fiery blast beneath itself, stunning Zoroark, who swiftly retreated, not forgetting to launch another energy ball before departing. Chapter 34, Departure. Surrender. You are no match for me. We night dwellers treat captives with honor. Night Owl, observing the thoroughly subdued golem, took great interest in mimicking Akiyuki Nagata's previous tone to coax a surrender. At that moment, Akiyuki Nagata felt a pang of despair. He had never anticipated that Night Owl's crystal chandelier spirit would be so formidable. If sovereigns were ranked into 3 tiers, Golem could barely be considered middle tier, while Night Owl's crystal chandelier spirit undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon. Indeed, it was elite, evading Golem's heavy strikes. The crystal chandelier spirit traced a graceful arc through the air before swinging its lamp, unleashing a torrent of blue ghost flames toward Golem below. Since the onset of the battle, Golem, burdened by its weight, had failed to land a single hit on the agile crystal chandelier spirit, which had been effortlessly kiting it. Feeling the searing pain coursing through its body and the stinging in its limbs, Golem realized it had succumbed to a burning state. If it did not swiftly deal with its opponent, it would surely be exhausted. Look, Golem glared at its trainer, seething with frustration. While other trainers indulged their Pokémon with lavish meals, this one subjected Golem to relentless training. Akiyuki Nagata, despite his thick skin, felt a twinge of shame under Golem's accusatory gaze. Use Rock Slide to smash it. Akiyuki, in a fit of desperation, disregarded the confines of the underground and commanded Golem to unleash a barrage of rock slides. With a cacophony of crashing rocks, a deluge of boulders materialized and plummeted down. Amidst the relentless barrage, no matter how adept the crystal chandelier spirit was at dodging, it could not entirely evade the onslaught. Bang! Caught off guard, a stone struck the crystal chandelier spirit with force, causing its flames to flicker. A chilling voice emanated from the crystal chandelier spirit, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard it. The crystal chandelier spirit held a disdain for the living, particularly those who dared to offend it. Empowered by the cursed talisman, the crystal chandelier spirit unleashed a relentless assault on Golem, leaving it battered and bruised. Shadow balls rained down like a Gatling gun, forming an impenetrable barrage, while fiery whirlwinds erupted beneath Golem's feet, intent on ensnaring it to the death. As 3 sovereigns were subdued, Akiyuki Nagata recognized that the hope for victory had dimmed considerably. The guards, engaged in a fierce battle with the spirits of the evergreen forest, began to falter. The guards were in dire straits. Initially, they had relied on their numerical and tactical advantages against the superior forces of the evergreen forest. However, Golem's indiscriminate rock slides shattered their already tenuous defenses. Under the overwhelming assault of Snorlax, their formation crumbled, leading to a one-sided massacre. The tide had turned. With a heavy sigh, Akiyuki Nagata's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. Let us perish together. Golem, earthquake. On the battlefield, the beleaguered Golem, upon hearing the words of Akiha Neru, decisively began to stomp his feet, attempting to trigger a cataclysmic earthquake that would entomb everything in this place. He was acutely aware that his demise was imminent. Facing the crystal fire spirit that feasted upon living beings, his best fate was to become sustenance. Should his end be particularly grim, his soul would be ensnared within the lantern, tormented day and night, condemned to eternal suffering. As Golem initiated his actions, those engaged in battle felt the ground tremble, their expressions shifting drastically as they rushed towards the exit. This is bad. He is about to overturn the table. With a swift kick, he knocked out the 9-tailed fox, and a look of alarm crossed Zoroark's face as he almost instantaneously dashed towards Lu Yun, who was positioned at the rear of the battlefield. His son was still in Lu Yun's grasp. Yet, being the leader, he did not forget to gather his comrades as he fled. Hide. Everyone, quickly conceal yourselves. In truth, there was no need for him to voice it. The moment the tremors began, the fairies instinctively rushed towards the exit, those farther away attempting to break through walls to escape. They were underground, and should a collapse occur, they would undoubtedly be crushed into paste. Old man. No. The elderly lady, upon witnessing Akiha Neru's intent to perish alongside Lu Yun and his companions, hastily ceased her battle and flew to Akiha Neru's side. D2 did not intervene. His psychic abilities were nearly exhausted, and moreover, he had no desire to accompany this madman in death. Let us go. The Night Owl commanded as he captured the crystal fire spirit in a poke ball, and, with a flourish of his cloak, released a Diglett, directing everyone to retreat in a chosen direction. There was no time to access the entrance now. Their only option was to escape the earthquake's reach. Boom! At that moment, Golem began to radiate a blinding white light, emanating an aura of extreme peril. A massive explosion. Golem was at his limit. His energy core had collapsed under the scorching flames of ghostly fire. He had managed to persist until now solely through sheer will and the scant energy remaining within him. After releasing all his energy, Golem peacefully closed his eyes. This was an act of vengeance, a counterstrike. He was conflicted, even in death. He wished to ensure his enemies would not fare well. Before closing his eyes, Golem cast a glance at Akiha Neru, who stood a short distance away, expressionless. He wanted to remember that face. In his next life, he would never serve as his Pokémon again. He was far too troublesome. The ground trembled violently as countless bricks and stones fell, the earth rolling beneath them, the roar of destruction echoing in every ear. Dust enveloped the air from the outside. The ancient castle that had stood for millennia began to sink slowly. A tremendous cloud of smoke erupted alongside the deafening cacophony, resounding across the mountains and fields. Countless fairies residing on the castle's periphery gazed wide-eyed at this historic scene. Since their birth, this castle had remained unyielding. Generation after generation, countless fairies had thrived here, witnessing the passage of time while the castle stood steadfast. Today, this monument rich with history had fallen. Nothing is eternal. Fate delivers the fairest of arrangements. As the dust settled and the rumbling subsided, the once magnificent castle lay in ruins. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dust and resembling refugees. Lu Yun and his companions emerged from the debris. In the final moments, they relied on Night Owl's Diglett to breach a wall, discovering a small room. Within, they pooled their strengths to utilize the most formidable technique in the fairy world, securing a slim chance of survival. Due to their quick reactions and considerable strength, the losses among Lu Yun's group were minimal, with only a few slower fairies sustaining serious injuries. With the aid of the personnel stationed outside the Night Walker, they meticulously searched the ruins, and upon confirming there were no survivors, they departed as the sun set. That night, as the stars ascended, two aged and sorrowful figures appeared amidst the ruins. Let us go, my dear. From this day forth, there shall be no more Akiha Neru, only Ichiro Tanaka. Gazing at the remnants of the castle, Akiha Neru spoke with a melancholic tone. From this day forth, there shall also be no more Granny Jinshan, only Tsubaki Tanaka. Granny Jinshan replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. They were remnants of a bygone era, adrift in a new age that could not accommodate them. They ought to have perished alongside the old times, rather than obstruct the advent of the new. Between life and death lies profound wisdom. Having traversed the brink, the two now understood that notions of restoration and ancestral glory paled in comparison to the significance of simply living. My dear, I long for the ramen you used to make. Once we are out, I shall prepare it for you. Chapter 35, Secrets of the Past and Strength. Granny, are you saying this orb is from the era of the ancient empire? In the living room, Lu Yun gazed at Granny Pang with astonishment. Indeed, and this orb was developed by our ancestor. After sipping her tea, Granny Pang began to recount. Long ago, our family was renowned as a medicinal family in the capital cities of Guandu. During the final days of the ancient empire, our ancestors received a summons from the emperor, requesting the development of a potion, one that could extend life. The summons reached not just our family, but nearly every reputable apothecary in Guandu. At this point, Granny Pang sighed, a hint of sadness crossing her features. Extending life should have been simple, yet despite the lavish investments, the longevity potion remained elusive for years. The rulers of the ancient empire were teetering on the brink of death. Each day could be their last. In such dire circumstances, they sought alternative methods to prolong life. Finally, spurred by the Duke of Fire Dragons, Ravenlaus III, the emperor resolved to employ secret arts to obtain a treasure comparable to the legendary revival herb, the Pearl of Life. How could he dare? Exclaimed Shuz, who, having delved into ancient texts since childhood, understood the immense cost required to acquire the so-called Pearl of Life. He dared, for no one can disregard death, especially not a ruler. Granny Pang's eyes filled with anguish, her body trembling uncontrollably. Under Ravenlaus III's influence, the Pearl of Life began to be manufactured, and all grass-type spirits within the imperial domain were secretly captured and sent to laboratories. As they served as the raw materials for the creation of the Pearl of Life, countless apothecaries, coerced into participation, took part in this massacre. Tears began to stream down Granny Pang's cheeks. Recalling this chapter of her past brought her profound sorrow. for her ancestor was among the perpetrators of this atrocity. One of the many apothecaries forced into complicity. Could no one stop this? Lu Yun's expression darkened. He had never fathomed that a person could be so selfish. Stop it. With a cold snort, Granny Pang's eyes flashed with anger. Once the news of the Pearl of Life's life-extending properties spread, those in power not only failed to intervene, but instead intensified their efforts to seize grass-type spirits. What began as a plan to create a single Pearl of Life for longevity burgeoned into the production of 10 within 3 years, incited by their machinations. Each pearl required the lives of 100,000 grass-type spirits, and thus 10 pearls demanded over 1 million. At this moment, Granny Pang was weeping inconsolably, while Lu Yun beside her felt a chill run down his spine. Over 1 million. The lifeless bodies of those elves, if laid out, could likely cover the entirety of the Kanto region. Amidst such inhumane slaughter, the ancient empire's monarch achieved his desire to prolong his life, yet his empire faced inevitable annihilation. Wiping the tears from her face, Granny Pang spoke in an exceedingly heavy tone. Our ancestor penned in his late memoirs, when the holy fire descends, the empire falls. Those exalted deities, at last, could no longer tolerate such atrocities. On the day of the ancient empire's emperor's grand ceremony, divine retribution was unleashed, and in the raging flames, the realm of the ancient empire was reduced to scorched earth. This orb is a relic that our ancestor managed to seize amidst the chaos from the imperial palace of that era. A millennium-spanning tale gradually unfolded from Granny Pang's lips, casting a somber pall over Lu Yun. Beneath this weighty history lay countless untold secrets. Shiz remained silent for a long while, unable to fathom that the illustrious ancestor he revered was, in fact, a participant in the massacre, a butcher with blood-stained hands. He could hardly conceive that the orb he played with daily was forged from the very essence of countless elven lives. Banmu, you are insufferable. In the conference hall of the Alliance, Damalanki was livid, shouting furiously at Banmu. Insufferable, you say? Banmu replied with a chilling smile. Let me show you what true audacity looks like. Rhinoceros, beast. Nidoking roar. With a flash of white light, for dominant elves materialized within the conference hall. Banmu cast a piercing gaze at Damalanki. Ever since he was summoned back to report, these individuals had been conspiring against him both openly and covertly. Not only had they shifted the blame for the police department's failures onto him, but they were also attempting to force him to resign from his position as dojo master, intending for him to bear the brunt of this assault. Very well, so you wish to resort to violence. Damalanki's complexion darkened. Since he ascended to the position of speaker, no one had dared to confront him so boldly, let alone threaten him outright. Pressing a button on the table, 2 guards swiftly entered, escorting the elves within. Drag him out, Damalanki commanded, pointing at Banmu with a raised voice. I believe you are still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Banmu regarded Damalanki with a look of pity. Did he not realize how perilous his current predicament truly was? As shadows flickered, before the guards could act, Beedrill swiftly incapacitated them. Of course, Banmu was aware of the limits. He did not intend to inflict fatal harm, merely causing them to slumber for a while. Upon witnessing Banmu's willingness to take action, Damalanki was taken aback, breaking into a cold sweat. Within 5 steps, the Emperor and the Commoner are indistinguishable. With a series of sharp slaps to Damalanki's face, Banmu arrogantly declared, Since the speaker has no further matters, I shall take my leave. There are many affairs awaiting my attention at the dojo. Faced with Banmu's humiliation, Damalanki fell silent. Casting a scornful glance at him, Banmu turned his back, departing the conference room with his quintet of elves. In his eyes, the title of speaker held no weight. Only strength mattered. Watching Banmu retreat, Damalanki nearly ground his teeth to dust. Gently rubbing the cheek that Banmu had struck, he steeled himself, picking up the phone on the table. Notify the defense forces. Banmu has rebelled. Ensure his capture. No, eliminate him on the spot. After a moment's thought, Damalanki added, employ any means necessary. Hanging up the phone, Damalanki surveyed the empty corridor and the 2 guards lying unconscious on the ground. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This time, there will be no escape for you. Outside the Alliance Hall, a cadre of individuals clad in gray uniforms quietly encircled Banmu, blocking his path. Please accompany us. And what if I refuse? Then you shall incur our wrath. As the words fell, dozens of soldiers from the defense forces unleashed their elves, glaring menacingly at Banmu. Care to make a move? Despite the encirclement, Banmu remained unfazed, his demeanor serene. Charizard, unleash a flamethrower. Blastoise, water cannon. Venusaur, use petal dance. In response to Banmu's commands, the defense forces acted swiftly. Commendable courage, Banmu applauded, a note of admiration gracing his features. The weak swing their blades at the weaker, while the strong brandish their swords against the stronger. Though the elves of the defense forces were of inferior strength, their bravery in facing a mightier opponent garnered Banmu's respect. Banmu, who revered the strong, held a particular admiration for those who dared to confront him. Hence he resolved to afford these soldiers a dignified exit. Nidoking, Earthquake. Kangaskhan, Protect. Nidoqueen, Poison Jab. The rest. Act freely. A series of commands flowed from Banmu's lips, as his 5 dominant elves executed them with precision. As attacks rained down upon them, Kangaskhan proactively stepped forward to establish a defense. After a cacophony of strikes, Kangaskhan emerged from the smoke unscathed. Boom! With 2 resounding crashes. Nidoking and Nidoqueen's assaults crashed into the formation of the defense forces, causing one Venusaur to be struck down before it could evade, resulting in chaos among their ranks. The dominance of the powerful was undeniable. In the face of the dominant elves, even the defense forces, despite their impeccable coordination, could not compensate for the qualitative disparity. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, Beedrill and Rhydon launched their offensive. Unlike Beedrill, who danced gracefully among the soldiers, reaping lives with elegant movements, Rhydon was far more brutish. With a vigorous stomp, Rhydon kicked up a cloud of dust and let out a deafening roar, charging into the ranks of the defense forces, instilling terror in the eyes of the trainers present. Numerous trainers from the defense forces scrambled to evade Rhydon's onslaught, and the chaos escalated rapidly. Within a remarkably brief span, Banmu had managed to suppress the defense forces' offensive and effect a complete shift from defense to attack. Charizard, intercept him. Observing Rhydon rampaging through their formation as if it were an unassailable fortress, the captain of the defense forces, in desperation, issued a command to Charizard soaring in the sky. With a mighty roar, Charizard descended upon Rhydon, unleashing a fire pillar in an attempt to thwart its advance. Rhydon, confronted by the descending inferno, regarded the fiery assault with disdain. Unfazed, Rhydon charged forward without even attempting to defend itself. Boom! The fire pillar collided with Rhydon, producing a thunderous explosion that sent scorching gusts rippling outward, forcing those nearby to brace themselves against the heat. As the dust settled, a small charred patch appeared on Rhydon's back. We did it! The captain of the defense forces rejoiced, but his fleeting elation was swiftly replaced by dread. Shaking its head, Rhydon snorted, and then a deluge of boulders cascaded from above. Rock Slide. The fiery dragon in the sky, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a massive boulder, had no time to react before being struck down beneath it, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to unconsciousness. After eliminating its sole threat, the rhinoceros unicorn once again charged into the throng, determined to disrupt the formation of the defending army and prevent them from commanding their Pokémon effectively in battle. With Nidoqueen unleashing relentless bombardments from the front, and Beedrill and the rhinoceros unicorn flanking from behind, the beleaguered defending squad could only hold out for a mere 5 minutes before being utterly annihilated. Their most significant achievement was the charred mark upon the back of the rhinoceros unicorn. Of course, they had also attempted to bypass these Pokémon to directly assault their trainer, Banmu. However, the pouch beast, standing steadfast before Banmu like a guardian deity, demonstrated to them the meaning of cruelty. Engaging with the Nidoqueens would only result in being knocked out, while attempting to attack Banmu would lead to the pouch beast literally pounding their brains out. Incapable. Witnessing the lamentations of the fallen defending squad, a hint of dissatisfaction crossed Banmu's face as he rendered his verdict. Let us depart, homeward bound. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his Pokémon to leave this place, finding no further amusement in remaining after displaying their prowess. Master Banmu, please hold. Just as Banmu was about to take his leave, a deep voice resonated from behind him. The sound of fabric rustling filled the air as a large contingent of uniformed defenders encircled him, numbering around 200 to 300. Led by a burly man clad in a black cloak with a full beard. Oh, what counsel does Lord Hei's offer? Tilting his head, Banmu inquired playfully at the commander of the defenders, Hei's. With a shy smile, Hei's squinted and shook his head. I would not presume to offer counsel. Rather, I seek to learn a few techniques from you, master, to vent my frustrations for my inept subordinates. Upon hearing Hei's desire to seek retribution for his subordinates, Banmu was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. Let us see if you have improved. If you remain as you were 3 years ago, you may find yourself still bearing that grudge. Banmu deliberately raised his voice at the mention of bearing, ensuring that more ears would catch his jibe. He and Hei's were already acquainted. 3 years prior, before Banmu ascended to the position of gym leader, he had faced Hei's, who was then the vice commander of the defenders. At that time, He-Eyes had suffered a crushing defeat, as Banmu, utilizing only a single Nidoqueen, had vanquished 3 of He-Eyes' main Pokémon in succession. This battle had solidified Banmu's standing within the new faction, prompting Sasaki Masao to later ally with him in a coup. Yet, in response to Banmu's taunt, He-Eyes merely smiled faintly. Stand back, extending his arm to signal his subordinates to retreat approximately 50 meters. He-Eyes then cautiously produced an exceptionally luxurious Pokeball from within his cloak. The surface of this Pokeball gleamed a frosty blue, adorned with numerous ice mountain-like reliefs. And at its apex, a high-quality ice gem sparkled brilliantly, commanding attention. There are always greater forces beyond our own. I am no longer the fool I once was. Today, I shall unveil to you the power of the divine. He-Eyes gazed fervently at the Pokeball in his hand, speaking to Banmu with an almost manic fervor. Divine? The mention of the divine caused Banmu's expression to shift, and he became earnest. Articuno, freeze this world in its entirety. With fervor, He-Eyes hurled the Pokeball into the distance, and in an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, unleashing a wave of icy air intermingled with snowflakes throughout the arena. With a piercing cry, an immense icy blue bird materialized before the onlookers. It was none other than Articuno, heralded as the god of ice. Chapter 37. The Ranch Doctor and Hidden Injuries. Lu Yun was in high spirits today as he had just moved into a new house. All right, this arrangement will suffice. Dusting himself off, Granny Pang beamed with joy. In the days following their return from the Golden Silkworm Castle, Lu Yun had been industrious. He first sought to repair the damaged areas of the ranch, then sold the items gifted to him by Zoroark, amassing a substantial sum to reconstruct the ruins of the house. The newly built residence, thanks to ample funding, far surpassed the previous one in luxury. Constructed entirely of solid bricks, the 5-story villa now stood prominently amidst the ranch, undeniably a landmark structure. The first floor served as a reception area and a space for Pokémon activities, while the second floor housed a dining area and entertainment facilities for Lu Yun and his companions. The third floor was designated for living quarters, featuring 12 rooms in addition to the master bedroom. The fourth floor was dedicated to a pharmacy. After rescuing Granny Pang from the Golden Silkworm Castle, she had become quite attached to him. This delighted Lu Yun immensely, for having such a skilled and experienced physician overseeing the ranch would save him considerable effort. Observing the elegantly arranged fourth floor, Lu Yun nodded in satisfaction. It was crucial for the health of both the ranch's Pokémon and himself, and thus could not be taken lightly. Child, come here. Granny Pang called gently from her seat in a mahogany chair, watching Lu Yun as he checked for any overlooked details. Ah, what is it, Granny? Turning his head, Lu Yun looked at the smiling elder, puzzled. Come closer, she beckoned, her tone imbued with warmth. Taking a seat beside Granny Pang, Lu Yun gazed at the elderly woman. Following a few days of recovery, the once tortured figure from the dungeon now exhibited a semblance of vitality. Her complexion, once ghostly pale, was now tinged with a healthy glow. This is for you. Holding Lu Yun's hand, Granny Pang carefully placed a life orb into his palm. Ah! Startled by the precious gem in his hand, Lu Yun quickly rose to decline. This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Sit down. Firmly pressing him back into the chair, Granny Pang adopted a serious demeanor. Child, listen to me. This object will only bring misfortune in our hands. Only in yours can it realize its full potential. Take it. Do not protest further. This decision is one made by both of us. Seeing the determination in Granny Pang's eyes, Lu Yun resignedly nodded. Very well, then I shall graciously accept it. Carefully stowing the orb away, Lu Yun bowed deeply in gratitude to Granny Pang. Enough, enough. There is no need for such formality between us. Were it not for you, I fear this old woman would have long since joined our ancestors. Helping Lu Yun to his feet, Granny Pang spoke with deep emotion. Granny, I am back. At that moment, Shuze approached, drenched in sweat, and carrying a wooden medicine box. You must be exhausted. Please, sit and rest. There's freshly brewed pollen tea in the cup. Drink some. Observing her perspiring grandson, Granny Pang felt a pang of concern. Lu Yun promptly stepped forward to assist with the medicine box. Upon hearing of the pollen tea, Shuze's eyes brightened, and he quickly moved to grab the warm tea, gulping it down eagerly. Issuing a satisfying sound, Trees did not take a moment's respite. He casually picked up a towel and wiped away his sweat before heading towards the area where medicinal herbs were stored. This morning, having resolved to remain at the ranch, Trees was far from idle. While Lu Yun and Granny Pang arranged the interior, he, with the assistance of Zoroark, conducted a thorough examination of all the Pokémon at the ranch. This examination proved to be quite startling. Many of the Pokémon that had accompanied Zoroark bore various concealed injuries within their bodies. These hidden ailments posed no immediate danger, but were akin to ticking time bombs that could erupt during evolution or old age. Reflecting on the fact that these Pokémon were the saviors of his grandmother, Trees silently vowed to dedicate his life's knowledge to remedying their hidden injuries. Not for any other reason, but to repay their valiant efforts in rescuing his grandmother. Sigh. Observing Trees, who was too engrossed to even catch his breath. Granny Pang let out a helpless sigh. Let him be, there's no point in stopping him. This grandson of hers was exceptional in every way. Possessing both high talent and a diligent nature, truly a born pharmacist. Yet, there was one flaw: he was exceedingly stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, not even tin bulls could drag him back. Come, let's prepare lunch. Later, we can have an earnest discussion about the preparation of medicinal cuisine. Upon hearing Granny Pang mention discussing the preparation of medicinal cuisine, Lu Yun offered an awkward smile. Just the night before, having gathered enough funds, he exchanged for a book titled Guide for Breeders, Beginner, from the system. The medicinal cuisine that Granny Pang referred to was indeed a type of food recorded in the guide that could gently enhance a Pokemon's strength. With Granny Pang and Lu Yun's departure, the entire fourth floor was left with only Trees, who remained absorbed in preparing and concocting medicines, formulating prescriptions, gathering herbs, weighing ingredients, and boiling them. All were executed with the finesse of a master. Outside the villa, a large wooden barrel filled with green medicinal liquid was bubbling away over a fire. Within the barrel, Zoroark, the ruler of the evergreen forest, had draped a white towel over his face, enjoying a soothing hot bath. This little fellow, Trees, indeed had some remarkable skills. Feeling the changes in his body, Zoroark removed the towel from his face and exhaled a puff of white steam in admiration. He too was not exempt from the morning examination. Initially, he had been quite resistant. After all, how could a ruler like himself possibly harbor hidden injuries? Despite his reluctance, he acquiesced to Trees' examination out of courtesy. The results were alarming. According to Trees, he was on the verge of death. At first, he dismissed it. But as Trees continued to speak, he began to panic, for every symptom described was indeed one he had experienced. Darn it. Once I recover, I'll make you pay for this. After moving his arm, Zoroark grimaced as he cursed, realizing that this concealed injury stemmed from a clash with an Articuno 5 years prior. Indeed, our Zoroark was quite audacious, directly confronting an Articuno. Though it was merely a common one, not the legendary deity. Have you not eaten? Put in some effort. The water is cooling down. Noticing the drop in temperature, Zoroark immediately directed the nearby Rhydon to stoke the fire. With a mournful sigh, Rhydon reluctantly tossed some dry wood into the flames, subsequently unleashing a jet of fire. It is worth mentioning that this jet of flame was a skill Zoroark had urgently taught Rhydon for the sake of his bathing convenience. Chapter 38. He may truly be unbeatable. Strong. Very strong. In the clearing before the Alliance Council Hall, his eyes clapped in admiration, gazing at the somewhat fatigued Banmu before him. In the center of the clearing, the injured Articuno lay sprawled, its eyes resembling the shape of incense coils, a truly pitiful sight. Nearby, Rhydon and Nidoking stood panting, their expressions brimming with vigilance. As for the Kangaskhan and Nidoqueen, they had long been recalled into their Pokeballs, as battling a legendary Pokemon was still somewhat taxing for Banmu at this stage. Now may I step aside? He eyes, blocking the path ahead of the priest. Spoke in a calm tone. Banmu, the gym leader, must be quite exhausted by now. He eyes suddenly interjected, his words lacking context. While he looked at Banmu with a mocking expression, one wonders how many more deities you can defeat, gym leader. That depends on how many you have. In response to Hiai's provocation, despite not being in peak condition, Banmu's tone remained resolutely powerful. This reflected his absolute confidence in his own strength and his Pokemon. Excellent. Upon hearing Banmu's words, Hiai suddenly shouted with excitement. Then allow me, Gym Leader Banmu, to challenge you once more. Arise, Moltres. Arise, Zapdos. 2 splendid Pokeballs were hurled forth, a flash of white light revealing a magnificent bird engulfed in searing flames, as if a fire god had descended. Appearing in the center of the clearing, the moment Moltres emerged, the surrounding chilly air instantly warmed, causing the station's soldiers to feel a rush of heat followed by a wave of sweltering warmth. Electricity. Another cry rang out as a bird, enveloped in golden lightning and adorned with shimmering yellow feathers, materialized before the crowd. Banmu's gaze turned icy, his fists clenching involuntarily. Return to me. The power of the gods is not something you can contend with. Hiai's observed the solemn expression on Banmu's face and offered a word of caution. Ha ha. Banmu suddenly burst into laughter, his words laced with pity as he declared, "Only the weak perceive themselves as invincible. I too can slay gods. Beedrill, pin missile, Nidoking, poison jab, ride on, rock slide." In an instant, the battle commenced. The moment Banmu issued his commands, the battle-weary Nidoking and Rhydon instantly lit up with renewed determination, their spirits soaring. It had been far too long since they had engaged in such a thrilling battle. Crazy. Witnessing Banmu's frenzied actions, Hiei stood frozen in place. Can a mere mortal truly triumph over a god? How many more are left to acquire? Carrying various herbs in large and small bags alongside Zoroark, Luyan followed closely behind trees, a bitter expression on his face. Soon, there are still about 20 more. While comparing the list, Trees sheepishly scratched his head. "TCH. Weakling." Zoroark, observing the panting Lu Yun, mercilessly mocked him. "Uft. Why don't you carry it yourself?" Upon hearing himself insulted as a weakling, Lu Yun became quite irate, retorting without reserve, "I am a patient. I need to be taken care of." Zoroark proudly tilted his head, declaring, "I am a patient. Heh, that's just laziness." Lu Yun retorted without holding back, "During meals, I haven't seen you, the patient, eat any less. I am a patient. I must eat well. Otherwise there will be no nutrition." Zoroark nonchalantly shrugged, as if to solidify his identity as a patient. "Let me carry it for a bit." As the two engaged in their playful banter, Shiz turned to receive the medicinal herbs from Lu Yun, grinning amiably. "Shiz, you are truly wonderful. Unlike certain individuals who leave nothing uneaten and accomplish nothing of merit." While uttering these words, Lu Yun's gaze wandered to Solrock, nearly revealing the identity of the individual in question. "Oh dear, my leg is aching again. Oh no, my back has begun to hurt as well. This is not good. My arm seems to be refusing to obey." As Lu Yun spoke, Solrock inched closer, and seizing an opportune moment, he playfully smacked Lu Yun on the head. "Wang Qingfeng, you have crossed the line," Lu Yun exclaimed, covering his head and addressing Solrock by his human name. It was only last night that Lu Yun had learned this name from Solrock himself. Little did Lu Yun anticipate that. Many years ago, Solrock, utilizing his extraordinary transformation ability, had disguised himself as a human and wandered the human world under the alias Wang Qingfeng. Even more astonishing was the fact that Solrock had become a Pokémon trainer, participating in the then-current league competition and achieving an admirable 8th place. However, Solrock was far from satisfied with this ranking. In his own words, had the referee not intervened just as he was warming up to confront his opponent, he would have shown that young lad a thing or two. Upon further investigation, Lu Yun discovered that the young lad in question was none other than Banmu, who was quite renowned in his own right. At long last, as the sun began its descent, Lu Yun and his companions successfully acquired the majority of the medicinal herbs after exploring much of Shurjima City, with only one herb, known as Hardstone, remaining elusive. This particular herb was not merely a medicinal ingredient, but also a widely used construction material in the Pokémon world. This material, derived from rock-type Pokémon, significantly enhances the strength of concrete, thereby prolonging the lifespan of buildings. With the impending reconstruction of Shurjima City's commercial district, Hardstone was in high demand and exceedingly rare. Upon exiting Shurjima City, Lu Yun's journey became considerably easier. He released the Rhydon, who had been cooped up in its Pokeball all day, and as it cast a disdainful yet sorrowful glance at the group, they clambered onto its back. With heavy steps, and without a hint of complaint, the steadfast Rhydon began its journey home, burdened with its passengers. "I too wish to return home. I long to be a trainer. I do not wish to serve as a mere laborer or a firewood attendant. Oh, the toil I endure." Countless stars adorned the night sky, and the silvery moonlight bathed the earth in its glow. Amidst the untidy battlefield, Banmu sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently channeling the dwindling power of Shurjima within him to heal the gravely injured Beedrill. The afternoon battle had been fierce, with Beedrill, as the ace of the team, needing to face a legendary bird alone. Even with Banmu's Shurjima power assisting him, Beedrill had paid a substantial price. Naturally, the opponent, Zapdos, was not faring any better, currently serving as a cushion beneath Banmu's seated form. Nearby, the legendary Moltres shared a similar fate, utilized as a pillow by Nidoking. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Hiei's expression darkened. While the soldiers behind him were already in awe of Banmu's prowess, their admiration evident. Could this truly be the pinnacle of human capability? This question lingered in Hiei's mind, leaving him in restless contemplation. Regardless of whether Banmu could leave today, based on his achievements, any mention of the name Banmu in the future would undoubtedly earn a thumbs up and the remark, "Banmu, he is truly remarkable for his youth." Banmu was 26 years old this year. Just as the morale of the soldiers was about to wane, a beastly roar echoed, and a large blue dog swiftly soared into the air. It was none other than Suakun, the embodiment of the shame of the sea. Nidoking, sitting upright. Nidoking fixed his gaze on the blue canine before him, reigniting his battle spirit. Another fight is upon us. Splendid. A soldier quietly inquired of his companion. Can he do it? He can, came the resolute reply. Because he is Banmu. Unbeknownst to them, Banmu's tall and formidable presence, coupled with his willingness to challenge stronger foes, had become imprinted in the minds of the watching soldiers. Perhaps he truly was invincible. Chapter 39. Re-entering Shurjima in search of Hardstone. Are there truly rock-type Pokémon here? Shuz exclaimed, his excitement palpable as they traversed the lush jungle. Though he had gathered herbs in the mountains before, he had never ventured so deeply into a Pokémon gathering area. If I say there are, then there certainly are. Solrock, leading the group, replied confidently. In response to Shuz's skepticism, Solrock merely wished to assert that he, the sovereign of Shurjima Forest, did not earn his title lightly. Due to the lack of Hardstone, the formidable Onyx, who had played a vital role in the previous battle, had not received the proper care it required. This situation was intolerable for Shuz, a dedicated herbalist. Thus, spurred by Liyun's encouragement, they resolved to venture into Shurjima Forest to seek out the much-needed medicinal herb. Darubii. Spark. Rubii. A series of orange-yellow sparks shot towards a nearby branch, startling a caterpie that had been peering at the group. Throughout their journey, Liyun thoroughly demonstrated to Solrock and Shuz what it meant to seize an opportunity. Familiar with the routine, he swiftly retrieved a pokeball, capturing the unconscious caterpie within, and a satisfied smile graced his face. 23. Truly a caterpie hunter. Rubbing his head, Solrock gazed at Darubii, who was happily grinning alongside Liyun. With a look of resignation, whenever a caterpie appeared, Liyun directed Darubii to knock it out and capture it, leading to a continuous string of captures along their path. Liyun, why are you capturing so many caterpies? Shuz finally could not contain his curiosity and posed the question. With a slight smile, Liyun mysteriously shook his head. You will find out when you return. Solrock, rolling his eyes, was aware that Liyun aimed to cultivate caterpies capable of producing healing threads. Thus his intent to expand their breeding. Recognizing Liyun's reluctance to share more, Shuz tactfully refrained from pressing the issue. Solrock. Suddenly, Solrock's companion, Sorya, emitted a cautious call and halted. Heeding the warning, the group quickly quieted and concealed themselves among a dense thicket. The leading Solrock gently parted the bushes, revealing a triumphant smile. Found it. Before Solrock lay a small hill approximately 10 meters high, where 3 to 5 Geodude were gleefully playing in an open area, playfully striking each other to grow stronger. Behind the Geodude was a cave over 3 meters high, where a sleeping Graveler lay at the entrance. Surrounded by an assortment of stones, both large and small, glimmering in the light. These stones were the Hardstone they sought. Hardstone was a material produced by rock-type Pokémon, who enjoyed striking each other to fortify their bodies. During the process of mutual striking, certain stones imbued with rock-type energy would fall, and by selecting those with a higher energy content, one could refine them into the expensive Hardstones sold in supermarkets, which enhance the power of rock attribute skills. Meanwhile, the lower energy stones that are not crafted into items would flow into the market, becoming essential materials for the medicinal and construction industries. With the presence of Zoroark, the group led by Liyun did not need to act covertly to acquire these stones. Instead, they boldly presented themselves. Upon noticing the appearance of 2 humans in their territory, the 3 small Geodudes, who were busy training, instantly became alert. 2 of the Geodudes flanked the strangers, while the third quickly hopped back towards its den to seek parental assistance. Fear not, we harbor no ill will. Seeing the caution displayed by the 2 Geodudes, Shuz raised his hand to indicate that he meant no harm. Meanwhile, Liyun swiftly retrieved some specially prepared Pokémon food from his backpack and began to distribute it. You must be tired after training for so long. Here, enjoy some of my specially crafted Pokémon food. As Liyun gently approached the 2 Pokémon, his tone was inviting. Placing the Pokémon food in front of the Geodudes, he took a piece himself and began to chew, encouraging the Geodudes to partake as well. Geodude. Geodude. Observing Liyun savoring the food, the 2 hungry Geodudes, reassured of their safety, began to eat heartily. Geodude. After just a few bites, the eyes of the 2 Geodudes transformed into heart shapes, and they devoured the food with even greater enthusiasm, fearful that their companion might snatch some away. Slow down, slow down. I have plenty more. With a cheerful demeanor, Liyun generously produced 2 more portions from his bag. Under the influence of the specially crafted Pokémon food, a collaborative effort between him and Shuz, guided by old Granny Pang, and aided by a recipe from the system, the two Geodudes quickly succumbed to the delightful flavors. They allowed Lu Yun to pet them, not fleeing, but instead finishing one portion before reaching out for another, truly resembling famished souls reincarnated. Rumble. Just then, accompanied by a tremor from the ground, a large, anxious Onyx rushed over, following the earlier Geodude. Onyx. Upon spotting Zoroark, the Onyx froze momentarily before kneeling down with a thud. Onyx. Oh no, oh no. Why has this deity come here? Seeing the Onyx kneeling before him, Zoroark was taken aback and uncertainly inquired, "Have you seen me before?" Onyx, Onyx, Onyx. The Onyx nodded vigorously, affirming that it had indeed been fortunate enough to witness the majesty of the king. Upon confirming that the Onyx had seen him, a subtle smile graced Zoroark's lips. "Since you recognize my identity, I shall not beat around the bush. Hand over the stones you have shed." With a flourish of his hand, Zoroark spoke assertively, his expression one of ownership as if claiming his own belongings. Onyx. Relieved to learn that only some of the stones it had shed were requested, the Onyx sighed with relief. It had feared that this formidable deity would conscript it for labor. It had heard from a distant cousin that this deity had taken thousands of Pokémon just half a month ago, with only a few hundred returning. Puffing up its chest, the Onyx assured Zoroark to wait a moment and quickly returned, carrying a dozen hard stones in a hurried manner. Onyx. Pointing to the 13 stones of varying sizes on the ground, the Onyx declared that this was all it had in stock. Zoroark furrowed his brow, displaying dissatisfaction. Although hard stones were rare, the materials from which they were produced, the stones shed by rock-type Pokémon, were not particularly scarce. If they were exceedingly rare, they would not be utilized in the construction industry. Moreover, given the large size of rock-type Pokémon, the stones they shed from daily bumps and scrapes should amount to more than a mere handful. Finding only a dozen after reaching their original source was indeed somewhat disheartening. Rumble. Observing Zoroark's displeasure, the Onyx hastily explained, gesticulating animatedly as Zoroark's expression grew somewhat peculiar. "Are you saying that just yesterday, a group of primates, led by a Monferno, attacked you and stole all the stones from your den?" Rumble. The Onyx nodded repeatedly, gesturing to a fresh wound on its thigh for Zoroark to see. Strange, why would these raucous monkeys want those inedible stones? Zoroark pondered, his gaze flickering with intrigue. His instincts told him that something was amiss. Chapter 40. The Trading Monferno Clan and the Mysterious Elder. Strange. A Monferno, surrounded by a throng of primates, was shouting at a pile of rubble on the ground, his tone urgent. "We can't take any more. The quality of these materials is subpar. One hard stone is worth a single healing potion, and that's already generous." Wiping the sweat from his brow, a portly merchant before the Monferno spoke with evident reluctance. Strange. Upon hearing the man's offer, the Monferno shook its head in anger, quickly calling upon its kin to assist in carrying the stones as they prepared to leave. Wait. 2 potions. 2 potions in exchange for 1 stone. Seeing the primates ready to take away the rubble, the merchant panicked and hastily raised his offer. Soon, a transaction was completed between the Monferno clan and the merchant. A staggering 40 to 50 pieces of rubble were loaded onto a Kangaskhan, while the merchant left behind 3 large boxes of healing potions and some Pokémon food. As the merchant departed, the leader of the Monferno began instructing the primates to shoulder their burdens, and they swiftly made their way back towards their lair. This absurd scene was witnessed clearly by Lu Yun and his companions, who had been hiding nearby. This world has truly gone mad. Lu Yun sighed, somewhat overwhelmed by the spectacle of the cross-species transaction. He knew that Pokémon possessed high intelligence, but encountering such astute Pokémon was indeed a first for him. "Let us follow them." Zoroark's eyes glinted mischievously as he spoke. "I want to see what these Monfernos are up to. Let us go." Intrigued by the Monferno's willingness to engage in trade with humans, Lu Yun readily agreed to Zoroark's proposal. The group stealthily trailed the Monfernos, thanks to Zoroark's assistance, managing to remain undetected. Before long, they followed the Monfernos to the edge of a clearing. The space was expansive, approximately 2 to 3 acres, surrounded by a tall fence that separated it from the dense forest, with a wooden gate allowing entry and exit. Peering through the gaps in the fence, Lu Yun could faintly discern the scene within. In the center of the enclosed area stood a modest thatched hut, surrounded by an array of crisp vegetables, with 3 orangeberry trees not far away. "Someone lives here." As the monkey creatures entered with the potions acquired through trade, Zoroark narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Indeed, there is someone orchestrating this. Otherwise, given the limited intellect of these monkeys, they would never conceive of trading with humans. Shall we proceed inside?" Lu Yun turned to Zoroark, inquiring, regardless of whether the inhabitants within the enclosure were human or not. The mere fact that they had cleared a substantial area within the evergreen forest for construction and had managed to direct the monkeys for trade was sufficient evidence that the master of this territory was no weakling. Let us enter. Zoroark responded with calmness. This was the evergreen forest, his domain. Even if a conflict were to arise, he felt confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. Very well. Lu Yun gently tapped on the wooden door, which soon erupted into a flurry of commotion. With a creak, the tightly shut door swung open. Greetings, adventurers. An elderly man, his hair and beard frosted with age and clad in a blue long coat, spoke slowly with the assistance of a monkey. Good day to you. Venerable elder, Lu Yun replied politely, observing the frail old man, who seemed as if a gust of wind could topple him. Though I am but a humble host, I invite you to come in and share a cup of coarse wine. The old man extended a warm invitation, his gaze devoid of any suspicion toward strangers. I shall not refuse such hospitality. Bowing slightly, Lu Yun followed the elder into the enclosure. If the area beyond the enclosure was a blood-soaked, primal jungle, then within lay one of the few safe havens amidst the wilderness. A number of diminutive walking grasses lounged lazily on the grassy ground inside the enclosure, basking in the sunlight. Nearby, 3 fruit trees were adorned with numerous bird-like spirits, peacefully resting with closed eyes. Please, take a seat. The elder gestured towards a large stone at the entrance of the house, his demeanor warmly inviting. As they settled around the stone, the elder soon returned with several plates of wild fruits and a jug of emerald green liquor. Here, I have little to offer you, save for this monkey wine, which is the only drink worthy of the occasion. He poured a cup for each of the 3, then filled his own and drank heartily, letting out a satisfied sigh before continuing. I presume you have come following my rather unremarkable apprentice? Addressing Lu Yun and his companions directly. Apprentice? Lu Yun momentarily faltered, but soon realized the elder referred to the monkey and replied, Indeed. We are also intrigued. It is quite the novelty to witness a spirit engaging in trade with humans. The elder, pleased with Lu Yun's candor, chuckled heartily. Ah, and what is the purpose of your visit? Do you wish to trade with my apprentice as well? Certainly. Lu Yun nodded, stating, We require some hard stones for medicinal purposes. However, it appears your apprentice has thoroughly scavenged the surrounding area, and we seek to exchange for some. That is agreeable. The elder responded readily. He then shifted the conversation, since fate has brought us together in this courtyard. I shall take the liberty to propose a deal. 3 potions for 1 hard stone. As he spoke, a gleeful expression crossed his face, which made Lu Yun's eye twitch in response. However, your apprentice sold only 2 potions to others. Lu Yun chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly amiable elder would possess such a shrewd disposition. Since you caught me, let it be 2 then. How many would you like? The elder, with a thick skin, merely chuckled even when his fib was exposed, his face showing no sign of embarrassment. As many as you have. Lu Yun replied with generous bravado, considering the size of the onyx. One could not possibly skimp on the dosage. Excellent. The elder's eyes lit up as he proclaimed with vigor, Apprentice, bring forth the goods. Soon, a throng of fiery monkeys approached, carrying numerous crates of hard stones. Pointing to the adjacent boxes, the elder, now appearing robust, declared, There are over 1,300 pieces of hard stone here. I shall round down the count. And you may exchange your 2,200 potions for them. Now, will you opt for cash on delivery, or shall one of you return to fetch the potions? If you choose cash on delivery, we will assist with transportation, but you must provide us with an additional 200 potions. What will you decide? Chapter 41. Final Diary Entry Year 375 of the Federation, July 14th. Oh heavens, I never anticipated that this elderly resident would be a martial artist. Witnessing Zoroark being thoroughly beaten has utterly dispelled any thoughts of reneging on the deal. Year 375 of the Federation, July 18th. After several days of effort, I have finally gathered enough potions for the exchange, but I have paid a hefty price for these potions, without Banmu's assistance. It would have been challenging to procure them in such a short span. Year 375 of the Federation, July 21st. Banmu's condition seems rather poor. He no longer exhibits his usual vivacity and appears somewhat dejected, which is truly hard for me to believe. Year 375 of the Federation, July 25th. D has departed, informing me that Banmu entrusted him with an important task. Accompanying him is a woman named Miyamoto, whom I find rather disagreeable, as she persistently seeks to join their ranks. Year 375 of the Federation, July 30th. The retaliation has indeed come. The remnants of the Golden Rain seem unwilling to relinquish the Pearl of Life. Alas, they have miscalculated. For today Banmu is a guest in my home. Year 375 of the Federation, August 5th. I am at a loss for words. Are these people mad? On average, I now contend with over 3 waves of attacks daily, which is exceedingly bothersome. Thankfully, Zoroark and the spirits of the Evergreen Forest are providing substantial support. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago. Perhaps it is time for me to establish my own faction. Year 375 of the Federation, August 9th. Damned. The Alliance has actually enacted the Spirit Protection Act. Now, even if I wish to establish a faction, I lack sufficient spirits to do so. Year 375 of the Federation, August 15th. By heavens, those little rascals are troublesome. I have lost count of how many inspectors have come to my door, convinced that I am abusing spirits. However, I know they have their eyes on my green caterpillar. I cannot allow this. Year 375 of the Federation, August 30th. My counterattack has been remarkably successful. With an exorbitant expenditure, I managed to ensure that these inspectors lost their jobs, which brings me immense joy. My ranch can continue to thrive. Year 376 of the Federation, September 1st. I am furious. I never expected them to be so shameless, abandoning all pretense. I know the marvelous spirits on my ranch would attract envy, but I did not foresee their audacity in demanding that I relinquish control of the ranch within 7 days. Year 376 of the Federation, September 5th. Humph. They are indeed punctual, waiting outside my door bright and early. To prevent my resistance, they even brought along personnel. Do they truly believe I lack armed forces? Year 376 of the Federation, September 10th. They have been defeated. The reality has proven my decisions to be correct. Although I cannot recruit humans for my purposes, I can enlist spirits. With the ties I have with the Queen Bee and Zoroark, the entire Evergreen Forest stands as my backing. Year 376 of the Federation, October 10th. Oh, good heavens. What on earth are you all doing? The Alliance has truly lost its mind. They allow the influx of inexpensive products from other regions to inundate the market. A bottle of milk is absurdly priced at merely 0.5 yuan. How can I possibly turn a profit? Damn the Alliance Cooperation Act. Are they oblivious to the concept of trade protection? On the first day of December in the year 376 of the Federation, Banmu has been promoted. I never anticipated this. He has ascended to a higher position and has been transferred to the search department. How surreal. However, this development bodes well for me, given my relationship with Banmu. It seems that henceforth, no one will dare to give me trouble. On the first day of April in the year 379 of the Federation, oh heavens, Banmu intends to purchase 80 of my ranch's resource output in one fell swoop. I am utterly astonished, especially since he offers me a price that is double the market rate. This pleases me immensely, and I even sold him a few of my prized thunderballs, which I had kept in reserve. On the first day of January in the year 3740 of the Federation, I have become a wanted fugitive. I am being hunted. That treacherous Banmu has used the thunderballs I gifted him to launch an attack on the headquarters of the Alliance, and he was successful. Damalanki has perished. I now find myself reluctantly aboard a pirate ship. It has become evident that Banmu aspires to start his own venture. On the first day of entrepreneurship, goodness, I thought Banmu was adequately prepared, but it turns out he is quite reckless. I regret my involvement. Yet I find myself with no other option but to assist Banmu in securing the city of Changpan, ensuring my own survival. On the 10th day of entrepreneurship, is this how the Alliance operates? We are but a mere 300 strong, with Banmu being our sole powerhouse. Yet the Alliance has dispatched an entire legion to quell us. What madness! They have even sent the elite Dragoness Hand, accompanied by a rapid dragon from the Mad People. How am I to contend with this? On the 15th day, victory is ours. I am a genius. They never anticipated that I could alter the traits of sprites. It was an exhilarating turnaround. I am immensely grateful for the system, which has bestowed upon me the means to modify sprite characteristics. Utilizing this method, I have produced a substantial number of mighty strength Malorolas. With their assistance, I must say, the so-called Dragoness Hand is not as formidable as they claim. On the 20th day, I must flee. I fear I shall be unable to continue this diary for the time being. These individuals are utterly deranged. They have even dispatched the legendary birds to capture us. If I do not escape now, I may never have the chance again. On the 50th day, without the ranch, we have lost our supply of resources. Fortunately, prior to my flight, I managed to secretly stash away a batch of resources. If I can retrieve this stockpile, we may rise again. On the 70th day, that accursed Suikoin. He has taken my possessions to engage in charity. I have no idea how he discovered them. No. Since I have come this far, I cannot return empty-handed. On the 71st day, I have captured Suikoin. I never expected him to be so weak, incapable of defeating even a newly evolved Darubi. Nevertheless, with Suikoin on our side, we can proceed with our subsequent plans. On the 200th day, I am astounded. Banmu has informed me that he has turned the tide. Against the Alliance's brutal onslaught, he has successfully seized control of Manjin City and repelled their attack. On the 210th day, this world is utterly insane. I never imagined that the champion Heba would be aligned with Banmu. Goodness, the Alliance has descended into chaos. One of the 4 kings has defected, and 4 of the 5 legions have turned against them. Well, 3, since the dragon's hand has been vanquished by my dragon slayers. On the 220th day, Smoky City, here I come. I have decided to cease pretending and lay my cards on the table. With the support of the 3 sacred beasts and the assistance of the dragon slayers, I believe the dragon clan cannot pose a significant threat. On the 230th day, after 10 days of fierce combat, I have finally conquered Smoky City. I was taken aback to discover that the dragon clan has ties to the sprite factions. They are backed by the Dragon Island. However, it matters not. With the dragon slayers at my side, Dragon Island will not dare to act recklessly. On the 300th day, Banmu truly knows how to stir the pot. He has invited me, the vice leader, to convene at Silver Mountain. Does he not realize the enormity of this undertaking? To challenge Silver Mountain is sheer folly. On the 350th day, he has succeeded. I have witnessed mute woe ahead of time. On the 370th day, we have triumphed through our diligent efforts. Our entrepreneurial endeavor has achieved half of its goals. We now control the majority of the Kanto and Chengdu regions, with only a few territories unwilling to surrender. Yet we are unafraid, for we possess Mutuo. On the 390th day, I am truly at my wit's end. Banmu has allowed Kikuko to escape with the Dragon Clan. It is evident that we shall face considerable headaches ahead. On the 450th day, oh dear, the inevitable has finally arrived. Through the efforts of Kikuko and the Dragon Clan, the remaining regions of the Alliance have formed a coalition to attack us. It appears they have betrayed the interests of Kanto and Chengdu. On the 500th day, this is exceedingly difficult. The current battles are not for mere mortals to engage in. Legendary beasts have become a standard. Nearly every legion now has several accompanying them, completely derailing our plans for isolated strikes. On the 600th day, come on, in me. After over 3 months of conflict, the borders have turned to ruins, and a massive influx of population has surged into the interior, placing an enormous burden upon us. Had it not been for the series of beneficial policies we enacted upon taking office, there is no doubt that we would have faced rebellion by now. On the 610th day, I cannot withstand this any longer. The antiquated Golden Glow faction has reached an agreement with Kikuko, and we are now fighting on 2 fronts, leading to considerable fatigue. As the logistics officer, I too must head to the front lines. On the 670th day, good heavens, the Golden Glow faction has unleashed the 3 pillars. Zoroark has been gravely injured, and Grandpa Kaji is on the verge of collapse in his efforts to save me. These colossal beings are true weapons of mass destruction on the battlefield. I must devise a solution to counter them. On the 630th day, the water-type Great Rock Snake is incredibly effective. The 3 pillars are not as formidable as they seem. Our forces have reached the gates of the Golden Glow faction, and they will be utterly buried by my hand. On the 640th day, we have won. Yet we have also lost. Now I understand why the Alliance had previously refrained from confronting them. They have managed to shatter the World Tree. On the 800th day, it has descended into complete chaos. A multitude of ancient sprites have been unleashed. Without the World Tree's constraints, these primordial beings have gone utterly berserk, consuming human souls and the very flesh of sprites. Rather than being sprites, they resemble monstrous beasts. On the 810th day, the level 1 deities have intervened. The glimmering Chadit is truly magnificent, incinerating 3 ancient sprites with a single burst of flame. With their assistance, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. On the 900th day, 80 days ago, we set aside our differences and commenced the eradication of the ancient sprites. Through our relentless efforts, we have ultimately achieved victory. Apart from a few who managed to escape, the overwhelming majority have met their end. On the 1000th day, with the assistance of Arceus, I have successfully repaired the World Tree. However, I have been duped. As the restorer of the World Tree, I have become the current Aura champion. Yet I have no mastery of Aura. I am now trapped within the World Tree, but fortunately, Arceus has assured me that I need only remain here for 10 years before I am granted my freedom. On the 10th year of confinement, at last, I am free. God knows how I have longed for this moment. On the 1st year post-escape, Banmu is truly heartless. He has thrust upon me the role of chairman. My heavens, the mountain of paperwork that accumulates daily is insurmountable. How shall I ever manage it all? Perhaps I need to devise a plan. On the 5th year post-escape, I am liberated. Through my efforts, The highly intelligent hoodie sprites have begun to infiltrate various departments within the Alliance. With their assistance, the efficiency of the government has significantly improved, allowing me, as chairman, to finally take a much-needed respite. The 8th year of liberation, I have traversed various regions and participated in numerous competitions. Ultimately, I resolved to return to my original way of life. I returned to Green Meadow Town, where I established a new ranch. I find that, compared to the world of competition, I prefer the life of a rancher, laboring at dawn and resting at dusk. The narrative concludes here. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking for support. Until we meet again in the next story.